Chapter 1. Loya was feeling quite despondent. She had merely dozed off in class for a brief moment, and upon reopening her eyes, she found herself inexplicably transported to another realm. Before her lay a hall that was both strange and familiar, where she could gaze up at the floating candles that adorned the ceiling. The grand hall was filled with students gathered around 4 long tables, while an elderly wizard with a white beard and hair stood at the professor's podium, delivering a speech. This man was none other than Albus Dumbledore, the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, recognized throughout the magical world as the greatest white wizard. To her astonishment, she had crossed over into the magical universe of Harry Potter. Although she had seen snippets of the Harry Potter films during her childhood, her memories of them were now quite hazy. However, what troubled her more was the fact that she had not transformed into an adult, but rather into the Goblet of Fire from the Triwizard Tournament. Why was it that others who traversed into this world received letters from owls and could enjoy a magical life alongside Harry, Hermione, and Ron, while she, having devoted her life to good deeds, had become a mere cup? Behind her, Dumbledore's voice resonated. I announce that this academic year, Hogwarts will host the illustrious Triwizard Tournament. Loia sighed deeply, grappling with the reality of her transformation into the Goblet of Fire. As she listened to Dumbledore's declaration, she surmised that the tournament was soon to commence, and Harry would unexpectedly be chosen to participate. However, as she scanned the Gryffindor table from her stone pedestal, she noticed only unfamiliar faces, failing to spot Harry, Hermione, or Ron. Attempting to inch forward, she endeavored to locate the trio among the Gryffindors. The Triwizard Tournament is a magical competition between 3 wizarding schools, with each school represented by a champion selected by the Goblet of Fire. Dumbledore began, but before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by a loud thud. The Goblet of Fire had inexplicably toppled from the stone pedestal, crashing to the ground and rolling toward the hall. "Ouch, I'm done for. My back," Loya lamented, her youthful voice echoing distinctly in the silent hall. Trying to regain control, she attempted to move again but lost her direction, spinning around and rolling not toward the Gryffindor table, but rather toward the Slytherin table. Dazed and disoriented, she finally managed to stop beside a young man. The boy, appearing to be around 16 or 17, had untamed black hair draping loosely at his sides, and his pale complexion accentuated the darkness of his eyes. The more Loya looked at his face, the more it seemed familiar. Severus Snape? Am I seeing things? How has Professor Snape become so youthful? Snape, upon hearing his name, appeared momentarily taken aback, perplexed by how the goblet could vocalize like the Sorting Hat, and even know his name. Students from all 4 houses turned their attention to the peculiar scene, whispering among themselves in hushed tones. The youthful version of Lucius Malfoy cast a curious glance in their direction. Dumbledore gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him, while the professors rose in disbelief to witness the spectacle. The young Severus Snape, cradling the Goblet of Fire, became the center of attention, leaving the usually reclusive Snape momentarily flustered. It was not until Dumbledore called his name that he regained his composure, stepping forward gently to place the goblet back upon the stone pedestal. Dumbledore rested his hand against the surface of the goblet, attuning himself to its magical essence. The heads of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang could not resist casting glances in their direction. After a brief pause, Dumbledore broke into a warm smile, declaring, "Our Goblet of Fire has birthed a soul. She is a girl." Professor McGonagall, astonished, remarked, "How extraordinary. I have heard tales of other goblets of fire manifesting souls a century ago, and now our very own Hogwarts goblet has joined their ranks." Loya, caught in a moment of confusion, felt a dissonance with the original narrative, though it must be said that the origins of the goblet were scarcely detailed in the original text. Professor McGonagall stated that she is the 13th incarnation of the goblet, a magical artifact belonging to Hogwarts, crafted by ancient and esteemed wizards. One professor, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, "Our goblet has come to life just in time for the Triwizard Tournament. This championship undoubtedly belongs to Hogwarts." The heads of the other 2 magical schools exchanged exasperated glances. Was it too soon to declare a victor? Although they had to concede that past champions of the Triwizard Tournament had predominantly hailed from Hogwarts. Students erupted in cheers, with the exuberant members of Gryffindor leaping joyfully in celebration. Had it not been for the proximity of the goblet to the professor's table, the curious Gryffindors might have rushed forward to encircle the goblet and satisfy their curiosity. Thus, Loya found herself inexplicably transformed into the sentient Goblet of Fire. The following afternoon, the great hall was sparsely populated, and Loya, in a state of ennui, counted the candles adorning the ceiling. Most students were attending their flying lessons in a bid to prevent overly curious students from bothering the goblet. Dumbledore had temporarily restricted access to the Great Hall, save for mealtimes. Loya, lounging upon the stone pedestal, yawned lazily when a mechanical voice reverberated in her mind. Ding! Sensing the host call, your system is now online. Spare me the chatter, why have I become the Goblet of Fire? I wish to be human. Rest assured, host. By completing the novice task, you will earn a corporeal form and be directly transported to 1991 to enroll alongside Harry Potter. Loya's spirits soared at this revelation. Ding! The novice task has been activated. Accumulate 1,000 admiration points to exchange for a physical body. The novice task guidance has commenced. Please follow the instructions to your destination. A large arrow materialized in the void, visible only to Loya herself. Loya maneuvered the goblet's form with increasing dexterity, having gained substantial control over her movements since her initial arrival. Rolling from the corridor to the grassy expanse outside the castle, Loya finally arrived at her intended destination. A farcical scene was unfolding before her eyes, as James Potter and his classmates encircled Snape, loudly deriding him as Severus. Snape retreated stiffly, accustomed to the malevolent jeers and insults that were hurled at him. James scoffed, waved his wand, and uttered Expelliarmus. Instantly, Snape's wand flew from his grasp. The classmates behind James erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "Well done, James!" With his wand raised once more, Snape, now disarmed, was magically suspended upside down in midair. Remus, standing awkwardly to the side, attempted to intervene, saying, "James, that's enough if the professors catch wind of this." James disregarded Remus' admonition, arrogantly taunting, "What's the matter, Severus?" At that moment, an angry voice rang out from the distance. "Dare to bully on campus. James Potter? I'll smash you with a cup." Feeling a rush of air behind him, James instinctively turned, only to be struck by the base of the Goblet of Fire, which shattered his nose. In pain, he staggered back, clutching his bleeding nose. The Goblet of Fire, in response, unleashed a plume of azure flames, which Loya expertly controlled, singeing only James' hair. Snape, now regaining control, fell to the ground, steadied himself, and retaliated with Stupefy. A flash of light appeared, leaving a gash on the side of James' face. Overcome by pain, the bald-headed James collapsed to the ground. Yet Snape ultimately restrained himself, refraining from unleashing his full power. Before the gathered crowd, the Goblet of Fire stood defiantly upon the grass. To amplify her presence, Loya deliberately increased the height of her flames. With a chilling tone, she declared, "Dare to bully on the Hogwarts campus, James Potter? I sentence you to a year of cleaning toilets." After all, she was now the formidable Goblet of Fire, possessing a certain stature within Hogwarts, and held the authority to punish students. Glancing at Snape, Loya noticed he was staring at her, and a string of admiration points appeared above his head. 30 Loya mused to herself, realizing that admiration points could be acquired in such a manner. Thus, she struck a pose, tilting her head, and proclaimed, "In the future, anyone who dares to bully under the gaze of this goblet shall find their hair set ablaze." The students involved in the bullying hung their heads in shame, while a few passing Hufflepuff students saw admiration points appear above their heads. 10. The admiration points came in swiftly, filling Loya with joy as she increased the height of her flames, drawing ever closer to accumulating enough points for her desired transformation. Late to the scene, Lily rushed from afar, anxiously approaching James. "James, are you all right? Let me see your injury." Upon seeing James' bloodied nose, Lily furrowed her brow in concern. She drew her wand and pointed at the wound, saying Episci. Before their eyes, James' injury healed at a remarkable pace. She angrily turned to Snape, exclaiming, "Snape, how could you do such a thing? You actually used magic to harm James. You have disappointed me immensely." Clearly, the late arriving Lily was unaware of the preceding events and mistakenly assumed that Snape had attacked James, resulting in a broken nose for him. With his head bowed, Snape clutched the hem of his robes, a flicker of grievance and anger hidden in his eyes, yet he had no intention of explaining himself. Loya felt a headache coming on. It seemed she had only exacerbated the situation, unfairly placing the blame on Snape. Meanwhile, James had swiftly transformed from aggressor to victim. Loya hurriedly attempted to clarify. "Lily Evans, you are mistaken. It was James who first used magic to hang Snape upside down." Before she could finish, Snape strode forward, seizing the Goblet of Fire, and whisked her away. "Hey, Snape, I haven't finished explaining. Lily has misunderstood you." There's no need. After all, he had always been the one ostracized and oppressed at Hogwarts. Ultimately, James was sentenced to a year of cleaning toilets, while While Snape received 3 days of detention from the professor, in the headmaster's office, the irate Goblet of Fire leaped onto the desk, startling Fawkes, who flapped his wings in alarm, scattering parchment everywhere. James, is the bully? Why must Snape be punished with detention? I was the one who broke James' nose. It shouldn't fall on Snape. Dumbledore surveyed the chaotic desk without anger, watching the irate Goblet with a quizzical blink. Hogwarts prohibits students from using dark magic within the school. Since Severus has broken the rules, he must face the consequences. Moreover, it was absurd to think that the ancient artifact of a great wizard would be punished merely for a student's injury. However, Snape was different. He was merely a half-blood wizard without any influential background. Loya found herself at a loss for words. Yet she couldn't help but exclaim, "Snape is the double agent you will need to confront the Dark Lord." Dumbledore paused, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Loya for a long moment. "Child, do you possess the power of foresight?" Loya was momentarily speechless. She couldn't very well say she had watched a movie. Warning: overly revealing the plot will erase all admiration points, and Sever system binding the host will never attain a physical form. Please be cautious. A chill ran down Loya's spine. She did not wish to be a cup for eternity. She crafted a mysterious response to Dumbledore. "I can only predict a little. The secrets of fate must not be disclosed." Dumbledore nodded in understanding, choosing not to press her further. Fortunately, thanks to Loya's method of countering violence with violence, the long-standing issue of bullying that had troubled the professors was finally resolved. After all, no young wizard from any house wished to be scorched bald by the flames of the goblet. Dumbledore couldn't help but envision the comically disheveled appearance of James, and even he couldn't suppress a chuckle. Dumbledore smiled as he retrieved the key to the chamber of secrets from his drawer, placing it upon the table and sliding it towards Loya. "Go see him." However, the Goblet of Fire remained unmoved, prompting Dumbledore to gaze at it in confusion. "I have no hands. How can I insert the key to unlock the door?" In the chamber, Severus Snape sat in the corner, his textbook spread across his knees. During these days of confinement, he had been diligently reviewing his studies, having long since grown accustomed to solitude. At that moment, someone gently opened the door crack. Upon seeing that it was Headmaster Dumbledore, Snape immediately stood up, tense. "Severus, someone you know, it's a cup has come to visit you." Snape looked on in bewilderment as the Goblet of Fire rolled in through the ajar door. Loya greeted him cheerfully. "Hello, Snape." Snape could hardly believe his eyes. That someone would come to visit him while he was in confinement seemed unfathomable. The impact of his alcoholic and abusive father, along with his indifferent mother, had shaped Snape into a reclusive and insecure individual. Moreover, as a half-blood in the pure blood supremacist environment of Slytherin, he was even less accepted. To think that he would have a visitor, even if it were not a human but a magical artifact, was astonishing. For the first time in his dark life, someone cared for him, and a warm sensation coursed through him, leaving him momentarily speechless. "I shall not disturb you any further, children." Dumbledore departed under the pretense of attending to school documents, leaving Snape and the goblet to gaze at each other in silence. Snape yearned to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. Loya was the first to break the silence, noticing the Transfiguration textbook in Snape's hands. "You are more suited for potions. My performance in potions this year has been less than satisfactory. Perhaps I am not cut out for it. Trust me, think of the goblet as a seer of sorts. You will become a remarkable master of potions, the Half-Blood Prince." As she spoke, Loya accompanied her words with blue sparks to encourage Snape. "Half-Blood Prince? A title for you to use as a pseudonym. Though it may sound a bit juvenile, who hasn't had their moments of youthful exuberance?" All right, I get be quiet." Though Snape could not fully comprehend Loya's musings, he still appreciated her presence and crouched down to meet the goblet's gaze. His pale hand brushed against the goblet, and he felt the warmth emanating from it. Loya heard Snape's low voice murmur, "Thank you, Miss Goblet of Fire." The day after Snape was released from a small room, it was time for Loya, as the Goblet of Fire of Hogwarts, to attend to her duties. Today marked the day of registration for the Triwizard Tournament, and students from the 4 houses excitedly surrounded the goblet. Those wishing to participate in the tournament needed to inscribe their names on parchment and cast them into the goblet, which would select the champions. In truth, Loya was uncertain about how to select the champions. Yet she discerned that among the parchments inscribed with names, only a select few shimmered with a golden luminescence. It became immediately apparent to her that these were the chosen warriors. She merely needed to disperse these golden glowing parchments, and thus, the competitors would be duly appointed. To ensure safety, the Ministry of Magic had instituted a recent regulation prohibiting students under the age of 17 from entering the competition. Surrounding Loya was a halo, a spell cast by Dumbledore, establishing an age barrier that prevented any underage wizard from circumventing the boundary to clandestinely register. Nevertheless, this did little to quell the fervor of the younger wizards, even when they did not meet the age requirement. They exerted every effort to devise ways to enroll. The students of Gryffindor were perpetually the most spirited, often gathering in groups to fervently discuss strategies for participating in the contest. In contrast to Gryffindor, the atmosphere in Slytherin has notably quieted. The students of Hufflepuff have adorned the vicinity of the Goblet of Fire with an abundance of flowers and delectable treats, fervently beseeching the goblet for an opportunity to enter. However, those who do not meet the age requirements are ruthlessly turned away by Loya. Ravenclaw appears disinterested in the competition, as Loya has scarcely encountered any wizards from the Eagle House seeking to register. Perhaps they prefer to immerse themselves in scholarly pursuits within the library rather than engage in magical contests. Meanwhile, Slytherin has yet to see a single upper-year wizard selected from those who have registered thus far. Unbeknownst to them, the realization dawns that this year's champions, chosen by the Goblet of Fire, are likely to emerge from Gryffindor. A sound of footsteps grows nearer as Lucius Malfoy, a Slytherin upper-year student, approaches the goblet. The crowd instinctively parts to make way. The youthful Lucius is akin to a 2.0 version of Draco Malfoy, his visage almost a perfect replica. Loya's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Malfoy's father was also participating in the Triwizard Tournament? Lucius, disregarding the onlookers, gracefully cast aside the boundaries of age, depositing a parchment inscribed with names into the Goblet of Fire. The name he submitted was not his own, but that of several underage wizards from Slytherin who had yet to reach the required age for participation. Lucius had audaciously entered these younger students, under 17, on their behalf. Slytherin and Gryffindor, as expected, remained bitter adversaries. Slytherin was determined to include a few of their own in the competition, resolutely preventing any Hogwarts champions from emerging from Gryffindor. However, Loya remained a diligent and devoted goblet. Loya feigned offense, releasing a torrent of azure flames. The sudden eruption of sparks compelled Lucius to recoil in astonishment. The parchment of registration was consumed by the flames, reduced to ashes amidst the sparks. Loya's chilling voice reverberated throughout the grand hall. Lucius Malfoy, do you truly believe you can deceive me with such petty tricks? Upon realizing that his ruse had been unveiled, Lucius's ever-present facade of a smile began to falter. His long-standing rival, Gryffindor, erupted in applause and mockery at the sight of Slytherin's misstep. The Gryffindor wizards were showered with a cascade of admiration points, each marked with a resounding 10. Faced with the scornful gazes of Gryffindor, Lucius struggled to maintain his noble composure, furiously sweeping his robes as he departed in indignation. However, the Gryffindors were not to be outdone in their audacity. A young wizard named Ailey bounded over, exuberantly clutching a vial of potion. Poor Ailey, having missed the welcoming feast of the Triwizard Tournament due to illness, remained blissfully unaware that the Goblet of Fire had gained a soul and consciousness during that time. He proudly presented his freshly concocted potion, an age-advancing elixir, to the Gryffindors. Loya curled her lips in disdain. Did he treat the Goblet of Fire as mere air? To boldly proclaim before me that I should consume the age-enhancing potion? Yet, observing his exuberant demeanor, Loya couldn't help but recall the embarrassing scene in the original narrative where the twins made fools of themselves in an attempt to sign up for the potion. Although the details of the original plot had become rather hazy in her memory, she had heard from friends about the twins' fate. One lost his left ear, while the other made the ultimate sacrifice. Loya was uncertain of her ability to alter their fates. The diminutive sorcerer before her successfully leaped into the age boundary's radiant halo after consuming the age-enhancing potion. The young lions gasped in delight, applauding fervently. Eagerly, Eli proclaimed his intention to document the formula for the upgraded age potion in the library, ensuring that in the future, all members of Gryffindor could partake in the Triwizard Tournament. Loya was rendered speechless. Could it be that in the future, the twins would create an aging potion merely by perusing the notes you left in the library? Among the onlookers, Sirius Black shrugged and remarked to Lupin, "Prepare for a spectacle, poor Ailey." Ailey was about to cast the parchment into the Goblet of Fire when it erupted in fierce flames, engulfing him. Over the past few days, Loya had engaged in repeated trials and discovered that her flames possessed the ability to disrupt enchantments, and she had gained remarkable control over the fire, ensuring it would not harm Ailey. As the flames surrounding Ailey dissipated, his aging potion appeared to transform into a potion of decrepitude, instantly turning the 15-year-old Ailey into a white-bearded old man. Before the Goblet of Fire, such antics proved futile. The Gryffindors felt a wave of embarrassment, while the Slytherins, who had recently been mocked by the Lions, finally seized the opportunity to retaliate. They laughed at the Gryffindors' folly, their heads adorned with a flurry of admiration points. Loya was in exceptionally high spirits, indifferent to the rivalries between the Lion House and the Serpent House. All she desired was to accumulate admiration points. With the selection of champions from each magical institution concluded, her responsibilities for the Triwizard Tournament were effectively complete. The contestants were not the renowned Harry and Cedric from a decade later, and she held little interest in the current Hogwarts students. Nor did she intend to witness the competition. However, it was not long before a pink toad made its grand entrance at Hogwarts. Perhaps due to the butterfly effect of time travel, the protagonist Harry Potter had yet to be born. And the Ministry of Magic hastily appointed Umbridge as the professor for defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Looney recalls the original text depicting this controlling and sadistic individual who takes pleasure in tormenting students. Now, Umbridge appears to be around 35 or 36 years of age. Perhaps due to her numerous misdeeds, her skin has sagged, and her visage reveals an unmistakable weariness, making it plausible to assert she could easily be mistaken for 50. Clad in a youthful dress that starkly contrasts her age, she elicits an indescribable sense of revulsion. With an air of arrogance, she raises her chin, proclaiming her gratitude for the warm welcome. "Thank you, esteemed headmaster, for the honor of serving as the professor for the defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts." Umbridge continues with self-righteous fervor. The Ministry of Magic places great importance on the education of young witches and wizards. I personally believe that there are numerous deficiencies within Hogwarts' educational system. Young wizards should prioritize theoretical knowledge over practical experience. Loia was left speechless. What use is there in solely focusing on theory and relentlessly studying textbooks without practical application? Moreover, Voldemort still thrives. Furthermore, it is not your place, you pink toad, to criticize the educational system of Hogwarts. Dumbledore merely raised an eyebrow. The Goblet of Fire erupted with sparks, indicating that it had something to convey. The gazes of both professors and students converged upon the goblet. "I oppose your appointment as the defense against the dark arts professor." A wave of astonishment swept through the room, as the professors were taken aback by the goblet's audacity to confront the representative sent by the Ministry of Magic. Loya paused momentarily before continuing. "I personally believe that, as a professor, your grotesque aesthetic, madam, will adversely influence the young wizards of Hogwarts." "What nonsense are you spouting? Such delicate pinkness, how old are you now?" she retorted. Umbridge's face fluctuated between shades of blue and white, rendered speechless by the rebuttal. The hall erupted in laughter among the students. In a fit of exasperation, Umbridge exclaimed, "Headmaster, will you allow the Goblet of Fire to humiliate me in such a manner?" Dumbledore turned his gaze towards the window, feigning an interest in the scenery, as if he had seen nothing. After all, the Goblet of Fire was an artifact crafted by ancient archmages, although it had only recently gained self-awareness and a soul, in terms of human lineage. It was indeed a powerful relic from the era of the ancestors of those present. Loya, relying on the prestigious lineage of the Goblet of Fire, confidently surmised that the Ministry of Magic would not dare to openly confront the artifacts of her ancestors. Thus, she sought vengeance. Having harbored a long-standing disdain for Umbridge since her childhood days of watching films, inside Luna's heart, a small voice continued to assert that Hogwarts had no need for a pink toad as a professor. "Turn left at the entrance of Hogwarts. Escort the visitor out." Upon hearing the command from the Goblet of Fire, the reluctant caretaker, Filch, limped in with a half-hearted sprint. Meanwhile, the indignant Umbridge obstinately refused to leave, exclaiming that this matter could not simply be dismissed. Dumbledore, striving to conceal a smile, attempted to mediate, yet Umbridge escalated her demands, declaring that she would report this to the Ministry of Magic and that Hogwarts and the Goblet of Fire must apologize to her. Loya let out a cold smile, remarking, "You are not yet the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Magic, merely a dispatched little clerk. Do you truly believe the Ministry would heed your reports? Apologies are absent, yet flames are abundant." As the words left her lips, Loya unleashed a torrent of fire towards Umbridge, who, in a state of shock, promptly bent her bulky form. Having narrowly escaped the searing blaze, Umbridge felt an unsettling chill on her scalp and detected the acrid scent of singed hair. To her astonishment, she discovered that her hair had been entirely scorched away. The students of Hogwarts erupted into laughter. Filch, delighted to find someone even balder than himself, affectionately patted the plump Mrs. Norris in his arms. Amidst the crowd, Ailey rose to his feet. Loya recognized this young wizard from Gryffindor. who had attempted to concoct an aging potion to feign eligibility for enrollment, only to be ruthlessly exposed by Loya. "Hello, Professor Umbridge. We wholesale hair growth potions. Would you like to pre-order a box?" The wizards burst into an even louder uproar of laughter. Umbridge, her face flushed with embarrassment, covered her bald head and glared fiercely at the Goblet of Fire before retreating in disgrace. It was Loya who dared to impose such punishment on a representative of the ministry in public, earning her a newfound admiration from the young wizards towards the goblet. As she watched admiration points rise above the heads of students across the 4 houses, Loya felt a surge of joy. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the newcomer task. Admiration points have accumulated to 1,000. Can I exchange for a corporeal form now? Certainly. Only the final step remains. Upon your self-conclusion, your soul will automatically transfer to the new body. Self-conclusion? Loya was momentarily taken aback. In the afternoon, the headmaster's office was occupied solely by the Goblet of Fire and the slumbering Sorting Hat. Loya pondered the system's mention of self-conclusion leading to the acquisition of a body. The sound of the Sorting Hat snores filled her ears, increasingly loud with each passing moment. During her stay in the headmaster's office, the Sorting Hat, as her roommate, had rendered her days restless with its incessant snoring. Loya, having reached her limit, forcefully knocked the Sorting Hat from its perch on the bookshelf. Awakened abruptly, the Sorting Hat let out a lamenting cry, chastising Loya for her lack of decorum towards such a revered artifact. "I am pondering significant matters. Do not disturb me," it exclaimed. Intrigued, the Sorting Hat leaned closer and remarked that the 4 founders of Hogwarts had imbued it with their thoughts, rendering it one of the most intelligent magical items in existence. Should she have any inquiries, it would assist her without any grudges. However, the Sorting Hat was reluctant to admit its past errors in sorting. For instance, timid and cowardly students had been placed in Gryffindor, while brave and selfless ones found themselves in Slytherin, and students from Ravenclaw often failed all their subjects. Yet, it had long been apparent to the Sorting Hat, since the day it returned the Goblet of Fire to the headmaster's office, that its mind-reading abilities did not extend to the goblet itself. It could discern the thoughts of others, but this particular artifact remained an enigma. Loya calmly spoke to the Sorting Hat, pondering how he might shatter himself into pieces. The Sorting Hat replied, questioning the necessity of such a simple inquiry. It gestured with its pointed tip towards the window. "Do you see the astronomy tower? If one were to leap from there, one would certainly be reduced to mere fragments." "What a splendid idea!" Loya excitedly embraced the Sorting Hat. "Sorting Hat, we shall meet again in another life. When that time comes, do remember to place me in Gryffindor." The Sorting Hat, bewildered, could not comprehend Loya's words. Loya leapt from the bookshelf, tumbling and bounding all the way to the astronomy tower. Loya stood atop the astronomical tower, gazing downwards. It would be impossible to claim she was unafraid of heights. The thought of soon possessing a corporeal form spurred her on as she took a deep breath and leapt into the abyss. Clearly, she had underestimated the robustness of the ancient mage's craftsmanship in creating the Goblet of Fire. The goblet somersaulted through the air, unerringly striking the unsuspecting dwarf, Peter, who happened to be passing by. The sudden descent of the aerial projectile left Peter with a concussion, rendering him unconscious on the spot, while Loya's goblet remained impervious, as resilient as a fortress. Loya stood up, casting a furtive glance at the student sprawled on the ground. Upon realizing that it was the diminutive Peter who had fallen victim to her actions, her sense of guilt dissipated instantaneously. After all, Peter was destined to betray the Potter family in the future. As more individuals began to take notice of the commotion, Loya's plan to leap from the astronomical tower was promptly abandoned. Seizing the opportunity presented by the unfolding situation, she hastily made her escape. With the astronomical tower plan rendered obsolete, her well-meaning roommate suggested an alternative. Why not take a plunge into the Black Lake behind Hogwarts? Perhaps your flames will be extinguished. This notion seemed rather sensible. Loya found the idea rather appealing, and thus she rolled over to the edge of the Black Lake. In the Slytherin common room, Snape was engrossed in the Daily Prophecy, his brow furrowed in concern. The Daily Prophecy, the emergence of the Hogwarts Goblet of Fire, has caused a stir in the wizarding world. However, its character is arrogant and rude. Its temper is volatile. The Ministry's Umbridge has been rendered a lifelong baldness, permanently losing her ability to regenerate. What an insolent goblet! What a malicious soul! The Daily Prophecy began to spread rumors and fan the flames, filled with various accusations and slanders against the Goblet of Fire. Snape clenched the clipping tightly, his knuckles protruding and fingers pale. He could not abide such disparagement of the goblet, and in a fit of anger, he crumpled the article and tossed it into the fireplace. Staring into the ashes, Snape unconsciously recalled that he had not seen Miss Goblet since their encounter in the detention chamber. During this time, he had diligently followed her advice, immersing himself in the study of potion making, achieving remarkable success. Even the potion professor, who had once regarded him as inconsequential, praised his advancements in this field. He yearned to share this joy with his friend, the Goblet, but each time he reached the entrance of the Great Hall, the young, insecure, socially anxious Snape hesitated, unable to take a step forward. He was merely a half-blood wizard. Perhaps Miss Goblet had long forgotten him, he thought self-deprecatingly. Yet, just a glimpse, just a fleeting glance before departing, he persuaded himself to enter the Great Hall, only to find that the Goblet was not there. If the Goblet was not in the hall, it must be in the headmaster's office, a place not easily accessible to students. Disheartened, he wandered aimlessly through Hogwarts and, unbeknownst to him, arrived at the Black Lake, where he fortuitously spotted the Goblet standing by the water's edge. The corners of his typically indifferent mouth finally lifted into a faint smile, and he greeted her from a distance. However, Loya, intoxicated by the joy of impending corporeality, remained blissfully unaware of Snape's presence. 3, 2, 1 Loya counted down before resolutely leaping into the Black Lake. Snape froze in place, fear flooding his eyes as he abandoned his books and plunged after her into the lake. Loya felt herself submerged in an endless tide of darkness, a suffocating agony enveloping her as her flame dwindled. Would the extinguishing of her fire signify the successful conclusion of her existence? Am I destined to possess a body once more? As Loya pondered, he closed his eyes until a slender arm embraced the Goblet of Fire. Although Snape's swimming skills were less than commendable, the moment he witnessed the goblet plunge into the depths of the Black Lake, he abruptly realized that he was on the verge of losing this friend. In a fit of uncontrollable impulse, he leapt into the lake. He grasped the sinking goblet tightly, and in the instant his fingers made contact, the goblet emanated a dazzling radiance. The silvery light beckoned the merfolk from the depths of the lake, who circled around Loia and Snape several times. Snape observed that the mermaid showed no intent to attack them. In his arms, the goblet gradually softened, and as the halo dissipated, Snape was astonished to discover that the goblet had transformed into an Eastern girl with black hair and black eyes nestled in the crook of his arm. Loia was utterly incapable of swimming, desperately clinging to Snape. With little time for contemplation, Snape firmly embraced the slender waist of the girl, pulling her to the surface. Cough. Cough. As soon as Loia reached the shore, she could not help but lean on the grass and retch violently, drenched from head to toe. Snape, disregarding his own discomfort, gently patted her back. With concern etched on his face, he inquired, "Are you all right, Miss Goblet of Fire?" It was utterly disastrous. Loia responded with a lack of enthusiasm, feeling utterly drenched, akin to a waterlogged chicken. Snape withdrew his wand and, with the tip gently touching Loia's soaked attire, uttered the incantation for purification. The tip of the wand shimmered with a radiant glow, and in an instant, Loia's drenched garments transformed into a pristine state. Even her damp hair, in the blink of an eye, lay gracefully upon her shoulders. Wait a moment, her hair? Loia was taken aback, finally noticing her cascading dark curls. Have I finally obtained a corporeal form? Have I become human? Loia gazed at her hands in a state of confusion, swiftly turning to jog towards the lakeside, eager to confirm whether this body reflected her original visage. She even harbored doubts that this might indeed be her former self. However, in Snape's eyes, the girl appeared as if she were on the verge of attempting to take her own life once more by leaping into the lake. Completely disregarding his own drenched state, he firmly grasped the girl's arm. Loia, ensnared in confusion, turned her head, sensing the subtle tremor in the hand that held hers. Snape's raven locks clung to his forehead, and within his obsidian eyes shimmered a hint of moisture and an unmistakable concern. He feared that if he loosened his grip, the young lady of the Goblet of Fire would plunge down once more. Loia gazed at the anxious Snape, and at that moment, she finally realized that she was still in the Triwizard Tournament. Her previous act of jumping into the lake had startled Snape. He was concerned that she might consider taking her life again, and she found herself unable to elucidate the reasons behind her earlier plunge. With a gentle smile gracing her features, she soothingly patted Snape's hand. "Do not worry," she reassured him, under the watchful gaze of the Eastern girl. Snape momentarily lost his composure. He averted his eyes from hers and released her hand. Loia trotted to the edge of the Black Lake, bending down to observe the reflection upon the water's surface. Without a shadow of a doubt, the visage staring back was her own. And this body was indeed the one she had inhabited before. A sense of confusion washed over her. The system had assured her that upon completing the novice task, She would acquire a corporeal form and be transported to the year 1991 to meet the savior, Harry Potter. Yet here she was, undeniably still at Hogwarts, with the youthful Severus Snape standing before her, and Harry Potter had not yet been born. She closed her eyes, attempting to consult the system. System, you have completed the novice task, yet you have not achieved self-conclusion. I distinctly leaped into the lake just moments ago. Loya pouted. The suffocating sensation in the lake was far from pleasant. System, yet you have been rescued. Loya's persistent headache stemmed from the realization that she had failed to conclude her own existence, having been rescued from the brink of death by Snape. Then what is the current state of my body? It is a one-day experience card, a reward for fulfilling the novice task assigned to the host. Loya's lips twitched slightly. Her current form was merely a one-day experience card provided by the system, and by tomorrow, she would revert back to the flame cup. Loya sat despondently on the grass, resting his chin in his hands, lost in thought. Severus had already cleaned his own damp garments, leaving them fresh and pristine. Loya cast a fleeting glance at Snape. Should she leap into the lake before him once more, it would likely leave a considerable shadow upon the tender psyche of his youthful spirit. Moreover, it was probable that he would follow her into the water, thus postponing her aquatic plans. Loya resolved to wait for an opportune moment, one that would arise when Snape was absent. Snape, observing Loya's despondent demeanor, lowered himself to a crouch, positioning himself opposite her as he gazed intently at her countenance. Loya was bowing her head, and Snape easily caught sight of her delicate, fan-like eyelashes. An unusual silence lingered between them. Snape was lost in thought, unsure of what to say. Typically reticent, he strained to find words and finally settled on a topic. He recalled his top score in potions class and wished to share this joy with Loya. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Loya suddenly raise her pale arm, and in the sunlight, her right hand appeared somewhat translucent. Your hand. Snape was taken aback, instinctively stepping forward to grasp Loya's wrist. Her right hand was in a semi-transparent state, allowing him to distinctly see the grass through the back of her hand. Why is this happening? It's nothing to worry about, just a temporary experience card. It will revert back to normal by tomorrow. Loyal, with an air of nonchalance, comforted Snape. Gollum. Loya's stomach grumbled quite loudly, breaking the atmosphere. At last, I am hungry. After all these days as a mere cup, I had not felt hunger. This long-forgotten sensation of hunger is truly delightful. Loya exclaimed with unbridled enthusiasm, utterly devoid of any sense of shame. Suddenly, she recalled that today marked the day of the Hufflepuff Ball, an event that graciously welcomed young witches and wizards from all houses. It is widely known that Hufflepuff is particularly renowned for its expertise in food-related charms, and one could certainly expect a plethora of delectable treats at the ball. She intended to indulge herself to her heart's content, completely oblivious to the fact that the reclusive Snape preferred solitude over crowds. She tugged at his sleeve, eager to depart. Wait, Miss Goblet of Fire. Loya, perplexed, turned her head, and Snape pointed to her attire. Loya finally realized that, as a time traveler from 2022, her attire was rather avant-garde, rendering her conspicuously out of place at Hogwarts, making it easy for others to discern that she was not a student of this institution. Moreover, Loya had no desire to publicize the transformation of the Goblet of Fire into a person, a revelation that would undoubtedly attract undue attention. What should she do? She simply wished to attend the Badger House ball and indulge in the feast. Loya, feeling despondent, lowered his head. Snape hesitated for a moment, then removed his Slytherin robe and handed it to Loya. Lois suddenly came to a realization and clapped her hands. Thank you, Snape. It is a rare opportunity to be a Slytherin wizard for a day. She donned Snape's Slytherin robes, which had been magically cleaned of any dampness, though a faint scent of herbs lingered in the air. Just as they were preparing to head to the ball, a Gryffindor girl approached them slowly. With her vibrant red hair, she was none other than Lily Evans. Snape, may I speak with you privately? Lily said with anticipation. Loya cautiously emerged, whispering, Should I perhaps withdraw? No need, Snape replied coolly. Lily pressed her lips together, seemingly disapproving of Snape's words. Taking a deep breath, she said, Snape, I apologize. I previously misjudged you regarding James. It was James who provoked first. Snape remained silent. With a smile, Lily extended her hand. May I invite you to the ball? However, the response she received was a gentle refusal from Snape. I'm sorry, Lily, but I already have a partner. Lily gazed at Snape in disbelief, her eyes drifting to the Slytherin girl standing behind him. This unfamiliar Serpent House girl was a stranger to her, as they belonged to different houses, making it common not to recognize one another. She quietly scrutinized Loya, whose dark curls cascaded over her shoulders, and her clear eyes sparkled with a lively spirit. Yet, the Slytherin robes she wore were evidently ill-fitting, far too large for Loya's petite frame. Lily recognized Snape's robes, and a wave of unease washed over her. The realization that Snape had other friends aside from her unsettled her. Moreover, their bond appeared to be deep, making her feel as though something precious was silently slipping away from her grasp. Attempting to feign indifference, Lily suppressed a twinge of hurt and calmly stated, "I hope you both enjoy yourselves. James is waiting for me." With that, Lily turned away, leaving Snape to watch her departing figure in silence. Loya gently patted Snape's shoulder. "Are you not going to pursue her? This is a splendid opportunity to be alone with Lily. You could dance to deepen your bond while I indulge in a meal." Moments later, Snape let out a rare soft chuckle. He removed his Slytherin scarf and delicately wrapped it around the young lady's fair neck. "Now you are a true Slytherin. Let us proceed, Miss Goblet of Fire." The two of them walked briskly towards the Hufflepuff ball. True to its reputation, the banquet table was adorned with an abundance of delectable dishes and cakes. She casually picked up a piece of dessert and let it melt on her tongue, savoring its sweetness. Loya had no intention of dancing. Her sole desire was to indulge in the exquisite delights of culinary pleasures. However, the delicate features of this faux Slytherin maiden soon captivated the attention of numerous wizards at the ball. "Beautiful miss, may I have the honor of inviting you to dance?" Lucius Malfoy elegantly performed a gentleman's bow. "I must decline. I am preoccupied with feasting." Loya was preoccupied with stuffing cakes, barely glancing at the identity of the inviter before declining. Lucius Malfoy felt that his fortune had recently taken a turn for the worse. First, he was publicly exposed by the Goblet of Fire for his proxy voting, and now he was rejected in front of a multitude when he requested a dance. The aristocratic status of the Malfoy family seemed to hold less allure than a mere meal. He felt that he had never experienced such a loss of dignity in his life. Meanwhile, Severus Snape, who had been tense, quietly exhaled in relief. After finishing her pumpkin juice, Loya saw a group of Slytherins burst in, each one exuding an air of menace as they forcefully pushed aside anyone in their path. This band of wizards brushed past Loya, traversing through the opposite side of the magical tent. Despite their tender years, their demeanor and manner of speaking betrayed the sagacity of seasoned adults. Loya was beset by a foreboding sense of dread as she set down her pumpkin juice, intent on pursuing the matter further. Suddenly, a pair of hands grasped her forcefully. Turning around, she found a Ravenclaw who had abruptly risen, gripping her shoulders tightly. The crystal ball rolled from her grasp, shattering into countless fragments upon impact with the floor. Bloodshot eyes, clouded with madness, clung to Loya's shoulders, her bizarre appearance instilling terror in several nearby young wizards. In a garbled voice, she insisted that they must not go to the tower, declaring that the Dark Lord was the greatest obstacle. After uttering this frenzied warning, the young Ravenclaw fell into convulsions and collapsed, only to be swiftly carried away to the hospital wing by a few concerned Hufflepuffs. Loya could not comprehend what she was saying, only vaguely catching a phrase about not being able to go to the tower. The tower? The astronomy tower? Yet, she had just leapt from the astronomy tower during the Triwizard Tournament, and had not observed anything amiss. A Gryffindor wizard approached them. "Hey, don't let her intimidate you. She is from Ravenclaw, always immersed in suspicion and draped in divination, and her predictions have never been accurate, so everyone has grown accustomed to her eccentricities." Loya recalled that the youth before him often accompanied James. It seems there was such a character in the original work, who transforms into a werewolf upon reaching the full moon. What was his name again? Loia contemplated carefully about Remus Lupin. Lupin, with wide eyes, curiously inquired, "Do you know me?" Snape cast a sidelong glance at Lupin, who had always been at odds with Gryffindor. Additionally, Lupin was one of the marauders alongside James, and Snape had no desire to engage with him. Suddenly, a tempest of thunder and lightning erupted outside, and a bloodied professor burst into the ballroom, frantically exclaiming, "Death Eaters! The Death Eaters have invaded!" The professor, battered and bruised, collapsed to the ground, grasping the trousers of a nearby student with his bloodied hand, weakly murmuring, "Go find Professor Dumbledore." After uttering his final words, he fell silent. The students, overcome with terror, let out a scream, which was swiftly followed by a chorus of more screams erupting within the ballroom. Chaos ensued as the younger witches and wizards fled in panic. Loya and the others were thrust out of the magical tent by the frenzied crowd. The sky loomed ominously, as if night had descended. A colossal green skull materialized in the air, with a serpentine green python emerging from its maw, casting its gaze upon Hogwarts. The castle was enveloped within a vast spherical barrier, which was intermittently assaulted by the dark magic of Death Eaters attempting to breach its defenses. The entire structure trembled, and before long, gaping holes began to appear in the barrier. A horde of Death Eaters rushed through these openings. Several professors brandished their wands, engaging in fierce combat with the intruders, while dazzling flashes of magic erupted all around. With formidable protective enchantments, they stood resolute against the enemy. Professor McGonagall and her colleagues were diligently mending the ruptures in the barrier. Dark magic struck nearby buildings, causing walls to collapse with a thunderous roar, compelling Loya and the others to seek a temporary refuge. Professors were organizing the evacuation of students, urging them, Severus, Remus, it is perilous here. Hasten back to your dormitories. At that moment, a white figure appeared before Loya. It was none other than Headmaster Dumbledore. His disheveled white hair reflected his urgency as he inquired, Severus, have you seen the Triwizard Cup? That child is not in the headmaster's office. The sorting had indicated that the Triwizard Cup had gone to the Black Lake. But upon Dumbledore's arrival there, he found no trace of the cup. Loya raised his hand. Headmaster, I am here. Dumbledore gazed at Loya in astonishment. Child, you are the Goblet of Fire? Loya nodded. First, the Goblet of Fire birthed a soul, and now it has transformed into a human. For the very first time in his life, the great wizard Albus Dumbledore felt his worldview being turned upside down. Dumbledore sensed the need to compose himself. Lupin, taken aback, exclaimed, You are the one who breathes blue fire, scorched Umbridge, and shattered James's Goblet of Fire? Loya cast a fleeting glance at him. Lupin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly inquired, Can you breathe fire in your human form? Is it akin to the Hungarian horntail, unleashing flames from your mouth? Would you be able to demonstrate? Loya, this seems rather implausible. You are overthinking it. Dumbledore's voice interjected into the conversation between Loya and Lupin. Children, now is not the time for such discussions. The Death Eaters will not grant you any respite. A grotesquely ugly and menacing Death Eater took note of their presence. Raising his wand to unleash an unforgivable curse, a green beam of dark magic surged towards them. Loya was taken aback. Was this the infamous Avada? What was it called? Avada Kedavra? Dumbledore raised his wand to counterattack, as green and white magic collided, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks. To Loya's eyes, it was nothing short of a breathtaking duel akin to that of a skilled welder. The Death Eater before him was clearly no match for Dumbledore. Quickly finding himself at a disadvantage, the Death Eater was hurled back by Dumbledore's powerful magic, flying a considerable distance. The breaches in the Hogwarts barrier were multiplying, and a swarm of Death Eaters surged into the castle, seemingly converging towards the Great Hall, where the students were most numerous. The professors needed to reach the hall swiftly to prevent the Death Eaters from harming the innocent students. Dumbledore turned to Loya, his voice aged yet commanding, My child, for the sake of Hogwarts, may I request your assistance? Loya did not believe that she possessed the strength to confront the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters. She had merely transformed into a cup, capable of spewing fire and intimidating the younger students of Hogwarts. Lacking a wand and any knowledge of spells, she felt inadequate. However, when the illustrious Dumbledore, a wizard of unparalleled greatness, lowered himself to implore her for assistance, Loya could not help but respond that she would do her utmost. The protective barrier would not hold for long. Before more Death Eaters infiltrated Hogwarts, the school must activate the double protective barrier. This ancient enchantment, crafted by long-forgotten sorcerers, could only be initiated with the flame cup they had forged. What must I do? You must journey to the Astronomy Tower and use the stone tablet to unlock the double barrier. You must not go to the Astronomy Tower. You must not go to the Astronomy Tower. The words of that which echoed persistently in her mind. As the eyelid of Roya twitched, Dumbledore's wand gently pressed against her forehead, and a vivid scene flooded her mind. A dashing young man traversed mountains and rivers, enduring countless hardships to locate the ancient relic known as the Flame Stone. He presented the Flame Stone to the youthful Dumbledore, proclaiming that both the Flame Stone and the Goblet of Fire were essential keys to activating the dual barrier, each indispensable to the other. Ultimately, Dumbledore concealed the Flame Stone within the shadowy recesses of the astronomical tower. Through the conduit of his wand, Dumbledore imparted to her not only the location of the Flame Stone, but also the method to initiate the dual barrier. As the glow of the wand dissipated, Roya regained her senses, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the young man who had given the Flame Stone to Dumbledore. He bore a striking resemblance to the antagonist from a certain film she had been compelled to watch with her best friend a few years prior, titled Where the Wild Things Are. Dumbledore had intended solely to relay the Flame Stone's hiding place and the procedure for activating the dual barrier, yet inadvertently. Loia had glimpsed a fragment of his memories. Dumbledore gazed at her earnestly, imploring, "I entrust this to you, my child." Loia pondered for a moment before departing. Unable to resist inquiring of the principal, "Was it Grindelwald who bestowed upon you the Flame Stone?" Loia sprinted towards the astronomical tower, closely followed by the eager Lupin and the determined Snape. They weaved through the panicked crowd, where frightened owls flitted about chaotically. Upon reaching the observatory, Loia, guided by the memories imparted by Dumbledore, swiftly located the hidden chamber. Just as she was about to make contact with the concealed door, a few Slytherin students emerged from the shadows, their faces contorted with malice and unsettling smiles stretching across their youthful features. Loia instantly recognized them as the group of students who had appeared at the Hufflepuff ball. One of the Slytherins spoke in an adult voice, remarking that their long wait in the astronomy tower had not been in vain. Under Loia's astonished gaze, his face began to contort, transforming into that of a fearsome Death Eater. The other Slytherins soon followed suit, reverting to their true forms. Snape furrowed his brow and remarked that they had consumed Polyjuice Potion. The tall Death Eater at the forefront seemed to be a diviner. He closed his eyes and extended his hand towards Loia and her companions, as if sensing something. After a moment, he opened his eyes and declared that the girl in the middle was the one sought by their master, the Goblet of Fire. He scrutinized Loia with disbelief, exclaiming that this was indeed an artifact of ancient sorcery, capable of taking on human form. Another menacing Death Eater warned, "Little girl, I advise you to come along quietly, unless you wish to experience the anguish of having your bones scraped." Loia was bewildered as to why Voldemort had sent his minions to capture her. With her hands on her hips, she defiantly declared that she would not accompany them. What if she were to contract the disease that left one without a nose? Such nonsensical chatter from these wretches. Her master clearly possessed a nose. In a few years, however, he would be devoid of one, whether they believed it or not. They had to accept this truth. The impatient leader of the Death Eaters interrupted, commanding that the Triwizard Cup should capture her alive, while the other two need not be spared. Upon receiving the order, the Death Eaters swiftly drew their wands and unleashed malevolent curses. Lupin, seizing the initiative, quickly raised his wand and petrified them all. The nearest Death Eater suddenly seemed to be struck by some unseen force, collapsing like a wax figure. The foul wretches of the Death Eaters roared as they encircled him. Loia did not believe that the still student Snape and Lupin could vanquish the hordes of Death Eaters surrounding them. She felt compelled to take action. She attempted to conjure flames several times, yet to no avail. Was it impossible to wield fire while in human form? Loia swiftly summoned the system to cancel my one-day experience card, yearning to revert to the Goblet of Fire. System, host, acknowledged. Loia's body radiated a cerulean aura as she transformed back into the Goblet of Fire from Hogwarts. She deftly manipulated the flames to create a wall of fire, effectively isolating the Death Eaters from Snape and Lupin. She heard the voice of the divination teacher among the Death Eaters, marveling at the immense power bestowed upon her. Truly a testament to the Dark Lord Voldemort's choice of Horcrux. In the original tale, 2 of the artifacts left behind by the 4 founders of Hogwarts had been turned into Horcruxes by Voldemort. The realization that Voldemort sought to seize the Goblet of Fire to craft another Horcrux sent a chill down Loia's spine. Snape turned anxiously to glance at her. "Goblet?" Loia urged, "Take me over there." Snape swiftly lifted the goblet and hurried toward the shadowy alcove. Loia activated the hidden chamber using the method imparted by Dumbledore. However, in stark contrast to the vision Dumbledore had conjured in her mind, the once magnificent flame stone lay shattered into countless fragments before her. A chill coursed through Loia's heart. How could this be happening? Lupin idly sifted through the rubble, brushing off the dust from his hands. It appears this has been shattered for many years. Can it still be of use? Are you able to activate the secondary barrier? Of course not, Loia replied, her head throbbing. To make matters worse, they found themselves trapped within the astronomical tower, with no escape in sight. Behind them loomed the Death Eaters, separated only by a wall of flames. The Death Eaters relentlessly assailed the fire barrier with dark magic, and should it shatter, both Snape and Lupin would surely meet their demise. The sole avenue of escape lay in leaping from the tower. Given the sturdiness of the Goblet of Fire, Loia believed she would emerge unscathed. However, Snape and Lupin would likely be reduced to mere pulp, even if they possessed 10 lives. Unfortunately, the ominous sound of cracking soon echoed from the firewall. The Death Eaters' dark sorcery had ultimately breached it. Lupin, caught unawares, was struck by a curse from the Death Eaters and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Loya, Lupin, are you truly incapable? I had hoped you could transform into a werewolf to buy us some time. Yet you have succumbed so swiftly? The Death Eater scoffed, hurling a malevolent curse towards the wary Snape. Snape rolled aside to evade the attack, clutching his wand and preparing to retaliate, only to be ambushed by another Death Eater, who violently slammed him against the wall. His wand was sent tumbling from the astronomy tower. Loya, filled with indignation, exclaimed, 2 against 1, and they resort to ambush. Employing sheer numbers to intimidate the few, how utterly shameless. The Death Eater's lips twitched, choosing to disregard the incessant clamor of the Goblet of Fire. With a fierce glare directed at Snape, he demanded the surrender of the goblet. Beads of sweat trickled down Snape's forehead as he clutched the goblet tightly to his chest. Observing Snape's resolute refusal to relinquish the goblet, the Death Eater felt a surge of interest. The tip of his wand ignited with a vibrant green light. Loya's eyes widened in shock, as if pierced to the very marrow. The unforgivable curse, one of its kind, inflicts torment that renders existence more unbearable than death itself. Prolonged incantation may drive a soul to madness or demise. Loya recalled that in the original text, novices' parents were condemned to spend the remainder of their lives in a hospital due to the Cruciatus curse. Those afflicted by such a curse faced either death or crippling injury. The Cruciatus curse struck Severus Snape mercilessly. He had never endured such excruciating torment before. With every bone and drop of blood within him ablaze, his complexion turned ashen, yet he gritted his teeth and remained utterly silent. The astronomy tower echoed with the cruel laughter of the Death Eaters. The curse persisted for several agonizing seconds, yet Snape clung to the Goblet of Fire with unwavering determination. The seer impatiently urged that these wizards be dealt with swiftly, and upon receiving the command, a Death Eater raised his wand, unleashing a green light, the killing curse, Avada Kedavra, towards Snape. As the green light drew closer to Snape, Loya's body reacted before her mind could catch up. The Goblet of Fire suddenly leapt from Snape's grasp, directly intercepting the Avada Kedavra curse. With a resounding crash, the goblet fell to the ground, its rim shattered. The broken vessel toppled over, its flames dwindling. The seer gasped, vehemently rebuking the Death Eater who had cast the lethal spell. Look at what you've done. You have shattered the Goblet of Fire. This is the vessel chosen by the Master. Loya's vision grew increasingly blurred, yet at that moment, she marveled at the remarkable durability of the ancient wizard's flame chalice. Having withstood a direct hit from the killing curse, Avada Kedavra, without shattering into fragments. However, her current state was perilously close to death. Most significantly, at the instant she was struck by the lethal curse, a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged before her. Within these recollections, the ancient wizards had endowed the flame chalice with a potent secret, a spell that served both to protect others and to unleash a devastating self-detonation. Should the chalice willingly absorb a fatal dark magic on behalf of humanity, the self-destruct spell would be activated, incinerating all nearby dark wizards in a fiery inferno centered around the chalice. Loya finally comprehended why Dumbledore repeatedly emphasized her necessity to ascend the astronomy tower. She also grasped the rationale behind the young Ravenclaw wizard's insistence that she must refrain from venturing there. In truth, whether the dual enchantment could be activated was of no significance at all. After the rift between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, the flame cup shattered, rendering the completion of the dual enchantment utterly impossible, a fact Dumbledore was well aware of. He also knew that Death Eaters lay in ambush at the astronomy tower. His decision not to prevent Snape from accompanying Loya to the tower was a calculated gamble, hoping that the flame cup might self-destruct in a bid to save Snape. Oh, old Dumbledore, you truly are a master of strategy. Snape staggered to the shattered remnants of the flame cup, his eyes glistening with tears as he picked up the fragments. A group of Death Eaters advanced with determined strides, intent on seizing the remains of the flame cup. The cup of the fiery chalice was instantly adorned with crimson ancient patterns, revealing its latent power. In the astonished gaze of the Death Eaters, the shattered goblet erupted in a blinding radiance, transforming into silver flames that engulfed the astronomical tower. The Death Eaters shrieked in agony as they were consumed by the inferno. The brilliance gradually spread throughout Hogwarts, incinerating countless Death Eaters. Just before her consciousness faded, Loya beheld Severus, cradling fragments of her being, his face a canvas of sorrow. Repeatedly uttering futile healing spells, his eyes brimming with anguish and despair. This was the final image that the chalice witnessed. System, ding. Congratulations, host. On the successful conclusion of self-teleportation mode initiating, Destination: Surrey, London, Privet Drive, 1991. At number 4, Privet Drive in the suburb of Surrey, London. The weather was splendid, perfect for an outing. Early in the morning, Harry was jolted awake by Aunt Petunia's piercing screams. "Get up! Hurry up!" Aunt Petunia pounded on the cupboard door, and Harry, bleary-eyed, rubbed his eyes, donned ill-fitting clothes, and donned his tattered glasses, squeezing out of the cramped cupboard. "Get to frying the meat. If you burn it again, you'll regret it," Aunt Petunia admonished sternly. The small Harry obediently lowered his head and trudged to the kitchen. Uncle Vernon was watching television, and unusually, he did not bellow at Harry to fix his hair as he typically did. Harry placed the fried eggs on the table. And out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Uncle Vernon staring at the news with an uncommon glimmer of fear in his eyes. Harry had never seen his large, portly uncle exhibit such an expression. Stealing a glance at the television, he saw a reporter covering a mysterious attack that had occurred the previous day in the Northwest District. The footage was shaky, showing a building that appeared to explode as if struck by some invisible force, with the pavement cracking and trees uprooted. For safety's sake, the reporter advised citizens to minimize outdoor activities in the near future. Uncle Vernon cursed under his breath. "Damn it, that street isn't too far from us." And Petunia was entertaining Dudley, and upon hearing Vernon's words, she retorted unhappily, "Today is Dudley's birthday. We promised to take him to the zoo. Are you going to cancel?" Seeing Aunt Petunia's displeasure, Uncle Vernon quickly agreed that they would indeed go. He cast another glance at the horrifying scene on the news, unconsciously wiping sweat from his brow. Turning around, he discovered Harry staring intently at the screen, pointing at a black mist colliding with the buildings. Uncle Vernon turned to look at the television. Apart from the inexplicably crumbling structures, where was this mist? Harry murmured softly that it must be magic. Uncle Vernon, perceiving Harry's words as mere trickery, angrily seized a handful of Harry's hair, exclaiming, "Do not play games with me. There is no such thing as magic in this world." Harry winced in pain from the grip, while Petunia hastily dressed Dudley in his coat, urging him to hurry. It was Dudley's birthday, and the Dursleys had no intention of bringing Harry along to the zoo. Typically, they would leave Harry in the care of Mrs. Figg during their outings. But Petunia had just received a phone call from her. Mrs. Figg's voice trembled with what seemed to be profound fear as she stammered that she had encountered something invisible in the northwest neighborhood that had lifted her into the air and broken her leg. Petunia, dismissing it as mere hallucination stemming from age, assumed that Mrs. Figg had simply fallen and hurt herself. Consequently, they were compelled to take Harry, their unwelcome burden, to the zoo. Harry sat in the back seat of the car, filled with joy, as it was his first opportunity to visit such a place. However, fortune did not smile upon him, as they soon found themselves ensnared in traffic. Harry leaned against the window, gazing at the sky, which had transformed from a bright morning to a dark, overcast expanse. Aunt Petunia, frustrated by the inclement weather, directed her ire towards Harry, while Uncle Vernon impatiently drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. A few terrified individuals rushed past them, narrowly avoiding their vehicle. Puzzled, Harry craned his neck to see what lay ahead, noticing that passengers and other cars were frantically abandoning their vehicles and running towards them in a state of panic. Uncle Vernon noticed as well, casting suspicious glances around, only to find their neighbors, the Rowlings, rushing towards them in a frenzy. The Rowlings knocked on their window, urgently warning, "Oh my God, there's an explosion ahead. No, it's a terrorist attack. You must leave this place." Uncle Vernon instinctively recalled the morning news, wiping the sweat from his brow in sudden alarm as Petunia and Dudley displayed expressions of sheer terror, just as he intended to reverse away from the street. The ground trembled violently, and towering buildings began to collapse one after another with deafening crashes. The streets were filled with panicked crowds and piercing screams of fear. The Dursleys cowered in their car, their muggle eyes unable to perceive the malevolent force wreaking havoc above. Yet Harry could see it clearly, a massive, dark entity rampaging through the air, reducing structures to mere rubble. Loia perceives her journey through time and space as fraught with calamity. At this moment, she finds herself suspended in midair, or more precisely, careening uncontrollably through the ether. Her new form is that of a girl engulfed in a mysterious phenomenon known as Murmurian. She distinctly recalls a film she watched years ago, in which a young sorcerer, subjected to prolonged abuse and repression of his magical powers, ultimately succumbs to madness, unleashing a dark substance called Murmurian. The silver lining is that Murmurian is an enigma, an entity beyond comprehension. It is, in simpler terms, a rather pretentious concept, one that the notorious dark wizard Grindelwald coveted in his quest for dominion over the world. The grim reality, however, is that Murmurian is inherently uncontrollable. Once it erupts, it indiscriminately wreaks havoc, often leading to the host's demise, even in a state of unconsciousness. The little girl, overwhelmed by a surge of magic the previous day, transformed into Murmurian, wreaking havoc in the Northwest District until she ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and perished. Today, as Loya inhabits this fragile vessel, less than a minute has elapsed before she inadvertently triggers a secondary magical upheaval. Now, she is at the very epicenter of the Murmurian, enveloped by its dense black substance, witnessing devastation in its wake. In a fateful twist, she observes her uncontrollable Murmurian collide with a private vehicle, fortuitously occupied by none other than Harry Potter, a boy with raven black hair seated in the back seat. Loa's encounter with the protagonist is undeniably unconventional and perilous. The vehicle belonging to Uncle Vernon was violently overturned by the rampaging force of Marin, igniting a fierce blaze at the front. The Disley family scrambled out of the car, all injured and in disarray, with a distressed Petunia fleeing the street, clutching the crying Dudley. In their panic, they completely overlooked Harry, who remained trapped inside the vehicle. True to the moniker of the boy who lived, Harry managed to extricate himself from the car window with great effort, a gash marring his forehead. Bewildered, he gazed upwards, witnessing Marin continuing her frenzied destruction. The dark mist collided with a house on his right before dissipating into nothingness. Cautiously, Harry approached the scene, and from the crumbling debris, he discerned the faint voice of a girl. Following the sound, he cleared away the rubble, revealing a girl of similar age, ensnared beneath the wreckage. Harry, anxiety gripping him, inquired, "Are you all right?" Covered in dust, Loa looked up at him and replied, "Not so well. My leg is trapped." Her leg was pinned beneath a fallen beam, blood seeping from the wound, and even the slightest movement sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through her. Harry, attempting to soothe her, urged, "Don't move. I'll help you." The slender Harry grasped Loa's arm, striving to pull her free, but after several attempts, he found her leg firmly ensnared in the rubble. Loya felt as though the silently crumbling house was on the verge of collapse, teetering precariously. Indeed, under Loya's ominous prediction, another beam fractured, crashing down between them and nearly striking Harry on the head. Fortunately, they escaped unscathed, allowing Loya to exhale in relief. As the perilous situation intensified, the kind-hearted Harry refused to abandon her. He continued to grasp her shoulder, striving to pull her to safety. Loya believed she ought to concoct a reason to deceive Harry and lead him away. It would not do to accidentally cause the demise of the protagonist so soon after her arrival. Such an act would hinder the progression of the main storyline. Loya suggested that this approach was inadequate, prompting Harry to hesitate momentarily before replying, "Wait for me to summon some people. Don't worry, I shall return swiftly." Observing Harry's figure as he dashed away, Loya mused to himself about the gullibility of youth, given the current state of the street, filled with the injured. It would indeed be remarkable for anyone to assist. In the next instant, the entire roof collapsed. Loya could hardly believe his misfortune. He had just traversed dimensions and already met his demise. Startled by a noise, Harry abruptly turned around, his eyes widening in disbelief. Before him, a girl hunched over amidst the ruins, dark mist swirling from her hair, enveloping her entire being. The young girl transformed into the silent specter that had recently assailed the street, suddenly bursting forth from the debris. Loya had to concede that the silent culprit behind the destruction of the street, in a moment of serendipitous misfortune, had inadvertently saved her life. As the rooftop collapsed, her body experienced a third surge of silent energy, enabling her to narrowly evade danger. At present, this body was overwhelmed with frequent magical fluctuations, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. After careening through the air twice, the silent force returned to its original position, all of which was closely observed by Harry. Ding. System task initiated. Successfully residing at Harry Potter's uncle's house will yield a random spell as a reward. Loya brushed her forehead, realizing that Harry had yet to receive his acceptance letter to Hogwarts and remained oblivious to the existence of magic. Moreover, considering her earlier transformation into a chaotic figure in the city, it was likely that Harry was utterly astonished by her antics, and the notion of him wanting to stay with the Dursleys seemed utterly implausible. In truth, she had underestimated the pure-hearted kindness of the Savior. Harry returned, crouching beside her to assess her injuries. Aside from the bleeding knee, which appeared somewhat severe, the rest were mere superficial abrasions from her reckless collisions. "Are you all right?" Loya perceived the present moment as a splendid opportunity. In pursuit of her system's mission, she resolved to evoke Harry's compassion. Loya swiftly filtered through the memories of her new body within her mind. The original owner was abandoned at an orphanage at birth, and at the age of 6, her magical abilities manifested. Eventually, she was adopted by a couple, her adoptive father, a muggle, and her adoptive mother, a witch. Unfortunately, the bliss was short-lived. Her adoptive parents divorced soon after, and her mother fell into despair, succumbing to alcoholism and, shortly thereafter, illness. She had never imparted any knowledge of magic to the original owner. Her remarried father refused to adopt her, and she was ultimately cast back into the orphanage. It is indeed a sorrowful tale, and the original owner is deserving of pity. Are your family members nearby? I shall go find them to escort you to the hospital. Loia feigned tears, lamenting that her mother had passed away and her father had abandoned her, expressing a desperate wish to never return to the orphanage. Observing Loia's sobs, Harry couldn't help but reflect on his own parents, believing that Loia and he belonged to the same forlorn and desolate category of existence. Loia discreetly stole glances at Harry, observing the sorrowful and sympathetic gaze he cast upon her. To her surprise, her clumsy performance had indeed managed to touch Harry's heart. Consequently, she feigned unconsciousness, remaining utterly still. Panic immediately seized Harry. He sought assistance from the adults fleeing around them, yet none paid him any heed. In London, apart from the Dursleys, Harry had no relatives. And ultimately, he was left with no choice but to carry Loia on his back to his uncle's home. Loia lay exhausted upon Harry's emaciated back, her eyelids heavy with fatigue, and she succumbed to slumber before she realized it. When she regained consciousness, she found herself nestled within a cramped cupboard. Her body bore a multitude of wounds, each haphazardly bandaged, a clear indication that the one tending to her injuries lacked skill. As she sat up, she inadvertently collided with a hard object. A sharp pain shot through Harry as he cradled his head, while Loia instinctively pressed her palm against her forehead. You're awake? How did I end up here? Did you carry me back? Loia asked, feigning ignorance. My name is Harry Potter, and Petunia has permitted you to stay here for the time being. You need not return to the orphanage just yet. Loia feigned a cheerful demeanor, while inwardly pondering how the Dursley family could be so benevolent as to take her in. As anticipated, Harry, with an apologetic expression, conveyed that Aunt Petunia insisted she could only sleep in the cupboard, just as he did. When Harry returned with her, Aunt Petunia yelled in frustration, claiming that the blood on her was staining the floor. Uncle Vernon wished to expel her, but every attempt to contact the police or social services was met with dismissive refusals. Due to the recent, significant disturbances in the neighborhood, both the shelter and the hospital were overwhelmed with casualties, leaving them utterly occupied. The officers at the scene were too preoccupied to attend to such trivial matters, allowing her to temporarily reside with the Dursleys. And Petunia, in her exasperation, insisted that Loia and Harry could share the cupboard, as they were unwilling to offer any additional space. Regardless of the circumstances, the outcome was achieved. Loia was temporarily housed with the Dursleys, and the system's task was thus effectively accomplished. System, congratulations, host, on completing the task. A random spell reward is being dispensed. Loia felt a spell weaving its way into her mind. Transfiguration spell. This was the first incantation Loia had acquired in the realm of magic. Meanwhile, Harry gazed at her intently, his expression conveying a desire to inquire, yet unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Loia cheerfully inquired if there were any questions, to which Harry's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Was that black mist you transformed into magic? He asked. One could continuously classify it as such, Loia replied. With the confirmation that magic indeed exists in the world, Harry's face lit up with joy. Loia raised his head and inquired, Mr. Potter, would you like to witness some magic? Harry nodded enthusiastically. Loia had just acquired a spell from the system, and naturally, she was eager to experiment. However, she required a wand. She endeavored to recall the memories of her predecessor, remembering that her adoptive mother's wand had been kept close at hand as a cherished relic. Loia immediately rummaged through the pockets of his coat and eventually discovered the wand sewn into the inner pocket. Unfortunately, the wand had been silently ravaged in the process and was now broken into two pieces, leaving its functionality in question. Is there any tape? The poor wand seemed to still hold the potential for salvation. Wait for me, he whispered, hoping Aunt Petunia would not catch wind of his actions. Harry quietly emerged from the cupboard, seizing the opportunity while Aunt Petunia was unaware, and stealthily retrieved the tape from the storage room. Loia meticulously wrapped her wand with layers of tape, weighing it thoughtfully in her palm, assuring herself that it was still usable. In the future, she vowed to select a wand that was uniquely hers from Ollivander's wand shop. Under Harry's eager and expectant gaze, Loia shook the wand, cleared her throat, and was poised to attempt her spell. Suddenly, a loud thud resounded as the cabinet door was forcefully struck. Dudley, Harry's cousin, had just returned from outside. brandishing a basketball and deliberately slamming it against the cabinet door in a mock shooting gesture. "Hey, Harry, come on out," Dudley sneered. The basketball crashed heavily against the cabinet once more. "Ignore him," Harry murmured, retreating further into the room. Dudley had bullied him for as long as he could remember. Raising the corners of her lips, Luo Zui, it gazed intently at Harry and said, "Behold, the future Auror Potter. As I present to you a live demonstration of how magic is wielded." Loya opened a crack in the door, extending his wand. Harry looked on in bewilderment as chopsticks suddenly emerged from the cupboard, pointing directly at him. Transfiguration spell. A beam of light flashed from the tip of the wand, and Harry's ears and nose grotesquely enlarged, transforming into those of a pig. In sheer terror, Harry let out a scream. Upon hearing his anguished cry, Aunt Petunia rushed over. And upon witnessing Harry's transformation into a grotesque creature with a pig's head and a human body, she shrieked, "Oh my goodness! My Harry, my dear, what has happened to you?" By the time Uncle Vernon lumbered over, his corpulent figure barely making it through the door, he was met with the sight of Harry's pig-headed form, now sporting a curly pig's tail protruding from behind. Overwhelmed, he promptly fainted. Meanwhile, Harry and Loya crouched at the door's crack, stifling their laughter. Harry felt a newfound admiration for Loya. Turning to him, he sheepishly scratched his head and said, "By the way, you still haven't told me your name." Loya found herself in a state of bewilderment, realizing her own carelessness. She strained to recall the name of this body. "Loya Grindelwald. You may simply call me Loya." "Wait a moment, Grindelwald? This body bears the surname Grindelwald? Is she a descendant of the original Dark Lord Grindelwald?" The transformed Dudley had been rather subdued these past few days, refraining from tossing basketballs in front of the cupboard or dancing on the stairs. He did not yell at Harry, and upon seeing Loya, he seemed inclined to hide 1,000 miles away. However, Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon continued to treat Harry and Loya with disdain. During her stay at the Dursleys, Loya discovered that the couple's harsh treatment of Harry was far more severe than she had initially imagined. Harry was clad in Dudley's ill-fitting hand-me-downs, with the hems of his trousers perpetually sagging over his feet. Furthermore, he was only permitted to sit at the table for cold leftovers after the entire family had finished their meal, leading to long-term malnutrition that rendered him excessively thin compared to his peers. At night, she typically squeezed into the cupboard with Harry. Loya bore injuries, and Harry generously allowed her to occupy most of the bed space, perhaps due to the Grindelwald bloodline. Loya's body healed at a remarkably accelerated pace compared to an ordinary person, although they were both young and innocent. The situation of sharing a cupboard and sleeping on the same bed with Harry was undeniably awkward. Moreover, it would not be long before Harry received his acceptance letter to Hogwarts. Lily had left him a vault full of gold coins, ensuring he had no worries regarding tuition fees. As for Loya, she was utterly penniless. She urgently needed to secure employment to cover the impending educational expenses. Loya wandered through the nearby streets several times, discovering that many establishments refused to employ child labor. Given her current age, her capabilities were limited to merely distributing flyers. Fortunately, she eventually secured a position at a quaint bakery. The proprietors, a kindly couple in their 60s, adorned with reading glasses, were in search of a cashier and generously offered daily wages. Through her endearing visage and the fabricated tale of her tragic past, her parents having passed away and seeking refuge with distant relatives who subjected her to frequent maltreatment, Loya eventually found solace in the benevolence of a kind-hearted couple, the Kowalskis, who employed her. Although their modest bakery lacked other staff and boasted a limited clientele, the couple crafted each cake with their own hands, ensuring they could sustain their living expenses. Each day, upon closing, the Kowalskis would generously bestow upon Loya the unsold cakes from that day. Loya gratefully brought back nourishment for Harry. She recalled the first time Harry tasted cake, when he emotionally declared he had never experienced such a delightful treat. Loya gently patted his head. Over the course of a fortnight, Harry had been nourished by her care, growing plump and robust. No longer the emaciated stick figure he once was upon their first encounter. As time passed, their bond deepened to the extent that they could freely call each other by their names. On this particular day, Loya sat alone, gazing at the cake shop, where the Koval couple had left her a letter. They had gone on an excursion, expected to return in a week, and felt entirely at ease in trusting the shop's care to Loya. Loya cast a glance at the wall clock. It was nearly time to close the shop. As she began to tidy up the counter, the wind chimes at the entrance tinkled. Loya turned, donning a professional smile to welcome the visitor. A man approached, clad in a tattered cloak, limping with the aid of a cane. A ghastly, crooked scar marred his face, and one of his eyes appeared to be a mechanical construct. The mechanical eye scanned Loya's face, eliciting an uncomfortable sensation within her. The man inquired about the horrific attack that had transpired in the neighborhood a fortnight ago. His strange mechanical eye fixated on her as if it could see through all her secrets. "I apologize, sir, but I am not familiar with the details," she replied. He took a sip from his water flask and, in a gruff voice, questioned, "Are you not a resident of this street?" Loya tensed her body, and at last, she recalled the man's identity, Alastor Moody, an Auror from the Ministry of Magic, tasked with the pursuit and apprehension of wizards who transgress the laws of the magical realm. Half of the inmates in Azkaban had been captured by him. His unexpected appearance in the Muggle world, standing before her to inquire about the recent incident in the neighborhood from a fortnight ago, filled Loya with an ominous foreboding. "Mr. Loya," he said, attempting to maintain his composure, "we are about to close." Moody's inquiry transformed into a statement, affirming his presence on the street. An eerie silence enveloped the two men. If Loya's intuition served him well, Moody had been dispatched by the Ministry of Magic to track down the elusive presence responsible for sowing chaos in the Muggle world. The Ministry regarded the entity known as the Muggle-born as the most perilous of threats, and for centuries, their stance had been one of immediate eradication. Moody had already zeroed in on her whereabouts. A cold sweat trickled down Loya's forehead. On one side stood an Auror who had devoted decades to apprehending dark wizards for the Ministry of Magic. On the other, a young girl whose wand was snapped in two and who had never even touched a first-year textbook from Hogwarts. The disparity in their chances of victory in a confrontation was glaringly apparent. Suddenly, Moody gripped her arm tightly, his magical eye spinning wildly as he raised his voice. "You are the little monster who wreaked havoc across 2 city blocks." Loya met his gaze without flinching. Before Moody could draw his wand, Loya swiftly extracted his wand from his apron. Misty Veil. The tip of his wand rapidly exuded a dense fog, instantly enveloping the entire shop and street. Taking advantage of the obscuring mist, Loya swiftly made his escape, not forgetting to leave a piece of cake for Harry before he departed. Moody, filled with fury, paused for a moment, cursing under his breath. How could that wretched boy have learned magic on his own? Where had he gone? In the dim little cupboard. Harry lay on the blanket, savoring the toast that Loya had just brought back. He looked up and inadvertently caught sight of Loya's troubled expression. "Loya, what is wrong? Are you feeling unhappy?" Loya propped his chin on his hand, remaining silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Harry, I can no longer remain here. I must take my leave." Upon hearing Loya's words, Harry's mind momentarily went blank. As he regained his senses, he abruptly stood up, colliding with the top of the cabinet. He let out a soft whimper, shook his head to dispel the pain, and anxiously inquired about the reason for Loya's departure. "Well, you could say that a one-eyed giant is pursuing me, and I need to find a place to hide for a while." Loya continued, "Rest assured, after your birthday, we shall meet again. After all, on that day, Hagrid himself will escort you to Hogwarts, and we will be alumni together." Harry, feeling a sense of melancholy, replied, "You must promise to write to me." Loya responded with a smile, affirming their agreement. A cacophony of fierce knocking resonated from the Dursley family's front door, leading one to believe that an unruly brood awaited outside. Uncle Vernon, paralyzed by fear, dared not exhale, brandishing a gun toward the entrance, while Aunt Petunia cowered behind him in terror. The intruder, impatient, forcefully kicked the door open. Alastor Moody seized Vernon by the collar, his voice dripping with menace. "Where's that girl?" Trembling, Petunia pointed toward the cupboard. Moody yanked the cupboard door open with a sudden thrust. The dim yellow light flickered, revealing only Harry inside. Cursing under his breath, Moody roughly hoisted Harry up, demanding to know, "Where has that girl gone?" Harry, gazing into Moody's fierce countenance, replied, "I don't know." Moody instantly discerned that the boy was lying. Known for his notoriously bad temper, he was about to teach the deceitful boy a lesson when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. In that moment, he recognized the boy's true identity and chose not to further torment Harry. Surveying the hall, Moody noticed the corridor windows wide open, the curtains billowing and rustling in the night breeze. He strode purposefully to the window, his magical eye swiftly scanning the darkness, soon locating the fleeing figure of the girl. Loya traversed through the forest, the surrounding streets deserted, likely under the enchantment of a spell designed to shield muggles from sight. The ethereal mist released by Loya was inexplicably dispersed in no time. Mad-Eye Moody, determined to capture her, had already made meticulous preparations. She had no desire to be taken to the Ministry of Magic's execution chair. A gust of wind howled past Loya from behind. Swiftly, she sought to secure herself. Loya was ensnared by an invisible tether, causing her to collapse to the ground with a thud. Loya struggled desperately, but her efforts proved futile as a broom descended from above. Blocking her path was Mad-Eye Moody. "Child, you have truly squandered a considerable amount of my time." Despite being outmatched, Loya, with unwavering spirit, defiantly raised her middle finger at Moody. However, Moody had no intention of engaging with her sardonic demeanor. Loya suddenly shuddered violently, feeling as though her chest had been struck with tremendous force. An uncontrollable surge of power threatened to erupt, silently poised on the brink of a magical upheaval. Loya kindly inquired of the elderly gentleman, "Do you have health insurance? What nonsensical things are you rambling about, you girl?" Moody's words were barely uttered when a tendril of dark substance erupted from Loya's hair, enveloping her form. Under the astonished gaze of Mad-Eye Moody, Loya uncontrollably transformed into a silent shadow. The Dursleys were severely shaken, finding themselves entangled once more in a terrifying and enigmatic affair. Meanwhile, Harry, deeply concerned for his dear friend Loya, could not resist following her into the forest after Mad-Eye Moody. He sprinted down the street, devoid of any muggles, calling out Loya's name as he ran. In the depths of the shadowy forest, flashes of light occasionally flickered, accompanied by the thunderous sound of trees crashing down. Following the source of the noise, he finally discovered Loya. Loya found herself pinned to the ground by Moody, one hand constricting her throat while the other brandished his wand ominously above her head. In response, Loya's wand was unwaveringly aimed at the throat of the deranged-eyed man. Both were ensnared in a standoff, hesitant to make any abrupt movements. Moody, drenched in perspiration and marked by numerous wounds, had not encountered Murmurin in over a century. This marked his inaugural confrontation with the entity, whose reckless vigor resembled that of a frenzied beast. Had it not been for Loya, the embodiment of Murmurin, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion, leading to the entity's disappearance, Moody was uncertain if he would survive this encounter. Moreover, he was baffled by the fact that she was merely a child, still not of Hogwarts age, yet possessed an immense reservoir of magical power. From a distance, Harry shouted for Loya to be released. Moody's lips twitched at the boy's naivety. He should have been pleading for her to release him instead. With a scowl, Moody noted that the girl was brandishing a Muggle-made stun device against him. How could a wizard resort to such frivolous contraptions? Where was the dignity of a wizard? Loya rebutted with a hum, questioning who had decreed that magic could not be countered with physical means. Harry, oblivious to these nuances, simply believed that his friend was in peril and rushed forward, only to be forcefully pushed aside by Moody. In a fit of anger, Harry unintentionally shouted Loya's full name. "Let go of Loya Grindelwald." Moody paused for a moment, taken aback. "What did you call her?" Moody repeated, "I ask you, what is her surname?" Loya calmly responded on behalf of Harry, "Loya Grindelwald." Moody stared at Loya in astonishment. "What is your relationship with Grindelwald?" he inquired, scrutinizing her from head to toe, his expression one of disbelief. Good heavens, the Ministry was pursuing a target in silence, and that target turned out to be a descendant of Grindelwald. A descendant of Grindelwald, he now comprehended the source of Loya's youthful yet abundant magical prowess. It was derived from her bloodline. He could not apprehend her for the Ministry just yet. Instead, he should take her to meet Dumbledore. With a complicated expression, Moody released his grip on Loya, and she too relinquished her hold on the stun device. Loya rubbed her neck, which had been pinched red. Moody, with arms crossed and an earnest expression, stated, "We need to converse. You are a descendant of Grindelwald. For the time being, I will not escort you to the Ministry of Magic, and you cannot remain here. It is perilous for a Muggle." He rapped his wand lightly. "I shall first take you to an old friend, and afterwards, we will arrange a meeting with Dumbledore." With no alternative at hand, Loya nodded in agreement. She tossed the key to the bakery to Harry, instructing him to place it in the flower pot by the door. In her haste, she had forgotten to return the key to the Koval couple. Subsequently, she was whisked away by Moody's disapprobation. They arrived in a courtyard. Before them stood a multi-storied building that appeared crooked, as if constructed by magic. A sign leaning against the door read Hovel. Moody knocked and, without ceremony, pushed the door open. "Old friend, it has been a while," he greeted Mr. Weasley with a brief embrace. Mrs. Weasley, donned in a floral apron with a wand tucked into her pocket, was bustling about in the kitchen. Upon noticing Loya behind Moody, she warmly presented a freshly baked pumpkin pie. "Come in, dear. Make yourself at home," Mrs. Weasley kindly urged. Moody casually seated himself at the wooden table, pouring himself a goblet of mead. "This girl will stay with you for a few days. She is a Muggle-born." Mr. Weasley stared, nearly spitting out his mead in astonishment. Mrs. Weasley dropped the pumpkin pie in shock. After all, they had heard tales of the terrifying upheaval caused by Muggleborns. Two red-haired heads peeked from the spiraling staircase. Their curiosity piqued, they simultaneously inquired, "Dad, what is a Muggleborn?" Loya gazed at the two identical faces before her, noting that even the curls of their hair seemed to mirror one another, rendering any attempt at differentiation utterly futile. The twins greeted her with friendly waves. Fred tossed a petite box to Loya, who opened it to reveal a delightful assortment of cookies. With a cheerful grin, Fred exclaimed, "Behold our latest invention, the canary cookies. Consume them, and you shall sprout feathers." George playfully flapped his hands near his ears, mimicking the transformation into a peacock. The two harmonized in their antics with remarkable synergy. Meanwhile, Mrs. Weasley, hands on her hips, shot a fierce glare at Fred and George, admonishing them, "How many times must I tell you? Do not feed your peculiar inventions to the guests." Loya placed the biscuit upon the wooden table, for she had no desire to transform into a peacock. Moody and Wesley were still engaged in a discussion regarding the perilous creature, the Dementor. Leaving her outside would pose a grave danger to the Muggles. Mr. Wesley lamented, "I believe we are in danger as well." Moody, with arms crossed, scoffed, "Rest assured, I just had a fierce confrontation with her. She is utterly exhausted and will not transform into a Dementor in the near future." "My old friend," Mr. Wesley remarked with skepticism, "your disheveled appearance hardly inspires confidence." "Admittedly, she did just have a vigorous bout with me. Thus she currently lacks the strength to transform," Moody conceded. "As long as we do not provoke her, that girl will not become that monstrous creature for the time being. Let her remain here for a few days under your watchful eyes while I inform Dumbledore." Mr. Wesley, in frustration, raked his fingers through the few strands of hair that remained. Mrs. Wesley gazed at the frail girl before her. Finding it impossible to associate Loya with the terrifying Dementor, her eyes were filled with compassion for Loya. Moody tapped the table, signaling the need for an urgent meeting. Mrs. Wesley then turned to the twins, saying, "Fred, George, please escort our guest upstairs." Loya was warmly urged upstairs by Mrs. Weasley, who did not forget to caution Fred and George against eavesdropping with their extendable ears. Fred and George's room was situated on the third floor of the burrow, filled with an assortment of peculiar magical trick props. Loya sat upon a wooden chair, while Fred and George delightedly engaged in the art of apparition. The two appeared on either side of Loya, their presence simultaneously manifesting. Crouching down, Fred and George rested their chins upon the armrest of the chair, their twin red heads tilting upward to gaze at Loya, mischievously exclaiming, "Guess who we are?" In unison, they relished in this playful manner of teasing friends and guests, observing the bewilderment as others pondered the identities of the twins. However, Loya, with an air of indifference, replied, "You are both Fred and George, is that not sufficient?" Witnessing Loya's lack of enthusiasm, the usually jovial twins found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. It was the first time someone showed such disinterest in their antics. Leaving Fred and George dejectedly resting their heads upon the table, lamenting how utterly dismissive, Loya stifled a yawn, utterly unable to distinguish between George and Fred. Not only did they share an uncanny resemblance, but their mannerisms were also strikingly identical, so he decided to abandon the effort of telling them apart. In a bid to pique Loya's interest, Fred's eyes darted mischievously. "Hey, would you like to hear what they are discussing?" he suggested, gesturing towards the commotion below. "Indeed." The twins' eyes brightened upon noticing Loya. In perfect synchrony, George retrieved a pair of extendable ears from a heap of magical props. "Mrs. Weasley seemed to have warned you against using those," Loya kindly reminded them. Fred chuckled. "We call this seeking thrills, haha." George added, "Don't worry. With our canary biscuits as a guarantee, if we are caught, we shall devour every last one of them." Lois has already conjured a peculiar scene in her mind, imagining the twins transformed into bird-like creatures, chirping behind her, prompting her to ponder their identities. Fred quietly lowered the extendable ear from the staircase, piquing Lois's curiosity regarding this strange contraption. George placed the other end of the extendable ear against his ear, cautiously eavesdropping on the conversation between the Weasley couple and Mad-Eye Moody downstairs. As he listened, George wore an enigmatic expression, as if the meeting below held earth-shattering revelations. Loya could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired about their conversation. Sensing her newfound interest, George smugly leaned closer, their proximity palpable. They were deliberating whether you were indeed the daughter, granddaughter, or even great-granddaughter of Grindelwald. Loya's expression darkened. George removed the retractable earpiece and delicately placed it on Loya's petite ear. Loya listened intently to the voices below. Moody was expressing his intention to prepare for a journey to Hogwarts, suggesting that the young girl remain here for a few days. urging them to be vigilant and ensure she did not venture outside to harm any muggles. Subsequently, it seemed they delved into discussions about Grindelwald. The extendable ears did not capture every word with clarity, but she faintly discerned Mrs. Weasley gossiping, inquiring whether they thought the young girl bore more resemblance to Grindelwald or to Dumbledore. With the realization that the Weasley couple and Mad Eye had no intention of surrendering her to the Ministry of Magic, Loya's anxious heart finally found solace. Loya removed the receiver and handed it to the eagerly awaiting Fred. No sooner had Fred donned the headset than he was met with a resounding roar from Mrs. Weasley. "Fred, George, you two are eavesdropping again." Caught red-handed, Fred hastily discarded the extendable ear, and the group hurriedly retreated back to their room in a flurry of panic. Loya placed the entire box of canary biscuits into the hands of the twins, dividing it equally between them. Loya raised her eyebrows, and Fred and George exchanged glances filled with concern. The afternoon sun shone brightly as Mrs. Weasley prepared to rid the garden of its pesky gnomes. Loya volunteered to assist, for she did not wish to take advantage of their hospitality while temporarily residing here. The garden was overgrown with weeds, home to many plants Loya had never encountered before. Mrs. Weasley was kindly instructing Loya on the proper technique for removing the gnomes, who were quite bothersome and had a penchant for wreaking havoc in the garden. Arthur was far too lenient with them. Loya mimicked the actions around her, seizing a large, protesting goblin and, with a flourish, tossed it over the hedge into the field. Fred and George, transformed into avian beings after consuming an entire box of canary biscuits, were engaged in a contest to see who could throw their goblin the farthest. Numerous goblins emerged from their burrows, mocking the bird-like tails protruding from the twins' trousers. The canary biscuits, when consumed, caused feathers to sprout all over one's body, with the transformation reverting after a minute. However, perhaps due to the excessive indulgence, Fred and George maintained their bird-like forms for the entirety of the afternoon. Mrs. Weasley cast a stern gaze upon the twins, knowing this was a consequence of their own actions, and felt it was time for them to learn a lesson. She then turned her attention gently to Loya, as Mrs. Weasley contemplated preparing some delightful desserts favored by the girls for the evening. She suddenly noticed Loya's complexion had turned pale, as if she were in a trance. "Child, what is the matter?" Mrs. Weasley inquired with concern, noticing blood trickling from one of Loya's nostrils. With a gasp, Mrs. Weasley reacted. Fred and George stood nearby, their expressions filled with worry. Regaining her composure, Loya took a handkerchief to wipe away the blood, calmly assuring them that she was fine. Since her first episode of silent turmoil, she had experienced symptoms of a nosebleed, but had paid little mind to it. However, it was evident that Loya had underestimated the toll that her inner struggles had taken on her body. The following morning, Mrs. Weasley had prepared breakfast and was about to call the children down to eat when she noticed Loya already standing in the living room. The girl appeared dazed, addressing Mrs. Weasley with the tone one might use for a stranger. "Excuse me, why am I in this humble abode? I distinctly remember being in the cupboard on Privet Drive." Mrs. Weasley gasped and shouted up the stairs, "Arthur, George, Fred, come down quickly." As the twins, still clad in their pajamas and groggy, descended the stairs, they found Mr. and Mrs. Weasley gathered around Loya, their expressions fraught with concern. Mr. Weasley remarked, "So, you have no recollection of what transpired yesterday, or why you are here?" Loya pondered for a moment. "I can only recall that I was still at the Dursleys, in the company of my friend Harry, when a one-eyed man attacked me." George and Fred hurried over, anxiously asking, "Do you not recognize us?" Loya shook her head in quiet disbelief. While she was familiar with the Weasley family from the films, she had no recollection of how she came to know this particular version of the Weasley family in her world. George and Fred dramatically clutched their hearts, exclaiming, "Merlin, has our friendship ended before it even began?" Mr. Weasley seemed to have an epiphany. He rushed into the bedroom and rummaged through a cluttered box for quite some time before finally unearthing a yellowed, vintage issue of the Prophecy Daily. The newspaper contained a scholarly article by a seasoned magical researcher on the subject of the Silent Ones. Mr. Weasley read aloud, revealing that the Silent Ones could have severe repercussions on the body, such as frequent bleeding and intermittent memory loss. "This is impossible," Loya attempted to refute. Loya suddenly experienced an inexplicable nosebleed in the garden yesterday. She had previously encountered similar symptoms after using a certain product, yet she had not given it much thought. Mr. Weasley sighed and continued, "Child, you may have truly forgotten much, even things you have not yet realized." Loya inhaled sharply, her mind striving to recall and organize her memories. From her transition into the persona of M.O. Rand to her acquaintance with Harry, She realized that the only memory she had seemingly lost was how she arrived at the modest dwelling and met the Weasley family. Other recollections remained intact, providing her with a semblance of comfort. Yet, in the next instant, she was reminded of her initial arrival in this magical realm, where she had transformed into the Triwizard Tournament's Goblet of Fire and inadvertently fractured James's nose. Wait, why had she attacked James, and for whose sake? The answers eluded her. Subsequent memories were equally nebulous. The only clear image that surfaced was of her being struck by a killing curse from a Death Eater in the Astronomy Tower. Why she found herself in the Astronomy Tower, the events during her transformation into the Goblet of Fire, what actions she undertook, and whom she met, all remained shrouded in obscurity. She could only hope these memories were not of great significance, though she could feel cold sweat accumulating on her forehead. Her greater concern was that if the after-effects of MO-RAN persisted, if it escalated to the point where she forgot her very identity, it would be akin to the senility observed in the Muggle world. Observing the growing pallor on the young girl's face, Mrs. Weasley hurriedly offered reassurance, mentioning that Moody had already gone to Hogwarts and expressing her faith in Dumbledore's ability to find a solution. The Weasley family comprised 6 sons and 1 daughter, with the youngest son, Ron, and daughter, Ginny, currently visiting relatives. Loia was temporarily assigned by Mrs. Weasley to reside in Ginny's room on the 3rd floor. Loia is inquiring whether the system can address the lingering effects of MO-RAN. System, I apologize, host, but this is beyond my capabilities. What did I do during the Triwizard Tournament, and whom did I encounter? Do you remember? System, I regret to inform you, host, that I remain in a state of deep sleep and standby when no tasks are assigned. Then what use are you? System, well, host, I recall that you seemingly perished while shielding someone from the Avada Kedavra curse. For whom? System, naturally, for a person. That's obvious. I know it was a person, not some random animal. System, I apologize, host, our system struggles to distinguish the facial features of humans. Thus I am unable to answer your question. Is it so difficult to admit that you are face-blind? System, indeed. Loya sighed in disappointment, finding the system utterly unreliable. Fred and George observed the troubled expression on her face, always eager to do something to bring joy to the young girl. They donned smiles and stood beside Loya. Hey, would you like to attend the Wizarding Gathering? Today, we could catch the circus parade. Last year, George and I visited the circus, and it was filled with wondrous creatures you have undoubtedly never seen before. Fred animatedly gestured, attempting to pique the girl's interest in his suggestion. Loya sipped her warm tea, having instructed the Weasley couple to keep an eye on her. They treated her with great kindness, and she had no desire to cause them any trouble. I believe it is best for me to remain indoors for the time being. George, misinterpreting Loya's concerns about being discovered, patted his chest and assured her, no worries, we guarantee that we will not be found out. Loya, with a hint of skepticism, remarked, did you not also make assurances yesterday, only to be caught red-handed? Fred and George's eyes lit up with excitement as they exclaimed, by Merlin, have you finally remembered? Our long-lost friendship has been rekindled. Not quite. I merely harbor unilateral doubts regarding the reliability of your assurances, Loya replied with serene composure. Fred and George, however, were reluctant to divulge the embarrassing incident of their wager loss that had forced them to consume an entire box of canary biscuits, transforming them into birdmen. Undeterred, Fred quickly operated back to his room, rummaging through his belongings before returning with a circus flyer in hand. The vibrant flyer was placed into Loya's hands, who gazed at the animated images upon it, depicting a figure bending low, instantly morphing from human form into that of a beast. Loya was momentarily taken aback. George, with a smug expression, declared, what do you think? Those are blood-cursed orcs. They can seamlessly shift between human and beast forms. Quite fascinating, isn't it? Loya certainly recalled the blood-cursed beast from the film Fantastic Beasts. Although she found it quite intriguing, she nonetheless pointed out the window. Gentlemen, it is still raining outside. Surely, in such inclement weather, the market would have already closed. George and Fred exchanged glances, realizing that only a Muggle market would fear a rainy day. Loya watched as Fred drew his wand and gave it a flick. The umbrella hanging on the wall began to float effortlessly, hovering above Loya. With a mere movement, the umbrella mirrored his actions. It was undeniably convenient not to have to hold it manually. Just as Loya hesitated over whether to attend the Wizarding Gathering, a mechanized voice echoed in his mind. System, ding. Task initiated. Location, Wizard's Market. Successfully triggered a hidden event. Reward, a random spell. Loya was immediately invigorated. Since her arrival in this magical realm, She had been fervently eager to master an array of spells. It was unthinkable to rely solely on silent resolutions in times of trouble, especially given the repercussions of Memorin's fragmented memory loss, which she could hardly command. The new task system had not elucidated the nature of the special event nor specified the exact actions required or the desired outcomes. It merely stated that successful activation would yield rewards, presumably easier than one might anticipate. Upon Loya's agreement to their invitation, Fred and George celebrated with enthusiastic high-fives. Fred took the lead to scout ahead while George stealthily made his way to the garage, successfully bringing forth Mr. Weasley's magically modified car. The teal vehicle hovered gracefully in the air, pausing at the window of their third-floor room. George, seated in the driver's seat, beckoned Loya with a wave. Fred extended his hand toward her, and Loya placed her hand in his palm. With a gentle tug, Fred drew her into the car. The magically enchanted umbrella followed suit, folding itself and settling down inside the vehicle. With a swift press of the accelerator, George propelled the car skyward. Everything unfolded seamlessly and through the car window. Loya admired the panoramic view from above. However, it wasn't long before the vehicle began to descend. "Time to land," George announced. And the car gently jolted as it touched down at the entrance to the Wizarding Fair. The fair was abuzz with excitement, the entire marketplace enveloped in a protective charm. Despite the torrential downpour outside, the streets within the barrier remained dry and unaffected by the rain. Numerous wizards clad in robes flitted about, engaging in a variety of enchanting magical tricks and delectable treats. In her quest to activate a random event, Loya strolled along the thoroughfare, occasionally picking up pieces of magical candy for inspection. The twins patiently flanked her, one on either side. After a leisurely exploration, Loya found herself at the entrance of a large tent, oblivious to the absence of the random event the system had mentioned. Fred informed her that they had arrived at the circus. They entered the tent and took their seats in the audience, while George busily acquired an impressive assortment of magical snacks. Loya gazed at the peculiar candy presented to her by the twins, resolutely declining the prospect of tasting something potentially nauseating. A considerable audience surrounded them, as Loya and her companions had arrived late, just in time for the grand finale of the circus. At the center of the circus stood a colossal birdcage draped in white cloth. While the ringmaster articulated his announcement, "Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves for our monstrous spectacle." With a theatrical flourish, he unveiled the fabric concealing the cage, revealing a boy huddled on the ground, clutching his knees. The boy's complexion was as pale as that of a corpse, his lips a ghastly shade of blue, and his eyes were bloodshot, exuding an unsettling aura. "System, congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered a random hidden event. Rewards are being dispensed. Water prison technique, hold on." She thought, how could rewards be distributed without her having taken any action? Was this system genuinely so benevolent? Yet, Loya couldn't suppress her inner elation. She was unexpectedly fortunate. For the random reward was none other than the water prison technique. This advanced water magic was one of Dumbledore's signature spells. As she composed herself from the thrill, she noticed that the boy in the cage was fixated on her with an intense gaze, one that was laced with hatred. A faint black mist began to emanate from his form. Loya suddenly recalled the scholarly article on magic that Mr. Weasley had discovered in the old newspaper. Silently, they could sense one another, harboring mutual disdain, wishing fervently to bring each other to ruin. Loya felt a chill run down her spine as she sprang to her feet. At that moment, the ringmaster proclaimed with fervor that this was the once-in-a-century phenomenon. The Silent One. Instantly, the boy in the cage was enveloped by a dark substance, transforming into the colossal entity of the Silent One. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience, while the sorcerers watched in exhilaration as this legendary magical beast, thought to have vanished a century ago, re-emerged before their very eyes. Loya shouted anxiously, "Fred, George, quickly take cover." In a sudden burst of fury, Momo smashed through the birdcage. The circus owner gasped in terror. "No, this is impossible." But with a deafening roar, Momo instantaneously tore the owner's body asunder. Limbs fell onto the audience platform, causing the crowd to scatter in sheer panic. Momo then fixed its gaze upon Loya and the others, charging towards them like a ferocious beast. Loya, unaware of the source of her newfound strength, forcefully pushed the twins aside. The Weasley couple found it rather peculiar. Today, Fred and George's room was excessively quiet, devoid of the usual cacophony of eccentric magical inventions and their explosive sounds. The twins' unusual compliance in remaining in their room struck Mrs. Weasley as odd. Just as she contemplated ascending the stairs to investigate, a knock resonated at the door. Mr. Weasley promptly answered. Standing outside were Mad-Eye Moody and a man clad in black robes, his dark hair slightly curling at the ends from the rain. The Weasley couple recognized him as Professor Severus Snape, the potions master at Hogwarts, under whom their two sons had not performed well. With an impassive expression, Snape spoke slowly. Professor Dumbledore has sent me to retrieve Miss Grindelwald. Mrs. Weasley pushed the door open to Loya's room, only to find it utterly vacant. A sense of foreboding enveloped her as she dashed into Fred and George's room. As anticipated, neither Fred nor George was present. She descended the stairs and checked the garage, but Arthur's magically modified vehicle was also missing. Those two forgetful rascals. Her ire then turned towards Mr. Weasley. Dear, look at you tinkering with those muggle contraptions every day. Your two fine sons have taken off with your modified muggle car. Faced with the wrath of Mrs. Weasley, Mr. Weasley dared not utter a word. Snape furrowed his brow slightly. Mrs. Weasley, could you elucidate where Miss Grindelwald has been taken? She was just here. Those two brats have no idea where they led her. Mad-Eye Moody interjected. Were you not instructed to keep an eye on her? How could she vanish in just one day? The sound of an engine echoed from outside, and a battered car wobbled down to a halt at the doorstep of the burrow. Just as Mrs. Weasley prepared to unleash her fury upon the twins, she noticed that only George emerged from the vehicle. He staggered toward her, bloodied and disheveled. The reprimands she had intended to deliver evaporated instantly. Her face was a mask of terror as she embraced George. What has happened? Where's Fred? Where's Loya? It's not my blood, it's Fred's. We got separated, he stammered, his voice trembling and incoherent. I shouldn't have taken them to the circus. I never anticipated it would turn out like this. There was also a muggle. Mrs. Weasley covered her mouth in distress, while Mr. Weasley attempted to console her. Moody, irate, exclaimed. The circus at the fair has all manner of dangerous creatures. Do you children comprehend how perilous it is? Snape coldly interrupted them. Where is the fair? The once lively wizarding gathering swiftly transformed into a scene of chaos, as attendees scrambled for safety. The magical barrier meant to shield them from the rain had been shattered by the muggle. Loya dragged the battered Fred into a desolate ruin, his abdomen bleeding profusely, with a deep gash near his temple that might leave a permanent scar, allowing the Weasley twins to distinguish him in the future. Had she not urgently pushed the twins away moments ago, Fred's head would likely have bid farewell to his body. Loya is beginning to suspect that she may possess a Conan-like disposition, as calamity seems to follow her wherever she goes. Upon escaping the tent, they were immediately engulfed by the throng, and Fred is in urgent need of medical attention. She is uncertain of George's whereabouts. If he possesses any semblance of intelligence, he should have returned to their humble abode to summon assistance. Loya possessed no broom. Even if she had, she would be unable to carry the injured and unconscious Fred, who towered over her by a head. She tore the edges of her clothing to bind Fred's abdominal wound, staunching the bleeding. In that moment, she truly despised her inability to cast healing spells, resorting only to clumsy methods to halt the blood flow. Loya withdrew her wand, softly murmuring incantations. Ethereal mist enveloped Fred, shrouding him in darkness, ensuring he would remain undetected by the lurking figure above. The ominous presence above resembled a demolition crew, wreaking havoc all around. Loya understood that Mororan was in search of her, perhaps truly as stated in that research paper. From the very first moment she laid eyes on him, she felt an uncomfortable aversion, as if their natures were inherently repellent and mutually disdainful. The boy, now transformed into Mororan, had already taken notice of her. Loya swiftly distanced herself from Fred's hiding place, wishing to avoid any repercussions that her presence might inadvertently provoke. Mororan charged at her with a furious roar, and she raised her wand, bound with tape. Water prison. When Snape and his companions arrived at the wizarding market, the sight before them was one of utter devastation that left them momentarily speechless. The ground had been thoroughly excavated, and the building stood askew, testament to Mororan's destructive prowess, a force that the Ministry of Magic deemed necessary to eliminate. George was forcibly kept at home by Mrs. Weasley. Snape glanced up at Mororan, who was drawing his wand, when suddenly, a girl's voice echoed from a distance. Water prison. The rainwater around them, guided by Loya's wand, coalesced into a massive, swirling sphere of water, ensnaring Mororan within its confines. Moody and Mr. Weasley exchanged shocked glances at the diminutive figure. It was well known that this was one of Dumbledore's spells. How could a mere child possibly wield such advanced water magic? Trapped within the water prison, Mororan thrashed violently, attempting to break free from its grasp. Loya held her breath, concentrating intently on controlling the water prison. Truly, It was a sophisticated form of magic, as Loya could feel the water prison relentlessly siphoning her magical energy through her wand. The sound of a sharp crack echoed in her ears. A fissure appeared on the wand, extending from its tip all the way to her palm. Snape took notice as the girl's wand suddenly erupted with sparks before shattering violently. How could a child's wand withstand such an advanced spell? Snape's expression tightened as he hurried towards her, raising his voice to instruct, "Find a place to hide. I will come to you at once." The downpour blurred his vision, rendering Loya unable to discern who was speaking or what was being said. In a sudden burst of resolve, she broke free from the constraints of the water prison and dashed toward Loya, consumed by a frenzied determination. The girl, unwilling to yield, transformed into a mirror image of the other, and the two figures clashed violently, growling as they tore at one another. Amidst the tumultuous aftermath, Snape's robes billowed around him, and he struggled to keep his eyes open. No one anticipated the situation escalating in this manner. One of these beings was already a considerable headache, and now there were two furiously battling each other. More pressing was the question of which one was Loya Grindelwald. The only one who had ever engaged with the Loya being was Moody, who was now being questioned by Mr. Weasley. Moody, unusually flustered, replied anxiously, "These two fog-like creatures look identical, dark and indistinguishable. How am I to know which is that girl?" Mr. Weasley responded, "What now? We must find a way to subdue them and separate them before Fudge's people arrive." Subdue them? Separate them? Easier said than done. Are we to attack both simultaneously? That girl is likely Grindelwald's, and perhaps even Dumbledore's. As Moody and Mr. Weasley argued, Snape remained fixated on the movements of the two beings. He observed that after their initial fierce struggle, both were gradually losing speed and vigor, indicating that their hosts were becoming increasingly fatigued. In a moment of rage, the two beings collided once more, presenting Snape with an opportune moment to intervene. Hesitating briefly, he raised his wand. Non-existent curse. A flash of light erupted as Snape unleashed his magic upon both beings simultaneously. The two, locked in their fierce struggle, were oblivious to Snape's actions and thus received the full brunt of the attack. Mr. Weasley and Moody gazed at him in disbelief. "Snape, have you lost your mind? How could you do such a thing? Since you are unwilling to act, be silent, unless you wish to witness her sent to the Ministry's death chair." The two beings crashed heavily to the ground, the dark substance enveloping them beginning to dissipate. Loya fell to the ground, her anger manifesting in sharp words. "Which scoundrel seeks to harm me?" She turned her bloodshot eyes and beheld a vague figure ahead, clutching a wand, mistakenly assuming them to be an envoy from the Ministry of Magic. "Just you wait," Loya muttered indignantly. Snape approached the motionless Loya, still spewing vitriol. As he knelt down to assess her injuries, he noticed that Loya clutched a fragment of a wand in her hand, aimed directly at him. "Snape, Loya, transformation spell." Subsequently, according to eyewitnesses, Snape was transformed into a magical creature known as a Snidget. Miss Grindelwald exhibited considerable talent in the art of transfiguration, while Mr. Weasley and Moody devoted a significant amount of time to restoring Snape to his original form. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. A nurse opened the window, allowing sunlight to stream in. The young girl in the hospital bed had her right arm and leg encased in plaster, with layers of bandages wrapped around her neck. Loya felt as though she had been swathed like a mummy. During her days in the hospital, she did little more than eat and sleep, resembling a fish out of water. The doctor, wielding a wand, conducted a thorough examination around her. Her recovery was progressing well, and Professor Snape would visit in the afternoon for another assessment. This was a unique patient, although she was hospitalized at St. Mungo's. Her primary care was entrusted to the esteemed potions master from Hogwarts, whose role was to provide supplementary treatment and attend to her daily needs. The doctor earnestly stated, "Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to call upon us. Could you please arrange a wheelchair for me?" she requested, her voice hoarse and unrecognizable due to an injury to her throat. Loya approached the reception desk in her wheelchair and inquired, "Excuse me, could you please tell me which ward Fred Weasley is in?" The newly arrived nurse, Mary, appeared somewhat unfamiliar with the hospital. She nervously replied, "Please hold on a moment." Loya observed as Mary placed her hand above the patient ledger, casting a spell to search. The pages, seemingly stirred by an unseen breeze, turned of their own accord. An elderly nurse interrupted her. "There is no need to search. Weasley is not in St. Mungo's Hospital. The Weasley family could hardly bear the financial burden of St. Mungo's medical expenses." Loya gazed at her in astonishment. The elderly nurse continued, "Miss, did you know that you were residing in the finest ward of St. Mungo's? Are you aware of the exorbitant medical expenses incurred? The average wizard could scarcely afford it." Headmaster Dumbledore has graciously covered all the costs for you. Both nurses perceived a significant connection between Loya and Dumbledore, and their demeanor towards her became exceedingly amiable. Loyalty was somewhat anxious about Fred. If only she had an owl, she could send word. Observing her troubled expression, the elderly nurse offered her reassurance, stating that there was no need for concern, as she trusted that the Weasleys would manage quite well on their own. Upon her return to the ward, she found a man clad in black robes with dark hair waiting patiently. Severus Snape addressed her in a grave tone, "Miss Grindelwald, I believe I previously mentioned that you were still in recovery and should refrain from wandering." To which she retorted, "You merely said I could not walk. You never specified that I could not glide in a wheelchair." Snape, aware that she was poised to challenge him once more, opted for silence. Ever since he had simultaneously employed magic against two of the Muggleborns, Miss Grindelwald had harbored a significant grievance against him, constantly seeking to provoke him. Snape opened the medicine cabinet and carefully unwrapped the bandage from her throat, lifting her chin with his hand as he meticulously examined her wound. Even he couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable vitality of the Grindelwald lineage as her injuries healed at an astonishing rate. Loya began to lament when my voice would return, as it currently sounded as hoarse as an elderly woman. In a few days, I shall recover. Snape meticulously dressed the wound with medication and rewrapped the bandage before retrieving a vial of potion from his apothecary. This potion was intended to suppress the tumultuous nature of the creature within. Each day, after attending potions class at Hogwarts, he hastened to St. Mungo's Hospital in the afternoon. Ostensibly, he was there to treat her external injuries, yet in truth, he was fulfilling Dumbledore's request to concoct a potion to restrain the creature within Miss Grindelwald. Loya accepted the potion, the purple liquid in the vial still bubbling. She pinched her nose and downed it in one gulp. It was utterly repugnant. Just then, Nurse Mary entered with dinner. The usual nurse who attended to Loya had an urgent matter to attend to and had requested Mary to deliver the meal. Unfamiliar with Professor Snape, Mary mistakenly assumed he was Loya's parent. Seeing such a sweet and charming child in such a serious condition stirred her indignation. "Sir, as a parent, how could you allow your child to sustain such grave injuries?" Snape was taken aback. Sensing an opportunity for vengeance, before he could respond, Loya, tears brimming in her eyes, clutched at Snape's sleeve, her voice pitiful. "Father, I miss you so much." Snape replied, "Father, do you recall the summer rain by the Damning Lake?" The corners of Snape's mouth twitched. "Miss Grindelwald, please be mindful of your words. I am not married." Mary, witnessing the exchange, gasped in horror. "An illegitimate child?" Snape, his expression darkening, declared, "I am neither married nor do I have any offspring." Loya embraced Snape with the ferocity of a bear, exclaiming, "Oh, Father, do you no longer want me?" As Loya spoke, she wiped away non-existent tears. Mary exclaimed, "Scum." Severus Snape contemplated prying away the octopus. Yet upon glancing down at the arm still encased in plaster, which clung to his waist, he compelled himself to endure the moment. After the astonished onlookers, including Mary, departed, Snape's countenance darkened, and his voice sank to an even deeper timbre. "Are you satisfied now, Miss Grindelwald?" Loya released his grip, a look of smug satisfaction upon his face. As Snape tidied up the medicine box, he noticed Loya reclining like a landowner, legs crossed, pointing at his arm encased in plaster, then gesturing towards the food container on the bedside. With an expression that proclaimed, "I am the patient, your magic has injured me, come and attend to my needs." Snape forced himself to remain calm, again and again. Lacking experience in caring for the ill, he picked up the utensils and awkwardly offered a small spoonful of pumpkin porridge to Loya's lips. Loya spat it out, exclaiming, "It's scalding. Professor, you are undoubtedly seeking revenge on me." Snape's expression darkened further. He scooped another spoonful, gently blowing on it before offering it to her once more. This time, Miss Grindelwald finally refrained from provoking him. Reluctantly, Snape managed to feed her an entire bowl of pumpkin porridge. He had never felt time stretch so interminably. After tidying up the potion kit, Loya waved her small hand, signaling him to leave. A flicker of impatience stirred within Snape as he crossed his arms and earnestly stated, "Miss Grindelwald, I am aware of your grievances against me. Please understand the circumstances at that time. The commotion caused by you and another individual had already attracted the attention of the Ministry of Magic. Had I not intervened promptly, once the Ministry arrived, you would have faced the gallows." Loya turned her head, reluctant to admit that he indeed had a point, rendering her momentarily speechless. At that moment, Severus Snape was left with no choice. In order to separate them, he resorted to simultaneously confronting both creatures and hastily transporting her to St. Mungo's Hospital. Snape opened another case and extracted a squirming, plush creature, placing it gently on Loya's bed. This is your Niffler, a gift from Professor Dumbledore. When you reach the appropriate age for enrollment, it will accompany you as your pet, he stated. Snape held little fondness for the creature, as he could not forget how Loya had transformed him into a Niffler just days prior. Psyduck, Loya exclaimed, excitedly embracing the Niffler and affectionately petting it. She had always adored Nifflers while watching the Fantastic Beasts films and had longed for one since her arrival. However, she felt the Niffler resembled Psyduck from the animated Pokémon series she had watched in her childhood. Snape sighed, it is a Niffler, not poultry. During her hospitalization, Loya sometimes thought that Snape would be well-suited as an instructor in the Muggle world, overseeing everything with an iron hand. You cannot go outside. You must consume every drop of your potion. This is prohibited. That is prohibited, he dictated, exercising control over every aspect, while Loya, ever defiant, often challenged him, creating a palpable tension between them. Occasionally, she wondered if Snape still harbored resentment for her use of the transformation spell on him. Oh. And there was also the false persona she had crafted in front of others, depicting him as a father who had abandoned his daughter, which led to the peculiar glances exchanged between the nurses whenever he visited to tend to Loya. In summary, their initial interactions were far from harmonious. Until one fateful day. At midnight, Loya felt an intense burning sensation in her throat, accompanied by an unbearable itch at her wound. She resisted the urge to scratch it. The following morning, she removed the bandage herself, only to discover that the injury on her throat had miraculously healed, and her voice had returned. This delightful turn of events lifted her spirits, prompting her to greet Snape, who had come to change her dressing, with a cheerful, "Hello, Professor. My voice is back." Snape's eyes widened in astonishment. "Your voice." His words trembled with disbelief as he suddenly grasped her shoulders, and Loya could feel his hands quaking. Memories long sealed away surged forth, conjuring the image of the Eastern girl from the Goblet of Fire, who told him, "Trust me, you will become a remarkable potion master." Snape gazed deeply into Loya's eyes, searching for even the faintest trace of the Goblet's girl. Yet, aside from her voice, this body bore no resemblance to the visage of her past. He lowered his eyes in disappointment, mocking himself for clinging to impossible hopes after all these years. He watched helplessly as the goblet was shattered by the unforgivable curse, its flames gradually extinguished. In his youth, he had stumbled into the headmaster's office, clutching the fragments of the goblet, pleading with Dumbledore to save it. Dumbledore had merely sighed, shaking his head, his aged voice declaring that the soul of the goblet was already lost. As he emerged from his reverie, he saw Roya's face, filled with confusion, asking, "What is wrong with my voice?" Loya unexpectedly discerned a flicker of unmasked anguish on Severus's typically impassive and austere countenance. "It's nothing. Your voice bears a striking resemblance to that of a long-lost friend of mine. I apologize for startling you." Yet that friend was no longer among the living. As Loya pondered the identity of Snape's companion, she couldn't help but wonder, did he truly have friends? Could it possibly be Lily? That very day, Snape had spent the entire evening seated before the cupboard in Spinner's End, his hand pressed agonizingly to his forehead as painful memories incessantly replayed before his eyes. Since that fateful day, his demeanor towards her had undergone a complete metamorphosis. She, confined to a wheelchair, meandered through the hospital garden, clandestinely persuading nurses to procure the Muggle sweets that Snape had once strictly prohibited. Fully aware of her antics yet choosing to remain silent, Snape allowed her this indulgence, maintaining his customary air of aloofness. With no one to rein her in, Loya grew increasingly audacious, often neglecting to return for her daily dressing changes. Snape patiently awaited her return, choosing to remain unperturbed by her rebelliousness, offering no scathing remarks regarding her behavior. In light of Snape's abrupt shift in attitude, Loya felt disinclined to provoke him further, and at last, the two managed to coexist amicably. Fresh from her hospital stay, Loya stood in Spinner's End, her prophetic tongue once again proving prescient, in order to facilitate the development of a potion to counter the effects of the quietus. Dumbledore had appointed Snape as her temporary guardian. Loya and Snape were locked in a silent stare. "You can't truly intend to be my father, can you?" Loya inquired, her skepticism palpable. The house elf perched on Loya's shoulder cast a dubious glance as well. Snape replied, "Miss Grindelwald, you are overthinking this," he patiently elucidated, indicating that once Loya's silence was managed, he would have no further connection to her. Lacking experience in childcare, Snape left Loya perplexed as to where he had procured a house elf to oversee her daily sustenance and well-being. On this particular day, Snape busied himself in his chamber concocting potions, while the adjacent room echoed with various clattering sounds. Snape's expression remained inscrutable until the cacophony escalated, spilling from Loya's quarters into the living room, ultimately encroaching upon the threshold of his own chamber. Upon opening the door, he slightly tilted his head, deftly dodging several flying plates and utensils. The scene before him was a chaotic tableau. The entrance and living room lay in disarray, strewn with an array of glimmering objects, shattered dishes, disassembled clock hands, and toppled candlesticks. The instigator of this mayhem, the house elf, stood with the candlestick raised in its right hand, while its left struggled to stuff a shiny plate into its pocket. The pouch on its abdomen appeared imbued with some form of spatial magic, capable of accommodating an endless array of items. Loya was clutching the leg of the Niffler, attempting to wrest the candlestick from its grasp. Both the girl and the creature found themselves awkwardly staring at Snape, while Loya imagined a scenario where she and the Niffler were cast out into the streets by Snape. Wandering aimlessly, enduring the elements, and relying on the Niffler's street performances to survive. The house elf trembled in the background. It had genuinely tidied up the room. Yet the Niffler's destructive tendencies had left the space in utter disarray. Snape's gaze swept over the pair before he stepped over the scattered debris and made his way to the study, retrieving the necessary potion ingredients, and then returning to close the door behind him, all with a seamless efficiency, as though he was oblivious to the chaos outside. The house elf finally exhaled in relief. During her stay at Snape's residence, Loya had discovered that he had completely adopted a hands-off approach towards her. She lived unencumbered, free to wake at her leisure, even indulging in a full day of lounging, with the house elf dutifully preparing meals for her at any hour. Essentially, as long as Loya refrained from demolishing the roof or setting the woods ablaze, Snape remained indifferent. He frequently ventured out, sometimes leaving her without sight of him for days on end. He resembled more of an ornament than a guardian. Upon realizing that the master of the house had granted both himself and Loya such liberties, the Niffler grew increasingly audacious. Its mischief eventually extended to the neighbors, digging holes in their yard, and, with its superior intellect, bullying the neighboring cats and dogs, wreaking havoc without remorse. Until one fateful day, when a furious neighbor knocked insistently at Snape's door. Diamond, with a menacing expression, exclaimed that his garden was riddled with holes, vegetables uprooted and strewn about, and even the cabbages had been pilfered. Loya stealthily peeked out from behind Snape. Diamond, in a fit of fury, pointed an accusatory finger at Loya, declaring that it must be that spiky little creature he had nurtured that was responsible for the chaos. Snape cast a chilling glare at Diamond, causing him to instinctively retreat a few steps. Upon hearing the neighbor's accusation, Loya cast a downward glance at Sniff. Sniff had a penchant for shiny objects, so it seemed unlikely that he would pilfer vegetables. However, Sniff's tiny paw delved into his bag, and before the astonished eyes of everyone present, he produced a glossy green cabbage, promptly taking a hearty bite. Loya was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. In a fit of anger, he seized Sniff and shook him vigorously, causing an array of cabbages and various glittering items to tumble out from Sniff's back. Loya was utterly speechless. Was the allure of glittering treasures no longer sufficient for you? You have resorted to pilfering even the vegetable scraps of your neighbors. Diamond was fixated on Loya and Sniff, witnessing the crime and the criminals together, eagerly anticipating their attempts to evade responsibility. Severus said nothing. He simply tossed the money at Diamond's feet, his voice cold as he inquired if that was sufficient. Diamond picked up the money, counted it, and, unable to articulate further objections, hurriedly departed. Severus cast a sidelong glance at the instigator, Sniff, who shivered and clung tightly to Loya's leg, exuding an air of defiance, yet simultaneously acknowledging their error, as if to say they would brazenly repeat it in the future. Severus, disinterested in such antics, returned to his potions lab, immersing himself in the art of potion making. However, even Severus had his limits. One day, Sniff ventured into Severus's potion room and shattered a new formula that Severus had painstakingly concocted for Loya. At last, Severus brandished his wand, casting a hanging curse that left Sniff suspended before the fireplace, roasting in the glow of the flames. Sniff gazed up with pitiful eyes, pleading for salvation from his master. Loya felt it was time to learn a lesson, lest she torment her roommate in the dormitory after enrollment. If she were to be placed in the same room as Hermione, given Hermione's temperament, it was likely that she would be driven to the brink by the Niffler. Months passed, and Loya grew taller. Snape spared no expense in her sustenance and attire, displaying a commendable sense of responsibility as her temporary guardian. The long-awaited day of receiving the Hogwarts acceptance letter finally arrived. albeit in a manner different from her expectations. She received 2 letters of acceptance, one from Hogwarts and another from Durmstrang. Durmstrang? Wasn't that the school famed for teaching dark magic? Just as 2 owls were preparing to deliver their letters through the window, they collided mid-air. The narrow opening could not accommodate both owls flapping their wings simultaneously. The 2 clumsy owls struggled to rise, each grasping a letter, and attempted once more to pass through the window, only to collide again. The owls grew irate, with the Durmstrang owl launching the first peck at its Hogwarts counterpart, and soon, the 2 forgetful owls were embroiled in a tussle. The windowsill became a scene of chaos, with feathers strewn about as the Niffler busied itself collecting them. Meanwhile, a neighbor peered in through the window, intrigued by the commotion. Loia picked up 2 admission letters that had been forgotten on the ground by the owls, and separated the 2 fiercely pecking owls. Both envelopes were crafted from thick parchment, and the first bore an illustration of a griffin, easily identifiable as the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Loia delicately opened the envelope, revealing 2 letters with nearly identical content, informing her of her acceptance and including a list of essential supplies for new students. Being admitted to 2 magical academies left her in a slight quandary regarding her choice. The original text offers scant details about Durmstrang, and she had only gleaned that the institution was renowned for its instruction in the dark arts. In contrast, aligning herself with the protagonist group seemed the wisest course, as they were likely to endure until the end, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Should she opt for Durmstrang? It was probable that Snape would be compelled by Dumbledore to relinquish his teaching position and accompany him to the borders of Norway and Sweden. Although she had sought Snape's counsel regarding her school selection, he had encouraged her to make her own choice without interference. Ultimately, she declined Durmstrang's invitation and chose Hogwarts instead. The next step involved preparing the list of supplies for her freshman year. Together with Snape, she thoroughly acquired her textbooks and various other necessities in Diagon Alley. Now, she was merely in need of a wand. Loia followed Snape to Ollivander's wand shop, a quaint and dilapidated establishment. The proprietor, Ollivander, was meticulously arranging the wand boxes on the shelves. Upon their entrance, he descended from a ladder, his gaze flickering peculiarly between Snape and Loia. Subsequently, he extracted a wand from one of the thousands of nearly ceiling-high cardboard boxes and presented it to Loia. 12 inches, walnut, with a unicorn hair core. Give it a wave to test. Loia took the wand in her hands, preparing to test its effects. She selected a spell that would cause minimal disruption to the shop. Loia grasped the Niffler in his left hand, directing the tip of his wand towards it with a gentle flick. The transformation spell was cast, and the Niffler morphed into a balloon, floating upwards. Although the spell was successful, Loia felt a discomfort during the transmission of magic through the wand, akin to a sluggish internet connection. This one won't do, Ollivander remarked, shaking his head, and retrieved another wand from the shelf. Let us try this one. Loia waved at the creature in the sky, causing it to transform into a ball and tumble down. Nonetheless, Loia felt that the process of casting the spell with the wand was rather awkward. Perhaps she should attempt this once more. Loia waved his wand once more, feeling the flow of magical energy coursing smoothly through it. The wand held great significance for a wizard, and Loia resolved to attempt advanced magic with this very instrument. Water prison. A colossal orb of water materialized in midair, but in an instant, the wand shattered from tip to end. My apologies, Mr. Ollivander, Loia said, bowing awkwardly in embarrassment. Although Ollivander was somewhat taken aback by a child wielding advanced magic, he composed himself and replied, "It's quite all right, my dear child. Your magical power is beyond what an ordinary wand can endure. Allow me a moment. Rest assured, I will find a wand that suits you." Ollivander exhibited no signs of impatience as he climbed back up the ladder, rummaging through his collection, muttering to himself from time to time, "This one won't do. Nor will this one." Loia could not resist stepping into the shelf filled with wand boxes. At that moment, an entire row of wands suddenly collapsed uncontrollably, leaving only one box nestled in the most inconspicuous corner. Ollivander, seldom taken aback, found himself momentarily stunned. "It has chosen you," he declared, as he retrieved the wand box. The core of the wand is akin to the spine of a wizard. Loia could not help but shudder. Is it possible to craft a wand core from human bones? Snape's brow furrowed deeply. The use of human bones in wand-making is strictly prohibited in the wizarding world. Suddenly, Ollivander's gaze sharpened. This core is crafted from the ground spinal bones of dark wizards. Loia felt a sense of unease and couldn't help but whisper, "You aren't planning to unearth graves and dissect corpses to extract spinal bones for your wand core, are you? Aren't you afraid of encountering spirits?" Loia, however, chose to suppress the last statement. He handed the wand to Loia. As soon as Loya grasped the wand, a bone-chilling cold permeated her being, spreading from the wand throughout her body. Tendrils of black smoke seeped from the wand, creeping up her arm. Reflexively, she attempted to release her grip. Yet the wand clung to her hand as if enchanted. The surroundings began to warp, transforming into a shadowy cellar, where both Snape and Ollivander had vanished. The walls of the cellar were constructed of jagged stones, illuminated by the dim flicker of candlelight, revealing two Muggle sailors bound to spiked chairs. Sharp points pierced their limbs, with blood pooling at their ankles, converging within a magical circle on the floor. A wizard clad in a long black robe approached, gliding through Loya as if she were invisible. His hood obscured half of his face, rendering his expression indiscernible. He raised his wand, unleashing a green light towards the sailors, whose anguished cries echoed as the magical circle beneath them glowed ominously. Their bodies began to contort grotesquely, features collapsing, skin and bones fracturing, transforming them from human to Dementor. The dark-robed wizard grinned wickedly as his wand pointed towards another Muggle. Loya discovered that his hand, too, was rising uncontrollably, brandishing the wand towards another Muggle bound to the execution chair. "I beg you, spare me. I do not wish to become such a monster." The wand of the hooded sorcerer emitted a burst of green light. The wand of Loya erupted with a burst of green light. The dark-robed sorcerer intoned, "Avada Kedavra." Loya, Avada Kedavra. Her green light pierced through the sailor's body, traversed the illusions, and collided forcefully with Ollivander's counter. The wooden counter, along with the wall, was blasted open, creating a vast gaping hole. "Awaken. You have been beguiled by this wand." The surrounding illusions vanished in an instant, and Loya gazed bewilderedly at the face before her. Snape anxiously supported her head, urging her to come to her senses. It was ensnaring her into wielding the unforgivable curse. As the room bore the brunt of the Avada Kedavra's destructive force, Ollivander's voice resonated with excitement. "How marvelous. Truly marvelous. You are perfectly attuned to it." Snape's irritation surged. The moment Loya grasped the wand, her expression turned hollow, as if her soul had been siphoned away. No matter how he called out to her, she remained unresponsive. Furthermore, she had audaciously cast a forbidden spell with this wand, a feat beyond the capabilities of a mere child. Snape approached Ollivander with cold resolve, demanding, "Whose spine is at the core of this wand?" Ollivander's demeanor shifted, his usual kindness obscured by a shadowed gaze. "Ectus, the creator of the Dementors. How could you bestow such a perilous wand upon a child? The wand chose her. It has lain dormant here for centuries." A quarrel ensued between the two, while Loya, curious, inquired, "Who is Ectus?" Snape glanced at her, a dark wizard who resided on Azkaban Island in the 15th century. He delighted in abducting passing sailors and Muggles, tormenting them with torture and dark magic, transforming them into Dementors. "You cannot wield this wand. It is far too dangerous for you." Snape snatched the wand from Loya's grasp and hurled it towards Ollivander. Yet, Loya felt an extraordinary connection to this wand. Though she had no knowledge of the Avada Kedavra curse, the moment she touched it, she could effortlessly invoke the killing curse, despite the inherent peril. Her desire for it remained insatiable. "No," Snape firmly disapproved. Loya scoffed inwardly. How could a child procure a cherished toy from an adult, if not through a combination of tears, tantrums, and desperate measures? Observing the malicious glint in Loya's eyes, Severus Snape felt a flicker of unease. Suddenly, Loya lunged towards Snape, exclaiming, "Father, buy it for me." Audley was taken aback, astonished by the revelation of their relationship. Sniffles joined in the ruckus, raising a hand to signal for a purchase. Snape, feeling a headache coming on, pushed Roya's head away and gritted his teeth, conceding to buy it. Ultimately, under Snape's insistence, he procured a rather common wand with a dragon heartstring core for Loya. He then solemnly laid down 3 rules. She was not permitted to use the spine bone wand for magic. She could not bring this wand to Hogwarts, and she must use the dragon heartstring wand for her studies. However, Loya paid little heed to his admonitions. As she secretly stowed the spine bone wand away in her suitcase, Loya was roused from her slumber by the persistent sound of knocking. Severus Snape had already departed for Hogwarts to impart his lessons. Still clad in her nightgown, with drowsy eyes, Loya made her way to the door. Standing outside was a tall, slender man, donned in a silver fur coat that seemed ill-suited for the season. He sported a goatee with its tips curled, and as he appraised Loya from head to toe, he spoke with fervor. "Igor Karkaroff, headmaster of Durmstrang Institute. You must be Miss Grindelwald, am I correct?" Loya nodded and, out of courtesy, invited Karkaroff into the house. The house elf had already prepared tea for the two of them. Loya observed that although Kakarov wore a smile upon his face, there was a distinct lack of mirth in his eyes. Kakarov took a sip of tea, revealing his yellowed teeth. "We have received Miss Grindelwald's response. You have declined the invitation to enroll at Durmstrang. I regret to inform you that I am prepared to commence my studies at Hogwarts. Miss Grindelwald, we believe that compared to Hogwarts, Durmstrang offers a plethora of dark arts courses, which would be far more suitable for a student of your exceptional talent, allowing you to fully harness your abilities." Loya was perplexed by the fact that Kakarov would personally make the journey for the sake of recruiting students. Kakarov employed a minor spell, causing a series of diminutive black-covered tomes to flutter from his sleeve. The books landed upon the table before him, gradually enlarging and then neatly stacking themselves. These were the textbooks on dark magic from Durmstrang, presented to Miss Grindelwald. You may peruse them at your leisure before deciding whether to accept our invitation to the school. Loya cast a fleeting glance at the tome. Its cover fashioned from black sheepskin parchment, and her curiosity compelled her to casually peruse its pages. The titles included Foundations of Dark Magic, The Self-Cultivation of Dark Wizards, and an extracurricular reading compiled by the professors of Durmstrang, detailing 100 ways to defeat a white wizard and conquer Dumbledore, among others. The latter volumes were rather uninspired, mere self-indulgent creations of the authors. Loya harbored no belief that any wizard at Durmstrang could possibly surpass Dumbledore. Ultimately, she opened a textbook on alchemy. The recipes within daunting enough to frighten timid young witches and wizards, featuring ingredients such as the nails of a female corpse and the entrails of a black goat. The accompanying illustrations were equally macabre. The page she turned to depicted the process of extracting corpse oil from a cadaver using fire-based magic. Loya turned another page, which detailed the process of resurrecting those who had fallen victim to the death curse. Loya's interest was piqued as she glanced over the content. Yet it was regrettable that it bore no connection to resurrection whatsoever. Through the utilization of dark magic, one could imprison a person's soul within a decaying corpse, transforming it into a mindless, soulless husk, while the body continued to deteriorate. Loya could not help but murmur to herself, wondering if the textbooks from Durmstrang would truly fail to leave psychological scars on the younger students. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed from outside. Snape had returned. The house elf hurriedly took his heavy coat as he entered. Upon stepping inside, Snape's gaze fell upon the uninvited guest Karkaroff, before shifting to Loya, who was lounging in her pajamas, engrossed in a tome on dark magic. He slightly furrowed his brow, and with a flick of his wand, a dark cloak that hung in the living room floated down, enveloping Loya like a dumpling. In the dimly lit room, Loya sighed in exasperation, her voice tinged with complaint. As if responding to her discontent, the dark tome of magic sprawled across the table closed itself with a soft thud, returning to Kakarov's possession. "What brings you here?" Snape inquired, his expression inscrutable and unyielding. Kakarov, like Snape, was a Death Eater, albeit one whose loyalty to Voldemort was tenuous at best, an opportunist swaying with the winds of fortune. Yet, the sudden appearance of a fellow Death Eater near Loya necessitated a heightened vigilance on Snape's part. With a disingenuous smile, Kakarov proposed, "Let us converse." And the two turned to make their way towards the study, leaving Loya to watch their retreating figures. A house elf approached respectfully, stating, "Miss, it would be prudent to change out of your nightclothes. It is rather impolite." In her previous life, Loia was a boarding student from 2022, where it was commonplace for girls in the dormitory to don their pajamas and venture downstairs to retrieve takeout, a practice she found entirely unremarkable. In the study, Snape wore a cold demeanor, asserting that she would not attend Durmstrang, advising Karkaroff against wasting his efforts. "She is a descendant of Grindelwald. Such a potent lineage attending Hogwarts to study white magic would be an utter waste," Karkaroff exclaimed dramatically. "Had she chosen Durmstrang, she would undoubtedly become a wizard of formidable renown." With a grin, Karkaroff continued, "Moreover, she possesses the quiet demeanor of a true Grindelwald." Before Karkaroff could finish his sentence, Snape suddenly seized him by the collar, the chill in his gaze deepening. "You would do well to disclose the source of your information. Do you have informants at Hogwarts?" Karkaroff, momentarily intimidated by Snape, forced himself to glare back. "Miss Grindelwald will neither attend Durmstrang nor become a dark wizard. You should not interfere with her choices. Her parents or relatives might decide her school, but you are merely her temporary guardian. It is not your place to make decisions for her." Karkaroff appeared to misunderstand Loya's rejection of Durmstrang's invitation as a suggestion from Snape. Snape released his grip. "If you wish to inquire about Miss Grindelwald's relatives, you may visit Nurmengard to speak with Gellert Grindelwald." Karkaroff clicked his tongue in annoyance, despite Gellert Grindelwald being imprisoned in Nurmengard. The former Dark Lord whom the Ministry of Magic feared, Karkaroff lacked the courage to approach him. Snape crossed his arms, his voice low and authoritative. Your interest in courting Miss Grindelwald is merely a ploy to secure a means of survival. As one who has divulged the names of Death Eaters upon capture, you are evidently fearful of their retribution. With his ruse exposed, Karkaroff let out a frustrated grunt, and the two parted ways in discontent. Before long, the day of enrollment arrived. Loia rose early to meticulously check her list of items, ensuring nothing was overlooked, and even fashioned a bow tie for her Niffler using a silk scarf. Snape escorted her to King's Cross Station, where their luggage and Niffler were piled onto a trolley. Pointing at the wall ahead, Snape carefully instructed her about the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, assuring her that passing through it would lead to the platform and advising her not to be nervous. I certainly know that, Loia replied excitedly, having watched the scene of Harry passing through the wall in the film numerous times. Loia took a deep breath and hurriedly pushed her cart through the wall. Beyond the barrier lay another platform teeming with people. The Hogwarts Express was stationed at a platform brimming with young wizards. The initial carriages were packed with passengers, and Loia squeezed her way through the throng, eventually finding an empty compartment at the rear of the train. Loia, cradling her sniffles, settled by the window. The most comfortable spot. She gazed out, observing the bustling throngs of people. The steam locomotive emitted a resounding whistle as it commenced its journey. A handsome boy with dark hair politely tapped on the compartment door, inquiring, "May I sit here?" All the other compartments are full, clad in a wizard's robe. He possessed an affable demeanor and stood a head taller than Loia, clearly not a freshman. Loia did not anticipate that, before the trio could arrive, the first to enter the private room would be a stranger from the unknown academy. Nevertheless, Loia offered a faint smile. The boy settled into the seat opposite her, wearing a gentle smile as he introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Cedric Diggory, a third year from Hufflepuff." Cedric? Loia recalled him as the most outstanding student of the entire year in the film, the Hogwarts champion of the Triwizard Tournament. She vaguely remembered his fated conclusion. His life eternally halted at the age of 17. Loia Grindelwald smiled in return. Cedric arranged his belongings and, with casual curiosity, noticed the Niffler resting on Loia's lap. "Is that your pet? A Niffler?" he asked, slightly surprised, for it was quite rare to keep a Niffler as a pet at Hogwarts. Loia nodded in agreement. It was not suited to be a pet. Cedric continued with a jest, remarking on their mischievousness, boundless energy, and destructive tendencies, which could turn a room into utter chaos, leaving the girls at their wits' end. The creature, Sniff, had learned its lesson, having been suspended upside down in front of the fireplace for a day by my professor, and was now quite well behaved. Cedric found it difficult to suppress a laugh as he envisioned the scene of Sniff dangling by the hearth. A charming woman, pushing a cart laden with snacks, passed by. The saleswoman inquired if the children wished to purchase some treats. Cedric bought a few snacks and, with a warm demeanor, generously shared them with Loia. Loia gazed at the snacks in her arms, compelled to acknowledge Cedric's remarkable sense of gentlemanly decorum. He had deliberately chosen not to select those tasteless and absurd confections, the likes of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, which could evoke the unpleasant flavors of earwax or bogies, were conspicuously absent from his selection. He would never allow the girls to feel embarrassed or humiliated by such prankish treats. Were it Fred and George, Loia could hardly fathom the grotesque transformations that might ensue from consuming the snacks they offered. A commotion erupted in the train aisle, as a bewildered first-year inquired of a third-year Slytherin about the meaning of half-blood. The pureblood Slytherin merely gestured with his chin toward a nearby Gryffindor, while another Slytherin joined in the derisive mockery, referring to them as filthy mudbloods. Incensed, the Gryffindor brandished his wand and engaged in a scuffle with the two Slytherins, and soon their tussle spilled into the aisle. Hearing the ruckus, Cedric peered into the corridor. Most of the occupants of this train compartment were first years. Only he and the few currently entangled in combat were third years. Given the nature of the unfolding events, it was entirely in character for Cedric not to stand idly by. Loia remained silent, gazing towards the corridor. Observing her quiet demeanor, Cedric mistakenly presumed that the altercation among the third-year students had frightened her. He endeavored to soothe her, assuring her that he would step outside to investigate, and kindly added, "You stay here. I shall return shortly." Cedric exited the compartment, carefully shutting the door behind him. In the corridor, a third-year Gryffindor stood confronting two burly third-year Slytherins. The outnumbered Gryffindor appeared somewhat beleaguered, while the surrounding first-years looked on with unease. Cedric approached, intervening in an attempt to separate them and halt the escalating conflict. Noticing Cedric had come to mediate, the Gryffindor, despite his anger, begrudgingly lowered his wand. However, the two Slytherins remained unyielding, with one disdainfully shouting at Cedric, "What concern is it of the Hufflepuffs?" Cedric lowered his voice, stating, "Most of the compartment is filled with first years. You are scaring them." The Slytherin retorted, "Your house is either useless or a bunch of gluttons, no better than those mudbloods. Mind your own business." Yet Cedric, known for his good temperament, made a conscious effort to restrain his emotions, his upbringing preventing him from resorting to violence. However, Loya possessed a far less placid disposition. "Silence," came the girl's voice from behind Cedric. He turned to see Loya brandishing her wand, casting a silencing spell that firmly sealed the mouths of the third-year Slytherins. Loya wielded the dragon heartstring wand, forcibly acquired by Snape, while the spine-bone wand remained concealed within her suitcase. She dared not use it recklessly, fearing the wand might spiral out of control, leading to unforeseen consequences aboard the train. The audacious third-year Slytherin discovered to his dismay that his upper and lower lips were firmly glued together, rendering him utterly voiceless. Cedric gazed at Loya in astonishment. It was unthinkable for a first year to employ a spell to reprimand a third-year student. Loya remained composed and unperturbed, while the surrounding novice wizards peered incredulously from their cubicles at her. Another Slytherin, feeling a loss of face, furiously aimed his wand at Loya, intent on casting a dark curse upon her. However, Cedric, quick-witted and swift, brandished his wand and uttered a counterspell, disarming the Slytherin and sending his wand flying. Loya felt a sudden tug as Cedric's strong arm pulled her behind him. He frowned at the subdued Slytherin, chastising him for using dark curses against a first-year student, declaring it excessively aggressive. At last, the farce came to an end. The third-year Gryffindors cast grateful glances towards Loya and Cedric. In truth, Loya believed that even without her intervention, Cedric possessed ample capability to handle the situation. The commotion soon attracted the attention of others from the nearby compartments. As they gathered, they beheld a Slytherin silenced by a spell, while another searched frantically for his dislodged wand. Two fiery red heads emerged from the crowd, enthusiastically greeting, "Hey, Loya," in unison. Fred and George enveloped Loya in a warm embrace, and she noticed that they seemed to have grown significantly taller. The twins had finally ceased their game of Guess Who, as Fred bore a conspicuous scar on his temple, allowing them to be clearly distinguished now. The chastised Slytherins, thoroughly humiliated, fled the scene, narrowly avoiding a collision with the twins. Fred, casting a sidelong glance, remarked with a tone of schadenfreude, "Just as I expected. They'll likely be the subject of ridicule for the entire academic year." George chimed in, "We knew you would receive your acceptance letter from Hogwarts. We were just searching for you in the front compartments, not realizing you were at the rear." Fred winked. "We still have space in our compartment. Would you care to join us?" With a sense of regret, Loya gently declined, feeling it would be rather discourteous to abandon an old friend in favor of the newly acquainted Cedric. Just as she and Cedric returned to their compartment, a girl with an East Asian visage knocked on the door. It was Qiu Zhang, a second-year student from Ravenclaw. "Is there any seat available here?" she inquired subtly, though her gaze was firmly fixed upon Cedric. Cedric appeared unfamiliar with her, his expression betraying a sense of bewilderment. Young men like Cedric, possessing striking looks and exuding politeness, humility, and gentleness, had garnered the affection of many students, including Qiu Zhang, whose cheeks flushed as she smiled at him. At that moment, two small figures dashed down the corridor, prompting Qiu Zhang to step aside to allow them passage. Harry and Ron burst into the compartment with palpable excitement. "Roya, it's been ages," Harry exclaimed. "Fred and George mentioned you were in the compartment at the back." He took a seat next to his old friend, introducing Ron, who, with wide eyes and an awestruck tone, said, "You must be Roya Grindelwald. Fred and George just said you used the silencing charm to utterly humiliate a third-year Slytherin." Ron plopped down onto the last available seat. Realizing the compartment could only accommodate four, they suddenly became aware of the neglected Qiu Zhang still standing at the door. Ron, taking a bite of the sandwich Mrs. Weasley had made, mumbled to Qiu Zhang, "There is no space here. Perhaps you should check other compartments." True to his reputation for lacking social finesse, Ron's bluntness in dismissing her was rather ungracious. Qiu Zhang's face revealed her embarrassment as she cast another furtive glance at Cedric, who, feeling her gaze, shifted awkwardly by the window. "Excuse me, could you please make some room?" came the voice of another girl behind Qiu Zhang. She stepped aside, and Hermione strode into the compartment, posing her classic inquiry. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville has lost one. Hermione, taken aback by the unexpected number of occupants in the compartment, was further astonished upon spotting the legendary Harry Potter and the esteemed third-year Cedric Diggory. Loya found her compartment to be exceptionally lively today, brimming with an abundance of people. Within the confines of the cramped space, Harry animatedly regaled Loya with his recent encounters, such as meeting a half-giant named Hagrid and encountering goblins at Gringotts. Ron, meanwhile, was consumed by frustration due to his failure to cast a color-changing spell on Scabbers. The rat was being relentlessly pursued by Sniffles, who was nipping at Scabbers' tail. Hermione was fervently eager to showcase her magical prowess in front of the older students, Cedric and Cho Chang. However, her nerves proved counterproductive. She lightly tapped the cracked lens of her glasses with her wand. The first attempt yielded no results. On her second try, the glasses sprouted 8 legs and scuttled away from Harry's nose, resembling a spider as they dashed about the floor. Ron erupted in laughter, nearly doubled over as he recalled her earlier claim of having reviewed all the textbooks in advance. Hermione shot him an exasperated glare. Loya picked up the 8-legged spectacles that were scuttling chaotically across the ground. The ability to transform glasses into 8 legs is, in a certain sense, quite remarkable. Loya placed Harry's unfortunate glasses before Hermione. She encouraged her, saying, "You are too tense. Try again, and you shall succeed." Hermione gripped her wand, took a deep breath, and once more tapped the shattered lenses with her wand. In an instant, the broken shards were miraculously restored to their former glory. Loya gently applauded, and Cedric joined in harmony with his clapping. Hermione patted her little heart, finally exhaling a sigh of relief, casting a grateful glance at Loya. Had it not been for Loya's encouragement, she might have endured the mockery of the red-haired Weasley all day long. Harry, donning his glasses, found his vision sharpened. Yet after a moment of perplexity, he expressed his dilemma. What shall be done about the 8 legs of these spectacles? Loya suggested, in a moment. You should ask Hagrid to fetch a screwdriver to remove the excess 6 legs. Harry responded, "Oh." As night fell, the Hogwarts Express gradually decelerated and ultimately came to a halt at the Hogsmeade station. Loya and her companions disembarked from the train, following the crowd. The first-year students arrived, and Hagrid, holding a lantern, called out to them. Upon spotting Harry, a smile spread across his bearded face, and he began searching for another figure. He recalled Headmaster Dumbledore mentioning that the blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl was easily recognizable. In an instant, he located Loya, who was curiously observing her surroundings beside Harry. His booming voice halted her. "Miss Grindelwald?" Loya gazed at the towering half-blood giant before her, who was enthusiastically greeting her. "Miss Grindelwald, you and Harry must stay close to me. We are to embark on a boat to cross the Black Lake." Loya, Harry, Ron, and Hermione cautiously boarded a small boat, which glided towards the castle as if enchanted. Upon reaching the shore, they approached the grand entrance of the Hogwarts Great Hall. Professor McGonagall, who had been waiting patiently, led the first-year students into the hall. Inside, 4 long tables were set, each occupied by students from the respective houses. The moment Loya stepped through the doors, she caught the affectionate gaze of Professor Dumbledore, who watched her with warmth. She returned his smile politely, prompting an even more tender expression from him. Harry noticed a dark-haired professor at the staff table who was observing them intently. Inquisitively, he asked, "Who is that staring at us?" Hermione replied, "You don't know? He's the potions professor." Ron interjected with a look of horror, stating that he had heard the professor was notoriously strict and would detain students for minor infractions, seemingly existing solely to deduct points from other houses. Harry then pointed to an ancient stone goblet perched upon a pedestal in the hall, surrounded by vibrant flowers. Curiously, he inquired about the goblet. Unable to provide an answer, Ron fell silent as Hermione, with a hint of pride, chimed in. "I read about it in a history of Hogwarts. That is the Goblet of Fire, which is said to possess a soul that can think and speak like a human. However, it currently bears no flames." She continued, "According to history, when Hogwarts was invaded by Death Eaters, the soul of the goblet perished alongside them. Its remnants have been preserved in the hall ever since." Loya felt a wave of embarrassment as she overheard Harry and the others discussing the remains of her former self. Not only that, but the sight of her own remains being revered like a treasure, adorned with flowers and wreaths, sent a chill down her spine. "I am still alive in this life, yet there are wreaths all around," she thought, enveloped in an indescribable sense of eeriness. Ron suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, I remember. Fred and George mentioned that although the goblet's soul is gone, its remains possess extraordinary powers." Hermione and Harry perked up with curiosity as Ron elaborated. There was a poor-performing upperclassman from Gryffindor who repeatedly failed his exams. He went to the broken goblet, beseeching it for mercy to pass, and astonishingly, he did pass. After that, everyone began to bring flowers to the goblet, making wishes to succeed in their exams. Loya's lips twitched as he vehemently refuted the notion as sheer superstition and utter nonsense. Why seek divine favor from those deities presiding over examinations, when there is no need to pay homage to the remains of my former self? Yet, Fred and George had also sought the blessings of the Goblet of Fire, resulting in their eventual success in potions during the final exams. Ron wore an expression that seemed to suggest, "You may not believe now, but once you have petitioned the goblet, you will surely find it irresistible." At last, Hermione could no longer restrain herself and produced a piece of parchment to make her wish upon the Goblet of Fire. What should she take heed of? Fresh flowers, perhaps? And what else? Hermione began to diligently jot down notes, while Harry listened intently, contemplating that should they fail their exams, they would surely need to pay their respects to the remains of the goblet. Loa, there is truly no purpose in paying homage to my remains. At the Hufflepuff long table, Cedric's classmates gently patted his shoulder. Cedric, which third-year Slytherin newcomer were you referring to on the train? Is it the one with the golden hair and striking blue eyes? Cedric, lost in a moment of contemplation, nodded. Do you think she will be sorted into Hufflepuff? Cedric chuckled lightly, shaking his head. She possesses remarkable magical talent. How could she possibly be sorted into Hufflepuff? I suspect she will be placed in Gryffindor. His classmates murmured in response, lamenting the loss. After a segment of Dumbledore's speech, he cautioned the newcomers about the Forbidden Forest, declaring it off-limits for wandering. He announced the commencement of the sorting ceremony. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. When I call your name, step forward. I shall place the sorting hat upon your head to determine your house. Hermione Granger. Hermione whispered a nervous prayer, and Loia comfortingly patted her shoulder. As expected, Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor. Next was Ron, who was also placed in Gryffindor. Loia Grindelwald. In an instant, all eyes in the Great Hall turned toward her. For these students, born in a time of peace, the name of the first Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald, was but a faint whisper in their understanding. The truly terrifying Dark Lord was Voldemort. Thus, when they heard the unfamiliar surname of Grindelwald, it elicited no significant reaction. Conversely, the professors were visibly unsettled, except for Snape. The other faculty members displayed a myriad of subtle expressions upon hearing the surname Grindelwald. Some wore complex and peculiar visages, others appeared incredulous, while a few betrayed hints of fear. Professor Sybil Trelawney from Divination seemed excessively startled, retreating behind her chair and refusing to emerge, no matter the coaxing. Professor McGonagall, observing the distraught Trelawney, found herself at a loss for words. Loia sat peacefully in the chair as Professor McGonagall gently placed the sorting hat upon her head. Let me see, it mused. You possess great courage and ambition, and while your heart is not entirely unkind, this presents quite the conundrum. Loia pondered. What on earth does it mean when one says that having a wicked heart is not entirely bad? I am undeniably a person of integrity with sound principles. The sorting hat, in its enigmatic manner, declared that it was quite challenging, exceedingly difficult, and asked for a moment to contemplate which house would be most suitable for him. Loia was beset by an unsettling premonition as she cast a suspicious glance at the sorting hat. Moments later, the hat suddenly erupted with enthusiasm, exclaiming, Azkaban! 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 Burn Paris! Burn Paris! Azkaban! Azkaban! Its voice reverberated through the hushed hall, leaving the students exchanging bewildered looks. Dumbledore abruptly rose, his aged visage betraying an unmistakable panic, while the professors appeared equally horrified and astonished. She heard Professor Quirrell from the Defense Against the Dark Arts murmuring softly nearby. No wonder the name Grindelwald. Loia yearned to rip the sorting hat apart. Suddenly, the sorting hat exclaimed with fervor, Azkaban! 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 Burn Paris! Burn Paris! Azkaban! Loia calmly removed the sorting hat, gripping its throat firmly with both hands. Like twisting a strand of dough, she turned the hat around and around. Loia gritted her teeth, enunciating each word. What about Azkaban? Say it again. Professor McGonagall stared in shock at the newly admitted student who was so rudely tormenting the sorting hat. She longed to reprimand Loia Grindelwald for her egregious behavior. However, noticing the silent demeanor of Headmaster Dumbledore, who said nothing, and glancing at the permissive attitude of the temporary guardian, Professor Snape, she refrained from voicing her discontent. The Sorting Hat, nearly suffocating, murmured in a voice only the two could hear, "I was mistaken, dear housemate. Let us communicate civilly without resorting to violence. Considering our shared experiences in the headmaster's office, let us not forget our common past." Loyal released the twisted Sorting Hat. The weary Sorting Hat murmured, "You must choose between Gryffindor and Slytherin." After a moment of contemplation, Loya decided to initially accompany the main protagonist group, as being in the same academy would prove to be more convenient. Aside from Mafugaway, she could hardly recall the names of anyone else from Slytherin. Loya decisively chose Gryffindor. The feeble voice of the Sorting Hat announced Gryffindor to the assembly, and the long table of Gryffindor erupted in enthusiastic applause. Loya trotted into the Gryffindor long table, where Fred and George sprang from their seats, joyfully celebrating with a high five. Dumbledore finally breathed a sigh of relief. When the Sorting Hat announced Azkaban, he nearly had a heart attack, fearing the child might stray onto a misguided path. The sorting ceremony continued. Professor McGonagall, holding a parchment, proceeded to call the next name, Harry Potter. Harry, filled with trepidation, hesitated to step forward, terrified of being sorted into Slytherin, as Ron had warned him that it was home to malevolent wizards. Loyal comforted him for a moment before instructing him to inform the Sorting Hat that it was he who sent him to Gryffindor. Although Harry did not comprehend the meaning behind Loyal's words, he ultimately summoned his courage and seated himself upon the chair. Professor McGonagall placed the Sorting Hat upon his head, and upon recognizing Harry Potter, the hat perked up with renewed vigor. "Ah, very courageous indeed. Eager to prove oneself. How intriguing. Where shall I place you?" Harry gripped the edge of the stool, whispering to himself, "Not Slytherin, not Slytherin. I want to be in the same house as Loyal." "Are you truly not considering Slytherin? They could guide you to greatness." Harry grew increasingly anxious, recalling Loyal's earlier instruction. "Loyal told me to tell you, I must go to Gryffindor." The hat muttered in response, "This wretched old cup. I fail to understand your words," as Harry wore a puzzled expression, unable to decipher the Sorting Hat's speech. The hat cleared its throat. "Very well. Very well. Since she has made up her mind for you, it shall be Gryffindor." Applause erupted from the Gryffindor table as Harry joyfully sprinted towards them. Subsequently, Dumbledore announced the commencement of the feast. Following Dumbledore's signal for the house elves in the kitchen, an array of delectable dishes materialized upon the long table. After relishing the sumptuous fare, the first-year students were guided by their prefects through the staircases to their respective house dormitories. At the corridor's end hung a portrait of a rather portly woman. The prefect uttered the password, and the little lions entered the Gryffindor common room. Percy directed the boys towards the staircase on the left, while the girls ascended the staircase on the right, leading to their respective dormitories. Loya was about to ascend the staircase alongside the girls when Percy politely called out to her, "Miss Grindelwald, your dormitory is not in that direction." He gestured towards the third staircase in the lounge, which remained untouched. With a hint of confusion, Loya stepped onto the steps. "Hermione Granger, you have been assigned to share a dormitory with Miss Grindelwald." In stark contrast to his earlier demeanor towards Loya, Percy's tone towards Hermione shifted to one of indifference. Originally, Dumbledore had prepared a single room for Loya, but he soon reconsidered, recognizing that the children of today require companions to share their childhood and confide in. A moment's negligence could easily lead to the formation of childhood traumas, potentially steering them towards a dark path, exemplified by one Tom Riddle. Consequently, Dumbledore meticulously selected Hermione Granger, a witch from a Muggle family, for inclusion on Hogwarts' list of incoming students. She came from a respectable background and possessed a commendable character, not prone to bullying the weak. Drawing from his extensive experience, Dumbledore was confident that both Loya and Hermione would be sorted into Gryffindor, making her an ideal companion for Loya. Following this decision, Loya's accommodation was changed to a shared room, with Hermione designated as her supportive study partner and roommate. Dumbledore hoped that with the companionship of a friend, Loya would navigate her growth without straying onto a misguided path. The house elves dutifully transported Loya and Hermione's belongings to their dormitory. The dual room was elegantly appointed, leaving Hermione somewhat taken aback by its grandeur. There is no doubt that Loya is of pure blood. It is indeed astonishing that she has been assigned to share a dormitory with Loya. After all, on the Hogwarts Express, she was ridiculed by Draco Malfoy, who referred to her as a mudblood. In the Great Hall, she noticed that Professor Dumbledore was gazing at Loya with a benevolent expression, and she realized that it was due to Loya's influence that she had been placed in a shared dormitory. Loya settled her luggage and playfully bounced on the bed. She caressed the deep crimson velvet drapes and dove into the comfort of her blankets, engaging in a light-hearted conversation with Hermione about the realms of magic and muggles. The compulsory subjects for first-year students at Hogwarts included Transfiguration, Charms, History of Magic, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Herbology, and Flying. Professor McGonagall, the Transfiguration instructor, was notably stern. She quickly recognized Loya's exceptional aptitude for the Transfiguration spells. Despite Loya's rather brash behavior during the sorting ceremony, she consistently excelled in her class, often being the first to transform animals into inanimate objects. However, it seemed that Loya herself held little interest in the art of transfiguration. Throughout the entirety of Hogwarts, the class that students dreaded the most and feared above all was Professor Snape's potions workshop. Loya and Hermione unfortunately arrived late to their first potions class. The lesson was held in a subterranean classroom, where Loya stealthily pushed open the door, with Hermione anxiously trailing behind him. A figure loomed over them, and Loya and Hermione found themselves caught red-handed by Snape. Loya, embracing the mindset that as long as I am not embarrassed, it is others who should feel awkward, unabashedly waved at Snape. Do you believe me when I say my tardiness was unintentional? The entire classroom fell into an unusual silence, with Gryffindor casting sympathetic glances at Loya and Hermione. Hermione, filled with trepidation, lowered her head, too fearful to speak, while Malfoy watched them with a gleeful smirk. Snape's dark, penetrating gaze fixed on Loya, yet he remained silent. His attention then shifted to Hermione, his expression growing cold and his tone sharply critical. Miss Granger, do you require a reminder to promptly enter the classroom, or will you continue to stand there foolishly? Hermione, unable to ponder why Snape chose to reprimand her rather than Loya, hurriedly clutched her bag and scurried to her seat. However, a more pressing issue loomed at hand. Loya discovered that the seating arrangement in the potions classroom differed somewhat from her hazy recollections of the film. The desks were arranged in 2 rows, with the 2 houses sitting across from each other, separated by an aisle, presenting an air of mutual disregard. Now, there remained but 1 vacant seat in Gryffindor, and likewise, only 1 in Slytherin. This meant that either Loya or Hermione would have to occupy a seat in Slytherin, attending class alongside them. The animosity between Slytherin and Gryffindor was well known. The mere thought of entering the opposing camp for lessons was almost unthinkable. Hermione, naturally, was reluctant to sit with Slytherin, haunted by memories of being insulted by Malfoy as a filthy mudblood. Yet, if she claimed Gryffindor's last remaining seat, she felt a pang of guilt towards Loya. Caught in this dilemma, Hermione stood in the aisle, torn and uncertain of what to do. Loya breezily brushed past her, giving a gentle push that sent Hermione to the last seat of Gryffindor. She then confidently took her place in the final vacant seat of Slytherin, beside Draco Malfoy. The young lions of Gryffindor cast admiring glances at Loya's selfless and resolute demeanor, as if ready to face death for a friend. Amidst the sympathetic gazes of Gryffindor and the aggressive stares of Slytherin, Loya calmly settled into her seat beside Malfoy. With his hair seemingly fixed in place by an excessive amount of hairspray, Malfoy held his chin high with an air of arrogance. Loya rolled her eyes at him, dismissing a group of 11-year-old sproutlings with disdain. Malfoy twitched at the corner of his eye, as if to distance himself from Gryffindor, shifting in the opposite direction. Loya opened his backpack, only to discover a problem far more grave than his tardiness. His bag had been torn, the textbooks were nowhere to be found, and all that remained were a few bags of snacks. Malfoy astutely recognized Loya's predicament. What a disaster! On the very first day of potions class. Not only was he late, but he also lacked the necessary materials. You're finished. Malfoy activated his snitch mode, declaring, Professor, Gryffindor has not brought their textbooks. The Slytherins quickly joined in, reveling in the misfortune that had befallen Loya, their eyes eagerly fixed on his empty desk, awaiting his embarrassment. Snape, with a piercing gaze, swept his eyes across the room, instantly silencing the Slytherins. Harry, wishing to assist, called out softly towards Loya, Loya, I can lend you my textbook. Snape shot Harry a warning glare. Hermione quickly intervened, pulling Harry back by the arm. Professor Snape saw that. With deliberate calmness, Snape approached Loya's desk, his eyes descending to gaze at Loya's small head. Malfoy eagerly anticipated Snape's reprimand for Loya, anticipating points to be deducted from Gryffindor. Snape's deep voice resonated throughout the classroom. Mr. Malfoy, you are quite clever. The compliment made Malfoy puff out his chest with pride. You possess considerable talent in potions class. A pleased smile spread across Malfoy's face at the praise. I trust that, with your abilities, you will grasp the lesson's content, even without your textbook. Malfoy was taken aback, sensing something amiss. He raised his head in suspicion, only to witness Snape casually pushing his textbook towards Loya. Malfoy exclaimed in disbelief. What? Snape disregarded Malfoy's incredulous gaze and turned back towards the blackboard, instructing, "Turn to page 94. Malfoy glared at Loya through gritted teeth. Reluctantly protesting, "Professor, she didn't even bring a quill." Snape returned once more. Loya rested his head on his hands, languidly leaning over the desk as he locked eyes with Snape. "It seems I have also misplaced my quill," he remarked. Snape, with a stern expression, turned his gaze towards Malfoy. "Mr. Malfoy, I am certain that with your remarkable memory, you need not take notes in class. You are capable of retaining every piece of knowledge imparted." Malfoy replied, "Professor, I fear my memory may not quite reach the heights of photographic retention." Snape retorted, "If I say you can, then you can." Malfoy conceded, "Understood," with a sense of exasperation. Malfoy clung tightly to the last vestige of his dignity as he faced the indifference of the universe. Snape gradually extracted the quill from his grasp and placed it upon Loya's textbook. Loya followed up, "Malfoy, your memory is extraordinary and you possess an impeccable recollection. I believe you no longer require the ink. Kindly hand it over." Loya stealthily absconded with the ink right under Malfoy's nose. Malfoy, pale as death, experienced the most significant indignity of his life for the very first time. In a fit of rage, he snatched away Goyle's textbook and quill, subsequently drafting a letter to his family requesting a new textbook and quill. Thus, the enmity between Draco Malfoy and Loya Grindelwald was firmly established. Severus Snape leaned against the podium, continuing to expound that this lesson did not require the foolish waving of wands or nonsensical incantations. Meanwhile, Harry was diligently taking notes, focused on his studies. Loya was intently scribbling and doodling in Malfoy's textbook. "Some of you entered Hogwarts possessing enough confidence to disregard my lectures, did you?" Snape immediately shifted into his verbal assault mode, launching a barrage of questions at Harry. "Mr. Potter, if I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort, what would the outcome be?" However, before Snape could finish his line of questioning, Harry interjected, "I don't know, sir." Snape, his expression frosty, announced, "Attention, Gryffindor students. Due to your classmate's disrespect towards the teacher, Gryffindor loses 5 points." The Slytherins eagerly awaited their head of house to confirm the deduction. Snape hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at Loya, then coolly stated, "You lose half a point." The Slytherins were momentarily speechless. Deductions could be made in such a manner? The potions class proceeded, and they were to learn to concoct a simple potion to treat scabies. They were assigned to work in pairs. Loya observed Malfoy as he diligently crushed a snake fang while adding dried nettles to the cauldron. Ron, in a fit of mischief, tossed a paper ball towards Loya, which veered off course and accurately struck Malfoy's nose as he stirred the cauldron. Ron gestured animatedly to Loya, pointing towards the door, but Loya found himself utterly baffled by his friend's sign language. Enraged, Malfoy retaliated by hurling the paper ball back. Ron, fueled by a competitive spirit, wore an expression that dared Malfoy to catch it again, and promptly called for reinforcements from Neville and Seamus at the back. "Neville, Seamus, come help." Neville and Seamus paused their stirring, picking up quills to replicate the contents of Ron's paper ball. 3 paper balls soared towards Slytherin, one unfortunately landing in Malfoy's meticulously prepared scabies potion. Malfoy, at his wit's end, had never experienced a day as dreadful as this. He seized the paper ball from the ground and flung it back with great force. Loya bent down to observe the cauldron forgotten by Malfoy, from which tendrils of dark smoke were emanating. Furrowing his brow, Loya cautioned, "Malfoy, if you do not attend to your pot soon, it will explode before Neville's does." At that moment, Snape, who was monitoring classroom discipline, had just turned around when a flurry of paper balls swiftly rained down upon Slytherin from a group of Gryffindors. "What are you doing?" Snape inquired sternly, having detected the commotion as Gryffindor, represented by Ron and Neville, brandished their paper projectiles. A Slytherin seated behind Malfoy's side as he glanced at his cauldron, now caught in the paper ball crossfire, where a paper ball had already boiled over. Reading the barely legible writing, he turned to Loya and said, "Gryffindor informs you that there is a Hufflepuff at the door looking for you. It seems to be a friend of yours." Loya glanced in bewilderment towards the doorway of the classroom, where Cedric stood in the corridor, a bright smile gracing his face as he waved the first-year potions textbook in his hand. Cedric had fortuitously discovered an unclaimed first-year potions textbook on the main staircase, its cover inscribed with the name Loya Grindelwald. After inquiring among the new students in the corridor, he learned that the first-year Gryffindors were currently attending potions class. Upon reaching the entrance of the classroom, Cedric found it inappropriate to enter while the first-year students were engaged in their lesson, so he lingered outside for a moment, soon attracting Ron's attention. Inside the classroom, both Gryffindors and Slytherins regarded him with curious gazes. Snape also noticed Cedric standing outside and, with his robe swirling, strode purposefully out of the classroom. Before Cedric could utter a word, Snape launched into a scathing tirade. "Mr. Diggory, is it? You seem quite eager to attend a first-year potions class. What is it about the classroom that compels you to flaunt your knowledge? Perhaps, if you find yourself with idle time, you might consider a visit to the library." "You misunderstood. I merely found this. My potions class is not a sightseeing tour. As a third-year student, you ought not to loiter outside a first-year classroom, disrupting their focus." 10 points from Hufflepuff. At last, Cedric seized the opportunity to explain, "Professor, this is Loya's dropped textbook." Snape's expression darkened as he crossed his arms and scrutinized Cedric from head to toe before seizing Loya's textbook from his hands. With a resounding bang, he slammed the classroom door shut, leaving Cedric outside. Simultaneously, a cacophony erupted within the classroom as Neville's cauldron and Malfoy's cauldron both exploded. Malfoy had added a note to the letter for Narcissa, requesting a new cauldron. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, Loya and Hermione sat at the Gryffindor table, relishing their breakfast. Loya surveyed the hall, noticing the absence of Harry and Ron, likely having overslept once again. Hermione, slicing her food with a dinner knife, attempted to articulate a question that had long perplexed her. "It seems that Professor Snape treats you in a rather unique manner." In truth, Hermione wished to express that his kindness towards you was somewhat excessive, yet she felt that such a direct statement would come across as rather odd. Loya was earnestly perusing the newspaper delivered by the owl, and she responded absently, "Is there?" Observing Loya's lackadaisical demeanor, Hermione could not help but exclaim, "Merlin." If it were anyone else who attended potions class without even bringing their textbook or quill, I wager they would face a year's worth of detention and would be barred from entering the potions classroom forever. Loya felt that Hermione's words were rather exaggerated. "Professor Snape shows you considerable favoritism." Hermione set down her cutlery, her expression resolute. Loya rested her chin on her hand, striving to recall the days when she and Snape engaged in daily verbal sparring at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, where the air was thick with tension. It seemed that after her voice regained its strength, his demeanor towards her underwent a profound transformation. "Ah, it comes to mind now. I remember him mentioning that my voice bore a striking resemblance to that of his friend. What was her name? Lily. Perhaps it was precisely because her voice echoed Lily's that Snape's attitude shifted, allowing her and the Niffler to wreak havoc in his home." Hermione, recalling a best-selling Muggle novel she had perused days earlier, cast a sympathetic glance at Loya. "Because your voice resembles that of his cherished muse, you poor child," she mused. Loya was utterly absorbed in reading an article on how to properly care for one's wand. Completely oblivious to Hermione's words and unaware of the rich tapestry of her inner thoughts, Hermione offered her a glass of juice. After all, directly addressing Professor Snape by his first name at school might not be the most appropriate course of action. Others might perceive it as a lack of respect. "It's fine. I call him that at home," Loya replied, taking another bite of cake and unable to suppress her delight at how delectable the cakes at Hogwarts were. "You call him that at home? Wait, have you two been living together?" Hermione suddenly exclaimed, slapping the table, drawing the curious gazes of students in the dining hall. Nearly headless Nick emerged from the table, his head poking out in anticipation of the unfolding drama. Hermione quickly glanced around, relieved that Harry and Ron had yet to arrive. "What are you imagining? He is my temporary guardian." Loya set down the newspaper, nearly biting back a sarcastic remark about how Hermione's first-year mind could wander to such peculiar conclusions. Yet Hermione had a point. She had always addressed Snape by his first name, seemingly never treating him as an elder. It was indeed wise to be cautious of how other professors might perceive this at school in the future. It would be more courteous to add Professor or perhaps refer to him as Professor Snape, which had a nice ring to it. Neville's owl delivered a memory orb, swiftly capturing the attention of those around them. The orb gradually turned red in Neville's hands. However, the memory orb merely indicated that one had forgotten something without revealing what had been forgotten. Loya kindly reminded, "Navi, your memory orb has turned red." Navi, holding the memory orb, smiled innocently, "But I can't recall what it is that I've forgotten." Loya, with an expressionless demeanor, remarked, "Have you not noticed that you are the only one in the entire auditorium not wearing a school robe?" Indeed, it seemed so. Goyle had stealthily infiltrated the Gryffindor table, keenly eavesdropping on the conversation between Loya and Hermione from across the way. Several Gryffindors cast disdainful glances his way, perplexed as to why a Slytherin would surreptitiously squeeze into their midst. After gleaning some valuable information, Goyle hastily returned to the Slytherin table. Malfoy today had styled his hair to a brilliant sheen with gel. His owl had just delivered new textbooks, a quill, and a cauldron, thus lifting his spirits considerably. Have you uncovered any intelligence? Malfoy inquired gracefully as he sipped his afternoon tea. Since the day of his most tragic experience in potions class, Malfoy had vowed to redeem himself. Goyle pondered, his intellect in question, what Hermione Granger had just said, something about Loya Grindelwald cohabiting with someone. After much contemplation, he recalled Hermione mentioning that Loya Grindelwald was living with, oh yes, it must be Harry Potter. Malfoy, taken aback, spat his tea all over Goyle's face. The first flying lesson of the afternoon commenced, with students standing on the flat expanse of grass, their brooms meticulously lined up before them. Madame Hooch's authoritative voice rang out. Everyone, stand next to a broomstick. Loya cast a glance at the tattered and worn-out broomstick. Is Hogwarts truly so bereft of funds? As she lifted her gaze, she noticed Malfoy hastily averting his eyes. This was not the first instance today, since the morning in the Great Hall. She had observed Malfoy casting peculiar glances in her direction, only for her to return his stare with impatience, prompting him to quickly shift his gaze elsewhere. Madame Hooch extended her right hand, resting it above the broomstick, and commanded, up. Everyone shouted at their broomsticks. Loya extended her hand and softly spoke, causing her broom to leap into her grasp. Mrs. Hooch cast a surprised glance, and soon after, Harry Malfoy's broom effortlessly soared into his hand as well. Hermione's broom rolled several times on the ground before finally landing in her palm. However, Ron's broom seemed to encounter a problem. It rolled a few times but refused to budge. With a furrowed brow, Ron anxiously inquired of Loya, "What should I do? My broom simply will not rise." "Loya, if it doesn't get up, you simply pick it up." "Ron, is there such a method?" "Loya, it is indeed such an operation." With a sudden realization, Ron picked up the broom, while Madame Hooch shook her head. Madame Hooch was instructing the students on how to utilize the flying broomsticks. A mechanical voice resonated in Loya's mind. System, ding. Task activated. Successfully joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team alongside Harry Potter. Reward, 1 random spell. Time limit, 20 minutes. Countdown begins. This unreliable system, which had vanished for an indeterminate number of days, had finally re-emerged. Just days prior, Loya had doubted whether the system had malfunctioned. However, the spell rewards provided by the system were indeed impressive. Many of the spells were not taught within the confines of the school. In contrast to the magic learned at school, the variety of spells offered by the system was extensive, with considerable lethality and with a stroke of good fortune. One could even acquire advanced spells at random. Loya recalled that first-year students were not permitted to participate in the Quidditch tryouts. And it was Professor McGonagall who had made an exception for Harry, recommending him to the Gryffindor Quidditch team. To gain entry into the Quidditch squad, she too would require Professor McGonagall's endorsement, which meant she needed to capture the professor's attention within 20 minutes and showcase her flying prowess. The subsequent events unfolded much like those etched in her memory. Neville fell from his out-of-control broom, breaking his arm, and was escorted to the hospital wing by Madame Pomfrey. Malfoy, in a fit of provocation, snatched Neville's remembrall, taunting Harry, who promptly pursued him on his broom. As the seconds ticked away, Loya glanced at the countdown on the system. Only 10 minutes remained. There was no time to waste. She mounted her broom. Hermione urgently interjected. Madame Pomfrey said we are not allowed to fly when she is not present. Loya could no longer concern herself with the details. With a powerful push of her feet, the broom soared into the air. Ron watched as Harry and Loya took flight, and he couldn't help but grasp his broom, wobbling as he ascended. "Wait for me," he called out. Loya had already flown to the window of Professor McGonagall's office. She glanced left and right, wondering where everyone was. Where could Professor McGonagall be? After waiting at the window for 3 minutes, she felt a sense of unease. If the professor did not return soon, her system task would remain unfulfilled when the time elapsed. Loya, in a state of urgency, was soaring around the castle on her broom, desperately searching for Professor McGonagall's figure. Unbeknownst to her, she had drifted near the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was polishing his glasses, oblivious to Loya's approach. With time slipping away, Loya resolved to take a chance. Since Professor McGonagall was absent, she would ask Headmaster Dumbledore to recommend her for the Quidditch team. Thus, she undertook an action that no student or teacher in the school would dare to imagine. She tapped on the headmaster's office window while astride her broom. Dumbledore, setting down his glasses, glanced outside, and, upon seeing Loya, widened his eyes in surprise before his gaze softened with warmth. "Lois, without a hint of embarrassment, performed a dazzling 360-degree aerial spin in front of Dumbledore, who clapped his hands in appreciation. Loya stroked her chin, seemingly having earned the approval of Dumbledore for her flying skills. However, with only 3 minutes left on the system countdown, where could Harry Potter have vanished to? Loya gazed around and finally spotted Harry in the distance, who had just seized the memory orb and was preparing to soar back to the grassland. Loya sighed, questioning how one could possibly regress so drastically. Without any endorsements, how could one secure a place on the Quidditch team? If you were unable to be selected for Quidditch, my mission would remain unfulfilled. Loya cupped her hands around her mouth and called out to Harry, "Harry, come over here, quickly." Harry noticed Loya and obediently soared towards her. His bright eyes sparkled as he beamed a wide smile. "Loya, I have retrieved Neville's memory ball." It was only then that Harry realized he had flown all the way to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore was gazing at them through the window. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he recalled Madame Hooch's warning that anyone caught flying recklessly on a broomstick would face expulsion. Not only had he been flying recklessly, but he had also ended up outside the headmaster's window. Loya gently patted his shoulder and reassured him. "It's all right, Harry. Why don't you spin around a couple of times here?" Although Harry was perplexed by the request, he obediently complied. Very good, Harry. Now, let us see a vertical 360-degree spin in midair, quickly. Harry dutifully executed the aerial maneuver. Through the office window, Dumbledore nodded in approval. It seemed that Harry had earned Dumbledore's recognition. Suddenly, a frantic voice echoed from a distance, "Harry. Loya, my broom is out of control." Ron, precariously mounted on his broomstick, careened towards them. Harry swiftly pulled Loya aside to avoid collision. With a resounding crash, Ron, along with his broom, collided into the headmaster's office, startling Fawkes, who flapped his wings in alarm. Dumbledore, observing the sprawled figure of Ron on the floor, sighed and remarked, "Mr. Weasley, you possess quite the talent for shattering windows." Loya pondered whether the butterfly effect induced by her time travel had led to Ron's perpetual misfortune in this world. Just then, Professor McGonagall entered the headmaster's office, and upon witnessing Ron sprawled on the floor and Harry and Loya perched on brooms by the window, she was rendered speechless with astonishment. Her voice carried a hint of indignation as she exclaimed, "How dare you ride brooms into the headmaster's office?" Dumbledore interjected, smiling at Professor McGonagall. "You previously mentioned that Gryffindor was in need of a seeker and a chaser. Now we have suitable candidates." Ron's spirits were utterly deflated during Charms class. He had fervently waved his wand at the feather on the desk, yet it remained obstinately motionless. Hermione mockingly corrected him, stating it was Leviosa, not Leviosa. Seated to the right of Loya was the explosive genius, Simon, who was fervently brandishing his wand while wielding a quill. For the sake of her personal safety, Loya discreetly shifted away from him. After class, they navigated through the bustling corridors, and after searching the crowd twice, Loya still could not locate Hermione. The incessant complaints from Ron about Hermione filled her ears. She truly found it unbearable. It was no wonder that Hermione had no friends, aside from Loya, as no one else seemed inclined to engage with her. "The more you complain now, the more you'll find yourself on your knees scrubbing laundry boards in the future." Ron exclaimed with wide eyes, "How could I ever kneel on a laundry board?" As evening fell, Loya was still waiting for Hermione in the dormitory while Harry and Ron dined in the Great Hall. Suddenly, Professor Quirrell burst into the hall, his face awash with panic, stammering that a troll was in the dungeon before fainting. Meanwhile, Loya was searching the castle for Hermione. This era without mobile phones truly made things inconvenient. Upon reaching the Great Hall, she discovered it was already desolate, devoid of any presence. Loya was oblivious to the unfolding chaos, her senses assaulted by a foul stench permeating the corridor. Following the source of the sound, she arrived at the lavatory, where a colossal creature lay unconscious on the ground, while Harry and Ron stood resolutely against another towering beast. Hermione, curled up beneath the splashing sink, shouted a warning to her, "Be careful." The monster, brandishing a hefty wooden club, turned and swung it toward her. She instinctively ducked just in time, narrowly evading the blow as the wall above her was shattered, sending tremors through the entire restroom. Loya finally recalled that the current scenario involved Harry and Ron in search of Hermione, during which they encountered a troll. However, why were there two trolls in the washroom? One of them lay unconscious on the ground, having been struck down by Ron's levitation spell. In contrast, the other troll was larger and more robust, its head nearly brushing against the ceiling. As Harry and Ron rushed to provide assistance, they found themselves ensnared by the troll's hand. lifted upside down. The creature brandished a wooden club with the potential to crush their skulls at any moment. Loya absent-mindedly patted the empty pocket of her school robe, realizing that she had inadvertently left her wand in the dormitory. Harry's wand remained lodged in the nose of the unconscious troll sprawled on the ground, while another troll lay between them, rendering any chance of retrieving the wand exceedingly slim. Aware of Loya's predicament, Harry called out to her. Ron's wand has been sent flying to the doorway. Loya swiftly surveyed the area at the entrance of the washroom and discovered Ron's wand amidst the rubble. She aimed the wand at the giant and cast a spell. However, instead of the magic emanating from the tip of the wand, it burst forth from the end, causing Loya to be struck by her own incantation and sent crashing against the wall. Loya gritted his teeth as he rose. Ron, what on earth has happened to your wand? You accidentally broke it during dinner? I have glued it back together. Loya lowered her gaze to inspect the sticky, crooked wand, its coarse fibers protruding conspicuously. Loya felt a surge of frustration as her wand chose this very moment to break, a most inconvenient time indeed. Now devoid of any wand and lacking the ability to cast spells without one, she found herself at a loss on how to confront the looming threat of the giant. Just as peril seemed imminent, a diminutive figure darted from the corridor, clutching a vertebrae wand in its tiny jaws, and leaped into Loya's embrace. Loya deftly caught the sniffler in both hands, drew forth his wand, and gave it a vigorous stroke, exclaiming, "You truly have not been in vain." The giant let out a deafening roar, causing the sniffler to hastily burrow into Loya's garments for refuge. Loya casually tossed Ron's wand aside. The spine-bone wand aimed at the giant troll as she took a deep breath. With an air of pretentiousness, she boldly exclaimed Avada Kedavra, yet nothing transpired. Loya tapped his wand, incredulous. Could it be that it faltered at such a crucial moment? Hermione, clutching the hose, shouted, "What are you waiting for? Think of a solution, quickly." Loya wished to cast a levitation spell or a transformation charm to alleviate the current embarrassment, yet nothing transpired. System, a gentle reminder. The vertebral wand is incapable of wielding any white magic. Loya pressed her forehead in despair. The vertebral wand was incapable of channeling white magic, and as for black magic, she had yet to grasp any of its intricacies. It was merely in Ollivander's wand shop that she had felt a surge of power while gripping the wand. But her recent attempts had yielded no response. The circumstances appeared dire as the troll loomed ever closer. Hanging upside down, Harry shouted heedlessly, urging Loya to flee. The troll charged towards her, swinging its club. In the next heartbeat, she found herself ensnared within a dungeon constructed of stone, with Harry, Hermione, Ron, and the troll having vanished from sight. Before her stood a bloodied muggle, suspended by torturous instruments, his flesh grotesquely torn as he gazed at Loya with eyes filled with terror and desperation. The dark-robed wizard re-emerged, Ectus, the creator of the Dementors. This was a phantasm conjured by the vertebral wand, or perhaps a resurgence of memories from its master, long lost to the annals of time. No action on her part could alter this grim reality. Ectus passed through her form and resumed his torment of the unfortunate muggle, the dungeon echoing with the muggle's anguished cries and Ectus's maniacal laughter. Loya felt as though she were witnessing a graphic and uncensored cinematic spectacle. Ectus raised his wand, the tip directed at the barely breathing muggle, reminiscent of the day she first encountered the vertebrae wand, causing Loya's arm to involuntarily lift her own wand. Loya finally comprehended that as long as the illusory Ectus wielded dark magic, she could conjure the same dark sorcery in reality. Ectus's wand erupted with a radiant green light. The one of Loya emitted a brilliant green light, while Ix exclaimed, "A piercing torment. Loya, a piercing agony." Her emerald light pierced through the illusion, colliding with the monstrous creature. The beast convulsed violently, its form contorting as it emitted a heart-wrenching wail, saturating the washroom with the unforgiving glow of the curse. When Cedric burst in, he beheld the giant collapsing to the ground, while Harry and Ron stumbled to their feet. Amidst the chaos in the Great Hall, he had escorted the younger Hufflepuffs back to the common room, only to encounter a frantic Niffler darting about on the main staircase, clutching its wand. He recalled that this was Loya's pet and pursued the Niffler into the washroom. "What has transpired?" Cedric inquired with concern. However, Loya's gaze remained vacant and frigid, offering no reply. Recognizing Loya's distress, Cedric was about to speak when another giant on the floor suddenly regained consciousness, roaring as it charged toward them. Cedric readied himself to cast the disarming spell. However, Loya was the first to raise his wand, his voice chilling and piercing, unlike anything Cedric had ever heard. A green light brushed past Cedric, nearly engulfing him and the giant in its wake. The giant suddenly levitated, its eyes bulging grotesquely before bursting outward. its agonized screams echoing throughout the corridor. Cedric turned to see Loya's expression devoid of warmth, a sinister smile playing upon his lips, as if he had transformed into an entirely different being. The onlookers stood pale, witnessing the horrifying spectacle. It appeared as though Loya was deriving pleasure from the one-sided torment and slaughter of the giant. Concerned, Harry approached Loya, whispering, "Loya?" Loya remained utterly still, her ears deaf to his voice, her vision consumed by the writhing, lamenting prey before her. "Loya," Harry repeated, and in an instant, she snapped back to reality, hastily discontinuing the torture spell she had been casting upon the corpse. The corridor echoed with hurried footsteps, and Professor McGonagall burst into the room, followed closely by Snape and several other professors, drawn in by the giant's anguished cries. Professor McGonagall surveyed the gruesome sight of the two giant corpses, her expression intense. "You had better explain what on earth you have done." Professor Quirrell, trembling, bent down to inspect the bodies of the giants, stammering as he spoke. "The corpses bear traces of dark magic. It is astonishing. The spell is ancient, akin to a primordial curse. The individual who slayed these giants employed dark arts." McGonagall stared incredulously at the group of children before her, unable to fathom that one among them had already dabbled in dark magic, even resorting to it to mercilessly slay two adult giants. Snape cast a sidelong glance at Loya, who quickly concealed her wand made from a spine. He silently approached McGonagall's side and whispered, "Let them leave this place first." Quirrell discerned Snape's intention and was determined not to grant him the opportunity to allow Loya to escape. He deliberately interrupted, ensuring that all present heard his words. "The Cruciatus Curse is unforgivable. It differs from the current Cruciatus. It is an ancient form of the curse. The ancient Cruciatus was designed to obliterate the nervous system of living beings, to devastate their organs and tissues, achieving the horrific effect of causing excruciating pain until death. In summary, it was far more sinister and cruel than the modern iteration." Snape glared fiercely at Quirrell, who instinctively recoiled. Professor McGonagall, astonished, turned to Quirrell. "Are you suggesting that among these children, one has employed the Cruciatus Curse?" Her gaze swept over each of them, finally resting on Loya. "Are you implying that one among them has wielded the Cruciatus?" McGonagall's voice rose in anger as she surveyed the room. "Who used the Cruciatus Curse?" Lily and James were exemplary. Their child Harry could never resort to an unforgivable curse. Ron and Hermione, at their age, lacked the capability to cast such spells. The kind-hearted Cedric, whom she had observed over the years, was also beyond suspicion. That left only one person, Loya Grindelwald, who bore the blood of the Dark Lord. McGonagall narrowed her eyes at her. At merely 11 years old, she had already demonstrated the ability to wield the Cruciatus Curse to inflict suffering upon two adult giants. She was still a child, yet possessed the capability to take lives. McGonagall shuddered to contemplate what terrifying being she might become in a few years. Glaring sternly at Loya, she declared, "I have long opposed Headmaster Dumbledore's decision to admit you to Hogwarts, Miss Grindelwald. You are far too dangerous. Durmstrang would be more suitable for you." Loya found herself perplexed. Had she not merely vanquished two monstrous creatures with utmost precision? Why, then, was there such bias against her, as if she were an imminent threat? Professor McGonagall was convinced that Loya would inevitably become a dark wizard akin to Grindelwald, and she was determined to prevent her continued presence at Hogwarts. Stepping forward, Professor McGonagall discreetly brandished her wand from beneath her cloak. Severus Snape immediately intervened, positioning himself between McGonagall and Loya, gripping her wand-bearing arm with urgency. His gaze implored McGonagall, silently shaking his head in a plea for restraint. McGonagall's peripheral vision caught sight of Snape's hand, trembling as it clutched the wand concealed within his sleeve. Turning her attention to Loya, she noted the wary vigilance in her eyes, an expression far removed from that of a mere child. The wand, crafted from vertebrae, hidden beneath Loya's robes, seemed to sense the impending danger, causing her to tense with apprehension. She harbored no animosity towards Professor McGonagall and had no desire to inflict harm upon her. If McGonagall were to unleash an offensive spell, what course of action could Loya take? Had her usual wand still been in her possession, she might have conjured a veil of mist to retreat strategically, perhaps fleeing to the sanctuary of Professor Dumbledore's office. However, the vertebrae wand in her grasp was limited to dark magic. Was she truly to resort to the Cruciatus Curse against McGonagall? Memories of the professor from the films flooded her mind, though strict. She exuded a warmth beneath her icy exterior and was a professor held in high esteem. Loya could not bring herself to harm her. Yet, to remain passive and endure an assault left her with a hidden card to play. despite having consumed the suppressive potion crafted by Snape over the past few days. Her darker impulses had notably receded. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware that should she suffer any life-threatening injury, the likelihood of that darker presence resurfacing was significantly heightened. Loya continued to envision the myriad possibilities that might unfold, while Professor McGonagall, observing the wariness in her gaze, remarked, "You are much like your father." Loya was taken aback. Realizing that Grindelwald was indeed her father, she had always believed him to be from her grandfather's generation. Confident and arrogant, he possessed an exceptional talent for manipulation. As she uttered the final words, she cast a disappointed glance at Snape, as if to convey that he had been beguiled by her charm, oblivious to it. Snape lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Loya found herself contemplating whether she should rise as a dutiful daughter and vociferously defend her father against disparagement. Yet, she felt that perhaps there was some merit to the criticisms she had heard. Hogwarts would undoubtedly be turned upside down by him. At Professor McGonagall's words, Loya's eyes twitched. She recalled how Hogwarts had been invaded multiple times in the films. It was well known that, regardless of her presence, Hogwarts was the most perilous of places. Professor McGonagall's expression darkened instantly, while the other professors wore looks of palpable discomfort. "It was I who did it. I used the unforgivable curse to slay the troll." Harry suddenly raised his hand. Professor McGonagall found this to be an absurd jest. Harry's gaze flitted nervously. The innocent and kind-hearted boy had yet to master the art of deceit without betraying his emotions. Any fool could discern that he was lying. Professor McGonagall approached him, asking, "Mr. Potter, can you tell me what the unforgivable curses entail?" Harry was momentarily at a loss, having only been in school for 3 months. He had not encountered such knowledge in class and was unaware of the specifics of the unforgivable curses. "You need not fabricate claims about Miss Grindelwald using the forbidden spell," Professor McGonagall urged with earnest gravity. Hermione, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily explained that it was not their fault. It was all because of her. "They came looking for me and encountered the troll. Had it not been for them, I would have Ron, at a loss for words, nodded in agreement." However, Professor McGonagall merely glanced at Hermione, her mind preoccupied with other matters. "The unforgivable curses are the killing curse, the cruciatus curse, and the imperious curse," Cedric's voice rang out. Everyone turned to look at him, and several professors sighed in exasperation. Professor McGonagall could hardly believe that the typically honest and exemplary Cedric would resort to such dark magic. "I inadvertently witnessed a dark wizard employing one of them in Knockturn Alley," Cedric fabricated, his tale becoming increasingly elaborate. Loya stared at him in astonishment. "Senior, you are truly a good person." Professor McGonagall found herself at a loss to rouse someone willing to act as a scapegoat. She shook her head, saying, "You have profoundly disappointed me, Mr. Diggory." Ultimately, as long as Loya was not the one who employed the unforgivable curse against the troll, the matter would not escalate. However, if it were Loya who had wielded the bone-breaking curse, Professor McGonagall would never permit her to remain at Hogwarts. With ire, Professor McGonagall declared, 10 points from Hufflepuff, and 5 points from Gryffindor. The unfortunate and ever-nice Cedric was sentenced to detention. "Return to your respective dormitories." Professor McGonagall and several other professors turned to leave. Snape extended his hand toward Loya, softly beckoning, "Come here." Loya harbored suspicions that Snape intended to confiscate her dark magic wand, in a bid to safeguard her precious possession. She resolutely refused to comply, turning her head aside as if to feign ignorance. Hermione prodded her arm gently, whispering, "Professor Snape is calling for you." "Loya, I did not hear." Snape furrowed his brow, taking 2 steps forward, grasping her wrist firmly and leading her toward his office. With one hand, Snape lifted Loya and placed her upon the desk. Sitting atop the desk, Loya realized that for the first time, she could meet Snape's gaze directly, as usually. She had to tilt her head upward to look at him. Consequently, Loya defiantly crossed her arms and swung her legs, exuding an air of unwavering determination. Snape drew his wand and scanned her for injuries, and once he confirmed she was unharmed, the tension in his brow eased. He then spoke with a gravitas. "Hand it over." "Hand over what?" Loya blinked innocently, feigning ignorance despite her awareness. Loya let out a soft sound, retrieving something from her garment and offering it to Snape for a sniff. "Loya," he cast aside the sniffler, pressing his hands on either side of the table. Gazing into her eyes, articulating the word wand slowly, syllable by syllable, Loya curled her lips in disdain. She held a deep fondness for this wand, as it allowed her to witness the ancient dark magic of Extus through its illusions. It was akin to a live demonstration. Despite Extus being a notoriously sadistic dark wizard who reveled in tormenting and slaughtering muggles, it did not hinder her pursuit of his arcane arts. To safeguard her cherished wand, Loya unveiled her trump card, which had proven effective against Snape. A child must learn to be endearing to protect their treasured playthings. Suddenly, she leaned forward, narrowing the distance between them to the point where they could discern each other's eyelashes. Snape froze, instinctively recoiling a step back. Loya smiled sweetly, her voice trailing off as she addressed Professor Snape, referring to him with the dismissive term, old bat. Frustration puffed up her cheeks, and ultimately, her wand was confiscated. Loya could almost envision Extus waving farewell to her, grateful for her presence as the sole audience to his B-grade blood plasma spectacle over the past 3 months. The following day, Professor McGonagall rapped on the door of Professor Trelawney's office. She recalled that Trelawney had an aversion to imprecise matters, particularly divination. Thus, she was taken aback when she found McGonagall standing at her door. Without any preamble, McGonagall directly inquired, "What did you truly see on Sorting Hat Day?" She remembered Trelawney's peculiar behavior during the ceremony, where Loya had been frightfully hiding behind a chair, refusing to emerge. With a slight tremor, Trelawney replied, "I beheld a future for her that is too terrifying. You may find it hard to accept." She placed her hands upon the crystal ball, muttering incantations. After a moment, a vague illusion began to materialize at the center of the orb. The vision was indistinct, making it difficult for McGonagall to discern its details. Trelawney encouraged, "You might try placing your hands upon the crystal ball." McGonagall laid her aged hands on the orb, and darkness enveloped her swiftly, revealing a landscape ablaze with azure flames. She was compelled to close her eyes and reopen them, only to discover Trelawney had vanished, and she now stood in an underground venue. Surrounded by a throng of wizards from across the globe, a young girl stepped into the center of the crowd. The wizards parted reverently, allowing her passage. They chanted her name with fervor, "Grindelwald! Grindelwald! Grindelwald! Grindelwald!" When the girl turned, the fervent crowd fell silent. McGonagall's eyes widened in shock. Loya Grindelwald. Her features had matured, and her once golden hair had nearly transformed into silver. Loya inclined her chin towards the attendant beside her. "Bring them forth." A group of disheveled Aurors was ushered in, their hands bound behind their backs, and they knelt before her, battered and bruised. The saints erupted with fervent cries, "Slay them! Slay them! Eliminate these minions of the Ministry of Magic!" Professor McGonagall trembled, nearly losing her balance, for among the captives were even some of her own students. Loya raised her finger, and the followers immediately fell silent. "Aurors," she proclaimed, "you are presented with a choice. Either pledge your loyalty to me or be consumed by flames right here." The Aurors turned pale, and among them, a young boy stared unwaveringly at Loya. His gaze was a tumultuous blend of concern, sorrow, and a flicker of hope. An amalgamation of conflicting emotions. He struggled to call out her name, yearning to rush to her side and utter something, yet he was firmly restrained by 2 saints. In response to his defiance, one of the saints unleashed a vicious curse upon him. The commotion quickly drew Loya's attention. She approached him with an icy demeanor, her shoe mercilessly pressing down on his wounded, bleeding shoulder. Leaning closer, she whispered in a chilling, unfamiliar tone, "I am most curious. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to trespass into Paris, my domain, accompanied by a handful of fools from the Ministry of Magic?" A French woman standing behind her, speaking in halting English, respectfully informed her, "He is a Gryffindor." Loya raised an eyebrow, a cryptic smile playing on her lips, her voice laced with palpable disdain. "Gryffindor? Ah, how audacious." The venue fell silent once more as Professor McGonagall observed a brazen man stride into the hall, the assembled saints instinctively bowing their heads in reverence. She heard Loya call him father. The man reached out, gently ruffling her hair. Then, as if sensing something amiss, he lifted his strikingly different eyes, scanning the crowd with a piercing gaze. His voice turned ominous. It seemed there were unwelcome guests. A chilling glare fixed upon Professor McGonagall. An overwhelming magical pressure surged towards her, causing her to collapse to the ground, breathless. The saints glared at McGonagall in unison, drawing their wands. A dark vortex appeared behind her, violently pulling her within. She found herself back in Trelawney's office, deeply ensconced in a wooden chair, her lips devoid of color, trembling uncontrollably. She shakily rose, hastening towards the door. She could not allow Loya Grindelwald to remain at Hogwarts. She pushed the door open, only to find Snape standing before her, as if he had been awaiting her arrival. McGonagall spoke incoherently. "She is just like her father, gathering those deranged saints to incite war. My students are mere insects beneath her feet. I cannot let her stay at Hogwarts. Snape stood at the threshold, lips pursed, showing no intention of yielding. McGonagall's eyes widened as she regarded him. Snape drew his wand, pointing it at McGonagall. Obliviate. A flash of white light enveloped her, and she fainted. As Snape erased her memories of the past few days, Professor Trelawney was considerably shaken, trembling as she explained, often. The outcomes of divination can shift due to the querent's subjective mindset. If Professor McGonagall were to witness Miss Grindelwald committing murder, the future may not necessarily unfold as such. You all know my prophecies are not always accurate, nor are they invariably true. Snape remained expressionless, advancing step by step towards Trelawney, who recoiled in fear. What she sees is not always real. It truly has nothing to do with me. Snape extended his wand. On the Quidditch pitch. Wood arrived at the training grounds at the appointed time, as agreed upon with Loya and Harry, ready to conduct the first training session for the two newcomers. He opened the wooden crate he had brought, revealing 4 balls of varying sizes. Wood proceeded to explain the rules of Quidditch to Harry and Loya. The bright red ball was the bludger. The chasers could score by throwing the quaffle through the hoops, while the other 2 identical balls were the bludgers, which one must approach with caution. In her heart, Roya silently recalled her vague memories of the film, where only the golden snitch lingered in her mind. Wood released the strap of a bludger, which soared into the sky with a swift whoosh, then charged toward Harry's face. In a flurry, Wood swiftly struck it away with his bat. You see, they dart around, attempting to knock the chasers off their brooms. However, we have the Weasley brothers as our beaters, tasked with ensuring the bludgers are sent away from you. I see, Fred and George are like unstoppable tanks, while Harry and I embody the delicate finesse of the chaser lineage, and the goalposts represent the enemy's high ground. Wood, perplexed, responded, I don't quite comprehend. Loya chuckled softly twice. She fixed her gaze upon the bat in Wood's hand, and noticing her apparent interest, he extended it towards her. The rogue ball, having been sent soaring, whizzed back in their direction, prompting Loya to swing the bat with alacrity. The ball was struck away forcefully, and Wood squinted up at the sky, pondering whether it had soared too far. To Wood's astonishment, the enchanted ball shattered a window, crashing into the headmaster's office. He nearly fainted from fright. Suddenly, Dumbledore's face appeared through the gaping hole in the window, beaming as he waved cheerfully at Loya. Wood wiped the sweat from his brow and hastily scrambled to his feet. Loya awkwardly returned the bat to Wood. I suppose I am not suited for the role of a batsman. Ultimately, Wood retrieved the golden snitch from the box. The task of the batsman is to seize it. The team that first captures the golden snitch shall be awarded an additional 150 points. Loya pondered, stroking his chin. Thus, Quidditch resembles a competition between 2 seekers. The side that captures the golden snitch first is assured victory. It is also true that we currently lack both a seeker and a chaser. In fact, both of you possess a lithe physique, making you well suited for the role of seeker. However, there can only be one seeker. Loya gently patted Harry on the shoulder, instructing him to pursue the golden snitch while she took on the role of the chaser. Harry obediently nodded in agreement. Once their positions were assigned, Wood led them to train on the Quidditch pitch. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, Hermione busily replenished the plates of Loya and Harry with food, resembling a caring mother. Just as Ron reached for a chicken leg, he was met with a sharp jab from Hermione's fork on the back of his hand. With a lament, Ron cradled his reddening hand, exclaiming, I merely wish to have a chicken leg. Hermione, brandishing her fork with determination, declared that Loya and Harry needed to replenish their energy for their upcoming Quidditch match against Slytherin. You are not permitted to touch the chicken leg. You shall eat your vegetables. Ron was powerless to resist as Hermione scooped a serving of greens onto his plate, leaving him in a state of despair. I truly cannot eat this much. Loya observed the mountainous pile of meat on her plate, feeling a headache coming on. Noticing Ron's forlorn gaze fixed on the chicken leg, Loya kindly picked up an unused fork and placed a chicken leg onto Ron's plate. Ron, touched by her gesture, expressed, Loya, you are truly wonderful. As Harry watched Loya serve Ron the chicken leg, he couldn't help but notice Ron's silly grin. A peculiar sensation welled up within him, making him feel as though Loya had overlooked him. Suddenly, Harry exclaimed, I want one too. Loya cast a glance at the mountain of food on Harry's plate, equally piled high by Hermione, and exclaimed in astonishment, Are you certain you can still eat? Harry nodded vigorously. Very well, Loya said, as she helped herself to a chicken leg for Harry. At the same time, she couldn't resist reminding him, Harry, take your time. You are our Gryffindor seeker, the hope of our entire house. You mustn't find yourself unable to catch the golden snitch during the match, only to regurgitate a chicken leg instead. Afterward, they chattered away about trivial matters, and somehow, Harry inexplicably found himself discussing Snape once more. Listen, I suspect that the troll that night was a diversion orchestrated by Snape. For he intended to use the three-headed dog. But why would Snape want to go through the three-headed dog? The item Hagrid retrieved from Gringotts must have been guarded by that creature. Snape desires it. Upon hearing Snape being blamed once again, Loia could no longer hold her tongue. Actually, Snape is quite decent. You all have misunderstood him. Hermione frowned. Loia, you cannot show bias just because he is your temporary guardian. Ron chimed in with Hermione. Exactly. Loia shook his head in despair. If the old bat truly intended to deal with you children, none of you would witness the dawn of tomorrow. Alas, it is unavoidable. For Snape possesses a naturally somber visage, exuding an aura of villainy as he walks, making it exceedingly difficult to avoid being misunderstood. Loia took a sip of juice, lamenting that communicating and explaining things to children is indeed a challenging endeavor. Severus Snape shared this sentiment. The long table of Gryffindor suddenly fell into silence, with the lions engrossed in their meals, refraining from conversation. It is well known that this marked the ominous arrival of a notorious figure from the Gryffindor's list of dangerous individuals. Loia cast a glance towards the doorway, where Snape was approaching them, carrying a parcel. Loia swiftly turned away, propping her chin on her hand, feigning an expression of annoyance that implored Snape not to intrude, leaving him with nothing but the view of her back. Snape stood behind her, his eyes discreetly glancing at the towering stack of plates before Loia. A barely perceptible sigh of relief escaped him. Miss Grindelwald appeared to possess a good appetite today, perhaps indicating that her temper had begun to thaw. Ever since he confiscated the perilous vertebra wand capable of casting the unforgivable curses due to the troll incident, Miss Grindelwald had unilaterally declared a cold war. In the corridors, she would turn away from him as if he were mere air. In potions class, she had concocted a myriad of peculiar excuses for Hermione to request leave, resolutely refusing to attend. According to the recollections of Gryffindor and Slytherin students present, during the days of her absence, the atmosphere in potions was unusually oppressive, and Professor Snape's demeanor grew darker by the day. Those days were fraught with anxiety for the Gryffindors, as Snape frequently deducted points from their house. However, every time he nearly voiced the penalties, he would restrain himself. In essence, Loia had offered him neither a glance nor a word, nor did she allow him to hear her voice. The Cold War dragged on for several days, leaving Snape in a state of complex emotions, nearly prompting him to invade the Gryffindor common room to confront her. In truth, he would never admit that he had indeed ventured there. He chose a time when he could avoid all students to stand outside the Gryffindor common room, hoping to go unnoticed. However, he was turned away by the fat lady, who deemed him a midnight intruder with dubious intentions, refusing entry even for a professor. Carefully, he placed the parcel on her table, opening his mouth to speak, yet hesitating for an eternity, unsure how to begin. Comforting an irate child, particularly a girl, was an exceedingly daunting task for Snape. In desperation, he sought advice from a newly appointed professor at Hogwarts, a woman with 2 daughters. She looked at him with astonishment. Aware of Snape's notorious reputation for being difficult to approach, when she had first arrived, her friendly greetings had been met with his icy indifference. Thus, when this notoriously unapproachable professor suddenly appeared before her seeking guidance, she was taken aback. The female professor suggested that to win back a sulking child, one might simply buy her favorite toy and take her out for a fun outing. After all, children rarely hold grudges. However, Snape longed to express that his particular child was quite the contrary. Now, all he could do was silently stand behind Loia, fixating on the back of her head, hoping that the unwrapping of the parcel would bring an end to their torturous standoff. Loia feigned complete disinterest in the parcel, her fingers idly tapping on the table in a nonchalant manner. In any case, as long as Snape refused to return her spine wand, she was prepared to engage in this prolonged standoff. She was quite patient, after all. Ron, intrigued by the enormous package on the table, could not help but inquire of Loia, "May I open it for you?" Snape shot Ron a silent glare. Loia stifled a yawn and graciously nodded, in eager anticipation. Ron tore open the package that Snape had sent to Loia, all under the ominous shadow of Snape's death ray. The Gryffindors cast sympathetic glances, for Ron's chances of passing his first year's potions class seemed to be fading into oblivion. As Ron unveiled the contents of the package, he gasped in astonishment. It was the latest model of the Firebolt 2000. This was the fastest broomstick available. I had never even had the chance to touch one. Loia languidly remarked, "Do you like it? Then it's yours." Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really?" Snape produced a broomstick, Ron quickly declined. I think I'll pass. In Loya's eyes, the Nimbus 2000 merely resembled an oversized paintbrush. The thought of soaring through the skies atop such a brush struck him as utterly ludicrous. Professor Snape had gifted Loya the Nimbus 2000, causing the Gryffindors at the adjacent table to lean in with envy. Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin team, stared in astonishment, revealing his pronounced overbite. They were set to compete against Gryffindor shortly, and here was the Slytherin headmaster presenting a Nimbus 2000 to a Gryffindor player, boosting the enemy's morale, undermining his own team's prestige. Wood could hardly suppress the urge to touch the Nimbus 2000, which existed only in his dreams. But Snape's piercing gaze swiftly prompted him to withdraw his hand. Throughout the encounter, Loya never cast a glance at Snape, who sighed silently and simply advised caution for the upcoming match before striding away. Once Snape had distanced himself, Loya shed his pretense and eagerly inspected the Nimbus 2000 from various angles, with the primary source of danger having departed. The Gryffindors could no longer contain their excitement and enveloped Loya, each eager hand exploring the Nimbus 2000. Simultaneously, Harry received his own Nimbus 2000, sent by Professor McGonagall. Loya and the players have donned the crimson Quidditch robes of Gryffindor. Fred is brandishing his bat as he engages in warm-up exercises. Loya engaged in casual conversation with the other two chasers, Angelina and George, when suddenly George poked his head out of the tent, exclaiming, "You won't believe it. Professor Dumbledore has also arrived." Upon hearing that the headmaster was attending the match, Wood became increasingly anxious, as Dumbledore seldom graced Quidditch matches with his presence. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "All right, lads and ladies, this is the most crucial match." Wood's nerves had rendered him incapable of recalling his usual opening remarks. Angelina cautioned the newly joined Loya and Harry to be wary of the Bludgers and Slytherin. Fred, brandishing his bat, assured them, "With George and me as your beaters, you have nothing to fear. No bludger will strike you." George, in a perfect mimicking motion, swung his bat in support. Loya cast a skeptical glance, responding, "Since the day I met you two, your assurances have hardly been trustworthy." "Nonsense. Just watch." The twins vowed, adding dismissively to Harry, "Take care of yourself." Wood felt a headache coming on. He wished to remind the Weasley brothers that focusing on the beaters was not the crux of victory. The golden snitch was worth 150 points. Ultimately, Wood resigned himself to a makeshift plan, instructing Harry to remain hidden until the snitch appeared, thereby avoiding an early assault on the seeker. Outside, the voice of Quidditch commentator Jordan rang out, "Let us welcome the players of Gryffindor and Slytherin." 15 broomsticks soared into the air as Loya and Harry followed their captain into the roaring stadium. Madame Hooch released the quaffle into the sky, marking the official start of the match. Angelina seized the quaffle, nimbly evading Slytherin players, and scored the first 10 points for Gryffindor. A few Slytherins closely pursued her, and Angelina signaled to Loya, swiftly passing the ball to him. Loya swiftly propelled the ball towards the goalpost. Fred and George converged towards Loya from either side. The rogue ball darted towards Loya with a whoosh, but Fred promptly struck it away with his stick. Simultaneously, the rogue ball approaching from behind was deftly sent flying by George with a spin. Loya charged towards the goal with fervor. Jordan exclaimed excitedly, "Loya Grindelwald scores." Gryffindor secures another 10 points. The stands erupted in cheers from the Gryffindor supporters. Dry and Pews, perplexed, inquired, "Marcus, is this Gryffindor's new tactic? 2 batters protecting 1 seeker?" Marcus, grinning with his prominent overbite, commanded the duo to follow him in blocking their opponents, oblivious to the impending danger. The twins turned, boastingly puffing out their chests at Loya. "What do you think? Your knights are protecting you quite well. Perhaps you should focus on what lies ahead before showing off," Loya retorted, casting a glance at the swiftly approaching shadow. As Fred turned, he saw Marcus hurling the bludger towards him with great force. Fred froze for a moment before being struck and tumbling off his broom. The bludger, like a returning dart, then smacked into George's nape, causing him to fall as well. Jordan commented, "Loya Grindelwald's knights have unfortunately been knocked down, face first, a truly dreadful sight." The Slytherins in the audience erupted in gleeful laughter. Following this, the Slytherins obtained the quaffle, only for the goalkeeper to make a spectacular save. A moment later, he was sent flying along with the ball. It seemed he would be spending another week in the hospital wing. Katie Bell passed the ball to Loya, who elegantly spun to evade the pursuing Slytherin seeker and raced towards the goalpost. The commentator Jordan jubilantly cheered, "Gryffindor has scored again. Absolutely magnificent. Loya Grindelwald is both stunning and charming. She is truly my goddess. I think I have fallen in love." Dumbledore lowered his binoculars, smiling. My dear boy, can you please commentate properly? Of course, Headmaster, Jordan replied. Now that the quaffle was no longer with Loya, several Slytherins inexplicably closed in on her. The bludger whizzed past again, forcing Loya to slow down and duck just in time to narrowly escape it, allowing the Slytherins behind her to catch up. Surrounded, Loya felt cornered. This was truly the butterfly effect. Wasn't he at Angelina who met with such a predicament in the movies? Why was she the one now? Just as she was about to collide with the goalpost, several Slytherins deliberately spread apart, but Loya had no time to break. She could only veer left at the last moment, crashing into the Slytherin student section. The Slytherin students shrieked and scattered, gasps echoing throughout the arena. Spectators from other houses rose to see what had transpired. Jordan, with a dramatic expression, declared, Merlin, the goddess has fallen. This must have been a terrible impact. Snape, rising abruptly from the professor's table, bellowed furiously, Slytherin loses 200 points. Jordan exclaimed, wow. Slytherin has been deducted 200 points by the head of house. How marvelous. Applause erupted from Gryffindor. Terence Higgs of Slytherin landed behind Captain Marcus, his expression fraught with concern as he inquired, will the match continue? What if we lose all our house points? Marcus replied. Loya rubbed her head as she rose, feeling dazed with a significant bump on her forehead. Fortunately, there was someone to cushion her fall. Otherwise, she too would have been carried to the medical wing to become one of Wood's patients. Loya glanced at the cushion beneath her, where a dazed and unconscious Malfoy lay, his eyes rolled back in his head. Loya rested her ear against his chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. She playfully patted his face and gave his nose a gentle pinch. He was still alive, there was no cause for alarm. Malfoy, who had been rendered unconscious by a falling object, finally emerged from his stupor. Weakly, he murmured, I surely haven't offended any of you today. Indeed. Mationlong had managed to keep himself out of trouble, avoiding any provocations. Loya leapt onto her enchanted broomstick, propelling herself away from the scene of the incident, soaring back to the Quidditch pitch. Meanwhile, Harry's broom began to malfunction, twisting and tumbling uncontrollably, forcing him to cling on for dear life. Professor Quirrell was casting a spell, while Snape was countering it. Hermione was on the verge of igniting Snape's robes. It became evident that, on numerous occasions, a physical blow proved to be more effective than the incantations of magic. Loya received the ghostly flying ball passed by her teammate, raised the retrieved stick, and struck the ghostly ball with all her might towards Professor Chilo's face. Professor Chilo was taken aback by the sudden impact of the ghostly ball, becoming dizzy and collapsing against the wall after spinning around. Jordan exclaimed, wow, Loya Grindelwald's ghostly ball has struck Professor Chilo. Two wandering balls, noticing Loya's apparent leisure, rushed towards her once more. Loya swung the bat, sending two bludgers soaring towards Quirrell's nape, as Voldemort, hidden beneath the turban, felt the painful impact of the consecutive strikes. The broomstick, now liberated from Quirrell's spell, regained its autonomy. Excellent. Not only had Loya dealt a devastating blow to Voldemort, but he had also preserved Snape's robes. Watching Harry diligently pursue the elusive golden snitch, Loya felt it was time to relax. The Gryffindor common room buzzed with excitement, with no classes in the afternoon. Everyone celebrated their victory in the Quidditch match. Fred and George had even pilfered a cake from the kitchen. Snape, standing just outside the entrance to the Gryffindor room, could hear the raucous revelry within. Occasionally, a Gryffindor, caught up in the festivities, would emerge and, upon seeing Professor Snape of the Potions class at the door, mistakenly believe that points were being deducted from their house, scurrying away in fright along the banister. The twins continued to boast to their fellow lions about how they had knocked the bludgers away, safeguarding their delicate teammates. Meanwhile, the Niffler tugged insistently at Loya's trouser leg, pulling towards the door. What on earth do you want, Niffler? Loya, uncertain of what the Niffler intended to do, had no choice but to follow it out of the lounge. At the entrance, Snape finally awaited the emergence of Loya, who had been pulled out by the Niffler. As soon as Loya caught sight of Snape, he immediately turned away, feigning a demeanor of discontent. Snape's eyes scrutinized Loya intently, deliberating on how best to initiate the conversation. Loya cast a sidelong glance at Snape's empty palm. Goodness, he didn't even bring my wand, the spine of the wand, and yet he dares to seek reconciliation? Farewell. Loya let out a forceful nasal hum and turned to return to the staff room. Snape, hesitating behind her, finally spoke up, his typically somber voice tinged with a hint of gentleness. Do you wish to visit Hogsmeade? Drawing upon the advice shared by the female professor regarding the art of entertaining children, Snape reasoned that since presenting a toy, the Firebolt 2000, had proven ineffective. The only recourse left was to attempt taking her out for a leisurely outing. Loya's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Indeed, she was intrigued by the enchanting Hogsmeade village depicted in the film, with its Honeyduke sweet shop, the Three Broomsticks pub, and the ever-popular butterbeer. She feigned disinterest, casually inquiring when they might go. Snape, feeling a subtle sense of relief within, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. "Whenever you wish," he replied. "Is now a possibility?" Loya turned around, her hands clasped behind her back as she endeavored to suppress the flicker of excitement within her. Meanwhile, Snape cast his gaze downward, observing her as she went to change her attire, the chill of the outside air palpable. Loya glanced down at her light shirt. The fireplace in the Gryffindor common room blazed warmly, ensuring a cozy atmosphere throughout the day, allowing the young wizards to feel comfortable even in their pajamas. However, outside the castle, the situation was quite different. The temperature had plummeted unexpectedly. Mornings were still pleasant, yet by afternoon, the chill set in abruptly. "So, please wait for me." Loia hurried back to her dormitory, traversing the bustling lounge, donned her coat, and tossed the sniffles to Hermione. Loia looked up at Snape, who towered over her by several heads, and inquired, "Do you have no classes this afternoon?" Snape replied that he had just exchanged lectures with other professors. Despite being wrapped in her coat, Loia shivered as the cold air hit her upon exiting the castle. Snape took out his wand and cast a warming charm upon her. Before long, they arrived at the bustling tavern. The atmosphere was lively and filled with smoke, where a graceful woman tended to a group of boisterous wizards at the bar. They found a vacant seat by the window and settled in. A young waiter approached them with enthusiasm, inquiring about their needs. Loia promptly reached out and called for 2 cups of butterbeer. However, Snape interrupted her. 1 butterbeer and 1 cup of milk. The waiter replied, "Certainly, sir. 1 butterbeer and 1 cup of milk." Loia. In less than 5 minutes, the waiter arrived bearing a steaming mug of frothy hot butterbeer and milk. Loia, in a state of displeasure, took a sip of milk. Severus Snape deliberated for a considerable time before ultimately sliding the box containing the wand before her. It was Loya's spine wand. Following the incident of the troll invasion at Hogwarts, he had confiscated her perilous spine wand. Subsequently, he made a special trip to a wand shop in Germany, where the proprietor, Grigovich, frequently supplied wands to the students of Durmstrang. Grigovich examined the wand and discovered that its core was crafted from the spine of a dark wizard from centuries past, a practice strictly prohibited in the wizarding world. Moreover, the wand was enveloped in an imperceptible aura of dark energy. It was astonishing. The core made from the spine of Extich indicated that its creator was indeed deranged, for this wand was designed for the use of dark magic. Snape recalled the vacant expression in Loya's eyes when she first encountered the wand, and with concern, he inquired whether it could harm its owner. Grigovich pondered for a moment and replied, "While I cannot guarantee that it will not harm the wielder, I can assure you that as long as the wielders will is resolute, the wand shall not compromise their sanity." Snape's anxious heart could finally find a semblance of peace. He cautioned Loya, "Do not wield it recklessly. The unforgivable curse is perilous." Loya was happily toying with her wand, completely oblivious to his words. Snape patiently continued, explaining that Professor McGonagall harbored a deep disdain for dark magic, particularly the unforgivable curses, and admonished her not to misuse it within the confines of Hogwarts, especially not in her presence. All right, Loya nodded repeatedly. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a fearsome countenance and grotesque appearance, unmistakably a Death Eater, approached their table. It seemed he had something to discuss with Snape, who left Loya with a cautionary remark not to wander off, assuring her he would return shortly before they exited. Loya gazed through the window at Snape and the Death Eaters engaged in conversation outside. After a brief moment of idleness, she summoned a waiter and requested another mug of butterbeer. The waiter hesitated, glancing at her before casting a wary look towards Snape outside. "You are too young. Your guardian would not approve." Loya was engulfed in melancholy, pondering why her standing appeared so diminished in the eyes of others. "In my own home, I command authority," she declared. The waiter gazed at her in astonishment. "Moreover, you are mistaken. He is not my master." Upon hearing this, the waiter's peculiar expression oscillated between Loya and Snape, who stood outside. Finally, a look of enlightenment crossed his face as he remarked, "Ah, I see. You truly know how to amuse yourselves." Shortly thereafter, the waiter presented a steaming mug of butterbeer to him. Loya does not forget to add a note to keep track of Snape's account. Loya took a sip of the butterbeer, its flavor reminiscent of the fizzy beverages of the Muggle world, yet undeniably delightful. She set down her glass and casually caught sight of Professor Quirrell in the corner, his head wrapped in bandages, while a shadowy figure in black whispered furtively beside him. Loya could only overhear their conversation about the first-year league. After Professor Chilo concluded his discussion with the other party, he turned to find Loya, and his expression immediately soured, even causing him to touch the bandage as a wave of pain surged through his head once more. Loya harbored no affection for Chilo, and it was not merely due to the fact that he bore a striking resemblance to Voldemort on the back of his head. During the troll invasion, she had employed the spell heart-piercing and bone-cutting, and Chilo had intentionally steered Professor McGonagall to target her, fully aware of McGonagall's long-standing bias against her based on her surname. Approaching her desk, Chilo exuded a pungent aroma of garlic that nearly made her nauseous. "Miss Grindelwald, students below the third year are not permitted in Hogsmeade. I feel it necessary to inform Professor McGonagall," he declared, evidently seeking to provoke her. It was unclear whether his grievance stemmed from her well-aimed bludger or if it was Voldemort's presence on the back of his head, harboring resentment from the previous encounter, prompting him to resort to childish tactics of reporting to McGonagall. The audacity of such a person, who would stoop to complaining to a teacher when bested. At that moment, the Voldemort on his scarf sneezed. Snape, who had accompanied her, strode forward from behind, casting a dark glance at Professor Chilo. Chilo merely smirked, choosing not to engage further, and departed with a sense of discretion. Snape turned to see Loya, who was hastily attempting to hide a beer mug beneath the table. He furrowed his brow, but ultimately chose to overlook the incident. After settling the bill, Snape escorted her to Honeyduke's, a shop quite popular among Hogwarts students, renowned for its vast array of sweets, including various milk-based gummies and chocolates. With Christmas fast approaching, Loya selected a large jar of chocolates for Harry and purchased an assortment of gummies for Hermione and Ron. Just as they were about to leave, a group of dark-skinned students entered, roughly her age, yet clad not in Hogwarts robes, but emblazoned with the crest of the Wizarding Academy of Wagadu. She overheard them discussing their first visit to Hogsmeade and speculating about what Hogwarts Castle might be like. "We absolutely must win," they exclaimed. It appeared they had come to compete, and Loya tilted her head in confusion, pondering if it was for the Quidditch match. Snape discerned her bewilderment and provided clarification. The Wizarding Academy of Wagadu was set to engage in a freshman spell competition with Hogwarts, open exclusively to first-year wizards, originally scheduled to arrive the following day. They had unexpectedly shown up a day early. As Dumbledore passionately announced the forthcoming freshman spell competition between Hogwarts and Wagadu, Loya quietly inquired of Hermione. "Wagadu?" Hermione explained. "It is a magical academy located in the Moon Mountains of Uganda, Africa. It is the largest magical institution in the world. It is said that students are notified of their acceptance through dreams." Loya marveled at Hermione, the living encyclopedia, for there seemed to be nothing beyond her knowledge. "Now, let us extend a warm welcome to the students from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic along with their esteemed headmaster." As the words were spoken, a group of young wizards clad in Beauxbatons robes, accompanied by their headmaster, entered the hall. Most of them bore dark skin, yet the girls possessed exquisitely delicate features, exuding an air of exotic charm. For instance, Ron, utterly captivated, nearly had his ears pinched by Hermione, while Harry, alarmed, instinctively shifted aside. Once the Beauxbatons students took their seats, the hall appeared notably more crowded than usual. Professor McGonagall rapped her spoon against her goblet, signaling the commencement of the competition rules. The freshman spell contest would be conducted in pairs, restricted solely to first-year students. Teams would be assigned through a lottery system, ensuring that only students from the same school would be paired together, alleviating any concern of Hogwarts and Beauxbatons students sharing a team. These first-year novices had only been studying magic at Hogwarts for 3 to 4 months, and their magical abilities were quite similar, with the exception of a few overachievers who may have delved into additional studies within the library. Loya took a moment to mentally organize the spells she had currently mastered. With her present abilities, although she remained unaware of the circumstances at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, she believed she ranked among the upper echelons of first-year students. If paired with a teammate like Harry or Hermione, Loya felt confident that they could triumph all the way to the finals. With a graceful wave of his hand, Dumbledore cast a spell, causing an array of floating magical boxes to materialize above the long table. These enchanted boxes appeared almost sentient, gliding gracefully through the air, allowing the students to select their magical partners at will. Loya seized a crimson magical box and, upon opening it, a miniature golden snitch leaped forth. Smaller than the snitch used in a Quidditch match, The moment she touched the golden snitch, a series of words materialized upon its surface. Loya Grindelwald, number 13. As explained by Professor McGonagall regarding the rules of the competition, wizards sharing the same number are grouped together, indicating that her teammate should also bear the number 13. Loya peeked over to observe Harry and Hermione, both designated as number 10. With Harry and Hermione united as a formidable duo, Loya surmised that their partnership would undoubtedly propel them into the finals. However, since neither Harry nor Hermione was her teammate, she turned her attention to Ron, only to find he was also not number 13. Well, at the very least, having a future swordmaster like Neville or the explosive genius Seamus as allies would still be acceptable. Neville was still fiddling with his memory ball when a magical box inadvertently struck him on the head. After a brief cry of pain, he opened the box, discovering it too was not number 13. Just as Seamus dismantled his magical box, an explosion ensued. Loya approached to sift through the remnants of the shattered flying snitch, which, though reduced to ash, still bore no resemblance to number 13. Loya searched around the long table of Gryffindor, but found no one with the same number as her own. Reluctantly, she decided to check the long tables of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. The young witches and wizards from both houses were exceedingly friendly, yet none bore the number 13. At this point, nearly all the first-year students had located their teammates bearing the same number. Loya remained single, suddenly seized by an unsettling premonition. She turned her head and beheld Slytherin's Malfoy parading around Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff with the golden snitch in hand. Ultimately, he strutted towards the Gryffindor table, imperiously declaring, "Who is number 13? The snitch, as if enchanted, flew directly to Loya, performing a graceful circle around her before settling in her palm. Both snitches were indeed number 13. The collective gaze of Gryffindor converged upon Loya. Malfoy's previously haughty demeanor froze in an instant, memories of his potions textbook, quills, and the disastrous cauldron, as well as the unidentified projectile that had struck him during a Quidditch match, resurfacing painfully. Loya's complexion was hardly any better. Her teammate was none other than Draco Malfoy. In Loya's eyes, Malfoy epitomized the spoiled scion of a wealthy family. She strained to recall his combat prowess and the spells he had wielded in the films, though the narrative had become increasingly hazy in her mind. After a moment of reflection, Loya's expression darkened considerably, teaming up with Malfoy. She feared she might find herself outmatched 2-1 in every round. Thus, she raised her hand to speak. "Professor, may I apply for an immediate surrender and withdraw from the competition?" Malfoy widened his eyes in vehement protest. "Wait. Your teammate Malfoy refuses to concede. I am eager to participate in the contest." Loya, reluctant to participate in the competition due to her partnership with Malfoy, faced the consequence that Malfoy would also be deemed to have forfeited under the rules of the doubles match. In the Slytherin common room, Malfoy paced irritably before the fireplace, his agitation palpable. Goyle and Crabbe lounged on the sofa, indulging in snacks, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. Frustration surged within Malfoy as he snapped, "You two imbeciles should come up with a solution." The Slytherin prefect, passing by, could not suppress an eye roll. "Malfoy, you're making us dizzy. Why won't she compete?" "How would I know? If she doesn't compete, I'll be marked as forfeiting as well. Have you bullied her in the past, causing her to despise you?" "She has been the one tormenting me," Malfoy retorted, only to realize he had inadvertently revealed too much, his face flushing a deep crimson. "You must have earned her disdain. She doesn't trust you. If her partner were Potter, she would likely be eager to participate." Malfoy, disheartened, flung himself onto the sofa, brooding over why everyone seemed to favor Potter. "Unless you change her perception of you, she will never trust you or agree to team up with you," the prefect concluded before turning away. The following day, Malfoy and his two lackeys lay in wait behind the staircase of the main building. Goyle signaled from a distance, indicating that their target was approaching. Loya was assisting a Ravenclaw student in delivering a stack of class assignments to the professor's office. As fate would have it, Goyle and Crabbe inadvertently knocked the notebook from Loya's grasp. Subsequently, Malfoy feigned a casual stroll, offering to help Loya pick up the scattered papers, ostensibly to enhance his favorability. Loya graciously agreed to participate in the competition. The plan progressed smoothly until Gall and Crabbe, after colliding with Loya's notebook, hastily fled the scene. However, plans are often thwarted by unexpected changes. No one anticipated that Loya would abandon her notebook, her expression darkening as she pursued Gall and Crabbe down the street, only to return after delivering a blow that broke Gall and Crabbe's noses, remembering then to retrieve her notebook. Malfoy, observing the slight mishap, believed it would not alter the ultimate outcome of their scheme. He adjusted his tie and ensured that his golden hair was impeccably fixed with hairspray, then strode forward with an air of arrogance. Just then, a boy wrapped in a yellow and black checkered scarf passed by, assisting Loya in picking up the scattered notebooks. "Thank you, Cedric," she said. Cedric flashed her a faint smile. Loya harbors a certain fondness for Cedric, the quintessential good-natured soul who willingly assumes the role of a scapegoat. Were it not for Cedric's selfless act of taking the blame, she might well have faced expulsion from Hogwarts at the hands of Professor McGonagall for her reckless actions. It has come to her attention that you valiantly triumphed over Slytherin, and that your spectacular bludger shot even struck Professor Quirrell. Regrettably, Cedric missed the exhilarating Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin due to his detention. As he listens to his roommates animatedly recount the prowess of Gryffindor's new seeker, he can only imagine the frustration it must have caused Marcus, who surely gritted his teeth in vexation. Loyal laughed softly, attributing his slip to a mere mistake. "Next week, our third grade will have a Quidditch practice match. Will you be able to attend?" A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Cedric's eyes as he inquired with utmost caution. After pondering for a moment, Roya realized that next week the first-year students would be competing in a spell-casting contest against Wagadoo. Since her assigned partner was Malfoy, she decided to forego participation in the event. With no competition to prepare for, her schedule for the upcoming week would be quite free, and she gladly accepted Cedric's invitation. Cedric quietly breathed a sigh of relief. As Roya was about to head to the auditorium, she turned and politely inquired Cedric if he would like to accompany her for a meal in the hall. Under the gaze of her beautiful eyes, Cedric felt a warmth creeping to his ears as he nervously nodded in agreement. The two walked side by side along the corridor, while Malfoy remained sidelined. Loia sensed that Draco Malfoy had been behaving rather oddly of late. No matter where she ventured, she would serendipitously spot a golden, luminous head in the distance, peering through a telescope, accompanied by his two foolish lackeys, covertly casting glances in her direction. Initially, Luoyu was disinclined to engage. Yet in his fervent desire to participate in the competition, Malfoy began to recklessly flirt with danger. For instance, in class, the still swollen-nosed Goyle and Crabbe suddenly materialized before Luoya. Just as she speculated whether these two lackeys had come to settle the score for Goyle's broken nose, her hand, concealed within the sleeve of her school robe, discreetly tightened around her wand. However, Goyle and Crabbe, relying on their weight advantage, each seized one of Luoya's companions. One dragged Hermione from her seat on the left, while the other pulled Ron from the right, leaving Luoya standing alone. Subsequently, Malfoy swaggered over and took a seat beside her. Loya's expression was one of disdain as she contemplated Malfoy's intentions. Today, Malfoy was impeccably groomed, his hair gleaming like polished silver. Clearing his throat, he adopted a tone he believed to be congenial and stated, regarding the competition, without a moment's hesitation, Loya bluntly declined. As Malfoy attempted to continue, she interrupted him decisively. "Must I articulate it so clearly for you to comprehend? Mr. Malfoy, you would be a hindrance to me. Do you understand?" Her words cut through the air with an unforgiving clarity. Malfoy was left with nothing but disappointment. Nevertheless, he remained resolute. As long as Loya refused to agree to participate in next week's dueling tournament, he would persistently follow her, refusing to relent. He was determined to compete, even aiming for the finals, hoping to face Potter, to vanquish him and demonstrate to Potter's admirers just how misguided their admiration was. Despite Malfoy's commendable appearance and his lineage of pure blood prestige, his words were laced with malice, often resorting to derogatory remarks about Muggleborns, and his temperament was notoriously foul. Consequently, even the first-year girls from other houses, who had previously maintained a cordial rapport with Loya, became wary of associating with her in Malfoy's unsettling presence. Ultimately, Loya could no longer withstand Malfoy's incessant pestering and begrudgingly consented to participate in the competition. While Malfoy boasted in the Slytherin common room about his inevitable triumph, Loya had already arrived at the venue, surveying the competition. The dueling arena, enchanted by Dumbledore, floated above the Black Lake, with steps leading down to the grassy expanse. The sky above the dueling ground was also magically protected, ensuring that even as snowflakes danced outside, the interior remained unaffected. The rules dictated that if either member of a team lost consciousness or fell into the Black Lake, they would forfeit. Overall, this 2-on-2 competition demanded a high level of teamwork. Though it was a tournament for first-year students from Hogwarts and Wagadoo, numerous upperclassmen had gathered to witness the spectacle, and the viewing area was nearly filled to capacity. Loya and Malfoy's match was scheduled for the second day, while Harry, Hermione, and Neville's match was slated for the first day. Fred, seated behind her, leaned over the back of the chair and poked Loya. "Hey, Loya. George and I have wagered our entire allowance on your victory. No pressure, but our chance to become rich overnight rests on you." Loya sighed, recognizing that this was not merely an added pressure, but rather an outright imposition of stress. In the inaugural match, the Hogwarts team comprised Neville and a girl from Ravenclaw. From the very beginning, Neville appeared flustered, succumbing to an opponent's spell and nearly plunging into the Black Lake. Fortunately, the young Ravenclaw girl maintained her composure. Despite both players initially facing disadvantages, they ultimately turned the tide and triumphed in the match. The subsequent match featured Harry and Hermione. As Harry stepped onto the field, he caught sight of Loya in the stands, mistakenly believing she had come specifically to watch him play. Overcome with excitement, he waved at Loya. Loya nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Harry and Hermione truly exemplified a formidable duo, effortlessly securing an early advantage as their opponents, two wizards from Hogwarts, were caught off guard, swiftly leading to their victory. Throughout the morning's matches, Loya remained entirely focused on the performance of the Hogwarts Wizards. While the Hogwarts Wizards were not particularly strong, she felt confident in her chances of winning the game, provided that Malfoy did not create any unforeseen complications. Soon, the day of their first match arrived. In the preparation tent, Malfoy arrogantly raised his voice, proclaiming that he would soon render the opposing wizards utterly defeated. Seemingly fearful that the Hogwarts Wizards sharing the tent might not hear him, Loya awkwardly shook his head, hoping that Malfoy would not be humiliated later. After the referee announced the commencement, both sides raised their wands in salute, marking the official start of the duel. Taking the initiative, Malfoy unleashed a spell first. With a flick of his wand, a cunning serpent descended onto the dueling ground. Loya was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Malfoy was indeed a concealed talent, possessing remarkable skills. Observing Loya's slightly astonished expression, Malfoy's spirits unexpectedly lifted, and his sly serpent companion began to flaunt its prowess with a flick of its tongue. Malfoy, in a state of delight, tilted his head back, preparing to showcase his abilities. However, in the next moment, he was unceremoniously sent tumbling into the Black Lake, along with his snake, by a stunning spell cast by a wizard from Hogwarts. The referee promptly declared victory for the Hogwarts team, and cheers erupted from the stands filled with their supporters. Loya's expression was indescribably grim. She had yet to make a move when, in less than 10 seconds from the start, her teammate succumbed to the first blood. Nay, her teammate was unceremoniously knocked into the lake, setting a new record for the swiftest defeat in the entire school. Loya felt she could not bear to look at Dumbledore seated at the headmaster's table. The cold leaves fell gently upon her face, and her disappointing teammates had deeply wounded her heart. Loya descended the stairs with a sullen expression, while behind him, the sound of bubbles rising from the dark lake, reminiscent of Malfoy, echoed, "I cannot swim." Loya strode furiously down the corridor, her pride utterly shattered after the humiliating defeat. To make matters worse, Fred and George had wagered every last penny of their pocket money, plunging Loya's spirits to an all-time low. Behind her, a drenched Malfoy called out for another chance, relentlessly pursuing her. His clothes were completely soaked, and his normally neatly combed blonde hair now lay in disarray against his forehead. He disregarded the need to tidy himself up and hurried to keep pace with Loya, fearing that this Gryffindor might withdraw in a fit of rage. Malfoy seized her sleeve, his voice tinged with desperation as he implored, "Loya Grindelwald, grant me another opportunity. This time, I shall undoubtedly prevail. Loyalty, I warn you now, immediately, best keep your distance, or I may be compelled to rip every last strand from that golden mane of yours." Loya retorted angrily, "It was my carelessness in the last match. I assure you, I shall make those who resemble the color of mud look positively exquisite in the next." Malfoy stammered in a flustered defense. Loya crossed her arms and cast a sidelong glance at him. The once haughty little golden-haired boy had, after all, lowered his noble head. It was quite astonishing that the typically proud Malfoy could adopt such a subservient tone to plead for assistance. Loya remained silent for a moment. She had never intended to withdraw from the competition. Fortunately, the rules stipulated that one would not be entirely eliminated after a single defeat, and with a string of victories. Reaching the finals was not out of the question. She had to participate in the second match, not only to restore her dignity but also to reclaim the pocket money that Fred and George had taken from her. A few Slytherins brushed past her, their expressions a mixture of confusion as they observed the disheveled Malfoy obsessively pursuing a Gryffindor while uttering bewildering pleas for another chance. One Slytherin could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired what Malfoy was doing. What else could it be? Rejected in his romantic pursuits, he remarked, clearly amused by Malfoy's tenacity. Ultimately, Loya devised a new strategy. She would position Malfoy in the back line, ensuring he avoided being sent tumbling into the lake. While she attracted the opposing team's firepower at the center and served as the primary offensive force, Malfoy was to remain in the rear, casting spells to clean up the mess and simply avoid being a liability. Loya rolled up his sleeves. Isn't it simply a one-on-two affair? Before the second match, Malfoy was unusually quiet in the tent. Loya diligently polished her wand, determined to reclaim victory within 10 seconds after her defeat in the first match. There was no need to reserve her strength. She would unleash her ultimate spell right from the start. As the referee blew the whistle and both sides exchanged pleasantries, Loya surged toward the center of the field. Under the implicit threat that their team would fall apart should she falter today, Malfoy obediently adhered to Miss Grindelwald's tactical directives. He promptly dashed in the opposite direction, retreating to the backfield to avoid the dire misfortune of being propelled into the Black Lake once more. According to the regulations of the Magical Duel League, the swiftest route to victory was unequivocally to cast the opponent into the lake. The air was charged with tension. As Loya raised his wand and instantaneously cast a spell, a whirlwind of sand and stones was unleashed, catching the unsuspecting young wizard of Wagadu off guard and sending him flying. Just as his teammate, tension etched across his face, prepared to retaliate, he noticed a colossal water sphere looming ominously overhead. In a swift and seamless motion, Loya ensnared the bewildered wizard from Hogwarts in a water prison, casting him directly into the depths of the Black Lake. The battle concluded in a mere 10 seconds, leaving Malfoy in stunned silence. The headmaster of Hogwarts, seated in the audience, rose with a furrowed brow, his expression grave as he surveyed the scene. Was this truly the caliber of a first-year student? How could a novice wield such advanced magic? The ease of Loya's victory could be attributed in part to the ineptitude of his opponent in the second match. Meanwhile, Malfoy, deeply shaken by Loya's formidable water prison, had, contrary to his usual demeanor, refrained from appearing in the Slytherin common room or engaging in idle banter with his friends. He even abstained from provoking Potter. It was hard to believe that Malfoy had taken refuge in the library, poring over a third-year spellbook. Were it not for his conspicuous Slytherin robes and his golden hair, one might easily mistake his diligent study for that of a Ravenclaw. Loya's advice was to select a spell that could be mastered in a short period and would yield the most favorable results in competition. Loya believes that the stunning spell is the most fitting choice. It is also the very incantation that unseated Malfoy in their initial confrontation. Unlike Hogwarts, where students encounter the stunning spell only in their third year, at Wagadu, it is introduced as early as the first year. Following Loya's advice, Malfoy is diligently striving to master this new spell. Loya had to concede that Malfoy was indeed a true pure blood, bolstered by his innate talent. He swiftly mastered one of the third-year spells through self-directed study. The following day, devoid of any matches, Loya and Malfoy arranged to meet in the yard of Hagrid's hut. In truth, it was Malfoy who, at the crack of dawn, unilaterally summoned Loya to accompany him in practice. Malfoy was utterly engrossed, keenly observing the movements of Loya's wand. Loya cast a spell that stirred the sands and stones towards Malfoy, who narrowly evaded the onslaught. Quite impressive. Indeed, his agility had significantly improved. It was a rare occasion to receive praise from his teammate, Loya Grindelwald, which lifted Malfoy's spirits. He stretched his sore shoulders to alleviate the tension. In recent days, Loya has been training Malfoy's evasion skills, even when she faces two opponents alone in the center line. She remains apprehensive about the possibility of Malfoy being unexpectedly knocked into the water from behind. Malfoy has shown considerable improvement since their initial training sessions. She recalls the first day when Malfoy endured numerous blows, leaving her bruised and battered as she struggled to withstand Loya's relentless onslaught of flying debris. Loya tossed Malfoy's wand to him. Now it's your turn to use the stunning spell. Malfoy grasped the wand, holding his breath in concentration as he waved it to cast the spell. Unfortunately, Loya deftly evaded the attack. Malfoy, feeling frustrated, pouted slightly. "Ya," sprawled in the yard, echoed a couple of calls. Hagrid poured freshly boiled water into 2 cups containing tea leaves. With his characteristic hospitality, he also offered them some homemade biscuits. Hagrid was genuinely astonished that the typically antagonistic Gryffindor and Slytherin could coexist so amicably. It was indeed a rare occurrence. "Thank you," Loya said as he accepted the teacup from Hagrid, taking a gentle sip. Malfoy, accustomed to a life of luxury and servitude, looked at Hagrid's biscuits with disdain. Who would eat such filthy biscuits? Only a mudblood would. Before Malfoy could finish his sentence, Loya brought the teacup down heavily onto the table with a thud. Malfoy immediately fell silent. After all, having trained vigorously all morning, he had expended considerable energy and was indeed famished. Reluctantly, Malfoy huffed and, with a grimace, picked up a biscuit. Loya raised an eyebrow, elevating his voice as he addressed him. Malfoy, have you forgotten what you ought to say first? Reluctantly, Malfoy uttered a thank you to Hagrid before taking a bite of the biscuit, which surprisingly was quite delicious. Hagrid, unfazed by Malfoy's temperament, merely chuckled heartily, finding it astonishing that Lucius Malfoy's son could be so obedient to Loya. With rare free time in the afternoon, Loya borrowed a book from the library's living area and nestled into his dormitory bed, preparing to weave a scarf for the Niffler using the instructions within the book. Have you been spending too much time with Slytherin lately? Hermione inquired, setting her book aside to regard Loya earnestly. She felt that her association with Malfoy had been growing too close and pondered over it, ultimately opting for a more ambiguous notion. In recent days, whenever Malfoy had the opportunity, he would train new spells with Loya. The two would attend matches together to scout for opponents and dine side by side, discussing potential adversaries for their next encounter, which led outsiders to perceive them as inseparable. That morning, Harry and Hermione encountered Hagrid, who, unaware of his slip of the tongue, inadvertently revealed that Loya and Malfoy had been practicing spells in his yard for the past few days. Loya was certainly aware that Hermione's insinuation regarding Slytherin pertained to Malfoy. Given Malfoy's incessant use of the term mudblood, Hermione harbored a deep disdain for him, a sentiment she could comprehend. When time permitted, she truly needed to rectify this abhorrent habit of his. Moreover, as he was her teammate, and they were both striving for victory, she believed there was nothing amiss in assisting Malfoy with his spellcasting practice. Loya turned a page, and according to the instructions, she lightly slid her wand towards the ball of yarn. With a casual tone, she remarked, "He is my teammate. If he loses, I shall lose as well. Is it not natural for me to assist him? The others would surely gossip upon seeing you with Slytherin." Loya set down the ball of yarn and raised her gaze to Hermione. "Why should I act according to the whims of others? It is impossible to please everyone with every action. Why concern myself with their opinions?" Deep down, she possessed a fierce competitive spirit, resolutely committing to any endeavor she undertook. Having entered the competition, she was determined to reach the finals, even to claim victory. Not even the presence of Harry and Hermione in the final would soften her resolve. In truth, Hermione had noticed Harry's recent unhappiness, and she longed to express her concern about his frequent companionship with Malfoy, which seemed to weigh heavily on his spirits. However, after much hesitation, she opted for a different approach. Loya, perplexed, tilted her head and inquired, "What is the matter with Harry? Did you not lose just one match after a streak of victories? Losing a single game does not preclude you from advancing to the finals. Assure him not to worry. Your record is commendable, and qualifying for the finals is virtually assured." Observing Loya's complete lack of understanding, Hermione resignedly concluded their conversation. The training had indeed yielded significant results. For instance, Draco had now become capable of coordinating with Loya. When a wizard from Hogwarts was cornered by Loya's spell, Draco seized the opportunity to unleash a stunning charm, sending the opponent tumbling into the Black Lake. At times, a mere glance from Loya would signal to him what to do, and compared to the beginning, their synergy was gradually becoming harmonious. Aside from the initial defeat, they were now on a 4-match winning streak. Conversely, the situation seemed rather bleak for Neville and his team, as it was reported that Simon had already been eliminated from contention for the finals. Loya was delicately manipulating her Dragonheart string wand, which bore several subtle cracks that were not easily noticeable. It seemed that her recent extensive use of advanced magic had begun to take its toll, and the wand was gradually showing signs of strain. She hoped it would endure until the conclusion of the competition. After all, it would be quite absurd to enter the dueling arena wielding a wand that resembled a mere vertebra, with so many pairs of eyes watching. Any mishap could lead to considerable embarrassment, particularly if a particularly devastating Avada Kedavra were to unintentionally escape. Malfoy had somehow procured a list of all participants' duel results. He circled the names of their upcoming opponents with a quill and handed it to Loya. "Potter and his friends lost yet another match," he said with a smug grin, clearly reveling in his triumph. Loya could not help but roll her eyes as she observed Harry's defeat, his delight nearly stretching his lips to his ears. "Do you remember how you collapsed in solitude yesterday?" "I merely missed once," Malfoy replied, somewhat awkwardly, as he was caught off guard. At the podium, Snape was striving to ignore the blatant exchange of banter between the Gryffindor and Slytherin students seated in the front row during potions class. As he turned back from the blackboard, Where he had been writing the key points of the lesson, he noticed that their heads were nearly touching. A wave of frustration washed over Snape, and he could not help but furrow his brow. "Mr. Malfoy, could you kindly repeat what I just explained?" Snape asked, his expression icy and composed. Caught off guard by the sudden call-out, Malfoy was momentarily bewildered. He had been engrossed in conversation with Loya. The surrounding Slytherins mentally urged him on. Malfoy instinctively glanced at Loya for assistance, nudging her arm. "What were we discussing? How should I know?" The two engaged in their playful interaction were keenly observed by Snape, who tightened his frown further. 5 points from Slytherin. Ultimately, after Snape's merciless announcement, Malfoy was assigned detention. The following day, as they returned from Hagrid's yard after their training session, they encountered Neville being carried out of the dueling arena by several students. En route to the infirmary, Loya discovered several savage claw marks on Neville's body, leaving her perplexed as to how such injuries could be sustained during the spell competition. The Ravenclaw girl accompanying her appeared equally disheveled. Recognizing Loya as Neville's classmate, she spoke with a hint of resentment, lamenting, "Neville and I have been completely eliminated. Our Hogwarts team has succumbed to defeat today. How could this be possible?" Loya was taken aback, for just days earlier, the wizards from Wagadu she encountered had exhibited nothing but ordinary skills. "You will find out soon enough," the girl continued. "Many of them are older than us. And compared to the opponents we faced previously, their prowess is leagues apart. Moreover, their spells are quite peculiar." As the next match commenced, Loya observed that the two Wagadu wizards opposing them appeared at least 2 or 3 years older than their prior adversaries, standing taller as well. When Loya cast a water prison, to her astonishment, one of them transformed into a cheetah, deftly evading the spell. The cheetah leaped over Loya's head and pounced directly at Malfoy in the back row. Unprepared, Malfoy sustained 2 bloody gashes on his arm, staggering and ultimately falling from the dueling platform. Fortunately, his quick reflexes kicked in a moment of peril. He clutched the edge of the dueling arena with all his might, the veins on the backs of his hands standing out prominently. His feet dangled above the abyss of the dark lake below. The sudden turn of events elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. Loya turned around, only to find that another Wagadu sorcerer had transformed into a gray wolf. Loya's eyes widened in astonishment. Transfiguration? She had witnessed Professor McGonagall transform into a cat during Transfiguration class, yet the individual before her was merely a first-year student. How could they achieve such an effect with the Transfiguration spell? The gray wolf, transformed from a wizard, disregarded Loya entirely and bared its fangs as it charged directly at Malfoy. Loya swiftly repelled the two beasts, lunging at Malfoy with a flurry of sand and stones. However, it was evident that Malfoy was nearing his breaking point. His grip faltered, and he tumbled towards the Black Lake. Water prison. Loya was compelled to ensnare Malfoy once more with the water prison, rescuing him from the brink of plunging into the Black Lake and flinging him back into the dueling arena. Soaked to the skin, Malfoy sat on the ground, gasping for breath, yet his wand remained firmly clutched in his hand. Gritting his teeth, with his golden locks plastered against his ears, Malfoy finally realized that he had become the primary target of his two opponents. Headmaster McGonagall had assessed the duo of Loya and Malfoy, immediately discerning the evident disparity in their abilities. It was Loya, the formidable witch, whose swift path to victory lay in a 2-on-1 strategy. She instructed her students to prioritize their focus on Malfoy. As the two beasts lunged at Malfoy once more, Loya prepared to cast the water prison for the 3rd time. However, as her water sphere barely began to take shape, it suddenly burst apart, dissipating into a shower of droplets. How could this be? Loya stared in astonishment at the vanishing water sphere. Although her wand bore a crack, it should still be functional. At that moment, a voice emanated from her system, which often remained dormant and had once led Loya to mistakenly believe it was malfunctioning. System, warning. Host's magical energy is critically low. Loya was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that she possessed such a thing as magical power. Having already utilized the water prison twice in this encounter, she had expended much of her magical energy, resulting in the failure of her 3rd attempt at conjuring the water prison. A viscous crimson liquid trickled down her chin and dripped onto her hand. Loya gazed in bewilderment at the bloodstains in her palm, having suffered no tangible assault, yet finding herself with a nosebleed. She pondered intensely, finally discerning that her total magical capacity allowed her to cast 2 advanced spells in a single instance. Attempting a 3rd would not only result in failure, but also inflict a backlash upon her body. Loya wiped the blood from her nose with the back of her hand. With advanced magic now rendered unusable, She resolved to test whether the residual magical energy was sufficient for simpler incantations. Swiftly, she enveloped the arena in a shroud of mist, obscuring the ongoing battle from the spectator's view. Malfoy discerned that Loya was crafting an opportunity for him. Seizing the moment when the jaguar and the Grey Wolf's line of sight was obstructed, Malfoy swiftly cast a levitating flip spell, successfully ambushing the wizard transformed into a cheetah. The cheetah, taken by surprise, was flung from the arena and plunged into the dark lake. The referee promptly declared Hogwarts the victor. Loia secretly exhaled in relief. They were the only victorious Hogwarts team today. With no classes or matches on Saturday, Loia nearly slumbered through the entire morning. After the previous day's match, having exhausted her magical energy with 3 uses of the water prison, she now felt exceptionally weary and unwell. When she groggily awoke in the morning, Hermione, noticing her pallor akin to that of parchment, anxiously inquired, "Loia, are you ill? Would you like me to accompany you to Madame Pomfrey?" "It's merely fatigue," Loia replied. "A short rest will suffice." Loia politely declined Hermione's invitation and nestled under her blankets, sleeping until noon. After a brief wash, she felt a slight resurgence of energy. At least not as fatigued as she had been in the morning. The 2 wizards from Hogwarts who could transform into leopards and gray wolves during the previous day's competition left her feeling somewhat apprehensive. What puzzled her even more was how first-year students could perform transfiguration that rivaled Professor McGonagall's expertise. Additionally, she realized her water prison had a flaw. It became somewhat cumbersome when dealing with agile targets. She worried that in the upcoming matches, if the opposition began to prioritize Malfoy, her strategies tailored for him might no longer be effective. She resolved to visit the library in the afternoon to see if she could uncover any information regarding Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Loia brewed a cup of warm tea and sat by the window, gazing down as several upperclassmen from Hufflepuff, clad in their Quidditch robes, strolled by, filled with laughter and camaraderie. Suddenly, she recalled that she had promised Cedric just last week to attend his Quidditch practice match. How could she have almost forgotten that it was today? The clock on the wall ticked steadily, indicating that it was barely 11 o'clock. She remembered Cedric mentioning that the Quidditch match would commence around 2 in the afternoon. There was ample time. She could easily visit the library to research information about Hogwarts before making her way to the Quidditch pitch. Reflecting on how Cedric had taken the blame for her and received attention from Professor McGonagall, she realized that aside from her verbal thanks, she had not taken any tangible actions to express her gratitude. Loia suddenly felt that she might be slightly overstepping her bounds. How could she express her gratitude to the opposite sex? She recalled a chance encounter a few days prior with a Hufflepuff girl who had gifted her homemade cookies and cakes. However, the thought of preparing cakes and cookies herself was utterly inconceivable. She had no inclination to learn. Thus, she donned her heavy coat and made her way to the kitchen. Upon her arrival, the house elves greeted her warmly, inquiring about her needs. From the array of delectable dishes laid out before her, she selected a few exquisite pastries and carefully packaged them in a box, deciding to use them as a token of appreciation for her senior. The library was relatively quiet on Saturday, and she approached the shelves in the charms section, choosing a stack of parchment-bound tomes on the history of charms. Placing the cake box on the long table. Before long, a golden-haired head appeared across from her. Loia recognized it was Malfoy in the entire academy. Who else but Malfoy could maintain such a polished appearance? She felt utterly fatigued and lacked the energy to even raise her eyes in greeting. Malfoy, without a hint of courtesy, took a seat across from her and, noticing her pallid complexion, remarked, "You do look rather unwell." Loia lifted her gaze from the book and looked at him. Typically, Loya Grindelwald exuded an overwhelming presence that was in stark contrast to the young women he encountered at aristocratic social gatherings, who seemed utterly captivated by him. Moreover, her prowess in magic was astonishing. During their training sessions in Hagrid's yard, he had often found himself on the receiving end of her relentless assaults. There were times he genuinely questioned whether he was merely a punching bag in her eyes. Now, however, she appeared unwell, her sapphire blue eyes misty, radiating a gentle softness uncommon for her. As these thoughts crossed Malfoy's mind, he awkwardly averted his gaze and cleared his throat. "You bled during yesterday's match." "It was merely a nosebleed. A good night's sleep will suffice." "Are you certain? Your complexion is rather poor. Do you have a fever?" "There is another match in a few days. You mustn't let yourself become muddled before then." "If I say I'm fine, then I am. You ought to be more concerned about your arm, which looks as if it's been wrapped like a dumpling." Malfoy was taken aback. In the previous match, he had been targeted by 2 wizards from Hogwarts who had transformed into a cheetah and a wolf, resulting in 2 10-centimeter-long wounds on his left arm. Consequently, his entire left arm was now swathed in bandages, resembling a dumpling from a distance. Loya rubbed her forehead, aware that the proud young Master Mada was inquiring about her well-being out of genuine concern. Yet, she could not quite fathom why she felt so unwell today. Not only was her physical state deteriorating, but her spirits were also notably low. Could it be that the depletion of her magical energy was influencing her emotions? Though the library was replete with books, those pertaining to the esteemed Wagadu School of Magic were woefully scarce. Malfoy went so far as to summon his two steadfast companions, Goyle and Crabbe, to assist in the search for information. The shelves in the spells section had been emptied, and books lay scattered haphazardly across the floor, resulting in utter chaos. After what seemed like an eternity, Malfoy triumphantly announced, "I've found it." He presented a tattered book, its pages nearly falling out, before her. Loya gazed at Malfoy as he turned the page, inadvertently reading the content aloud. The Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, established over a millennium ago, excels in the arts of astronomy, alchemy, and transfiguration. Here, students as young as 13 or 14 can effortlessly transform into leopards and elephants, instilling a sense of trepidation even among the seasoned and affluent adult wizards from Europe. A school renowned for its mastery of transfiguration. Loya pondered for a moment. In their first week of competition, they encountered opponents who were generally around 11 or 12 years of age. At this stage, victory seemed quite attainable. Could it be that these 11 or 12-year-olds had yet to master the art of self-transformation? However, as they later faced the formidable wizards of Wagadu, aged 13 or 14, the challenges became increasingly arduous. Hogwarts even experienced an entire day marked by a disheartening series of defeats. Loya furrowed her brow, diligently contemplating strategies for the future. As fatigue and drowsiness gradually enveloped her, she inadvertently succumbed to slumber, resting her head upon the long table. A few second-year students from Ravenclaw arrived in the charms area, intending to borrow some books. Upon noticing the tables and floor cluttered with tomes, Xiaozhang was compelled to seek a quieter long table elsewhere with her roommates. She overheard her companions whispering among themselves. "Look over there, the blonde Gryffindor girl with her head on the table. I heard from a Hufflepuff friend that Cedric personally invited her to watch the Quidditch match this afternoon. Do you think Cedric might have feelings for her? I am so envious. She is a pure-blood beauty, and it's evident she will grow into a stunning woman." As Chio listened to her roommate's murmurs, her focus eluded her, and she found herself anxiously crumpling the parchment in her grip. That blonde girl was named Loya Grindelwald. They had crossed paths on the Hogwarts Express, where Cedric had been in the same compartment with her. As the clock approached 2 o'clock, Xiaozhang gathered her books, preparing to attend Cedric's Quidditch practice. Passing by the shelves in the charms area, she noticed that the blonde girl appeared to be asleep. She hesitated at the desk, contemplating whether to awaken her and remind her about Cedric's Quidditch match. A blonde pure-blood boy seated across from Loya noticed Xiaozhang and spoke to her in a rather unfriendly tone. "Do you need something?" The echo of her roommate's words reverberated in her mind. "Do you think Cedric might have feelings for her?" Xiao stood frozen, an inexplicable twinge of jealousy blossoming within her, leaving her bewildered. "Are you looking for her?" the boy inquired. "No, it's nothing," she replied. "Then keep your distance. Can't you see someone is trying to sleep?" The haughty Draco Malfoy, who had been lounging nearby, resumed his lofty demeanor. He took a bite from a cake he had retrieved from a box, casting a disdainful glance at Xiaozhang as he nearly finished the treat. After a moment of silence, Xiao chose to remain silent, her anxiety compelling her to flee the library. Meanwhile, Cedric stood on the grass of the Quidditch pitch, his gaze repeatedly scanning the stands, yearning to catch sight of that familiar figure. As the match was set to commence, he still could not find Loya among the spectators. The Hufflepuff players had donned their uniforms, yet Cedric remained despondently on the field until a teammate could no longer contain himself and approached him. "Cedric, the match is about to start. Why are you still standing here? Everyone is waiting for you." The teammate patted his shoulder, curiously asking, "Are you waiting for someone?" Cedric nodded silently. "Waiting for a girl?" His teammate scanned the audience and spotted a familiar Ravenclaw girl. He recognized Autumn Zhang, a second-year student who attended every one of Cedric's matches. The teammate chuckled, "Are you waiting for Autumn Zhang? She comes to every game. Surely you two must be together?" "Absolutely not," Cedric nearly shouted. The usually composed and courteous Cedric suddenly raised his voice, momentarily startling his teammate. "Apologies. The person I'm waiting for hasn't arrived," Cedric replied, suppressing the bitterness in his heart, his tone laced with regret. Another Hufflepuff player nudged his impetuous teammate with his elbow, whispering, "Cedric is waiting for that Gryffindor girl." Can't you see he has been stood up? His teammate awkwardly scratched his head, realizing he had perhaps asked an inappropriate question. Loya felt as though she had been asleep for an eternity. The entire day had slipped by in a haze, and it was only when she drowsily glanced out the window that she realized darkness had enveloped the sky. Oh no. She had overslept. Cedric's Quidditch practice must have long since concluded. Frustrated, she tapped her forehead, only to turn around and discover that nearly all of the cake on the table had been devoured by Malfoy. This was meant for Cedric. Malfoy, with his cheeks puffed out, was relishing the last piece of cake. What's wrong? He inquired, his mouth full. Loya sighed, reminding herself that her mental age far exceeded that of her current physical form, and resolved not to argue with the child. As she passed by a group of third-year Hufflepuffs clutching parchment, she overheard their conversation regarding the afternoon's Quidditch match. What happened to Cedric? He performed so poorly today. We had prepared thoroughly, convinced we would secure a victory against the opposing team. Alas, he was the only one out of sorts, dragging us down with him. It's been 2 hours since the game ended, and I just heard from the captain that he is still standing foolishly on the field. Loya listened to the voices of several individuals engaged in discussion. She swiftly closed her book and slung her backpack over her shoulder. Hey, where are you going? Malfoy queried, observing Loya as she anxiously prepared to dash down the stairs. Loya traversed the staircase, acknowledging that her oversleeping and leaving Cedric waiting was indeed her fault. She felt compelled to check if he still lingered at the Quidditch pitch. Behind her, Malfoy's elongated tone reached her ears, remarking on the snowfall outside. Cedric had stood at the Quidditch field for 2 hours, awaiting the arrival of teammates and spectators, only to find himself alone as the snowflakes cascaded from the overcast sky. The once bustling pitch was now enveloped in silence, with Cedric as its solitary occupant. His head hung low, hands swollen and red from the cold. His frail form appeared on the verge of collapse, as if he might falter at any moment. The sound of footsteps crunching in the snow approached, growing nearer. With a flicker of hope, he turned his head, but the figure that greeted him was not the one he yearned for. Cho Chang stood before him, observing his solitary vigil amidst the swirling snowflakes. Cedric's eyes fell in disappointment. Diggory, you should go back, she gently urged. Silence enveloped them, stretching between them like an unbridgeable chasm. I just saw Loya Grindelwald with a Slytherin boy in the library. She may have forgotten. I'm sorry, I should have woken her. Cho's voice dwindled, barely audible even to herself. Cedric's shoulders quivered imperceptibly, a faint ache blossoming in his chest. When he lifted his gaze again, he found Cho staring at him, astonished. She had never anticipated that Cedric's gentle eyes could betray such sorrow. Cautiously, she retrieved a scarf she had knitted herself from her backpack, originally intended to be a post-match gift for him. Watching his frost-bitten cheeks with a pang of compassion, she approached to drape the scarf around his neck. However, Cedric stepped back, evading her touch and denying her even a glance. Thank you, he rasped, turning away. By the time Loya arrived at the Quidditch pitch, it was already deserted. The snow-covered ground bore faint imprints of 2 pairs of footprints, suggesting Cedric had not departed long ago. In this era devoid of mobile phones and instant messaging, reaching out to someone proved to be quite inconvenient. As snowflakes landed on her, Loya couldn't suppress a shiver. Behind her, Malfoy, having inexplicably followed, trudged through the snow, grumbling about her apparent folly in choosing to visit the pitch on such a wintry evening. She shuddered again as the snowflakes settled upon her. Malfoy awkwardly removed his school robe and offered it to her. Loya gazed at him in astonishment. Are you not cold? Malfoy scoffed, dismissing the cold with an air of superiority. Yet, in the next moment, a frigid gust of wind swept by, and Malfoy could no longer maintain his facade. He sneezed several times in quick succession, turning his gaze away in embarrassment and irritation. Loya could no longer suppress her laughter at her teammate. You can freeze if you wish. Come, let us head to the dining hall. Today I crave a steaming bowl of potato soup, she urged, giving her companion Malfoy a gentle push. It seemed that she would have to wait for an opportunity after the match to apologize to Senior Cedric. After yet another victory, Loya's Dragonheart string wand finally shattered into 2 pieces, unable to withstand the immense power of its master. She placed the borrowed wands upon the wooden table. Neville and Seamus had long been eliminated from the competition, thus Loya had borrowed wands from them to manage for the time being. Grasping Seamus's wand, she casually attempted a spell, only for it to result in an explosion that obliterated the vanity behind her. This wand, much like its owner, was quite volatile. Had she not released her grip in time, she would have likely found herself in a situation akin to Seamus, with her eyebrows singed. Hearing the explosion, The house elf timidly approached to inquire if Miss Grindelwald required assistance. Loya casually concocted an excuse to dismiss it. It seemed that Simon's wand was ineffective, so she picked up Neville's wand instead, swinging it several times before managing to cast the spell. However, Neville's wand proved to be equally futile. As Loia rested her chin on her hand, pondering how to conveniently acquire a wand before the next match, she was suddenly engulfed by a cacophony of noise emanating from the lounge. Loia stepped out of the dormitory and into the common room, where a considerable number of younger wizards from Gryffindor had gathered. Loia overheard their conversation, in which it was revealed that Harry and Hermione's team had just suffered a defeat in the match. Harry, injured, was sent to the hospital wing, and it was said that his injuries were quite serious, rendering him unable to participate in any forthcoming matches. Consequently, he and Hermione's team had no choice but to withdraw from the competition. Despite being a formidable duo, Harry and Hermione had unexpectedly succumbed to defeat, and the situation was further exacerbated by Harry's grave injury. Loia was deeply concerned, hastily donning her clothes before making her way to the medical wing. Hermione stood with her head bowed in the corridor of the infirmary, while Ron leaned against the wall, his demeanor equally gloomy. Madame Pomfrey emerged from the treatment room, and Loia hurriedly approached her to inquire about Harry's injuries. The prognosis for his leg was grim. The wound was nearly deep enough to expose bone, necessitating an extended stay in the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey sighed heavily, lamenting the ferocity of the wizards from Wagadu. She recalled how Harry had been brought in by his Gryffindor companions, drenched in blood, and she even harbored doubts about whether their opponents had intended to take his life. In the ward, Harry lay in a deep slumber, his current condition not conducive to visitors. However, as Madame Pomfrey tended to his wounds, Harry murmured Loya's name in a semi-conscious state, suggesting her significance to him. After a moment of contemplation, Madame Pomfrey made an exception and permitted Loya and her friends to enter. The room was suffused with the scent of herbs, and the unconscious boy on the bed appeared ghostly pale, devoid of color. His breathing was weak yet steady, with disheveled hair clinging to his forehead. In recent days, Loya has been preoccupied with the competition, only now realizing how much Harry has withered during their brief separation. This sight evokes memories of the small boy who endured torment in the Dursleys' household. Unable to restrain herself, she reaches out to smooth Harry's disheveled hair. What on earth happened? How could he have sustained such severe injuries? Loya inquires, her brow furrowed as she addresses Hermione. Typically, the inter-school wizarding duels are resolved by casting opponents into the lake, with severe injuries being a rarity. However, the deliberate infliction of harm, denying the opponent the opportunity to continue in the competition and forcing them to withdraw from the finals, is indeed egregious. They resorted to deceit, Ron exclaimed, clenching his fist in indignation. Hermione's eyes brimmed with tears. Our adversaries were formidable. Harry and I could scarcely hold our ground. Ultimately, we capitalized on their misstep to turn the tide. That wizard named Jace Wiggins knelt in surrender, and we let our guard down, allowing Harry to lower his wand. She sniffed, continuing, little did we anticipate that upon turning away, Harry would be ambushed by Jace, who had transformed into an alligator, catching Harry completely off guard. One of Harry's legs was nearly severed. Moreover, the referee displayed blatant favoritism, declaring the Wiggins wizard the victor despite having heard Jace verbally concede. Loya had a vague understanding of the circumstances. Such tactics were indeed despicable. Hermione, her nose flushed, wiped the damp corners of her eyes and said, Loya, you've been so preoccupied with training your teammates these past few days. Do you still remember us? Loya pressed her lips together. In her pursuit of victory and a place in the finals, she had indeed neglected her friends. She felt a pang of regret. Loya gently embraced Hermione with an air of apology, soothingly caressing her back. Do not worry, the rest is entrusted to me. She turned her gaze towards Ron. Ron, will you take me to find Jace Shisi? I am unfamiliar with the location of the Gryffindor dormitory. Ron swallowed hard, his voice tinged with anxiety as he asked, Loya, you are not intending to confront him, are you? Loya turned around, her figure illuminated against the light as she smiled gracefully, letting out a soft laugh. How could it possibly be a fight? He prevented Harry from competing, so I simply ensured he wouldn't participate either. It's as simple as that. Ron felt a twinge of anxiety. If Professor McGonagall were to discover their clandestine duel, Loya discerned the unease radiating from Ron and calmly declared, I shall bear the consequences alone. Upon learning that Potter would not partake in the final match, Malfoy was in remarkably high spirits that day, accompanied by his two lackeys. He strolled through the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, humming a merry tune. By sheer coincidence, he encountered Loya and Ron, who had just emerged from the infirmary. With a gleeful stride, Malfoy approached, reveling in the misfortune of others as he exclaimed, "Did you see? Potter has lost yet again. I heard he sustained severe injuries and was carried off to the infirmary. He won't be able to compete in future matches." Haha. Loya had no time to regard him. She casually cast a silencing spell in his direction. Malfoy was caught off guard by the sudden enchantment. His mouth sealed shut and his face flushed as he emitted silent protests. "You had better behave yourself today," she warned. As her battered wand shattered into fragments after exhausting its final spell, rendering it utterly unusable for the time being. "By the way, Goyle, Crabbe, come here," Loya commanded, gesturing with her chin towards the two dim-witted fellows. Goyle and Crabbe exchanged a hesitant glance at the silenced Malfoy. They looked at each other once more before ultimately deciding to temporarily comply with Loya's orders, for this Miss Grindelwald was far more formidable than Malfoy. Under Ron's guidance, they soon located the magical tent serving as a temporary dormitory for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Loya instructed Ron to summon him forth. "Where is the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Gryffindor?" The captain of Hufflepuff's Quidditch team murmured to himself while scanning the surroundings for a Gryffindor girl with those distinct features. "Captain, could it be the one ahead?" one of his players suggested, pointing forward. The captain turned his gaze in that direction. Loya stood menacingly outside the magical tent of the Hogwarts dormitory, accompanied by two Slytherins. He immediately recognized Loya as the individual they were searching for, the charming young lady adored by Cedric. As Rhea inadvertently glanced this way, the captain of Hufflepuff finally understood why Cedric was so entranced. Even after 5 years at Hogwarts, he had never encountered a girl so exquisite. So much so that he felt an unusual nervousness when attempting to greet her. Loya did not recognize him, and he gazed curiously at the stranger before him. "Greetings. I am the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team," he began, but the latter part of his sentence was abruptly interrupted by Ron's voice calling from a distance. "Loya, the trickster Jexus has emerged." Ron rushed back, panting heavily. Loya squinted her eyes. "Well, it takes courage to step forward." She addressed the captain of Hufflepuff with an apology, stating that she had pressing matters to attend to and would speak later. At that moment, a tall, dark-skinned wizard emerged from the wizarding tent, towering over Loya and seemingly older as well. Jexy Shisi inquired impatiently, "What brings you to me?" Loya raised an eyebrow, elevating her voice to ensure that every individual present absorbed her declaration. "I, Loya Grindelwald, hereby challenge Jexy Shisi to a wizarding duel, a contest of fairness." She deliberately elongated the final syllable with a tone laced with mockery, successfully witnessing a change in Jeshi's expression. The surrounding wizards gasped in astonishment at this unexpected private confrontation. The captain of Hufflepuff stood speechless, equally taken aback. Their seeker, Cedric, had been in a state of disarray ever since that fateful day when, for reasons unknown, he foolishly endured 2 hours in the biting cold snow, subsequently suffering from a high fever for 2 days. He appeared utterly dispirited, and despite his roommate's persistent encouragement, Cedric stubbornly refused to seek treatment from Madame Pomfrey. Amidst the turmoil of high fever and frostbitten hands, he valiantly persevered, leaving his comrades in a state of helplessness. As their attempts to dissuade him bore no fruit, the captain conceived a notion to summon the young Gryffindor maiden whom Cedric held dear, believing she might sway him with her words. However, at that moment, the young lady was engaged in a personal duel with another. The Hufflepuff captain gazed anxiously at the slight figure of Loya, who dared to challenge a wizard a head taller than herself. She, being the object of Cedric's affections, could not sustain any injury. It would be unacceptable for Cedric's friends to stand by idly in such an event. Yet, the impending tardiness to their upper-year potions class loomed ominously in their minds. The mere thought of Professor Snape's fearsome visage and his inexplicable bias against Hufflepuff this academic year, where he would deduct points at the slightest provocation, filled the captain with a profound sense of helplessness. Regardless of the circumstances, they could not allow the girl Cedric admired to come to harm. With the grim acceptance of the inevitable loss of points for tardiness, the Hufflepuff captain resolved to intervene in the duel. However, the spectacle had drawn a considerable crowd, encircling the combatants in layers, rendering it impossible for him to gain entry. With a disgruntled click of his tongue, Jace knew well of the rivalry between Loya and Draco Malfoy from Slytherin. Their partnership had proven to be the most formidable in Hogwarts, boasting 6 victories against 1 defeat, securing their place in the finals. He understood that the true challenge lay not in her Slytherin counterpart, who was merely a burden, but in the formidable witch before him. Their headmaster was convinced she would undoubtedly reach the finals, having meticulously analyzed every match that Loya Grindelwald had participated in. Her specialty was the advanced water magic, the water prison. Yet, this technique bore its own vulnerabilities. It lacked agility and was susceptible to interruption during its casting. Moreover, the headmaster noted that she rarely employed more than 2 water prisons in any given match. If one could transform into a nimble beast, there was a high probability of evading her spell. The wizards of Wagadu were particularly adept at self-transformation, presenting a challenge even to seasoned European wizards. Nevertheless, expending magical energy unnecessarily before the next match was not a prudent strategy. Around Jace, his fellow wizards were inciting a ruckus should he refuse the duel. He would be mocked as a coward. Deep down, he loathed the admission, but facing Loya Grindelwald's impressive record, he felt a flicker of anxiety regarding the prospect of defeat and becoming the subject of ridicule. Contemplating the rules of the competition, he deliberately shifted the conversation. I trust you are well versed in the competition's regulations, which prohibit wizards from engaging in private duels. Loya scoffed at his words, exhibiting an uncharacteristic calmness. Yet, if you refuse to engage with me, I shall insist on facing you one-on-one. She turned and beckoned, responding to her signal. Gaul and Crabbe appeared with a stretcher, their expressions reminiscent of villains, arrogantly placing the stretcher at Jeshi's feet. What is the meaning of this? Jeshi inquired, her expression darkening. A sardonic smile played at the corners of Loya's lips as she slowly articulated, of course, it is prepared for you. The crowd of onlookers, curious wizards, erupted in laughter at Jexi's expense. You are humiliating me, he retorted indignantly. I have graciously arranged a stretcher, registered you, and booked a hospital room for the esteemed guest arriving from afar. Is my service not sufficiently warm and attentive? Loya responded, her smile contrasting sharply with the coldness in her eyes. Enraged by her insolence, Jexi accepted the challenge of a wizard duel on the spot. The surrounding spectators, eager for entertainment, gathered around as Ron, playing the role of a makeshift referee, began the countdown. Jexi watched as Loya retrieved a peculiar wand from her sleeve, enveloped in a shroud of dark mist. This was not as the headmaster had described. He had distinctly stated she wielded a dragon heartstring wand. Both opponents raised their wands and bowed. Jexi was deeply engrossed in contemplating which spell to unleash first. To his utter astonishment, Loya offered him no chance to retaliate. She struck first with an unforgivable curse, Cruciatus. The green light erupted from her wand, striking Jexi directly. He had no time to evade the attack. The captain of Hufflepuff stood in bewilderment. It was unfathomable that a first year would cast an unforgivable curse. And the duel had commenced with such a vicious spell. What animosity lay behind this? The air was filled with Jexi's agonized screams. He felt as though his entire body were being tortured by blades. He writhed on the grass, howling in pain. The originally boisterous crowd of wizards from Wagadu now wore expressions of sheer terror. Loya gazed indifferently at the wailing Jexi, feeling no need to show mercy towards the despicable. Today, she had exercised remarkable restraint. She would not cause his demise, but perhaps he would find himself confined to a hospital bed for a month. Jexi's eyes widened in agony, and just before he succumbed to unconsciousness, he hazily perceived a ghost clad in an ancient black robe floating behind Loya. Its hood shrouded in layers of mist, obscuring its visage. When the captain of Hufflepuff regained his senses from the shock, he was dismayed to discover that Loya and Ron had long departed. Not only had he arrived late to potions class, but he had also failed to inform her that Cedric was ill. Shortly thereafter, the news of Jexi's grievous injuries reached the ears of the headmaster of Wagadu. Enraged, he stormed into the office of the headmaster of Hogwarts, demanding an explanation from Dumbledore. Headmaster Dumbledore, your student, Loya Grindelwald, has violated the rules of the competition by engaging in a public duel and even resorting to the unforgivable curse to inflict harm upon my student. You must disqualify her. Professor McGonagall, who happened to be delivering documents to the headmaster, was rendered speechless by the shocking revelation that a student from her own house had employed an unforgivable curse against a student from Wagadu. Headmaster Dumbledore, I oppose the admission of Loya Grindelwald to Hogwarts from the outset. She ought to be attending Durmstrang instead. After uttering these words, McGonagall hesitated, feeling as though she had expressed similar sentiments before, yet she could not recall when. Professor McGonagall, please tend to the students outside. Dumbledore's voice remained calm, as if he held all matters in his control. She is capable of the unforgivable curse. In a few years, she will become like that dark wizard Professor McGonagall. I must insist that you first address the students outside. McGonagall, unwilling to relent, attempted to continue, But Dumbledore reiterated his request with an unusually undeniable firmness. Realizing she had been dismissed, McGonagall understood that he had pressing matters to discuss with the headmaster of Wagadu. Yet, she could not fathom why Loya Grindelwald continued to receive such preferential treatment from Dumbledore. If it were Harry, the child of Lily and James, receiving such attention, she could comprehend it, but why Loya Grindelwald? With a frustrated glance at Dumbledore, McGonagall exited the office. The room was left with only Dumbledore and the headmaster of Wagadu, who found Dumbledore leisurely pouring tea into a cup, as though the unfolding events were of no significant consequence. Dissatisfied with Dumbledore's demeanor, the headmaster of Wagadu escalated his demands, insisting, if you do not disqualify her, then you must expel her. Otherwise, I will report this to the Ministry of Magic and seek justice through them. He finally heard the master of the room utter the words, "Please sit." The displeased black principal let out a cold grunt and was just about to settle onto the sofa when, suddenly, it was whisked away by an unseen force, causing him to crash heavily onto the floor. Dumbledore, you. The enraged principal scrambled to his feet, glaring at the instigator, who was leisurely pouring water into a teacup, not even sparing him a glance. The room was oddly silent. Tick-tock. The principal of Hogwarts could hear the sound of water droplets falling into the teacup. Suddenly, he felt droplets cascading onto his face, and they multiplied. Confused, he looked up to find the ceiling had vanished, replaced by flashes of lightning and ominous clouds. In a panic, he glanced around, realizing that Dumbledore had long since disappeared from his sight. He was bewildered as to why he now found himself standing in a precarious little boat, the thunder roaring in his ears. A torrential storm suddenly unleashed its fury, and the surging waves violently capsized the boat, sweeping him uncontrollably into a whirlpool. No, he flailed desperately in the water, crying out for help. As seawater flooded his mouth and nose, filling his lungs, which felt as though they were being violently torn apart, his eardrums were inundated, and his entire brain felt as if it would explode. He wailed until his body began to weaken, his terrified eyes widening as he sank slowly to the bottom. He opened his eyes once more, finding himself back in that trembling little boat, watching in horror as the tumultuous waves once again dragged him beneath the surface, repeating the suffocating ordeal. Just as he lost count of how many times he had been drowned in this endless cycle, he heard the crisp sound of a spoon striking the teacup. The storm vanished, the waves disappeared, and he returned to Dumbledore's office. While Dumbledore had merely taken the time to pour a cup of tea, he had perished dozens of times in the illusion crafted by the old wizard. Each death felt painfully real. He could sense the obstruction of his breath, the pressure of the water invading his lungs, his skin swelling until he succumbed to darkness. He knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, gasping for breath, unable to suppress the violent urge to vomit. He felt that this mental torment was no less than a piercing agony. The white-bearded elder leisurely took a sip of tea during the mysterious figure's active period. A Death Eater seemed to have provided substantial intelligence to him until the mysterious figure fell from power, after which that individual appeared to have changed their name and moved to the Moon Mountains. The principal of Hogwarts was taken aback, instinctively covering the mark of the Death Eater on his arm. How do you know this? Was it that traitor Igor Karkaroff who revealed it? He anxiously inquired. And Dumbledore cast a glance at his demeanor. I did not engage in any heinous acts. I have not taken any lives. I merely provided some rather inconsequential information. Professor McGonagall explained in a flustered manner. Though he was a former subordinate of Voldemort, his loyalty was as tenuous as that of Karkaroff. He merely supplied some intelligence, convinced that his hands remained untainted by blood. Following Voldemort's downfall, the Ministry of Magic began to seek retribution against his former followers, prompting him to change his name and flee to the Moon Mountains of Africa. Nevertheless, the unmistakable dark mark on his arm was an undeniable truth. And should the Ministry discover it? He felt a cold sweat trickle down his back as he gazed fearfully at the white-bearded elder. I implore you not to report me to the Ministry, McGonagall pleaded, his face paling as he nearly knelt before Dumbledore. The elder resumed his familiar smile, arms crossed. So, my dear Professor Loya, the Black Headmaster interjected with a forced smile that betrayed both anxiety and eagerness. My student Jace Zeiss has resorted to ignoble tactics to win the competition. I am grateful that your student, Loya Grindelwald, has adequately punished him. Jace shall lose his eligibility to compete. Hogwarts will expel him forthwith. Dumbledore chuckled softly and chose not to comment further, while the Black Headmaster hurriedly exited the office. In the blink of an eye, Christmas approached, and Hogwarts was alive with young wizards building snowmen and engaging in snowball fights. Poor Harry, however. was confined to the infirmary for the holiday. Upon awakening from his slumber, he was initially delighted to see Loya sitting at the foot of his bed, peeling an apple, only to feel a pang of grievance as he lamented, "You have been ignoring me these past few days." Reminiscent of a brother lamenting the neglect of a sister who had been swept away by another man. Loya softly reassured him, all right, just open your mouth." She sliced off a piece of apple and fed it to Harry. Loya's psychological age far exceeds the maturity of her physical form. Although she once admired the trio while watching movies, upon her arrival in the magical realm and interaction with the 11-year-old Harry, she inevitably treated him as a child, akin to a younger brother. Loya observed Harry. Although he was but a small figure, he appeared to possess a hearty appetite. Having just personally fed him an apple and a Christmas pudding, Harry astonishingly expressed his desire for more. Loya hesitated, contemplating whether to seek Madame Pomfrey's counsel on whether the patient should refrain from excessive eating. However, under the gaze of Harry's sparkling eyes, Loya felt compelled to cut another piece of cake to feed him. Meanwhile, Ron was instructing Hermione on how to play wizard's chess, and Hermione casually remarked, "Rest assured, as long as it is you feeding him, he will consume as much as you offer." Loya tilted his head, seemingly not grasping Hermione's meaning. Due to the Weasley couple's trip to Romania to visit Charlie, Ron was compelled to remain at school during the holiday. Loya chose to remain behind to care for Harry, who could only rely on crutches. Most professors were required to stay at school, and Snape was no exception. She found the prospect of spending the holiday at home with her house elf rather dreary, so she decided it was preferable to stay and look after Harry. On Christmas Day, Harry's bedside was piled high with an abundance of snacks from Loya and Ron, while Hagrid barged into the infirmary, carrying a fir tree that startled Madame Pomfrey in the corridor. They adorned the tree with ribbons and ornaments, transforming the room into a festive wonderland. Harry received an unsigned gift, a cloak of invisibility, and to Loya's surprise, Mrs. Weasley had also sent her a hand-knit sweater. Reflecting on her brief stay with the Weasley family before her enrollment at Hogwarts, she remembered how warmly Mrs. Weasley had cared for her, prompting Loya to promptly pen a letter of gratitude to the Weasley matriarch. At the corner of the staircase, Quirrell collided with a group of laughing Gryffindors, causing the parchment and the gilded black leather book he clutched to scatter across the floor. As if fearing discovery, Quirrell hastily gathered the fallen items and tucked them under his arm. Loya happened to witness this scene in the corridor. Quirrell's frantic attempts at concealment suggested that there were unspeakable secrets within those pages, and it was evident that much of his behavior was under the influence of Voldemort. After a moment of contemplation, Loya resolved to stealthily follow and discern the intentions of Quirrell and Voldemort. Professor Quirrell, clutching the sheepskin book, glanced back intermittently as he advanced. While Loya cautiously concealed herself behind a pillar, she observed Quirrell stealthily enter the restricted section of the library. That very evening, she borrowed an invisibility cloak from Harry, donning it to silently infiltrate the restricted area. What irked her was the fact that the restricted section lacked even a lock, allowing anyone to enter with such ease. She perused the towering shelves of books, searching for the notorious The Dark Mark of the Inferi and the Veil of Evil, but found none. Instead, she randomly pulled a nameless tome from the shelf, only to be met with a chilling scream as a visage resembling a paper M-such face abruptly emerged from the pages. The incessant shrieking vexed Loya to no end. It was utterly unbearable. With a single blow, Loya struck the face back into the pages of the book, silencing it at last. She then flipped through several pages, only to find an incomprehensible language, compelling her to abandon the endeavor and close the book. On the shelf, she discovered a tome on demons from the 15th century. A demon from the 15th century? Could it be the Extus of that era? Loya, a touch of curiosity igniting within her, withdrew a book and settled herself upon the ground, spreading its pages across her petite knees. The yellowed pages bore dark stains of blood, evoking an unsettling chill in those who dared to gaze upon them. Loya turned to a page adorned with an illustration, upon which a wand was sketched in a hasty manner. Was that not her own spine wand? Beneath the illustration, a string of indistinct words was inscribed, Ectus, the madman who crafted wands from his own spine. It became apparent that this wand was not fashioned by Ollivander. It had existed since the 15th century, with Ectus as its inaugural owner, while Loya was its second. Though she was unaware of how it subsequently came into Ollivander's possession, had he perhaps unearthed Ectus's grave? Given more time, she would have relished the opportunity to delve into this book, to uncover the tales surrounding Ectus and this wand. However, with the imminent threat of being discovered by the patrolling Filch, time was of the essence. She returned the Demon of the 15th century to its shelf and continued her search, soon discovering a black leather tome adorned with gilded letters on another row of shelves. The book was placed high above, and after several attempts on her tiptoes, she finally managed to grasp it. Loya eagerly opened the book, curious to discover what Chilo and Voldemort were clandestinely engaged in. However, he found himself staring blankly at the pages before him. Empty. The contents were void of any text. Not a single word to be found. How could this be? In disbelief, Loya hastily flipped through several pages, only to finally encounter a foreign name inscribed on a blank sheet, Aeltis Sona. As Loya perused the unfamiliar name, she found herself unable to recall any character by that designation from the original text. Ever since her inexplicable journey into this world, a series of events, perhaps influenced by the butterfly effect, had transpired, events that were entirely absent from the source material. For instance, the existence of the Wagadu School of Magic, which was scarcely mentioned in the original narrative, let alone its connection to the Hogwarts Spell Championship. At times, she even questioned whether her presence would alter the trajectory of the main storyline as depicted in the original work. As she continued to read, the name began to resonate with her, and she recalled that this was the very wizard who had sent Malfoy plummeting into the Black Lake during the inaugural match of the Spell Championship. Following that encounter, they had not been assigned to face each other again, leaving Loya uncertain of his capabilities and his true connection to Quirrell and Voldemort. Just as Loya was lost in contemplation, the name on the page began to distort before her eyes. Loya, uncertain, rubbed her eyes, and in an instant, the string of names transformed into a black serpent that slithered out of the book, sinking its fangs into her wrist. Loya cast aside the book, her teeth clenched tightly, while with one hand she pressed down on the serpent's head, exerting all her strength to hurl the creature aside. Her wrist bore 2 puncture wounds, the invisibility cloak slipping from her grasp, and the wand borrowed from Hermione tumbling to the ground beside her. Loya swiftly retrieved her spare spinal bone wand from her waist. The wand emitted a radiant green light, piercing through the darkness as it struck the black serpent, igniting within her a fervent desire to capture the wretched creature and roast it for her meal. In the dimly lit library, the flickering green glow illuminated the scene. However, instead of vanishing, the serpent, racked by spasms, astonishingly split into 2, slithering towards her. Loya gazed in astonishment at the 2 serpents that had split apart. She continued to wield her wand with determination. As the dark serpent faced her onslaught, it continued to divide, and with each strike, more serpents emerged. She now found herself encircled by a throng of snakes, their fangs bared, poised for an attack. Cursed be it, Loya was compelled to retreat, gripping her wand tightly. The serpentine shadows dissipated into black smoke. Loya heard a familiar male voice behind her. The serpents ignited in flames, vanishing into black smoke in an instant. Snape emerged from the shadows, observing the girl's slightly flustered yet feigned composure. "Miss Grindelwald, what brings you here?" He cast a fleeting glance at the invisibility cloak discarded on the ground, surmising how Loya had arrived. Snape scrutinized her from head to toe and inquired softly, "Are you injured?" "No," she replied. Yet, Snape noted the beads of sweat trickling down her forehead and caught a glimpse of her right hand twitching unnaturally beneath her sleeve. After a brief silence, he stepped closer, extending his hand towards her. Just before his fingers brushed her sleeve, Loya instinctively recoiled, swiftly concealing her right hand behind her back. Snape regarded the hidden hand, furrowing his brow as he took 2 more steps forward, attempting to bridge the gap between them. However, with each step he took, Loya deliberately retreated. He gazed into her sapphire blue eyes, which sparkled in the dim light of the moon. As a strand of golden hair cascaded down her tilted head and rested on her shoulder. With a quiet sigh, Snape urged, "Stop this. Allow me to see your injury." Loya took a step back, realizing that teasing Snape could indeed be quite entertaining at times. Observing Loya's resolute demeanor as she refused to reveal her wound, Snape exhibited remarkable patience, gradually cornering her against the wall. Loya inadvertently collided with the bookshelf, causing several books to tumble down, perilously close to striking her delicate head. However, Snape, with remarkable swiftness, cast a levitation charm, averting the impending disaster. Cornered without an escape, Loya resigned herself to surrender as Snape seized her concealed right wrist. The tip of his wand glimmered, emitting a soft radiance that illuminated the dim corridor, allowing Snape to inspect her wrist for any injuries. He meticulously examined her slender wrist, yet found no marks of harm. Doubtful, he rolled up her sleeve, revealing her fair arm, and upon further scrutiny, confirmed that there were indeed no wounds. "I told you I wasn't hurt," Loya pouted in protest, cautiously concealing her left hand. Meanwhile, Filch, patrolling the corridors, heard the commotion from above and hurriedly followed the sound. Panting as he approached, the thought of catching students roaming the halls at night, only to suspend them in his office with shackles, brought a gleeful smile to his face. "Who is there? Come out quickly," he called, his lantern illuminating Snape's figure from a distance. "Professor, I just heard a noise. There must be a student sneaking into the restricted section," he exclaimed, edging closer only to discover a small girl standing behind Snape. "At last, I've caught you." Filch grinned maliciously at Loya, mistakenly believing she had trespassed into the restricted section, apprehended by Professor Snape. He eagerly anticipated the punishment that awaited her. Envisioning her confinement in the darkroom. "There are no students wandering the halls," Snape replied calmly, fixing his gaze on Filch. The caretaker's expression shifted, as if doused with cold water. "A living person stands right before me, and you say there is no one? That is sheer nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? Do you need me to repeat that?" Snape's tone sharpened. Under the weight of Snape's imposing presence, Filch found himself rendered speechless. Loya raised her middle finger at Snape from behind him. Filch, vexed and gnashing his teeth, was a mute observer, consumed by jealousy. Filch often found himself at odds with the young witches and wizards, seizing upon any opportunity to chastise them for the slightest disturbance. Yet, he lacked the courage to question Professor Snape's authority, and even his impotent rage was stifled. Filch discerned that Snape was clearly protective of the young girl, and as merely the Hogwarts caretaker, he deemed it unwise to invite trouble upon himself. Meanwhile, Loya, still held by the wrist, irreverently interjected, "Professor, how long do you intend to hold my hand? I am but a child." Snape was momentarily taken aback, realizing he still grasped her wrist, and he hastily released her, feeling an unusual warmth in his palm. Whenever Miss Grindelwald addressed him as Professor, Snape knew mischief was afoot, and in such moments, he found himself powerless to counter her antics. Filch, stunned as if petrified by a spell, cast an odd glance between the two. "I shall escort you back to the common room," Snape declared, retrieving an invisibility cloak from the corner and draping it over her. Outside, a heavy blanket of snow adorned the ground with a silvery sheen. Should anyone pass by, they would witness an eerie sight: Snape, alone in the snow, yet with two sets of footprints trailing behind him. As Snape walked ahead, Loya followed closely, carefully stepping in his footprints. "I truly despise Filch," Loya muttered. Not only she, but all the students at Hogwarts shared this sentiment towards Filch. A fact Snape was acutely aware of, for he knew those same students trembled at the mere sight of him. In potions class, when he called upon a girl, she might even be frightened enough to cry. I once watched a television series called Game of Thrones, where the protagonist's father-in-law ambushed soldiers at a wedding, resulting in the slaughter of the protagonist, his wife, and all in attendance. "It infuriated me immensely," she continued. Snape recognized that Muggles had such films, yet he had never felt inclined to visit a Muggle cinema. Instead, he patiently endured Loya's incessant chatter behind him. The actor who played the father-in-law bears an uncanny resemblance to Filch. In Loya's world, it was indeed the same actor. The Red Wedding. My beloved protagonist met his untimely end. Oh, how I lament that. As Loya rambled on, Snape listened, though he did not fully comprehend her words, until she mentioned her favorite protagonist. He furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Your favorite protagonist?" "The protagonist is Robb Stark. I was quite the fan back then, but alas, he perished in the second season. It broke my heart. I thought he was the main character." Snape abruptly halted, turning to meet Loya's azure gaze, his voice unusually muffled. "Heartbroken, are you? He was tragically slain at the wedding. Can one remain indifferent?" Snape pressed his lips together, turned away from her, and quickened his pace, his robes billowing behind him. Was Snape truly incensed? The old bat was actually angry? As his temporary guardian, she had lived alongside him for quite some time. Even when she and the Niffler nearly dismantled the house, Snape had never shown a hint of anger. "Snape, you're walking so swiftly. Do you think my legs are as long as yours? I can't keep up." The snow was thick, and little Roya struggled through the heavy drifts, each step a laborious effort until, unsteady on her feet, she fell face first into a snowbank. As Snape's figure receded into the distance, Roya picked herself up, rubbing her reddened nose and shaking the snowflakes from her golden hair. Yet, upon hearing the commotion, Snape could not resist returning. He knelt down and extended his hand towards Roya, who grasped it under the scrutiny of his dark, penetrating gaze. His fingers were calloused from years of handling potion ingredients, his palm rough to the touch. With ease, Snape lifted her entirely off the ground and Loya shook off the snow that clung to her. Determined to investigate who this Robb Stark was, whom Miss Grindelwald both cherished and lamented, Snape knew he would find no answers in this realm. After all, there was no Game of Thrones by Martin here, nor an actor portraying Robb Stark. What incantation did you use for that serpentine shadow that transformed into smoke? Loya recalled the increasing multitude of serpents that had tormented her in the Forbidden Section, only to be effortlessly incinerated by Snape's incantation. It was a counter-curse, effective against any spell that summoned snakes. May I learn it? She inquired, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Snape nodded slightly. Although this particular charm was seldom employed and he would typically scoff at anyone seeking to learn such magic, he recognized that, given Loya's innate talent and aptitude, she would grasp it with ease. Is it possible to learn tomorrow? I could come to your office for instruction? Loya exclaimed, her joy evident as she hopped into a snowdrift. Snape shook his head gently. He was to leave Hogwarts the next day to procure a rare assortment of magical ingredients, and it would take at least 2 days before he could return. As expected, he observed Loya's face puffing up in anger. Snape was accustomed to not providing explanations, even when misunderstood by all. Sighing at the sight of Loya's disappointment, he spoke in a tone that betrayed a hint of negotiation. When I return, I will teach you. For now, let me escort you back to the common room. He escorted Loya back to the Gryffindor common room. However, as soon as Snape departed, Loya dashed to the washroom. Her right wrist was indeed unharmed. It was her left wrist that bore the mark of the serpent's bite. She had intentionally feigned a flaw before Snape to conceal her injury. To be honest, Loya detested revealing her vulnerabilities to others and did not wish to evoke concern. In the dim light of the washroom, she stood before the sink, pressing her right hand firmly against the wound on her left wrist. The blood that oozed forth was a vivid crimson, indicating that she had not been poisoned, and she exhaled in relief. A ghost with heavy glasses floated out from the crack of a stall door, gliding silently behind Loya. The Weeping Myrtle, unusually cheerful today, exclaimed. You were bitten by a snake? You must be dying. How wonderful. Loya, indifferent to her presence, focused intently on tending to her wounds, while the myrtle swirled chaotically in the washroom. You shall endure the same fate as I, shackled here day after day, weeping in despair, the myrtle exclaimed with unrestrained glee. Suddenly, an apparition emerged. Oh, not a ghost, but a curse declaring, you shall soon meet your end. Your days are numbered. Even the most amiable souls would find it impossible to maintain a pleasant demeanor in such circumstances. Damn it, I possess a longevity far surpassing yours. Loya casually cast a silencing spell. The enraged Myrtus, rendered mute, furiously dove into one toilet after another, water splashing everywhere, drenching the floor. After tending to his wounds, Loya returned to his dormitory, as tomorrow marked the final match before the championship. In the corridor, he encountered the wizard Aeltis, whose name was inscribed in the parchment of the Book of Quirrell, the very wizard who had claimed the first blood against Malfoy in their initial encounter. Naturally, Malfoy did not bestow a pleasant demeanor upon his adversary. As he brushed past, he forcefully collided his shoulder with Aeltis. Unperturbed by Malfoy's deliberate provocation, Aeltis turned to walk in the opposite direction, for he did not partake in any competition that day. His sunken eyes, pallid complexion, and the darkened expanse upon his forehead gave him an appearance akin to that of a soulless entity, devoid of vitality. The more Loya observed him, the more he sensed something amiss. Furthermore, the mention of Aladis's name in Quirrell's book heightened his wariness. Hey, that group of African wizards looks rather ghastly. What is so captivating about them that your gaze is so fixed? Malfoy's discontented voice abruptly interrupted her thoughts. Loya came to her senses and nonchalantly replied, Yes, Shalmaga, you are quite handsome. Is that sufficient? Malfoy joyfully tousled his golden hair, though he sensed a hint of sarcasm in the new moniker. The flattery lifted his spirits considerably. Loya sat in the waiting tent. Her left wrist, bitten by a snake, had begun to tingle in the morning, and now waves of sharp, needle-like pain coursed through it. Unconsciously, she broke into a cold sweat and rubbed the swollen joint of her left wrist, unaccustomed to the sensation. What happened to your hand? Malfoy inquired, observing Loya's peculiar behavior. I just bumped it, that's all, she replied. Malfoy scrutinized her with skepticism, instinctively sensing that Loya was not being entirely truthful. If you are unwell, our forfeiture in this match won't matter. After all, our current record is the best, and losing one match will still allow us to advance to the finals, he remarked, giving her a pointed look. With you saying that, I am even more determined to win, she retorted. In truth, given the current performance of her and Malfoy's team, They would qualify for the finals regardless of the outcome of this match. However, Loya had always approached each competition with utmost seriousness. Moreover, the inconspicuous system had assigned her the task of accumulating 7 victories, and they were just one match away from achieving that goal. Loya leaped from her chair, stretching her shoulders, presenting an air of nonchalance and well-being. Malfoy found himself at a loss for words. The referee announced the entrance of both wizards. The 2 wizards from Wagadu, whom Loya had previously observed in battle, were utterly unremarkable and posed no threat. Meanwhile, the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team had been anxiously awaiting Loya in the dining hall since early morning. This diligent captain, deeply concerned for the physical and emotional well-being of his teammates, earnestly clasped his hands together and implored her to attend the afternoon's Quidditch practice match, as Cedric would be participating. Loya originally intended to seek out Cedric after the conclusion of the league, as it was only proper to apologize for having stood him up. However, she could not guarantee how long the afternoon match would take, nor whether she would have time to visit afterwards. The captain of Hufflepuff understandingly nodded in agreement. Should time permit after the match, she would make a personal visit. With that in mind, she resolved to conclude the match swiftly, aiming for an early finish. Loya swiftly encased the opposing sorcerer in a water prison, poised to wield her wand and hurl him into the dark lake. However, from the audience, a spell was intoned. Loya was suddenly overwhelmed by an excruciating headache, as if countless daggers were frantically swirling within her skull, causing her head to feel as though it might explode. In her agony, she clutched her head and, in a daze, noticed that the bandage on her right wrist was seeping a dark, crimson liquid. A sense of unease gripped Loya as the water prison, no longer under her control, erupted violently, sending splashes of water cascading everywhere. The imprisoned wizard, Wagadu, managed to escape by a stroke of fortune. In the audience, in a shadowy corner unseen by Loya, Chilo sinisterly intoned a malevolent incantation. The spell, laced with serpent venom, would disrupt the victim's mind and sanity. In the realm of Loya, everything began to sway. Even the opposing wizard appeared as a blurred double. The fortunate escapee from Hogwarts immediately transformed into a beast, charging directly towards her. The disorientation rendered Loya unable to concentrate, leaving her incapable of aiming. Her spells flew astray. As the beast lunged at her, Malfoy reacted swiftly, casting a spell that repelled the creature several meters away. With Quirrell's incantations growing increasingly rapid, a cacophony buzzed in Loya's mind, tormenting her like a constricting spell. She struggled to maintain her balance even while standing. What on earth is wrong with you? Malfoy immediately sensed her distress. Given her abilities, it was inconceivable that she could miss several spells. His concern was palpable. The Hogwarts wizard soon recognized Loya's anomaly, and in the next instant, he transformed into a lion, pouncing straight at her. Malfoy's eyes widened, and with quick reflexes, he pushed Loya aside, only to be knocked out of the arena by the beast. Loya gripped Malfoy's arm tightly at the edge of the arena, enduring the piercing headache that assailed him. Malfoy dangled helplessly above the dark lake, his feet suspended in the air. He could see the lion behind Loya, advancing menacingly with its jaws agape, revealing a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth. One bite from that beast would surely leave Loya's back in tatters. Let go. It's merely a fall into the water. It's not as if it hasn't happened before. Loya's other hand remained pressed against her head, beads of cold sweat cascading down as she struggled to comprehend Malfoy's words. Noticing that Loya still refused to relent, Malfoy shouted emphatically, "Even if we lose this match, we have still reached the finals. Let go. You may get bitten." In a moment of dazed perception, Loya beheld a spectral figure clad in a black robe standing before her. Beneath its hood lay veils of swirling mist, while its skeletal hands emerged ominously from the flowing sleeves. The bony fingers of the dark-robed specter pointed toward a certain direction in the audience. After a moment of stunned realization, Loya comprehended that someone was targeting her with a spell. She pointed her wand towards the audience, casting a spell that sent a figure collapsing in the direction indicated by the ghost. The spectators gasped in shock and scattered in disarray. Chilo, taken by surprise by the sudden incantation, was violently hurled against the wall, his head colliding painfully with the surface, resulting in an intimate encounter between him and Voldemort. Gripped by anguish, Chilo clutched his mouth as several teeth were dislodged. He could scarcely believe that Loya, afflicted by snake venom, still possessed the strength to cast a spell. The incantation was interrupted, momentarily alleviating Loya's agony, though she was still drenched in cold sweat and her vision remained blurred. It was sufficient for her to concentrate on executing the spell. The lion behind her continued to lurk menacingly, poised to strike. Loya raised the corners of her mouth, contemplating the futility of seeking a cheap victory. In the fleeting moment when the lion lunged towards her, she deftly cast a spell, sending her opponent plummeting into the Black Lake. Once the referee declared their victory, Loya found herself utterly exhausted. Gasping for breath, she turned to Malfoy and remarked, "I truly cannot manage to hold you any longer. Take care." No sooner had she spoken than she loosened her grip, and Malfoy tumbled into the lake regardless. In the stands, Quirrell glared at Loya with intense scrutiny, his mind echoing with Voldemort's scornful taunts, branding him a worthless fool. Meanwhile, Goyle and Crabbe were laboriously fishing Malfoy out of the depths of the Black Lake. Loya was not in a much better state. Although she had fiercely struck down the incantator, she now appeared pale, and her garments clung uncomfortably to her skin, dampened by a cold sweat. The individual who had cast the spell upon her during the competition, if her instincts were correct, must surely be Quirrell. This thought led her to suspect that she had likely fallen prey to a scheme orchestrated by Quirrell and Voldemort. The day Quirrell had furtively clutched that ancient tome was clearly a ploy to lure her into the forbidden section. Unwittingly ensnared, she had opened the cursed book, resulting in a bite from a dark serpent. It was through the wound on her wrist that Quirrell had channeled a malicious curse, leaving her with an agonizing headache. Every action Quirrell undertook was merely in servitude to Voldemort's commands. However, Loya found herself questioning Voldemort's intelligence. The true savior, Harry, lay defenseless in a hospital room, leaning on a cane, devoid of any means to retaliate. Was this not an opportune moment to strike? Instead of targeting Harry first, Voldemort had chosen to focus on her. She was merely an innocent and compliant child. How could Voldemort perceive her existence as a threat? Quirrell's spell had taken a considerable toll on her. She felt utterly drained, her vision clouded by dual shadows. To venture to the Quidditch pitch in her current condition would likely result in her fainting amidst the spectators, thus becoming a burden to Cedric. Loya trudged through the Gryffindor common room, her weary form drawing the concerned attention of the little lions, who kindly inquired if she required assistance. Loya shook her head, yearning only for a moment of tranquility to restore her strength. She collapsed into her pillow, enveloped in her blanket, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. It seemed that each time she encountered matters pertaining to Cedric, unforeseen events would invariably intervene, compelling her to halt her reflections. Lois hazily recalled the oft-repeated adage from the mundane literature of her past life that spoke of fated connections devoid of fruition before succumbing to slumber. It was not until the stroke of midnight that the searing pain from her wrist wound roused her from her stupor. She unwrapped the bandage, revealing a gaping wound from a black serpent's bite, blood gushing forth and mingling with dark ichor that stained the sheets in inky splotches. Moreover, her vision began to sway. A cacophony of jarring noises echoed in her mind, and an uncontrollable force brewed within her, compelling her to seek a sedative. With the finals looming next week, the decisive match that would determine everything, she realized she must find a way to tend to her injury. Should Madame Pomfrey inquire about the nature of her wound, she would struggle to provide a satisfactory explanation, as she had no desire for anyone to discover her illicit venture into the restricted section. Furthermore, with Harry still in the infirmary, the last thing she wished was to incite his concern. At present, her only recourse was to seek the assistance of her temporary guardian, Severus Snape. She gingerly parted the deep red curtains, endeavoring not to awaken her slumbering friend Hermione in the adjacent bed. Wrapped in her coat, Loia stepped out of the lounge, her physical condition deteriorating further. With her vision swaying, she traversed a considerable distance before finally arriving at Snape's office. Leaning against the door, she slid down to the floor and weakly rapped on it. There was no response. She knocked again with more force, yet still no answer. Filch, carrying an oil lamp and accompanied by his assistant, Madame Loris, was patrolling the corridors as usual, hoping to catch a student wandering the night and send them to detention. Upon hearing the knocking from upstairs, he excitedly limped up the stairs in a burst of energy. However, upon seeing the small witch leaning against the door, his initial excitement faded into a pallor of disappointment. "You again," he muttered, his sagging face twitching. He had hoped to catch a disobedient student to reprimand, only to find this girl once more. She was under Professor Snape's protection, untouchable, unpunishable, and beyond reproach. Filch glared at Loya, sitting on the floor, and impatiently urged, "Return to your lounge. Have you seen Snape? Professor Snape has gone out to collect herbs and won't be back for several days." Loya, in a fit of frustration, tapped her head lightly. It was no wonder that Snape had mentioned he would be unavailable to teach her spells the following day. He had gone out to gather herbs. Filch, observing her leaning against the door with an expression of utter despair, uncharacteristically offered a piece of advice. He suggested that if she was unwell, she should seek out Madame Pomfrey rather than loitering here and causing a nuisance. Loia softly inquired, "Sir, do you possess any tranquilizers?" He replied, "How could I possibly have such items?" After a moment's contemplation, he recalled that Mrs. Loris had utilized a tranquilizer designed for animals during her illness. With a sense of hesitation, Loia pondered the notion of borrowing the tranquilizers that Mrs. Loris had used. She recalled the apocalyptic novels and films she had seen in her past life, where, in times of resource scarcity, people resorted to using animal medications, which seemingly bore little adverse effects. "Might I trouble you to lend me a few vials of Mrs. Loris's tranquilizers?" she requested. Furk grimaced in displeasure, yet, out of respect for Snape, he begrudgingly retrieved several vials of the tranquilizers from the office and tossed them to Loia. Loia gazed at the black potion in his hand, pinched his nose, and downed it in one gulp. Furky, with spittle flying, urged him to drink quickly and leave, insisting that he must not delay in capturing the students who roamed at night. Loia, with her eyes closed and leaning against the door, was regulating her breath, awaiting the onset of the medication's effects. Furky, observing the stubbornness of the young lady who neither spoke nor budged, cursed under his breath and decided to leave in exasperation. After a brief moment, as the medication took effect, Loia felt a significant alleviation. The cacophony in her mind diminished, and her vision steadied, allowing her to walk back to her dormitory with ease. The tranquilizers proved beneficial, and she tucked the remaining bottles into her pocket. She recuperated in her dormitory for several days, leaning on Madame Loris's tranquilizers. Hermione, noticing her discomfort, thoughtfully brought her meals each day. As the finals approached, Loia felt compelled to consult Malfoy regarding their final battle strategy. Malfoy had been waiting in the hall since early morning. In fact, he had come the previous days as well, spending a good part of the day in the hall without catching sight of Loia. When he inquired about her from the red-haired Muggleborn, he received a decidedly unfriendly response. Loia held her utensils, aimlessly prodding the food on her plate. The effects of the tranquilizer had worn off, offering little relief since the initial days. Her vision had transformed into a crimson haze. She endeavored to soothe herself, reminding herself that enduring a few days of color blindness was trivial, especially since she only needed to hold on until the return of Master Potioneer Snape. Malfoy, observing her dilated pupils, waved his hand before her eyes. "What are you doing?" "I'm not blind," Loya retorted, swatting his hand away. Malfoy seemed to perceive her discomfort. Just as he was about to speak, a mocking voice emerged from behind. "Is there no room for you in Gryffindor?" Marcus, the Hufflepuff Quidditch captain, swaggered towards them with an obnoxious grin revealing his prominent buck teeth. Malfoy shot back in displeasure, with so many empty seats around. "What does it matter if she sits beside me?" The hall was sparsely populated, with numerous vacant chairs, making it evident that Marcus was merely seeking trouble. "You spend all your time cozying up to a Gryffindor, tarnishing the honor of Slytherin." Loya rose to her feet, only to be seized by Malfoy. "Wait, do not leave." There is no need to heed him. It was not that she wished to bow her head to insults, but rather that a throbbing pain had begun to assail her head once more. That despicable wretch, Quirrell, was undoubtedly lurking nearby, casting his malevolent spells. She could feel the magic within her body surging restlessly, yearning to break free. A third-year Slytherin student emerged to mediate, awkwardly intervening between Marcus and Malfoy. He informed Marcus that Malfoy's father was set to support the Slytherin team with a Nimbus 2001, asserting that this was not the time for a quarrel. Nevertheless, the altercation between Malfoy and Marcus escalated, becoming so intense that Marcus was the first to draw his wand and take action. Loya was uncertain whether Malfoy could contend with the upperclassman Marcus. Regardless, fearing for her teammates, she brandished her wand. Just as she heard Malfoy incanting a spell, Marcus was hurled against the grand doors of the hall. Professor McGonagall had just entered the hall when Marcus was struck beside the door. "Who did this?" Professor McGonagall exclaimed in anger, and the hall fell into silence. Her gaze swept the room, landing on Loya, who stood before her, wand in hand. With her bias, she assumed that Loya Grindelwald had injured Marcus. "It is you again, Miss Grindelwald. You brazenly use spells to harm students from other houses in the hall. Are you intent on turning Hogwarts upside down?" Professor McGonagall fumed, utterly perplexed as to why Dumbledore showed her such favoritism. If this continued unchecked, she would be beyond control. "Professor McGonagall, it was Marcus who instigated, and I was the one who retaliated. It has nothing to do with her," Malfoy hastily clarified, clearly flustered at the professor's misjudgment of Loya. In the current situation, Professor McGonagall evidently did not believe Malfoy's words, maintaining her stern glare at Loya. I truly do not understand why the Sorting Hat placed you in Gryffindor, and as far as I know. You even broke Goyle and Crabbe's noses just a few days ago, Malfoy retorted, casting a glare at Goyle and Crabbe. The two trembled as they stood up. Professor McGonagall. We swear we broke our noses when we tripped down the stairs. It would be remarkable if McGonagall believed them. Marcus, rising from the floor and rubbing his swollen chin, cast a look of glee toward Loya. Ever since the Quidditch match, where Loya Grindelwald's actions led to their defeat and a deduction of 200 house points, he had harbored a grudge. Due to the effects of Quirrell's spell, Loya's vision was awash in crimson, making it difficult for her to focus, which to McGonagall appeared as though she were daydreaming, completely disregarding the reprimand. You clearly do not take my scolding seriously, Professor McGonagall said in exasperation. 50 points from Gryffindor. Loya Grindelwald shall serve a week of community service in the Forbidden Forest. Loya spoke calmly. I apologize, Professor McGonagall, but I have finals next week and cannot venture into the Forbidden Forest. If you wish to remain in Gryffindor, you may undertake obligatory labor in the Forbidden Forest. Otherwise, Gryffindor will no longer accept you. You may choose any house you desire. The entire dining hall fell into a profound silence. As the young wizards witnessed Professor McGonagall's unprecedented ire, their hearts filled with trepidation, too fearful to utter a sound. Professor McGonagall heard the girl's fearless, soft laughter. Professor McGonagall, I hold you in high regard, yet I am perplexed as to why you harbor such bias against me. Miss Grindelwald, your actions and those of your father. What of my actions? What of my surname? Have I perpetrated heinous deeds at Hogwarts simply by bearing this name? Or have I committed some atrocious act? As Loya spoke, her emotions intensified, culminating in a near shout. Professor McGonagall's face fluctuated between shades of pale and flushed, as she had never anticipated that this first-year student would dare to challenge her. Malfoy, unable to contain himself, tugged at her sleeve in an attempt to halt her continued outburst, for he could discern that Professor McGonagall was genuinely incensed. Loya could no longer discern the words that Malfoy uttered. All she could perceive was the incantation being recited, her vision engulfed in a crimson haze, and the magic within her threatening to erupt uncontrollably. The entire hall trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, the cutlery on the dining tables tumbling to the floor, while the long-dormant goblet of fire on the stone platform flared suddenly with blue flames. In an instant, the glass of the hall shattered into countless fragments. The goblet raged, incinerating the surrounding flowers into ashes. The onlookers recoiled in fear from the scene before them, Professor McGonagall gazing in disbelief at the goblet. The soul of the goblet had perished over a decade ago, leaving only a hollow relic. How could it still emanate flames? Yet, as if experiencing a moment of resurrection, the blue fire vanished shortly thereafter, as if nothing had ever transpired. Loya clenched his fists, panting heavily. Malfoy was astonished to observe that a few dark substances began to float sporadically behind Loya. The sudden emergence of these shadows was subtle, and only Malfoy, standing close enough, noticed this eerie spectacle. The others around were oblivious. However, Professor McGonagall, who was equally near Loya, also witnessed the phenomenon. With a face pale with terror, McGonagall gazed at him and stammered a few words. You are actually a surge of magical energy erupted forth, and the overwhelming magical pressure forced Professor McGonagall to stumble back several paces, almost causing her to fall, and she had to grip the table firmly to steady herself. Loya turned her gaze towards Marcus, who was forcefully hurled to the ground by a surge of magical energy. She heard his pleas for mercy. Professor McGonagall stared at her in shock, urging her to cease her actions. Do you know what you are doing? She demanded. Of course I know what I am doing. I am merely punishing a scoundrel. Though she feigned bravado, Loya was acutely aware that this sudden outburst of magic was a harbinger of the impending emergence of her darker self, Morwenna. If unleashed, Morwenna's destructive power would likely leave its victims either dead or grievously wounded. Despite Professor McGonagall's disdain for her, Loya harbored no intentions of inflicting serious harm upon her out of spite. Moreover, the aftermath of Morwenna's influence would not only cause severe damage to herself, but could also pose a threat to her very life, potentially leading to confusion and fragmented memories. Who would she forget this time? She noticed her hand stretching out uncontrollably, aimed at Professor McGonagall. Panic surged within her as dark energy threatened to erupt from her palm. Someone, please stop her. Just then, a strong hand gripped hers tightly. I have matters to discuss with Miss Grindelwald, came the voice of her temporary guardian, Snape. Loya felt a wave of relief wash over her. Snape placed his other hand reassuringly on her shoulder. His robes enveloped her, and her tense demeanor began to ease. In a low voice, he instructed her to maintain control. He guided Loya out of the hall as Professor McGonagall, recovering from her momentary panic, attempted to obstruct their exit. "Wait, you cannot take her away. She is a—" Snape interrupted her, his tone turning cold and somber. "Professor McGonagall, if you have any concerns, please address them directly with Headmaster Dumbledore." He paused, meeting her gaze with intensity. "And cease your targeting of her." McGonagall stood frozen, bewildered by the unwavering protection Loya was receiving. Snape disregarded her attempts to block them and swiftly led Loya to his office. Upon entering, she wearily collapsed into his chair. The dimly lit office was lined with shelves meticulously arranged with various vials and potion ingredients. Loya reclined wearily in the chair, her gaze unfocused as it wandered towards the ceiling. The tranquil room housed only herself and Snape. There were no quarrels, no one to direct hostility towards her, creating an oasis where she could finally find solace and relaxation. Snape lit a soothing herbal candle and enveloped by the calming aroma of the herbs. Her emotions began to ease at last. Loya steadied her mind, diligently suppressing the dark substance that surged within her. Snape leaned down to roll up her sleeve, where the bandages had become stuck to the blood-stained skin. He carefully untangled the bandages that Loya had hastily wrapped around her injury. The wound, a hideous shade of purple, continued to seep dark blood, revealing that her master had neglected to tend to it properly. Snape furrowed his brow. Had she sustained this injury in the restricted section? Loya responded weakly, her voice lacking conviction. He caught the faintest sigh escape his lips. Even though she concealed her injuries, there was no hint of reproach in his demeanor. He understood Loya's nature well. She was not one to show weakness, fiercely proud and averse to revealing any vulnerability. Yet, allowing the wound to fester for days without seeking his assistance stirred a sense of unease within him. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "Why did you not come to me these past few days?" "I did come to find you a few days ago," Loya retorted with conviction. "But you were not in your office, and I presumed you would be away for quite some time." Snape fell silent for a moment, recalling how he had left for a few days upon learning of new herbs that might effectively suppress the dark force within her. He had not anticipated that calamity would strike during his absence. It was not her fault. He should not have chosen that moment to leave Hogwarts. Had he returned 2 days earlier and noticed her distress, perhaps the situation would not have escalated to this point. Snape lowered his gaze to examine the wound on Loya's wrist. It was a form of serpent venom, one that could disturb the mind and emotions, causing the dark force within her to rebel. When the host faced extreme emotional distress or life-threatening danger, the dark entity could easily spiral out of control. This particular venom had the propensity to amplify negative emotions to an extreme, indirectly leading to the dark force's eruption. He raised his eyes to meet Loya's gaze. Typically, children bearing the dark force within them seldom lived past their teenage years, yet Loya's survival was undoubtedly attributed to her formidable lineage. He retrieved herbs from his apothecary, crushed them, and applied the poultice to her wrist, carefully rewrapping it to avoid causing her pain. As the wound made contact with the herbal remedy, a soothing coolness enveloped it, and Loya felt no pain. He then turned to rummage through a collection of vials and jars on the wooden cabinet. Seeking a bottle containing a potion, Loya observed the industrious silhouette of Snape, murmuring to herself, "How fortunate it is that you returned early. I can scarcely imagine the havoc I would have wreaked upon the hall had it not been for your timely intervention." With a sigh, she lamented, "I feel as if I am an unpredictable nuclear device." As Snape meticulously poured the powdered potion into the vial, his focus remained steadfastly on the girl behind him. It was not until he noticed that her voice had faded into silence that he turned to see Loya with her head bowed, her gaze vacant and devoid of vitality, as if her spirit had been drained. Crouching before her on the wooden chair, Snape gently lifted her chin. "Miss Grindelwald, can you hear my voice?" The girl, still with her head lowered, offered no response. The serpent's venom clouded her cognitive faculties. Though her eyes remained open, her awareness had all but vanished. Snape positioned the vial containing the potion near her lips, yet Loya, keeping her head down, tightly sealed her mouth. After several futile attempts to administer the potion, he hesitated for a moment before reluctantly prying her lips apart with his fingers and coaxing the potion into her mouth. The bitter liquid coursed down her throat, prompting Loya to cough, momentarily restoring her consciousness as excess potion trickled from the corners of her mouth. Snape soothingly patted her back, repeating the question, "Can you hear me?" With her senses returning, Loya nodded, accepting the handkerchief offered by Snape to wipe her lips. Snape then retrieved a vial of purple potion from the shelf. "Must I drink again?" Loya inquired, her expression forlorn. The previous potion had been an antidote for the serpent's venom, while this new vial contained a concoction designed to suppress the tumult within her. The potion in her hand utilized novel ingredients and a refined formula, promising far greater efficacy than any she had previously consumed. Loya, filled with despair, gulped it down in one go. It was utterly bitter. Snape, enveloped in silence, opened the drawer and retrieved a box of sweets, placing it in the palm of her hand. He reminisced about the days before Loya's enrollment, Spin and Spinner's End. Each time she took her medicine, she would complain about its wretched taste. Consequently, he began to purchase an abundance of Muggle confections, presenting them to her after her doses. This habit had inadvertently persisted to the present day, and by the time he realized it, his office drawer was brimming with sweets. Although, since her enrollment, Loya typically took her medicine and departed without delay, the candies in the drawer had yet to be unwrapped. Loya consumed a piece of candy, feeling the bitterness in her mouth diminish significantly. The antidote for the serpent's venom was proving effective. Snape observed her evenly paced breathing and noted that her complexion appeared considerably improved compared to earlier. The suppression of the lingering effects of the potion would require a while longer to fully take effect. "Stay here for now," he instructed, needing to ensure that Loya's near outburst of the potion's influence was entirely quelled before he felt comfortable letting her leave. With nothing to occupy her, Loya settled into the office chair of her host, indulging in one candy after another. Meanwhile, Snape meticulously measured and added a selection of newly acquired ingredients into the cauldron, then extended his wand to ignite the flames beneath it. He intended to brew a larger quantity for Loya to have on hand. Feeling a sense of ennui, Loya began to engage Snape in casual conversation, though it was mostly her talking incessantly while Snape maintained his stoic demeanor as the attentive listener. "Did you know, Mr. Weasley once showed me an old edition of the Prophecy Daily? It featured scholarly articles on the subject of the potion," she said. As the box of candies neared its end, Loya, having regained a modicum of strength, began rummaging through Snape's drawers. He allowed her this liberty, and she soon discovered several more boxes of sweets. It mentioned that the potion could cause memory confusion and fragmented amnesia, and Mr. Weasley concluded that I must have forgotten something. Snape's stirring of the cauldron faltered momentarily. "Yet, I cannot recall what I have forgotten. I've tried to think, but the memories elude me. I hope I do not end up with dementia. The thought is quite terrifying." Loya continued, "If you hadn't intervened just now, if I had lost control, perhaps by the next day I would have forgotten you entirely." She paused, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she elongated her words. "Maybe we had known each other before, and I would have forgotten you completely." Snape's hand froze, and he abruptly turned, inadvertently knocking over several potion vials from the wooden table. The image of the Goblet of Fire, engulfed in blue flames, resurfaced in his mind. Instinctively, he glanced at her, while Loya returned his gaze with a look of confusion. Snape set down the glass tube he had been stirring with, hurriedly approached, and stood before her, meticulously studying her eyes. The depths of his inky black gaze met her sapphire blue eyes for what felt like an eternity, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Loya felt an inexplicable sensation under his scrutinizing gaze. It was merely a jest on her part. How could she have ever known Severus Snape? His peculiar reaction bewildered her. Snape's Adam's apple bobbed as he parted his lips, seemingly eager to express something, yet apprehensive of an unfavorable response. With utmost caution, he inquired, "Are you her?" Loya could even discern a distinct tremor in his voice. Who? Lily Evans? In what way does she resemble Lily? She has blonde hair and blue eyes, while Lily has red hair and green eyes. They are nothing alike." Loya's expression darkened instantly. "My surname is Grindelwald, not Evans." Snape stiffened momentarily, then withdrew his gaze in disappointment. He bitterly mocked himself for being so foolish, overwhelmed by nostalgia for the past, that he momentarily entertained the absurd notions of reincarnation found in Muggle literature. Moreover, she was merely an 11-year-old child. Loya, in a state of distress, bit into another piece of candy. She pondered the chaos she had unleashed in the auditorium due to her uncontrollable surge of magic, and the prospect of confronting Professor McGonagall's stern expression loomed over her. As these thoughts consumed her, the sweetness of the candy seemed to vanish from her mouth. Loya tossed the candy wrapper into the trash bin, momentarily vexed, exclaiming that she would have been better off attending Durmstrang, thus avoiding the unwarranted disdain she faced here. Snape gazed at Loya's countenance, hesitating for a considerable time. "If you truly wish to transfer, Headmaster Dumbledore will assist you with the necessary procedures. Yet, he would prefer for you to remain at Hogwarts." Loya was aware that the kind, white-bearded elder cared for her deeply. It would indeed be excessive for her to simply shake off her sleeves and dash off to Durmstrang. I casually remarked, Severus, do you take that seriously? Moreover, weren't you assigned to concoct the suppression potion for me? I certainly cannot go to Durmstrang. Severus gazed into her cerulean eyes, and after a prolonged silence, he gently pressed his lips together. If you wish to attend Durmstrang, I shall accompany you. Severus understood that the invitation from Durmstrang was merely Karkaroff's misguided attempt to exploit her. Karkaroff, like himself, was a Death Eater, and the words of that man were not to be trusted. Yet, as Karkaroff had mentioned, with Loya's aptitude and talent, she would undoubtedly excel as a formidable dark wizard at Durmstrang. However, he could not rest easy knowing she would venture there alone. Upon hearing Severus's words, Loya slowly lifted her gaze, looking at him with confusion. Why? Why would you go to such lengths? Before Loia could utter the latter part of her sentence, blood began to flow incessantly from her nostrils, staining her collar. Severus Snape, unusually flustered, watched as Loia suddenly grimaced, her body trembling slightly, while those dark substances re-emerged around her. Loya gripped the armrests of her chair with great intensity. Severus, your new potion seems to take effect too slowly. I cannot contain myself any longer. Your office may soon be lost. I can only hope that you had the foresight to ensure it beforehand. The entire room trembled as objects began to shatter one after another. A perilous black substance emanated from Loya's being. Her body contorted unnaturally, prompting Severus to swiftly grasp her shoulders, forcefully pressing her back into the seat. You must regain control. I have warned you about the severe aftereffects of the potion. It may even threaten your very life. Loya struggled to restrain the overwhelming force within her, her nails clawing at the armrest in a frantic release, exerting such pressure that several of her nails splintered. Snape was compelled to grasp her hand, feeling the chilling coldness of her fingertips. The prophet had reported that the substance known as murmur could induce memory confusion and fragmented amnesia. Had you not intervened just now? And if murmur had taken hold, I might have awakened tomorrow with no recollection of you. The words spoken by Loya suddenly echoed in Snape's ears. For a fleeting moment, Snape felt a surge of anxiety. Would Loya still remember him after the tumultuous events? He found it impossible to envision Loya regarding him with the same gaze she reserved for strangers. The chaotic thoughts caused Snape's complexion to gradually pale. Yet he continued to strive to soothe Loya, hoping to bring her a sense of calm. Loya, in a state of breathless turmoil, exclaimed, It is easy for you to say. My body feels as though it may tear itself apart from within. The surrounding suspended black substance increased in quantity at a visibly alarming rate. Loya endeavored to maintain her composure. If she were to unexpectedly lapse into unconsciousness before the tumultuous upheaval occurred, could it be possible for the uproar to cease? With a sense of trial, she promptly exclaimed to Snape, Why don't you cast a spell to make me faint or something similar? Anything that would provide a swift resolution. A spell that can knock someone out in an instant might just halt my impending turmoil. Snape regarded her with astonishment, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. If you do not render me unconscious, your office shall bid you farewell. At this moment, I feel akin to a nuclear bomb. I would rather not witness the destruction of Hogwarts Castle, a monument with a millennia of history, at the hands of my own turmoil. Enough, he retorted, unable to act. Observing Snape's impassivity, Loya, in her frustration, could no longer restrain herself and exclaimed, Are you even capable of this? If you cannot, I shall take matters into my own hands. I will knock myself out. After Loya finished speaking, she seized Snape's wand from the desk. Regardless of whose wand it was sufficient for her to use in this moment of urgency. She firmly gripped the tip of the wand, aiming it directly at her temple. Before she could even succumb to unconsciousness, Snape swiftly snatched the wand away, preventing her self-destructive act. A tempest of dark energy was gradually taking shape around Loya, mercilessly ravaging everything it encountered. The potion vials on the wooden rack began to explode one after another, shards scattering in all directions. The ceiling, unable to withstand the overwhelming force, crumbled piece by piece, with large chunks of debris poised to fall. In a state of panic, Snape half-kneeled, using one hand to shield the back of Loya's head amidst her disheveled hair, drawing her into his embrace, determined to protect her at all costs. Loya's forehead was pressed against his chest. It was not until the falling debris struck him with a violent force that Loya heard Snape emit a muffled groan. Fortunately, the efficacy of the newly formulated potion manifested just in the nick of time, suppressing the imminent eruption of Memoran. The office lay in utter disarray and ruin. Memoran's master had succumbed to unconsciousness due to excessive depletion of magical energy. Snape, gasping for breath, lowered his gaze to Loya. He brushed away the dust and rubble from her golden locks, calling her name with a note of deep concern. Lois hung her head, offering no response. A sudden gasp echoed from the doorway, accompanied by the sound of books tumbling to the ground. Snape turned his gaze toward the commotion. 2 students, one from Ravenclaw and the other from Hufflepuff, stood in stunned silence behind the door, which had been forcefully flung open by surging magical energy. Qiu Zhang, clutching a stack of potions homework, was about to knock when she heard a series of explosive sounds from within. Startled, she instinctively took a few steps back. The office door burst open, propelled by the residual magical force, revealing a chaotic scene within, marred by an unknown destruction. Amidst the swirling dust, Qiu Zhang spotted 2 figures. Professor Snape was half kneeling on the floor, cradling a girl in his arms. Qiu Zhang stood frozen in shock, observing the normally frigid potions professor now wearing a face full of concern for the girl. Recognizing her instantly, she realized it was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Gryffindor girl, Loia Grindelwald. The girl who harbored a secret affection for her senior was easily recognized by Qiu Zhang, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Gryffindor girl. Loia Grindelwald, the girl whom her crush admires, was unexpectedly mentioned by Qiu Zhang. Loia Grindelwald? Out. Severus Snape's voice suddenly turned stern, startling Qiu Zhang into a momentary paralysis. Rising from his seat, Snape, shrouded in his dark robes, cast a brooding glance at the 2 individuals behind the door. Who permitted you to enter? The second-year Hufflepuff student, visibly alarmed, stammered, Professor, we didn't mean to intrude. We merely came to deliver our homework. Snape's expression darkened further. The young Hufflepuff, in a fluster, hastily apologized. I truly didn't intend to disturb you. Snape's scowl deepened. Meanwhile, Qiu Zhang stood there, equally bewildered, with a forceful wave of his wand. Snape slammed the wooden door to his office shut, leaving them outside. The little witch from Hufflepuff bent down to collect the scattered homework on the floor. Her brow furrowed as she lamented the ill-timed delivery along with Qiu Zhang. The mere thought of Professor Snape's ominous visage made her break into a cold sweat. Surely, he was infuriated, so much so that he forgot to deduct points. Having seen what she should not have, she vowed never to deliver homework again. Even fearing a failing grade from Snape at the end of the term, she brushed the dust from the homework, neatly stacking it together. Turning back, she noticed Qiu Zhang still in a daze, with the homework spread at her feet, contemplating Snape's office. A kind badger helped her pick up the homework, prompting Qiu Zhang to snap back to reality and hurriedly express her gratitude. Observing Qiu Zhang's fleeting glances towards the office, the badger inquired, Do you know the Gryffindor inside? Yes, Loia Grindelwald, a first year from Gryffindor. I met her on the Hogwarts Express. We aren't very close. A group of older students, laughing and joking, brushed past them. Qiu Zhang remarked casually, Why is Loia Grindelwald so familiar with Professor Snape? As several senior students passed by, they caught wind of Professor Snape's intimate exchange with someone and cast curious glances, seemingly eager to inquire further. The badger hastily nudged her companion with her elbow, whispering a warning against indiscretion, lest they be overheard. Yet, I distinctly observed that Professor Snape and the senior students standing nearby had perked up their ears. The badger promptly interrupted, patting her shoulder and urging her to leave the corridor. Come on, let's go. What if Professor Snape emerges and deducts points? In the chaotic office, silence was finally restored, occasionally interrupted by dust and debris falling from the cracked ceiling. The unspoken tension had transformed the office into a ruin. Snape knelt down to assess Loia's condition. A flicker of light emanated from the tip of his wand, casting a faint glow. He noticed Loia's fingers twitch slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. Snape's tense heart began to ease, and he reached out to help her rise. The young woman gradually lifted her head, her cold, mocking laughter ringing in Snape's ears. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed a jarring, visceral noise, as everything before Snape froze in an instant. A searing pain shot through him, urging him to shift his gaze. In Loia's hand lay a sharp shard of glass, buried deep in his abdomen. His dark eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Loia. This was not the Loia he knew, for she would never regard him with such a look or display that sort of smile. Snape felt the dark mark on his arm begin to burn. It was Voldemort. The quiet power of the Dark Lord had drained Loia's strength, and in her moment of utmost vulnerability and unconsciousness, Voldemort seized the opportunity to control her. Snape pressed his hands against his wound in agony, blood seeping through his fingers. Loia, with the shard in her grasp, intensified her grip, driving the glass deeper into Snape's abdomen. Her hand was so forceful that it cut into her palm, yet Loia seemed oblivious to her own pain. squinting her eyes in delight at Snape's suffering. Snape's bloodied fingers trembled as they clutched Loya's hand. Their blood intertwined, trickling down the shard and staining Snape's dark robes. Loya leaned closer, whispering into Snape's ear, "My servant, Severus, have you decided whom to pledge your allegiance to?" She erupted into a fit of laughter, suddenly wrenching the shard free. Severus coughed violently, blood gushing from his wound, spreading in vivid crimson pools upon the floor. A heavy scent of blood lingered in the air. He was drenched in cold sweat, the agonizing pain in his abdomen sapping all his strength, rendering him unable to stand, and he collapsed weakly beside the wooden table. Severus clutched his right side, where the grotesque wound gaped, biting down on his lip in a desperate attempt to remain conscious. As he looked up at Loya, Loya paced around the ruins of the office, her voice leisurely echoing as she spoke. "Severus, you once held great value to me." She turned her gaze towards the weakened Severus. "But now you are quite disappointing." In the dim light, Loya slowly raised her hands, gazing at the bloodstains in the palms of her hands as if admiring a flawless piece of art. Severus heard Voldemort lamenting over such a pure lineage. Yet regrettably still too tender, Loya seemed to suddenly recall something amusing, abruptly halting her steps. Severus watched in horror as Loya's pale, bloodied hand held the glass shard, slowly pressing it against her own throat. Life is fragile. A mere cut would cause the delicate throat of the girl to bleed profusely. Voldemort was wielding Loya's life as leverage against him. Do not harm her. Under Voldemort's control, Loya tilted her head, as if deliberately provoking Severus. The sharp shard first tracing a shallow line of blood across her slender neck. "So, Severus, have you made your decision as to whom you will pledge your loyalty? Please, I beg you, spare her." Snape's voice was laced with desperation. Voldemort sneered disdainfully, surveying Snape from his elevated position. "What are you willing to sacrifice, Severus?" The author wishes to clarify. There is truly no cruelty involved. Voldemort's malevolent laughter echoed. "What are you willing to sacrifice, Severus?" Snape, weakened, pressed his hand against the wound, the blood seeping away his strength. His consciousness began to fade, yet his gaze remained fixed on the girl ensnared by Voldemort's control. "All that I have." At the moment when Voldemort believed he had firmly grasped his servant's fatal weakness, ready to coerce him into executing his plans, it appeared that events were not unfolding as he desired. The office, reduced to ruins, welcomed an unexpected guest. A veil of darkness enveloped the entire room, and Voldemort's eyes widened in shock. The swirling black veil swiftly penetrated the body of the girl he commanded. The consciousness of the uninvited guest surged forth alongside the dancing shadows, merging with the girl's form. Centered around her, magic coalesced into a tempest, wreaking havoc and exacerbating the already devastated chamber. Her closed eyes slowly fluttered open, revealing a pair of strikingly different irises, the blue depths radiating an icy chill. The voice of Loya emerged, imbued with an audacity and defiance foreign to her vessel. "Get out of her body." Two distinct magical forces clashed violently. Voldemort's consciousness emitted a piercing shriek as the uninvited guest's overpowering magic compelled him to retreat. Once tranquility returned, Snape witnessed the girl's disdainful smile as she regarded Voldemort. "Merely a village terrorist," she remarked. Loya's gaze fell upon her bloodied palm. She furrowed her brow at the crimson stains but, after a moment, relaxed her features with a hint of compassion. Loya then noticed Snape, half alive and leaning against the wreckage, his presence seemingly insignificant and devoid of value. She raised an eyebrow, her tone commanding and authoritative. "What are you waiting for? Tend to my daughter's wounds." X33XS. Calm is the manifestation of Gellert Grindelwald's consciousness within his daughter. Gellert Grindelwald could not recall how long he had been imprisoned in Nurmengard. Here, the distinction between day and night seemed to vanish, leaving only the roaring sound of crashing waves. As usual, he sat in the dark corner of his cell until he felt a blinding light envelop him. When the light dissipated, he found his consciousness floating like a specter in an unfamiliar room, recently ravaged by violence. In the center of the room stood a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl. Instinctively, Grindelwald recognized her as the child of himself and Albus Dumbledore. That summer in Godric's Hollow, their youthful hearts had intertwined, bound by shared ideals. Their blood had mingled, forging a forbidden magic that created their lineage, a boy and a girl. They had hoped that when their children opened their eyes, they would be greeted by a reimagined world of their making. Grindelwald and Dumbledore had decided to temporarily encase the two still unawakened infants in magical stasis, hidden within an uninhabited mountain range, protected by layers of enchantments and concealment spells. Little did Grindelwald anticipate that, years later, their children would be stolen away. In a fit of rage, he nearly razed the entire mountain forest to the ground, his followers trembling in his wake. Even after parting ways with Dumbledore, their search for their progeny never ceased, yet they found nothing. Now, his reclaimed daughter stood before him, her consciousness ensnared by a vile entity. Who dared to challenge him? His surging magical power expelled the foul presence. Grindelwald now inhabited his daughter's body and, before her own consciousness awakened, he knew he had a fleeting moment of freedom. He longed to see his Albus. Loia brandished a wand entwined with dark mist. Truly, she was his daughter. Even her wand was extraordinary, crafted from the spine of a dark wizard. With her hands clasped behind her back, Loia strode confidently towards the headmaster's office, exuding an aura of dominance. Merely standing there sent the portraits into a frenzy, fleeing in all directions, even squeezing into others' frames. In truth, Loia had a fair reputation at Hogwarts, being sweet and charming, as well as powerful, garnering affection from all except Slytherin. Yet now, an oppressive aura emanated from her, far beyond what one would expect from her age, causing involuntary shivers. A subtle lift of her gaze silenced the corridor. As she looked around, passers-by instinctively recoiled, none daring to approach her. How could an 11-year-old girl possess such fierce eyes? To Grindelwald, the Hogwarts students were mere foolish children. Loia turned to encounter a brave, golden-haired boy accompanied by two timid, stout companions rushing towards her. The boy, anxious, inquired after his daughter. Malfoy, fixated on Loia's mismatched eyes, unwittingly asked about them. Grindelwald surveyed the impeccably coiffed Malfoy with cold scrutiny. Malfoy shuddered, his two dim-witted fringe trembling with fear. Grindelwald scoffed, dismissing them with a flick of his sleeve. His senses keen as ever, he overheard the two Slytherin boys whispering. Isn't Loia Grindelwald being punished by Professor McGonagall in the Forbidden Forest? How dare she show up here? Grindelwald's expression darkened, silencing the Slytherins. He then seized one by the collar and hurled him out the window. With an air of nonchalance, Grindelwald strode towards the Forbidden Forest. He encountered a half-giant, Hagrid, who carried a massive stone crossbow and a quiver filled with arrows, with Fong trailing behind. The amiable Hagrid greeted Loia, but Grindelwald offered him no acknowledgement. Hagrid had heard of Professor McGonagall's punishment, intending to console Loia. Passing by, Filch snickered maliciously, relishing the prospect of justice being served to the girl. Yet, the subject of their conversation stood before them, casually igniting the Forbidden Forest with a wave of her hand, blue flames erupting. In shock, Hagrid and Filch could only stare. Jaws agape, as Grindelwald departed with effortless grace. Turning a corner in the corridor, Grindelwald stumbled upon a wrinkled old woman. Professor McGonagall regarded her with a complex expression. After the chaos in the Great Hall, Dumbledore had sought her out personally. She had struggled to believe that Dumbledore had a daughter, especially one with Grindelwald. Having finally reconciled this fact, she now beheld Loia before her, hesitating, words caught in her throat. After all, her previous biases had not fostered a friendly demeanor towards Miss Grindelwald. Filch, limping and smoldering, rushed to McGonagall, pitifully reporting, Professor, Loia Grindelwald just set the Forbidden Forest ablaze. The centaurs were frantically engaged in extinguishing the flames. Professor McGonagall gazed in astonishment at Loia, while Grindelwald's eyes glimmered with impatience. Are you instructing me on how to act? McGonagall stood frozen, at a loss for words. Suddenly, Grindelwald felt something tugging at his daughter's pant leg. He looked down, and his expression contorted instantly. A niffler? His daughter had a niffler? Where on earth did Dumbledore acquire a niffler? It must be that damned Newt Scamander. Surely, Albus had clandestinely visited his beloved student, Newt Scamander, without his knowledge. The mere thought of it made Grindelwald's temples throb. He seized the niffler, and with a disdainful glance at its pitiful eyes, tossed it into the trash bin. If he were to see Albus again, and if his consciousness had not yet returned to that imprisoned body, he would certainly procure a different pet for his daughter. It absolutely could not be a creature from the Scamander family. The agonizing pain from his grievous wound surged forth, the blood trickling down and gradually saturating the ground. Snape was attending to the wound with urgent care, fortunate that amidst the chaos wrought by the magical upheaval, a little-known underground chamber still housed some medicinal herbs. Dragging his increasingly numb body, each step sent jolts of pain through the wound. Sweat trickled down his brow as he struggled to retrieve a healing potion from the shelf. Once Gellert Grindelwald had permitted Snape to tend to his daughter's injuries, he swaggered off to find Dumbledore. If the entity possessing Loia was indeed the genuine Gellert Grindelwald, Snape felt a sense of relief. This dark wizard would undoubtedly safeguard his bloodline. While bandaging Loia's wounds, the Dark Lord casually performed a simple gesture with his left hand, to the ordinary wizard. It might have gone unnoticed. Although it was merely a fleeting moment, Snape perceived it as a silent, wandless magic, a protective charm. In his youth, he had discovered similar spells within the restricted section of the library, designed to shield one's consciousness from any external control. Grindelwald had cast a protective charm over his daughter's consciousness. As long as the spellcaster, Grindelwald, remained alive, the enchantment would persist, rendering her mind impervious to any interference from Voldemort or his dark forces. The protective charm of Grindelwald could not be easily broken. Snape was certain that even spells aimed at extracting thoughts or truth serums would prove ineffective against the Dark Lord's safeguard. During this period, Loya will remain quite safe. However, Severus Snape's injuries are not particularly optimistic. With a wry smile, he recalls that just a few days ago, he had promised to take the time to teach Loya the spell she wished to learn. Given his current physical condition, it seems unlikely that he will be able to do so in the near future. After tending to his wounds, he still feels a chill throughout his body and, leaning against the wall, he unknowingly succumbs to unconsciousness. In this world, fate is indeed peculiar. After tossing the Niffler into the garbage bin, Gellert Grindelwald encountered the one person he despised the most, Newt Scamander. No, that was incorrect. The Newt Scamander who had been imprisoned in Ermengarde for half a century should have transformed into a toothless, balding, feeble old man. The diminutive figure before him, resembling a miniature version of Newt Scamander, must surely be his grandson. By virtue of being a Scamander, Newt's grandson immediately became the target of Grindelwald's persecution. The young Scamander looked anxiously at the Loya who had suddenly blocked his path. He did not recognize this first-year Gryffindor student. Yet the formidable aura emanating from her caused the Hufflepuff boy, who had inherited his grandfather's introverted nature, to flinch. He observed Loya's increasingly perilous expression. What could possibly explain Albus Dumbledore's fondness for your grandfather? I truly do not know. How could he possibly know? The young Scamander was drenched in cold sweat, desperately explaining that at that time, his father had probably not even been born, thus he had no knowledge of the connection between his grandfather, Professor Dumbledore, and the girl before him. For Grindelwald, it mattered not. Since he could not capture the grandfather, he would seize the grandson instead. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes dangerously. The Hufflepuff boy was so intimidated by the darkness in Grindelwald's gaze that he fainted on the spot. With his hands clasped behind his back, Grindelwald coldly regarded the unconscious youth on the ground, his gaze icy. Mr. Scamander, do you think Dumbledore would mourn for your grandson? Ultimately, the unfortunate grandson of Newt was carried away by two kind-hearted badgers. Grindelwald looked disdainfully at their panicked retreat. He then keenly overheard several young voices whispering that Dumbledore had just visited the hospital wing to see Harry Potter, who had injured one of his legs. Harry Potter? Grindelwald belatedly realized that he might be out of touch with the times. Dumbledore's favorite student had shifted from Newt Scamander to Harry Potter? Jealousy distorts one's visage, and the flames of wrath blaze fiercely within. The European monarch, King X, made a decision, though he remained oblivious to the identity of Harry Potter. After meeting with Dumbledore, he would address the matters concerning Harry Potter, whom Dumbledore held in high regard. The more he pondered, the more his anger festered, until he finally encountered his beloved Albus, at which point his fury dissipated like smoke. The elder with the white beard stood with his back to him, engaged in discussion with several professors. Grindelwald observed his silhouette. It had been half a century since they last crossed paths. Dumbledore had aged considerably, the passage of time etching its marks upon him. Yet, he remained his dear Albus. Just before Dumbledore turned to face him, Grindelwald seriously contemplated whether to first attend to his disheveled hair. Considering that his consciousness currently resided within his daughter, her hair, resembling a wild pineapple, might not present a handsome appearance. He ultimately abandoned the thought. Dumbledore sensed a gaze upon him and turned to look. Their eyes met, and a fleeting, inexplicable emotion flickered in his bright azure orbs. He saw Dumbledore's lips part, seemingly whispering his name. They stared at one another for an extended moment, neither knowing who took the first step towards the other. However, fate proved unkind, as a rogue ball whizzed through the corridor, striking his daughter's head with considerable force. Loya's body collapsed on the spot, and Grindelwald's consciousness was forcibly severed from her daughter's form. He observed Albus hurriedly approaching him. Just as his awareness was on the verge of returning to the confines of the Ermengarde prison, he gritted his teeth and beheld a Gryffindor lad, mounted on a broom, frantically clutching his hair, unsure of how to remedy the situation after accidentally colliding with someone. Wood was nearby, elucidating the rules of Quidditch to several newly inducted young wizards, explaining how to strike the bludger. As he rode upon his enchanted broom, he gestured with his bat, propelling the bludger far beyond expectations. Wood squinted in the direction the bludger had soared, sensing something amiss. Fred and George, ever the instigators, leaned from the corridor, shouting to Wood, "Wood, your bludger has knocked Loya out." The headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, wore a grim expression, exclaiming, "Wood, you're finished. You'd better prepare for the worst." Upon hearing the twins' gleeful remarks, Wood's vision darkened, despair etched across his face. The newcomers behind him swiftly supported the faltering Gryffindor Quidditch captain. This unexpected blow indeed left Loya resting in the hospital wing for an entire day. Fortunately, Dumbledore took it upon himself to propose to Professor McGonagall that the final match of the spell tournament be postponed for a few days, allowing Loya the time to recuperate in peace. The author has a word to share. In the next chapter, the perspective will return to our heroine. Loya reclined on the pristine white sheets, while the snowfall outside draped Hogwarts Castle in a shimmering veil of silver. She was recovering swiftly. Merely 2 days apart was sufficient to describe her as lively and exuberant, exhibiting none of the traits one would expect of a patient. Eager to request her discharge, she was met with a stern refusal from Madame Pomfrey. Though Madame Pomfrey was astonished by Loya's remarkable healing speed, she firmly believed that Loya required further observation and rest in the infirmary. Left with little to do, Loya asked Hermione to bring her the unfinished scarf she was knitting for the Niffler. Her bedside was piled high with an abundance of snacks and flowers from visiting young Gryffindors. Hermione presented her with a small plate of cake, enduring her hospitalization. The attentive Hermione provided her with meticulous care, eliciting envy from the solitary patients in the adjacent beds. Ron's feet were surrounded by a mountain of snack wrappers, and due to Loya's generous nature towards her friends, she willingly shared her treats with them. Without a hint of hesitation, Ron unwrapped another chocolate frog and stuffed it into his mouth. With his cheeks bulging, he mumbled, "What is this hideous thing you've knitted, Loya?" "It's a scarf for the Niffler," Loya replied. Ron grimaced. "I thought it was a tattered sock. It might not turn out very well." Loya discovered that as a girl, both in her previous life and in this one, she was remarkably inept at the domestic skills that ordinary young girls typically excelled in, such as sewing, cooking, and housekeeping. This foreshadowed her future, where she would not embody the ideal image of a gentle and virtuous wife that some men envisioned. Moreover, she herself harbored no discontent with her single status. There was nothing undesirable about being unencumbered. It seemed that all her talents were channeled into the realms of magic and combat. On the very first day, she was rendered unconscious by a bludger. Professor Dumbledore came to visit her. In the days that followed, her hospital room was anything but solitary. In fact, it became a bustling hub of visitors. So much so that Madame Pomfrey was visibly perturbed. Each day, her room was filled with those coming to pay their respects. George and Fred would drop by after classes, while the guilt-ridden older student would only dare to enter when Professor Dumbledore was absent. As soon as George and Fred arrived, they commenced their monotonous game of Guess Who I Am, leaving no opportunity for Loya to interject. She raised her hand to halt them, exclaiming, "Stop, stop, stop. I refuse to partake in such a tedious game." She found this childish pastime utterly uninteresting. She recalled that Fred bore a permanent scar on his temple from his injury, which made it exceedingly easy to distinguish one from the other. She wondered why they persisted in playing a guessing game. Yet today, Fred's face bore no trace of injury. Loya observed with a hint of surprise, while Fred, in perfect accord, leaned forward, narrowing the distance between them to allow her a closer inspection. "Fred, what has become of your scar?" Before Loya, Fred displayed a triumphant smile. The other twin burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "I am Fred. You have guessed incorrectly." Annoyed, Loya rolled his eyes. In front of him, George retrieved a glass vial from his pocket. "This is our latest concoction for scar removal. In just a few days, scars will revert to their original state. I present it to you." Loya accepted the small vial handed to her by George, a flicker of concern crossing her mind about the possibility of falling into a twin trap, perhaps transforming into a bird-like creature. Observing Loya's skeptical gaze, Fred calmly unscrewed the cap to demonstrate their sincere intentions, pouring a single drop into the palm of his hand. Minutes passed without any peculiar or mischievous occurrences, finally assuaging Loya's apprehensions. She then applied the potion to the scar on her palm, which, in truth, was not very conspicuous and seemed to fade more with each passing day. Even without the potion's enhancement, she believed the scar would vanish in a matter of days. At times, she pondered whether her body possessed some sort of extraordinary advantage. However, Recalling the loss of the first match in the spell-casting league that cost the twins their entire savings, she applied the potion while expressing her apologies. "I'm sorry for causing you to lose all your pocket money in the first match." The twins responded with cheerful smiles, assuring her that it was of no consequence. They continued, "We plan to open a magical trick studio." Loya looked at them with astonishment, wondering if twins in movies could open a store at such an early age. Moreover, did they truly possess enough pocket money to establish a business? Sensing Loya's confusion, George proudly proclaimed, "Thanks to you. We placed all our bets on you in the subsequent magical tournament, and your 7 consecutive victories yielded us a handsome profit." The righteous Ron interjected, exposing the twins' deceit. "In your first match, they didn't bet on you. They wagered against you, and thus they reaped a bountiful reward. Are you truly my friends? You bet against my loss." Upon being unmasked, George and Fred exchanged furtive glances, awkwardly explaining, "You were paired with Malfoy. And Gryffindor all bet against you while Slytherin placed their bets on Malfoy. We initially intended to wager on you, but at the last moment before the match, we thought if we bid against you, we might just strike it rich overnight. Heh. In reality, they not only profited from Gryffindor and Slytherin's wagers. In the first match, the majority of all 4 houses bet on their own teams. Thus, George and Fred's contrarian betting effectively allowed them to amass the wealth of the entire Hogwarts. Loyal, with a somber expression, uttered 2 words: "Friendship ends." Fred and George clutched their chests, feigning an air of tragic despair. "Loya, when friendship reaches its end, how far can love be? Beautiful lady, shall we meet?" Wait, what is this nonsense?" Loya sighed in exasperation, conceding that engaging in a verbal spar with the 2 of them was futile. She was not angry. The comedic duo, Fred and George, exchanged mischievous grins, perpetually immersed in their pranks. "In the finals, we're betting everything on you. If you triumph in the competition, our funds will be sufficient, and you shall automatically become a partner. Henceforth, you will be the proprietress of the magical trick shop, with profits at your discretion. I shall endeavor in the competition, but you may spare me the title of proprietress. It sounds rather odd, and as for partnership, I have no need for it," she replied. Fred then produced an assortment of bizarre candies from his pocket. "Behold our latest creation, nosebleed nougat. Once consumed, it guarantees an incessant flow of nosebleeds. It is bound to become a bestseller. Care to try?" Fred eagerly proposed. "Is this truly the reason for your visit to the ailing? To turn them into test subjects?" Loya retorted, "Delivering prankish confections to patients shows a certain degree of thoughtfulness, I suppose." Fred and George, undeterred, continued to chuckle, exhibiting no signs of remorse. Loyal would certainly not allow herself to be a guinea pig, nor would she permit her dear friend Hermione, who cares for her, to be one either. Ron was acutely aware that his 2 older brothers had never harbored good intentions, thus he resolutely refused to partake. Consequently, all eyes instinctively shifted towards another individual in the hospital room, Wood. Suddenly thrust into the spotlight, Wood wore a look of sheer panic. Loya's gaze also fell upon him. Indeed, Wood was a commendable choice. Aware of his own shortcomings, Wood was compelled to bravely face his fate and swallow a nosebleed candy. Before long, he began to bleed profusely from his nose. George and Fred observed the bleeding Wood with excitement, clapping their hands in delight. "Marvelous. The effect is remarkable. It appears this dosage is potent enough." Witnessing Wood's pitiable state as blood streamed from his nose, Loya kindly urged Fred and George to administer the antidote to their senior. "Wood, what antidote?" They replied with laughter. "We have yet to develop an antidote." Wood moaned in despair. "Loya, could you summon Mrs. Pomfrey to rescue me?" The ward of Loia was perpetually teeming with visitors. The Quidditch players from Gryffindor had also come to pay their respects. Among the young wizards who came to visit, one casually gifted a radio, which now played the peculiar tunes of the Weird Sisters, reminiscent of Muggle rock. The volume of the radio grew increasingly loud, transforming the ward into an impromptu dance venue. Madame Pomfrey's expression was one of dismay. This was hardly a place of healing, but rather a bustling marketplace. Due to Professor Dumbledore's particular leniency towards the youth, she had no choice but to endure the chaos. The ward was filled with a cacophony of sounds, and Loya remained oblivious to the figure lingering in the corridor. Cedric from Hufflepuff stood outside the ward, hesitating to knock on the door. The news of Roya's hospitalization spread quickly among the boisterous Gryffindors. Upon learning that she had succumbed to a severe injury from a Quidditch match, Cedric rushed to the hospital wing, his forehead dampened with perspiration. He stood hesitantly in the corridor, unable to summon the courage to step into her room. His roommates, drawn by curiosity, observed him with concern as he lingered outside, torn between his anxiety for the Gryffindor girl and his reluctance to intrude. "Cedric," one of his friends urged. "If you're so worried about her, why don't you go in and see her?" With a hint of melancholy in his eyes, Cedric replied, "I fear she may not wish to see me." To Cedric, Roya's absence from his Quidditch practice, where he had invited her, felt like a silent rejection, sapping him of the courage to disturb her peace. However, upon hearing the news of her injury, he found himself unable to contain his concern. Fearing that he might burden Roya further, he remained outside the door, peering cautiously through the crack of the wooden door at the golden-haired girl within. His roommate sighed quietly. Although they were not Gryffindors but rather ordinary Hufflepuffs, they knew that even the Badger could muster courage in critical moments. The friend chided Cedric while nudging him towards the room. "You must speak to her face to face. Standing idly at the door is not a solution." Unfortunately, just as Cedric was being pushed into the room by his friend, the atmosphere grew increasingly raucous. Even Weasley's fireworks began to erupt from within, prompting Madame Pomfrey to finally lose her temper. She admonished the patients for needing tranquility, and the group of young lions fell silent. In her ire, Madame Pomfrey stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind her, declaring that no one was permitted to enter, Cedric, the exemplary Hufflepuff student, included. Cedric's friends immediately sprang to his defense, saying, "Madame Pomfrey, with so many Gryffindors inside, why can't we enter? Miss Grindelwald requires rest and recuperation. In any case, it is simply not permissible." Dejected, Cedric lowered his head, and after a moment of silence, entrusted the gift he had intended for Loya to Madame Pomfrey for delivery. Observing Cedric's obedient demeanor as he refrained from disturbing the patient, Madame Pomfrey graciously accepted the gift. Cedric glanced longingly at Loya in the ward before reluctantly taking his leave. Meanwhile, several young wizards injured by the quaffle during practice were wheeled into the infirmary, wailing in pain. Madame Pomfrey, overwhelmed with her duties, set the gift box aside on a bench in the corridor and hurried to tend to her patients. Fred and George emerged from Loya's room, and the conspicuous, unclaimed gift box on the bench quickly caught their attention. Curious, George opened the box to reveal one of Diagon Alley's latest popular couples gifts, a delicate music box designed as a crystal globe, featuring a rotating Hogwarts castle inside. The enchanted music box radiated warmth when held, serving as a cozy hand warmer for girls during the frigid winter, making it a beloved item among the young women at Hogwarts. It was likely a gift from some boy to his hospitalized girlfriend. Given its popularity, the music box sold out almost daily, with boys queuing in the snow before dawn to procure one, evidently eager to please their sweethearts. As George toyed with the music box, tossing it into the air like a performer and attempting a difficult spin catch, Fred cheered him on. However, when George repeated the risky juggling act, the music box fell to the floor, shattering the castle within. The twins suddenly realized the gravity of their blunder. They furtively glanced around the corridor, and seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, hastily cleaned up the evidence of their mishap before making their escape. Once Madame Pomfrey finished attending to her patients, she recalled the gift box Cedric had asked her to deliver to Loya, but upon returning, the box had vanished. She thought little of it, assuming perhaps that Loya had already taken the gift, given that the bench was directly across from her room. As the night deepened, the ward finally fell silent, with two of Loya's fellow patients discharged early in the morning. Loya nestled into the soft embrace of her pillow until she was roused by a mechanical electronic voice. "System, host, are you dead? If not, awaken quickly, should you perish. I shall take my leave. I am very much alive, so no need to fret. System, during your time under Voldemort's control, it was I who summoned the consciousness of the Dark Lord Gellert Grindelwald. You possess such an ability? Then summon him once more if you dare. System, it is not something I can do so frivolously, and summoning Gellert Grindelwald depleted all my energy." Loya rested her chin on her hand, lost in contemplation. No wonder she had recently heard others remark that it was her blue flames that had scorched the Forbidden Forest, earning her praise from the twins for a job well done. Those mischievous students expressed their gratitude, relieved that they would no longer have to undertake community service in the Forbidden Forest for their misdeeds this semester. However, the incident of setting the Forbidden Forest ablaze was a feat accomplished under the influence of Grindelwald. To be honest, Loya felt a twinge of fear at the thought of encountering Professor McGonagall again. One could only imagine how darkly her expression would cloud. Professor McGonagall would undoubtedly suspect her involvement, leaving Loya with nothing but a resigned shrug. "I recall the last time I completed the 7 consecutive victories task. Your promised reward has yet to materialize. System, Surely, you are not out of stock? System. Nonsense, how could I possibly be such a destitute system? Loya listened intently to the increasingly faint voice, filled with skepticism. The system cleared its throat discreetly. During your time under Voldemort's control, I summoned the consciousness of Gellert Grindelwald to rescue you. Consider this as a reward, thus we are even, it stated, followed by several more coughs. System. Your father in this world, Gellert Grindelwald, left you a gift before his consciousness departed. The notion that the Grindelwald had indeed left her a present was utterly astonishing. The sapphire blue eyes of Loya shimmered momentarily, as the system suggested that picking up the wand would reveal the answer. Loya grasped her wand, fervently whispering, "May the gift from Grandfather Goodwong swiftly manifest." Suddenly, azure flames erupted around her, creating a magnificent circular wall of fire that enveloped her. The radiant blue flames formed a protective barrier, encircling her in a dazzling display of fiery brilliance. Loya reached out to touch the flames, her delicate fingertips gliding through the fire without experiencing any searing pain. The blue flame showed no signs of harming her. The fire shield, one of Gellert Grindelwald's formidable spells, is often misunderstood as a protective incantation, but in reality, it embodies both offense and defense. In her past life, Loya recalled it being jestingly referred to as Grindelwald's gas stove, imported from Europe, natural and pollution-free, a worthy possession indeed. However, Grindelwald's gas stove was undeniably impressive. Yet, one question had always eluded her. Was the fire shield a manifestation of dark magic or white magic? While the blue flames posed no threat to their master, her bed was not so fortunate. The sheets and blankets were almost instantly ignited, but fortunately, the flames were contained and swiftly extinguished before Madame Pomfrey could make her discovery. System. A friendly reminder, your spinal bone wand is ill-suited for the fire shield, as it may lead to uncontrollable consequences. Exercise caution with the borrowed wand, as it may not withstand the explosive repercussions of the fire shield. We recommend that you visit Ollivander's to procure a new wand. Since the shattering of her beloved dragon heartstring wand, Loya has been borrowing wands from others due to the recent competitions. Relying on borrowed wands is hardly a sustainable solution. It seems she must summon her temporary guardian, Severus Snape, to accompany her once more to Ollivander's wand shop. System. Due to the complete depletion of energy from summoning Grindelwald, I must temporarily enter a dormant state to replenish my reserves. During this period, I hope the host takes care and remembers not to indulge excessively. Loya dismissively waved her hand at the system. The following day, she approached the door of Snape's office and waited for an extensive period without receiving a response. Perhaps Snape had ventured out to procure some potions ingredients again? Just as Loya was about to turn and leave, she heard the creaking sound of the old wooden door opening behind her. Snape stood at the threshold. After several days of absence, his cheeks appeared gaunt, his complexion was pallid and sickly, and he seemed to have grown significantly more haggard. Loya had never witnessed Snape looking so frail and haggard. She reached out and tugged at his sleeve, her voice laced with concern as she inquired, "Are you unwell?" Loya was not aware of the memories from the time when Voldemort and Grindelwald had possessed her. She was oblivious to the deep wound she had inflicted upon Snape's abdomen. Snape's gaze fell upon the girl who clutched his robe. The wounds from the serpent's venom on Loya's palm and wrist had healed completely, leaving no trace of a scar, which eased his mind considerably. "It is quite unusual," Snape remarked quietly. "It's no surprise, considering your voice is so hoarse, and the potion classes have been cancelled lately. You haven't seen anyone for days." "You are lying," Loya said, narrowing her eyes with conviction, certain that Snape was not being truthful. She deliberately added, "If Professor Snape lies to me, then I shall lie to you every day." Snape gazed silently at the girl, letting out a soft sigh. His broad palm gently stroked her head, and the usual indifference at the corners of his mouth softened considerably. Loya listened to his hoarse voice and repeated, "It's all right." Observing the obstinate Professor Snape, she refrained from saying more and simply advised the old professor to rest well, setting aside the matter of the wand for the time being. She wished to avoid troubling the ailing Snape with her errands. It was best for him to recuperate in peace. Autumn poked absently at the food on her plate. Noticing that her friend Dana was lost in thought rather than focused on her meal, she inquired about what was troubling her. "I once visited Professor Snape's office to deliver an assignment and saw him in a close conversation with a Gryffindor girl." Dana's eyes widened in disbelief, followed by uncontrollable laughter. "Autumn, are you joking?" With Snape's brooding demeanor, which girl would dare approach him? Faced with skepticism, Autumn furrowed her brow and, in frustration, set down her fork. "I saw it with my own eyes." Professor Snape held on to Loya Grindelwald, while her friends were incredulous, their shoulders shaking with laughter. "Autumn, Rather than concerning yourself with these matters, it would be wise to reflect upon your own affairs, Diana remarked, casting a glance towards the Hufflepuff long table. Autumn Zhang followed Diana's gaze. Cedric and his companions had just taken their seats. This third-year Hufflepuff, distinguished by his outstanding academic performance, handsome visage, and gentle demeanor, drew the attention of numerous young ladies upon his mere presence in the hall. Furthermore, the rumors of his recent heartbreak added a touch of melancholy that only endeared him further to the hearts of the young women present. Diana took a bite of bread and said, "I've heard that Cedric was spurned by the Gryffindor he secretly admired. Now is the perfect opportunity, don't you think? We all know you harbor feelings for him. You ought to show more concern and give him some subtle hints to convey your affection. Good men are increasingly rare. And once the chance is lost, it becomes difficult to reclaim. I have tried, but..." Autumn's voice faltered as she swallowed the remainder of her words. She glanced at Cedric. His roommate, coincidentally, noticed her gaze. During Cedric's days of fever, news had somehow reached Ravenclaw. Autumn Zhang stood outside the Hufflepuff common room daily, hoping they might assist her in delivering the potions and snacks she had prepared for Cedric. Initially, they obliged her a couple of times. Yet as her visits became a daily ritual, blocking the entrance to the common room, Cedric returned her gifts unopened. Undeterred, she continued to beseech them, placing them in a difficult position. He even began to dread the prospect of this Ravenclaw lady seeking his assistance once more. Cedric, too, noticed Autumn's gaze, lowering his head in silence. His roommate casually remarked, "Cedric, the girl you fancy is quite formidable. She has set the Forbidden Forest ablaze and earned the nickname Arsonist of the Forbidden Forest." His roommate then spotted someone entering the hall and quickly nudged him, saying, "Cedric, the one you've been thinking about has arrived." Cedric immediately turned to look towards the entrance of the hall. Loia rarely arrives punctually for meals, making it nearly impossible for Cedric to encounter her in the dining hall. Upon her recent return from the hospital, Loia instantly became the center of attention, and the entire restaurant fell into a profound silence. She is indeed a remarkable figure at Hogwarts. Not only is she an exceptional chaser for Gryffindor, but she has also openly clashed with students from Durmstrang, confronted Professor McGonagall in front of Minnie, and even assaulted third-year Marcus. Coupled with her unprecedented act of setting the Forbidden Forest ablaze, it is certain that her name will echo throughout the annals of Hogwarts history. Remarkably, she was neither expelled from the school nor neglected during her hospitalization. In fact, she received a personal visit from Headmaster Dumbledore. In summary, her background appears to be quite extraordinary. The young lions at the Gryffindor table greeted her with enthusiasm, their faces alight with smiles. Cedric silently observed Loia from across the table. She seemed to possess an inherent charm and poise, drawing attention wherever she went. Harry, who was still limping in the hospital, couldn't help but feel envious of Loya's miraculous healing speed. Loia sat at the dining table, while Ron, with one hand clutching a piece of roast and the other grasping a slice of cake, devoured his breakfast with little regard for decorum. Hermione cast a disdainful glance in his direction and remarked, "What else do you do besides eat?" The future couple was engaged in playful banter. As Loia sipped her bowl of oatmeal, dozens of owls soared through the air, delivering letters to the dining hall. The owls circled above the long table, searching for their respective owners, dropping letters or parcels to their young masters. Ron received a letter from Mrs. Weasley, while Hermione unwrapped the latest edition of the Daily Prophet. The most prominent photograph on the front page depicted the charred Forbidden Forest. Hermione immersed herself in the newspaper. The Forbidden Forest had been ravaged by flames. Behind this devastation lies a question of moral decay or the distortion of human nature. Stay tuned for the latest issue of the Daily Prophet, where journalist Rita Skeeter will unveil the layers of mystery surrounding this calamity. Loia leaned in to examine the newspaper, the content edited by Rita Skeeter being nothing but sheer fabrication. At that moment, a large crimson bird, flapping its vibrant scarlet wings, soared into the hall. It possessed a tail and claws that shimmered like gold, reminiscent of a peacock. Ron gasped, "Look, it's Professor Dumbledore's phoenix." Hermione also turned her gaze. Fox, clutching a parcel in its talons, flew directly towards the Gryffindor long table. Amidst the curious stares of the young wizards in the hall, Fox delivered the package to Loia before folding its immense wings and landing gracefully on her shoulder. The entire hall was astounded by the audacity of sending a parcel via Phoenix, particularly one belonging to Professor Dumbledore. Yet, Loia remained composed as she unwrapped the package. Inside was a box containing a wand. Unlike the common wands of the present, it had a predominantly silver hue and was meticulously maintained. Accompanying the box was an aged photograph, depicting a young boy beaming with joy, with a mane of red hair and bright blue eyes. Appearing to be in his early teens, the boy donned an old-fashioned Gryffindor robe, distinct from those worn by Loya and her companions. Loya turned the photograph over, revealing a series of tiny inscriptions that read 1894. This year marks the time when Dumbledore commenced his studies at Hogwarts. Loya displayed an expression of realization as she gazed at the photograph of the young boy, who was none other than a youthful Dumbledore during his student days. This wand, which she held, was the very one Dumbledore had wielded in his school years. Dumbledore had gifted his wand from that era to Loya. Loya, filled with excitement, tightly gripped the wand, for it was none other than the wand once wielded by the illustrious wizard during his student years. She casually experimented with a few spells using a teacup. With a gentle flick of her wrist, the magic flowed effortlessly, devoid of any discomfort. It felt as though Dumbledore's wand had been custom-crafted for her. Moreover, there was no doubt that Dumbledore's wand could withstand her advanced magic. She was eager to find a secluded spot, hidden from prying eyes, to test Grindelwald's fire shield with Dumbledore's wand. On Loya's shoulder, the fox gazed with bright, sparkling eyes as Loya meticulously polished the wand as if it were a cherished family heirloom. Loya gently stroked the golden feathers of Foxtail, appreciating their exquisite texture. However, she inadvertently shattered the serene atmosphere with a rather blunt remark. "Fox, you are rather plump. You weigh a ton." Fox let out an awkward call, fluttering his wings as he gracefully descended onto the table before Loya. The nearby young wizards, captivated by the proximity of Headmaster Dumbledore's phoenix, were rendered speechless in astonishment. The mischievous twins brandished a chicken leg, attempting to entice Fox like one would a parrot, only to be met with Fox turning his head, completely disinterested in their antics. With her wand situation perfectly resolved, Loya no longer needed to visit Ollivanders for a new wand. What she now sought was a suitable venue to practice her fire shield charm. Previously, she and Malfoy had grown accustomed to honing their spells in Hagrid's yard. But the biting cold and frequent heavy snowfall rendered such outdoor practice untenable. Furthermore, she had yet to fully master Grindelwald's fire shield, and she feared inadvertently setting Hagrid's hut ablaze. The ideal training ground would be none other than the Room of Requirement from the films. To access the Room of Requirement frequently without drawing attention, she first needed a Marauder's map. If her memory served her correctly, the map should be in the possession of Fred and George. Thus, Loya stood in the marble corridor, waiting for Fred and George to pass after class. In the bustling throng of students, it was easy for her to spot the two red-haired boys. She rose onto her toes and waved at them. Fred and George followed Loya into an empty classroom. Loya gently pushed the door shut and cast a soundproofing spell. Fred observed Loya's furtive demeanor and, with a mischievous grin, inquired, "Are we about to engage in some nefarious deeds?" Loya disregarded his jest and proceeded directly to the point. "I require your Marauder's map." "May I borrow it for a while?" "Marauder's map? What is this Marauder's map?" Fred and George exchanged puzzled glances. It was now Loya's turn to be taken aback. "It is a magical map that reveals the locations of everyone within Hogwarts Castle. Such an extraordinary artifact exists?" Loya gazed at Fred and George, astonished by their expressions, which appeared to be utterly genuine. Loya was beset by a throbbing headache, cursing the insidious butterfly effect, as the twins had yet to procure the coveted Marauder's map from Filch. This map was indeed one of the most significant artifacts in this magical realm, and Loya harbored a fervent desire to acquire it. Observing Loya's exasperated demeanor, George, ever the loyal friend, offered her a conspiratorial wink. "Where is the map?" "If you desire it, we shall procure it for you," he declared, leaning casually against the desk with his arms crossed. "We will accompany you to the office of the caretaker, Old Filch." At the mention of the caretaker, the twins erupted into fits of laughter. Fred and George had long harbored a disdain for Filch, having been caught in their pranks numerous times, with accounted detentions that would require both hands to tally. The mere thought of tormenting Filch filled them with exhilaration, igniting a fervent wish to steal the map at once. Loya quickly stopped the twins, saying, "Wait. We must first devise a plan." The three heads huddled together, conspiring. "I will lure Ferky away, and then you can enter his office. Be cautious of Mrs. Loris. She is Ferky's capable assistant." "That's manageable," one replied. "To distract a cat, the most effective method is, after all, to present it with a mouse." Loya decided to first request Hagrid to catch a few mice. Near Hagrid's yard, she encountered several centaurs who were about to return to the Forbidden Forest. These centaurs, possessing human heads while their bodies and limbs resembled those of horses, snorted disdainfully at her, recognizing her as the culprit responsible for nearly rendering their home in the Forbidden Forest desolate. Fortunately, The noble tradition of centaurs dictates that they do not harm children. Otherwise, Loya could scarcely fathom the terrifying image of being pursued by a throng of centaurs. The kind-hearted Hagrid, rather than reproaching Loya for her actions that led to the forest burning, inquired with genuine bewilderment, "What do you need the mice for?" Loya concocted an elaborate excuse, claiming that her pet, Fong, had recently lost weight and needed meat to restore its strength. This rationale, though seemingly reasonable, lacked any genuine persuasiveness. Hagrid, who was deeply passionate about nurturing and exploring various magical creatures, was well aware that Fong's diet did not include mouse meat. Loya's eyes twinkled as she continued. "The Niffler feels a sense of loneliness and seeks companionship." Hagrid, seemingly misunderstanding her words, kindly suggested, "If your Niffler requires a mate, perhaps we ought to write to Newt Scamander. He would be delighted to send you a female Niffler." Little did they know the conversation would veer so far off course. Loya quickly clarified, "Actually, the Niffler merely needs a few playmates. She simply required a handful of live mice to distract Mrs. Norris, thereby avoiding the trouble of requesting another Niffler from Newt." One Niffler already wreaked havoc in the dormitory, leaving the diligent house elf in utter despair. Could two Nifflers possibly refrain from tearing the roof off? The thought of an entire litter of Nifflers was beyond Loya's imagination. The Gryffindor common room would certainly need to be demolished. Perhaps it was best if her Niffler remained a solitary figure. Hagrid scratched his unruly hair. Perplexed by the idea of using mice as companions for a Niffler, it seemed rather absurd. However, upon observing Loya's resolute gaze, he reluctantly gathered a few small mice and placed them into a bottle. That evening, Loya, along with Fred and George, convened at the designated location. Cautiously hiding in the shadows around the stairwell, Filch paced outside the office with Mrs. Norris, intent on apprehending any students violating curfew. Fred, seemingly recalling something, wore an uncharacteristic look of concern. "That day, Loya, we discovered a gift box on the bench outside your infirmary." George, with an apologetic tone, added, "In retrospect, you were the only patient on that floor, leading us to speculate that it might have been intended for you. Unfortunately, we accidentally shattered it." Loya was perplexed. An anonymous individual had bestowed gifts upon her. Why leave them at her doorstep without revealing their identity? Would it not be more gracious to present them openly? Was the sender merely shy, or did they wish to remain undisclosed? Loya found herself in a quandary. Observing her silence, the twins inquired with concern, "Are you not upset?" "No, I am simply at a loss as to who the sender may be. I have no opportunity to express my gratitude," she replied, relieved by Loya's calm demeanor. The twins exhaled in relief. They noted that Filch had been loitering nearby for quite some time before finally entering the office. The first step was to lure Filch out, and Loya volunteered to approach his office door and knock. Filch was busy applying burn ointment to his face and hands when the loud knocking interrupted him. He opened the door with an impatient glare, his eyes wide as saucers. Upon seeing Loya, who stood boldly at his doorstep during curfew, he immediately wore an expression of utter despair, setting aside the delicate nature of her relationship with Professor Snape. The memory of that day, when she, Gellert Grindelwald, had set the forbidden forest ablaze, still haunted him. Even he had not been spared, as she had manipulated blue flames to pursue him relentlessly. The terrifying recollections of that day lingered in his mind, leaving him profoundly unsettled. Loya calmly stated, "Sir, I wish to report that someone is wandering about at night." Before she could finish her sentence, Felchi slammed the door shut with a resounding thud, leaving Loya standing there in a daze. Given Felchi's temperament, one would expect him to eagerly rush out to apprehend the student for nocturnal escapades upon receiving such a report. However, no matter how persistently Loya knocked, Felchi remained resolute in his refusal to open the door. For he had come to realize that every encounter with this young lady invariably led to trouble. Loya, undeterred, persistently pounded on the door. Ferky, ignoring the incessant knocks, remained inside, frying fish while sipping on a modest drink. The sound of knocking grew increasingly forceful, the visitor nearly resorting to kicking the door down. "Open the door! Open the door! Hurry and open the door! You have the audacity to hide inside. You have the ability to open the door, don't you? Open the door! Open the door!" Loya hammered at the door for a relentless 5 minutes. Yet, Filch chose to remain in his office, savoring a late-night snack, steadfastly refusing to open the door. The current situation had inexplicably deviated from the original plan. Loya had intended to concoct a fabricated excuse to lure Filch away in pursuit of non-existent nocturnal students, allowing the twins to pilfer the active map from the office. However, for reasons unknown, Filch stubbornly remained inside. Observing the initial plan falter, Fred and George, poised and ready, suddenly devised a clever distraction, unleashing a Weasley firework prototype down the corridor. Filch's keen ears picked up the explosive sounds of magical fireworks from outside. Surely, it must be the Gryffindor twins engaging in forbidden nighttime escapades. With gritted teeth, Filch burst out of the office, slamming the door behind him, and in the distance, he spotted the fleeing figures of the twins, inciting his furious pursuit. Fred and George had successfully diverted Filch's attention. Loya took out her wand and rapped upon the door lock. Alohomora. The lock clicked open, and the door swung ajar. There stood Mrs. Loris at the threshold, her keen eyes fixated on her, ready to dash off to inform Filch should she take another step forward. However, Loya was well prepared. She retrieved a bottle containing small mice from her bag and scattered them down the staircase. Madame Loris, upon catching sight of the mouse, was invigorated as if surging with adrenaline, darting through the corridor in pursuit of the little creature. Loya entered Furchy's office, a dim and filthy room adorned with chains and shackles upon the walls. Furchy meticulously polished these instruments daily, and once granted permission, he would employ them to punish wayward students. Loya discovered a wooden filing cabinet, with a drawer prominently inscribed with the words confiscated materials, highly dangerous. She pulled open the drawer to reveal a square piece of aged parchment. This parchment was, in fact, a map of vital locations. Loya unfolded the map, revealing a blank expanse. She meticulously recalled how the twins activated the living map in the original narrative. Loya gently tapped the parchment with the tip of her wand and cleared her throat, proclaiming, "I solemnly swear that I have not engaged in virtuous deeds." Delicate black lines began to emerge from the spot her wand had touched, gradually spreading across the surface. These lines coalesced into a map depicting all the scenes of Hogwarts, along with various secret passageways. Tiny ink dots appeared on the map, each marking a name. Loya observed an ink blot bearing the names of Fred and George in motion, closely pursued by another ink blot belonging to Filch. Madame Loris's ink spot was scurrying along the third-floor corridor, capturing a mouse. Snape's ink spot remained motionless in his office, presumably in slumber. The ink spot representing Dumbledore was pacing in the study. On the Quidditch pitch, Cedric and several Hufflepuff ink spots were in motion, while a nearby ink spot of Cho Chang seemed to have spotted Cedric and was approaching him. This Cho Chang displayed remarkable enthusiasm in pursuing Cedric. However, Loya could hardly recall from the original text who had pursued whom first. It was indeed a remarkable map, capable of detecting the whereabouts of everyone at Hogwarts, akin to a Muggle radar. Loya meticulously searched the parchment for her ink mark. She discovered an ink spot within the confines of Furchy's office on the map, which should signify her presence. However, the ink mark did not bear her name, Loya Grindelwald. Instead, it ominously proclaimed the words "the future Dark Lord." Loya's lips twitched slightly as she took a few steps back, skeptical of the situation. The ink-like mark on the living map, representing the Dark Lord, retreated in tandem with her. Upon exiting Furchy's office, the ink mark followed her out. Undoubtedly, this mark was indeed a representation of herself, although she could not fathom whether there was a glitch in the living map that displayed the wrong name. She was a person of integrity. How could she possibly be mistaken for a nefarious villain like those devoid of humanity? Loya gazed at the map and declared, "The mischief is complete." In an instant, the ink lines on the map vanished, and the vibrant map transformed back into a blank, ordinary piece of parchment. Loya carefully folded the parchment and tucked it into her backpack. Although, according to the original narrative, the twins were to deliver the Marauder's map to Harry, she had managed to acquire it first and accepted it on his behalf. The gentle moonlight cast a soft glow upon the corridor as Loya leaned against the map, skillfully evading detection and making her way to the 8th floor without being noticed. She studied the map intently, noting that there were no ink blots indicating the presence of anyone nearby. Now was an opportune moment to summon the Room of Requirement. The Room of Requirement only manifests when a person is in genuine need, and when it does appear, it is always tailored to meet the seeker's specific requirements. It is said that when someone is in need of a restroom, it can transform into a room filled with exquisite chamber pots. Is the Room of Requirement truly as wondrous as the tales suggest? If one were to silently wish for a Quidditch pitch, could it possibly conjure such a field? Loya, with an experimental mindset, stood before the wall, silently reciting to herself, "I require a Quidditch pitch." In the next moment, a smooth grand door materialized upon the wall. Loya grasped the copper handle and pulled open the grand door. Before her lay a Quidditch pitch that perfectly replicated the one at Hogwarts, the resemblance strikingly authentic. With a neat row of flying broomsticks arranged upon the verdant grass, Loya could not help but murmur to herself, wondering if the wish-granting house could truly achieve such a remarkable level of realism. Could it also simulate the weather? No sooner had she contemplated this than a fierce gale swept through, accompanied by a blizzard that engulfed the entire Quidditch pitch in a flurry of snow. Loya grasped the soaring sniffler, as the two of them were buffeted by the ferocious blizzard. In her heart, she pleaded towards the door, "Enough, enough. All I require is a vacant space to practice my spells." In an instant, the blizzard and the Quidditch pitch vanished, replaced by an underground classroom. At the center lay an open area suitable for spell practice, flanked by flickering torches. Loya stood at the center of the arena. Retrieving the wand bestowed upon her by Dumbledore, she endeavored to recall the graceful movements with which Grindelwald employed the fiend fire, attempting to replicate them with precision. Protego Diabolica. The protective fire shield. She raised her arm, wand held firmly, pivoting her body as the wand traced an arc through the air. With her movements, a circular wall of fire enveloped her completely. Loya stood at the heart of the flames, surveying her fiery barrier. After her rigorous testing, she discovered that the blue flames could incinerate any adversary that dared to approach, while simultaneously safeguarding those within the confines of the firewall. As long as individuals bore no ill intent towards her and received her conscious consent, they could traverse the firewall unscathed. For instance, the curious creature, Sniff, was able to scurry about without fear of being ignited. However, the two training dummies provided by the wish-granting house were instantly reduced to ashes the moment they attempted to breach her flames. She compared her firewall to Grindelwald's fire shield from her memories, noting that hers appeared significantly smaller. The diameter of her firewall was scarcely half that of Grindelwald's shield, resembling a miniature version. Was this the disparity between a master and a novice? As the saying goes, the pupil surpasses the master. And Loya firmly believed that with diligent practice, her fire shield would one day encompass the entirety of a Quidditch pitch. Next, she aimed to master the manipulation of the flames within her firewall, transforming them into a fire dragon to assault her foes. With unwavering focus, she directed her wand towards the flames. After a period of gesturing at the fire, a few blue flame sparrows finally emerged from the barrier. Indeed, as you see, they were sparrows. While Grindelwald could command the magical flames to morph into a colossal fire dragon to strike at the oars, her magical fire had only taken the form of several fist-sized sparrows. Was this the difference between father and daughter? The tiny sparrows flapped their wings mockingly before tumbling to the ground, bursting into scattered sparks. Loya clenched her small fist, resolute in her determination. She continued to practice controlling the azure flames, while the wishful house responded by conjuring forth additional flag-bearing soldiers. After several days of relentless effort, her flames had finally transcended their former, diminutive form, now manifesting as several fiery birds resembling majestic adult eagles. Though they fell short of Grindelwald's fire dragon, the essence lay in her unwavering persistence. Before long, the finals of the spellcasting league arrived as anticipated. Malfoy, well prepared, appeared invigorated and eager to redeem himself. The finalists from Wagadu brushed past them, and Malfoy assumed a confrontational stance, casting a blatant glare at Aeltis Sona, the first black wizard to draw blood against him. The latter, however, paid him no mind and proceeded towards the arena with an unusual gait. Unintentionally, Loia caught a whiff of a putrid odor. She turned to Malfoy and inquired, "Do you not find that Aelitis seems somewhat off?" Malfoy looked at her with a puzzled expression. Loia furrowed her elegantly shaped brows and continued, as he passed by, "I detected a foul stench emanating from him, reminiscent of decay." Malfoy cast a glance in the direction where Aeltis had departed. "Are you suggesting he is a corpse? How could that be? A corpse cannot be so lively. Perhaps I am being overly suspicious. Is the tension of the finals getting to me? This is what those muggles often refer to as pre-competition anxiety." Malfoy retrieved a confection from his pocket, a treat sent by Narcissa from their estate. He recalled her words from his childhood, that sweets could alleviate tension and anxiety. He proudly offered the candy to Loya, stating, "These are homemade by my mother." Then, Malfoy lifted his chin with an air of arrogance, "Fear not. I shall lead you to victory in this match. Thank you for the candy, but I am not nervous." "No need for your assistance in that regard," Loya replied. Malfoy let out a dismissive huff and followed her into the arena. The stands for the final match were packed with spectators, their cheers resonating in waves. Hermione had torn a new bedsheet of Ron's to create a massive banner proclaiming Loya's inevitable victory. Fred and George had wagered all their winnings on Loya, brandishing magical trumpets as they shouted at the top of their lungs, "Madam, the success of the magical theater hinges on you." Malfoy shot a disdainful glare at the raucous Gryffindors in the audience, who displayed no sense of decorum. At the sound of the referee's whistle, the competition commenced. Albus opened with an indiscriminate area of effect attack spell, even launching his bewildered teammates into the depths of the Black Lake. Loya and Malfoy stared in astonishment at the bizarre actions of the opposing wizard as he launched an attack on his own teammate. Even the referee was taken aback, unsure whether to declare Hogwarts the victor on the spot. Yet, Albus continued to charge forward with a menacing expression. Loya, in a moment of realization, understood that this individual was not genuinely striving for victory. Albus unleashed a spell of sandstorm, cloaking the entire dueling arena in a shroud of swirling dust, rendering the audience unable to witness the unfolding events. Amidst the tempest of sand, Malfoy found himself utterly unable to locate Loya. He remained vigilant, anticipating a possible ambush at any moment. However, it was only when the sandstorm dissipated that he discovered both Albus and Loya had vanished from the dueling ground, leaving him standing solitary in the center. Even the typically biased referee, who favored Wagadu, was at a loss, as two competitors had inexplicably disappeared from the final arena, and they had not fallen into the Black Lake. Where could the two wizards have fled? Malfoy stood there in bewilderment for an extended period, while the referee, under the pressure of the audience, reluctantly announced that Hogwarts had secured the championship title. Was this truly it? Winning the championship without any effort? Malfoy felt no joy in his supposed victory, as he descended from the arena amidst the cacophony of Slytherins showering him with hollow praise. He felt no inclination to utter a single word. He pressed through the crowd, his thoughts consumed with a singular question. Where had Loya gone? In the long-abandoned old classroom. Numerous desks and chairs were haphazardly piled against the wall, casting large, dark shadows. Loia stood in the classroom, bewildered and disoriented. Just a moment ago, she had been on the competition field, enveloped by swirling dust, and now, inexplicably, she found herself in this unfamiliar room. Albus lay sprawled on the ground, mouth agape and eyes vacant. As she approached to investigate, a nauseating stench of decay emanated from Albus's lifeless form. His exposed skin was covered with putrid spots, and even maggots could be seen wriggling out from his eyes and nostrils. It was evident that Albus had been dead for many days. Was she truly competing against a corpse? Loya found herself deep in contemplation, pondering whether someone had seized control of Albus's corpse with the intent of transporting her to this very place. Loya gripped her wand tightly, instantly entering a state of vigilance. She cautiously traversed the abandoned classroom, arriving at a chamber. Within this room stood an imposing mirror that reached majestically to the ceiling, the Mirror of Eris. Before it, Chilo stood, casting a chilling gaze upon her. Loya suddenly realized that it was Chilo who had, under Voldemort's orders, prematurely slain Aletz and manipulated his corpse to transport her here during the competition. Loya moved slowly, inadvertently bumping into something soft at her feet. She glanced down to discover it was the unconscious Harry. It turned out that during her fervent practice of spells for the competition, the Savior had been guided by fate, diligently fulfilling his mission. He had gradually navigated through the original plot to the boss level of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Loya bent down to examine Harry, relieved to find that he had merely lost consciousness, suffering only superficial wounds on his forehead and right hand, with no threat to his life. Truly, he is the Savior. Even with one leg still healing from its injury, guided by fate, he had managed to navigate the main storyline with the aid of his cane. Harry was clad in a hand-knit sweater from Mrs. Weasley, a size too large, with the long sleeves concealing the Philosopher's Stone nestled in his palm. Had Loya not been in such close proximity, it would have been difficult to discern its presence. Seizing the opportunity before Quirrell noticed the stone, Loya quickly crouched down to shield Harry's grasp on it. In the blind spot of Quirrell's gaze, she swiftly tucked the stone into Harry's pocket. Quirrell stood before the mirror, a sinister smile etched upon his face. It was I who sought to end Harry Potter's life that day, during the Quidditch match. Had it not been for Snape's counter-curse to save him, I would have already sent him plummeting from his broom. Interrupting, Loya thought to herself, I did not pose you a question. Could you refrain from your lengthy discourse? Quirrell scoffed, continuing unabated. And you, how dare you strike me with the cursed bludger, disrupting my incantation? If only I had held on for a few more seconds, I would have dealt with Harry Potter. The troll was unleashed by me as well. You severely underestimate my capabilities. I am aware, Loya thought. Could you please cease your incessant prattling? Quirrell then retrieved a note from his pocket, glanced at its contents, and proceeded to ramble on endlessly. Loya curled her lips in disdain. It seemed that the Chilo of this world possessed rather lackluster memory and linguistic prowess, requiring even a premeditated speech for self-destruction, truly a tiresome endeavor. I have devised a unique method to command the giant beast. Yet my creature astonishingly failed to eliminate Harry Potter while everyone else was hurriedly scouring for the giant. Loya found herself at a loss for words, wondering how much longer the antagonist would continue to prattle on. It seemed that, before the final battle, the villain felt compelled to recount the illustrious tales of their life. Fully aware of the plot, Loya could hardly absorb Chilo's incessant rambling. Instead, her gaze wandered, drawn to the Eris mirror behind him. The Eris mirror, as legend has it, possesses the ability to reveal the deepest desires nestled within one's heart. Loya suddenly found herself intrigued, eager to discover what revelations the mirror of Eris might unveil. She disregarded Chilo's incessant recitation and fixated her gaze upon the enchanted mirror. Gradually, the surface began to transform, revealing a scene within a barn where a red-haired youth and a blonde youth were locked in each other's gaze. In their youthful innocence, they pricked their palms, intertwining their fingers to forge a blood pact. Loya could not help but let a smile grace her lips, her excitement causing her to cover her mouth as she murmured, "It's quite intriguing." Noticing that Loya appeared to be lost in a reverie, completely disinterested in his speech, Chilo seethed with frustration, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "What is the significance of that mirror? What purpose does it serve? What did you witness?" "I beheld two handsome figures entering into a blood pact," Loya replied. Chilo deemed Loya's words to be sheer nonsense. The sorcerer from Vagadu, named Aeltis, had long since perished. "It was I who manipulated his corpse to transport you here. For my master wishes to meet you." Loya was perplexed. Had Voldemort truly set his gaze upon her? "Allow me to converse with her face to face." She heard a shrill voice speaking, though Quirrell's lips remained motionless. It was Voldemort. Quirrell complied with the command, slowly unraveling the scarf that enveloped his head. He turned gradually, revealing a grotesque visage growing from the back of his skull. The sight of Voldemort before her was tenfold more repugnant than depicted in the films, and the mere thought of having been possessed by such a creature made Loya double over, retching involuntarily. Voldemort's face darkened abruptly. "Look at what I have become. I can only inhabit another's body, sharing existence with them, reduced to a mere parasite. Indeed, you are quite the unattractive double-faced individual," Loya remarked with an air of calmness. "Moreover, your nose is becoming increasingly flat, likely due to Chilo's pressure while sleeping." Voldemort momentarily found himself at a loss for words, choking on his response. "The blood of a unicorn can prolong my life. That day, Chilo killed a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. The blood is so near, with just a sip I could regain my strength, yet you set fire to the Forbidden Forest. You have deprived me of even a drop of unicorn's blood. You cannot unjustly slander me. It was truly not my doing." Chilo, in a fit of rage, pointed accusingly at her, exclaiming, "It was you. You interrupted Chilo's spell, rescuing Harry Potter, thwarting my plans at every turn. You are far too dangerous. I once contemplated eliminating you. It was I who commanded Chilo to cast the venomous black magic upon the parchment, yet you seem to possess an extraordinary fortune." Voldemort's serpent-like gaze fixed upon her with chilling intensity. "Furthermore, my former servant Severus is inexplicably protecting you, and you have him utterly bound." Chilo, emboldened by his master's presence, taunted, "Snape looks just like a villain and is quite unpopular among the students. With that old bat around, who would suspect that this pathetic, stuttering Professor Chilo is behind it all? Hey, I may call him an old bat, but what gives you the right to insult him? With your garlic-scented bald head, do you think you have the authority to speak?" Loya protested, hands on her hips, unwavering in her stance. "Snape is well-formed, while your master will one day be without a nose." Voldemort's teeth ground together ominously, seething at the humiliation she inflicted upon him before his servant. Struggling to suppress the urge to hurl something at her, a sinister smile crept across his malevolent face. "You are also of pure blood. Thus I may choose to overlook past grievances," but Loya chuckled softly, pondering the likelihood of Voldemort's benevolence, suspecting that it might conceal a devious scheme. As Voldemort drew nearer, to Loya it resembled a comical scene of Quirrell moving backward. "Daughter of Grindelwald, you must comprehend the essence of my ambition, to have you as my subordinate, to join my illustrious cause, and together to dominate the world." Loya pondered for a moment, then coldly uttered two words: "Ugly rejection." Voldemort unleashed a torrent of curses in a language that Loya could not comprehend. He then cast a disdainful glance at the unconscious Harry on the ground. His face contorted with malice as he declared, "Should you refuse to ally with me, you shall meet the same grim fate as his parents, begging for mercy until your final breath." Loya recalled that in the film, Chilo met his demise upon touching Harry, who had been petrified. Instantly, she incited and lured Chilo, proclaiming that Harry still clung to life, presenting a rare opportunity to strike him down. "Why aren't you hastening to finish him off?" Voldemort scoffed coldly, making no move. "Do you think I am unaware of the protective enchantments surrounding him?" Indeed, in this world, the intellect of the Dark Lord had momentarily surfaced. Dear readers, I humbly request your reviews and comments. The statistics for this book are rather disheartening. My daily earnings scarcely cover a meal. I implore you to show your support. As this book receives nearly 800 pleas for updates each day, yet the free expressions of love barely reach 20. It seems everyone is exceedingly busy, and at this rate, the author may find it untenable to continue. Enraged by the attacks on his appearance, Voldemort furiously commanded Chino, "Kill her! Kill her! Act swiftly!" Chilo drew his wand, and a green beam shot forth from its tip. Loia swiftly dodged to the side, the incantation barely grazing her shoulder. Voldemort cursed his servant vehemently. "You useless fool. Quirrell." Displaying a visage of terror, instinctively lowered his head and pleaded with trepidation, "Master, I implore you, grant me another chance. I assure you, I shall not miss again." Behind him, Loya's voice rang out, "You have no chance left." Quirrell abruptly lifted his gaze, only to behold the unconscious Harry Potter being levitated by Loya's spell. Loya wielded his wand with great force. Harry's body soared through the air like a projectile, crashing directly into Quirrell. Taken completely by surprise, Quirrell was forcefully knocked to the ground. As he pushed Harry Potter away with one hand, he quickly rose to his feet, furious and ready to unleash a torrent of curses. However, to his astonishment, he realized that his fingers were gradually turning to stone, and he stared in disbelief at his petrifying palm. A triumphant smile curled at the corners of Loya's lips. Since Voldemort had outsmarted himself, preventing Quirrell from making contact with Harry and triggering the protective curse that would lead to his demise, she decided to catch him off guard by tossing Harry like a ball, thereby forcing Quirrell into contact with Harry and activating the protective spell. Although she felt a twinge of guilt for Harry, it was fortunate he remained unconscious. Otherwise, the sound of the bones colliding would have surely been excruciating. Quirrell bent over in agony as cracks began to form on his petrified hands, spreading up his arms, until, in the blink of an eye, he lost both limbs. The room echoed with Quirrell's anguished cries while Voldemort bellowed with ferocity, "Kill her! Kill her!" The loss of his arms sent Quirrell into a frenzied state. As he charged towards Loya like a mad muggle, devoid of reason and intent on mutual destruction, the spine of the wand wielded by Loya had long been aimed at Quirrell. Behind her, the apparition of a dark sorcerer materialized, while a blinding green light erupted from her wand. The killing curse struck Quirrell's chest mercilessly, eliciting a piercing shriek as he collapsed heavily to the ground. The room fell into an eerie silence. The killing curse is an exceedingly malevolent incantation, typically employed only by the most heinous of individuals. Its successful execution necessitates two conditions: a formidable magical power, serving as the foundation for the spell, and a heart brimming with intense, malicious intent to kill. Loya recalls that in the film, when young Barty was impersonating Moody, he remarked that if a lower-year student were to use Avada Kedavra, it would at most cause the spellcaster to have a slight nosebleed, with the enhancement of her bloodline. Roya's body naturally exudes a magical essence that perfectly aligns with the initial criterion. Furthermore, the wand crafted from the spine of a dark sorcerer harbors a malevolent intent, fortuitously fulfilling the second requirement for the Avada Kedavra curse. Had she employed the wand gifted by Dumbledore to cast the killing curse, devoid of any sinister influence, it is unlikely that her spell would have been sufficient to claim Quirrell's life in a single blow. This seemingly unpromising spine wand occasionally proves to be of great assistance to Roya. Loya cautiously approached Chilo's lifeless body, contemplating the necessity of delivering a final blow should he still cling to life. She gently prodded Chilo's leg, but he remained utterly unresponsive, confirming her suspicions that he had indeed drawn his last breath. Yet, she could not afford to relax. Voldemort's parasitic essence would not perish so easily. Suddenly, a roar echoed in her ears as Voldemort transformed into a mist-like form, swiftly emerging from Chilo's corpse in an instant. Loya swiftly stepped back to create some distance. Voldemort's target was not her, but rather the corpse of the wizard Aeolus, who lay possessed. The lifeless body bent forward, slowly rising as if in a decaying film played in slow motion. With its movement, maggots tumbled from its hollow eye sockets. Voldemort manipulated the corpse's head to turn in a sinister manner, emitting a chilling, creaking sound. A ghastly grin stretched across his lips, revealing a terrifying smile. Loya furrowed her brows. Ever since she discovered the limitation of her magical capacity after several tests, she realized that her magical energy was only sufficient to cast 2 advanced spells in quick succession. She had just employed the killing curse. Should she invoke it once more, her magical reserves would be utterly depleted. Her greatest concern was that if the killing curse proved ineffective against the corpse, the scant remnants of her magic would only allow her to cast a few inconsequential jinxes. At that point, she would be wholly at the mercy of fate. Even if she attempted to use the levitation charm to throw Harry away, the protective enchantments surrounding him might not have any effect on a lifeless body. She could not gamble with the lives of 2 individuals. The dark wizard specter lurking behind Loya vanished after confirming that the wand wielder possessed no intention of employing the unforgivable curse once more. The corpse, under Voldemort's control, raised the wand, its grotesque voice howling, shatter into dust. The body commenced an incessant and frenzied casting of the obliteration curse. The ground fractured, dust erupting like a violent explosion, while the walls suffered catastrophic destruction. Voldemort, having lost all semblance of reason, unleashed his spells in a wild frenzy, yearning to end her life at once. The room was excessively spacious, devoid of any cover, rendering both her and the unconscious Harry easy targets. Loya recalled the abandoned classroom that had been relegated to a mere repository of old desks and chairs, just before Voldemort unleashed his next malevolent curse. She deftly conjured a misty veil. The dense fog obscured Voldemort's vision, inciting him to lash out with his wand in a furious frenzy, attacking everything in his vicinity. Amidst the swirling fog, Loya called out to Harry, "Harry, awaken swiftly. We must flee this place at once." Yet Harry remained in a deep stupor, leaving Loya no choice but to drag him towards the forsaken classroom. A barrage of bone-crushing curses hurtled towards them. She strained with all her might to evade them, narrowly escaping as one curse grazed her calf. Blood immediately welled from the wound, and Loya cast a fleeting glance at the injury. Fortunately, it was merely a superficial cut, devoid of any serious damage. This minor affliction was inconsequential and did not impede her movement. She concealed herself and Harry behind a decrepit cabinet in the dilapidated classroom. The corridor echoed with Voldemort's heavy footsteps, with each step he took and every flick of his wand, accompanied by his sinister laughter. The old desks and wooden cabinets were obliterated one after another. Loya quietly surveyed the classroom, noting the absence of valuable items, yet an abundance of flammable materials. The more, the better. It aligned perfectly with her intentions. As a student of Hogwarts, today she intended to set the classroom ablaze. The wand, gifted by Dumbledore and concealed within her sleeve, slipped into her palm. Protego Diabolica, fire shield. The wand traced a circle in the air, conjuring a ring of flames that encircled and protected her and Harry. The surrounding desks and chairs ignited instantly upon contact with the blue flames, engulfed in a fierce blaze. Voldemort narrowed his crimson eyes and uttered a curse. "You think you can defeat me? Preposterous." Flames erupted from the tip of Voldemort's wand, transforming into a colossal serpent of fire. Loya was momentarily taken aback. She had truly amassed a considerable amount of animosity from Voldemort, who was so enraged that he unleashed fiend fire to confront her. Thus, the question arises, which is superior, the fire shield or the fiend fire? In truth, it is a contest between the miniature version of the fire shield and the miniature version of fiend fire. The corpse possessed by Voldemort was merely that of a student, unable to fully harness his capabilities at present, yet more than capable of slaying a few wizards. Loya's fire shield, though a novice, currently cannot reach Grindelwald's level. The Firebird, birthed from blue magical flames, collided violently with a venomous serpent formed from red flames, creating a dazzling spectacle of sparks that rendered the onlookers momentarily blinded. The entire classroom was engulfed by 2 contrasting infernos. Fortunately, the fire shield serves as both offense and defense. The surrounding firewall protects Loya and Harry within, preventing the red flames from penetrating its barrier. However, the body possessed by Voldemort was not as fortunate. It could not withstand the searing heat, and the arm gripping the wand began to ignite. Seizing the opportunity, Loya deftly wielded her wand to command several fiery birds, which soared upwards, swiftly engulfing the corpse controlled by Voldemort. The cunning Voldemort instantly transformed into a wisp of white mist, extricating himself from the lifeless body and vanishing in the blink of an eye. It was not until every object in the classroom had been incinerated that the azure flames dissipated. The room was filled with a pungent smell of charred remains, and Loya coughed a few times as she stepped over the scorched corpse, dragging Harry out of the room. Finally, the ordeal had concluded without further peril, and Loya exhaled in relief. In truth, she was fortunate that the body Voldemort had possessed was that of a peer, akin to her own age. Had it been Voldemort in his prime, the outcome would have been uncertain. After all, she was not a protagonist from a time-traveling narrative, effortlessly obliterating worlds with a mere flick of her finger. She had unwittingly fulfilled a part of the Savior's unfinished quest. However, Harry seemed to have grown taller and heavier. After only a few steps while supporting him, she found herself drained of strength. The two powerful spells had depleted her magical energy, and dragging Harry along was beyond her capability. She leaned him against the wall. From a distance, a small creature darted towards her. A Niffler leaped into her arms, nuzzling against her, and, in a mischievous act, snatched her necklace and tucked it into its pocket. With swift reflexes, Loia swatted away its paw. Niffler, your timing is impeccable. After all this time I've cared for you, it is now your turn to repay me. Help me drag Harry out. Loia grasped one of Harry's arms, sniffing and nibbling at the sleeve of his other hand. After just a few steps, both were panting and collapsed onto the ground. Loia sat cross-legged and convened an impromptu emergency meeting. She gazed intently at Sniff and said, "This won't do. The two of us cannot carry him." Loia pondered for a moment before issuing a command to Sniffles. "Sniffles, go outside and find someone to assist us. Hermione, Ron, Fred, George, or Hagrid will do. Just avoid Malfoy. He is likely to take further shots at Harry." Sniffles placed his paw on his chin, nodding in imitation of the adults. "In any case, anyone will suffice, as long as they are alive, so summon them to help carry the person." Sniffles scampered off eagerly to fetch someone. Loia rubbed her sore shoulders, contemplating a hearty meal upon returning to her dormitory, followed by a soothing hot shower, and indulging in a much-needed slumber that would stretch until noon the next day. A group of girls, their faces alight with excitement, had secured the prime front-row seats, eager to behold Cedric's gallant figure. Though it was merely a Quidditch practice organized spontaneously by Hufflepuff, the stands were filled with eager young ladies, all drawn by Cedric's charm. The Hufflepuff captain, who had been single for several years, felt a pang of envy as he opened the wooden box and released the bludger into the air, unfastening the strap, while the rambunctious Quaffle followed suit. Just as he was about to send out the golden snitch, a furry figure darted in, leaping from the ground and snapping its jaws around the snitch. The Hufflepuff captain was taken aback by the unexpected appearance of a Niffler on the Quidditch pitch. He observed the creature, which was adorned with a rather unattractive scarf, indicating it likely had an owner. The players on the field buzzed with curiosity. A Niffler? Someone actually owns a Niffler? Whose pet is this? How did it end up on the pitch? In an attempt to reclaim the golden snitch, the Hufflepuff captain lunged at the Niffler, but it deftly evaded his grasp, wiggling its behind in mockery. The struggling snitch was promptly stowed away in the Niffler's pouch. The captain, exasperated, shouted to his teammates, "Quick, catch that Niffler. It has stolen the golden snitch." Completely oblivious to its owner's instructions, the Niffler frolicked freely across the pitch, pursued by several Hufflepuff players on their brooms. The creature even darted into the stands, pilfering shiny hairpins and bracelets from the girls, stuffing them into its pouch. Though it appeared small and adorable, it showed no mercy when snatching up gleaming treasures. A chorus of screams and chaos erupted from the audience. In a flash, a figure soared from the ground towards the stands, executing a graceful arc on his broomstick. Cedric seized the Niffler, landing smoothly on the ground. The Hufflepuff captain rushed over, attempting to retrieve the snitch from the Niffler's pouch, only to receive a sharp bite for his troubles. "Ouch!" he exclaimed. "This must be a Niffler raised by a girl. Spoiled rotten with such a temper." The Niffler huffed, climbing onto Cedric's shoulder. Noticing their apparent familiarity, the captain inquired, "Do you know each other?" Cedric nodded. "It's Loya's pet." The captain, nursing his bitten hand, remarked casually, "Ah, so it's a pet favored by girls. No wonder it is so close to you. If the Niffler is here, then where is its owner?" Cedric scanned the audience with hopeful anticipation, yet he could not discern Loya's presence. The Niffler perched on his shoulder tugged at his ear, its paw pointing in a particular direction while chattering incessantly. Cedric, the captain of Hufflepuff, was puzzled. What was it trying to convey? The Niffler produced a recently pilfered hairpin from a girl's possession, adorning itself with it before gesturing towards the castle. Cedric pondered. "Are you implying that there is a girl over there?" The Niffler nodded approvingly. Unable to contain his skepticism, the captain interjected, "Cedric, how did you deduce that?" "I guess," Cedric replied. To the Hufflepuff captain, the Niffler, adorned with a girl's hairpin and prancing about, evoked visions of an African tribal chief. The Niffler raised its right leg, mimicking a limping gait. "Are you suggesting there is a girl over there with an injured leg?" Cedric suddenly realized. panic rising within him. Are you saying Loya is hurt? The Niffler abruptly leapt from his shoulder and dashed towards the direction of the castle where Loya was situated. Filled with urgency, Cedric mounted his broomstick and swooped up the Niffler, soaring towards the indicated path. Hey, Cedric, where are you going? Wait for us. The Hufflepuff players, witnessing the commotion, leaped onto their broomsticks, following suit. The girls remained bewildered in the stands, staring at the empty Quidditch pitch before them, where only the Bludgers and the Quaffle engaged in their solitary game. What had been promised as a training session seemed to conclude before it even began. Why had all the Hufflepuff players fled? Loia leaned against the wall, savoring the snacks from her pocket. In the distance, her companion, Sniff, was sprinting towards her, accompanied by several individuals. True to his nature, Sniff was remarkably swift in his endeavors. She observed from afar as Sniff perched upon the shoulder of a Hufflepuff boy, who was trailed by a few others clad in Quidditch attire. It was only when he stood breathlessly before her, his eyes brimming with concern, that she realized the gravity of the situation. Loya instinctively exclaimed, "Cedric? Has Sniff actually brought Cedric here? How long had it been since they last met?" Upon hearing the girl softly utter his name, Cedric responded, "Cedric?" Loya raised her gaze to the imposing Hufflepuff boy before her. Cedric was brimming with words he longed to express, yet in the fleeting moment their eyes met, he found himself at a loss for speech. For as long as he was ensnared by those crystalline eyes, all the bitterness in his heart seemed to evaporate entirely. An untimely voice intruded upon their moment. "Pardon me, but your Niffler has pilfered our golden snitch," Cedric's teammate uttered, clearly flustered. Loya glanced down to find a mischievous Niffler at her feet, gleefully playing with a shimmering golden snitch, utterly oblivious to its thieving tendencies. Upon noticing Loya's gaze, the Niffler hastily tucked the snitch into its pocket. Loya seized the 2 feet of the creature known as Sniff and hung it upside down, giving it a gentle shake. A myriad of glittering items, clips, bracelets, and earrings belonging to the girls, tumbled forth from its pockets, accumulating on the ground to form a small mountain. "Sniff, I instructed you to summon assistance, yet you returned with a hoard of stolen treasures." Loya pressed her forehead in discomfort, realizing that she had pilfered an abundance of items. Soon, she would have to return each one to its rightful owner. While Loia was deeply troubled, Cedric extended his hand, intent on assisting her in gathering the scattered items. "Shall I help you return these?" he inquired. "Oh, you are too kind, but I shall manage to locate the owners and return them myself." Loia felt a rare sense of embarrassment. Setting aside the fact that Cedric had consistently been there for her, she had even stood him up on his invitation, which was rather inconsiderate of her. She truly wished to avoid burdening Cedric any further. Upon hearing Loya's refusal, Cedric fell silent for a moment before resolutely bending down to gather the items that the little creature had pilfered, placing them into his bag. His gray eyes fixated intently on Loya as he earnestly expressed, "I sincerely wish to assist you. Please do not turn me away again." Loya was momentarily taken aback. She sensed an undertone of grievance in Cedric's voice, as if she had wronged him. Naturally independent, she was accustomed to managing everything on her own. Yet Cedric's insistence on offering assistance left her at a loss on how to decline. Loya could only mask her embarrassment with a faint smile. As she rose to her feet, her injured right leg inadvertently exerted pressure, causing her to stumble momentarily. Cedric immediately steadied her and, with a tone filled with concern, inquired, "Is your leg injured?" "I am fine," she replied, "but I would appreciate it if you could carry Harry away first." Upon finishing her words, Loya beheld Cedric standing before her, squatting down. "I shall carry you back." Loya hesitated slightly. After all, she had merely sustained some superficial injuries, and it truly posed no significant trouble for her to walk back on her own. However, the ever-kind Mr. insisted on carrying her home. When she refused, he stubbornly remained seated. Loya had no choice but to lean down, her arms encircling his neck as she nestled against his back, their bodies pressed closely together. A strand of her golden hair slipped effortlessly onto Cedric's shoulder, and he could distinctly feel the warm, gentle rhythm of her breath, causing an involuntary blush to creep across his face. Cedric's teammates, upon witnessing his crimson cheeks, struggled to stifle their laughter, teasing him mercilessly. "Cedric, I've also been injured by a stray ball. Could you carry me for a moment? What if my leg fractures while walking? Come on, good buddy. The entire team has injured legs. You ought to carry us all." The raucous laughter of his teammates grew increasingly boisterous. Cedric's face turned an even deeper shade of red in an instant. The captain hurriedly nudged the group of rascals, urging them to disperse. Loya observed his flushed ears and leaned in closer, whispering, "Cedric, Why is your face so red? Are you unwell? The gentle cadence of her voice was as soft as a feather brushing against Cedric's ear, resonating deeply within his heart, causing it to race uncontrollably. Cedric, now blushing even more, found his voice dwindling to a mere whisper. Loya's hand encircled from behind, her palm resting gently upon Cedric's forehead. Cedric blushed fiercely, as if blood might spill forth. You are truly feverish. How can you carry me while unwell? Please, set me down. Loya was on the verge of descending when Cedric restrained her. In a flustered manner, he explained, I'm not feverish, truly. I'll escort you back. He carried her along the path, the sunlight cascading upon them, their overlapping shadows stretching long and slender. I had promised to attend your Quidditch match, but I failed to keep my word. I am sincerely sorry, Loya expressed with a tinge of regret. No, it's not that I was too eager. I simply didn't consider your feelings, Cedric stammered, his voice laced with unease as he struggled to find a delicate way to articulate his thoughts. He had never held her accountable. Rather, he yearned to bridge the gap between them and integrate himself into her life, albeit with a clumsy approach. With utmost care. He asked, could you possibly grant me another chance? Another chance? What do you mean? Loya queried, her brow furrowing in confusion. Cedric finally erupted into a soft chuckle, shaking his head gently. This girl was so innocent. His desire to draw closer to her could only commence from the foundation of friendship. He skillfully shifted the subject, saying, I'll take you to the infirmary. I want to go to the infirmary. Please take me back to the Gryffindor common room. But you need to tend to your injury first. A minor wound I can manage myself. You have no idea how terrifying Madame Pomfrey can be. She would confine me in the hospital wing and not permit my return. Although she is kind-hearted, when she gets riled up, she resembles a roaring dragon. Listening to Loya's incessant complaints, Cedric couldn't help but chuckle softly. The two were enveloped in their own little world, oblivious to the multitude of gazes fixated upon them. Whispers and murmurs flowed around, as the girls enamored with Cedric cast envious glances at Loya. Aki Jean, with reddened eyes, fixated on Cedric's figure, her books and quill tumbling to the ground, her nails digging into the wall in frustration. Her friend, Dana, was at a loss for words, unable to offer any consolation. Even she hadn't anticipated that the Gryffindor girl Cedric favored would be none other than the notoriously known Loya Grindelwald at Hogwarts. Openly engaging in duels, wielding dark magic, and igniting the Forbidden Forest, Loya had managed to accomplish what no Hogwarts student dared to attempt, remaining unscathed. Headmaster Dumbledore openly shielded her, leading many to speculate whether Loya Grindelwald might be his long-lost granddaughter, with only acknowledgement lacking. In truth, she and Aki should have realized that someone as exceptional as Cedric, devoid of flaws, would not fall for an ordinary girl. This time, Aki had suffered a complete defeat, with no opportunity for redemption unless Cedric willingly relinquished his affections. Meanwhile, Malfoy had searched extensively and finally located Loya, as several Hufflepuffs passed by, carrying the unconscious Harry on a stretcher. Malfoy could not help but let out a disdainful hum. Turning around, he spotted a third-year Hufflepuff, who was carrying Loya not far away. Observing the two as they exchanged flirtatious glances and engaged in their affectionate banter made him grimace in annoyance. What was this about carrying her to the infirmary? Malfoy shuddered at the thought. What was so remarkable about that? With a mere command, Goyle and Crabbe could easily carry her back. After discovering traces of Voldemort's possession on the body of Alecto, the headmaster of Hogwarts hastily packed his belongings and fled under the cover of night. The following day, the mysteriously missing headmaster left the students of Hogwarts no choice but to follow their professors back to the Moonlit Mountains. The revelation of Quirrell's allegiance to the Death Eaters soon spread like wildfire. While weekends were typically reserved for sleeping in, Hermione, however, rose at the break of dawn. Loya, still heavy with slumber, gently pulled aside the curtains, revealing Hermione who, an uncommon sight, was diligently tending to her tousled, fluffy curls before the vanity mirror. On the table lay the Witch Weekly, its pages unfurled to showcase the 20 most fashionable witch hairstyles of the season. Loya yawned and inquired, Hermione, are you going on a date? Who would go on a date with Ron? It appeared that Ron had inadvertently let the cat out of the bag, prompting Hermione to clear her throat in an attempt to mask her embarrassment. Fortunately, she was aware that Loya was rather dense and would never tease her about such matters. Indeed, when she turned around, she found Loya had buried her face back into the pillow, drifting into a deep slumber once more. Hermione approached and tugged at one of Loya's hands, strenuously trying to rouse her. Loya, stop sleeping. Quickly help me decide which outfit to wear. Goddess, You would look splendid in anything, Loia mumbled, still half asleep. I haven't even tried them on yet. Do not dismiss me so easily. Get up. In a moment of exasperation, Hermione conjured a splash of water that drenched Loia's face, soaking both the pillow and the sheets. At last, Loia stirred awake. A diligent house elf entered to replace the wet linens. Meanwhile, Hermione rummaged through her wardrobe, holding up a plethora of garments before the mirror. Unsure and hesitant about which one to choose, Loia assisted her in selecting a pink jacket. Recently, Ron joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team as a reserve chaser. A fervent enthusiast of Quidditch since childhood, Ron, despite Loia's suggestion to consider trying out for the reserve keeper position, naively believed that being a chaser was far more glamorous. Hermione remarked, given his clumsy demeanor, it's a wonder he doesn't fall off his broomstick first. She continued, if the library weren't closed for a thorough cleaning this afternoon, I wouldn't bother attending his practice match. Then why did you wake up so early and apply such a delicate touch of makeup? Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. It seemed that this version of Hermione had developed a fondness for Ron quite early on. Wait, does Ron have a Quidditch practice match this afternoon? Loia also received an invitation to Cedric's training match, which was scheduled for the afternoon. Thus, the afternoon's Quidditch match featured Gryffindor facing Hufflepuff. A clumsy owl, clutching a package, collided with the window. Quick-witted, Loia opened the window just in time, casting a levitation charm to catch the package, fortunately averting any mishap. Loia unwrapped the package, revealing 2 food containers filled with a delectable breakfast. She heard someone outside the window calling her name. Loia peered out from the window clad in her pajamas. Fred and George stood outside, waving at her while exclaiming, "We didn't see you in the dining hall this morning. We assumed you were indulging in a leisurely slumber. We just returned from the dining hall and brought you some breakfast. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. It seems you two have quite the fortune from the finals," she replied. "The landlady is too kind. After all, you provided us with the capital to launch our theater." Fred and George chuckled, reveling in their good fortune, all thanks to Loia. A chill breeze wafted through the window, causing Loia's nose to twitch, and she succumbed to a sneeze. "You should head back inside. Don't catch a chill." The twins waved goodbye to her. Loia closed the window as the 2 girls immersed themselves in a warm breakfast. By the time they arrived at the Quidditch pitch, the stands were filled with numerous spectators. Cedric had arrived early, anxiously pacing back and forth, fearful that Loia might not show up. His incessant fidgeting was causing their captain a headache. It was only when he finally spotted the familiar golden-haired figure on the platform that he came to a halt. He had reserved the finest seat in the stands for Loia, thoughtfully placing a warm cushion there. Cedric beamed a sunlit smile in Loia's direction, eliciting shrieks from the surrounding girls that resonated in Loia's ears. "Merlin, he is undeniably handsome. Mr. Diggory must be smiling at me. Give it up, he is already taken. What do you know? The unattainable is always the best." The day Cedric carried Loia back to the Gryffindor common room had already morphed into numerous delightful versions. Hermione glanced at Loia, as Cedric was the subject of gossip among the girls, while Loia maintained an utterly indifferent demeanor. Unable to contain herself, Hermione posed a question that had troubled her for years. "Loia, I have always wanted to ask you, if you and Professor Snape, Cedric, Harry, and Draco Malfoy all fell into the water at the same time, whom would you save first? Of course, I would swim to shore myself. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Can I even rescue them? Wouldn't it be better if they swam up by themselves?" Hermione, the academic, found herself momentarily speechless. That actually seemed quite reasonable. The Gryffindor players were heading toward the pitch. Wood was absent due to other commitments, leaving Ron, as a substitute, to take on the role of keeper. Ron mounted a nearly bald broomstick, appearing somewhat anxious. Hermione pretended to glance at him casually, until she heard a round-faced girl named Lavender Brown in the back row of the stands excitedly shout, "Ron, darling, you look so handsome in your Quidditch uniform." Hermione's expression darkened instantly. Ron, taken aback by the unexpected declaration from a stranger, was momentarily stunned. Before long, however, he puffed out his chest with renewed confidence and wore a silly grin. Hermione's expression soured completely. She cast an amplification spell on herself and shouted at Ron, her voice echoing throughout the entire stadium, "Ron, you might as well fall down." In a fit of anger, she threw her backpack at Ron, who, caught off guard, was struck on the back of his head and promptly fell from his broomstick. Loia felt fortunate that Hermione was not unleashing a barrage of spells at this moment. Lavender Brown gasped, covering her mouth, "By Merlin, my dear." Before the match had even commenced, Ron tumbled from his broom, eliciting peals of laughter from Fred and George, making one question whether they were truly brothers. Poor Ron was ultimately hoisted up, each twin supporting one of his arms, as he precariously remounted his broom. Loya wondered if he could possibly defend the goal in such a state. The twins noticed Loya in the stands, and Fred let out a whistle. "Is the proprietress here to cheer for us?" Cedric, upon hearing the title proprietress, momentarily appeared taken aback. A look of unease crossing his face as he instinctively glanced toward Loya. The captain of Hufflepuff nudged him. "Don't mind what the Weasley twins say. Those two are notoriously frivolous, always chasing after mischief. It would be foolish to take them seriously." Loya cupped her hands to her mouth and shouted at the twins. "I am temporarily defecting for a day to cheer for Hufflepuff." Fred feigned a sorrowful expression, exclaiming, "Madam, you have truly betrayed us." George echoed the sentiment with protest. "This is utterly disheartening." Cedric, upon hearing Loya's declaration, felt a sense of unease gradually dissipating. The little wizard, acting as a makeshift referee, was poised to toss the quaffle into the air when a commotion erupted nearby. A group of tall, burly Slytherins approached the pitch. At the forefront, Dorian Pusey, with an air of arrogance and rudeness, declared, "This pitch is reserved for us. Take your brooms and vacate immediately." Lucius Malfoy had procured the latest Nimbus 2001 for every member of the Slytherin Quidditch team. The upgraded model, Nimbus 2000, not only boasted superior flying capabilities but also came at an exorbitant price. The Slytherin players, eager to test their new brooms, wasted no time in claiming the field. A mocking smile crept upon Dorian Pusey's lips, dismissing the presence of the other two houses with disdain. If it were to witness the Slytherins brandishing their Nimbus 2001 brooms, he would likely be infuriated to the point of apoplexy. "This pitch is ours. We are here to trial our new Nimbus 2001, so take your rickety brooms and leave." Fred and George retorted indignantly, "We reserve the pitch a day in advance." Dorian huffed impatiently, casting a derisive glance at Ron's tattered broom. He sneered once more, his tone dripping with arrogance. "Can that old broom even fly? You might as well buy a Nimbus 2001. Oh, how could I forget? The Weasley family is so impoverished that you must be stuck with second-hand goods. You may never afford one." The Slytherin players behind him erupted in laughter. Clenching his fist, Ron retorted, "As if you could afford a Nimbus 2001 yourself," implicitly pointing out Dorian's own financial limitations. Dorian, caught off guard, was left speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment as he spitefully shoved Ron. Loya and Hermione sat in the stands, observing as a team from Slytherin stormed into the training ground. It was clear that Slytherin and Gryffindor were embroiled in a heated argument, seemingly seeking trouble. Upon witnessing the Slytherin leader aggressively jostle Ron, Hermione anxiously rushed down the stands, hurrying toward the center of the training field. The captain of Hufflepuff looked on, troubled by the unfolding situation. Slytherin had encroached upon their training grounds more than once. The honest and steadfast Hufflepuffs had long endured such provocations, consistently conceding in these disputes. He hoped to mediate and avert this conflict. Yet the Gryffindors were not inclined to suffer in silence. Though it was absent, the other players felt somewhat lacking in confidence, yet the Weasley brothers led the charge, arguing vehemently with Slytherin. Amidst the clamor, a young girl's voice interjected, "I have a solution." Loya entered the crowd with a light and sprightly step, positioning herself between the two opposing sides. All eyes turned towards her. Why not have each side appoint a representative to engage in a magical duel to determine the rights to the training grounds? She surveyed the Slytherin faction, her gaze settling upon Dorian. "As the newly appointed captain of the Slytherin team, you are the most fitting representative." "I shall represent Gryffindor," Loya declared with a radiant smile. "Let us decide the usage of the grounds through a magical duel. How about the losing side crawls off the pitch on their knees?" Cedric stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Loya. His voice was resolute. "Dorian Pusey, I will duel you." Cedric, aware of Dorian's status as an upperclassman, harbored concerns for Loya's safety. The Hufflepuff captain, secretly wishing to express that open conflict would incur penalties from the headmaster, contemplated conceding the training grounds to Slytherin. Loya deftly pushed Cedric aside with a backhanded motion and took 2 steps forward. "Stand down. I shall handle this," she declared. Cedric, in a state of anxiety, called out her name. Loya turned to Slytherin and firmly declared, "As a representative of both houses, I will not tolerate any dissent." The captain of Hufflepuff was overwhelmed with frustration. He found himself utterly unable to interject, let alone oppose. Loya slowly approached Dorian, her eyes narrowing as the smile on her face gradually faded. "Allow me to remind you, are you truly confident that you can defeat me?" Dorian's expression instantly turned to one of profound dismay. Loya remained composed, her voice chillingly serene. "I shall make you look utterly foolish, rendering you incapable of lifting your head amidst the gaze of the crowd." Dorian's expression darkened with fury, clearly provoked by her words. Terence Higgs quietly urged Delian. Do not provoke her. Have you forgotten the fate of Professor Chilo? Despite his usual stammering demeanor, that Death Eater, Professor Chilo, possesses formidable strength. Having secured his position as the defense against the dark arts instructor, the news of Loya Grindelwald's triumph over Chilo and the revelation of his identity as a Death Eater has spread throughout the school. Dorian is no fool. He would not engage in a confrontation with her lightly. Loya indeed recalled Terence Higgs, the Seeker of Slytherin, a rare specimen among his house for his courteous demeanor. Eschewing underhanded tactics to secure victory, Terence cast a wary glance in her direction, coldly articulating the harsh truth. You have genuinely injured her. Professor Snape will not let you off easily. The coming years will be arduous for you, unless you wish to forfeit your chance of graduation entirely. Dryan let out a disgruntled huff, feigning composure as he adjusted his collar, reluctantly gesturing for his teammates to prepare for departure. However, dealing with nefarious individuals necessitates responding to malevolence with even greater malevolence. The petty thrive on intimidation rather than virtue. The more one endures their transgressions, the more audacious they become. Hufflepuff, in its excessive forbearance, has become a target for relentless bullying. Loya has no intention of letting them go. Loya endeavored to make her voice sound even more arrogant than the villain's, more nefarious than the villain himself. You, who intruded upon our Gryffindor training match uninvited, dare to come and go at your whim? DeLeon turned back and shot her a fierce glare. Loya provocatively gazed at Delian, asserting, if you refuse my challenge, I shall consider it a forfeiture of your will to fight. Therefore, I implore you to crawl out on your knees. Delian, with anger seeping through his clenched teeth, retorted. You truly lack self-awareness. Glenn observed their escalating tension and, sensing their momentum, the young lions, led by Fred and George, joined in the taunting. Coward, you're told to crawl, so hurry and do it. Beads of sweat formed on Delian's forehead. He found himself in a precarious predicament. Yet he could not swallow his pride. I shall count to 10, Loya declared, and you will face two choices. Either you crawl back, or you draw your wand and confront me in a fair duel. Upon reaching 10, I will strike. Delian stood frozen, his expression betraying a whirlwind of emotions. Loya incessantly exerted psychological pressure on the other party. Terence found himself in quite a predicament, as it appeared that Miss Grindelwald had no intention of letting Dryan off the hook. He had long advised against Dryan's intrusion into the fray. Yet the new captain of Slytherin obstinately disregarded his counsel. Why is it that every captain from Slytherin seems to delight in courting trouble, only to end up in a quagmire? And then there was Marcus. He had previously warned him against engaging in a brawl with Malfoy, only to witness Loya Grindelwald nearly beat him to a pulp. Just yesterday, he had completed the formalities for his expulsion. The captain of Hufflepuff stood frozen, wondering why they couldn't simply maintain peace and tranquility. Why must they resort to conflict once more? In stark contrast, the Gryffindors roared with approval, a veritable pride of lions cheering with enthusiasm. 1, 2, 7, 8, Loya began to count. Wait, what happened to the numbers in between? Terence, utterly bemused, thought. Is this how one counts? I consumed them, Loya declared with righteous indignation. Terence replied, 9, 10. Loya brandished his wand, the tip igniting with blue sparks. Dryan, taken aback, instinctively stepped back without drawing attention. Protego Diabolica, the protective fire shield, enveloped him. As Loya's voice faded, a towering wall of flames erupted before them. Everyone instinctively took a step back, the Slytherin players staring in astonishment. Even the little lions, who had earlier cheered and clapped, gaped in disbelief as they retreated. Dryan, struck with horror, trembled, causing his wand to clatter to the ground. The circular wall of fire intensified, spreading outward, forcing him to retreat in terror, leaving no time to retrieve his wand. The moment his pitiful wand made contact with the blue flames, it erupted into sparks and was reduced to ashes. Yet, at the center of the blue fire, Loya exhibited no signs of being scorched. She leisurely crossed her arms, suddenly feeling quite self-satisfied. The destruction of her opponent's wand was tantamount to surrender, and bullying someone unarmed seemed a tad undignified. However, Dryan's brash display was thoroughly distasteful, and she felt compelled to teach him a small lesson. Loya snapped his fingers, and azure flames took the shape of several sparrows, darting forth from the fiery barrier and fiercely swooping down upon the astonished Delian. The fire sparrow collided with his shoulder, igniting his jersey in an instant. Realizing his shoulder was ablaze, Delian flailed desperately, attempting to extinguish the flames, his anguished cries echoing through the air. Terence, in a panic, directed a torrent of water towards Delian's shoulder in a bid to quell the fire. However, the blue flames refused to be extinguished. Two more fire sparrows lunged at his knees, setting his trousers alight as well. Delian, contorting his face in agony, rolled on the ground, disregarding all semblance of dignity in his frantic attempts to douse the magical inferno consuming his shoulder and knees. Witnessing this chaos, several Slytherin players, faced with the oncoming fire sparrows, mounted their Nimbus 2001 brooms and fled, abandoning Delian to his plight. Loya maintained commendable control. Indeed, her grand display to confront Dorian seemed somewhat excessive. However, the more formidable the spectacle, the greater its deterrent effect. It served as a caution to the Slytherin team, urging them to refrain from overly aggressive behavior in the future, should she truly unleash a firebird as colossal as the Argentine giant eagle. It is conceivable that Dorian would spend the remainder of his life within the walls of St. Mungo's Hospital. In such a scenario, his family would likely seek recourse from the Ministry of Magic, and despite the current administration being largely inept, she could find herself facing a manhunt. It was hardly worth jeopardizing her own standing for the sake of a personal grievance. The last fire sparrow, belatedly realizing it had emerged from the fiery barrier, found that the previous birds had already accomplished their task, rendering it seemingly irrelevant. With nothing to occupy its time, it darted into Hufflepuff, flapping its sparking wings in a chaotic frenzy. The Hufflepuff players, alarmed, retreated in unison, leaving Cedric standing alone at the forefront. The fire sparrow approached Cedric, who was frozen in place, and after circling him a few times, it settled upon his shoulder. To Cedric's astonishment, neither his shoulder nor his clothing bore any scorch marks. The magical flames of the protective fire shield posed no threat to those who bore no malice towards the caster. Cedric turned his head, and the fire sparrow mimicked his movement, tilting its head before erupting into sparks and vanishing into the air. "What are you doing here?" Professor Sprout inquired as she entered the training ground. Her unexpected arrival temporarily halted the escalating confrontation. The Hufflepuff players had previously sought permission from me to utilize the training field. Professor Sprout's presence provided a convenient avenue for both parties to de-escalate. No one wished to engage in a brawl before the headmaster. Unbeknownst to Professor Sprout, she had cast a spell on the howling Dorian, finally extinguishing the flames that adorned him. Terence and several players assisted the disheveled Dorian in departing the training ground, while the Gryffindors sighed in disappointment at missing the spectacle of Dorian crawling away on his knees. Professor Sprout cast a glance at Loya, engulfed in blue flames. Coupled with Dorian's pitiful state, outsiders would likely misconstrue the situation as Loya engaging in unilateral bullying. "Professor Sprout, it was a private altercation between myself and the Slytherin players," Cedric explained, concerned that Professor Sprout might question Loya's involvement. The ever-kind Cedric took it upon himself to shoulder the blame. Professor Sprout looked at Cedric with a resigned expression, exhaling deeply. This child was always like this, too kind, too honest, perpetually considering others. If he continued in this manner, those he fancied might eventually be drawn away by others. Moreover, with such a conspicuous wall of fire blazing in the center of the Quidditch pitch, who would believe that the altercation had no relation to the girl within? Fortunately, Professor Sprout was a remarkably compassionate individual, and she did not display any signs of anger. With a warm demeanor, she addressed Loya, "Miss Grindelwald, could you please extinguish your blue flames?" Professor Sprout bore no ill intentions, and Loya shyly responded with a smile, "I apologize, Professor Sprout. It needs to burn for a while before it extinguishes." This time, Professor Sprout refrained from deducting points or reprimanding her. Instead, he vacated the training grounds, leaving the students to their own devices. The fire shield, unable to dissipate most of its energy, merely continued to smolder in place, awaiting its energy depletion before vanishing. Consequently, the Quidditch practice match could only resume once the flames had been extinguished. As a result, the spectators in the stands endured an entire hour of waiting. Nearly succumbing to slumber, some even ventured to the Great Hall for a meal, returning to find the fire still ablaze. Ultimately, the Quidditch match proceeded, with Captain Wood absent. The new goalkeeper Ron was a novice, and Harry remained in the infirmary, limping on a weakened leg, while the Seeker was also an inexperienced substitute. This led to a devastating defeat for Gryffindor at the hands of Hufflepuff. Cedric, radiating with the joy of victory, descended on his broom before Loya. Extending his hand toward her, the golden snitch nestled in his palm. His gray eyes locked onto Loya's gaze. Loya gazed perplexedly at the flying thief nestled in the palm of his hand. Since the flying thief was once expelled by Harry, I shall refrain from touching it." As the conclusion of the first term approached, the young wizards busied themselves in preparation for their final examinations. What troubled Loya was the fact that it had been a fortnight since the departure of the Wagadu wizards. Yet the prize money from the spell competition had not been dispensed, revealing the unseemly behavior of the world's largest magical academy. Loya sent a letter, to which the recipient replied, explaining that due to the principal's mysterious disappearance, the remaining professors were preoccupied with merely maintaining order within the school, rendering them powerless to attend to the matter of the competition's prize money. After all, the sum was considerable, and no professor would willingly deplete their own finances for the benefit of the institution. Simultaneously, the recipient sent a letter to Malfoy Manor, elucidating the situation and requesting understanding. Malfoy, however, was indifferent to the prize money, as he was not in want of funds. Yet, the professors of Hogwarts underestimated Loya's tenacity in pursuing her dues. She had fought valiantly in numerous competitions. Why should she be denied her rightful rewards? Just because Malfoy chose to forego the winnings did not mean she would follow suit. After sending countless fervent letters, the professors of Hogwarts could no longer endure her persistent harassment. Reluctantly, they convened an impromptu meeting and decided to unearth an item from the Moon Mountains to present to her as a substitute for the prize, beseeching her to cease her correspondence. One evening, as dusk approached, 2 ebony owls arrived, bearing a box that they gently set down at her window. Loya was eager to discover what prize the professors of Wagadu had bestowed upon her in lieu of a monetary award. Upon opening the box, she found an assortment of weeds within. Loya furrowed her brow. If Wagadu continued to play tricks, she would send 100 letters of protest. She reached inside and felt around, eventually grasping a round, plump object. As Loya sifted through the heap of weeds, he unexpectedly uncovered a dragon egg within. The author wishes to express that regarding the male protagonist's identity, there is currently no definitive answer. The author is simply allowing creativity to flow. Loya pushed aside the thicket of weeds and discovered, to his astonishment, a dragon egg nestled within. The obsidian-hued egg was adorned with a myriad of hardened scales, which shimmered under the moonlight, revealing an array of peculiar and intricate patterns. Loya weighed the dragon egg in her hands. It was surprisingly heavy. She pondered what kind of dragon might emerge from it, but she would still need to seek Hagrid's assistance on how to nurture the dragon egg. Loya carefully tucked the dragon egg into her bag, preparing to make her way to Hagrid's hut. The sky outside was overcast, signaling that curfew had already set in. She walked along the tranquil campus path, her bag slung over her shoulder. "Good evening, Mr. Gatekeeper," Loya greeted as she unexpectedly encountered the patrolling Filch. Trailing behind him was a despondent first-year Slytherin student. Filch, in unusually high spirits, relished the fact that as the first semester neared its conclusion, he had finally apprehended a student violating curfew. He cast a disdainful glance at Loya, who was wandering the campus at such an hour, and quickly chose to divert his path. Behind him, the punished Slytherin wizard grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Why isn't that Gryffindor being sent to detention?" Filch snapped back. "Ask your head of house, Snape." Loya gently rapped on the wooden door of Hagrid's hut. She noticed that the curtains were drawn tightly today, hinting at something amiss. Hagrid, wearing an apron, answered the door with a sense of urgency. "I apologize, Loya. Please don't take offense. I am quite busy today. Now, hurry back to your common room," he said, his demeanor flustered, his gaze darting anxiously, before quickly shutting the door. Standing outside, Loya pondered for a moment. The main storyline had progressed to the point of Chilo's demise, yet she felt that something was still lacking. After a moment of reflection, she realized that Hagrid's dragon had yet to be discovered, likely due to the butterfly effect. Hagrid's physical hatching of the egg occurred later than in the original narrative. Loya addressed the wooden door, inquiring, "Hagrid, are you hatching eggs?" The door swung open once more, revealing a flustered Hagrid, who emerged with a look of utter astonishment. Stammering, he asked, "How did you know?" With a playful smile, Loya replied, "A little calculation reveals all." Though she couldn't comprehend his words entirely, Hagrid urged her to enter swiftly. He glanced around outside to ensure no one was watching before securely closing the door. Inside the quaint cabin, the fireplace crackled warmly, and Hagrid poured her a steaming cup of tea. Loya gazed at the fireplace, where in the very heart of the flames lay a dark, sooty dragon egg. Loya squatted before the fireplace, intently examining the dragon egg, and inquired, "Norwegian Ridgeback?" Hagrid, filled with pride, nodded affirmatively. "Last month, while imbibing in the village, I won this dragon egg from a stranger in a game of cards. I had been preoccupied with the restoration of the Forbidden Forest, which caused a delay. It became evident that Hagrid's timeline for raising dragons diverged from the cinematic narrative because Loya, possessed by Grindelwald, had set the Forbidden Forest ablaze. leaving Hagrid with no opportunity to incubate the egg. Loya observed the Norwegian Ridgeback egg, its shell smooth and gleaming, a stark contrast to her own dragon egg. A fissure appeared in the shell of the egg nestled in the brazier, emitting wisps of smoke, as something within wriggled restlessly. Hagrid excitedly approached, his large hands clad in thick gloves, lifting the brazier with care. With a crisp cracking sound, the egg split open, and a small dragon emerged, unsteadily flapping its wings on the table. Hagrid reached out to stroke the little creature's head, and the hatchling promptly bit down on his finger. "This little one must think I am its mother. I shall name it Norbert," he declared joyfully, cradling the dragon and rubbing it against his beard. "Loya," the calm maternal figure remarked serenely. Hagrid, with a serious tone, urged her to keep it a secret from Professor Dumbledore, for he would have it sent away. "I, too, possess a dragon egg that requires your assistance in hatching," Loya said as she set her bag down on the wooden table, retrieving the dragon egg with both hands. "From where did you acquire this?" Hagrid gazed in astonishment at the pitch-black dragon egg, noting its size was considerably larger than any he had ever encountered. "It is a prize from the spell competition. The Wizards of Wagadu refused to grant me the reward, insisting on substituting it with a dragon egg." Hagrid scrutinized the egg closely, observing the shell adorned with tightly packed scales that shimmered in the firelight. He exclaimed in wonder, "Merlin, I have never seen such a dragon egg." Hagrid then pulled out a tattered book from beneath his pillow, devoted to the care and profit of raising dragons, and laid it open on the wooden table, quickly flipping through its pages. Loya leaned in, her head drawn to the book that meticulously detailed the art of hatching eggs and nurturing dragon hatchlings. The final pages cataloged common dragon breeds and their eggs within the wizarding realm, accompanied by illustrations. Welsh green, Australian opali, Hungarian horntail, Loya counted through them, while Hagrid perused the pages repeatedly, yet none resembled her dragon egg. Curiously, Norbert crept closer and sniffed the dragon egg, only to recoil in terror, baring his teeth and trembling as if a dreadful beast lurked within. This was a primal instinct of survival, a natural response to an innate enemy. Hagrid quickly scooped Norbert into his arms, soothingly assuring, "Don't be afraid, little one, Daddy's here." Witnessing the intimate exchange between Hagrid and the dragon sent shivers down Loya's spine. Since identifying the breed seemed futile, Loya proposed that they hatch the egg first to see what emerged. Hagrid nodded in agreement, carefully placing the dragon egg into the fire pit, setting it in the hearth. "How long until a little dragon hatches?" Loya inquired with eager anticipation, propping her chin on her hand. "It'll take a few days," Hagrid replied, tending to the charcoal in the fireplace while humming a cheerful tune. Regarding the matter of the dragon egg, Loya resolved to keep it a secret from everyone except Hagrid. In the magical world, dragons were an exceedingly precious resource. Their hides and cores could be fashioned into protective gear and wand cores, while their meat served as a rare potion ingredient. However, dragons were inherently volatile and perilous creatures, utterly unsuitable as pets. Not to mention, Dumbledore, and certainly Snape, would never condone her keeping a dragon. In the following days, Loya visited her dragon egg each night, her excitement unwavering. Loya entered Hagrid's hut and beheld Hagrid with tear-filled eyes, large droplets cascading into his beard. Loya felt a chill in her heart. Could it be that her dragon egg had been roasted before it even hatched? Loya sighed and said, "Hagrid, if the dragon egg is truly cooked, I shall not hold it against you. We can split it in half, and with a touch of sauce, it should be quite delectable." Upon hearing her words, Hagrid burst into tears, exclaiming, "Your egg has not been cooked. My Norbert was sent to Romania by Dumbledore. He is still but a baby. What if the other dragons bully him? Surely my dragon egg has not been confiscated as well. I hid it in Fong's doghouse, and Dumbledore has not discovered it." Loya gently patted his chest, exhaling slowly in relief. Meanwhile, Yaya had not dared to venture even a single step into her doghouse for several days. Hagrid, wiping away his tears, retrieved the dragon egg from Yaya's shelter and placed it back into the fire pit. In the ensuing days, Loya made a point to visit regularly. Yet the egg showed no signs of hatching. Even Hagrid found it perplexing, as he had meticulously followed the procedures outlined in the book. He murmured, "It seems we require the expertise of a professional magizoologist." Loya looked up at him with a puzzled expression. "I have already sent a letter to Newt Scamander, hoping he could offer assistance and take a look at the species of this dragon egg." Hagrid soon received a reply from Newt Scamander. In his letter, Newt expressed his apologies, stating that he was currently preoccupied with caring for the ailing Tina, but he had dispatched an equally remarkable future magizoologist to assist Miss Grindelwald. A future magizoologist? Loya asked Hagrid, her curiosity piqued as she finished reading the letter. Hagrid, cooking the dragon egg in the hearth's cauldron, assured her. The person Newt recommended will undoubtedly be able to help you. Loia sat in her rocking chair, gently swaying back and forth as she pondered who the future magical zoologist might be when a knock echoed at the door of her small cottage. Rising to answer it, she found a young boy standing outside, clad in the robes of Hufflepuff, with a head of warm, curly brown hair. He kept his gaze lowered, exuding a bashful and timid demeanor. Roya's eyes widened in astonishment. Newt Scamander? Greetings, I am Rolf Scamander, a second-year Hufflepuff. My grandfather has sent me to assist Miss Grindelwald. The boy introduced himself in a hushed tone. This brown-haired youth bore an uncanny resemblance to Newt, almost as if he were a mirror image of him. The future magizoologist that Newt had spoken of turned out to be his own grandson, evoking a peculiar sense of indirect pride in his lineage. Moreover, this brown-haired boy had perfectly inherited his grandfather's characteristic social anxiety. From the moment the door opened, Rolf had kept his head bowed, his gaze fixated on the floor, never once lifting it. Loya politely responded, "Hello, I am Loya Grindelwald, a first-year student of Gryffindor." The enthusiastic Hagrid immediately invited Rolf inside. As Rolf entered the cozy cabin, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Loya's face and shivered involuntarily, a chill running down his spine. This Gryffindor girl was none other than the one who had confronted him in the corridor that day, questioning why Dumbledore's favorite student was the granddaughter of his grandfather. Rolf vividly recalled how she radiated an intimidating aura that day, as though she would incinerate him on the spot should he fail to provide a satisfactory answer. "What is wrong with you?" Loya inquired, casting a puzzled glance at him while rolling up her sleeves. Rolf, in sheer terror, gazed at Loya as she approached. Her sleeves rolled up and promptly fainted. Loya was at a loss for words. She merely intended to retrieve the dragon egg, yet Newt's grandson had succumbed to unconsciousness. What on earth had Grindelwald done to frighten the child so profoundly? It was not entirely fair to place the blame on the elder. For the moment Rolf stood before her, she could not help but perceive him as Newt. From Rolf's pocket emerged a remarkable creature, the size of a palm. Composed entirely of bark and twigs, a tree guardian known as a bowtruckle. The bowtruckle blinked its brown eyes anxiously, gently nudging Rolf. Loya felt a sense of regret. She should have brought Senny today to capture a photograph alongside the tree guardian. Later, Rolf was awakened by Hagrid's call. Upon waking, Rolf remained restless, retreating to a distant corner, keeping his distance from Loya. Loyal who fabricated an explanation. "That day, I inadvertently consumed a peculiar potion, leaving me in a dazed state. As I interacted with others in a manner uncharacteristic of my usual self." Hagrid also assured that Loya possesses a splendid temperament. Indeed, the Gryffindor girls before him lacked the terrifying aura that had enveloped them that day, and Rolf finally breathed a sigh of relief. Loya gently placed the dragon egg upon the wooden table. "This is my dragon egg. Its breed remains a mystery, as Hagrid has attempted for several days to no avail. I kindly ask for your assistance in examining it." Upon encountering anything related to magical creatures, Rolf underwent a remarkable transformation reminiscent of his grandfather, Newt. As if the earlier trepidation had vanished entirely. Clad in gloves, he meticulously rotated the obsidian egg, immersing himself in the realm of his studies. Under the flickering candlelight, Rolf scrutinized the scales adorning the dragon egg with great care. Upon hearing him murmur the peculiar moniker Black Death, both Loya and Hagrid exchanged puzzled glances at the hunched young boy. What manner of creature is this? Rolf, shedding his earlier timidity, transformed into a whirlwind of excitement whenever the subject of magical beasts arose. He opened the leather case he carried and retrieved a weathered manuscript, its pages yellowed with age. Swiftly flipping to a specific page, the Black Death, the largest dragon of ancient times, capable of swallowing an entire woolly mammoth in a single gulp, unleashed flames hot enough to melt steel and stone. Its scaly hide rendered it impervious to all forms of magic. Loya's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The folklore speaks of Conqueror I, who once reigned over a vast continent while riding the formidable Black Death, although the authenticity of these ancient tales remains uncertain. I firmly believe that such a dragon must indeed exist. Loya's excitement grew with each passing moment. However, Rolf's expression suddenly shifted to one of distress as he unveiled a harsh reality. "Regrettably, Miss Grindelwald, the egg you possess is a fossilized dragon egg, dating back at least several tens of thousands of years." "What?" Loya felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Rolf gently placed the dragon egg down, reverting to his usual timid demeanor. "This egg, having endured millennia, has transformed into a fossil and cannot be hatched. In essence, it is merely a beautiful stone now." Hagrid also shook his head in disappointment, Not only had he lost his precious Norbert, but his dream of witnessing the birth of a new dragon and becoming a dragon caretaker had vanished as well. In her fury, Loya inundated the professors of Hogwarts with hundreds of furious letters. The school, overwhelmed by her barrage, ultimately negotiated to gift Loya an entire set of brand new Firebolt 2001 brooms from their storeroom as compensation. They assured her that these brooms had only been used a few times and were in excellent condition, nearly as good as new. Reluctantly, Loya accepted the agreement. She decided to temporarily store the fossilized dragon egg from the Black Death in her room of requirement, which had now transformed into her personal storage space. Leah leaned against the vibrant map, making her way to the 8th floor during a moment of solitude to unlock the door to the wishful room. The space retained the original arrangement of an underground classroom, just as Leah had envisioned. With a heavy heart, she placed the dragon egg into a chest, harboring dreams of a majestic dragon soaring through the skies and breathing fire. To her dismay, it turned out to be merely a fossilized egg. Sighing in disappointment, she closed the wooden chest and moved toward the door, only to notice a slight movement from the egg. The creature perched on her shoulder, known as the Sniffler, hopped down and stood still, its head cocked as it fixated on the chest. Typically, the Sniffler's exuberance was a source of exasperation, but now it was a rarity to see it quietly lost in thought. "What troubles you, Sniffler? Come back quickly. I need to close the door," Leah called out. However, the Sniffler refused to follow her, darting towards the chest and chattering away, as if engaging in a conversation with the dragon egg. Loya followed and revisited the wooden chest containing the dragon eggs, which lay quietly within, showing no signs of disturbance. She then took sniff and departed from the house of requests. A flock of owls, clutching long parcels, soared into the hall, each one dropping its bundle at Loya's feet in succession. Hermione and Ron assisted her in unwrapping the packages. Inside, they discovered nearly 10 gleaming Firebolt 2001s, all resplendent and shining. The author wishes to convey, Newt, being of considerable age, is not to be troubled any further. Indeed, his grandson is not an original character, as Rolf is a real individual. The dragon egg is indeed a fossil, and Newt's grandson did not err in his assertion. However, there has never been a precedent for a fossilized egg to hatch a dragon. The egg will eventually hatch, but not at this moment. Nearly 10 radiant Firebolt 2001s were neatly arranged upon the long table before Loya. Wood's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Ron, dumbfounded, reached out to caress one of the Firebolt 2001s. Although these brooms were not brand new, their minor imperfections were nearly indiscernible without a magnifying glass. They were undoubtedly superior to the nearly bald brooms in their Gryffindor broom cupboard. Furthermore, even as second-hand items, these Firebolt 2001s would fetch a considerable sum. Loya is currently not lacking in wealth. Possessing numerous Nimbus 2001s serves little purpose for her as a mere collection. Instead, it would be more beneficial to sponsor the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Loya cast a vibrant, multicolored marble into the air upon its explosion. It released a cascade of streamers and fireworks, transforming into a diminutive trumpet. This was the latest magical contraption from Fred and George, a prototype of their whimsical inventions. The trumpet bore a striking resemblance to the howler from Mrs. Weasley. Suspended in midair, it bellowed with exuberance. "Gryffindor Quidditch players, come forth and line up for your Nimbus 2001. Its resounding voice echoed throughout the great hall, drawing the astonished gazes of students from all 4 houses. The Gryffindor table erupted in a frenzy, as players jubilantly encircled Loya. The Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students cast envious glances, while Slytherin wore expressions of discontent. The Gryffindors clamored chaotically for the Nimbus 2001. Ron swallowed hard, incredulously exclaiming, "Loya, can I really have a Nimbus 2001 too?" "Of course," she replied. "You will be the Star Keeper for Gryffindor in the future." Loya then remarked, "Quickly select a relatively new one. Otherwise, the best will be snatched away by others." Among the package lay a pristine, even unopened, factory-sealed Nimbus 2001, which Loya selfishly set aside for Harry. Wood, touched by the sight of the Nimbus 2001, felt tears welling in his eyes. He had never imagined he would possess one in his lifetime. Fred and George, eager to test the new broom's flying capabilities, boldly mounted their brooms and soared out of the hall. One by one, the Gryffindor players followed suit, riding their Nimbus 2001s into the sky, accompanied by the distant roar of Professor McGonagall admonishing them against flying within the castle. With their brand new flying brooms, Gryffindor, under Wood's leadership, faced off fiercely against Slytherin that very day, emerging victorious. Everything was gradually returning to normal as the first academic year drew to a close. Due to Snape's relentless deduction of points from his own house, the Great Hall this year did not display the enormous banner emblazoned with the Slytherin serpent. After 6 consecutive years of clinching the House Cup championship, Slytherin's reign came to a dismal end, and the little snakes glared fiercely at the architect of their misfortune. Loia rested her chin on her hand, gazing towards the professor's table as she listened to Dumbledore's discourse. The headmaster was generously awarding points to Gryffindor for various reasons. Ultimately, under Dumbledore's favoritism, Gryffindor secured the House Cup. The streamers in the hall transformed into a vivid crimson, and the banner depicted the majestic Gryffindor lion. The raucous cheers of the lions echoed deafeningly, while the eagles and badgers reveled in Slytherin's unexpected defeat. The examination results soon followed, with Hermione once again emerging as the top student of the year. As their first academic year drew to a close, Hagrid led them onto the boats that crossed the lake, and they arrived at the Hogwarts Express. The platform was teeming with a bustling crowd, filled with young witches and wizards eager to board the train and return home for the summer. Amidst the clamor of the station, Loia could not hear anyone calling her name. She and Hermione were preparing to board the express when the throng behind them parted, and a strong hand grasped her arm. Cedric had intercepted her. Loia turned around, her gaze inadvertently colliding with Cedric's eyes. Cedric had searched for her through the bustling crowd for quite some time, running with such urgency that beads of sweat adorned his brow. He pressed a note into the palm of her hand. Loia lowered her head to examine the note, upon which a neatly written address was inscribed. Cedric, striving to quell the tension within him, urged, "Please do write to me over the summer." His eyes brimmed with anticipation, fixed intently upon Loia. The girl's gaze was clear and bright, captivating enough to render him unable to look away. Hermione cast a sidelong glance at Loia's arm, then at Cedric, and cleared her throat gently. Cedric, suddenly regaining his senses, realized he was still holding her arm. A faint blush crept across his ears as he hastily released his grip, repeatedly apologizing. "Young couples," someone remarked, "it's not as if they are parting for eternity. Summer will soon pass, and they shall reunite. Let us make way. My Rafe has vanished," came the chorus of teasing remarks from the onlookers, accompanied by Neville's dissonant shout. Cedric noticed they were blocking the entrance of the train, impeding those behind them. All eyes were upon them, and the flush on Cedric's cheeks threatened to spread down to his neck. In their compartment, Malfoy and his 2 cronies peered through binoculars in their direction, munching on snacks while humming to themselves. Fred and George leaned out of the window, calling towards Loia, "Loia, we've saved you a seat. Hurry over." "I shall be there shortly," she replied. Lois hurriedly assured Cedric that she would write to him before swiftly following Hermione into the compartment. Cedric watched her figure vanish amidst the throng. As the train sped along, he gazed out at the fleeting landscapes, traversing stretches of desolate moors and quaint Muggle towns, until the train ultimately came to a halt at King's Cross Station. Loia returned once more to Spinner's End, where the house elf had long been awaiting his arrival with respectful anticipation. Throughout the summer, Severus Snape remained ensconced in either his study or the potions room, diligently immersed in his work. In contrast, Loia spent his days languidly like a fish out of water, devoid of purpose. Hedwig soared out of the window, clutching Loia's letter in her beak, while another owl, Cedric's, landed gracefully on his desk, bearing a message. Loia gazed at the towering stack of letters on her desk, her expression a tapestry of confusion. She pondered the reason behind the deluge of correspondence, as different owls rapped at her window almost daily. She found it perplexing to fathom what could possibly warrant such communication. She was unaccustomed to this archaic method of correspondence, having grown up in an era where a simple message on WeChat sufficed to reach anyone. However, being as astute as she was, she resolved to respond to each letter with identical replies, effortlessly utilizing a copying charm. Eventually, succumbing to her laziness, she opted for a succinct response of merely read, "Well, do not worry in her letters. The author has a message, a small gift created out of love. I kindly ask everyone to lend a hand." Severus Snape carefully placed several vials of potions he had prepared for Loia into the cabinet. He withdrew a book from the shelf and settled into the chair by the fireplace. The crackling of the firewood filled the air, and a hint of fatigue creased the corners of his eyes as he rubbed his brow in an attempt to dispel the weariness. Having turned only a few pages of the book, he heard familiar footsteps approaching, accompanied by her voice calling his name loudly down the corridor. Snape Loya pushed open the door, cradling a large pot in her arms that nearly obscured her upper body. As she ascended the stairs, she nearly stumbled, prompting her to tread carefully with each step, ever vigilant of potential tripping hazards. She had left the pot behind at school and had forgotten to bring it back. Loia rummaged through Snape's storeroom and discovered a cauldron intended for adult use, significantly larger than the one she employed in her classroom. Observing her petite frame struggling to carry the oversized cauldron, Snape instinctively closed his book, approached her, and relieved her of the burden, placing it upon the wooden table. "Do you have a moment, Professor Snape?" Loia inquired, tilting her head to gaze up at him. Snape regarded her with an indifferent expression and nodded slightly. "Could you teach me how to brew the polyjuice potion?" Without questioning her motives for needing the potion, Snape silently turned away, retrieving the requisite ingredients from the shelf. Positioned with his back to Loia, he concealed the pallid hue of his complexion from her view. 2 dry cauldrons were prepared upon the workbench, and Snape methodically added powdered fluxweed and leech juice to the first cauldron. Loia diligently emulated Snape, yet her proficiency in potion-making was far from commendable. It could even be described as rather lamentable. Loia once believed that her talent points were almost entirely allocated to spellcasting. Furthermore, after Snape confiscated her wand, during their period of Cold War, she took a leave of absence from classes, consequently missing a significant amount of instruction. Snape had never considered offering her supplementary lessons, as he perceived her disinterest in potion-making. She possessed her own strengths and areas of expertise. Even Professor Flitwick had praised her as a prodigy in spell work, confidently predicting she would emerge as the champion of the next dueling competition. There was no necessity to impose upon her a subject she did not favor, as that would only serve to burden her. During the final examinations, Snape, acting on his own inclinations, utilized his authority to ensure Loia passed. "Wait a moment. How many times did you just rotate clockwise? Why are you turning counterclockwise again?" This was the consequence of her inattentiveness in class. Even now, with the professor himself guiding her step by step, she remained bewildered. Snape deliberately slowed his movements, allowing her to observe clearly, patiently demonstrating each step. Even in potion classes, he had never exhibited such patience toward any student. As Snape added the remaining ingredients to the dry cauldron, a sudden dizziness overcame him, causing him to stagger slightly. Loia, dropping the materials in her hands, rushed to support him. Her youthful frame was too small, and Snape nearly leaned entirely upon her. She observed his pale lips, beads of sweat trickling down his cheek. "Are you all right?" Snape pressed his hand against the healing wound on his abdomen. His brow furrowed tightly, and he remained silent. With one hand resting on her shoulder for support, he gradually stood upright. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he hoarsely replied, "It's nothing. What is truly wrong with you?" Loia gazed intently into his eyes, while Snape averted his gaze, locking eyes with her, revealing an indescribable turmoil within. They both found themselves enveloped in a profound silence. The pot on the stove bubbled and simmered. Snape was the first to break the silence, swiftly shifting the conversation. "Miss Grindelwald, it would serve you well to pay closer attention to your cauldron." Snape resumed his usual aloof demeanor, as if nothing had transpired moments before. As Loia turned around, a thick plume of black smoke billowed from the neglected pot, threatening to explode if left unattended. "Oh no, my pot." Loia anxiously stirred the cauldron, her focus once again returning to her work, while she dismissed Snape's earlier peculiarities from her mind. After an extended period, I completed my potion. Elated, Loia clasped her hands together, scooping the concoction into a vial with a spoon. She gazed at her creation with satisfaction. However, Snape merely cast a glance at her potion before seizing the vial she had painstakingly prepared and setting it aside. "The efficacy of your potion will last at most 15 minutes, Snape pronounced, deeming her concoction unsatisfactory. Loia cast a furtive glance at the potion brewing in Snape's cauldron, her subtle intentions not escaping his keen perception. Understanding her unspoken thoughts, Snape poured the potion he had meticulously crafted into a vial and placed it before her. It boasted a potency that would endure for over 10 hours. Truly, he was a master potion maker, capable of producing elixirs with such remarkable longevity. "Thank you, Professor Snape," Loia exclaimed joyfully, embracing him. In that fleeting moment, however, she failed to notice the furrow in Snape's brow and the tension etched upon his face, as if he were desperately enduring some unseen agony. He lowered his gaze and began to tidy his workspace, reminding Loia, "You are still lacking one vital component, a part of the impersonator." "I am aware of that. I've been prepared," Loia replied, retrieving a strand of hair from her bag. Although her skills in potion-making were lacking, she recalled from the films that Hermione had once brewed the polyjuice potion and knew that the hair of the impersonator was essential for the elixir. "Aren't you curious as to what I need the polyjuice potion for?" she inquired, a playful glint in her eyes as if to challenge him. "Are you not worried I might misuse it?" Snape regarded her silently for a long while. until his deep voice finally broke the stillness. If I were to ask, would you tell? Of course not, she replied. Snape understood her far better than she had ever anticipated. Loyal took the potion provided by Snape and turned to leave. As Snape tidied up the table, he observed her figure and earnestly cautioned, do not engage in perilous endeavors. Very well, very well. I have no intention of doing anything dangerous, she replied, for she merely intended to attend to a matter in the Muggle world. After Loya departed, Snape could no longer contain himself. Beads of perspiration formed on his forehead as he clutched the edge of the table with great effort. He loosened his robe, revealing a wound on his abdomen that, though previously healed, now gaped grotesquely and bled profusely. The horrifying injury was surrounded by terrifying patterns of dark magic. When Voldemort had exerted control over Loya, a cruel curse had been inscribed upon his wound through her as a conduit. Even though the wound had ostensibly healed, the curse would manifest whenever Loya approached him, causing the injury to slowly reopen from within. As long as she was within close proximity, he would even be forced to relive the excruciating sensation of the wound being pierced anew. Seated on the sofa, Snape stared intently at the flickering flames in the fireplace. The prudent course of action would have been to seclude himself in his study, avoiding Loya and maintaining a safe distance until he could discover a means to lift the curse. He should not have allowed her entry today. Yet, upon hearing her knock and the sound of her voice, he found himself irresistibly compelled to catch a glimpse of her. Perhaps he ought to be grateful for his habitual attire of dark robes. Even as blood stained his garments, it would be difficult for others to discern the truth. Loya arrived at the humble abode, dragging her suitcase behind her. Mrs. Weasley, clad in a floral apron, greeted her warmly with an embrace. My dear, I am absolutely delighted to see you, she exclaimed, ushering Loya into the house. As Loya removed her coat, she revealed that she had deliberately donned the sweater hand-knitted by Mrs. Weasley. With a beaming smile, Mrs. Weasley appraised Loya from head to toe, noting that she had grown noticeably taller and looked even more adorable in the sweater crafted with love. Initially, Mrs. Weasley had harbored deep reservations upon learning that Dumbledore had appointed Snape as Loya's temporary guardian. How could an unmarried man without children possibly care for a little girl? She had even discussed with Mr. Weasley the possibility of approaching Dumbledore to propose that Loya be fostered at their home instead. They had ample experience in child-rearing and, moreover, Loya would be accompanied by playmates her own age, which would surely be preferable to living with a perpetually brooding middle-aged man. However, it now appeared that her worries were unfounded. Snape had proven to be quite capable in his role, taking excellent care of her. Loya found it difficult to comprehend why everyone harbored such misconceptions about Snape. Beneath that icy visage, which seemed to repel all who approached, he was, in fact, quite amiable. As her temporary guardian, he had never skimped on her needs. She had access to the finest and most luxurious of possessions. When Snape accompanied her to Diagon Alley to procure school supplies, he was even mistaken by Madame Malkin for a butler escorting a young lady of noble birth. Mrs. Weasley busied herself in the kitchen for a while before emerging with several plates of delectable dishes. She generously piled Loya's plate high with cake and pastries, her enthusiasm overwhelming the girl. Glancing at the clock, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed softly, "Oh, is it that time already?" Realizing the imminent start of Lockhart's book signing event, she hurriedly removed her apron. "My dear Loya, you stay here for now. Fred, George, and Ron will keep you company." With that, she took Ginny's hand and rushed through the fireplace to join the queue in Diagon Alley. Left in the burrow were Loya, the twins, and Ron. Fred, chewing on a pastry, remarked, "My mum is an ardent fan of Lockhart. It will be quite a while before she returns from the signing." George chimed in, "We have ample time. Let us make our move." Loya nodded, situated in Ginny's room, as she retrieved the polyjuice potion from her suitcase. She added the hair she had collected from the Transfiguration classroom into the concoction and consumed it in one swift motion. The effects of the potion manifested swiftly. She grimaced at her reflection, replicating Professor McGonagall's irate expression with remarkable accuracy. Afterward, she changed into Muggle attire from her suitcase. As Loya emerged from the room, bearing the visage of Professor McGonagall, Ron nearly choked on his sandwich in disbelief. After regaining his composure, he exclaimed, "Loya, how did you transform into Professor McGonagall?" Fred and George, in jest, mimicked her voice, declaring, "No flying on broomsticks in the castle. 10 points from Gryffindor." A shiver ran down Ron's spine. The twins, reveling in their mischief, produced 2 small vials containing potions that were decidedly not polyjuice potion. With a proud shake of the bottles, they announced, "Our latest invention. An aging potion." We discovered it in a notebook belonging to someone named Ailey in the library. Loya recalled the scene from the film where the twins consumed an age-enhancing potion, transforming into elderly gentlemen. With genuine concern, she urged them. It would be wise to refrain from drinking that potion. Its effects may not be as favorable as anticipated. Fred and George exchanged glances, chuckling mischievously. It's precisely the failures that excite us. The twins raised the vial and gulped it down in unison. A loud explosion echoed, and the two of them morphed into elderly men, their faces adorned with bushy white beards. Loya had expected that they would engage in a brawl like the characters in a movie, transforming into old men due to a failed potion. However, to his surprise, the two individuals were instead quite pleased as they stroked their beards. Marvelous. What a success. The wrinkles on my face surpass even those of Dumbledore, making me an ideal candidate for a new anti-aging product. Curious, Loya tugged at Fred's beard, holding a long strand of white hair in her hand. To her astonishment, it was indeed real hair. How wondrous. Fred dramatically lamented, "You have pulled my beard. You must take responsibility." Meanwhile, Ron, munching on a ham sandwich, looked on in confusion. Loya and the twins were preparing to leave their humble abode when the resentful voice of Ron, feeling neglected, echoed behind them. "Where are you going?" "Why not take me along?" Fred replied, "You stay back to guard the house." Ron protested, "That's not fair. I'm your brother." George quipped, "Then you should definitely stay to watch over the house." In Little Whinging, Surrey, at number 4, Privet Drive, another quarrel erupted at the Dursley dining table. Uncle Vernon cursed at Harry, "You little brat, I'll lock you away, and you can forget about returning to school. If you use magic to escape, they will surely expel you." Accompanied by Aunt Petunia and Dudley's mocking laughter, Harry's spell book, wand, ropes, and the Firebolt 2001 that Loya had gifted him were all locked away by Uncle Vernon in the small, dark cupboard under the stairs. Harry was locked in his room, with iron bars installed on the window by Uncle Vernon. The Dursleys only provided him with scraps of leftover food each day, and Harry had to share his meager meals with Hedwig, who was caged. Once, he had managed to let Hedwig out to send letters to Loya while Aunt Petunia napped. But now Hedwig was confined as well, preventing him from corresponding with Loya. Their communication had been his only solace in a world of solitude. Though he noticed Loya's replies becoming increasingly brief, eventually reduced to mere words, Harry lay on his bed, repeatedly reading the 6 words on the envelope. Read, safe. Do not worry. He couldn't help but wonder if Loya's replies to that third-year Hufflepuff would also be just a few words. In the Gryffindor common room, he often overheard girls whispering about Cedric, the finest student from Hufflepuff, pursuing Loya. He felt as though something was quietly slipping away from him. Lost in thought, Harry gazed at the sky beyond the bars of his window, uncertain how much longer he would be confined. Suddenly, he heard a knock from the hallway below. He jumped off the bed and leaned out the window to look down. To his astonishment, he spotted Professor McGonagall dressed in Muggle attire. Following her were 2 fidgety old men with white beards. Clad in black, carrying briefcases, and wearing sunglasses, they bore no resemblance to typical elderly individuals. Instead, they appeared reminiscent of secret agents from television. When Aunt Petunia opened the door, she was greeted by the audacious Fred and George, sporting sunglasses, who confidently announced, "This is our Children's Protection Association president, Professor McGonagall, and we are her secretaries." Loya, suppressing her voice to mimic that of an elderly man, greeted them, "Greetings. I am the president of the British Children's Protection Association. An anonymous report has been made against you for the ongoing abuse of children." Transformed into Professor McGonagall by a concoction, Loya sat upright upon the sofa, her hands elegantly clasped upon her lap. She presented the couple, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, with a forged identification from the Children's Protection Association. Vernon, filled with trepidation, anxiously wiped the cold sweat from his brow. In a formal and serious tone, Loya stated, "Someone has anonymously reported that you and your wife have been consistently abusing Mr. Potter and threatening his safety. This must be a malicious accusation against us. We are a kind family. How could we ever mistreat Harry? His parents perished in a car accident, and we have been caring for him ever since. Harry is ever so grateful to us." Petunia exclaimed in exasperation. "Indeed, that boy has been quite harmonious in our company." Vernon added, stiffly nodding in agreement with Petunia's words. Loya let out a soft hum. "In light of this, we must arrange a meeting with Mr. Potter." Vernon and Petunia exchanged furtive glances filled with trepidation. Petunia had never anticipated a visit from the Child Protection Agency. They had locked Harry away in the small room upstairs, and should he be discovered, it would confirm the reality of their abuse towards him. "He has gone to school," Petunia stammered in a flustered manner, her words riddled with inconsistencies. Loya chuckled lightly. Are you jesting? It is currently a holiday. I truly lament the state of your memory. Since you refuse to cooperate, we shall proceed with our visit independently. Loya rose to her feet and made her way swiftly to the second floor. Penny and Vernon desperately tried to obstruct her. But flanked by two robust elderly gentlemen with white beards, she effortlessly pushed them aside. Now, she stood before the room where Harry was confined. Vernon's expression was grim as he resignedly unlocked the door. Loya entered, finding Harry standing at the doorway, clad in ill-fitting old trousers belonging to Dudley, the hems trailing on the floor. Hedwig was also confined within her cage. Loya furrowed her brows as she gazed at the Dursleys. Is this truly how you care for a child? You have imprisoned him? She then picked up the bowl from the table, discovering only a few wilted leaves of vegetables in the remaining soup. You have the audacity to serve the poor Mr. Potter such meager scraps? Loya endeavored to convey her indignation, her tone exaggerated. The truth was evident, leaving Vernon and Petunia at a loss for words. The British Children's Charitable Association provides social relief to orphans every month. Is this how you administer Mr. Potter's assistance? Loya cast a piercing glare at Dursley, who was still indulging in cake, his corpulent form spilling over the sides of his chair. Or perhaps Mr. Potter's welfare funds have been misappropriated by you for the benefit of others? Dursley trembled under her fierce gaze, toppling from his seat and cowering beneath the table in fear. Our Child Protection Association will pursue criminal charges against you for child abuse, and you shall pay a dire price for your actions. Secretaries Fred and George snorted derisively. Just wait for your time in Azkaban, or rather, your impending imprisonment. Vernon's vision blurred, nearly causing him to faint. Harry noticed Professor McGonagall, clad in Muggle attire, turning to him with a playful wink. Is it Loya? Harry whispered, unable to contain his curiosity. George quickly gestured for him to remain silent. Realizing his faux pas, Harry promptly covered his mouth. Meanwhile, Petunia, pallid and trembling, pleaded, in the past, we have not cared for Harry as we should have. We implore the Child Protection Association to grant us another chance. Suddenly, Harry's stomach let out a loud growl. Loya squinted at Aunt Petunia, who hurriedly nodded and ingratiated herself, saying, I will go prepare dinner for Harry right away. After uttering this, she dashed to the kitchen, stumbling along the way. Vernon scrambled to the window, hastily removing the iron bars. Hyde was also released from his cage. Meanwhile, Loya paced back and forth in the room, searching for faults. Goodness, this lamp is so outdated that the bulb is shattered. Is this how Mr. Potter does his homework, under such dim lighting? Vernon wiped the sweat from his brow desperately. You are absolutely right. I will replace it immediately. This bed is so unstable, the bed slats as thin as paper, creaking under the slightest weight. The room even lacks a television, and the curtains are riddled with holes. You are right about everything. I shall replace them all. Vernon continued to wipe his brow, his handkerchief now soiled and stained. Before long, a sumptuous dinner was laid out before Harry. The dilapidated furniture in Harry's room had also been replaced by the furniture company. Harry stared in astonishment at the warm meal before him. He had never been allowed by the Dursleys to sit at the table for dinner before. Loya tilted her head towards Harry and placed a morsel of food onto his plate. What is it, Mr. Potter? Let us dine, she urged. Harry, with a hint of red at the corners of his eyes, gazed intently at her. The Dursleys stood trembling behind, too intimidated to take their seats, while Dudley gulped, his eyes fixated on the lavish spread before them. It was a moment where the guests feasted, while the host stood ready to serve. Fred nudged Loya gently, and upon turning, she noticed that Fred and George's white beards appeared to have shorted by a fraction. George winked at her and whispered, The aging potion's effects are about to wear off. We must hasten our departure. Loya nodded in agreement and turned to look at the Dursleys. In the future, our Child Protection Association will conduct periodic visits. Should we discover any continued acts of abuse towards Mr. Potter, we will initiate criminal proceedings against you both. Under the British Child Protection Act, you could face a minimum sentence of several years, and your child will be placed in an orphanage. Upon hearing the mention of being sent to an orphanage, Dudley let out a piercing scream, clinging to Petunia in a fit of terror. Loya cast a glance at Vernon, her voice imbued with a chilling warning. If you wish to avoid receiving a lawyer's letter at your company, it would be prudent to consider the implications of your well-known child abuse allegations. I trust you understand the necessary course of action. For those ensnared in the corporate grind, the most effective means of discipline often lies in threatening their livelihood. Vernon, trembling with fear, nodded vigorously. Loyalty had indeed contemplated the possibility of extricating Harry from the Dursleys' household. However, the pressing dilemma remained. Where would he be placed thereafter? The Weasley couple was already overwhelmed with the care of their 7 children, struggling to make ends meet. Although there were vacant rooms at Snape's abode, the notion of housing Harry in Spinner's End was fraught with complications, as Snape would undoubtedly be infuriated by the sight of that face reminiscent of James. After much deliberation, it seemed that for the time being, Harry would have to remain with the Dursleys. With Harry's situation temporarily resolved, Fred and George bid her farewell and returned to their modest dwelling. Loia spent yet another day immersed in the world of Muggles, returning to Spider's Tail Alley only on the following evening. As she entered, the house elf eagerly took her coat. Yet Loia noticed a look of turmoil upon its face, as if it bore words unspoken. The elf cast a hesitant glance towards the direction of the second floor. This particular house elf was rather timid, and sensing its unease, Loia inquired, "What troubles you? Has Professor Snape lost his temper?" The house elf quickly shook its head, for though Mr. Snape appeared fearsome, he had never raised his voice in the presence of the young lady. "After you departed yesterday afternoon, Sir has remained confined to his room ever since." And the meal sieve remained untouched at the door. Loia cast a puzzled glance towards the second floor, where Snape invariably sequestered himself in his potion-brewing chamber, neglecting even his meals. What could he possibly be preoccupied with? "I'll go take a look," Loia declared before ascending the staircase. Outside Snape's door lay an untouched dinner, a testament to his solitude. Loia rapped gently on the door, waiting for a considerable time without receiving any response. She continued to knock, pressing her ear against the door. But within, there was an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. Loia sensed something amiss. She drew her wand and tapped it lightly against the door lock. "Aladung ho," she uttered, and with a creaking sound, the door swung open. In the dimly lit room, the firewood in the hearth had long since extinguished, leaving the atmosphere cold and oppressive, tinged with the acrid scent of blood. Severus Snape sat on a long bench, his back turned towards her. Loia gazed at his silhouette, softly calling out, "Snape?" The figure on the bench showed no sign of acknowledgement. Resolutely, she approached and stood directly before him, her eyes widening in shock. Snape's head hung low, his consciousness seemingly adrift. A gruesome, gaping wound marred his abdomen, oozing crimson blood relentlessly. Scattered across the table were various hemostatic potions and bandages, alongside a bloody dagger. Could it be that a dark wizard or a Death Eater had intruded with malicious intent? Or was it possible that a Muggle's dagger had been employed in a physical assault? Such thoughts seemed utterly illogical. She quickly surveyed the surroundings. All the windows were firmly shut, bearing no signs of having been opened. Loia exclaimed in anger, "Which scoundrel did this? How dare they stab Snape? System, it was you. How could it possibly be me? System, you plunged a knife into him while being possessed by Voldemort." Ah! Loia gazed at Snape in astonishment, wondering why she had been oblivious to the fact that he had kept such secrets from her. The system revealed that, in an attempt to eradicate the curse afflicting his wound, he had resorted to a most primitive and brutal method, carving away the flesh surrounding the injury. Within Snape's potion-brewing chamber, there existed a modest yet immaculate bedroom, furnished with a single bed, a chair, and a writing desk. Loia exerted considerable effort to maneuver Snape onto the bed in the bedroom. She stood breathlessly at the bedside, feeling quite foolish for not having thought to employ the levitation charm. Loia ignited the fireplace, and as the wood crackled and burned, the room gradually became warm. On the workbench lay the blood-stained bandages and the carving knife that Severus Snape had used to tend to his own wounds. Loia retrieved the hemostatic agent along with pristine bandages and cotton. She gazed at Snape's gruesome wound, momentarily at a loss on how to proceed. He had evidently carved away the flesh from the injury, a truly ruthless act. Merely envisioning that scene caused her a pang of pain. Loia sprinkled a hemostatic powder onto Snape's wound, meticulously wrapping it with layers of bandages. Although her bandaging skills left much to be desired, at the very least, the bleeding had ceased. She pulled up a chair and settled beside Snape's bed, gazing at him as he lay in slumber. In the flickering glow of the firelight, Snape's eyes were tightly shut, his brow slightly furrowed, and his complexion as pale as parchment. Loia cradled her chin in her hands, murmuring to herself, "It turns out you are the one I have wounded. Why do you conceal this from me? Why do you persist in silently enduring everything?" A fine sheen of sweat beaded on Snape's forehead. Loia extended her hand, her palm resting gently against his forehead, and as she had anticipated, Snape was indeed burning with fever. She was about to rise and search the cabinet for a fever-reducing potion when she noticed Snape's tightly shut eyelids fluttering slightly before slowly parting. "You are awake?" Snape gradually turned his gaze in Loia's direction. The Eastern maiden, with her raven hair and dark eyes, sat at the bedside, her hands propping up her chin as she offered him a gentle smile. "You are awake?" Snape appeared momentarily bewildered. Suddenly, he pushed himself up, disregarding his injury. And with great effort, he sat upright. However, as he moved, the bandages began to seep blood once more. "Wait, don't move. I painstakingly bandaged you. And now the wound may reopen." Loia felt a chilling sensation upon her cheek. Snape's icy fingertips grazed her face. Loia lifted her gaze to the face that was so near. Snape quietly regarded her, his eyes hazy and his pupils unfocused, still enveloped in a state of confusion. When one is injured and their consciousness blurs, it is not uncommon to experience hallucinations, often envisioning the person who holds the utmost significance in their heart. Snape, peering through her eyes, saw someone else. There was no need for her to guess who that might be. Suddenly, he lost all strength, his body collapsing against hers. His forehead rested upon her shoulder, and even through the fabric, Loia could feel the heat radiating from his brow, were it not for the chair supporting them. Loia was certain that, with her slight frame, they would both tumble heavily to the ground. "Let me assist you. Please lie still while I fetch you some fever-reducing medicine." Yet, Snape remained motionless against her, leaving her unable to move. Loia found it quite strenuous to maintain her position, and she hesitated to touch Snape, fearing that she might aggravate his wounds. Just as she contemplated summoning a house elf for assistance, she noticed Snape trembling slightly. After all, during her time in the hospital, Snape had dutifully cared for her. Seeing him in such a frail and pitiable state stirred her compassion. Thus, she kindly decided to act as his temporary support. It was time to showcase her true acting prowess. Loia gently patted Snape's back, speaking in a soothing tone akin to that used for comforting the ailing. "Severus, I am Lily Evans. I did not marry James Potter, nor did I bear Harry Potter. I am sitting right here, before you." Loia felt a profound potential within himself to become an actor. As he continued his performance, Snape gradually regained his composure. "You, on the other hand, must obediently heed Lily's words and return to bed for some rest. Do you understand?" The room fell into silence, interrupted only by the sound of their breaths. She discerned that raspy, deep voice asserting its irrelevance to Lily. The chair creaked ominously, precariously losing its balance. "It is no longer a matter of relevance. We are about to topple over." With a sudden slip at the edge of the chair, they both, along with the chair, plummeted to the floor with a thud. Loia rubbed the back of her head in pain, while Snape slumped heavily against her shoulder, unconscious. After managing to return Snape to his bed, Loia approached the partition, fiddling with the myriad of bottles and jars on the potion cabinet. The names inscribed on the labels of the vials were entirely unfamiliar to her, a consequence of her inattentiveness during the regular potions class. As she rummaged through the contents haphazardly, a notebook inadvertently slipped from the cabinet and fell to the floor. Loia picked up the notebook and inadvertently flipped to the page containing a feather quill. The elegant handwriting revealed it to be Severus Snape's personal journal. Within its pages were meticulously documented details of daily wounds, the potions employed, and the progress of treatments. As she leafed through further, she discovered recipes for potions required to suppress the spread of the curse. The date marked on this page was a fortnight prior, revealing that Snape had long since discovered a method to halt the curse's advance. He had been aware of the remedy, yet chose not to employ it, instead resorting to the brutal act of excising flesh. Loia found herself utterly bewildered by the thoughts of the potion master. She perused the meticulously detailed list of ingredients before her. Despite her lackluster performance in potion making, the notes were so comprehensive that she believed she could concoct the potion by following them. First, she administered the fever-reducing potion she had discovered to Snape, then returned to her workstation. Rolling up her sleeves, Loia set the cauldron in place. She diligently read through the notes, one by one, selecting the corresponding ingredients from the cabinet to pour into the cauldron. The final line regarding the potion stated that the blood of a medium was required. However, this line had been emphatically crossed out with a quill, suggesting that the author of the note struggled to accept the necessity of the medium's blood. What is the blood of a medium? The system's voice echoed in her mind. System, to suppress the spread of the curse. The most direct method is to reverse that dark magic. Voldemort inflicted a severe injury upon you as a medium and cast the curse. So, does this mean I am the medium, and my blood is required to reverse the dark magic and halt the curse's spread? Loia meticulously examined the line that had been crossed out by Snape, which indicated the necessary dosage of blood. It was approximately half the amount typically donated during a blood donation in the Muggle world, a task that was not particularly daunting. Loia searched through the cabinet once more, yet failed to locate the medical instruments commonly used by the Muggle doctor, such as blood extraction syringes. Reluctantly, he resorted to a more primitive method, retrieving a small knife from the drawer and pressing it against his palm. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open from within. Severus leaned weakly against the door, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead and neck, his black robe hanging loosely. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld Loya brandishing the knife, poised to make a cut on his palm. A surge of alarm coursed through Severus, his eyes reflecting a flicker of panic. Loya's hand was suddenly grasped by him with considerable force. Snape lowered his brow and gazed at her, questioning, "What are you doing? Brewing potions? Is it not merely the blood of a medium that your recipe lacks? You ought to have informed me if you required my blood." Out of the corner of his eye, Snape caught sight of his notes sprawled across the table, and in an instant, he cursed himself for not having concealed them properly. "Foolishness!" Snape exclaimed, reaching out to snatch the small knife from Loya's grasp. However, he was far too weak to stand steadily, lacking any strength at all. Loya sidestepped just enough to evade his hand. "Hand over the knife," he demanded. "This is my blood. I shall decide for myself." "No," she retorted defiantly. The sharp dagger sliced deeply into her palm, and blood quickly welled from the wound, dripping from her hand into the crucible below. Snape's pupils dilated in shock as he stood frozen in place. "It is merely a drop of blood. In the Muggle world, they often donate blood. Why the fuss?" Loya gazed at Snape, who had lowered his head, the strands of his dark hair cascading down to obscure his pallid cheeks, rendering his expression indecipherable. After a prolonged silence, Snape's thin lips trembled slightly, the corners twisting into a bitter semblance of a smile. His voice bore the weight of self-mockery, tinged with an indelible sorrow. "I am unable to protect anything. This was true in the past, and it remains so in the present." The author wishes to convey a fleeting, sharp pang. It seemed as though Snape was enraged. He refused to take the potion. Remaining silent, he meticulously tended to Loya's wounded palm, yet he sat there with his head bowed, uttering not a single word. He could not fathom Loya's near self-destructive actions, and all he could do was watch helplessly, paralyzed by his inability to intervene. He internally scorned his own impotence, and a profound sense of powerlessness gradually enveloped his heart. Loya sat beside him, tugging at his sleeve and poking his arm. Yet he remained silent, not uttering a word. Could he truly be upset? It was time to put on a performance. Loya gently tugged at Snape's arm with both small hands, reminiscent of a child seeking affection. "Professor, please take your potion." Snape's fingers moved imperceptibly. He reached out to grasp Loya's freshly bandaged hand and delicately shifted it aside. "You might aggravate your injury." At last, Snape spoke, his voice hoarse yet laced with concern for Loya, even in his irritation. However, he continued to keep his head lowered, making no mention of taking the potion. Loya gazed at his pale profile, as if even her attempts at coaxing him were futile. It seemed he was genuinely angry. When gentle persuasion fails, one must resort to a firmer approach. Loya deliberately exclaimed, "If you do not take your medicine, I shall move out." Who would want to reside with someone so ailing? "Do you believe I will not pack my belongings and relocate to Aunt Harry's at this very moment?" She successfully observed Snape's body stiffen for an instant. He finally lifted his gaze, staring at her in a daze. He parted his lips, eager to utter something, yet ultimately remained silent. Loya harbored doubts about whether his performance had been overly dramatic. The room was enveloped in profound silence, with neither party uttering a word, locked in a prolonged stalemate. Had it not been for Snape succumbing to unconsciousness once more due to the resurgence of his wound, Loya would have been at a loss as to how to provoke him into taking his medicine. The concoction merely served to suppress the affliction, failing to eradicate the curse cast by Voldemort entirely. Loya heard the system proclaim that even if the wound healed, it would not be long before the curse would once again spread across the injury. System, at that time, will he have to carve out flesh again? Just the thought is pitiful. Haha. Why do I feel as if you have changed since this system awakened from its slumber? Your tone is now laced with sarcasm. System, after I recharged, I switched to a different personality. This persona of yours is truly insufferable. Perhaps you should revert to your previous self. System, very well. Loya perused the hefty tomes on the bookshelf, yet found no methods for the complete eradication of curses. She lingered by Snape's bedside, lost in thought, until the system's friendly reminder echoed in her mind. The closer you are to him, the more acute his pain becomes. Loya swiftly grasped a chair and dashed far away. To maintain her distance, she decided to leave Snape's room, gently closing the door behind her. As she descended the staircase, she muttered curses under her breath that noseless Voldemort resorts to such despicable tactics. She finally comprehended why Snape had sequestered himself in his study during the holidays. The most straightforward means to alleviate his suffering from the wounds was simply to keep a distance. Yet, What would happen when school commenced? In Hogwarts, where their paths would inevitably cross, could she truly evade attending his potions class? Such a notion seemed utterly impractical. Was there truly no way to eradicate Voldemort's curse entirely? Loya pondered as she gently pushed open the door to her bedroom. A gust of cold wind rushed in, revealing that her window had not been properly secured. The frigid air flung the window wide open, sending the curtains soaring into the air while envelopes scattered across the floor. The pristine book, which had never been opened, was abruptly unlatched at the corner of the desk, its pages rustling in the breeze. Loya hastily secured the window. She tidied up a scattered array of envelopes, returning them to their rightful place, when her attention was drawn to a leather-bound tome that lay open. It was a substantial children's edition of Celtic myths. Since Severus Snape had been appointed as Loya's temporary guardian by Dumbledore, he had made numerous preparations in advance. At that time, he knew little of Loya, mistakenly believing her disposition to be akin to that of an ordinary child. Thus, he procured a plethora of best-selling children's literature from the wizarding world to stock her bookshelf. These juvenile adaptations of mythological tales and magical biographies, both in their textual descriptions and illustrations, were decidedly simplistic, and Loya, possessing a psychological maturity beyond her years, found them utterly uninteresting. Initially, she had carelessly selected one, leafing through a few pages before discarding it onto the edge of the table, never to revisit it since. The widely circulated collection of myths in the wizarding realm lay open to a page inscribed with the bold words, "The Death of King Arthur." She lifted the book and casually skimmed the text. Arthur drew forth the Sword of Kings and, with the guidance of the great wizard Merlin, ascended to the throne. Merlin, a legendary sorcerer within the annals of wizarding lore, was revered by wizards. In a certain sense, he could be regarded as the patriarch of the wizarding community. In the realm of wizards, Loya often hears the exclamations of sorcerers, "Oh heavens! Merlin!" It feels akin to the Europeans invoking God. In illustrations, the sword of King Arthur is crafted from pure silver, its hilt adorned with rubies, reminiscent of the sword of Gryffindor. Loya once harbored doubts that the sword of Gryffindor was inspired by the legendary sword of King Arthur, drawn from the lake. In the illustrations, the red-robed wizard Merlin bestows a scabbard upon the young Arthur, cautioning him that the scabbard is far more precious than the sword itself. The bearer of the king's sword will never bleed, and he must never lose it. The scabbard is said to heal all wounds and purify all dark magic and curses. Purify all curses, Loya murmured unconsciously, leaning against the window as she continued to read. With the scabbard in his possession, King Arthur became invincible, leading the Knights of the Round Table to unify the British Isles. However, he lost the scabbard, with rumors suggesting it was stolen by a traitor. Ultimately, Arthur, bereft of the scabbard, succumbed to grievous wounds, and his kingdom fell. His body was ferried to Avalon by Merlin. Merlin, in his unwavering belief, hoped that Arthur could be resurrected. He lingered by the shores of Avalon for a millennium, aging in solitude, yet he never witnessed Arthur's rebirth. Upon reflecting on this tragic tale, Loya sighed. No matter how formidable Merlin's magic was, it could not safeguard his sovereign. He could only watch helplessly as his king perished before him. In this magical realm, Merlin may indeed exist, yet regarding Arthur, Loya felt he resembled nothing more than a mythical figure woven from fantasy. System, where there is Merlin, there is Arthur. Loya inquired with astonishment. So, the sword sheath also exists? Loya felt as though he were speaking nonsense. If such a divine artifact truly existed, its wearer would never bleed. The wizarding world would undoubtedly be engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed over the coveted scabbard of King Arthur. System, the scabbard was destroyed a millennium ago, however. Fragments of it remain, still possessing a portion of its power, capable of healing wounds and purifying all curses. Loya immediately felt invigorated. The shards of the sword sheath possessed the power to purify any curse, which meant they could eliminate the curse afflicting Snape's wound. She promptly inquired of the system, "Do you know where I can find the shards of the sword sheath?" The system responded, "Host, if I provide you with clues first, you owe me a task to be repaid in the future." "All right, I will fulfill the task. Just tell me where the shards are," she urged. "In the Nocturne Alley shop, you will naturally discover it upon your arrival," the system concluded abruptly, ending the communication. The Nocturne Alley shop was a dark magic emporium specializing in various dangerous and ominous artifacts. Since her arrival in this magical realm, she had never ventured into Nocturne Alley. How was she to reach it? She was not adept at apparition, and she was unsure if Snape's fireplace was connected to the Floo network. Not to mention that his home lacked Floo powder. A fleeting memory surfaced of a homeless wizard she had encountered on the streets of Diagon Alley. to whom she had generously given a few silver sickles. In gratitude, the wandering wizard had gifted her a tattered vanity box, claiming it was a key to both Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley. She quickly retrieved the palm-sized vanity box from her drawer. The box was quite old, its carvings nearly worn away, and inside lay 2 old wooden combs of different hues. The vagabond had not specified which comb led to Diagon Alley and which to Nocturne Alley. Thus, she decided to try them one by one. Loia grasped the crimson wooden comb, and in an instant, she felt her body being violently yanked, the ground vanishing beneath her feet. After a dizzying whirl, she found herself plummeting onto a familiar street, the comb landing beside her. Hermione, clutching a few leather-bound tomes, gazed in astonishment at Loia, who had descended from the heavens. "Loia, how did you end up here?" Loia, feeling dizzy, rose to her feet and brushed off the dust from her clothing, surveying her surroundings. She had mistakenly chosen the wrong key, which not only transported her to Diagon Alley but also led her to encounter Hermione, who had come to attend Gilderoy Lockhart's new book launch. The event had just concluded, and Gilderoy Lockhart emerged from Flourish and Blots, surrounded by a throng of witches. The crowd primarily consisted of women of Mrs. Weasley's age, each clutching copies of Lockhart's newly released books. Lockhart's face radiated a captivating smile as he gracefully waved to the witches behind him. The witches immediately erupted into a chorus of screams. The man stationed at the entrance of the Lihon bookstore, his expression weary, remarked, "Ladies, please refrain from pushing." Lockart turned and beheld a blonde maiden and a brunette standing across the street. His eyes sparkled with recognition. The golden-haired sorceress was none other than the champion of the spellcasting tournament. Lockart has uncovered the secrets of traffic. Lockart excitedly rushed to Loya's side. "Miss Grindelwald, are you here to attend the launch of my new book as well?" Loya rolled her eyes at him. Hermione, taken aback by the proximity to her idol Lockhart, felt her cheeks flush with excitement. She was so overwhelmed that her words stumbled forth. "Mr. Lockhart, I have read your book on wandering with werewolves and conjuring magic alongside giants." Lockart had no time to attend to Hermione before him. Loya was the true key to his popularity. Lockart turned to the crowd and excitedly announced, "This young lady is the champion of the Hogwarts Spell Championship. Although she arrived late and missed the press conference, I am honored to present her with my entire collection of limited edition works." The crowd erupted once more into applause and cheers. Lockart did not afford Loya a moment to speak, abruptly thrusting an entire set of limited edition books into Loya's hands. Lockart once again drew Loya close, his hand resting lightly upon her shoulder as he beamed at the camera with a radiant smile. He muttered to himself, filled with exuberance, "A photograph with the champion of the Spellcasting League. Surely, I shall grace the front page once more." A few reporters from the Daily Prophet jostled the dissenting journalist aside, fervently clicking their shutters, unleashing plumes of purple smoke from their cameras. Loya turned to Lockart and stated directly, "Sir, you have misunderstood. First, I do not know you, nor have I read your works. Second, I am not here to attend your book launch. And third, I have no interest in your book whatsoever." Lockart was unexpectedly struck by a triple blow, leaving him taken aback. He cleared his throat softly and swiftly sought to smooth over the situation. Lockhart reattached the dazzling smile that captivated and drove middle-aged women into a frenzy, revealing a row of sparkling teeth. "The Miss of the Charm League has turned shy. Come, allow me to sign for you." The witches cast envious glances at Loya, leaving her with an uncomfortable shiver. After a brief moment, Lockhart finally departed from Diagon Alley, surrounded by the throng of witches. Loya has finally found a moment of tranquility. As soon as Lockhart departed, Loya disdainfully discarded his limited edition books into the trash, treating them as if they were refuse. Hermione frowned, expressing her discontent. "Loya, how could you throw away Mr. Lockhart's works?" To which Loya retorted, "Because he is nothing but a charlatan." Several middle-aged witches, who had failed to procure Lockhart's new book, rushed towards the bin, clawing at each other in a frenzied competition for his discarded writings. A chill ran down Loya's spine. He had not anticipated that the fervor for celebrities within the wizarding world surpassed that of the Muggle realm. "Want it not to speak ill of him, Mr. Lockhart has been honored 5 times with the Most Charming Smile Award by the Wizarding Weekly, and his autobiography has graced the bestseller list of the Prophecies Daily for an astonishing 27 consecutive weeks." Hermione clutched her complete collection of Lockhart's works as if they were rare treasures, fearing that Loya might snatch them from her embrace and cast them into the refuse. Loya had no intention of revealing to Hermione that Lockhart was nothing but a charlatan. At present, Hermione was an unwavering devotee of Lockhart, and no matter what Loya said, she would remain oblivious to the truth. Moreover, Further discussion seemed futile. Time would inevitably unveil everything, and Lockhart's deception would soon be exposed. I intend to visit Nocturne Alley. It is only by misplacing the door key that one can be transported there. Nocturne Alley? Loya, what purpose do you have for going there? To procure some items from Borgin and Burke's. I've heard that Nocturne Alley is home to many malevolent dark wizards. It is perilous for you to go alone. I shall accompany you. Loya was acutely aware that Nocturne Alley was a perilous district rife with dark magic, perpetually shrouded in gloom and chill. A place most wizards held in disdain. She had prepared meticulously, equipped with 2 wands to defend herself against any assailant. In truth, she harbored reservations about Hermione accompanying her to this potentially treacherous locale. However, the bold nature of Gryffindors compelled them to stand resolutely by the side of their friends. Thus, the ever-determined Hermione insisted on joining her, despite having never ventured into Nocturne Alley before. After numerous futile attempts to dissuade her, Loia reluctantly retrieved a second key from her cosmetics case, a black wooden comb. Grasping the comb together, their surroundings swirled in a dizzying vortex, and they landed in a narrow, filthy alleyway. The sky above Nocturne Alley was perpetually cloaked in somber clouds, with sunlight seemingly banished from this place. Contrary to cinematic portrayals, the alley was astonishingly vast. And after several aimless circles, they still could not locate Borgin and Burke's. A biting wind assaulted them, and despite their thick garments, the girls' faces were flushed with cold. Hermione suggested they seek refuge in a nearby pub for a warm drink, to which Loya readily acquiesced. The pub was teeming with patrons, the atmosphere rife with noise. And as they navigated through the crowd, they occasionally caught the unfriendly gazes of dark wizards assessing them. After a considerable struggle, they finally found an unoccupied corner table. A young server approached them, politely inquiring about their desires. 2 butterbeers, please. Given your ages, butterbeer may not be suitable. We also have a variety of fruit juices available. Loya sensed that the voice was not unfamiliar. It bore a hint of familiarity. When she lifted her gaze, she beheld Terence Higgs, the Slytherin Seeker, balancing a tray. Terence, equally astonished, stared at them with a look of utter disbelief. The Slytherin Seeker, Terence, was actually working at a pub in Nocturne Alley. Loya once believed that the majority of Slytherins hailed from noble lineage. Terence's countenance revealed no sign of embarrassment at being discovered as a nobleman toiling for a living. He appeared largely indifferent to the perceptions of others, his gaze fixating on 2 Gryffindor girls. While he did not recognize the brown-haired Gryffindor, the renowned blonde, blue-eyed Loya Grindelwald was a household name among Slytherins, notorious for being at the top of their blacklist. Several Slytherins had felt the wrath of her fists, and their house cup aspirations had been extinguished at her hands. She had even become a veritable nightmare for Slytherin, inciting loathing among her peers. Yet Terence stood out as one of the rare few devoid of the customary arrogance associated with Slytherin. He was polite, disinclined to instigate trouble, and refrained from employing underhanded tactics against others. Despite the deep-seated enmity between Loya and his house, he bore her no ill will. However, upon noticing that the 2 first-year girls had ventured to Nocturne Alley unaccompanied by any adult, he expressed his concern with a furrowed brow. You came to Nocturne Alley by yourselves? Hermione, who held little regard for the Slytherins who mocked her as a mudblood, shot Terence a glare. Aren't you also in Nocturne Alley? I am 5 years your senior, and I have worked here for several years. He turned to Loya, his tone turning earnest. There have been gatherings of dark wizards in Nocturne Alley lately. The frequency of their comings and goings has increased. This place is perilous, certainly not suitable for first years like you. We're trying to get to Borgin and Burke's, but we can't seem to find it, she replied. After a moment of contemplation, Terence, clearly troubled, conceded, Very well. I shall guide you there shortly. Just remember to leave Nocturne Alley promptly after your shopping. He cast a glance towards the bar, where the acerbic proprietress regarded him with suspicion, believing him to be idling away his time in idle chatter with patrons. Realizing he needed to hasten, Terence urged, quickly now. What do you need? I can't afford to linger too long. The boss thinks I'm slacking off and will surely reprimand me. 2 bottles of butterbeer, please, Loya replied. Miss Grindelwald, spare me, Terence implored. If Professor Snape learns that I dared to serve you butterbeer, I might as well bid farewell to passing my potions class next year. I won't tell anyone, Loya replied with a sincere wink. Reluctantly, Terence nodded in acquiescence. The Higgs family had once been a pureblood aristocracy, but by Terence's father's generation, their fortunes had waned, and the Higgs family was no longer acknowledged by the noble class. He soon returned with 2 steaming cups of butterbeer, now dressed in his everyday attire. Loya was experiencing her first earnest examination of the appearance and physique of the other. Terence, a 6th grader, towered over them by nearly 2 heads, his stature regal and his countenance undeniably handsome. Hailing from a family of fallen aristocracy, Terence possessed an innate quality devoid of the haughty demeanor often associated with pure-blooded nobility. Instead, he exuded a refreshing aura of cleanliness. After a considerable struggle, I managed to secure a 5-minute reprieve from the acerbic landlady. I will escort you to the Borgin and Burke's shop. But he turned to Loya, speaking earnestly, Miss Grindelwald. You must promise me to leave promptly after your purchases and refrain from loitering in the alley. Should anything untoward befall you, and if Headmaster Snape discovers I am nearby, my hopes for graduation would be irrevocably dashed. The group exited the pub, with Loya and Hermione trailing behind Terence, navigating through the intricate maze of alleys. Occasionally, they encountered disheveled beggar wizards leaning against the walls, begging for alms. Before long, they arrived at the Borgin and Burke's magic shop. An elegantly poised man with resplendent golden hair was pushing open the shop door when Loya inadvertently collided with him. The snake-headed cane in the man's hand struck the platinum-haired figure following closely behind. Malfoy winced in pain, cursing the careless individual who dared to bump into him and his father. Damn it, are you blind? He began, but upon realizing it was Loya standing before him, he hastily swallowed the latter part of his retort. Lucius rested his cane upon Malfoy's shoulder, his brow slightly furrowed as he remarked, Draco, one must exhibit a modicum of courtesy when addressing a lady. Malfoy's voice carried a note of grievance. I did not realize it was Loya. Loya cast a glance at Lucius, suspecting that the Ministry of Magic had recently intensified its raids, prompting him to visit the Borgin and Burke's shop to deal with items detrimental to his interests. Are you Miss Grindelwald? Draco had spoken of you frequently. Lucius maintained his faint smile, wielding his serpent-headed wand, exuding an air of aristocracy with every gesture. The mention by his father brought a pleased smile to Malfoy's lips. Lucius introduced himself succinctly. Lucius Malfoy. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Loya returned a polite smile. Malfoy could not help but lean closer and inquire, Loya, what brings you to Nocturne Alley? Under Lucius's scrutinizing gaze, Loya endeavored to present herself in a manner befitting a child of her age. Miss Grindelwald. If I may be so bold, this is not a suitable place for lingering. Loya undoubtedly comprehended the underlying implication in Lucius's words. He was cautioning her that Nocturne Alley was far from a safe haven. Terence, displaying utmost politeness, remarked, I shall escort them away from Nocturne Alley shortly. Lucius cast a fleeting glance at Terence and Hermione before diverting his gaze. Unlike his earlier demeanor towards Loya, a flicker of disdain for the fallen nobility and muggles crossed his eyes, though he masked it quite adeptly. Malfoy shot a glare at the upperclassman from Slytherin, questioning why Loya had chosen to accompany him. Lucius then produced a gilded invitation, extending it to Loya. Miss Grindelwald, the Malfoy Manor always welcomes you. Loya gracefully accepted the invitation, and Lucius, as if recalling something, gazed at Loya with a contemplative expression and inquired, Miss Grindelwald, have we met before? Your voice seems remarkably familiar. Indeed, we have, she replied. You were exposed by her when you registered the younger students in Slytherin. Loya innocently blinked her eyes. Lucius nodded in understanding, realizing that he had perhaps been overly cautious. Malfoy appeared eager to converse with Loya, yet Lucius's gaze urged him. As if there were matters he needed to impart, he turned with Malfoy and departed from Nocturne Alley. Along the way, Lucius's expression was solemn as he caressed his serpent-headed wand. Draco, as a worthy Malfoy, you ought to comprehend the necessity of securing greater advantages for our family. Cultivating a favorable relationship with Miss Grindelwald is imperative, for my status is ill-suited for such endeavors. Father, Loya is my friend. Malfoy could not accept his father's words. For the first time, he lifted his gaze to meet his father's eyes. Lucius snorted lightly, asserting that within pure-blood families, only interests mattered. From the moment Lucius laid eyes on Loya, his mind was calculating with fervor. You must learn to secure a retreat for yourself, should that gentleman fall from grace. Grindelwald's heir will become the second faction we align with. Terence anxiously glanced at the time. Oh no, I'm running out of time. The boss only granted me a 5-minute break. I must return to the bar. You all should purchase what you need and hastily leave Nocturne Alley. I cannot escort you back. You have the key to the exit, do you not? Loya nodded in response. After discovering the fragments of the sword sheath in the shop, she planned to return to Diagon Alley directly with Hermione, using the door key. Terence hurriedly made his way back to the pub. Loya and Hermione pushed open the door to Borgin and Burke's. Inside, the cabinets displayed a grotesque assortment of withered human hands, an array of skeletal remains, blood-stained cards, and a lifeless glass eye. Hermione, suppressing the tumult of nausea within her, frowned and uncomfortably remarked, "Loya, I shall wait for you outside." A hunched, greasy-haired man emerged from behind the counter. Mr. Borkin, with a voice as slick as his hair, greeted them with insincere charm. "Welcome. I am the proprietor of Borkin and Burke's. How may I assist you? We have just received a fresh batch of shrunken heads at very reasonable prices. I can offer you a discount." Loya expressed her desire to browse casually. Upon stepping into the shop, she noticed an arrow manifesting before her eyes, visible only to her. Was this a cue from the system? Following the direction indicated by the arrow, she approached a small wooden box, coated in dust, resting on the shelf. Inside the box lay a metal fragment, wrapped in tattered red cloth, emanating a faint glow. As her fingertips brushed against the fragment, an ethereal whisper resonated in her ears. A voice that repeatedly intoned, "The sheath is more precious than the sword itself. You must not lose it." Loya can now ascertain with certainty that this is indeed a genuine fragment of the legendary sword sheath of King Arthur. The sounds she hears are the echoes of Merlin's memories embedded within the shard of the sheath. With the acquisition of this fragment, she can purify the curse afflicting Snape's wounds, allowing the heavy burden that is weighed upon her heart to finally be lifted. Loya placed the wooden box upon the counter. Met by Mr. Bokin's incredulous gaze. This artifact had languished in the shop for decades. It was unearthed by his grandfather in a Cornish cemetery. Claimed to be fragments of the legendary sword sheath of King Arthur, which he treasured as a prized possession. The black wizards who frequented the establishment scoffed at the notion. For no one believed in the existence of the mythical King Arthur, resulting in the dust-laden fragments remaining unsold for years, even at a discount. Now, it appeared he had finally encountered an individual with discerning taste, and he was determined to capitalize on this opportunity. Loya had misplaced several gold galleons upon the counter. Mr. Bokin displayed a shifty demeanor, feigning difficulty as he shook his head. Not sufficient. Loya placed a pouch of gold galleons atop the counter, anticipating that Mr. Bokin would continue to haggle with her. However, Mr. Bokin's avaricious gaze fixated on a small segment of wand protruding from her outer pocket. "I require that one of yours in exchange," he declared, his eyes glinting with greed. Loya reflexively tightened her grip on the silver wand, a precious gift from Dumbledore himself. This wand, once utilized during Dumbledore's student days, held immense collectible value, and she found it difficult to part with. Mr. Bokin pointed to another wand, expressing his desire for the green one. It turned out he sought the wand crafted from vertebrae. Loya hesitated for a moment. After all, it was her first wand, imbued with significant sentimental value. Moreover, one of the prerequisites for successfully casting the unforgivable curse is the presence of a malicious intent to kill. Loya sought to maximize the potency of the unforgivable curse, an endeavor that was inextricably linked to the sinister Spine-Bone wand. Should she exchange the Spine-Bone wand? Wielding Dumbledore's wand to cast the unforgivable curse might not pose a lethal threat to her adversaries. Yet, the image of Snape's frailty gnawed at her resolve, prompting her to bite her lip. If she were compelled to make a choice, it appeared that Mr. Bokin harbored a keen interest in the Spine-Bone wand. Unable to restrain himself as he rubbed his greasy hands together, saliva nearly escaping his lips, Loya, with a grim expression, retorted vehemently, "You, an old man in your twilight years, what do you want with a young girl's wand? Do you have a fetish? Are you psychologically disturbed?" Mr. Bokin's lips twitched as the loose flesh on his face trembled awkwardly. A few newly entered patrons, resembling more of a perverse caricature than anything else, cast disdainful glances at the shopkeeper upon hearing the term fetish. Mr. Bokin, incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at Loya, spitting words in a flurry. "Even if you are a customer, you cannot unjustly tarnish my reputation." Loya swiftly dodged to avoid the spittle that Mr. Bokin expelled from his mouth. In a fit of exasperation, Mr. Bokin conceded, exclaiming, 200 gold crowns. Loya rummaged through her purse, only to realize, to her dismay, that she was short of 50 gold gallons. The astute Mr. Bokin noticed her predicament regarding the insufficient funds. Not even a single gold gallon could be spared. A promissory note would not suffice. Loya pondered whether to borrow some galleons from Hermione, but when she turned to look out the window, she realized that Hermione had long since departed from the shop's entrance, leaving her uncertain of her whereabouts. Moreover, it was doubtful that Hermione would carry such a substantial sum with her. Mr. Bokin snatched the small wooden box containing the fragments of the sword sheath from Loya's hands and deliberately remarked, "We are about to close. You should leave." After speaking, he made a gesture urging her to hurry along. Loya was engulfed in a cloud of frustration, her heart weighed down by a restless agitation. The urgency to tend to Snape's cursed wounds gnawed at her, The mere thought of his torment under the malevolent spell stirred a profound discomfort within her. Meanwhile, Mr. Boggins reveled in his arrogance, arms crossed and a sinister grin plastered across his face. Loya could no longer contain herself and gritted her teeth as she exclaimed, "Are you closing up shop in broad daylight? Are you in such a hurry to return to tend to your father's grave?" Mr. Boken looked at Loya with disbelief. "How do you know that my father's coffin has just been laid to rest, awaiting the rituals? At such a tender age, you possess the ability to perceive the unseen?" Loya steeled her resolve and, with a sharp sound, placed the spine wand upon the counter. The remaining 50 galleons would serve as a temporary pledge for this wand. Lacking the spine wand, she still had the water prison and fire shield for protection in the interim. Mr. Boken revealed a sly grin, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Listen," she said, "I require a written acknowledgement. I shall return within 3 days to reclaim it. Should you sell my wand to another before the redemption date?" Loya narrowed her eyes, emanating a menacing aura. "Will you choose to have 10 sniffers thrown into your shop, or shall I set your establishment ablaze with a blue flame? The choice is yours." Mr. Boken's smile faltered, his face betraying a sheen of nervous perspiration as he wiped his brow. Reluctantly, he pinned his name on the document. Surrendering the wooden box back to Loya, she tucked the box into her pocket and stepped outside, where Hermione was approaching from another street. "Hermione, let us return to Diagon Alley now." Loya produced a crimson wooden comb, but Hermione promptly intervened. The dark wizards passing by cast malevolent glances at her as she emerged from the Borgin and Burke's shop, their intentions unmistakably sinister, resembling a prelude to robbery. With a multitude of dark wizards surrounding them, Hermione urged, "Let us retreat into that alley and use the portkey." With that, she grasped Loya's hand and led her into the narrow passageway. Loya followed her through one secluded alley after another. Loya vaguely sensed that Hermione seemed quite familiar with the paths of this place. Observing the emptiness of Hermione's hands, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "Hermione, what of your idol Lockhart's limited edition new book? It's rather cold, and my hands are a bit numb, so I left it in a nearby shop," Hermione replied. "You cherish Lockhart's works so dearly, keeping them closed throughout the day, even clutching them tightly while sipping butterbeer. How could you bear to part with it now?" Loya continued, noticing Hermione had paused in her steps. "Moreover, given that this is your first visit to Nocturne Alley, one must wonder how you have become so acquainted with it," she added. Hermione stood silently with her back turned for quite some time, not uttering a word. An eerie silence enveloped the two, and a sense of impending danger surged within Loya. At their feet, a homeless wizard huddled against the wall, his head lowered as he snored softly. Loya swiftly tossed the key to the wooden box and a gold galleon to the wandering wizard. "Deliver the box to 19 Spider's Tail Alley, and do so immediately." Despite their disheveled and filthy appearances, these itinerant wizards were notably efficient in their errands and refrained from asking unnecessary questions. The startled wizard wasted no time. Upon receiving the items and the galleon, he promptly vanished from sight. A chilling breeze swept by, prompting Hermione to turn her head and irritably twirl her fingers around her neck. Loya observed that the skin on her hands was coarse and dark, entirely unlike that of a blossoming young maiden. Loya swiftly drew her wand and collapsed to the ground. Hermione's body was forcefully slammed against the wall, sliding down in a disheveled manner. She struggled to her feet, her visage undergoing a grotesque transformation. Her skin became coarse and dark, and her face was infested with a multitude of festering boils, gradually morphing her into a fearsome dark wizard. A sinister smirk crept across the dark wizard's lips. "Have you actually seen through my ruse? Quite astute of you. This damned polyjuice potion lasted only a fleeting moment. I had hoped to lead you into a trap." Aware of the villain's incessant chatter, Loya denied him the opportunity to finish his monologue. A green light burst forth from her wand, launching a piercing curse. The dark wizard was caught off guard by the sudden assault. He barely had time to draw his wand before the green light struck his chest, eliciting a scream as his body convulsed uncontrollably. However, the excruciating curse abruptly ceased, granting the dark wizard a momentary reprieve from the agonizing pain. Loya glanced at the wand in his hand. Indeed, without the malevolent intent of lethal malice, its capacity for excruciating harm was significantly diminished, and the spell faltered after only a brief moment. However, it was sufficient to incapacitate the creature on the ground, leaving it in pain and unable to rise for a considerable time. Loya gripped her wand, advancing steadily towards the dark sorcerer, who staggered backward in a desperate attempt to escape. For a fleeting moment, Loya felt as though she embodied a malevolence even greater than that of the villain before her. Loya gazed at him with an icy demeanor. Where have you taken Hermione? The dark wizard swallowed hard in fear and shouted towards the alleyway. Damn it. This girl is a dark witch. Fenrir Greyback, hurry and save me. The sound of footsteps echoed from the depths of the alley, growing ever closer, until a menacing figure emerged, carrying the unconscious Hermione over his shoulder. Greyback pointed his wand menacingly at Hermione's head, issuing a chilling threat. You little brat. Lay down your wand and surrender peacefully, or I shall take her life. Loia scrutinized him for a moment. Recalling the name Fenrir Greyback, a vicious werewolf known for his sadistic pleasure in tearing apart children. The alliance between werewolves and dark wizards surely hinted at a nefarious scheme. The tip of Loya's wand was directed towards the throat of the dark wizard on the ground as she calmly proclaimed, If you do not release Hermione, I shall pierce your very soul and render you to a fate worse than death. Ironically, the one who was supposed to be intimidating found himself threatened instead. A surge of rage filled Greybuck's mind, and he retorted fiercely, Is this how Hogwarts educates its students? You speak of piercing the heart as if it were a mere triviality. Stunned into silence by Loya's succinct response, Greybuck was left momentarily speechless. You wretched girl. Go ahead and bring about his demise. He spat. Greybuck, you are utterly outrageous. Do you intend to hoard both rewards for yourself? Greybuck's wand was pointed menacingly at Hermione's head. Loya's wand was poised against the throat of Greybuck's dark wizard accomplice. Both parties stood locked in a stalemate, neither willing to yield. The dark wizard, his face contorted in agony from the lingering, excruciating pain, muttered to himself that mudblood drank the potion and soon fell unconscious. Why are you still standing? What does it mean? What potion did she consume? Loya's mind raced as she suddenly felt her arm losing sensation, her hand uncontrollably trembling, nearly dropping her wand. Her pupils dilated in shock. Butterbeer? A wave of dizziness washed over her legs betraying her as she struggled to remain upright. The dark wizard's malicious, piercing laughter echoed through the filthy, shadowy alley. She staggered a few steps, her balance faltering, and as her vision swayed, consciousness slipped into darkness. The dark wizard picked up her wand, inspecting it as if it could fetch a handsome price before pocketing it. Greybuck crouched down, gripping her chin with force, leaving red marks on her alabaster skin, and smacked his lips. Such a pretty face, a pity to sell her to that old hag. In an instant, a spell whizzed past his ear, and Greybuck clutched his smoking ear. More spells shot from the same direction, forcing Greybuck to retreat a few steps, distancing himself from Loya. Terence emerged from the alley, clutching his wand tightly. A Slytherin, he was compelled to muster courage to step forward, driven by the subconscious fear of their headmaster being more terrifying than the dark wizard or a werewolf. He endeavored to calm himself. Assessing the situation, 2 adult dark wizards and a werewolf faced him. The distant brown-haired Gryffindor was beyond his help. However, Miss Grindelwald was merely a few meters away. As long as he could keep casting spells to push back the 2 adversaries and create distance, he could escape with Miss Grindelwald through the back alley using the key. With this plan in mind, Terence prepared to cast a spell. Suddenly, a flash of red light zipped past him, disarming his wand. Terence gasped, disbelief washing over him as he turned to see another dark wizard blocking his path. 2 of them. Did they have an accomplice? They were surrounded. Loya slowly opened her eyes, only to be greeted by the pervasive darkness that enveloped her surroundings. She soon realized that she found herself in a chamber reminiscent of a basement, imbued with a dismal and eerie atmosphere, accompanied by the scent of damp decay. Rather than a mere cellar, this room bore the hallmarks of a dungeon. As she propped herself up, her hand inadvertently brushed against the unconscious form of Hermione nearby. Not only Hermione, but also Terence lay collapsed against the wall, while several others were strewn about the dungeon in various positions. Loya was momentarily bewildered, struggling to recall how she and Hermione had been captured by werewolves and dark wizards, and how Terence had also fallen into their clutches. The wound on Terence's forehead was particularly conspicuous. Fortunately, the blood had coagulated, preventing further bleeding. Dim moonlight filtered through the clouds, with the scant illumination entering through a small window barred with iron, allowing her to perceive her surroundings. In the far corner of the dungeon, several children of similar age to them were huddled together. Each appeared gaunt and emaciated, their bony wrists deformed by heavy shackles, while festering sores had even attracted maggots. Their vacant stares and expressionless faces revealed no acknowledgement of Loya and her companion's presence. It was evident that these individuals had been confined in the dungeon for an extended period. Loya was in a state of bewilderment. They had fallen into the hands of human traffickers within the realm of wizards. A man clad in tattered robes arrived at number 19, Spidertail Alley. His entire appearance was disheveled, his dusty coat enveloping him tightly, revealing only his nose and eyes. The wandering wizard rapped on the door. presenting a small wooden box entrusted to him by his employer to the house elf who answered the call. "A little girl sent me here," he conveyed. "She instructed me to inform you to place the contents of this box upon the wound." The house elf accepted the box and inquired about the whereabouts of their mistress. The wandering wizard, typically reticent about divulging information, after all, they were accustomed to performing their duties upon receiving payment without further inquiries, was compelled to share a thought. Reflecting on the scene he had witnessed, he surmised that the employer was likely in grave danger. "She has been targeted. Contact her family," he advised before vanishing from sight. The house elf hastily scurried into Severus's chamber, clutching the box. The room was thick with the pungent aroma of potions and a faint metallic scent of blood. Severus lay there, breathing erratically, his face pale, showing no signs of awakening. Following Loya's instructions, the elf placed the glowing shard from the box upon Severus's wound. To their astonishment, the shard began to meld into the wound, gradually disappearing. Before their eyes, Severus's injury commenced a visible healing process, slowly scabbing over and eventually falling away, revealing fresh flesh beneath. The cursed markings at the edges of the wound also began to fade incrementally. The author wishes to clarify, Terence shares merely a collegial relationship with the female protagonist. 3 chapters have been updated in one breath. Loia roused Hermione and Terence from their slumber. Upon awakening, Hermione rubbed her throbbing temples, momentarily disoriented until she pieced together the events that had transpired. After experiencing a wave of dizziness on the street outside the Borgin and Burke shop in Nocturne Alley, she had been ambushed by dark wizards. With a glare of indignation directed at Terence, she accused, "You slipped a potion of incapacitation into our butterbeer." Terence's eyes widened, caught off guard by her accusation. "It wasn't me. I truly had no knowledge of anyone tampering with your butterbeer," he protested. Hermione remained unconvinced by Terence's words. "You are an accomplice of those dark wizards." Loya hastily interrupted Hermione. "I trust him. If he were truly an accomplice of those individuals, he would not be imprisoned in the dungeon alongside us. It is possible that we were already targeted by werewolves and dark wizards when we entered the tavern." Loya endeavored to soothe Hermione's emotions. For this was not the time for internal strife. They ought to prioritize their escape from the dungeon. Hermione turned her face away, choosing silence. Terence, filled with guilt, was oblivious to the fact that those 2 mugs of butterbeer had been tampered with. He had wholly placed the blame for the girl's abduction upon himself. Loya inquired of them, "Are your wands present?" Hermione and Terence immediately rummaged through their pockets, discovering that not only their wands but also their keys and all valuables had been taken. In this realm, a wizard's existence is inextricably linked to their wand, apart from a few extraordinary sorcerers capable of casting spells without one. Any wizard deprived of their wand becomes akin to meat on a chopping block, entirely at the mercy of others. Their academy's ghost, nearly headless Nick, had met his demise when his wand was seized by a muggle, resulting in him being executed with 45 blows. Stripped of their wands, they found themselves utterly defenseless. The cell was enclosed by walls, with the corners adorned by a spider's web clinging to the remains of several flying insects. The solitary small window was positioned so high that even Terence, a 6th-year student, could not reach it. Fortunately, this remorseful Slytherin was quite cooperative, allowing Loya to ascend to the small window by stepping onto his shoulders. Through the iron bars, she glimpsed a courtyard and a dense forest beyond. It appeared they were imprisoned within an abandoned, dilapidated manor. Hanging from a withered tree in the courtyard were the remains of the manor's owner and their family, long since decayed, leaving only skeletal remains. If her conjecture was correct, the kidnappers must have plundered this family long ago, using the forsaken manor as their hideout. In the corner, the sound of a girl weeping could be heard. Following the sound, they turned to see Lavender crouched in the corner, her hands clasped over her head. Although they shared the same academy, Hermione, Loya, and Lavender were not well acquainted. Yet, how had Lavender found herself ensnared? Lavender's face was etched with despair as she incoherently babbled a torrent of words. Loya distilled the essence of her words, revealing that she had inadvertently been captured by the werewolves and dark sorcerers. A sudden clamor of footsteps echoed from outside as the iron door of the dungeon creaked open. An elderly witch, hunched and gnarled, entered the dungeon, followed closely by a towering yet grotesquely deformed giant. The giant's cranium was severely misshapen, suggesting a degree of intellectual impairment. His exposed skin was covered in tumors and growths, resembling the mutated creatures Loya had seen in horror films, victims of radiation. The misshapen giant trailed behind the old witch, calling out for his mother like an oversized infant. Loya instantly recognized that the old witch's son was nothing but a talentless dullard devoid of magical prowess. As the sole senior in the dungeon, Terence positioned himself protectively in front of them, embodying the responsibility expected of an upperclassman. The old witch's piercing gaze swept over them, and she proclaimed, "You are my purchased slaves, and I possess the authority to determine your fates at will. It would be wise for you to abandon any thoughts of escape, lest I hang your heads from the trees, where the forest beast shall gnaw your bones clean." It became evident that the werewolves and dark sorcerers had sold them to the old witch. Overwhelmed by fear, Lavender lost her composure and shouted, "Our headmaster is Dumbledore." A dangerous glint flickered in the old witch's eyes as she drew her wand, unleashing a green light that struck Lavender directly. Loya was all too familiar with the piercing green light that seemed to cut through to the very marrow of her bones. The dungeon reverberated with the anguished cries of Lavender, who writhed in torment. A sinister smile crept upon the old witch's lips. "I have outlived your esteemed headmaster by far." Terence endeavored to thwart the witch's malevolent actions, yet a vicious curse sent him crashing against the wall. Meanwhile, the shackled children remained in a daze, as if they were all too accustomed to the horrific scene unfolding before them. Hermione stood resolutely, disregarding the peril of the moment. However, this was not a time for reckless bravado. Loia desperately grasped her arm, attempting to restrain her impetuosity. Yet Hermione's voice rang out defiantly, "Dumbledore will surely find us." The witch let loose a chilling laugh, unleashing her torment upon Hermione with renewed fervor. In the throes of agony, Hermione writhed under the green light, her eyes swollen and lips bleeding, while the witch reveled in her suffering. With a flick of her wand, Hermione's body was ensnared by an invisible force, yanked through the air as the witch cruelly seized her hair, lifting her up to glare menacingly into her eyes. "You think you are still in England? This is but a desolate wilderness. No one will find you, and no one will come to your rescue." Hermione, undaunted, gritted her teeth. "The Ministry of Magic will not let you go unpunished." "Those swine?" The witch cackled maniacally. "Your words are far too loud. Perhaps I should silence that tongue of yours." Hermione's eyes widened in terror as she trembled, watching the grotesque giant draw a dagger from his belt, the blade poised to invade her mouth and press against her tongue. Loya was taut with tension, fully aware of the perilous situation she found herself in. Devoid of her wand and utterly defenseless. Yet, she continued to provoke the old witch, one after another, demonstrating that bravery does not equate to recklessness. Without her magical staff, she was at a loss, unable to bear witness to the main storyline where Hermione faced the gruesome fate of having her tongue severed. With no other options at her disposal, she could only resort to a blunt and aggressive approach to draw attention away from her friend. The old witch, Loya, cursed loudly. "You hideous creature, how many misdeeds did you commit in your youth to deserve such retribution? Your offspring are nothing but grotesque abominations. The sight of him nauseates me, for he is neither man nor beast. When he steps outside, he is like a rat scurrying through the streets, met with disdain from all. He can only survive in the depths of the mountains and forests, scraping by in wretchedness." Even the intellectually challenged giant could comprehend Loya's tirade. Enraged by her words, the deformed giant's wrath overshadowed his concern for Hermione, whom he callously cast aside like a tattered doll, leaving her to whimper in pain against the wall. The monstrous giant bared his teeth and advanced menacingly toward Loya, step by deliberate step. Loya retreated a few steps until her back pressed against the cold brick wall, a colossal shadow enveloping her. In her effort to prevent Hermione from losing her tongue, she could do no more. Yet, the hatred she harbored for herself indicated that she too might meet a grim fate here. The grotesque giant seized her shoulder with an iron grip, lifting her effortlessly. The giant's strength was astonishing, and Loya found herself utterly unable to break free, feeling as if the bones in her shoulder were on the verge of being crushed. The deformed giant turned to seek the old witch's approval. "Mother, her eyes are as beautiful as sapphires. May I pluck one to string into a necklace for myself? You may only take one eye, if she becomes blind. She cannot work, and we do not keep the blind." With the old witch's consent, the deformed giant's eyes sparkled with excitement as he licked his lips, raising the dagger with fervent eagerness. Loya watched as the razor-sharp tip of the dagger drew ever closer to her eyes. It appeared that she was truly on the brink of demise, and all she could do was pray that the realm of sorcery possessed a potion capable of granting her new eyes. Snape experienced a dream in which his beloved had matured. Her golden hair cascaded down to her waist, and the youthful innocence in her features had faded, revealing a clarity of gaze imbued with a hint of sophistication. She had grown to the height of his chest, able to gaze up at him without the need to rise on tiptoe as she once did in her childhood. She had matured and learned the nuances of propriety. No longer would she recklessly dart into Snape's chamber or intrude upon his cellar like a child. She was no longer that garrulous little girl who trailed behind him. and the moments they spent together had dwindled to a mere handful. The silent presence within Loya has vanished. She no longer requires his elixirs. The bond that once tightly intertwined them has also dissipated. Loya meticulously packed all her belongings and vacated Spider's Tail Alley, leaving no trace of her existence, as if she were merely a transient. Snape no longer had to fret about the silent turmoil that would consume her life. She could now lead a carefree existence akin to that of her peers. Snape repeatedly reassured himself that this was indeed a positive development. Yet, why did he feel an emptiness within, as if something precious had been lost? Subsequently, their interaction seemed to dwindle, and the distance between them grew. In potions class, Loya began to engage earnestly, and their relationship appeared to transform into a conventional student-teacher dynamic. When they chanced upon each other outside of class, she would politely greet him before departing, embodying the demeanor of a respectful and diligent student. As she brushed past him, Snape felt an urge to call out to her. Loya turned to him with a look of curiosity, yet Snape's lips trembled, and the words lingered unspoken on the tip of his tongue. Thus, their relationship came to an abrupt halt. Loya is the most brilliant presence at Hogwarts, perpetually surrounded by a throng of her peers. She is never lacking in admirable suitors, consistently receiving an array of flowers, love letters, and gifts from her admirers, while the boys tirelessly devise ways to capture her attention. Yet, in the depths of Severus Snape's heart resides a singular affection. He clings to an unrealistic hope, yearning for the return of that person, even as he knows the chances are slim, to the extent that she has never genuinely contemplated what his feelings for Loya might entail. She is the one entrusted to his care by Dumbledore, while he plays the role of Dumbledore's double agent. Over the years of their companionship, Snape dutifully tends to her needs, effortlessly fulfilling her every desire without her even realizing it. What, then, is the nature of their relationship? By the time he comes to comprehend his own feelings, it is already too late. Snape observes as the boy who often lingers by Loya's side is playfully shoved by the laughing crowd toward the girl beneath the tree. The young man gathers his courage and kneels before her, presenting a ring with tender affection in his eyes. Surrounded by a chorus of laughter and cheers urging her to accept, the sudden confession leaves her momentarily stunned. From a distance, Snape watches. Engulfed by an inexplicable sense of anxiety and helplessness, Loya did not notice Snape in the distance. She tilted her head, her golden hair swaying gently with her movement. Loya appeared to have shared something with the young man, her voice melodious and bright, yet only he could not discern her words. The boy, filled with excitement, grasped her hand and embraced her tightly. Those around them radiated smiles, genuinely wishing them well as a handsome couple. Only Severus Snape felt out of place, for he belonged in the shadows, existing in the dim crevices of life. He had still failed to keep his girl, a tangle of indistinct emotions entwining within him, as if his heart were being painfully wrenched. Dumbledore, feigning casualness while preparing tea, inquired with a probing intent, "What do you think of Loya and that boy?" Snape remained silent for a protracted moment, respecting Loya's choice, as long as she was content. Dumbledore retracted his smile, his words laced with a tentative tone, yet imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. "And how do you perceive Loya?" Dumbledore hoped he would make the right decision. Snape's lowered eyelids concealed the melancholy in his gaze. He heard his own hoarse voice utter, "She deserves someone younger and better." Snape felt a fiery pain in his throat, noticing Dumbledore exhale with relief upon receiving his response. Dumbledore was quite satisfied with his choice, well aware that he had already paved the way for Loya. In her future, there would no longer be a need for him. Nor should his presence linger. He had known this all along. Snape awoke in the early morning, just as dawn broke, sunlight filtering through the window to illuminate his gaunt cheeks. The dream felt so unreal, yet it left an inexplicable ache in his chest. Snape stared blankly at his surroundings, lifting his gaze to the calendar on the table, realizing he had been in a coma for 3 days. A depression remained by his bedside, suggesting that Loya had kept him company during his unconsciousness. She had already learned to care for others, and an involuntary smile tugged at the corners of Snape's mouth. He recalled Loya's injury. Given her nature, she would undoubtedly neglect to change her bandages properly. Snape propped himself up, intent on checking Loya's wound, and to his astonishment, felt no pain in his abdomen. He lifted his robe, discovering that the wound had healed completely, leaving only a gruesome scar. The marks of the curse had vanished entirely. Confused, Snape pushed open the door, finding the corridor unusually quiet. Loya's pet, Sniffles, frequently turned the house into a chaotic mess. He seemed unconcerned. Yet the current silence was unsettling. As he wandered down the corridor, he encountered a listless Sniffles, whose head hung low from days of solitude, lacking the usual exuberance. An inexplicable sense of unease welled up within Severus Snape. He hastily made his way to Loya's room, striving to suppress the rising panic within him. Cautious not to startle the inhabitants inside, he gently rapped on the door. After a prolonged silence, there was no response. In a flurry of anxiety, he pushed the door open to find the girl's room immaculate and orderly, as though it had not been occupied for days. A cold breeze swept in through the partially opened window, causing the heavy drapes to flutter gently. A house elf, carrying breakfast, encountered Snape as he entered. His voice trembled with urgency and anxiety. "Where's Loya?" The house elf shivered slightly, stammering. "Miss has been missing for 3 days." Snape's mind reeled, and he stood frozen for several minutes, his body slow to respond. What had transpired during his days of unconsciousness? The author has a message. It was merely a fleeting dream. Today, I penned 6,000 words, utterly exhausting myself, leaving not a drop of energy. Loya occasionally perceives herself as rather unfortunate and ill-fated. On her inaugural visit to the Alley of Overturned Fortunes, she found herself sold to a malevolent old witch by human traffickers. This witch, through some arcane sorcery or perhaps alchemical prowess, had astonishingly lived for over 2 centuries. Yet, Loya sometimes felt a peculiar stroke of luck in dire circumstances, as is the case now. The grotesque giant clutched her shoulders, lifting her effortlessly off the ground with a single hand. The sharp tip of a blade hovered perilously close to her eye, a mere hair's breadth away from harm. At that moment, the jailer hurriedly entered, delivering a message. "Master, Greybark has brought in a new beast. It is exceedingly agitated, incessantly battering against its cage, and is likely on the verge of breaking free. Greybark awaits your payment outside." The old witch snorted dismissively, casting a glance at Loya. "Consider yourself fortunate. I lack the time to deal with you now." As the grotesque giant released her, Loya tumbled to the ground, rubbing her shoulder, which had nearly been crushed. The old witch, accompanied by her dim-witted, deformed son, rushed off to attend to the new acquisition. Loya could not help but marvel at her narrow escape from danger. In the dungeon, apart from the unfamiliar children shackled in handcuffs, she was the only one unscathed. The others were far less fortunate. The most unfortunate of all was Terence, the Slytherin who had already sustained an injury to his forehead. His wound had been exacerbated by a brutal blow, leaving it gaping and bleeding profusely. He leaned weakly against the wall, blood oozing from his injury and quickly soaking a considerable area of his clothing. Should the bleeding continue unabated? Terence risked succumbing to shock from excessive blood loss. The barren dungeon offered nothing, and the old witch would certainly show no mercy by providing them with any means to staunch the bleeding or bandage the wounds. Loya endeavored to recall the survival reality show she had watched in her past life, although much of it was fabricated and designed to deceive the audience. The wilderness survival knowledge imparted in the program proved to be somewhat useful. With no tools at her disposal, Loya resorted to biting open the sleeve of her cotton coat, extracting large handfuls of cotton to apply to Terence's wound, pressing it firmly for several minutes. Lacking medical-grade gauze, she had to make do with this makeshift solution to stem the bleeding. While the risk of infection was uncertain, it was undoubtedly cleaner than using lime to plug the injury. Terence weakly uttered a word of thanks. Lavanda endured far less torment than Hermione, as her current condition allowed her to sit up unaided. In stark contrast, Hermione writhed in agony on the frigid marble floor, her body trembling with cold. The lingering pain of her torment continued to gnaw at her, and her fingers dug desperately into the crevices of the floor tiles. Loya draped her coat around her. For after all, Hermione was still but a child, having endured the torment of the old witch, and narrowly escaping the loss of her tongue. She bore both physical and emotional scars. With reddened eyes and a quivering nose, Hermione clung to a glimmer of hope as she inquired, "Loya, will Dumbledore come to rescue us?" Loya had no intention of deceiving her. If the old witch's words held any truth, they were no longer within the borders of England. She forced a reassuring smile. It was difficult to deny that with the school year approaching, their prolonged absence would undoubtedly draw Dumbledore's attention. Hermione, shielding her eyes with her arm, choked back tears, lamenting, "It is my fault. If I hadn't suggested going to the pub, we wouldn't have indulged in butterbeer, and we wouldn't have been caught here." Hermione wept. Loya gazed at her trembling shoulders, helpless in her sorrow. In an attempt to comfort the grieving little lion, Loya straightened her chest and optimistically reassured her, "I am a girl who has survived great adversity, blessed with an abundance of fortune. Even those 2 wretched souls who sought to pluck out my eyes were thwarted in their endeavors. The heavens themselves are my protectors. Now, if I were to be released into the Muggle world, I would surely strike it rich and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Hermione lowered her arms and raised her tear-streaked face to look at Loya. Loya gently patted her back, saying, "It is written in Muggle literature that sleep is humanity's finest means of self-healing. Why not rest for a while?" Hermione, fatigued from her tears, was on the verge of slumber, while Lavender, seemingly agitated by some unseen force, began to shout at the several handcuffed girls confined within the cell. "I ask you, where is this place? Are you all mute, you lot?" Loya cast a pained glance at her. "You possess quite a bit of strength. Perhaps you could remain silent for a while." Lavanda disregarded Loya's words, as she could not bear the current situation of being at the mercy of others. Fear had rendered her irrational. "Are you not merely mute but deaf as well?" One of the girls, shackled in chains, shifted her gaze toward Lavanda. She slowly parted her lips but uttered not a sound. Within her mouth lay a void, devoid of a tongue. These girls, like them, were captured little sorceresses. They had already fallen victim to the wicked old witch, who had cruelly severed their tongues. Lavanda, in horror, covered her mouth, finally succumbing to silence. The following day, the guard arrived with a bucket of moldy black bread, which was unceremoniously tossed onto the ground. The group of tongueless children lunged at the food like ravenous wolves, indiscriminately devouring the meager offering. Loya picked up a piece of black bread, wiping off the dust clinging to it with his sleeve. Even the most unpalatable food was preferable to the gnawing pangs of hunger, and he needed to replenish his strength. Hermione tore off a small piece of bread. The lingering effects of her torment caused her arms to tremble uncontrollably. After several attempts, she finally managed to bring the sustenance to her lips. The old witch and her dim-witted giant son were preparing to hunt in the forest, in need of a live bait. The witch cast a disdainful glance at the feeble Hermione, who was shaking and sobbing, and at Lavender, who was weeping incessantly. With a flick of her wand, she pointed at Loya and declared, "You will do. Step forward." Loya followed the old witch out of the dungeon with a serene expression. For her, this was an opportune moment. They had been confined in the dungeon for several days, and she was eager to familiarize herself with the surrounding terrain and gather any useful information. Loya was thrust into the forest outside the abandoned manor by the grotesque giant. Loya's calm visage surveyed her surroundings. Had she possessed a wand at that moment, she would undoubtedly not be beholden to anyone. The deep woods occasionally resonated with the low growls of wild beasts. Loya was compelled to walk ahead, the old witch brandishing her wand menacingly at her back, warning her against any reckless movements or thoughts of escape. The witch stood beside a gnarled tree, from which hung the mangled carcass of a deer, torn beyond recognition. Scratch marks marred the tree's trunk, with blood dripping onto the ground, pooling into a warm, crimson puddle. After surveying the corpse for a moment, the witch's lips curled into a sinister grin. "It is nearby." Under the witch's direction, the grotesque giant dug a pit several meters deep in the clearing, its bottom lined with sharpened bamboo stakes. The witch inscribed a magical array around the pit. With a dagger, she made a small incision on Loya's arm, allowing her blood to flow into the array. The array appeared to amplify the scent of blood, and in an instant, Loya could sense the thick aroma surrounding her. The witch's sunken eyes widened like copper bells as she cackled. "The blood of fresh children is the most enticing bait for those bloodthirsty beasts." As the bait, Loya stood tense at the edge of the pit, where the bamboo stakes awaited her. A single misstep could transform her into a mere kebab. The clouds above gradually parted, revealing a full moon. Rustlings echoed through the jungle, the sound of the beast drawing ever closer. A massive shadow darted swiftly through the trees, moving with such speed that Loya barely had time to react. As the creature lunged toward her, poised to sever her throat, Loya swiftly dove to the side, and the beast plummeted directly into the pit behind her, missing its mark. Loya gasped for breath. Had it not been for her quick reflexes, she would have either succumbed to the beast's lethal bite or met a fate similar to its own, plummeting into the pit to be skewered like a shish kebab. She leaned over to peer into the abyss, where a full-grown werewolf lay ensnared. Its body was pierced in 2 places by bamboo blades, though the wounds were not fatal. The excessive loss of blood had rendered it unconscious. The old witch pointed her staff at the werewolf, incanting an unfamiliar spell. Gradually, the creature's form began to transform. Its size diminished, its fur receded, and before her eyes, it morphed into a man with a face marred by grotesque scars. The more Loya gazed upon that face, the more it stirred a sense of familiarity within him. Remus Lupin? Mr. Boken found himself perplexed as to why an Auror from the United States Department of Magical Affairs would be present in Nocturne Alley. This tall, impeccably attired Auror stood before the counter of his shop, and Mr. Boken, believing himself to be innocent of any grievous wrongdoing, could not fathom why an international aura would be here conducting an inspection. Grit Graves, an officer from the American Ministry of Magic, had just entered middle age, and his demeanor exuded the refined elegance of a true gentleman. His keen blue eyes scanned the surroundings with vigilance before he presented his aura credentials, which bore his photograph alongside the striking emblem of the American Eagle. In a tone that was both official and matter-of-fact, Grit Graves stated, "We suspect that Greybuck is linked to a cross-border wizard kidnapping case." As he paced thoughtfully, he continued to observe his surroundings. Witnesses had reported that this cunning werewolf had sold several dubious student wands in your shop. Mr. Boken's expression darkened considerably, and with great reluctance, he surrendered a silver wand along with 2 black ones to Grit Graves. The latter, maintaining an impassive demeanor, remarked, "You are yet missing 1 wand." Confused, Mr. Boken looked at him in bewilderment. "Loya Grindelwald mortgaged a wand in your shop," Graves informed him. Mr. Boken, feeling a twinge of guilt, replied, "It has already been sold." A subtle change flickered across Grit Graves' face, the corners of his mouth tightening into a more serious line. "She pledged the wand for 50 galleons, promising to reclaim it within 3 days. The deadline has passed, and she has not returned to redeem her wand. Thus, I am indeed entitled to sell it." After a brief moment of scrutinizing him with a sidelong glance, Grit Graves suddenly broke into a smile. He seized Mr. Boken by the collar, thrusting his head forcefully against the counter. Choked and gasping for air, Mr. Boken's face turned a shade of purple as he struggled to breathe. The voice of Grit Graves carried a hint of shadow, and a fleeting glimmer of ferocity flashed in his eyes, presenting a stark contrast to the gentlemanly demeanor he had just displayed while conducting business. "Mr. Boken, I am short on both time and patience." His grip tightened around Mr. Boken's throat, causing the latter's eyes to roll back in desperation as he pleaded, "The green wand is on the first shelf to the left." Grit Graves released his hold, and Mr. Boken gasped for breath, choking helplessly. The pouch containing 50 galleons was nonchalantly tossed onto the counter by Grit Graves as he swiftly exited Boken's shop. Upon seeing an aura appear in Nocturne Alley, the dark wizards instinctively made way for him. Grit Graves carefully tucked the green wand into his coat pocket and disapparated to Hogsmeade. After Loya masqueraded as the president of the Child Protection Association and issued threats to the Dursleys, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, though still unsympathetic towards Harry, finally ceased to trouble him. Harry was no longer confined to the small house as dictated by fate, avoiding the need to rely on Ron's modified car to reach Hogwarts. He smoothly passed through the platform alongside the Weasley family, sitting in the compartment with Ron. It seemed as though everything diverged from the original plotline. Cedric traversed the train aisle, his handsome and courteous demeanor attracting the attention of several young ladies yet tinged with a hint of anxiety in his eyes, causing him to accidentally bump into the snack trolley. Apologizing profusely, he assisted the trolley attendant in picking up the scattered candies. After searching through the last carriage with no success, he knocked on the door of Harry and Ron's compartment. Cedric politely inquired, "Hello, have you seen Loya?" Ron shook his head. Cedric had been corresponding with Loya throughout the holiday, meticulously cherishing each of her letters. Even though Loya's subsequent replies became increasingly brief, often reduced to mere words, Cedric bore no grievances. He reflected on how his frequent letters might have disrupted Loya's daily life, fearing she might find him bothersome. Thus, he had reduced his correspondence from every 3 days to once a week. However, recently, his letters had gone undelivered, with the owls returning with them intact. "You might check George and Fred's compartment. My brother and the others should have saved a seat for Loya," Ron mumbled, taking a bite of Mrs. Weasley's pie. "I have already looked in Fred and George's compartment, but Loya was not there." Cedric sighed, revealing a look of distress. He had always known of Loya's close relationship with the Weasley twins. He had searched nearly the entire train yet still found no trace of Loya, leaving him inexplicably uneasy. Ron shrugged. "I don't know. Hermione isn't here either. They might have missed the Hogwarts Express." Hearing Ron's words, Harry voiced his concern. What if Loya misses the train? Could she be expelled from Hogwarts? Ron looked at Harry as if he were foolish. "Are you joking? Did you see how she nearly brought down Hogwarts last year? No one would dare to expel her. There's no need for worry at all." After a moment of reflection, Harry chose to remain silent. This year's sorting ceremony lacked the usual vibrancy. It could even be described as somber. Headmaster Dumbledore did not wear his customary benevolent smile. Instead, he furrowed his brow in a serious demeanor. It was evident that something troubled him, and when the sorting had called out the houses, the students hesitated to cheer and applaud as they typically would. Professor McGonagall noticed the unease that Dumbledore was trying to conceal and glanced at the Gryffindor table, where both Miss Grindelwald and Miss Granger were absent. She then cast her eyes towards the empty seat of Professor Snape. Realizing that the situation was more complex than it appeared, the Great Hall had transformed into a space where the sorting hat alone proclaimed the houses. While the students remained in utter silence, unwilling to make a sound, Harry and Ron overheard classmates discussing the possibility of potions class being temporarily suspended, which secretly thrilled Fred and George. When Ginny's name was called, she nervously took her seat, and McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon her head. Ginny gazed at Harry, silently praying to be sorted into Gryffindor. The doors of the hall swung open as Filch hurriedly rushed in. Headmaster Dumbledore, there is an auror from the American Ministry of Magic here to see you. As the doors opened again, Filch rushed in, repeating, Headmaster Dumbledore. There is an auror from the American Ministry of Magic here to see you. Without waiting, Credence Graves forcefully pushed the door open and strode into the hall. Several professors were displeased with his impolite entrance without permission. The young witches and wizards from the 4 houses were meeting an auror for the first time, and no one dared to utter a sound. The Daily Prophet had featured Credence Graves on its front page. He was a powerful and experienced auror, rivaling even Mad-Eye Moody. Dumbledore exchanged a meaningful glance with Professor McGonagall, who understood immediately and prepared to continue presiding over the sorting ceremony. Meanwhile, Dumbledore met with the auror from the American Ministry of Magic in his office. Credence Graves introduced himself succinctly, Auror Credence Graves from the American Ministry of Magic. I have information regarding Loya Grindelwald. She may have become entangled in a wizard kidnapping case. He retrieved 4 wands from his pocket and laid them on the headmaster's desk. Dumbledore's aged hand gently caressed the silver wand, and he let out a slow sigh. Prior to her disappearance, Loya Grindelwald had visited Knockturn Alley, where witnesses provided clues indicating that she had been abducted by the werewolf Greyback and sold to the witch Delphine Lalaurie. Rumors suggested that Delphine Lalaurie was engaged in peculiar experiments involving monstrous beings. I had sought assistance from the Auror Command for an investigation, however. Grit Graves cast a significant glance at Dumbledore, for due to her name, the higher-ups were reluctant to involve themselves in this kidnapping case, seemingly preferring to let her fate unfold as it may. The final statement was swallowed back by Grit Graves, for he was now playing the role of an elite Auror sworn to the Ministry of Magic. Such blatant disparagement of his own department could easily expose him to vulnerabilities. Grit Graves, holding his teacup, suddenly exhibited a look of discontent. The spell of legilimency holds no effect on me. You may cease. For I harbor no malice towards Gellert Grindelwald. Dumbledore's gaze remained calm. His eyes, concealed behind half-moon spectacles, seemed capable of piercing through all FA8s. Mr. Graves, why do you not reveal your true self? The hand that held the teacup hesitated, and Grit Graves smirked slightly. With the conversation having reached this juncture, he felt no obligation to maintain the fade of a composed middle-aged auror. He crossed his arms and squinted, exuding a youthful aura that starkly contrasted with his physical appearance. He had no intention of answering the elder's inquiry and proceeded to convey his information. The witch Delphine Lalaurie has evaded auror pursuit for years, and she is likely no longer in Britain. My sources last traced her to New Mexico, and my authority only extends this far. With this remark, Grit Graves departed from Hogwarts. Upon returning to his temporary residence in London, he casually draped his coat over a hanger and murmured as he made his way toward the stairs leading to the basement. The old man dared to employ legilimency on me. Grit Graves pushed open the heavy door, revealing another Grit Graves confined in the basement, bound and bloodied. He appeared to have suffered unspeakable torment. His restrained hands had been cruelly pierced by several quills, rendering them nearly useless. The once glorious elite auror now knelt in disgrace at the feet of his adversary. The genuine Grit Graves glared fiercely at the impostor who had entered. Indeed, Graves had been dispatched to Britain on a mission, but that mission bore no connection to the abduction of Delphine Lalaurie. Upon his first arrival in Britain, Graves was ambushed. The impostor had used Polyjuice Potion to masquerade as him, and was now leisurely pouring a glass of champagne, a favorite among muggles. As the effects of the potion waned, the impostor's appearance began to alter, his short black hair lengthening to frame his ears. The impostor transformed into a blonde-haired, blue-eyed youth of around 16 or 17. His face bore an uncanny resemblance to a young Grindelwald, to the point of being indistinguishable. However, the temperament was entirely different. The youth exhibited a capricious nature, with the elongated corners of his eyes reflecting a certain irreverence. He crossed his legs, reclining against the chair's back, one hand holding the champagne while the other idly tapped on the armrest of the sofa. From his elevated position, he surveyed the kneeling figure with disdain. Graves, I did offer you an opportunity. Information regarding Delphine LaLaurie was communicated to you through various channels, both overtly and covertly. Yet you and your Auror Command chose to disregard it, taking no investigative action. She is a descendant of the Dark Wizard Grindelwald. We eagerly await someone to eliminate this significant threat. Without sullying the hands of the Ministry of Magic, the Auror, kneeling on the ground, defiantly roared, only to be met with an entire bottle of liquor splashed across his face. The boy's eyes, glimmering with a hint of shadow, bore a semblance of amusement as he contemplatively remarked, "Perhaps it is time for me to execute you in the manner befitting a wizard." He toyed with Graves' wand at his fingertips, softly tapping it while murmuring to himself, "I've forgotten how many years it has been since I last wielded this." He raised the wand, aiming it directly at Graves' head, causing the color to drain from Graves' face, leaving him cold with sweat. The boy spoke each word with deliberate clarity. "Protego Diabolica." Fire shield. A fierce blaze erupted, engulfing Graves in an instant, his anguished screams resonating throughout the basement. A red-eyed vampire entered, cradling a copy of Lockhart's work under his arm, traveling with a vampire. "Hey, look what I found," he exclaimed. "Behold the bestsellers among wizards." Traveling with a vampire. How utterly laughable. If I were that vampire in the book, I would have severed the protagonist's throat in the first chapter and concluded the tale in the second. As the vampire's words trailed off, he realized that the Auror's corpse had been rendered unrecognizable by blue flames, which had spread to the walls and ceiling. The vampire gasped in shock. "Oh my God. Dorian Grindelwald, what madness has possessed you? You cannot find your sister in New Mexico, so you resort to burning down my house." The boy, named Dorian Grindel, paid little heed to the vampire's lamentations. He snapped Graves' wand in two and casually tossed it into the blue fire, reducing it to ash. The vampire, grumbling as he extinguished the flames, swept up the remnants of ash with a broom, shaking his head in sympathy. "The Graves family is truly unfortunate. Your grandfather fell victim to your father's treachery, and now the descendants suffer your wrath." The new academic year at Hogwarts had commenced for a week, yet 3 Gryffindor girls and a senior from Slytherin were conspicuously absent. Whispers filled the school, weaving various bizarre tales regarding the disappearance of Loya Grindelwald. Some claimed that Loya, emboldened by the headmaster's favoritism, had forgotten the start of term. Others suggested that Loya Grindelwald had forsaken magic for the mundane, opting to study in the Muggle world. The astute Ravenclaws speculated that the Auror who had appeared at Hogwarts that day was undoubtedly connected to Loya's disappearance. However, the most peculiar version circulated within Slytherin circles, as Professor Snape had also inexplicably vanished. Rumors suggested that Professor Snape had taken his most favored student, Loya, back to his hometown to marry. With 6th-year Terence being drafted as a temporary officiant, Pansy Parkinson curiously inquired of Malfoy, "Malfoy, did you receive an invitation from your godfather? When you next see Loya Grindelwald, will you have to address her as godmother?" Upon hearing Pansy's words, Malfoy felt as though a heavy stone had been lodged in his chest, and he angrily retorted, "Impossible." Pansy was taken aback by Malfoy's intense reaction, casting him a surprised glance as an awkward silence enveloped the room. Malfoy, displeased, threw himself onto the sofa. Scoffing at the bizarre rumors circulating within his house, they were nothing short of absurd fabrications. The notion of their age difference being a laughing matter was simply foolish. Who would believe such nonsense? Regardless of others' beliefs, he certainly did not. Ultimately, Dumbledore silenced the crowd with a mention of a few students falling ill, which would delay their return to school. Due to the temporary cancellation of potions class in the 2nd year, the 3rd-year divination course was unexpectedly incorporated into the elective offerings for 2nd-year students. Professor Trelawney, the eccentric instructor of divination, often appeared dazed, spouting nonsensical prophecies, adorned with oversized spectacles and an array of bangles and beads on her arms. Many doubted the accuracy of her predictions. Few students paid attention in her class. Many were caught dozing off, chatting, or daydreaming behind their books. Children, you have chosen the divination course, which is the most challenging of all magical arts. Today, we shall explore the basic methods of divination, Trelawney declared dramatically, attempting to intimidate Neville with various ominous omens. With a satisfied tone, she continued, "We will learn." Harry and Ron, inherently skeptical of prophetic predictions, lacked enthusiasm for the divination class. Witnessing Trelawney's eccentric antics, they struggled to suppress their laughter. Their doubtful chuckles reached Trelawney's ears. Initially, she intended to teach her students the art of tea leaf reading, but upon hearing their mockery, she swiftly turned around, her eyes gleaming behind her large frames. "We shall learn to read the crystal ball." Turn to page 30. Ron pulled out the latest edition of the Daily Prophet, which featured a headline about the ashes of elite Auror Grit graves being discarded at the ministry's entrance. Adorned with a grotesque face sticking out its tongue, an outrageous affront to the ministry's authority. Ron shivered. Merlin. How terrifying. Harry, don't you aspire to become an Auror? It seems like a perilous profession. In a hushed tone, Harry replied, Trelawney is approaching us. Professor Trelawney stood before them, rapping her fingers on their desk. All right, Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, please focus your attention on your respective crystal balls. Let your eyes transcend the mundane and glimpse into your futures. Ron, nearly dozing off while staring at the crystal ball, could not fathom what such a glass orb might reveal. Well, Mr. Weasley, what do you see in the crystal ball? With a yawn, Ron replied, I see a chicken leg. Laughter erupted from Gryffindor. Trelawney shot a disapproving glare at the uncooperative Ron, cleared her throat, and turned to the compliant Harry, saying, Mr. Potter, concentrate on the crystal ball and tell me what you see. Harry could only gaze intently at the crystal ball, gradually discerning a vortex within it. The vortex expanded until he was engulfed in darkness. Professor Trelawney and his classmates vanished from sight. Harry traversed the dark tunnel, where a faint glimmer of light beckoned him from the end. He moved toward this solitary source of illumination until he encountered a door, which he instinctively pushed open. To his bewilderment, he found himself in an unfamiliar interrogation room. Before him sat a silver-haired girl, shackled to the interrogation chair. As the girl slowly lifted her head, Harry discerned her features and could hardly believe his eyes. The girl bound to the chair was none other than the future Loya. Her brows and eyes bore an air of haughtiness and indifference, her once golden hair now transformed to silver, cascading down to her waist. Harry instinctively called out her name. Yet Loya seemed entirely oblivious to his presence, unable to hear his voice. It was then that Harry realized his body was nearly transparent. No one could perceive his existence. Behind him, the sound of polished shoes echoing on the marble floor drew his attention as a young Auror passed through him, making a beeline for the girl. Young Harry was astonished to notice a lightning-shaped scar adorning the Auror's forehead. This Auror was his future self. Finally, the girl under interrogation spoke, her gaze devoid of turbulence. Her voice calm and composed, revealing no hint of the disarray associated with the captive. You have mobilized the entire ministry's Aurors to ambush me. Yet not a single one dares to interrogate me. Am I to feel flattered that such fools have sent you to question me? The Auror, Harry, regarded her with a complex expression. Surely, the ministry must be overwhelmed with the corpses of Aurors, a daunting task to manage. Shall I incinerate them with a blast of dragon fire to assist you? Enough, he replied sternly. Loia tilted her head slightly, her voice laced with sarcasm, as if she sought to provoke him deliberately. Displeased by what you hear? Mr. Auror, what is it that pleases your ears? Let me ponder, for instance. I have been exploiting you, leveraging your identity as a savior to fulfill my own ambitions. Now that you are of no further use to me, you are merely dispensable. Enough, Harry interjected, striving to conceal the turmoil brewing within him. Each of her words pierced his heart like a sharp blade, carving a gaping wound that bled profusely. Harry fixed his gaze upon her, scrutinizing the slightest flicker of emotion in her eyes. Why must you persist in inciting my ire? Loia raised her gaze, meeting his eyes, her orbs revealing nothing but vigilance and unfamiliarity. Harry averted his gaze, suddenly catching sight of the ring adorning her finger, his pupils quivering with a sudden intensity. A tumult of emotions, resentment, heartache, and agitation, wrestled within him, transforming Harry's expression into a shadowy enigma, his voice thick with unspoken turmoil. When did you become this? The girl tilted her chin, laughing lightly. Of course, it was when you were absent. With a resounding crash, the documents on the table were sent tumbling to the floor by Harry's sweeping motion. The nearby Auror in turn was taken aback, bewildered by the transformation of the usually amiable savior into a figure of wrath. Harry turned to the intern, his tone deceptively calm, yet laced with authority. You may leave. I shall submit the subsequent interrogation report myself. The intern, clearly intimidated by the darkness in Harry's eyes, was eager to exit the scene. In the desolate interrogation room, only Harry and Loia remained. Harry remained silent, scrutinizing her for an extended period, while the girl in the interrogation chair seemed disinterested, turning her head away. Harry approached her, bending down. His fingers brushed against Loia's ear, gliding through her silky silver hair and resting at the nape of her neck. He exerted a gentle pressure, denying her the chance to evade him, drawing her closer. He lowered his head, resting his forehead against hers, and Harry could almost feel the warmth of her breath. With a bittersweet smile, he murmured softly, How did we end up like this? He wished fervently that time could freeze in this moment. allowing them to forget that they stood as adversaries on opposing sides. Loya feigned ignorance to his inquiries, her cruel words shattering the remnants of his fragile dreams. Harry heard her cold, impatient voice uttering, "Stay away from me." At that moment, the last thread of restraint in his mind snapped. Harry gripped her shoulders tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, his voice tinged with an unprecedented gloom and fixation as he nearly hissed through clenched teeth. "You have never harbored even the slightest space for me in your heart." He pressed down on her shoulders with fervor, his voice brimming with resentment and madness. "I was the one who requested to interrogate you. Rather than allowing you to fall into their clutches, it is better to be in my grasp. Instead of watching you suffer at the hands of others, it is preferable to face ruin in my hands." A hint of sarcasm graced the corners of Loya's lips. The so-called great savior has indeed succumbed to madness. Loya caught a glimpse of Harry's trembling hand gripping his wand. She arched an elegant eyebrow and inquired, are you capable of taking action? Mr. Potter? What did you perceive within the crystal ball?" Professor Trelawney's voice jolted Harry's consciousness back from the prophetic visions contained within the orb. His complexion was pale, cold sweat soaking through his garments, and his shoulders trembled imperceptibly. If what he had witnessed was indeed the future, then Loya harbored disdain for him, and his future self-inflicted harm upon her. A deep unease gripped Harry, rendering his heart restless. He stammered, "I no longer wish to be an Auror." Ron gazed at him, bewildered. "You actually believe in crystal ball divination? Even Hermione doesn't, so how could it predict the future?" Hermione, the top scholar of their year, was seldom wrong. What one sees is not necessarily the truth, and the results of divination are not always reliable, Harry reassured himself, and his complexion gradually returned to normal. The author wishes to convey that this is a product of creative freedom. The veracity of the prophecy remains uncertain even to the author. Whether a darker inclination exists within the future Harry is a mystery the author cannot ascertain. And whether they will reach that point in the narrative is also unclear. One must simply go with the flow. To the author, second-year Harry appears as merely a child, and thus the author hesitates to delve deeper into his character. Perhaps considerations will be made in the third year. It has been over 2 weeks since the old witch captured them and brought them to the abandoned manor, and Loya, along with her fellow Ravenlaw, was coerced into the forest to gather materials for the witch's potions. Loya grasped a medicinal herb and cast it into the basket behind her. The forest was shrouded in a dim light, with trees densely packed together, allowing only faint rays of sunlight to filter through the leaves. They needed to gather a full basket of herbs before dusk, otherwise they would meet the same grim fate as a poor little girl from a few days prior, who had failed to collect the required number of herbs for the old witch and was fed to the beasts. The sky was darkening, presenting a suitable opportunity for escape. However, Loya found herself gazing at the iron ring engraved with the number 13 around her wrist. The ring was heavily rusted, suggesting it had seen better days. As the last sorceress to be ensnared by it had met a brutal demise at the hands of the old witch after a failed escape attempt. The ring was imbued with a tracking spell, and the old witch possessed a parchment map resembling a live tracking system. Every movement of those adorned with the iron ring was reflected by corresponding numbers on her map. Unless the ring was removed, the path to freedom remained obstructed. Moreover, this system was notoriously uncooperative, responding only when it deemed fit. At times, it would not make an appearance for months. Relying solely on the system without personal growth was akin to entrusting one's life to another. If the system were truly so formidable, it would be better to obliterate the entire realm of sorcery altogether. No matter how grandiose Voldemort pretended to be, he would still be reduced to ashes by the bomb in Hiroshima. The woods outside the manor were abundant with wild medicinal plants, and Loya had indeed contemplated using poisonous mushrooms or toxic herbs for revenge. After a prolonged search, she failed to discover any herbs that posed lethal threats or had hallucinogenic properties. She did, however, find a plant that could induce severe diarrhea, and thankfully, she had not been dozing off in her potion classes. She had acquired some knowledge, out of a sense of vengeance. Loya ground the diarrhea-inducing herb into a fine powder, and, while the old witch's kitchen servant was distracted, she poured the powder into the cauldron. Thus, the old witch and her grotesque, dim-witted giant son spent the entire day in a state of vomiting and diarrhea. The servant was swiftly dispatched by the old witch's malevolent curse, with her body hung from a tree in the front yard. Loya could not be blamed for harming the innocent. This servant had previously harbored lascivious intentions towards the girls while delivering meals to their cell, only to be silenced when Loya bit off his finger in retaliation. Having successfully eliminated a scoundrel by employing a knife as a means of justice, Loya felt rather pleased. Unbeknownst to her, her basket was now brimming with medicinal herbs. As darkness approached, she cautiously warned Lavender to beware of the beast lurking in the forest and suggested they should return. Loya glanced up at the sky. But Lavender appeared utterly at a loss, standing in place and mumbling incoherently. Loya cast a glance at the herbs in her basket and instantly comprehended the situation. Lavanda possessed only half a basket of herbs. Upon returning, she would undoubtedly face the wrath of the old witch. And the consequences would be severe. Injuries would be the least of her worries, as she could very well suffer the loss of limbs. Lavanda had once entertained thoughts of fleeing and had even attempted to act on them. However, the old witch could effortlessly track her down through the bracelet. And upon being captured, Lavanda endured a harrowing ordeal, nearly succumbing to a dreadful curse. Consequently, the mere sight of the old witch now sent her heart racing and her body trembling. Lavanda was on the brink of tears, overwhelmed by despair. Loya remained silent, for she was not adept at offering comfort. Although she was not well acquainted with Lavender, they were both members of Gryffindor, and she felt compelled to assist her in a small way. Thus, she poured the excess herbs from her basket into Lavender's potion basket. There, that should suffice. It was time to return. Lavender cast a grateful glance her way. The old witch had recently been concocting a special potion and had entrusted Loya with the task of overseeing the cauldron, instructing her to turn it counterclockwise twice every half hour, followed by 3 clockwise turns. This potion required an astonishingly long brewing time of over 10 hours, leading Loya to believe that it was no ordinary concoction. Seizing a moment when the old witch was distracted, she stealthily concealed the small knife used for cutting herbs into her sleeve. The following day, the old witch ventured into a concealed cave. Inside, rows of cells were surrounded by iron bars, each housing an adult man. They knelt on the ground as if bereft of their senses, their bodies covered in a multitude of rashes and blisters, their eyes clouded, leaving only a ghastly white behind. The old witch led the way while Loya followed, carrying a box of potions. The small knife slipped into her palm, and Loya tightened her resolve, mentally calculating the likelihood of successfully striking the old witch from behind. Unless she could deliver a fatal blow, the witch would surely turn to unleash a lethal curse. The knife in her hand was old and dull. She was uncertain whether it could pierce flesh swiftly enough to claim a life. Clenching the knife tightly, she was on the verge of raising it when a figure suddenly appeared behind her, prompting her to hastily conceal the knife in her sleeve. A grotesque giant entered, dragging a tongueless young wizard behind him. The girl was pulled along the ground, the chains clanking as they were dragged. "Mother," she fled into the forest. "But I captured her," the giant reported. The old witch merely scoffed. "A foolish creature. Let us proceed as per the usual customs." Upon witnessing the grotesque giant seize the girl, Loya observed as the iron ring that had once marked her was violently torn away. The girl no longer required it, for her life was about to be extinguished, and the bracelet would soon be left for the next captured sorceress. Her hands were ensnared in chains, the other end tethered to the iron bars of a cell. The old hag retrieved a vial of black potion from her cabinet, gripping the neck of the man within the cell, and forced the concoction down his throat. Instantly, his body began to swell, thick for sprouting forth, transforming him into a mindless, bloodthirsty werewolf. The creature, drawn by the scent of its bound prey, lunged with razor-sharp claws through the gaps in the iron bars, rending the girl's arm in the blink of an eye. Like a frenzied beast, it savaged her abdomen and throat, devouring her flesh and blood until only a blood-soaked severed arm remained on the chains. The old witch surveyed the gruesome scene with satisfaction, pausing to tap her staff. "Mindless beast, you may cease once you are satiated." At her command, the frenzied werewolf appeared to be frozen in place, motionless. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Loya suddenly comprehended that, even in the absence of a full moon, the old witch's potion could instantaneously transform werewolves. Those who had ingested the elixir were compelled to obey her every command. It was highly probable that the cells within the cave were filled with werewolves, as the old witch conducted her experiments upon them. Furthermore, the eyes of werewolves who had consumed the potion for an extended period became clouded and indistinct. Even when they reverted to their human forms, they lost their capacity for rational thought. The old witch's gaze shifted toward a middle-aged man in a different cell. The man bore 3 scars upon his face, and unlike the other werewolves, his eyes were not clouded. He had likely not yet partaken of the old witch's potion. Loya quietly observed Remus Lupin, the future professor of defense against the dark arts, who was now feebly leaning against the corner of the wall, his situation quite dire. Lupin knelt halfway, his arms raised high as if he were a martyr, his hands seemingly nailed to the wall. He lifted his scarred and weathered visage. Having witnessed firsthand how his kind ruthlessly tore apart innocent lives and devoured them whole, it was as if his very soul had been extracted, leaving him in disbelief at the scene before him. An old woman opened the iron door of the cell and pointed towards him. "Go and administer the potion to him." Loya gazed at Lupin in a daze, torn between indecision as she stood rooted to the spot. The old witch assumed Loya was a coward, fearing that Lupin would transform into a werewolf the moment he ingested the potion, tearing her to shreds. He was a recently captured werewolf, and after consuming the potion, it would take at least 30 minutes for the transformation to occur. "I do not wish to become that monstrosity." Lupin's heart was filled with despair. He loathed and detested his identity as a werewolf. "Soon, you will become my slave, just like the other werewolves who have taken the potion, obeying my every command." The old witch sneered, the wrinkles on her face contorting grotesquely. Impatiently, she urged Loya forward, who, clutching the vial, cautiously approached Lupin, acutely aware of the witch's watchful gaze behind her, preventing any rash actions. She knelt beside Lupin, uncorking the potion bottle and grasping his chin firmly. Loya fixed his gaze upon him for a moment, his hand grasping the vial, hesitating with uncertainty. Loya recalled that Lupin was also a tragic figure in the original narrative. His identity as a werewolf subjected him to discrimination and disdain throughout his life. This identity brought upon him countless adversities, leaving him to wander aimlessly, plagued by self-doubt and isolation. The vial of potion in her hand had the potential to transform him into a mindless beast, and prolonged consumption would render him a mere slave to the old witch, devoid of rational thought and only capable of obeying her commands. At present, her defiance against the witch's orders placed her at risk of incurring a malicious curse, and the suspicious which would not relent until she laid eyes on the empty vial. Lupin, helpless, stared at her with wide eyes filled with despair and vulnerability. This cornered creature had been driven to the brink of desperation. Loya leaned slightly forward, positioning herself between the old witch and Lupin, obstructing the witch's line of sight. She took a deep breath and, in the blind spot of the old witch's gaze, downed the potion from the vial in one swift motion. Lupin stared at the young girl before him in astonishment. While the old witch was concocting her potions, Loya had been ordered to assist, and although her skills in potion-making were rather poor, she could still recognize the required ingredients, which posed no threat to ordinary individuals. The potion was effective for werewolves, yet it might not yield the same results for humans. She decided to gamble on the notion that this potion, which could instantaneously transform a werewolf, would have no adverse effects on an ordinary person. The old witch had survived for 2 centuries through dark magic and alchemy, and based on Loya's observations over the past few days, the witch's hearing had significantly deteriorated. Therefore, Loya merely needed to lower her voice, for the old witch would not be able to discern her words. Loya turned her back to the old witch and quietly said to Lupin, "It seems that relying on you to save us is no longer an option. I shall devise a plan instead. During this time, you should behave yourself in front of the old witch." Loya turned to the old witch, presenting the empty vial, which prompted her to squint and lower her guard. The disobedient slaves had been dealt with sternly, and the old witch would never have imagined that Loya would, under her very nose, consume the potion intended for Lupin. Observing Loya's recent compliance and obedience, the old witch became less vigilant. Subsequently, she entrusted the task of delivering potions to Lupin entirely to Loya, no longer feeling the need to supervise her closely. As a result, Loya also obtained the key to Lupin's cell. Loya no longer needed to consume that repugnant black potion. She had discreetly disposed of the old witch's concoction when no one was watching. It would be a lie to claim that there were no side effects at all. Shortly after ingesting the potion, she would experience a sensation of dizziness and a throbbing head. For an ordinary individual, it would merely induce lightheadedness, and fortunately, the impact was not substantial. Loya was attempting to pry open the lock in Lupin's hand with a rusted knife, though he possessed the key to the cell. Without unlocking the connection between his hand and the wall, escape was an impossibility. "Just bear with it," Loya kindly advised. Lupin's hand was impaled, the fresh tissue having already adhered to the wooden peg. With each attempt to pick the lock, blood would seep from the wounds on Loya's hands, while Lupin gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain that pierced through his palm. After struggling with the lock for an extended period, Loya, in a fit of frustration, uttered a curse that seemed unbefitting of her youthful age. "XXX, it truly is futile." Speaking so eloquently in front of the professor appeared rather improper. She cast a furtive glance at Lupin, reminding herself that he was not currently the defense against the dark arts instructor, and as long as she maintained her composure, any embarrassment would fall upon him. Observing Loya frowning and bustling about in vain attempts to unlock the door, Lupin, feeling a sense of empathy for her evident dismay, decided to steer the conversation in a different direction, hoping to distract her. "Thank you for everything these past few days." Loya nodded slightly in acceptance of his gratitude. While unable to refrain from teasing, "You have expressed your thanks numerous times already." Lupin paused for a few seconds, feeling momentarily embarrassed, and could only manage a wry smile. As a werewolf, he had faced exclusion and ridicule, with no one willing to accept his kind. However, the gaze of the girl held no trace of fear or disdain. During his days of confinement in the dungeon, Loya became the sole individual with whom he could converse, serving as a fragile solace for his nearly fraying sanity. Lupin looked gently at the girl, the corners of his eyes etched with the marks of time, and he inquired with concern about her well-being. "You took the medicine for me earlier. Are you feeling all right?" Loya's demeanor towards those outside her circle of friends is notably aloof and distant. She remarked coolly, "Very well. It seems that obtaining the key is imperative." Loya rose to depart, and Lupin instinctively called out to her. Loya turned her head, gazing at him in bewilderment. "Is there anything else?" Lupin was momentarily rendered speechless by the inquiry, and could only repeat, "Thank you. You've said that twice today. It's fine. I'll take my leave now. Wait for me." He had merely been confined in the dark, sunless cell for far too long, yearning for someone to engage in conversation with him. Observing Lupin's speechlessness, Loya looked at him in confusion. It seemed that something struck Lupin, and he earnestly remarked, "I believe I still have some chocolate in my pocket." Chocolate can alleviate tension and anxiety. He noticed Loya finally paused in her departure. Upon hearing about the chocolate, Loya's eyes sparkled, and she swiftly rushed to Lupin's side, retrieving the confection from his tattered pocket. To Loya, this ordinary chocolate appeared as a divine delight to his starving soul. Although it was crumbled, it was certainly more palatable than the inexpressibly dreadful black bread she had endured over the past few days. "I won't be polite then. Sharing snacks is a wonderful way to forge friendships," Loya thought, her demeanor toward him becoming less distant as she kindly offered him the last piece of chocolate, placing it into his mouth. Humans are inherently fearful of solitude. As the sole companion in his plight, Lupin, despite being over twice her age, found himself unwittingly confiding in her. Yet, he understood that the little girl likely could not comprehend the ramblings of his mind. He recounted his life since being bitten by the werewolf Greyback at the tender age of 4, reminiscing about his time at Hogwarts. However, whenever he mentioned his friend James, Loya's expression would darken. "I detest him. Please do not speak of him. I have no interest in anything concerning him, nor do I wish to hear of his exploits." Bullying is bullying, even if he is the protagonist's son, cloaked in an aura of privilege. Indeed, she harbored a bias against Snape. Lupin stared at Loya in astonishment, and over time, he simply excised James from his recollections of the past. Loya gazed upon the abandoned manor outside the cave. Having gathered ample information over the past few days, the old witch ventured out every weekend afternoon to deliver a successfully experimented werewolf to her buyer in a wooden crate. The day after tomorrow marked the anticipated departure of the goods from the manor. She had awaited this day for far too long and felt it was time to take action. For an entire month, Lupin's eyes had not turned the murky white typical of other experimental werewolves. Instead, they retained the clarity of an ordinary human, causing the old witch to harbor a lingering sense of unease. On the grassy terrain near the cave, the witch discovered several plants, their dark branches and leaves starkly contrasting with the surrounding verdant grass. These ominous plants had evidently been corroded by potions. The old witch seethed with rage, realizing that the audacious girl had dared to deceive her, pouring the potion onto the grass, which was why the newly captured werewolf had not yet transformed. She had always preferred to execute disobedient slaves in accordance with her rules, and Loya found herself shackled outside the iron bars of Lupin's cell. The tracking iron ring on her wrist was brutally torn off, destined to be inherited by the next unfortunate slave. Lupin was forcefully administered the transformation potion, and the shackles binding his arms were unfastened. Experienced the agony of being torn apart by a werewolf's claws, the old witch cackled sinisterly, reveling in the fate of those who dared to deceive her. Under the influence of the potion, the newly captured werewolf would transform within half an hour. Yet the old witch lacked the patience to linger in the dark, damp cave for that duration. With a cold laugh, she turned to leave. Before the deformed giant followed the old witch out of the cave, Loya smirked, her eyes narrowing playfully as she called out, "Did you not desire my eyes to craft a necklace? Do not forget to return for them." She was subtly reminding the witch's dim-witted son to come back and retrieve her eyes from her lifeless body. A scheming smile graced the corners of Loya's lips. For everything unfolded precisely according to her design, and she awaited this very opportunity. In recent days, she had gathered ample information, knowing that this afternoon marked the day the old witch would venture out to deliver her goods. Prior to the witch's departure, she had deliberately scattered the potion in a conspicuous spot along the witch's usual path, anticipating the moment of discovery. Now, she had successfully evaded the clutches of the tracking iron ring. In a state of panic, Lapu retreated to a corner of his cell, distancing himself from Loia. He vividly recalled the day he ingested the potion, the merciless werewolf that had ruthlessly torn innocent lives asunder. The horrifying scene remained etched in his memory, a constant reminder that those beasts were of his own kind. As the effects of the potion began to surge within him, he collided with the wall, desperately struggling to suppress the primal urge to transform into a werewolf. Loya observed as he repeatedly slammed against the wall, wishing fervently that he would simply crash into it and perish, thus avoiding the transformation into a beast that would harm others. No, I do not wish to inflict pain. I do not want to become a man-eating monster. You may transform into a werewolf. Loya's voice remained calm and unperturbed, as if the imminent danger held no significance for her. I will harm you. I will tear you apart. The future professor of dark arts defense had reached the brink of emotional collapse, his voice trembling with fear. Loya, however, had no time to offer comfort. Do not hesitate. Do not dawdle. Transform into a werewolf at once. After all, he was to be the instructor for the upcoming academic year. Out of respect for his position, she suppressed the latter part of her sentence. Lupin's transformation was a crucial element of her plan. In truth, she felt a twinge of anxiety as the risks were considerable. Yet, taking a chance was preferable to inaction. Lupin's body began to convulse, expanding as fur sprouted, and in an instant, he morphed into a werewolf. The creature's sharp claws emerged from the iron door, and Loya barely managed to evade them, narrowly avoiding a grievous injury. She took a small step to the side. You, Husky, heed my words. Yes, move this way with me. Loya fixated on the werewolf, carefully maneuvering to find an advantageous angle while silently calculating the maximum reach of the creature's claws through the iron bars. Just as the werewolf's lethal talons were about to grasp her, she yanked the chain taut before her, creating a barrier, accompanied by a piercing sound of metal scraping. The iron chain was violently severed by the werewolf's claws, which proved to be even sharper than she had anticipated. Overjoyed to be free, Loya inspected her wrists, relieved that her swift evasion had left no marks. Meanwhile, Lupin, transformed into a werewolf, continued to howl frantically in the confines of his cell, oblivious to Loya's presence. Undeterred by the frenzied Lupin, Loya scanned the cave. She had successfully rid herself of the magically traceable iron ring, and the old witch had presumed her dead at the hands of the werewolf, thus granting her greater freedom of movement. Deep within the cave lay a cellar, containing nothing but dusty crates of rum. The former owner of the estate had once been in the liquor trade. Now, her task was to clutch her knife and patiently lie in wait in the shadows at the cave's entrance. The witch's dim-witted son would undoubtedly be eager to claim her eyes as a trophy from her lifeless body. The sounds of the giant's footsteps grew increasingly closer. The moment the grotesque giant stepped into the cave, Loya swiftly wrapped one arm around its neck, suspending herself from its back, while her right hand plunged the knife deep into the giant's eye. You enjoy collecting others' eyes to string into necklaces, do you? Perhaps you should adorn your own corpse with your own. Loya gripped the knife tightly and viciously stirred it within the giant's eye socket. The giant, with its shattered eyeball, let out a piercing wail, its immense body thrashing violently against the metal railing, the small blade still embedded in its eye cavity. Loya extended her hand and swiftly snatched the key to the cell from her belt. In a flurry, she inserted the key into the iron door, unleashing the frenzied werewolf within. Devoid of reason, the werewolf's target instinctively fixated on the nearest grotesque giant, while Loya had already taken refuge behind the iron door. The werewolf lunged, baring its menacing fangs towards the aberrant giant. A resounding crack echoed within the cavern as bone and flesh were mercilessly torn apart. In an instant, the giant's body was reduced to shreds, blood and entrails scattered. The clash between the werewolf and the giant suggested that the werewolf held the upper hand, though it was conceivable that Loya had previously blinded one of the giant's eyes, placing it at a disadvantage from the onset. She could not ascertain whether the werewolf would coexist peacefully with her, the Little Red Riding Hood, after its brutal slaughter of the giant. Nor could she predict how long Lupin, in his werewolf form, would remain devoid of reason, seizing the opportunity while the werewolf assailed the giant. Loya cautiously retreated into the cellar of the cave. She swiftly secured the iron door with a bolt and stacked crates of rum behind it for added barricade. Breathless, she perched atop a wooden crate, swinging her legs, fatigued from moving just a few boxes. Even through the metallic door, the ferocious growls of the werewolf and the lamentations of the grotesque giant could still be heard. Gradually, the giant's cries faded, suggesting that the werewolf, now Lupin, had prevailed. To avert a massacre by the werewolf and to safeguard Hermione and the others, Loya intermittently tapped the walls with a bottle, creating noise to divert the werewolf's attention. Upon hearing the commotion, the werewolf charged at the cellar's iron door. The entrance was now piled high with crates, rendering it impossible for the werewolf, regardless of its strength, to break through. As time ticked away, Loya leisurely tapped the wall with her bottle every few minutes, until the roars of the werewolf diminished into silence. The outside grew quiet, and a polite knock echoed at the door. Loya, ever vigilant, inquired, "Is it the big bad wolf, or a mere human?" After a considerable time, she heard the weary voice of a seasoned man. It seemed that Lupin had regained his senses. Loya moved aside a wooden box and opened the door, revealing a scene splattered with blood and the dismembered limbs of a grotesque giant in a pool of crimson. Lupin was drenched in blood, his eyes filled with exhaustion and despondency. Upon awakening, he gazed at his blood-soaked hands and the scattered corpses, filled with a sense of dread, fearing that he had transformed into a monstrous wolf that had attacked Loya. The iron door was pushed open by a little girl, who emerged unscathed, much to Lupin's relief. "I apologize for not informing you of the plan beforehand. It seems I have rather excessively utilized your werewolf strength in a rather underhanded manner," Loya said, her hands clasped in apology. Lupin remained silent, his gaze lost in the gruesome remnants on the ground, his expression a mixture of confusion and complexity. The old witch's deformed giant son, despite being mentally challenged, stood at least 3 to 4 meters tall and was quite strong. Yet, werewolf Lupin had effortlessly torn him apart, exhibiting a combat prowess that far surpassed that depicted in the original tale. This left her pondering the idea of capturing a robust werewolf to concoct a potion akin to the witch's, compelling the creature to obey her commands, an unsettling thought that made her feel increasingly like a villain. She was, after all, a good person. Loya shook her head, dispelling this dangerous notion from her mind. A handkerchief was offered to Lupin, who lifted his gaze to Loya. "You might want to wipe the blood from your face. We will soon be meeting my classmates from Gryffindor. They are still young, and their capacity for such sights may not be strong. The author has a message. After disappearing for several days, contemplating abandoning this endeavor, I am grateful for your unwavering support that has encouraged me to persist. Thank you for the little gifts." Loya extracted another set of keys from the corpse of the deformed giant, among which one was the key to Hermione's cell, while the other was presumably the key to their tracking bracelets. Subduing the guard in the dungeon proved to be a trivial task. Loya suggested simply slitting the guard's throat. The future defense against the dark arts professor gazed at her in astonishment, pondering why a 12-year-old child exhibited such ruthlessness in the matter of taking a life. Lupin harbored deep doubts regarding her upbringing, suspecting that her parents had been excessively neglectful, resulting in a character that was unervingly cold compared to her peers. With this thought, Lupin involuntarily felt a twinge of pity for Loya and occasionally found himself concerned for her well-being. As Loya unlocked the cell door, she also removed the tracking bracelets from Hermione and the others. Lupin was incredulous at the sight of so many young witches and wizards confined within the cell. His clothes were splattered with blood, making him appear as though he had just escaped from a crime scene. Both Hermione and Lavender instinctively took a step back, wary of his presence. "Do not worry. He is a good person," Loya quickly reassured everyone, noticing their unease. The older student, Terence, nervously inquired, "Where do we go now? Can we return to Hogwarts? I am uncertain of our current location, but it is certainly not in England. Our utmost priority is to leave this place as swiftly as possible before the old witch returns." She had also questioned Lupin, who, like her, was entirely unaware of their whereabouts. He could only recall being confined in a cage after transforming into a werewolf. Loya appeared to be concocting yet another mischievous scheme. She continued, "Before we depart, I must leave a surprise for the old witch, so gather around to assist me." Consequently, everyone followed Loya as she transported boxes of alcohol from the basement. Loya then set the entire estate ablaze. The manor was swiftly engulfed by the flames, billowing thick smoke and fiery tongues reaching for the heavens. With a gleeful smirk, Loya proclaimed, "Ha! I'll make sure that old witch returns to find herself with nothing." Her lair has been reduced to ashes. As they traversed through the forest, they stumbled upon a quaint wooden cabin nestled deep within the woods. The interior was sparsely furnished, cloaked in a thick layer of dust, indicating it had been long abandoned. Scattered across the floor were frayed pieces of rope and some rusted hunting tools, suggesting that the cabin served as a temporary refuge for hunters seeking shelter from the snowstorms. Loya pilfered a map from the old witch and unfurled it upon a wooden table, drawing the attention of all present. We are now situated within this forest, as Loya indicated a specific location on the map. Aside from the old witch's estate, the map is predominantly adorned with forest and rivers. She pointed towards a distant town marked on the map. By traversing westward through the woods, one could reach this village, which is marked with a red cross. Loya pondered the reason behind the witch's peculiar marking of the town. Yet, in the absence of alternatives, a village inhabited by muggles would provide a means to communicate with Hogwarts. Traveling by night is unwise, for the woods harbor many nocturnal beasts. Thus, Loya and her companions resolved to spend the night in a quaint cabin. The cabin housed but a single bed. Naturally, the young women took to resting upon it, while Lupin and Terence willingly assumed the duty of taking turns to keep watch. In the dead of night, a fierce wind arose, causing the dilapidated windows to creak ominously. The aging wooden door emitted a jarring sound, rousing Loya from her slumber. Peering through the window, she beheld Lupin stumbling away towards the woods, seemingly eager to distance himself from the cabin. The moonlight streamed through the window as the full moon slowly ascended from behind the clouds. A full moon. Loya abruptly sat up from her bed, her heart racing. How incredibly coincidental and unfortunate it was that Lupin transformed into a werewolf during the day, only to encounter a full moon that very night. Hastily, she donned her clothes and roused the slumbering Hermione and Lavender. Startled by the commotion, Terence was just opening the wooden door, eager to discover what was transpiring outside. As Loya hurried down the staircase, Terence had already exited the wooden cabin. "Come back!" Loya shouted at Terence's retreating figure. To Terence's astonishment, he noticed Lupin's body gradually swelling, with coarse, beastly fur sprouting from his back. Loya dashed out and seized Terence. With a visage filled with terror, Terence stammered, he's a werewolf?" Lupin bit down on his own arm, using the pain to stimulate the last vestiges of his reason. He shouted to the children behind him, "Quick, hide!" Paralyzed by the ghastly transformation unfolding before him, Terence stood frozen in place, unresponsive even as Loya tugged at him repeatedly. In an instant, Lupin morphed into a grotesque werewolf, emitting a feral growl from deep within his throat. He lunged forward and sank his teeth into Terence, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. Terence was flung aside by the werewolf and tumbled down a slope in the forest, while the beast roared and charged towards Loya's direction. Loya swiftly dashed back to the wooden cabin and shut the door. "Is he a werewolf?" Hermione and Lavender hurriedly descended the stairs. "I had not anticipated that today would coincidentally be a full moon," Loya lamented, his head throbbing. Inside the hunter's cabin, there was little more than a table, several chairs, and an old wooden cupboard on the wall. The girls merely pushed the table against the door. The beast outside was violently battering the wooden door, causing the stacked furniture behind it to shift backward. This modest cabin was neither a dungeon with iron bars nor a cellar with a fortified door. This dilapidated wooden barrier would surely not withstand the onslaught for long. Indeed, with a resounding crash, the door splintered into two, and the piled-up furniture was shattered into pieces. Unprepared, Loia was thrown against the cupboard, while Hermione and Lavender also tumbled to the ground. The cupboard's wooden panels burst open, and an array of hunting tools, including traps and snares, clattered down to the floor. A metallic weapon clanged as it struck Loia on the head, and as he rubbed his aching skull, he discovered that it was an antiquated hunting rifle. Loya could not help but ponder within, questioning the efficacy of this device against werewolves. Lavender's abdomen was marred by several gruesome gashes inflicted by the werewolf's claws. She writhed in agony, clutching her wounds. The werewolf seized Hermione by the throat, lifting her effortlessly. Its maw, filled with menacing fangs, drew perilously close to her neck. A thunderous gunshot echoed through the air as a bullet pierced the werewolf's shoulder. Enraged, it let out a ferocious roar, casting Hermione aside, its bloodthirsty gaze fixated on Loya, who stood wielding the firearm. Loya staggered back from the recoil of the shotgun, the vintage firearm proving cumbersome as she struggled to lift it. Her entire body tensed as she aimed the gun at the werewolf. All she needed was to incapacitate Lupin, who had transformed, even if just for a moment. Her sights were set on the beast's leg. The second shot detonated near the werewolf's foot, missing its target. Enraged, the werewolf charged at hers, and Loya's fingers stiffened as she squeezed the trigger once more. "Forgive me, Professor Lupin. Do not hold it against me." If blame is to be placed, let it rest upon the author, for she delights in tormenting her male characters. Apologies again, Professor Lupin, do not take it personally. This shot struck the werewolf's leg. Yet the creature remained unyielding, continuing its furious advance towards her. Indeed, the werewolf was robust and resilient. A mere mortal would have succumbed to a bullet, their leg shattered. Loya stepped back to create distance, taking aim at the werewolf's calf and fired several shots until the barrel emitted white smoke. After being struck by a barrage of bullets to its lower leg, the werewolf finally lost its balance and crashed heavily to the ground. Loya exhaled deeply. And as a sorceress, she couldn't help but marvel at the muggle firearm in her grasp, pondering if it was not more effective than her wand. Meanwhile, the werewolf sprawled on the ground, devoid of reason, continued to thrash wildly with its razor-sharp claws. Loya seized the hunting trap from the ground, ensnaring his 2 paws, and wedged a table leg into his mouth. At present, Lupin exhibited no aggression and posed no threat to anyone. He merely needed to await the depletion of his strength before reverting to his human form. Loya let out a quiet sigh. Is this truly the werewolf that was driven away by Buckbeak in the film? Its physique and combat prowess far exceed those depicted on screen. They nearly faced total annihilation at its hands. Loya crouched down to inspect the wound on Lavender's abdomen. Overcome with fear, Lavender choked out, "I was scratched by it. Will I turn into a werewolf?" "It was merely a scratch, not a bite. You won't transform into a werewolf. Hermione, please help her bandage the wound. I will check on Terrence's condition. Both of you, remember to keep your distance from the werewolf." Hermione cautiously maneuvered around the werewolf, approaching Lavender. The strap of the hunting rifle was too large for Loya's small frame. She had to knot it and slung the rifle over her shoulder as she made her way toward the hillside outside the cabin. Lavender was somewhat fortunate, having only sustained a scratch from the werewolf, while Terrence was almost certainly doomed. He had been bitten by Lupin and infected by the werewolf. On the next full moon, he too would transform. Terrence slowly crawled up the slope, his body smeared with mud and blood, looking utterly disheveled. His pale face turned towards Loya as he asked, "If I have been bitten, will I become a monster like him? Only on the night of the full moon will you transform into a werewolf." Terrence could not accept this reality. Mentally shattered, he shook his head repeatedly, murmuring to himself, "I do not want to become a werewolf." "Calm down. Snape can brew wolfsbane potion. It may help you." Loya attempted to soothe his emotions and bring him to a state of calm. Yet the distraught Terrence was entirely unresponsive to Loya's words. In a sudden frenzy, he turned and dashed into the depths of the forest. After pursuing for a while, Loia finally halted her steps, the hunter's cabin receding further into the distance, rendering her unable to proceed any further. Torn by indecision, she stood rooted to the spot. Inside the wooden cabin were an injured girl and a temporarily incapacitated werewolf. She could not possibly abandon the 2 defenseless girls in front of the werewolf for too long, lest other beasts might attack in the meantime. At this moment, she truly felt overwhelmed and powerless to cope with the situation. Reluctantly, Loya returned to the cottage, where Lavender's wound had been tended to, and the 2 girls huddled in a corner, striving to distance themselves from the agitated werewolf on the ground. Upon seeing Loya, the werewolf once again brandished its claws, which clutched the hunting traps. Loya stood guard beside it, weapon drawn, awaiting the moment when the creature would expend its energy and revert to its human form. As dawn broke, Lupin finally transformed back into a human. Despite the widely acknowledged resilience of werewolves, Lupin's condition was dire. The bullet wound in his leg was grievous, exposing bone. Loya pondered for a moment whether she had been too harsh in her actions. Upon awakening, Lupin would undoubtedly feel profound guilt and remorse for having unwittingly transformed an innocent student into a werewolf. In the brief span of a month, his mental state had deteriorated significantly. If this continued, Loya harbored doubts about his ability to successfully assume the role of defense against the dark arts professor the following year. It was perhaps best to keep the matter concerning Terrence from him for the time being. Time was of the essence. The cottage, now reduced to a mere doorframe by the werewolf's rampage, could no longer serve as a refuge. They needed to reach the town marked on the map with urgency. Utilizing whatever tools they could find in the cottage, the girls fashioned a makeshift stretcher for Lupin. As they trudged toward the town, both Loya and Hermione bore the stretcher, struggling onward. The closer they drew to the town, the denser the fog in the forest became, rendering the path increasingly indistinct. Fortunately, 2 seemingly amiable old hunters emerged from the woods and spotted them. One, a silver-haired man in his 50s, carried a rabbit and scrutinized the group. Foreigners? An injured, unconscious middle-aged man accompanied by 3 young girls, one of whom bore a firearm. The old hunter naturally misinterpreted the scene as that of a father who had taken his children on a hunting expedition and had met with an unfortunate accident. Loya continued along the hunter's conjecture, striving to present a pitiful demeanor. "We have lost our way. My father accidentally shot himself." The two hunters assisted in lifting the stretcher, while Loya trailed behind, listening to their aimless chatter. "Recently, there has indeed been an influx of outsiders. Just the other day, an irritable old hunter led a group through the fog, kindly advising the girls following closely to stay together, for once lost in the mist, one may never find their way out." Before long, they arrived at the small town under the guidance of the old hunter. Salem, a remote settlement, exists in isolation, perpetually shrouded in an eerie fog that has severed its ties with the outside world. This self-sufficient hamlet has not welcomed any outsiders for over a century. The town's standard of living is remarkably primitive, devoid of any modern electrical appliances, had the old hunter not explicitly stated that it was the year 1992. Loya might have doubted whether she had been transported back to the 18th century. After delivering them to the medical facility, the old hunter took his leave. The clinic's medical conditions were even more rudimentary, with a doctor donning a pair of reading glasses. After extracting the bullet from Lepiing's leg, he performed no disinfection or suturing. Instead, he brandished a surgical knife and made a 2-inch incision on Lepiing's arm, allowing blood to flow into a copper basin. Loya furrowed his brow and inquired, "Wait a moment. The injury is on his leg. Why are you slashing his arm with a knife?" "The patient requires bloodletting to alleviate his high fever. What he truly needs is disinfection and bandaging of the wound, along with antipyretics." "What purpose does bloodletting serve? Are you living in the Middle Ages?" "Bloodletting is an exceedingly foolish and outdated medical practice, yet astonishingly, there are still physicians who employ it in this day and age." The elderly doctor, clearly displeased with Loya's skepticism towards his medical approach, retorted, "Ignorance. Bloodletting can cure any ailment, if one session does not reduce the fever. It is imperative to perform bloodletting 3 more times." Loya retorted with unwavering conviction, "You intend to draw blood 2 or 3 more times, to cause excessive bleeding until one succumbs? You are an ignorant quack." The old physician, his face flushed with indignation, furiously pointed at her and exclaimed, "Leave. You are not welcome here." Loya and her companions, along with the unconscious Lupin, were unceremoniously expelled from the clinic by the elderly physician. Whatever happened to the benevolence of a healer? The windows of the clinic were opened from within, and Nurse Laura, seizing the opportunity while the old doctor was distracted, leaned out and inquired, "Travelers, do you require any assistance?" "We are in need of bandages, hemostatic agents, and antipyretics," they replied. Nurse Laura glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was watching, and discreetly retrieved some herbal remedies for fever and bleeding from a drawer, placing them into Loya's hands. "Handle these with care. It is against the town's regulations for women to handle medicinal herbs." Loya smiled in gratitude, reflecting on the dismal medical conditions of this Muggle town. There were no syringes, no capsules, only an assortment of ordinary herbs, and the physicians preferred to resort to the antiquated and misguided practice of bloodletting. Moreover, she found it perplexing that women in the town were prohibited from handling medicinal herbs. What a curious rule that was. At that moment, a priest clad in black approached them, accompanied by several followers. The priest seemed to wield considerable authority in the town, as passers-by reverently expressed their respect towards him. He appeared to have placed complete trust in Loya's fabricated tale of hunting injuries. Drawing a cross upon his chest, the priest offered them solace. "The Church expresses deep sympathy for your plight. Suffering is a blessing bestowed by the Almighty. You must withstand it with steadfast faith. After enduring this temporary tribulation, the Lord shall surely grant you strength." Loya was utterly impervious to the ramblings of the charlatan. While the townsfolk gazed at the pastor with fervent adoration, the pastor, exhibiting great courtesy, presented Loya with a key, offering the numerous vacant houses in the town for their temporary lodging, accompanied by a blessing from the Almighty. Despite being an atheist, Loya graciously expressed her gratitude, uttering a polite thank you for the assistance received. Loya and her companions moved into a 2-story residence. After a few days, the kind-hearted nurse Laura discreetly brought some herbal remedies for fever and bleeding. Gazing at their dwelling, Laura exclaimed, "Did you know that the original owner of this house was Matthew Hopkins, a formidable witch hunter? Throughout his lifetime, he vanquished over 200 witches, safeguarding the populace from the seductive enchantments of witchcraft. He is a hero in our town of Salem." With pride, Nurse Laura recounted the illustrious deeds of the witch hunter who saved the innocents. Cradling a cross in her hands, She reverently placed a copy of Malleus Maleficarum into Loya's grasp. Witches are the harbingers of evil, embodiments of calamity. They roam among us in human guise, offering innocent infants as sacrifices and cursing the virtuous. This sacred tome will aid you in identifying witches and shield you from their malevolent spells. Loya's lips twitched in dismay, for they were surrounded by witches and a lone werewolf. She had no desire to engage in a debate with the kind-hearted nurse who had offered her herbs. Her extreme views were entirely the result of indoctrination by the church. In the distance, a group of young girls frolicked on the grass, clapping their hands and singing a haunting rhyme. Witch number 1, drowned by the river. Witch number 2, hang by us. Witch number 3, behold her burning. Witch number 4, lashed with a whip. Loya's expression darkened, feeling deeply offended. Loya, gritting her teeth, shouted fiercely, "Little brat, go play in the mud." The girls, terrified by Loya's menacing demeanor, fled the scene in tears. The content of the Malleus Maleficarum, a book on witch identification, was utterly bizarre. It proclaimed that witchcraft is heretical, asserting that witches consort with demons to gain power and that women who practice witchcraft must not be allowed to live. The book meticulously outlined how to identify a witch. If a woman bore birthmarks or scars, these were deemed marks of the devil, branding her a witch. If a woman were bound hand and foot and thrown into water, her resurfacing would signify her witchcraft. A woman exhibiting a vacant stare during interrogation was said to have seen her demon, marking her as a witch. If, while being tortured, a woman rolled her eyes wildly, it indicated she was seeking the help of the devil. Even more ludicrously, the book claimed that weight could serve as a method of witch identification. Surpassing a certain weight threshold would label one a witch. The author was nothing more than a shameless liar. Astonishingly, the townsfolk were so bewitched that they regarded this Malleus Maleficarum as a sacred text. Loya decisively discarded it into the trash. After ensuring the safety of Hermione and the others, Loya ventured alone to the edge of the town, where the misty forest lay. Clinging to a glimmer of hope of finding Terence and checking whether her traps had ensnared any rabbits, she longed to improve her meager diet, which had relied solely on the church's relief provisions. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the bushes, and a large black dog sprang forth from the underbrush. Loya reflexively fired a shot. The large black dog, having narrowly evaded the bullet, stared in astonishment at a 12-year-old girl wielding a gun. "Don't run, big black dog. I intend to stew you for dinner." Sirius, incredulous, gazed at the sight of a mere child handling a hunting rifle. Moreover, his companion, the formidable Animagus, was a towering black dog, capable of instilling fear with just a glimpse of its sharp fangs, enough to send a child into tears. Indeed, Sirius attempted this very tactic. However, his growling bark failed to intimidate the girl. Instead, she grew even more exhilarated, chasing him through the forest while firing her weapon. "Where do you think you're going? I will slaughter you and prepare a pot of meat." This was the last phrase Sirius heard before falling into Loya's trap. Loya relentlessly pursued, cornering the large black dog into a trap she had meticulously prepared. The pit was deep, surrounded by jagged rocks, and the black dog collided headfirst with a massive boulder, rendering it unconscious on the spot. Loya exerted considerable effort to drag the emaciated black dog to the quaint town of Salem. Hermione gazed in astonishment as she returned with the gaunt stray. The dog's entire body was filthy, its fur a tangled mess, matted with mud and bits of grass, while its tongue lolled pitifully outside its mouth. Hermione looked at the black dog with compassion. It was far too thin, quite a tragic sight. Loia scrutinized the black dog, noting its emaciated frame, reduced to little more than skin and bones. It seemed that even if it were to be stewed, there would scarcely be any meat to savor. Very well, he decided to keep it for now as a guardian of the yard, intending to fatten it up before ultimately slaughtering it. Loya gazed at the disheveled fur of the black dog, her mild obsession with cleanliness compelling her to take action. She picked up a comb in an attempt to untangle the knotted hair, but the sheer number of tangles proved overwhelming. Frustrated by the tediousness, Loya resorted to using Lu Ping's razor to shave the dog's fur. As she beheld the sleek, shorn black dog, Loya admired her handiwork with satisfaction. Quite splendid indeed. Loya retrieved a wooden box from the basement and, utilizing tools, meticulously carved a hole atop it, fashioning a rudimentary doghouse. When the young Sirius awoke, he was greeted by the biting chill of the wind, prompting an involuntary sneeze. Confusion enveloped him. His Animagus form had always provided ample protection against the cold. Lowering his head, he was astonished to discover that the fur he had once possessed had vanished completely. To his dismay, a collar was now fastened around his neck. tethered by a chain to the doghouse. In a fit of rage, he extended his front paws, attempting to wrench the collar free, yet it remained steadfast. The architect of his predicament was leisurely swinging in the yard alongside another little girl. Enraged, the black dog leapt up and began to bark furiously at her. Loya's gaze settled upon the large black dog that had just awakened. Why was the dog so irritable? Was it perhaps entering its adolescence? After a moment of contemplation, Hermione remarked, "My father once took in a very gentle stray dog named Da Wong. For a period, Da Wong's temperament became quite volatile, barking incessantly. The veterinarian explained that dogs can become irritable during their adolescent phase, but once neutered, they often return to their former docile selves." Loya, stroking her chin, suggested, "How about we take him for neutering another day? It will save him from barking and disturbing the neighbors." Sirius, the black dog, finally quieted down, sulking in his humble doghouse. He had spent 2 days in this new home. During this time, neighbors occasionally visited, and he inadvertently noticed that Loya was remarkably different from other children her age. Her temperament was far more mature, and she possessed an exceptional talent for performance. Unbeknownst to her, he began to observe her every movement discreetly. In the presence of outsiders, she always portrayed the image of a well-behaved child. Just like now. When several neighbors arrived with snacks and gifts, their true intention was to preach and indoctrinate. In Salem town, nearly everyone was a follower of the church, and the missionaries came in droves, nearly wearing out the threshold. God loves the world. The true God will protect you from the fires of hell. Believe in the true God, and your soul shall find redemption in the kingdom of heaven. Loya wore a polite and friendly smile as she graciously accepted the snacks and various religious pamphlets from her neighbors. However, as soon as they departed, her demeanor shifted dramatically. She scornfully muttered to herself, "A bunch of zealots, who would believe such nonsense? Is this truly the behavior befitting a child?" Even Sirius began to suspect that she might have ingested some potion to disguise herself as a mere child. The black dog rested his paws and snorted. Casting a disapproving glance in her direction, Loya approached, hands on her hips, casting a condescending gaze upon him. "What is this? My benevolent master has taken you. A homeless stray, under her wing, and yet you dare to glare at me?" In the absence of outsiders, her facade of innocence faded away. Bored, Loya tossed a frisbee into the air, commanding the black dog, "Fetch it back, pup." Sirius turned his head away, disinterested in her antics. Lupin, seated in a wheelchair and gripping the armrests, made his way to the doorway. A gray blanket draped over his legs as he recuperated from his injury on the second floor. Not long ago, Loya had excitedly shared that she had found a stray dog to guard the house, but he had never imagined that this stray would be his long-lost friend, Sirius. He stared in shock at the shorn black dog before him. In an instant, the creature transformed into a tall, gaunt man, his cheeks hollow and eyes sunken. Perhaps due to Loya's decision to shave off his fur. His dark hair, now notably short, barely concealed his identity. The dog he had captured and intended to keep as a guard was, in fact, Sirius, and he had jokingly claimed he would fatten him up for a stew. Loya stood awkwardly, speechless, realizing she had underestimated the ripple effect of her actions, now, before any secret chamber plot had even been triggered. Sirius had managed to escape his confinement ahead of schedule. Loya underestimated the impact of the butterfly effect. Now she has yet to trigger the escape room plot. While Sirius has unexpectedly broken free ahead of schedule, Loya could not help but murmur softly, "Why has Sirius escaped from prison ahead of schedule?" This remark was uttered lightly, yet it fortuitously reached Sirius's ears. Sirius turned around, casting a wary glance in her direction. Loya could no longer concern herself with the nostalgic exchanges between Lupin and Sirius, who had not seen each other for over a decade. She deemed it imperative to prioritize her own safety, considering that she had essentially brought Sirius back as a guard dog. Seizing the moment while Sirius and Lupin were engaged in conversation about James and Peter, Loya had quietly retreated to the doorway, unbeknownst to anyone, but Sirius had already positioned himself at the entrance, blocking her path. The kind-hearted Lupin remained oblivious to the unusual tension. He recounted to Sirius the circumstances of his encounter with Loya and her companions, stating that they were students from Hogwarts and that he had discovered them in the witch's dungeon. Loya felt as though the gaze of the little wolf was poised to execute her in a most excruciating manner, prompting her to swiftly retreat behind Lupin. Sirius regarded her, feigning the demeanor of a well-behaved child, one hand resting upon his chest while the other clutched the hem of Lupin's garment, his large eyes blinking innocently, exuding an air of pitiful vulnerability. Sirius coldly fixed his stare upon Loya and inquired, "Do you recognize me?" Loya silently cursed herself for inadvertently letting slip her thoughts. feigning innocence with a subtle shake of her head. Sensing the girl's unease, Lupin gently reassured, "She is my friend, Sirius Black." Sirius scoffed derisively. "Do you truly believe she is just a child?" His gray eyes bore into Loia, recognizing her feigned discomfort. "Can a 12-year-old wield a gun? Have you not noticed her mature intellect? Her demeanor is anything but childish." Sirius advanced toward Loia, his towering figure casting a shadow over her. His eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity as he firmly grasped her arm. "Sirius, please calm down. You are frightening her," Lupin interjected, mistakenly believing Sirius still harbored resentment over Loia's previous actions. "You are being deceived." Sirius snorted dismissively. "Who are you really? What is your purpose?" Noting Loia's defiant demeanor, Sirius seized the back of her collar, lifting her like a kitten and dragging her into the backyard. This house was situated in a secluded area, distant from the town center, with its backyard bordering a small stream. With one hand gripping her ankles, Sirius effortlessly lifted her upside down, her head dangerously close to the rushing waters below. Unless Loia divulged the truth, he threatened to throw her into the stream. Lupin, scrambling in haste, clutched the armrests of his wheelchair as he struggled to follow. The uneven ground of the backyard was littered with stones, causing the wheels of his chair to become lodged between two boulders, rendering him immobile. In a state of urgency, he called out to Sirius, "She is still a child. How can you treat her so harshly?" Sirius completely disregarded Lupin's pleas. Had he known that Loia was the object of affection for his godson Harry, he would never have acted so rudely. The initial encounter with Sirius left a deeply negative impression on Loia, complicating Harry's pursuit of her in the future. And with Sirius's misguided interventions, matters would only worsen. Loia struggled vigorously, shaking her legs as she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "You scoundrel, release me. Who do you think you are, and what are your intentions?" In a fit of anger, Loia retorted, "I am your superior." Sirius felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Her sharp tongue was indeed impressive. As Loia's upside-down head drew closer to the water's surface, she insisted, "Let me down. My father never treated me this way. I care not who your father is. Mine are Grindelwald and Dumbledore." Sirius stood there, stunned, his mouth agape, momentarily frozen by the revelation. In his astonishment, he inadvertently loosened his grip, causing Loia to plunge into the water with a splash. As she floundered in the river, unable to swim, Loia continued to hurl insults. "Just you wait." Remus gasped in shock. "Sirius, have you lost your mind? What have you done?" Seeing Loia being swept away by the current, Sirius, finally snapping out of his daze, transformed into a black dog and leapt into the water. The black dog swam to Loia's side, clamped onto her collar, and dragged her to the shore. Loia supported herself on the ground, coughing up several mouthfuls of water. Lupin hastily patted her back, noticing that she was drenched, her striking golden hair clinging to her face. In a flurry of concern, he removed his outer garment and draped it over her shoulders. With a worried gaze fixed upon Loia, he inquired with genuine care, "Are you all right?" The black dog shook off the excess water, and Loia shot an indignant glare at Sirius. To Lupin's astonishment, she kicked the black dog into the water. Ultimately, it was an unpleasant encounter. Loia is the daughter of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, and thus, Sirius no longer harasses her. As the progeny of the wizarding world's most esteemed white wizard, Dumbledore, and the most fearsome dark wizard, Grindelwald, Sirius speculates that Loia may have inherited some form of prophetic ability from her parents. Upon learning that Loia is in the same year as Harry and Gryffindor, Sirius is eager to inquire about the well-being of James and Lily's child, but Loia, still irate, dismisses him. Consequently, Sirius turns to the other two Gryffindor girls, Lavender and Hermione. Despite their rivalry, the two girls manage to coexist harmoniously under the circumstances. Lavender does not know Harry well, while Hermione informs that Harry is faring quite well, and that Loia had gifted him a Firebolt 2001. Harry has written to say that with Loia's assistance. The Dursleys no longer mistreat him. He no longer has to reside in a cramped cupboard, and he even has his own room now. Sirius is taken aback to learn that this little imp has developed a good rapport with his godson. Given her assistance to Harry, his impression of Loia has significantly improved. Hermione adds, almost as an afterthought, that Harry harbors feelings for Loia, romantic feelings, to be precise. While Sirius maintains a calm facade, internally he is in a state of alarm. How unfortunate it is that he had thrown the girl his godson likes into the water upon their first encounter. Just as Sirius is consumed with thoughts of how to redeem his image in Loia's eyes, Lavender, who has been recovering in bed and had little opportunity to contribute to the conversation, interjects, "Many boys at Hogwarts are fond of Loia. Poor Harry doesn't stand a chance." Well, it seems his godson has quite a few rivals. But what does it matter? After all, Lily had numerous suitors in her day, yet James won her heart. If only Harry could muster the same determination that James had in pursuing Lily, Sirius would gladly assist him with strategies. However, the more pressing concern is to ensure that Loya does not harbor resentment towards his godson for having been tossed into the water, as altering her initial impression of him as her godfather is of utmost importance. The following morning, as dawn breaks, the chirping of birds resonates distinctly and melodiously in the tranquil town. The church bells toll, awakening the townsfolk who rise early to attend services. Loya arose early, her weapon slung across her back as she pushed open the door, only to find an unexpected visitor standing at her threshold. Sirius had been patiently waiting outside her chamber for quite some time. Loya furrowed his brow, his face shadowed with gloom as he gazed intently at him. The corridor was enveloped in a profound silence. Sirius broke the awkward tension, clearing his throat to offer a greeting. Loya disregarded him and descended the staircase directly. It was evident that she was still irked by yesterday's events. Sirius scratched his head and hurried to follow her. "Are you going to catch a rabbit? I can assist you." No sooner had he spoken than Sirius transformed into a black dog, symbolically revealing his fangs to indicate that he would make a suitable hunting companion to lend a hand. Loya cast a sidelong glance at the large black dog, whose tail wagged incessantly behind her. Just yesterday, the mischievous Sirius had thrown himself into the water, and now, after just a day apart, he was eagerly offering his assistance in hunting? She was naturally skeptical. "I'm going to take a bath. Do not follow me, especially not with a gun." Sirius, however, was unconvinced. "Must you insist on trailing after me?" Loya turned to glance at the black dog that had stubbornly pursued her since she left the house. Remarkably, the transformation skills of Animagus were astonishing. She had previously shaved the dog completely, yet upon Sirius's next transformation, a thick coat of fur had miraculously regrown. The black dog wagged its tail. "I cannot comprehend canine language," she mused. An insidious thought began to take root in her mind, and a mischievous smile curled at the corner of Loya's lips. "Since you claim you wish to assist me in capturing rabbits, you ought to appear as a proper hunting dog." The black dog perked up its ears. Before long, a dog leash was fastened around the black dog's neck. Sirius, Loya strolled leisurely towards the town market, accompanied by a large black dog of similar height. The bustling market, teeming with people, was filled with stalls and vendors, showcasing an array of traditional handcrafted goods that one would typically encounter only in the countryside, all within the secluded charm of this century-old town. Loya navigated through the crowd, her curiosity piqued as she glanced around. The voices of several townsfolk reached her ears. "Have you heard? All of Mr. Roll's goats and livestock perished overnight. The provisions we stored for winter have rotted away. In recent days, there have been an alarming number of infants born only to succumb shortly thereafter. It must be the work of a witch." An elderly woman suddenly cried out in agitation, drawing the fearful gazes of the townspeople. Clutching a crucifix with trembling lips, she declared, "The source of evil lies among us. We have been shrouded in dark sorcery. The witches are amongst us. They conspire with the devil to bring calamity upon our town." The townsfolk, upon hearing the term witch, a harbinger of misfortune, displayed expressions of panic. Some even knelt on the ground, crossing their hands in fervent prayer. Loya observed the fervent demeanor of the charlatans as they chanted their incantations, a cold smile creeping into her heart. Humans are such creatures. In times of misfortune and fear, they desperately seek scapegoats, attributing even the death of a few livestock to the ominous presence of witches. In essence, every calamity, whether natural or man-made, is invariably laid at the feet of the witch. Loya lowered her head and cast a glance at the black dog. "Come here, pup," she commanded, as she coldly walked past the old woman, holding the leash firmly. The black dog barked fiercely at the elderly figure, deliberately exhibiting its menacing demeanor. The old woman, encountering a creature as formidable as a bear for the first time, stumbled back in fright and fell into a bamboo basket filled with eggs. Just moments ago, she had been passionately proclaiming that witches were the enemies of all mortals. Now, she found herself in a disheveled state, covered in egg yolk. Loya stifled a laugh, harboring a measure of dissatisfaction towards her godfather, Harry, who had once tossed her into the water. Nevertheless, she affectionately patted the dog's head, exclaiming, "Well done, my furry companion." She continued to weave through the throngs of people, eventually discovering a violin case at a second-hand stall. In this small town, women held a position of considerable subjugation and faced grave injustices, often relegated to the most menial roles such as barmaids or waitresses. The women of the town were prohibited from interacting alone with unfamiliar men, and should a married woman be accused of infidelity, her husband could, with the church's backing, condemn her to death, wielding the ultimate power over her life and death. A woman wandering about with a shotgun would become the subject of much gossip and scrutiny among the townsfolk. In the absence of magic wands, firearms served as the most effective means of self-defense, and a violin case provided the perfect concealment for a weapon. A girl carrying such a case would undoubtedly attract little attention. However, Loya had forgotten that she possessed no currency from this town. By a stroke of fortune, the stall owner was the old hunter who had guided them into town. The kind-hearted hunter recognized the plight of this outsider and proposed a trade. Her family could hunt 2 wild rabbits in exchange for the case, which he graciously allowed her to take at once. With a glint in his eye, Sirius, Harry's future girlfriend, thought of acquiring a violin case. Though she appeared far from the picture of a refined lady capable of playing the instrument with elegance. Once they left the town, he would send Loya a violin to win her favor, and this old case required merely 2 wild rabbits for her to obtain it. Thus, Sirius began to bark incessantly upon spotting wild rabbits in the forest. Loia found herself unable to tug along the large black dog, comparable in size to a black bear, as it excitedly chased a wild hare into the thicket, vanishing from her sight. "Dog, where have you run off to?" she called out, cupping her hands around her mouth towards the direction of the dog's disappearance. Initially, she had intended to seek out Terence and perhaps catch a couple of hares along the way, but now her quest had transformed into a search for the little Sirius. With a resigned toss of her hair, Loia lamented the situation. Terence, an innocent bystander ensnared in the web of Slytherin, boasted a lineage of fallen nobility and had, unfortunately, been bitten and transformed into a werewolf. Now, his whereabouts remained a mystery. The forest enveloping the town of Salem was perpetually shrouded in mist, rendering the path ahead unclear. Loia, drawn towards the distant glow of firelight, approached a gathering of young maidens encircled around a makeshift bonfire of branches. They were laughing and holding hands, twirling in a game of role-playing. One girl donned the guise of a witch, while the others, assuming the roles of her acolytes, offered sacrifices of toads, snakes, and mice into her cauldron, believing the witch would grant their wishes. With smiles gracing their faces, they wished for the prospect of marrying honorable husbands in the future. Among them, only one girl with braided hair appeared troubled, her arms crossed as she prayed before the fire. The girl playing the witch inquired, "Brana, what wish have you made?" Before Brana could respond, another girl interjected, the daughter of the town's sheriff, her prominent status lending a sardonic edge to her voice. What wish could she possibly make? She's about to marry an elderly man over 50. Everyone knows her late father left debts, and her mother sold her to the creditor. Humiliated, Brana's eyes brimmed with tears, and a visible bruise marred her face, a testament to recent abuse. Her deceased father still owed money to the landowner, and their mother, struggling to support several younger siblings through laundry and odd jobs, was powerless to shield them. Just days prior, the creditor, accompanied by thugs, had stormed their home, threatening violence and vowing to set their house ablaze. In a desperate bid to satisfy the creditor, their mother had sold Brana, allowing him to leave in apparent satisfaction. Another girl chimed in mockingly, "Brana, you will be the first among us to marry, and likely the first to become a widow, considering your future husband is already over 60. Others joined in laughter, while the girl with the braided horns was too humiliated to lift her head. Unintentionally, Loya, in search of Sirius, wandered through the woods and arrived at this place, where snippets of conversation from several girls reached her ears. The girls were startled to see a stranger. In Salem, the word witch was a taboo and an ominous term. And even children playing at being witches openly defied the church and the divine. Reckless as they were, they only dared to engage in such forbidden games deep in the night, never imagining they would be discovered by an outsider. If caught and reported, they would be accused of blasphemy, publicly stripped and whipped before the entire town. They would live their lives in perpetual humiliation, with no man willing to marry them. And their families would suffer disgrace as well. Just moments ago, those who mocked the girl with the braids now turned ashen. The usually arrogant daughter of the sheriff was now perspiring profusely, her gaze fixed fearfully on Loya. "Are you an outsider?" Loya cast a calm glance at her. The sheriff's daughter was consumed by anxiety at the thought of Loya reporting her to the church, fearing a lifelong mark of disgrace. Tension etched across her face as she quietly picked up a stone from behind her. After all, she was merely a 12-year-old girl. It would be effortless for her to render Loya unconscious and dispose of her in the wilderness, ensuring her silence forever. Such a petty maneuver, of course, did not escape Loya's keen perception. Truly a foolish brat, overly pampered. Did she think the firearm concealed within the violin case was merely a prop? Did you hear that? The sheriff's daughter, clutching the stone behind her back, approached Loya with palpable trepidation. At that moment, a massive black dog burst forth from the woods, menacing and fierce. Its jaws clenching two blood-soaked hairs. Exposing its blood-stained fangs, the blood from the hairs dripped down its chin onto the grass, and a low growl emanated from its throat. This single scene was enough to instill fear in the onlookers. Several girls shrieked and recoiled in terror. The black dog fixated on the sheriff's daughter, barking incessantly, causing her to crumble to the ground in fright, tears streaming down her face as the stone slipped from her grasp. Loya harbored no desire to entangle herself with the strangers of this town, nor did she wish to meddle in affairs that did not concern her, much less invite unnecessary trouble. She tugged at the leash, bringing the black dog to a halt. Loya feigned innocence, saying, "I was just searching for my lost dog, Da Huang. Are you all barbecuing, dear sister?" The young girls exchanged glances, silently sighing in relief, for it seemed this outsider had not overheard their conversation. After all, what could a child possibly comprehend? They consoled themselves with this thought. Sirius, wishing to instill further fright into these foolish muggles, was taken aback by their audacity to consider attacking his future little girlfriend. Loya tugged on the dog leash and declared, "Da Huang, let us return home." Loya picked up the two wild rabbits captured by Sirius and, leading the black dog, strolled past them. Just as the sheriff's daughter was about to rise, Loya intentionally stepped on the hem of her skirt as she passed, causing her to stumble and tumble headfirst into the cauldron beside the bonfire, the scalding broth eliciting a piercing scream from her. A triumphant smile graced the corners of Luoya's mouth. Throughout their journey, Sirius incessantly murmured his discontent. He found the overly rustic name Da Huang utterly unsatisfactory, arguing that his beloved Animagus was a black-haired dog, not some rural yellow mutt. Even if it were called Da Huang, that name would still be inappropriate. The dog huffed in annoyance, reminding himself to endure, for this was the future girlfriend of his progeny. The black dog accompanied Loya to the market, where, just before closing, he delivered two wild rabbits to the old hunter and then returned home. Night fell swiftly, and soon the entire town of Salem was enveloped in darkness. Although a curfew typically brought patrolling squads to the streets, the church bells were now tolling. Sleepily, Loya pushed open her window to gaze outside. The streets were ablaze, numerous townsfolk brandished torches, their fiery glow illuminating tense faces as they seemed to respond to a summons, flowing towards the town center. Was there a gathering in town? Loya, resting her chin on her arm in a daze, pondered. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Dressed in her nightgown, she hurried down the stairs. Upon opening the door, she found Nurse Laura standing there, her face a portrait of regret for disturbing her at such a late hour. Having grown up in the town, Laura had been indoctrinated by the church from a young age, yet her heart remained inherently kind. When Loya and his companions first arrived in the small town, the quack doctor, who could only bleed patients, was utterly unwilling to tend to the wounds of Lu Ping and La Wendy. Laura secretly provided them with some herbs, thereby alleviating a considerable amount of trouble for Loya. With a hint of hesitation, Laura looked at Loya and kindly reminded him, "The mayor is gathering the townsfolk. Although you are outsiders, you have not participated in any town activities during your stay here, and the residents' committee has begun to express some dissatisfaction towards you." Loya shrugged her shoulders. Before Lupin and Lavanda had fully recuperated, they would need to remain in Salem for a few more days. At present, it was unnecessary to create discord with the town council, so she would temporarily serve as the representative of their household, which consisted of 3 witches, a wolf, and a dog. "Please wait a moment. I shall change my attire and join you shortly." Loya swiftly closed the door behind her and turned around, encountering Sirius on the narrow staircase. The confined space could only accommodate one person at a time, leaving Sirius standing there, blocking her path. As Roya stifled a yawn, she remarked, "You are obstructing my path." Being of petite stature, she had to strain her neck to gaze up at Sirius, who was standing on the steps. After casting a fleeting glance in her direction, Sirius quickly diverted his gaze, clearing his throat awkwardly. Observing his peculiar expression, Roya felt inexplicably puzzled and glanced down at herself, failing to discern anything amiss. Upon their arrival in the quaint town, the local community committee, eager to extend their hospitality to newcomers, had bestowed upon them an array of household necessities. The oversized adult-sized pajamas hung loosely on her frame, the neckline askew, exposing one shoulder and collarbone. Despite her still youthful and underdeveloped form, Sirius averted his gaze, looking elsewhere, and suggested, You should head upstairs to change. It is perilous for you to be out alone at this late hour. I shall accompany you. Roya added, do remember to transform into your black dog form. The sudden appearance of a dog in the town is inconsequential, but an additional living person would be challenging to justify. Rubbing the corners of her weary eyes, she noted that Sirius, still hesitant to turn around, nodded in agreement. He shifted aside to allow her passage, awkwardly urging, please hurry back upstairs to change. As Loya passed by, the buttons of Sirius's shirt inadvertently caught the lace of her nightgown. The neckline of her nightgown was pulled to its limit, and in the dim light of the flickering candle, the delicate contours of the young girl's fair upper body became faintly visible. Sirius, with his eyes closed, frantically tugged at the buttons but failed to free the lace ensnared above. His strength was considerable, yet somewhat brutish, causing Loya to be yanked forward a step. Awakened abruptly from her drowsy state, she exclaimed, what are you doing? You nearly knocked me over. In the next heartbeat, a peculiar sound of lace tearing echoed from her chest as her nightgown was ripped open from the neckline downward. Sirius's eyes widened in sheer panic. Swiftly, he removed his shirt and enveloped her entirely, even covering her head, while internally apologizing to his godson Harry 100 times in quick succession. Loyal emerged from the ample confines of his shirt, while she wore a face of disdain and skepticism, pondering whether Sirius's garments might harbor traces of canine fur. Sirius had already transformed into a sleek black dog and slipped away. In truth, Sirius had to concede that he possessed a discerning eye when it came to mentoring. His young girlfriend was remarkably intelligent and, coupled with her prestigious lineage, her exquisitely flawless visage was undoubtedly a rare gem. In an unfamiliar Muggle town, should any peril arise, such as an encounter with a nefarious older man with a penchant for preying on children, how could he face his mentee? Thus, Sirius resolved to accompany her as her steadfast guardian. Moreover, he discovered that when he assumed the form of a dog, the little girl's demeanor toward him softened, her frown dissipating. After all, children are irresistibly drawn to charming animals. Loya, accompanied by her large dog, followed Nurse Laura to the square summoned by the mayor. Surrounded by a throng of people, the atmosphere is festive as a celebration. One of the townsfolk, upon seeing them, exclaimed with excitement, you have arrived too late. You missed the trial. What trial? Loya asked, bewildered, glancing up at the platform. Being petite, she had to rise on her toes to catch a glimpse. In the square, a pyre had been erected, though it stacked high. On that fateful day, the girl with braided hair, whom Loya had witnessed, was bound to a crucifix. Engulfed in an inferno that consumed the pyre, her lower body had been reduced to charred remnants, and her face was disfigured beyond recognition. The flames had seared her throat, rendering her unable to emit a cry of anguish, while her body writhed in torment. The acrid scent of burnt flesh permeated the air. The townsfolk brandished torches, fervently chanting for her demise. Burn her, burn her, burn the witch, burn the witch. The author wishes to convey, after consuming 2 cups of coffee late into the night, I managed to compose 8,000 words, with 2 chapters remaining to be shared tomorrow. Now, I must catch up on sleep. The flames mercilessly scorched the girl upon the crucifix, casting a crimson hue across half the sky. Nurse Laura, horrified by the gruesome spectacle before her, took a considerable time to regain her composure, eventually bowing her head to trace a cross upon her chest. Loya furrowed her brow and inquired of the townsfolk who had witnessed the entire trial. What crime has she committed, that such a cruel method is employed to burn her alive? The term cruel seemed to offend the townspeople's beliefs. He cast a surprised glance at Loya but quickly recalled that she was a foreigner, unfamiliar with the ways of Salem. She was accused of witchcraft, and the flames were said to purify her tainted soul. This was utterly implausible. That girl with the braided hair, whom Loya had encountered by the campfire in the forest, exuded no traces of magical energy. She was merely an ordinary muggle. Her husband, Mr. Rouse, had met a tragic end on their wedding day, crushed by a cart while intoxicated. Mr. Rouse's son accused her of being a witch, claiming she must have made a pact with the devil to murder Mr. Rouse and seize their wealth. Another townsman elaborated, everyone in town knows that Mr. Rouse visited her home days ago to collect debts, and they had a dispute. She harbored resentment and used vile witchcraft to kill him. This witch is cunning. She refuses to admit her guilt until she is flayed alive. The townsfolk grew increasingly fervent, even chastising Loya for harboring pity for a witch. The priest on the platform, with a solemn demeanor, proclaimed, a pure and innocent soul would not be consumed by raging flames. But look at her, on the pyre. The young woman writhed in agony as the flames licked at her scalp. Her mother and relatives knelt below the platform, weeping in despair. The local villagers believed that only witches faced such fiery fates, and burning at the stake was one of their methods for identifying witches. The priest's voice suddenly rose in intensity, his chest heaving. She is engulfed in flames. She is replete with the wicked essence of witchcraft. She conspired with the devil to slay her own husband. An innocent muggle was being burned alive before them, yet the townspeople of Salem exhibited not an ounce of compassion. Instead, they raised their hands and shouted vehemently, "Burn her! Burn her! Burn the witch! Damn the witch! To hell with her!" Loya gazed in a daze at the frenzied townsfolk surrounding her. The trial of the witch appeared to have devolved into a savage carnival of slaughter. All were fiends. A horde of brutes. Loia could not help but reflect on the witch trials that ravaged Europe for 3 centuries, during which the Pope issued decrees condemning witches as irredeemable and deserving of no mercy. The Pope commanded all clergy to partake in the witch-hunting crusade, giving rise to witch hunters, and countless women were subjected to the Church's merciless tortures before facing execution by hanging or burning. Those 3 centuries constituted not only a dark epoch for witches, but also a tragic period wherein hundreds of thousands of innocent muggles were falsely accused of witchcraft and met their untimely demise. These accused individuals were often brutally tortured until they were compelled to confess to being witches. Even those who resolutely refused to admit such a claim faced the grim fate of being burned alive. However, the witch-hunting mandate was abolished in 1728. And yet here we are in 1992, with the town still engaging in witch hunts. No, the true issue lies with this small town. The isolated and insular town of Salem has remained shrouded in eerie fog for centuries, resulting in its complete disconnection from the outside world. It is likely that the outside realm is entirely unaware of Salem's continued existence. The present-day Salem is untouched by external influences or control, allowing the local church's power to grow increasingly dominant, surpassing the very laws of the town. They even continue to enforce the archaic witch-hunting edicts. Regardless of one's actual guilt or innocence, the mere accusation suffices for one to be deemed a witch, awaiting the death penalty. Here, no laws exist. The church reigns supreme. The young woman on the pyre has been reduced to a charred skeleton. The sanctimonious and hypocritical minister, now masquerading as a messenger of divine compassion, clutches a crucifix with a sorrowful expression, reciting prayers. She was led astray by the devil, and only the divine can absolve her sins. Let us silently pray for her soul, seeking divine forgiveness. To live, burn a person alive, and yet claim to be saving her soul. How utterly hypocritical. Loya wore a stern expression, striving to remind herself to remain composed. The mayor rose from the platform, his demeanor grave as he addressed the townsfolk below. You have witnessed a fair trial. However, the execution of a single witch will not liberate Salem from its calamities. Recently, livestock have inexplicably perished, and newborns have met untimely deaths. These are the malevolent acts of witches. Surely, there are others among us, adept at disguise, who may even masquerade as innocent children. He paced slowly upon the stage, his voice low and resolute. All heresies must be eradicated. Be vigilant of those around you. If you observe anything unusual, promptly inform the church and the constable. Witches are utterly irredeemable. No mercy shall be granted. It is better to mistakenly condemn 100 than to let a single witch escape. Loya observed with a cold gaze as the mayor succumbed to madness alongside the congregation. She bit her lip, knowing that she could not remain in this town for another day, for its inhabitants were all deranged. The black dog emitted a low growl, as every utterance from the pastor and the mayor profoundly tested the limits of Sirius's patience. Witches were utterly reprehensible, beyond forgiveness. Better to wrongfully execute 100 than to spare a single witch. Having witnessed the cruel treatment of wizards by muggles, even if the victim on the pyre was a muggle girl rather than a true witch, the enraged black dog felt its muscles tense, its fur bristling. It longed to leap onto the platform and tear the hypocritical clerics to shreds. Loia struggled to maintain control of her dog-ass leash. Calm down, don't act impulsively, she urged. The commotion quickly drew the attention of the town's patrolling guards, who approached Loia with a look of disdain for this outsider. If you do not wish to become the next witch to be burned at the stake, keep your dog in check, he warned. They stood at the periphery of the crowd, all eyes fixed on the preacher delivering his fervent sermon from the platform, as townsfolk passionately chanted for the execution of witches. Oblivious to their presence, the black dog snarled and barked furiously at the guard. Growing impatient, the guard, his face contorted with rage, seized Loia by her collar. Silence. Make your dog behave, or I shall send you to the stake. In retaliation, the black dog bit fiercely into his leg, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. The patrolman let out a piercing scream, clutching his bleeding leg. You are a witch. That dog of yours is the embodiment of the devil. You commanded it to attack me. Overwhelmed with fear, Laura trembled, stammering, She is not a witch, I assure you. But the guard struck her down, barking. Get lost. Don't interfere, you accomplice of the witch. The guard glared menacingly at Loya, his hand moving towards his holstered pistol. Suddenly, a man clad in black seized his arm with formidable strength, halting his movement. The guard, infuriated, turned to confront the audacious soul who dared to thwart him. The black-haired man stood impassively, an icy chill emanating from his eyes, causing the air around them to feel as though it had frozen. A portion of the wand he concealed within his sleeve pointed menacingly at the guard. A familiar, deep voice resonated in Loya's ears. Forget everything. The wand flickered with a faint luminescence, invisible to any muggle amidst the blazing square. The guard appeared momentarily dazed, lowering his hand from the weapon. Bewildered as to why he found himself here, standing before a young girl, and how he had sustained his injury. Confused, he scratched his head and limped away from the scene. Loya lifted her gaze, looking at the figure before her. Snape? The author wishes to convey, upon researching. It has been noted that Rowling mentioned numerous witches met with tragic fates during the witch trials. A delegation of wizards once pleaded with the Muggle king to cease the persecution of wizards, but their earnest entreaties were met with brutal rejection. How long had it truly been since he last saw her? Upon awakening, Snape discovered that Loya had vanished, although he served as her temporary guardian in name. During their time together in Spinner's End, he seldom imposed any elder-like restrictions upon her. Loya would always inform him in advance of her whereabouts to spare him any worry. Yet this time, she vanished without a trace. A sense of unease stirred within Snape as he scoured every conceivable location she might have visited, but found no sign of her presence. Where is Loya, and where has she gone? Has she encountered any danger? An overwhelming sense of unease gradually transformed his restlessness into agitation. He abandoned his potions class for the year, scouring every corner of the world in search of her. It was not until he received word from Dumbledore that he realized Loya had ventured into the perilous Nocturne Alley in pursuit of a remedy for his cursed wounds, only to become embroiled in a case of wizard kidnapping. The very person who was meant to protect her had instead become a burden. A profound sense of helplessness washing over him. Severus's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he lowered his gaze to the girl before him. He had an abundance of words yearning to be spoken, yet he found himself incapable of articulating them, unable to smile, to charm, or to convey his emotions. The longing he had nurtured in recent days lodged itself painfully in his throat. Taking a step closer, Severus awkwardly enveloped the girl in his embrace. Fearing that the sight before him might be a delusional figment born from his overwhelming yearning, he tightened his hold. It was only upon feeling the warmth of the girl in his arms that he finally found solace. Loya's head rested against his chest, where she could distinctly hear the rhythmic beating of his heart, each thump resonating in her ears. Severus's fine black hair brushed against her shoulder, and Loya sensed the subtle tremors coursing through him. Even the breath he exhaled quivered. He was afraid. His vulnerability was laid bare before her. Loya allowed him to hold her, and it seemed as though an eternity had passed before Snape finally stirred his lips. It's a relief to know you are well. Upon recalling Snape's injury, Loya hurriedly extricated herself from his embrace. Is your wound healed? Did I inadvertently touch it again? Loya extended her hand to examine his wounds, and Snape gently grasped her hand, enveloping her delicate fingers within his palm. He gazed intently at her and nodded slightly. Loya finally felt a sense of relief. He lowered his eyelashes, quietly gazing at the girl before him. She had grown thin, undoubtedly suffering greatly. And all of this was a result of him. It was he who had caused her pain. A wave of bitterness and heartache surged within him. Snape half squatted in front of Loya, cautiously extending his hand as if handling a treasured possession that had been lost and found. He gently tucked a strand of golden hair, tousled by the night breeze, behind her ear. His voice was soft, tinged with self-mockery yet imbued with humility. Do not put yourself in danger for my sake. I am not worth it. I do not merit the risk you take. Loya widened her eyes slightly, pondering why Snape perpetually belittled her existence. In a moment of clarity, she comprehended why Dumbledore had chosen Snape to serve as a spy. It was because he was eternally solitary, devoid of friends, family, or any attachments. Free from the burdens of nostalgia. Loya's finger gently prodded the corner of his mouth. Shouldn't you smile upon finding me? The cacophony of incessant barking echoed in the air. Sirius, observing the tender exchange between the two, was consumed by a fit of rage, hopping about in frustration. Loya is indeed the future girlfriend of his child. What gives this fellow the right to be so close to her? In the past, he suspected Severus of harboring feelings for Lily, constantly opposing James. Now, this same individual is entangled with the young girlfriend of James's son. The furious black dog tugged fiercely at Severus's dark ropes, attempting to separate him from Loya and maintain a respectful distance. Loya was tormented by the incessant barking. Dog, could you possibly refrain from barking? Snape cast a frigid glance at the black dog, reverting to his usual icy demeanor, for all his tenderness was reserved for but one individual. With a soft snort, he swiftly activated his acerbic tongue. I believe the Dementors must be eagerly anticipating your presence. Woof, 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 woof. Silence, you wretched snot. The kiss of a Dementor must be rather delightful, I presume. Whiff, 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 whiff. You might as well return to brewing your potions. Several townsfolk took notice of them, casting glances in their direction, while Sirius continued his relentless barking. Loya furrowed his brow as he glanced at the black dog. Cease your barking. The onlookers are fixated upon us. The black dog, in a huff, clamped his mouth shut, yet his throat continued to emit disgruntled gurgles, betraying a hint of indignation that he himself was oblivious to. Loya turned around and expressed her gratitude to Nurse Laura for defending her in front of the patrolman, despite the fact that she was indeed a witch. After cautiously assessing the situation and confirming that Laura had not noticed Snape using magic on the patrolman, Loya felt a sense of relief. She escorted Snape back to their residence in town, chattering incessantly along the way, inquiring how he had come to be in Salem and how he knew of her presence there. Snape patiently explained that he had received a message from Dumbledore, which had brought him to New Mexico, and he had searched every corner of the area until he inadvertently stumbled upon this quaint town. However, the current atmosphere in the house was rather lively, with 3 men gathered together. A group of older gentlemen stood in silence in the living room downstairs. Sirius and Snape were archenemies, each casting glances of disdain at the other. When Snape caught sight of Lupin, his expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively shielded Loya behind him, warning her to keep her distance from the dangerous werewolf. Lupin paused for a moment, lowering his head to conceal the fleeting bitterness that crossed his face. He had faced discrimination due to his identity as a werewolf far too often and should have been accustomed to it by now. Snape's instinct to keep Loya away from this perilous creature was entirely justified. It's all right. I am well aware he is a werewolf. He has transformed before me on several occasions, Loya calmly stated. Snape focused intently on the latter part of her words. The thought that Lupin had transformed in front of Loya, and not just once, filled him with dread as he struggled to fathom how she had coped with a werewolf in a frenzy under the full moon. In a state of panic, he crouched down and rolled up her sleeves, meticulously checking for any signs of injury. Loya helplessly explained that she had not been bitten at all. In fact, she had even shot Lupin several times, leaving her feeling somewhat remorseful for her excessive force. Sirius observed the overly intimate interaction between the two, and his temper flared instantly, agitation coursing through him. He shouted at Snape, "Hey, what are you doing to her?" Sirius strode over, his considerable strength allowing him to pull Loya behind him with ease. The author has something to say. The reason for not updating is that I truly cannot persist. My daily earnings suffice only to purchase a bag of instant noodles accompanied by a sausage. Haha. Hey, what are you doing to her? Sirius approached with determination, his strength evident as he swiftly drew Loya to safety behind him. He positioned himself between the two, glaring at Snape. Snape shot him a disdainful glance and replied, enunciating each word, "It is none of your concern." He reached out, pulling Loya back behind him. His broad hand gently rested on her petite shoulder and leaning down slightly. With a tone that was both serious and somewhat conciliatory, he said, "You should go upstairs first. I need to speak with them." Loya was certainly aware of the long-standing animosity between Snape and Sirius, evident in the palpable disdain etched upon their faces. Were Sirius to possess a wand, she was certain that, with his temperament, he would not hesitate to resort to violence, making a physical confrontation highly probable. The atmosphere was fraught with tension, thick with the scent of impending conflict. It would be wise for her to distance herself from this perilous situation as soon as possible. Loya nodded slightly and turned to ascend the staircase. Sirius leaned against the doorframe, scrutinizing their every movement. Observing how Loya obediently complied with Snape's casual remarks, Sirius narrowed his eyes in displeasure. During their time in town, Harry's little girlfriend had never uttered a single word to him. Of the 10 sentences Harry spoke, she would not respond to even one. Whenever she encountered him, her demeanor remained cold and indifferent. It was only when he transformed into a dog that she would grant him a semblance of kindness. He crossed his arms, his fingers tapping impatiently against his elbows. A peculiar emotion, known as jealousy, quietly took root within him. Suddenly, Sirius realized he was feeling envious over a mere girl. He promptly dismissed this absurd thought and endeavored to convince himself that Loia was merely Harry's prospective girlfriend, thus he could not tolerate Snape being too close to her. As Loia took a few steps, she was abruptly seized by the collar of her garment. Sirius effortlessly pulled her back, positioning himself before her to deliberately obstruct Snape's gaze that fell upon her, shielding her completely. He raised an eyebrow, his voice laced with provocation resonating through the living room. Why should Gryffindor heed the words of Slytherin? For reasons unknown, the quarrel began to drift from its original topic, inexplicably morphing into a dispute between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Snape furrowed his brow, visibly displeased with Sirius's recent rude and disrespectful behavior towards Loia. Mind your manners, Black. This is none of your concern, Sirius retorted, throwing Snape's words back at him unfiltered. She is the girl that James's son admires. She is perfectly safe in my company. Snape's expression darkened considerably, his knitted brows almost twisting into a frown. How could a fugitive from Azkaban, wanted by the Ministry of Magic and the entire wizarding world, boldly claim that Loia was safe by his side? Your impulsiveness and recklessness will only bring her trouble, placing her in peril. What do you mean by that? Your rashness nearly caused Miss Grindelwald to be accused of witchcraft by the patrolling guards. You are the greatest danger to her. There is no need for your meddling. I will protect Loia in place of my godson, Sirius shouted back furiously. Snape's thin lips pressed into a straight line. Had Black already taken the liberty of calling her by name after knowing her for just a few days? Snape grasped Loia's wrist, attempting to pull her back. But Sirius firmly held onto her other wrist. Caught between two middle-aged men tugging her in opposite directions, Loia's expression grew increasingly dark. Only Lupin noticed her discomfort. As the two continued their heated exchange, the ever-reliable Lupin sought to mediate, thinking it inappropriate to argue so fiercely in front of the children. However, these two irate individuals completely disregarded his attempts to interject. In this town, rife with zealots, you claim to be protecting her? You nearly put her in harm's way. If he were to arrive a minute late, without his wand, Loia could be accused of witchcraft solely based on the one-sided testimony of a patrolling guard, facing the gallows. The mere thought of this sent waves of terror and fury coursing through Snape, chilling his fingers with rage. In this small town, no evidence was required. A single utterance could condemn anyone to the pyre. The Church, in its pursuit of consolidating its theocratic dominion, showed no regard for whether those captured were genuinely witches. They merely sought a scapegoat for the calamities that befell them, providing the foolish townsfolk with an outlet for their frustrations. Snape endeavored to compose himself, murmuring, "There are witch hunters in Salem." Sirius was momentarily taken aback by his words. As a child, he had heard numerous tales from his grandmother about the dark 3 centuries of witch trials, where those hunters, driven by greed, persecuted and hunted witches with methods far more brutal and perilous than those of Muggles. Sirius turned away, raking his disheveled black hair in agitation. Snape's voice was icy as he commanded, "Keep your distance from Miss Grindelwald. What right do you have to demand that I stay away from her?" "I am her temporary guardian," Snape retorted, his assertion sounding utterly ludicrous and devoid of any persuasive power to Sirius. Sirius was acutely aware of the impulsive and reckless impression he left on others, his actions often lacking foresight, yet he was no fool. There was no need for him to speculate on why Dumbledore had entrusted Snape with the role of temporary guardian for his daughter. The likelihood was high that Loia's health had deteriorated, necessitating her reliance on Snape's potions. Otherwise, how could Dumbledore possibly hand over his daughter to him? What other utility did this man possess besides potion-making? Sirius scoffed. "She is Dumbledore's daughter. In a few years, she will grow up and have no connection whatsoever to you. Her temporary guardian." Snape froze in place at the sudden realization. In the future, she would form a happy family with Harry, just as James and Lily once had. They would be a family, and he would be considered her godfather, ensuring her safety, while Snape would remain the outsider. With that thought, Sirius pulled Loia closer to himself once more. At last, the tugging became unbearable for Loia, who protested, "Enough already. You're going to dislocate my wrist." Both men, startled by her exclamation, hastily released their grips. Loia furrowed her brow, gently massaging her aching wrist. Observing the redness on her wrist, Snape inwardly chastised himself, cursing his own carelessness as he reached out to offer her some relief. Sirius, seldom at a loss for words, was taken aback. The young girls had delicate arms and legs, resembling tiny kittens. Was it possible that his strength had inadvertently dislocated her wrist? Just as he was about to inquire about Loya's condition, he noticed Snape attending to her wrist. In an instant, Sirius became irate, his voice rising. Let go of her. For heaven's sake. Are you two never going to stop? At last, Loya, the subject of their dispute, erupted in a loud protest. The two older men were momentarily silenced. Loya turned to Sirius and earnestly clarified, I believe you have misunderstood. My relationship with Harry is not what you presume. Upon hearing Loya's words, Snape silently sighed in relief. However, Sirius, with an air of confidence, puffed out his chest and proclaimed, Lily once said the same thing about her relationship with James, yet ultimately, James won her heart. Loya, the author has something to say. The author has abandoned this book, but if the HP fanfiction can garner enough support daily, I shall return to update. As a time traveler, she merely engaged in activities typical of her kind, approaching the main characters, forging connections with them, and occasionally tending to their needs. However, she never contemplated developing romantic relationships with either the protagonists or any supporting characters. Moreover, she observed that Europeans are not only precocious, but also have remarkably liberal parents who, at the tender age of 11 or 12, are already preoccupied with finding their children a partner. Loyal rested his forehead in his palm, a slight headache clouding his thoughts as he addressed Sirius. Harry is my friend. I regard him as family, and our bond is certainly not what you might envision. Moreover, Harry is destined to be with Ginny, and she has no intention of usurping anyone's partner. Sirius, unfazed, continued to expound upon his beliefs with unwavering confidence. Listen to me. Just because you do not harbor feelings for Harry now does not mean that this will remain the case in the future. Even Lily came to love James, whom she once despised. Loya felt somewhat speechless, as if she were being forcefully betrothed. In her heart, she rolled her eyes. Uncle, how can you be so self-assured? Sirius was momentarily taken aback by the term uncle. After serving as a mere backdrop for some time, Lupin could no longer contain his laughter. Clearing his throat, Sirius quickly recovered from the awkward atmosphere. You and Harry will spend several wonderful years at Hogwarts together. Perhaps you do not fancy him now, but I am confident you will discover qualities in Harry that captivate you. He is just as tenacious as his father. Once he sets his sights on someone, he will not let go. However, Loya appeared to let his words go in one ear and out the other, which did not anger Sirius. He rarely subdued his inherent rebelliousness, instead lowering his stance. Kneeling beside Loya, he placed his hands on her shoulders, gazing earnestly into her clear blue eyes. In time, we shall be a family. I will be your kin. If you wish, you may even call me godfather. I have an empty house on Grimmauld Place, where you are welcome to reside at any time. Aside from his godson Harry, only this young girl could receive such an offer, should Loya be willing. Sirius would even promptly seek Dumbledore's permission to become her temporary guardian. As he mentioned the old house on Grimmauld Place, he momentarily recalled his mother, who revered the utmost purity of blood, having disowned him from the family tree at the tender age of 16. Now, the Black family name had dwindled to just him, and the old manor had remained uninhabited for many years. Once he departed the town, he intended to renovate the house and bring Harry and Loya to live with him. Selecting the brightest and most comfortable room for Harry's young girlfriend, he was unsure of the color schemes that girls her age preferred. It seemed prudent to consult Miss Granger, Loya's friend, for her insights. Severus Snape, observing everything from a distance, could no longer restrain himself and coldly interrupted Sirius. She is merely 12. Do not instill her with your absurd notions. You are nothing but a Death Eater. Seeing the two uncles on the verge of another argument, Loya interjected immediately. You need not concern yourselves with my lifelong affairs. I have no intention of dating anyone now or in the future. I prefer to live my life alone. The three men fell silent in unison, staring at her in astonishment. Although the Weasley family appeared blissfully happy and harmonious, Loya resolutely refused to assume the roles of Mrs. Weasley, caring for a multitude of children and managing household duties. Lupin could hardly believe that a child would utter such outrageous words. Had Loya's rebellious phase arrived prematurely? Given her lineage, in 2 or 3 years, as she matures, countless nobles will vie for her favor and connections. Those eager to introduce their sons to her will form long queues, and the threshold of Dumbledore's office will surely be worn down. Sirius, having recently graduated and confined to Azkaban without any romantic entanglements, finds himself devoid of any experience in matters of the heart. Yet, he and Lupin share a consensus that ultimately, a young woman seeks a place to call home. However, Loia harbors the desire to live a solitary life, which is a perilous notion. Sirius cast a fierce glare at Snape, questioning how he could be such a temporary guardian while imparting such dangerous ideas to her. Lupin, with heartfelt sincerity, counseled Loya, stating that every woman yearns to find her soulmate and to attain a blissful family life as her ultimate pursuit. Why should women be bound to such aspirations? Is it not far more liberating to embrace the joys of singlehood? Why must a woman's life be devoted to men? Raising children, supporting her husband, and managing household duties, as though these are her inescapable obligations? Loya expressed her protest with utmost seriousness. I shall be beautifully independent. This declaration of independence from traditional thought by the new generation of women in 2022 left Lupin momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to respond. He sighed deeply and, with a hint of awkwardness, inquired, "What, then, is your pursuit?" Without a moment's hesitation, Loya exclaimed, "Eliminate Voldemort." Snape and Lupin exchanged astonished glances. Only Sirius, filled with a righteous spirit and a fierce disdain for evil, wore a proud smile and applauded. Behold, this was the girl he had raised his son to admire. Such an ambitious young lady, filled with righteous indignation, fearless and brave, a true Gryffindor. However, Roya's next statement successfully froze the smile on his face. Occupy the Ministry of Magic for the greater good. This time, it was Sirius who stood in stunned silence. He glared fiercely at Snape, questioning what bizarre notions he had instilled in Loya. The long-standing animosity between Sirius and Snape reignited into a fierce argument. What began as a dispute over Loya's upbringing quickly escalated into personal grievances. How could Dumbledore allow someone like you to teach at Hogwarts? Sirius scoffed in retort. After spending over 10 years in Azkaban, under the watch of Dementors, Black remains as simple-minded and brawny as ever, seizing the opportunity while the two men bickered passionately. Lupin quietly exchanged a resigned glance with Loya, gesturing towards the upper floor. Kind-hearted Lupin was subtly advising her to take advantage of the chaos and retreat upstairs to avoid the escalating conflict between the two old men. Loya hurriedly ascended the stairs to engage in conversation with Hermione. The clamor of the argument below persisted. It is self-evident that if Harry's girlfriend is in good health, Dumbledore would appoint you as her temporary guardian. Sirius was quite certain that had he not been imprisoned in Azkaban, the matter of Loya's temporary guardianship would have taken a different course. Snape clenched his fists, a sheen of perspiration forming in his palms. As he felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, Sirius let out a few derisive laughs. He finally discerned that Snape's gaze upon Harry's girlfriend mirrored the way he used to look at Lily, once vying with James for Lily's affection. He now found himself competing for Loya's attention against James's son. The more Sirius contemplated, the more his anger intensified. Moreover, given this man's age, how could he harbor such feelings for a young girl? With a stern countenance, Sirius passed by him. Unless Dumbledore had lost his faculties, she would never consent to her daughter being with you. Even if she did not choose Harry, she certainly would not choose you. Keep your foolish fantasies to yourself. He was indeed correct. Loya's unreciprocated affections seemed to plunge Snape into a realm of despair. The hauntingly vivid dream resurfaced in his mind. A spirited youth, kneeling on one knee, presented a ring to his beloved. From the shadows, he beheld their radiant smiles and the embrace of their shared happiness. Dumbledore's words echoed in his thoughts, serving as a reminder to recognize his own place in this world. He wished for his daughter's future to be devoid of any connection to him. In an unrelated note, the author expressed frustration over the inexplicable disappearance of comments following corrections in the back end. Today's dinner was lavish. Hermione, raised in a Muggle household, had learned to cook from her mother at a young age and excelled in culinary skills. During their stay in the small town, Hermione voluntarily took charge of the daily meals, each one a delightful variation. She felt a lingering guilt. Had she not insisted on accompanying Loya to Nocturne Alley, they might not have faced such tribulations. Now, she simply wished to be of assistance to everyone. Observing Hermione's petite figure diligently working in the kitchen, Loya felt a twinge of regret. She truly lacked cooking skills and could only help with minor tasks like washing vegetables, often being ushered out by Hermione. The gentle Professor Lupin wished to lend a hand, yet his nomadic past had left him ill-prepared for the culinary arts, and his cooking was rather unpalatable, though no one dared to voice this truth. Ultimately, Lupin resigned himself to the task of compelling Sirius to take on the responsibility of washing all the dishes after meals. After all, a few gentlemen could not idly stand by while the young ladies toiled. For dinner, Hermione prepared several Chinese stir-fry dishes inspired by a Muggle culinary magazine. And fortunately, the uncles at the table were adept with chopsticks. The dining table was adorned with candles, setting the stage for what should have been a warm and delightful evening. However, The three men sat in silence, not uttering a single word, rendering the dinner unusually quiet. The mere fact that Snape and Sirius could share a table without immediate conflict was nothing short of a miracle. Sirius chewed his food absently, casting a glance toward Loya across the table. Snape, seated beside her, silently served vegetables into her bowl. I dislike eating greens, Loya remarked with a frown, poking at the vegetables in her bowl. Don't be a picky eater, Snape sighed softly in response. Loya returned the dish that Snape had given her. Observing the interaction between the two, Sirius felt a sense of discontent gradually creeping over him. The chopsticks in his hand were clenched so tightly that they began to warp, until with a sharp crack, he forcefully snapped them in half. Slightly irritated, Sirius slammed the remnants of the chopsticks onto the table. The sound was not loud, yet it was sufficient to draw the curious gazes of everyone present towards him. The legs of the chair scraped against the floor with an unpleasant screech as Sirius grasped the backrest, nonchalantly placing the wooden chair between Loya and Snape. He leaned back casually, sitting down as he forcefully separated the two individuals who, in his eyes, were uncomfortably close. He then shifted his chair slightly in Loya's direction, leaving her perplexed by his actions. Turning to face her, Sirius displayed the signature smile of a godfather, just as Remus's chopsticks were about to touch a dish. Sirius disregarded his old friend and directly tipped the plate into Loya's bowl. Loya, you ought to eat more. Your arms and legs are so slender. And you are rather short. When I was in my second year at Gryffindor, I was a head taller than you. Harry's girlfriend seems to be developing at a rather slow pace. Sirius harbored considerable doubts about Loya's living arrangements with Snape. She surely was not receiving proper care. He was so engrossed in his own chatter that he failed to notice the broth overflowing from Loya's bowl, hot liquid spilling onto her skirt. Loya was scalded, and she immediately sprang to her feet. To her astonishment, the situation had escalated so poorly that Sirius hastily reached for a napkin from the table. Kneeling beside the hem of her skirt, extending his hand to gently dab at the fabric of Harry's young girlfriend's dress, Loya lowered her eyelashes to gaze at him, the long lashes casting a delicate shadow upon her eyelids. As Sirius lifted his head, their eyes met perfectly. His aquamarine gaze was clear and pure, devoid of any impurities, as though one could drown in its depths. Suddenly taken aback, Sirius averted his eyes, daunted by her presence, and hurriedly brushed the stains from her dress. Snape, standing nearby, wore a grim expression. It became evident that Sirius only exacerbated the situation. A small stain on the hem of Roya's dress transformed into a larger blemish under his relentless scrubbing. Sirius crouched before her, gripping the edge of her skirt as he vigorously attempted to erase the mark, increasingly engrossed in this battle against the stain, feeling quite uncomfortable. Roya contemplated retreating upstairs to change her attire. Just as she turned to take a step away, Sirius's hand remained firmly grasping her skirt. With a sudden tearing sound, silence enveloped the scene. A gash had been ripped into her dress, extending nearly to above her knee. A chill breeze wafted through the window, rustling her skirt aside. Sirius awkwardly lifted his gaze, revealing the girl's alabaster legs now exposed to the air, her fair skin still bearing a faint blush from the scalding soup. Lupin instantly turned away. Hermione believed that Lavender's injury provided a valid excuse to hastily exit the scene. Snape's expression darkened to an unprecedented degree. A surge of frustration lodged in his throat. He endeavored to restrain his temper, striving to avoid losing his composure in front of Roya, not wishing to alarm her. Stepping forward, Snape removed his dark cloak, intending to drape it over Roya. However, Sirius had already removed his outer garment, tying the sleeves around Roya's waist to shield her exposed legs. Loya's eyes twitched slightly as she weakly inquired, "Uncle, how many more times will you tear my skirt?" At that moment, Sirius was rendered speechless, caught in a web of embarrassment. "How many more times will you tear my skirt?" The weight of the situation pressed down on Sirius, who was shocked to realize that this had occurred more than once. Severus, having endured his simmering rage for far too long, could no longer contain his fury. He drew his wand with a swift motion. The wand was aimed directly at Sirius, and Severus's voice emerged as a low growl, nearly biting through his teeth. "Release your hand. Stay away from her. Never approach her again." To Sirius, the final declaration felt akin to Severus's brazen claim of ownership over the girl, igniting the flames of his ire. The 12 years spent imprisoned in Azkaban had not dulled Sirius's sharp edges. Rising in anger, he retorted with a cold smirk, "She does not belong to you. You can't have her, yet you refuse to let go. No matter whom she favors, it will never be you." Severus stood rigid, his heart feeling as though it had been struck, rendering him breathless. In a fit of rage, he lost control, and the magic from his wand struck the wall with a resounding impact. Sirius, having narrowly evaded the spell, transformed into a towering black dog, growling and baring his sharp teeth. It wasn't entirely Sirius's fault. The supplies sent by the town's committee included clothing of abysmally poor quality. The garments, particularly those meant for girls, were crudely made from inferior materials, with loose threads easily torn with the slightest exertion. Sirius had not anticipated that in his clumsiness he would ruin Loya's skirt. Remus, accustomed to the bickering between Sirius and Severus, had grown weary of intervening, believing it futile. He approached Loya, gently placing a hand on her shoulder, and spoke to her in a soothing tone. You should go upstairs to eat. Do not concern yourself with them. Loya decisively ascended the staircase, with the cacophony of a man and his dog-esque quarrel resounding from below. Upon reaching the second floor, she unfastened the garment of Sirius that she had tied around her waist and tossed it downwards. Here, uncle, your clothes, she called out. Unfortunately, the discarded attire landed squarely atop the head of the black dog, finally silencing the altercation beneath. Though Lavanda had utilized the muggle herbs provided by Nurse Laura for her abdominal wound, her recovery progressed at a sluggish pace. At this juncture, she would have to rely on the expertise of Potion Master Snape, whom Loya summoned to attend to Lavanda's injury. Meanwhile, the two middle-aged gentlemen left behind were scrubbing dishes in silence at the sink. Sirius, born into a pure-blood family, had never partaken in such menial tasks, and as a result, a plate slipped from his grasp and shattered upon the floor. Remus, in a state of exasperation, fetched a broom to tidy the shards. Sirius, having already broken several plates, voiced his discontent. Why is that fellow not washing dishes? He lifted his gaze towards the second floor, adding, Have you not noticed the way he looks at Harry's girlfriend? If I do not keep a close watch, who knows what he might do to her? With this thought, he tossed a half-washed plate into the sink with a splash, preparing to charge upstairs. Behind him, Remus's bewildered voice emerged. Sirius, are you attempting to curry favor with Miss Grindelwald on behalf of your godson, or is it for your own sake? What do you mean? Sirius turned back, puzzled. After a moment's contemplation, Remus struggled to articulate his thoughts more delicately than simply advising him not to entangle himself in Harry's affairs. In the end, he merely shook his head. Never mind. Let us forget I said anything. He murmured and returned to washing the dishes. He gestured towards the sink filled with tableware. If you do not wish to diminish your standing in her eyes, you should ensure the dishes are thoroughly cleaned. Sirius hesitated for a moment before begrudgingly returning to the sink to continue washing the dishes. Once they had completed their chore, Remus called everyone together for an impromptu meeting regarding the fervent religious zealotry surrounding the witch hunts in Salem. The group gathered in the living room, with even the injured Lavanda being supported downstairs by Hermione. Sirius perched himself on a chair, deliberately positioning himself between Loya and Snape. As long as they remained within his line of sight, he would not allow Snape any opportunity to approach Harry's girlfriend. Remus spoke gravely. As you can see, we find ourselves in Salem, a town where the tradition of hunting witches has persisted for centuries. He paused before continuing. The townsfolk here seem to believe that only women consort with the devil and wield witchcraft. We, as a group of male wizards, are not in any peril. However, the safety of the women among us is highly questionable. I have inquired at a nearby market, and indeed, there are witch hunters in their town. What are witch hunters? Do they wield magic? Roya curiously asked, noting that neither the films nor the original texts ever mentioned witch hunters. Could this be a consequence of the butterfly effect? They are muggles, lacking magical abilities, yet they possess anti-magic gold. Anti-magic gold? It is a type of ore that suppresses magical energy, interfering with a wizard's ability to cast spells and diminishing their power. Witch hunters may forge weapons and armor from this anti-magic gold specifically to combat witches. When Lupin was still a student, he happened upon some books in the Hogwarts library regarding the dark trials of witches during the Dark Centuries, though his knowledge on the subject was rather limited. Upon hearing about the Dark Lord, Lupin paused, considering the connection between Roya and Grindelwald. He courteously opted for a different term. The Dark Wizard Grindelwald had once obliterated the last mine extracting anti-magic gold, leading wizards to believe the ore used by hunters against witches had been entirely eradicated. Yet, this town still harbors witch hunters. Loya continued in response to his words. In other words, is there still demon-repelling gold here? Lupin cast an approving glance at her and nodded. Leaning against the back of his chair, Sirius suddenly sat up straight. I will take her away from Salem to Hogwarts at once, he asserted, his tone devoid of any room for negotiation, as he deemed it undoubtedly the safest course to leave the town with Loya. Severus, who had remained silent throughout the meeting, shot him a sidelong glance and slowly spoke, "You cannot leave." Everyone turned to him in confusion. Salem was ensnared by a mysterious force once one entered the town. They became trapped, unable to escape. When he inadvertently stumbled into the town, he found that the fog-laden forest surrounding it resembled a labyrinth. As no matter which direction one took, they would inevitably return to the town. This was one of the reasons for the town's isolation. Those who ventured in could never emerge again. At that time, in his frantic search for Loya, he was tormented by the inability to escape the town. Almost driven to madness by his urgency, Lupin inhaled deeply, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Could the fog enveloping the town possibly be orchestrated by the church? Surely there must be a way to resolve this. It was inconceivable to be trapped in Salem without reason. There had to be some foul play from the church. Sirius, increasingly agitated, paced back and forth, having initially believed he could swiftly return to Hogwarts with Loya to reunite with his protege. Loya rested her hands upon her head, lost in contemplation. Once the secluded town of Salem is exposed to the outside world, the archaic practices of witch hunting will be swiftly abolished by society, leaving the town vulnerable to the governance of Muggles, and the church will lose its despotic dominion over this little realm. The church, which has long regarded Salem as its own sovereign kingdom, most fervently wishes to keep the town hidden from external discovery. At present, the most pressing matter is to unravel the mystery shrouding the town and to discover an escape from Salem. Loya gazed at them and remarked with calmness, "As long as we refrain from using magic in public, our identities will remain concealed. Furthermore, we currently lack wands. If we maintain a low profile and steer clear of the fervent zealots in the town, keeping our distance from the townsfolk, we are unlikely to be easily discovered as witches. Therefore, you need not worry about us for the time being. It will be your responsibility to find a way for us to escape Salem." Upon hearing Loya's words, Lupin looked at her in astonishment. Typically, young witches her age would become flustered in the face of sudden danger, yet she exhibited an extraordinary calmness and meticulousness for one so young. Lupin wholeheartedly endorsed her suggestion. During this period, they would seek a means to leave the town, while the girls would remain at home, endeavoring to avoid drawing attention. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks resounded at the door, abrupt and rather rude, raising suspicions that the visitor harbored ill intentions. Lavender shrank back anxiously. Could it be the witch hunters have discovered us? Are they here to capture us? Her words plunged the room into a brief silence as everyone heightened their vigilance. With Snape discreetly tightening his grip on his wand, Lupin shielded several students behind him, knowing that if the visitors were indeed witch hunters, their primary concern would be to protect the children. The knocking persisted. They could not remain in this stalemate. "I shall take a look," Loia said calmly as she stood up. Sirius quickly rose from his chair, closely trailing behind her, prepared to act at a moment's notice. If the individuals behind that door were indeed witch hunters, he would immediately transform into his animagus form to confront them, securing an opportunity for Loya to escape. Snape, feeling uneasy, reached out to stop Loya, but she had already taken several steps past him. His hand lingered in the air for a moment before he withdrew it. Enveloped in a brief silence, Loya cautiously opened the door ajar, revealing an elderly beggar with graying hair and a hunched figure. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. This beggar, who had lost sight in one eye, had become somewhat deranged since the death of her son, rambling incoherently to anyone who crossed her path. The townsfolk referred to her as the madwoman. Due to her unstable mental state, she often laughed foolishly to herself, earning the disdain of the townspeople, who frequently mistreated her as she wandered in search of alms. When Loya first arrived in the small town, the madwoman had also come to beg. Seeing her pitiful state, Loya had offered her some bread. Sirius harbored a deep disdain for this muggle, as her incessant rambling was utterly nonsensical. At this moment, the madwoman extended her gnarled fingers towards him, giggling foolishly as she called out, "Short-lived ghost! Short-lived ghost!" Sirius's expression darkened in an instant. The madwoman's taunts, incessantly directed at him, tested his patience, and had it not been for his young girlfriend standing beside him, he would have been sorely tempted to eject this disrespectful muggle from his presence. To make matters worse, the madwoman now pointed at Loya, loudly proclaiming her to be a tyrant. Accustomed to the madwoman's erratic behavior, Loya paid little heed to her wild utterances. Seeing the madwoman languishing on the streets, starving, the kind-hearted Loya turned towards the kitchen. She gathered the leftover food from dinner along with some bread and placed them in a bamboo basket. Snape reached out to assist her, lifting the basket brimming with food and setting it at the door. Upon seeing Snape, the madwoman erupted into a sinister laughter, cryptically stating, "The one you long for is within your sight, right behind you." Snape paused, momentarily taken aback. His breath hitched, and instinctively, he glanced back at Loya, who was washing apples by the sink. Loya took a bite of the apple, entirely oblivious to the conversation taking place at the door. Snape's gaze towards her grew increasingly intricate. Suddenly, the gnarled hand of the crone gripped Snape's arm with force, yanking his thoughts back into the present. The wrinkles on her face twisted together, resembling a malevolent specter traversing the earth. Her aged voice dripped with a hint of mockery. "You are indeed a pitiful wretch. Tyrants are the most heartless." As if a revelation struck him, Snape's countenance momentarily drained of color. Loya finally discerned the peculiarities in her surroundings, casting her gaze towards the door. Meanwhile, the ever-impatient Sirius, already disenchanted with the madwoman, forcefully slammed the door shut. A consensus emerged among the group during this unsettling period. It was best to remain indoors and maintain a safe distance from the frenzied townsfolk. However, come the next day, some individuals found themselves unable to remain still. Loya poured herself a cup of steaming hot cocoa, gently stirring it as a subtle aroma wafted from the drink. She cautiously took a sip, feeling a delicate sweetness unfold upon her tongue. Hadn't Lupin mentioned that the few of them should refrain from going out whenever possible? In essence, it was simply a matter of staying indoors. Loya cradled a steaming cup in her hands, reclining softly against the bed. The door to her room stood ajar, and a gentle knock resonated upon it. Loya lifted his gaze, spotting a tall, gaunt man with dark hair standing at the doorway. Sirius had shaved his beard, shedding the unkempt appearance he had worn for the past few days. His naturally wavy black hair cascaded elegantly along his profile. The tattered Azkaban prison garb had been replaced with a traditional British three-piece suit, rendering him notably more vibrant and even a few years younger, evoking a refreshing impression. Leaning against the door, with his hands tucked into his pockets, he exuded an air of casual nonchalance and effortless charm. Loyal gazed in astonishment at the transformed Sirius. "Uncle, have you taken some peculiar medicine?" The array of opening remarks Sirius had meticulously prepared were abruptly stifled by this blunt inquiry. Only his girlfriend, who was guiding him in the ways of mentorship, would dare to address him in such an impolite manner. Ever since that rogue, Snape, had entered the scene, Sirius had discerned an extraordinary bond between Loyal and Snape, prompting a profound sense of crisis regarding his own teaching relationship. With the inconvenient Snape absent today, a rare opportunity presented itself, igniting his resolve to take Loyal out and foster some goodwill. Once this thought blossomed in his mind, he diligently groomed himself. However, his limited interactions with Loyal had left him entirely ignorant of her preferences. The scant occasions they had spent alone together had revolved around rabbit hunting, which now seemed to be the sole means of strengthening their connection. A smile graced Sirius's face as he turned to the girl. "The weather is delightful today. Let us venture forth to catch some rabbits." No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar erupted outside, dark clouds rolled in, and a torrential downpour ensued, accompanied by hail that pounded against the glass, creating a cacophony of sound. Truly, what splendid weather it was. Loia cast a glance out the window before redirecting her gaze towards Sirius. The weather outside was truly delightful. Listening to her sarcastic tone, Sirius felt that he had been beset by a string of misfortunes lately, as even the weather seemed to conspire against him. Loya's gaze once again fell upon the steaming cup of hot cocoa in her hands, her demeanor languid and relaxed. Hadn't they agreed just yesterday to refrain from venturing outside? Sirius remained silent. The firewood in the hearth crackled and burned vigorously, filling the room with a stifling warmth. He shrugged off his coat, draping it over one arm, and loosened the two buttons of his shirt, revealing a glimpse of tattoos sprawling across his chest. With a casual air, he approached Loya's bedside and sat down beside her. To other women, this gesture would undoubtedly appear as an invitation from a pureblood aristocrat harboring feelings for them. Yet to Loya, it bore a striking resemblance to a Russian mobster attempting to recruit her for a life of plunder and destruction. Sirius flashed her a mischievous smile, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible anticipation. "We are Gryffindors. Isn't it dreadfully boring not to take risks?" His reasoning was so compelling that she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. However, in such inclement weather, she had no desire to step outside. Placing her hot cocoa on the table, she snuggled under the covers and waved her hand dismissively. "I have no intention of braving the downpour to chase rabbits. If you wish to go, then by all means. Today, I am but a badger, intent on eating and sleeping. Please do not disturb me." Left with no choice but to stand in the hallway, Sirius gazed gloomily out the window, relieved that the wretched weather had relented somewhat. The rain ceased by afternoon, and the streets began to fill with passers-by. The forest was a quagmire, rendering any thoughts of hunting rabbits impractical. Hermione had just emerged from the kitchen, having tallied the ingredients for dinner and informed Sirius of what was lacking, since Lupin had advised them to stay indoors. She felt it inconvenient to venture out for supplies and hoped that Sirius could procure them from the market. He readily agreed, seeing it as a splendid opportunity. If he couldn't hunt rabbits, he might as well explore the market. Sirius strode confidently into Loya's room, one hand clutching her shoes while the other hoisted her from her slumber, effortlessly cradling her against his side. With a casual remark that they would not be returning for dinner, he whisked Loya away through the door, leaving Hermione standing in stunned silence. The plan had been to assist in acquiring the missing ingredients for dinner, yet the outcome felt decidedly amiss when he declared they would not be back. Loya's expression was sullen, a pillow clutched in her arms. The market, rejuvenated after the rain, buzzed with activity, the air suffused with a refreshing scent, and they managed to procure all the items Hermione had listed. However, in stark contrast to the vibrant post-rain atmosphere, a lifeless female body hung grotesquely from the market's wall. The corpse was grotesquely swollen and decayed, waterlogged and pallid. A wooden sign hung from the lifeless neck, inscribed in blood with the ominous words, "Witch, go to hell." Loya furrowed her brow, witnessing yet another innocent muggle girl accused of witchcraft, condemned to death by drowning by the church. The townsfolk passing by spat disdainfully at the lifeless body, as if this blameless muggle maiden had truly consorted with the devil, wreaking havoc upon the world as a witch. The corpse lay not far from the stalls where they procured their provisions, and Loya felt little inclination to linger. She wished to depart this grim scene without delay. Suddenly, a woman dashed past them in a state of panic, inadvertently toppling a fruit stall. As she struggled to rise, the pursuing patrolman forcefully pinned her to the ground. "Hurry! Find her! She wields malevolent sorcery. She is a witch." The onlookers gasped at the mention of witchcraft. The woman, pressed to the earth, turned her face with great effort. It was Laura, the nurse who had once aided Loya. "I am not a witch. I am not a witch," she cried out in desperation. An elderly woman pointed accusingly at her. "I live next door, and I saw her conceal herbs within her clothing." In Salem, it was a common belief that any woman who utilized herbs was a witch, using them to manipulate the minds of men, leading them to commit blasphemous acts. One patrolman pressed down on her back, while another deliberately patted her down. They extracted a bundle of herbs from her pocket. "Look, she possesses herbs. She is a witch. Those are for Mrs. Manna's child. Her little one is ill. I swear, I am not a witch." Laura pleaded helplessly, casting a desperate glance toward Mrs. Manna in the crowd, hoping she might attest to her innocence. Yet Mrs. Manna, clutching her child, stepped back in fear. For it was true that Laura had surreptitiously used herbs to treat the child's ailments. However, no one wished to be associated with a witch, nor did they desire to be implicated as accomplices and thrown into the dungeon. She hastily distanced herself from Laura, uttering words that betrayed her conscience. Joining the elderly woman in accusing Laura, "We have never used her herbs. She is a witch. She must intend to poison my child with her herbs. She seeks to offer my child's soul to the devil." Immediately, the air was rife with the townspeople's curses directed at Laura. "Burn her! Burn the witch! Take her to the church! Let the priest judge her sins." The patrolman began to escort her toward the church. Had Snape been by Loya's side at that moment, he would have whisked her away from this place of turmoil, for wizards do not meddle in the quarrels of muggles. Yet, standing here now were two Gryffindors. Loya and Sirius shared a rare moment of understanding as their gazes met. Gryffindor would never stand idly by. For Loya, the muggle nurse had once surreptitiously provided them with herbs when they first arrived in the town, assisting them significantly. It was now exceedingly difficult for her to remain detached and passive. Furthermore, the church in the town wielded absolute power, indiscriminately slaughtering under the pretense of hunting witches, attributing all calamities to them. She had long harbored discontent towards the local priest. The cathedral stood as one of the oldest edifices in Salem, resplendent in its opulence, with a hemispherical dome adorned with dazzling gems and glass. The townsfolk were gradually streaming into the church, while Laura was forced to kneel before the priest on the altar, flanked by two patrolling guards. The priest, with a countenance filled with sorrow, proclaimed, "Yet another girl seduced by the devil. She has forsaken God. The divine has revealed a miracle to me. I have seen the demon within her. She plots to harm innocent children with her herbs. She is a witch. I am not a witch. I have harmed no one. Do not listen to her deceit." Laura protested. "She is a cunning witch. Every word she utters is an evil incantation. Witches conspire with demons to wreak havoc upon our world. They are destroying our town, and we must eradicate them." The priest spread his arms, addressing the congregation below. As you can see, this will be a fair trial. Those who believe her guilty and agree to purify her with fire, please raise your hands. Every townsfolk raised their hands in unison, a result evidently anticipated by the priest, who appeared thoroughly satisfied. The residents of Salem, indoctrinated by the church, had developed an intense hatred for witches, believing them to be the harbingers of calamity. Those who deem her innocent, please raise your hands. Amidst the sea of faces, only Loya raised her hand. Sirius glanced at her, and, in support, raised his hand as well. The priest cast a scornful glance in their direction and swiftly declared, "In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I hereby pronounce Laura guilty of witchcraft, consorting with the devil. She is a witch. And now she shall face execution by fire." The crowd erupted into a frenzied cheer, their fervor escalating. Amidst the cacophony, an incongruous voice emerged, a young girl's voice. "Wait, we voted against this." Several townsfolk turned to glare at Loya, displeased by her dissent. The priest donned his customary hypocritical smile. "Outsider, this is our custom in Salem. Witches are irredeemably wicked, and only flames can reduce them to ash. Whether she is a witch will be proven in the fire. A pure soul fears not the flames." "Your ability to spout such blatant falsehoods is truly remarkable," Loya retorted, rolling her eyes conspicuously at him. The priest's expression darkened instantly. He was the revered clergyman of Salem, respected by thousands, and even the mayor showed him deference. How dare this young girl speak to him in such a manner? Loya's eyes darted as she deliberately inquired, "I have been troubled by a question for quite some time. You mentioned that witches disguise themselves as innocent beings to deceive others. How can we trust that you are not a witch in disguise?" "Nonsense. I am a priest. I am the earthly representative of the divine. Witches are solely women. How dare you question my identity?" Sirius scoffed at this. For muggles truly believed that male wizards were non-existent. A mad male acolyte rushed towards Loya, pointing at her and hurling insults. "Get out. Outsider. How dare you question the priest? You heretic. Damn pagan." Sirius stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Loya, seizing the acolyte by the collar. He lowered his voice, laced with a warning. "Dare to lay a hand on her, and I will twist your bones one by one." The acolyte, caught by the collar, turned pale, struggling to breathe, his face twitching with fear. Once Sirius released his grip, the acolyte fled the scene in a state of panic. Loya continued to engage in a verbal duel with the priest, waiting for him to ensnare himself. "What evidence do you possess to prove that you are a priest and not a witch in disguise?" "Nonsense. I solemnly swear before the divine that I am not a witch." "What use is a vow? Present your evidence." "Ah. You previously stated that a pure soul fears not the flames, for only a witch's soul would be utterly consumed by fire. So, demonstrate to everyone that you fear not the flames. Your reluctance only signifies that you have slain the true priest and are masquerading as a witch." The priest found himself momentarily speechless, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, his entire being frozen in place. Meanwhile, the fervent townsfolk of Salem fervently shouted in unison, "Priest, you are our beacon of life. Show these arrogant outsiders your divine miracles. Priest, the divine shall protect you. Priest, let these damned heretics witness your miracle." His devoted followers firmly believed that a priest serving the divine would never be engulfed by flames. The priest was propelled by his pious believers onto the execution platform. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Loya, declaring, "I fear not the flames. I shall prove, unscathed, in the fierce fire that I am not a witch. Your accusations are mere slander. You shall be bound to the pyre for your slanderous defamation of a cleric." As the priest fell into his trap, Loya smiled with satisfaction. "Burn me? Not a chance." She extended her small hands and entwined them around Sirius's arm. Sirius paused, looking down at Loya. In the flickering firelight, the girl's beautiful, pure eyes reflected his shadow. For a fleeting moment, his mind was in disarray. The unexpected closeness, the physical contact initiated by his young companion, left Sirius feeling pleasantly astonished. The upward curve of his lips revealed his unreserved delight. Indeed, taking her out for a stroll proved quite effective. As the muggles say, feelings can be cultivated. However, Loya's subsequent words ruthlessly shattered his fantasies. If the priest remains unscathed in the flames, then this uncle is my half-godfather. You should bind him to the pyre instead of me. Sirius's expression darkened momentarily. Initially, upon hearing the sweet word godfather from the little girl, he nearly succumbed to an overwhelming sense of excitement. However, Loya's next statement, "Burn him, not me," left him speechless for quite some time. He pursed his lips, his face contorted in a grimace, unable to shake the thought that if Snape had been standing beside Loya, she surely would not have uttered such a phrase. As this realization settled in, Sirius felt a tightening in his chest, and he had to admit that a latent jealousy was gradually rising within him. Loya patted his arm, emboldening him with a resolute tone. "Uncle, do not fear. That charlatan will surely be scorched, and we shall emerge victorious." How could he possibly be afraid? It was merely the disparity in treatment by certain individuals that stirred a twinge of bitterness and discomfort within Sirius. Nevertheless, he chose to raise his hand to join Loya in their performance. "If the priest emerges unscathed from the flames, I shall willingly be bound to the pyre." During Sirius's confinement in Azkaban, his original wand had indeed been confiscated by the Ministry of Magic. He raised his hand in unison with Loya. "If the priest remains unharmed amidst the fire, I shall voluntarily be tied to the stake." The clamor from the crowd surged and receded, as outside the church, a pyre had been erected. The revered priest advanced with stiffened steps towards the stake. Were it not for the voluminous robe concealing his trembling legs, all his terror would be laid bare before his congregation. The priest was secured to the cross, with kindling piled beside the scaffold. The color drained from his face, his eyes tightly shut, as he recited his prayers. "I am God's earthly messenger. The Lord shall favor me. The Lord shall protect me." Loya observed with a cold gaze, truly a competent charlatan, capable not only of brainwashing others but also ensnaring himself in his own delusions. To believe in a deity to the extent of considering oneself invulnerable? The devout congregation knelt upon the ground, hands clasped, filled with hope, yearning to witness the miracles conjured by their pastor. This would mark a historic moment for the town of Salem. The wood beneath him ignited, thick black smoke billowing upward. "God, please spare me from the flames." The pastor trembled, his lips unable to articulate the complete prayer. A girl across the swirling black smoke regarded him with a disdainful smile, her lips subtly moving as if to say, "Taste the agony of being consumed by fire." The pastor's eyes widened. She was indeed a true witch. She was the embodiment of evil. Before he could utter the accusation that she was a witch, the flames had already surged upward, engulfing him in a blaze. His robe instantly igniting into a frenzy of fire, searing his flesh. "Ah, save me. Mayor, help me. Let me down." The square echoed with the pastor's piercing screams. His faithful townsfolk stared in disbelief as the messenger of their deity was consumed by flames, their expressions filled with disappointment and incredulity. Why was he burning? This was impossible. He was the voice of the divine. How could he be engulfed by fire? Could he be a fraud? "I donated all my possessions to the church, and you are nothing but a deceiver. The mayor, you must provide us with an explanation." The murmurs gradually morphed into accusations and complaints. The mayor's countenance darkened. The pastor had truly lost his senses, manipulated by a mere girl, daring to accept such a ludicrous challenge. In a world devoid of gods, how could one be unafraid of flames? Impatient, the mayor waved his hand, and the guards rushed forth to extinguish the fire. The pastor's legs had been grotesquely charred, the burn so severe that bone was exposed, yet he remained delirious, incessantly crying for help. Two clerics brought a stretcher to carry him to the infirmary. The clamor of the townspeople grew louder, teetering on the brink of chaos. Gritting his teeth, the mayor contemplated that resolving this impasse was not beyond reach. This befuddled pastor was of no further use. Another could easily be found. What had transpired was merely a trivial incident, and ultimately, the ignorant townsfolk would submit to the authority of the church. Loya cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted to the mayor on stage, "Surely Laura can be released now." The mayor, his face a stormy shade of blue, fixed his gaze upon the source of the uproar, the mischievous child who nearly shattered the authority they had painstakingly built. He nodded curtly, yet without his explicit command. No one dared to untie Laura. The mayor was intentionally making things difficult for her. How could such a small child possibly ascend the towering cross to liberate Laura? Loya turned to glance at Sirius, who, understanding the unspoken command, ascended the pyre to untie Laura's bonds. As Laura, still trembling from her ordeal, was liberated, she wept and flung herself into the arms of her savior, Sirius. Startled by this unexpected display of affection, Sirius instinctively pushed the muggle away, his brow furrowed in surprise. He cast a flustered glance in Loya's direction, fearing that his protégé's young girlfriend might witness this moment and unleash a torrent of sarcastic remarks. While he pondered how to articulate an explanation, he realized that Loya had already vanished into the crowd. The dark alley was desolate, with only the occasional scurrying of rats breaking the silence. In the shadows lurked a one-eyed beggar, the same deranged woman who had begged Loya for alms just days before. Cloaked in a hood that obscured her entire face, she went unrecognized by Loya as he passed by her. Loya trailed behind two clerics bearing a stretcher, turning into the depths of a winding alley. A madwoman lurked in the shadows, cradling a candle as she bound a strand of golden hair, obtained from Loya. With a potion, she ignited a corner of the binding with the candle flame, murmuring an unknown incantation. All that is seen is an enemy. All that is perceived is a demon. In a fleeting moment, the world before Loia transformed into a vivid scarlet. The once pitch-black alley had inexplicably morphed into a desolate ruin, where she stood amidst the debris, her feet hovering over seething lava. The sky was ablaze with fire, and the scene before her had metamorphosed into a hellish nightmare. The two clerics ahead of her had transfigured into monstrous beings, sporting demonic horns, razor-sharp claws, and malevolent crimson eyes that fixated on her with a sinister intent. The eerie voice of a madwoman whispered insidiously in her ear, "The demons seek to devour your soul. If you do not slay them, they shall claim your life." Upon hearing the footsteps behind them, the clerics turned, and there stood the girl who had accused the priest, the one who had sent him to the pyre. The chilling glint in her eyes was utterly disconcerting, starkly contrasting with the innocence she had once displayed. An uncanny aura emanated from her, causing the two clerics to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. In the vision of Loya, two demons gaped their bloodied maws, baring their fangs, poised to launch an assault upon her. The priest on the stretcher, with his charred legs, had morphed into a half-monster adorned with demonic horns, roaring ferociously at her. In a state of terror, the priest shouted to the clerics, "Hurry! She is a demon! Take me away from here!" The clerics, upon hearing this, disregarded all else and hastily lifted the stretcher to flee the alley. Yet, what Loya perceived were three demons, their sharp claws lunging directly at her, intent on tearing her apart. Every sight was that of an adversary, every vision a manifestation of evil. She suddenly seized the claw of the demon that had lunged at her, the razor-sharp talon mere inches from her eyes. In stark contrast to this, the panicked clerics were unexpectedly gripped by Loya, who held one of them firmly by the arm. The cleric, filled with dread, exclaimed, "What are you doing?" The voice of the madwoman echoed incessantly in Loya's mind. "Burn them. Let them feel the fires of hell." Her pupils constricted, and blue sparks ignited at her fingertips, the flames swiftly cascading up the arm of the captured cleric, engulfing him entirely in an instant. The cleric, ensnared by the azure flames, writhed on the ground in a frenzy, and in mere moments, he was reduced to a mere heap of white bones. Another cleric, thoroughly terrified by the vivid display of magic before him, discarded the stretcher and slumped against the wall, sliding to the ground. The priest tumbled off the stretcher, dragging his charred legs behind him, using his hands to crawl away in a desperate bid for escape. What Loya beheld was a demon, its body severed in half, mindlessly shrieking at her. A cruel smile curled at the corners of her lips as her right hand, ablaze with sparks, seized the priest's hair, igniting flames that cascaded down from his skull. Behind her, Sirius, who had been searching for her, stood in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before him. The bodies of the priest and the cleric were engulfed in fierce blue flames, their screams echoing relentlessly. The girl stood at the heart of the inferno, her golden hair whipping wildly in the wind, the fire illuminating the ferocity etched upon her face, as if she had transformed into a different being. She was but a child, yet in an instant, she had incinerated two muggles. Sirius glanced at the flickers of starlight erupting from her fingertips. No one magic? No. It was a surge of magical energy. Sirius hastily approached Loya, placing a hand on her shoulder, turning her to face him. He endeavored to soften his tone, fearful of provoking the girl amidst her magical upheaval. "Look at me. Regain your clarity." Loya gazed expressionlessly at Sirius, observing the fourth demon that had appeared before her, gripping her shoulders. Loya gazed expressionlessly at the fourth demon that had appeared before her, gripping her shoulders. Suddenly, the old witch's candle extinguished, severing the connection to her dark sorcery. Loya's eyes flickered, and the images of demons dissipated, restoring her consciousness. She lowered her gaze, staring blankly at the two skeletons not far from her feet, still smoldering with sparks. "Did I cause this fire?" Sirius observed the complexity of emotion swirling within the girl's eyes, fearing she could not bear the weight of the truth that her magical outburst had incinerated two muggles. "This is not your fault. I will handle the rest. Just pretend nothing has happened," he clumsily attempted to console her. Had it been any other girl, she would have succumbed to a complete mental breakdown under such circumstances. However, Loya merely paused in astonishment for a mere 2 seconds before calmly accepting the reality. Meanwhile, the other surviving cleric cowered in a corner, trembling. Seizing the opportunity while Loya conversed with Sirius, he scrambled to escape, shouting about a witch being present. Sirius furrowed his brow tightly. He could not allow the cleric to escape and report Loya as a witch to the church. Among them, only Snape wielded a wand. and that had been confiscated by the Ministry of Magic long before he was imprisoned in Azkaban. If he were provided with a wand now, he could easily cast a memory charm on that muggle. Hide for now. I will take care of things here, Sirius urged Loya, and in the next instant, he transformed into a black dog and dashed in pursuit of the fleeing cleric. The madwoman reignited a candle. Just moments ago, several townsfolk had passed by, forcing her to extinguish the candle and interrupt her sorcery. Otherwise, the specter in the girl's eyes would have transformed into a demon, as merciless as the church's hounds, and she would have incinerated him without hesitation. A few days prior, while begging at Loya's door, the old woman had stealthily obtained a strand of her hair. She could have cast her spells in safety, manipulating Loya's mind to unleash a brutal and bloody massacre in Salem, ensuring that both the young and the old would experience the agony of being consumed by flames. After all, the girl was destined to become a tyrant, her hands stained with countless bloodshed and lives lost. The witch merely sought to expedite the girl's fated course while avenging herself through her power. However, after several attempts, the madwoman found herself utterly incapable of controlling Loya. The girl possessed an inherent magic that shielded her, rendering her consciousness impervious to manipulation, her body immune to control. Since she could not dominate her, the witch resolved to unleash the dark and violent side hidden within the girl's heart through black magic. Everything the girl perceived would morph into demons attacking her, and she would undoubtedly set fire to everyone present. This sorcery requires that the practitioner remain in close proximity to her target, risking exposure and the peril of being discovered as a witch and subsequently hanged by the townsfolk. As night descends, a bonfire flickers to life in the church square. The mayor has dispatched another priest to placate the citizens of Salem, or perhaps to further indoctrinate them. After all, the ignorant townspeople have been steeped in a long-standing faith in divine authority for generations. The priest stands upon the platform, sorrowfully soothing the crowd, declaring that the minister was seduced by the witch and thus forsook the divine, incurring the wrath of the Almighty, which consumed him in flames. The entire populace holds their breath, tracing crosses upon their chests. We must protect Salem, eradicate the witches, and reduce them all to ashes. Loya stood in the dimly lit alley, her gaze fixed upon the distant campfire. Before her danced a group of horned demons, encircling the flames, their venomous words swirling in the air as they conspired to take her life. Her expression gradually morphed into one of fierce resolve. As the prayer ritual drew to a close, the crowd began to disperse from the square, yet a considerable number of worshippers lingered before the church. Mrs. Manna, cradling her 2-year-old child, followed the throng out of the square and into a narrow lane. Her countenance betrayed her unease, as she feared divine retribution for the false accusations against Laura. Yet, humanity is inherently selfish and fearful of death. She convinced herself that she had done no wrong, believing that Laura's fiery demise was preferable to her own potential entanglement in the flames. Suddenly, the few individuals ahead of her halted, letting out a cry of terror, prompting Mrs. Manna to follow their gaze into the distance. Loia stood before them, her hands crackling with blue sparks. The surge of magical energy, forcibly unleashed by the madwoman's dark sorcery, inflicted severe strain upon her body, causing blood to flow from her ears. The truly deranged which now confronted the townsfolk of Salem. Manna stumbled back in fright, her voice rising in a frantic scream. "It is the witch." Instantly, chaos erupted among the crowd, as everyone fled in panic towards the church square at the alley's end. They screamed and shouted curses. "The witch wants to kill us. Run. Alert the patrols and the church. Damn the witch. Await your hanging in the church square. May the witch descend to hell." As Roya beheld a throng of malevolent demons hurling threats of hanging and incineration at her, their venomous words resonated in her ears with a deafening buzz. The cacophony was unbearable. If she did not slay them, they would assuredly extinguish her life. Suddenly, a tempest of flames erupted, centering around Roya, as waves of azure fire surged forth, incinerating every last individual in the alley, leaving naught but ashes in their wake. The heavy tolling of the church bells drowned out the horrific wails of despair and the cries of infants. Amidst the inferno she stood, having obliterated all the demons that plagued the alley. When Sirius returned to the scene, he was rendered speechless. The sight before him could only be described as a sea of fire, with charred bones and ashes strewn throughout the alley. He could scarcely believe his eyes. How could it have come to this in such a brief absence? Anxiously, he searched for any sign of Roya. The girl slowly approached the church square, making her way toward the crowd gathered before the church. The madwoman cackled maniacally at the candles. "Burn them. Annihilate Salem. Incinerate them all. Let them taste the flames of hell." Loya beheld the gathering of demons in the square, all turning their heads to fix their blood-red eyes upon her. If she did not slay them, they would surely take her life. As Loia raised her hand, poised to unleash a torrent of azure flames from her fingertips, Sirius Black arrived just in time to intervene. He had sensed her magic surging uncontrollably, a harbinger of her intent to annihilate the entire town. Despite his disdain for muggles, he could not ignore the presence of many innocent children within its bounds. Memories of 12 years prior flooded his mind, when he had recklessly sought out Peter in a desperate bid. The Muggle streets had transformed into a hellscape under Peter's curse, awash in rivers of blood, echoing with wails of despair and the cries of children. A child's bloodied corpse had tumbled at his feet, the face still etched with the terror of its final moments. Those hollow eyes forever fixed upon him, a constant reminder that all of this was wrought by his actions. In that moment, he could only laugh maniacally amidst the carnage. Sirius cupped Roya's face in his hands, his gaze filled with concern. "My dear girl, this little town will inevitably draw the attention of outsiders. Should you extinguish the lives of all the muggles here, the next to be imprisoned in Azkaban shall be you. I endured 12 harrowing years within those walls. I cannot bear the thought of you being tormented by dementors, nor do I wish for you to suffer the same anguish I have known." Loia gazed in astonishment at the demon before her, which knelt submissively rather than attacking. Its eyes bore no malice, nor did it harbor any intent to strike. Why did it refrain from assaulting her like the other monsters? It merely regarded her with an unwavering stare. A sudden thought flickered through her mind. Must all that is seen be deemed true? Her anxious breaths gradually eased, and she slowly lowered her guard. In the shadowy recesses of the alley, the old crone sensed her dark sorcery was being disrupted and muttered a curse in irritation. "Cursed wretch!" she exclaimed, casting more potion powder into the flickering candlelight. Every sight was an enemy, every glance revealed a demon. Flecks of fire began to flicker between Roya's fingertips. The crowd in the church square gradually dispersed, with a few townsfolk approaching their direction. Should the azure sparks in her possession be noticed, those deranged individuals would not only scatter in terror but might even storm into the church, fervently accusing her of witchcraft. If the situation were to escalate beyond control, the magic within Loya would sense the threat and instinctively retaliate. He wished to prevent her hands from becoming stained with blood, and even more so, to spare her from the fate of being imprisoned in Azkaban. Acting with swifter instinct than thought, his broad palm enveloped hers, securing her sparking fingers firmly within his grasp. Sirius hissed softly, enduring the searing pain of his flesh being singed by the flames, the acrid scent of charred skin wafting up to him. With great difficulty, he managed to muster a smile, using his other hand to wipe the bloodstains from the girl's earlobe. Loya felt the claw of the demon brush past her ear. Sirius gazed at her and softly said, "Good girl, I am not your enemy. I will not harm you." He had never shown such concern and gentleness towards another as he did now, resembling both a friend and a benevolent elder. The disturbed madwoman screamed furiously at the candle. "All that I see is a demon. Burn him. Burn them all." The demon reflected in her eyes finally opened its gaping maw, baring its fangs, poised to shatter her at any moment. Loya's pupils constricted, and with a swift motion, her other hand seized Sirius by the throat. Sparks erupted from her nails as she tightened her grip. The skin on his throat was seared by flames, emitting a sizzle. Despite the searing agony, Sirius, illuminated by the flames, unwaveringly gazed into Loya's eyes. A loud gunshot echoed, and a bullet was discharged. 2 silver bullets struck the hag's leg, splattering crimson blood against the wall. The hag let out a piercing scream and toppled forward. A witch hunter, adorned with a wide-brimmed felt hat and a belt of bullets, stood behind her. The hunter raised her gun, and 2 shots rang out in the alley. The hag struggled to rise, stumbling deeper into the alley in her desperate flight. The hunter, smoking a cigarette, showed no intention of pursuing her. Her bewildered assistant inquired, "Why not capture her? She is a genuine witch." Unlike those unfortunate souls burned at the stake, the witch hunter discarded her cigarette, crushing it underfoot. "Let her lure out the others. It's been ages since Salem has seen a true witch." Once the hag's dark sorcery was interrupted, the blood-soaked inferno before Loya transformed in an instant into a tranquil town at night. She was astonished to find herself gripping Sirius's throat. Upon noticing the alarming charred burns encircling it, Loya hurriedly released her hold. Sirius offered no complaints. Instead, he leaned closer, scrutinizing the girl's eyes. Once he confirmed that her beautiful eyes had regained their former clarity, devoid of any abnormalities, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I apologize. I do not know why I just saw a horde of monsters about to devour me." Observing Loya's self-reproachful demeanor, Sirius affectionately ruffled her hair, teasingly remarking, "I am not the big bad wolf who would devour Little Red Riding Hood. That would be Lupin. The innocent Lupin was inexplicably shot, and Loya finally found amusement in his jest. As outsiders, they had lingered too long in the church square, where many unfriendly gazes were cast upon them. Loyalty spoke to Sirius, urging, "We must return. We have attracted too much attention." They swiftly made their way back to their abode. The burn on Sirius's neck extended down to his clavicle, and he unfastened his buttons, intending to remove his shirt for easier treatment of the wound. The charred skin had adhered to the fabric, and with a sudden tug, he tore away a patch of scorched flesh, grimacing in pain as he gasped sharply. Loya procured a pair of scissors to sever the shirt that clung to his wounds. He sat bare-chested, his torso adorned with intricate tattoos reminiscent of alchemical symbols. Resembling a wounded agent from the clandestine organization known as the Black. Fetching the medical kit, Loya diligently cleared the fibers adhering to the edges of the injury. She scooped a spoonful of burn ointment from the container, with no cotton swabs at her disposal. She resorted to using the pads of her fingers to apply the salve onto Sirius's wounds. The girl perched beside him, leaning forward, causing the old bed to creak under her weight. Her right fingertip, smeared with ointment, gently grazed his injury, imparting a soothing coolness. Sirius held his breath, his body rigid, as her skin barely brushed against him, rendering him breathless. Even at Hogwarts, in his youth, he had never been so intimately close to any girl. Loya tilted her head cautiously as she applied the ointment to his wounds. With every movement, Sirius's chin would inadvertently brush against her hair, which was soft and fragrant, imbued with a faint scent of shampoo. The gentle strands fell softly against his neck, tickling him and making the pain from the injury seem less acute. He found himself lost in thought, contemplating how blissful it would be if his son could truly be with Loya. However, given her temperament, he wondered if his son could ever hold her interest. If fate were to keep them apart, would he lose the chance to see her altogether? As the ointment accidentally touched a particularly severe burn, a few drops of blood seeped through, prompting Sirius to emit a muffled groan. Observing the extensive burns, Loya, filled with guilt, inquired, "Does it hurt terribly?" The skin was indeed ablaze with pain, yet he uttered words that belied his true feelings. "Not at all." "Really?" Seeing the remorse etched on Loya's face, Sirius couldn't help but smile, winking at her playfully. "I'm not as delicate as you. My skin is rugged and resilient. It's merely a scratch. I assure you it doesn't hurt at all. If you don't believe me, go ahead and pinch it." As he spoke, he grasped Loya's hand, guiding her fingers towards his wound. Loya, taken aback, hastily withdrew her hand. She did not wish to be accused of mistreating an injured individual. Observing the layers of bandages in her grasp, Loya felt a deep sense of conflict, unsure of how to tend to Sirius's wounds. His injured left hand was bound like a dumpling. The extensive burns on his neck left her at a loss for where to begin. Fortunately, Severus had finally returned. He cast a memory charm to erase the recollections of the cleric captured by Sirius and meticulously cleared away the evidence of Loya's crime, the remnants of charred bones. As he rushed back, he was met with a scene that caught him off guard. In the stillness of the night, Loya sat closely beside the escaped prisoner from Azkaban, the soft glow of the moonlight filtering through the window and illuminating them. From Severus's perspective, the girl was nestled against the chest of the Azkaban fugitive, his chin resting atop her hair. Their gestures appeared both intimate and natural. Severus's expression darkened instantly. "Author, how could one mistreat the female protagonist? If there is to be any mistreatment, let it be directed at the male." Haha. The proximity between them was too intimate. Severus maintained a stern facade, as an indescribable sensation began to spread within him. Upon encountering Snape, who was standing by the door, Loya finally felt a sense of relief. She wiped the ointment from her hands and approached him, tilting her head to say, "Snape, could you please tend to his wounds? I am truly inept at such tasks." Snape, however, disregarded Sirius's well-being, for his greater concern lay in the faint trace of blood lingering on Loya's earlobe. He quickly bent down to inspect her ear for injuries, his eyes brimming with an almost overwhelming tenderness. "It's really nothing," Loya insisted, feeling no pain whatsoever. Snape's expression darkened, and he moved his thin lips to speak. "You're bleeding. How can that possibly be all right? After losing a bit of blood?" "I now feel as though my mind is clear and my spirits lifted," she replied nonsensically. Snape chose not to respond further. He found himself at a loss against her, as she always conjured up a myriad of elaborate justifications, leaving him helpless. Once he had thoroughly ensured that Loya was indeed unharmed, his gaze towards Sirius grew icy. "Do not take her out without permission again. Her presence with you only invites unnecessary harm." Sirius swallowed his frustration, recognizing that he was indeed at fault. He had not anticipated that a simple outing with his young charge would escalate into such chaos, resulting in Loya's magical outburst. Snape was resolute in his desire to prevent Loya from remaining in the confines of Black's room for even a moment longer. The thought of an innocent girl sharing a space with a disheveled man was unbearable for him. With a stern countenance, he hurled a potion towards Sirius. The bottle rolled to his feet, yet Sirius showed no inclination to retrieve it, his rebellious nature dictating that he would not accept favors from those he despised. Snape then directed his attention towards Loya. "It is late. You ought to return to your room and rest." Loya emitted a light hum. Yet the image of Sirius's wound resurfaced in her mind. "Are you not going to bandage it for him?" she inquired. "If he hasn't swapped brains with the troll, he possessed his hands and feet to manage it himself," Snape retorted, his sharp tongue once again unleashed. Upon finishing his words, he grasped Loya's wrist, preparing to lead her away from this place. Snape held her hand cautiously, mindful not to exert too much pressure. During their last quarrel, he had been careless and nearly injured her wrist. The memory of the girl's swollen wrist filled him with regret. Just as Snape pulled her towards the door, Sirius suddenly stepped forward, seizing Loya's arm. He clutched the slender limb firmly, showing no intention of releasing her. Snape shot him an icy glare in return. Sirius raised an eyebrow, tightening his grip on the girl's wrist. The two men locked eyes, and within a fleeting second, the atmosphere became charged, akin to a battlefield brimming with tension. Had these two been unrelated to Loya, she would undoubtedly have been cheering them on, exclaiming, "Don't stop. Fight." However, if they continued to tug her back and forth as they had that day, her patience would wear thin. Sensing Loya's apparent discontent, Snape hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to loosen his grip, yet fearing that doing so would mean losing everything. Out of the corner of his eye, Sirius caught a glimpse of Loya. A smirk crept upon his lips, and then he grimaced, both hands pressed against his burned skin, wincing in pain. "It hurts so much, here and there," he lamented. "Did you not just claim that your skin is tough, and you feel no pain?" Loya questioned, puzzled. Sirius feigned agony, insisting, "It hurts now, very much so. Come, apply more medicine." Observing his exaggerated display of suffering, Loya, convinced of his plight, withdrew her hand from Snape's grasp and returned to Sirius's room. Snape watched as his hand fell empty, still warm from her touch. He turned his gaze towards her, his dark eyes filled with unspoken words. Loya dipped her fingertip into a small amount of ointment, while Sirius bent down in unison. The girl's delicate pink nails were meticulously trimmed, and as they brushed against his wound, a subtle itch ensued. "Does it still hurt?" "It hurts quite a bit." "Good girl, if you blow on it for me, it won't hurt as much." Loya recalled some snippets of medical knowledge she had seen in her previous life. When a painful wound is exposed to cool air, it can alleviate the release of histamines involved in pain transmission, thus blowing gently upon it might yield some relief. Being as clever as she was, she could not help but ponder that if she possessed a wand at that moment, casting a freezing charm upon Sirius might render him pain-free for several days. For now, her priority was to help ease his discomfort. After all, his injury was of his own making. Sirius stood before her, his towering height of 6 feet 1 inch making her feel diminutive. Loya had to rise on her toes, her left hand resting upon his right shoulder, leaning closer to his throat. Her lips were merely an inch away from his wound, and Sirius could easily see her puffed cheeks as she gently blew upon the injury. The coolness was both soothing and ticklish, as if something within him was slowly melting away, leaving a tender warmth in its wake. "Does it still hurt?" she inquired softly. "A bit better, yet still quite painful. Perhaps blow a little more," he replied, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. Loya gazed at him in astonishment, inquiring how he could endure such pain, yet still manage to smile. He appeared to be quite well. There was no need for concern. Outside the door, Snape clenched his fists, his expression dark and brooding. It was evident that Black was feigning his pain to elicit Loya's care and sympathy. Yet she remained oblivious to his ruse. "You ought to return to your quarters. I shall escort you," Snape reiterated softly, fixing a steady gaze upon Loya, awaiting her response. However, the ghastly burns on Sirius were undeniably distressing in Loya's eyes. "I truly feel the wound is rather severe." Loya contemplated the deep-seated animosity that existed between the two individuals, surmising that Sirius would rather die than seek Snape's assistance, and Snape would undoubtedly prefer to ignore him entirely. After much deliberation, she decided it would be best for her to tend to the wounds herself. Although her bandaging skills were rather lacking, she reasoned that as long as she did not suffocate the individual, wrapping a few loops would suffice. Without turning his head, Loya addressed Snape. "You may return first. I shall tend to him, and then retire for the night." Although this seemingly innocuous statement held little significance, Snape's eyes dimmed, and an overwhelming sense of emptiness enveloped him. He gazed deeply at Loya and, in a tone of reluctant concession, uttered, "Do remember to rest early," before turning to depart. After briefly tending to Sirius's wounds, Loya returned to her chamber. She closed the door behind her and rushed into the washroom, breathless. Resting her hands on the edge of the sink, she bowed her head. Inhaling deeply, maintaining an air of nonchalance in front of others proved exceedingly arduous. Raising her gaze, she locked eyes with her reflection. The image staring back was increasingly shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of a malevolent and unforgiving Dark Lord. The haunting echoes of anguished cries, consumed by blue flames, reverberated incessantly in her mind, transforming into a melodious dirge in her ears. From the moment Severus entered the room, the torrent of her violent and sinister energies surged forth. As if a dam had been breached, the thirst for blood and the desire for slaughter stirred within her, compelling her gaze towards their fragile throats. Vivid images of how she would tear them apart flashing through her mind, envisioning their blood flowing solely for her. When the realization struck her that she wished to annihilate them, a shiver coursed through her. She fought desperately to suppress the frenzied thoughts. How had she come to this? What had happened to her? She endeavored to recall the events that transpired upon her arrival in Salem and the individuals she encountered. Ultimately, her thoughts lingered on the beggar woman, the most suspicious of all. It was highly probable that she was a witch, and that the madwoman had cast some dark sorcery upon her, even if her body bore no tangible harm. She was resolute in her quest to find that lunatic and make her pay dearly. Loya glared at her reflection in the mirror, biting her lip with fervor. With a sharp crack, the mirror shattered into fragments, succumbing to the magical energy that erupted from within her. She gripped the edge of the sink tightly, which too was ravaged by the tumultuous force of her magic. It was not enough. Not enough. She could not suppress the urge to destroy something. Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching the door. Who could it be? Her eyes, now sharp and piercing, darted towards the entrance as the wooden door burst open under the onslaught of her chaotic magic. The door creaked ominously as it swayed, revealing Lupin, who paused momentarily in surprise. However, he quickly regained his usual gentle smile. Well-mannered and undeniably a gentleman, Lupin had been through many trials, giving him a more weathered appearance than his peers. Politely, he inquired, "May I enter?" The earlier surge of magic had left Loya feeling quite unsettled. She brushed aside her slightly disheveled golden hair and offered a soft hum in response. Lupin's room was situated on the second floor, the closest to Loya's own. Upon hearing the sound of shattering glass emanating from her bedroom, he did not hesitate to don his clothes and come to check on her, concerned for her well-being. As the door was violently flung open by her turbulent magic, he surmised that Loya was in some form of distress. Having wandered for many years as a werewolf, he had encountered a myriad of individuals. He knew that children born with potent bloodlines could easily lose control of their magic when subjected to mental strain. "Are you all right?" Lupin asked with genuine concern, scrutinizing the girl's face. Shadows lingered beneath her eyes, which were laced with red veins, indicating her deteriorated state. She appeared a stark contrast to the lively and charming girl he was accustomed to. This was not good. Loya settled back onto her bed, drawing her shoulders together, and decided to abandon her pretense, responding to Lupin with unvarnished candor. The observant Lupin noticed a fleeting glimmer of blue fire in her eyes. Suddenly, the vase on the table trembled violently twice before shattering into a myriad of pieces. "Just as you see, it appears to be somewhat uncontrollable." Lupin stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before presenting a box of chocolates to Loya. "Try this. It may alleviate your anxiety." "You truly are the enthusiastic NPC who offers chocolates to every protagonist in each fanfiction," Loya silently mused, reaching for a small piece of chocolate to place in her mouth. Strangely, she sensed Lupin's gaze upon her, tinged with a hint of nervousness. "The chocolate may not taste as delightful as the ones you're accustomed to," Lupin offered with an apologetic smile. In this secluded town, even chocolate was a rarity. The confection in Loya's hand was a product of Lupin's own experimentation. Crafted from a recipe provided by the ever-resourceful Hermione, its flavor likely inferior to that of the confections from a candy shop. The silky, tender chocolate melted upon her tongue, gliding through her heart like fine silk, soothing the tumultuous, violent sensations that had previously stirred within her. Loya stared in astonishment at the chocolate nestled in her palm, marveling at its remarkable efficacy. It seemed that indulging in chocolate would become a frequent delight. Observing the girl lost in reverie over the confection, Lupin mistakenly believed that his clumsy attempt at crafting the chocolate might not meet her taste. Just as he was about to apologize, he noticed the faintest upturn at the corners of her mouth. "Delicious." Truly delightful. Could you possibly grant me some more chocolate? Lupin placed an entire box of chocolates into her hands. I shall prepare more for you tomorrow. However, he added with a playful smile, winking innocently. It must remain a secret from Sirius and Snape. If they were to discover that I gifted you chocolate, I might find myself facing their combined wrath. Oh, Loya, typically oblivious to matters of the heart, tilted her head in confusion. Lupin refrained from commenting on Snape. Even Hermione could discern the nature of Snape's feelings towards Loya. Ironically, his former friend, who incessantly spoke of mentoring his young girlfriend, claimed his intentions were merely to foster a connection with Loya for the sake of education, while in truth, he had unwittingly become ensnared in his own affections. The girl was indeed fortunate in matters of romance, yet whether such fortune was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Concerned that the shards of glass might harm her, Lupin diligently cleaned up the broken vase before he departed. Loya gently drew the curtains and donned a delicate silk nightgown. Just as her face touched the pillow, she was startled by the sound of someone knocking, not on the door, but on the window. Loya sighed in complaint. Lamenting the disturbance to her sleep in the dead of night, she emerged from her cocoon of blankets and, barefoot, approached the window to draw back the curtains. There stood Sirius on the balcony, one arm draped over the glass, his forehead resting upon it. Despite the frigid chill of the night, he wore his shirt half open, seemingly unperturbed by the cold. With a look of exasperation, Loya regarded him, questioning why he chose to scale her window when there were stairs and a door available. Was this yet another manifestation of Gryffindor's adventurous spirit? Through the glass, she could hear him say, "Good girl, let me in." Loya helplessly pushed open the window. And there stood Sirius on the balcony, his head bowed as he gazed at her. "Your old professor, in a bid to prevent me from coming to see you, has barricaded the staircase with all the furniture from the living room, creating an impenetrable blockade." Loya, Sirius raised a smug smile. "Will this pose a challenge for a Gryffindor? I shall simply climb the balcony." As Roy attended to Sirius's wounds, the ever-watchful Snape remained nearby, concealed in a discreet corner of the corridor, observing their every move. Should Sirius dare to make any untoward advances towards Roya, he would not hesitate to draw his wand and intervene. Once Roya returned to her room on the second floor, Snape waved his wand, casting a charm that barricaded the stairway with furniture, thereby preventing any midnight mischief from Sirius. As the night deepened, Sirius swaggered towards Roya's chamber, only to discover that the staircase was obstructed by a formidable barrier. Frustrated, he ground his teeth, wondering if his wand had been confiscated by the Ministry of Magic. With a scoff, he dismissed the notion. After all, he had faced far greater dangers, scaling walls and sneaking through the forbidden forest without a second thought. Surely, a mere blocked staircase would not deter him. With determination, Sirius boldly climbed up to Roya's balcony on the second floor. He presented her with a box of delicacies, filled with an assortment of treats from the night market. "I wasn't sure what you would enjoy, so I picked a bit of everything," he explained. Earlier, the commotion they had caused in the church square had made them forget to dine. In a rush to return, Sirius had ventured to the town's night market, uncertain of Roya's preferences. Assuming that the tastes of young ladies were not too dissimilar, he had chosen to purchase from the stalls that were frequented by them. Loya accepted the food box, the delectable snacks within emanating warmth. She lifted her gaze, revealing a sincere smile. "Thank you." Beneath the starlit night sky, the curtain swayed gently in the breeze, enveloping half of her figure. The girl resembled a vision in a pristine wedding gown, captivating the attention of Sirius, who found it difficult to look away. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly. She was indeed the most beautiful girl he had ever encountered, though still youthful and unrefined. Her eyes sparkled like stars when she smiled. He had attended the wedding of James and Lily as a groomsman. Perhaps, at Harry and Loya's wedding, he would have the honor of serving as the officiant, bestowing his blessings upon them. The thought of being an officiant stirred a tumult of emotions within him, leaving his mind momentarily blank. When he regained his composure, he noticed that Loya was still standing barefoot on the floor. The temperature had dropped significantly at night, and the chill enveloped them. Loya heard Sirius mumble, "You should head back inside. It's cold out here." Loya decisively turned to close the window, leaving him alone on the balcony. Observing Loya's indifference as she walked away, Sirius felt a pang of disappointment. He had intentionally dressed so lightly on this frigid day, yet she showed no inclination to invite him inside for warmth. Feeling stifled, Sirius stared at Loya's retreating figure and let out a hearty sneeze. Hearing the sound, Loya turned back, and upon seeing Sirius's pale, frozen face, she finally extended a kind invitation for him to come in, as a gesture of gratitude for his late-night snack. "Come in," Warm yourself by the fireplace. The girl's room was simply adorned, impeccably tidy, with the flames in the fireplace gently flickering, filling the space with warmth. Sirius settled beside the hearth, relishing the comforting air that dispelled the chill from his body. Loya retrieved a small skewer from the food box and held it to his lips. "Uncle, you haven't had dinner either. Would you like to try?" Her peculiar appellation for him always emerged in the most discordant of moments. Moreover, she stubbornly refused to call him godfather, leaving him at a loss. At this moment, the proper course of action would be to accept the offered food. Yet, Sirius found himself inexplicably enchanted. In a moment of bewilderment, he instinctively opened his mouth and took a bite, creating the illusion that Loya was feeding him. He suddenly recalled how James and Lily, in the throes of their romance, engaged in such tender gestures. Lily had once fed James in the same manner, and it had made him shudder with discomfort at the time, finding their behavior utterly nauseating. Such intimate actions were reserved for lovers, and upon this realization, Sirius unconsciously turned his head away, his ears faintly flushed. He convinced himself that the warmth in his ears was merely a result of the cold outside. Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Loya gazed toward the door with a perplexed expression, wondering who could possibly be visiting at this hour. Lu Ping had just departed from her room, and the only one likely to be knocking was Severus Snape. She pondered the reason for Snape's late-night visit. The situation was further complicated by the fact that if Snape discovered Sirius in her room, it would undoubtedly lead to a fierce argument between the two. "Snape has arrived. You should return to your room," Loya urged. Sirius's lips curled in a frown. He had been enjoying a pleasant evening with his protégé's girlfriend, and now Snape's presence had forced Loya to dismiss him. Suppressing his irritation, Sirius sank deeper into the sofa, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he declared, "I came to see my protégé's girlfriend. What business is it of his? What right does he have to impede my visit?" Lacking any prior experience in romantic matters and rarely interacting with the opposite sex, Sirius seemed oblivious to how easily it could be misconstrued that he had stealthily crept through a window into a young girl's room, especially that of his protégé's girlfriend. This audacious justification left Loya momentarily speechless. You two argue the moment you meet, and it's deafening. Furthermore, if you sneak in here at this hour, what would Snape think? He is, after all, my temporary guardian. Upon hearing the latter part of her statement, Sirius grew increasingly irritable and abruptly rose from the sofa. Temporary guardian? How utterly ridiculous. Your father is the illustrious Dumbledore. No one but Dumbledore has the authority over you. You need not fear anyone or concern yourself with their opinions. You are who you are. Pursue your desires without reservation. Why do you care what he thinks? She merely wished to avoid causing trouble for Snape, who had been kind and considerate toward her as a younger acquaintance. Yet, as Sirius had pointed out, she yearned for freedom, relishing the absence of constraints and despising any form of restriction. Had Snape acted like an ordinary guardian, their relationship would have long since deteriorated. The knocking at the door grew slightly more insistent. If she did not answer soon, Snape might become worried about her well-being and force his way in. "You need to climb out the window and return to your room." The unease in Sirius's heart deepened. It was evident that his protégé's girlfriend was not fond of spending time alone with him. When she was typically with Snape, she never exhibited such reluctance. The knocking continued, while Sirius crossed his arms, resolutely refusing to budge. Loya spoke weakly. "Fine. If you refuse to climb, then I shall descend. You may remain here." With that, she truly approached the balcony, lifting her leg to vault over the railing. Observing her petite figure teetering as she attempted to scale the barrier, Sirius resignedly waved his hand, declaring, "I will go. I shall go." Annoyed, he took a step toward the balcony, yet furtively glanced back at her, halting abruptly. He noticed that Loya appeared remarkably at ease at the prospect of his departure. The air thickened for a few moments, as jealousy began to brew within him. Suddenly, he pivoted, using his physical advantage to firmly pull the girl toward him. Loya stumbled slightly, her nose brushing against his shirt as she collided with his chest. "What are you doing, pulling me all of a sudden?" Loya exclaimed in anger, her fist clenched as she struck his chest with force. The girl's protest was of little consequence to him. Sirius lowered his gaze to the girl, momentarily transported back to the carefree, untroubled days at Hogwarts. With a bemused smile, he suggested, "How about you join me downstairs? The Muggle night market is quite delightful. I would love to take you out for some fun." Why bother with his trivialities? His mind, as carefree as Sirius himself, had completely forgotten the commotion caused earlier when he had taken Loya out during the day. "I want to go," she asserted. After a moment of contemplation, Sirius feigned a look of realization. "Ah, So you have a fear of heights. There's no need to worry. Your godfather will carry you down. With me around, you won't fall. I won't go. I want to sleep. And besides, I am not afraid of heights. Loya decisively declined Sirius's invitation. For who would wish to wander the streets in their pajamas alongside a middle-aged man in the dead of night? Loya urged him to leave. You must return quickly. Sirius cast a sidelong glance towards the entrance and firmly declared, I have made my decision. I shall not depart. How can you suddenly change your mind? Loya nearly doubted the reliability of her own hearing. The knocking had intensified, and it was evident that Snape was about to burst in. With no time to ponder, Loya grabbed both of Sirius's arms and forcefully pushed him beneath the bed. Before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself hidden away. Wait. Why should I hide under the bed? I am not engaging in any illicit affair. I entered through the window with utmost transparency. Loya swiftly burrowed into her bed. Racking her brain to devise a response in case Snape inquired why she had yet to open the door, the wooden handle turned, and Snape entered the room. Witnessing the growing intimacy between Loya and Sirius, Snape was plagued by tumultuous thoughts, rendering him sleepless through the night. Devoid of slumber, he patrolled the halls. Soon discovering that Sirius's door stood ajar, deliberately so, and the room was empty. That wretched Gryffindor brute must have sneaked into Loya's quarters. Pushing open Loya's door, Snape cast an apologetic glance toward the girl. I apologize for disturbing your rest. He noted that Loya feigned drowsiness, her shoulder partially exposed from her nightgown. During her playful tussle with Sirius, the strap of her nightgown had inadvertently slipped, revealing a hint of her delicate, pale skin tinged with a soft blush. Snape was taken aback, instinctively turning away, unable to meet her gaze. Has anyone been here? His voice wavered, laced with evident anxiety. Unfortunately, a full-length mirror stood before him, reflecting Loya in all her vulnerability. Her ear, concealed by dark hair, flushed slightly. He turned his back to her, attempting to shield her modesty. No, Loya shook her head. Recalling how Sirius had benevolently brought her a midnight snack, she could hardly betray his kindness. That is for the best, Snape thought, releasing a quiet sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Sirius, concealed beneath the bed, grumbled about how he had foolishly taken her advice to hide. Agitated, he shifted his position, inadvertently bumping his head against the bed's underside, producing a dull thud. What was that sound? Snape, about to exit, turned alertly, retracing his steps. Loya offered an awkward smile. A cold breeze swept through the half-open window, leading Snape to mistakenly believe the noise originated from it. He sighed internally, reflecting on her carelessness. Why not close the window while sleeping? You might catch a chill. Snape approached the window, the distance to the bed narrowing, causing Loya to grow increasingly anxious about Sirius's discovery. After shutting the window, Snape advised her to rest early. Just as he was about to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of a half-eaten food container on the table. The air seemed to still for a moment as Snape's scrutinizing gaze fell upon Loya, awaiting her explanation. I just went out to the night market to buy this, she stammered. Loya's gaze wandered erratically, while Snape had already discerned that she was being deceitful. Where is the night market? It should be nearby, I suppose. Loya's voice dwindled, her words lacking conviction even to herself. Snape, in silence, surveyed the room and ultimately discovered a corner of a man's shirt peeking from beneath her bed. His expression darkened in an instant, and he drew his wand. Downstairs, a peacefully slumbering Hermione was abruptly awakened by a cacophony from the second floor, accompanied by Loya's voice. Don't fight in my room. You won't kill each other this way. Take it outside. She yawned and chose to return to her slumber. Remus, who had just dozed off, hesitated about whether to investigate further. However, upon hearing fierce barking and Snape's curses emanating from Loya's room, he promptly dismissed the thought. Since Nurse Laura had been rescued from the pyre by Sirius, he had become her savior. Despite enduring over a decade of torment in Azkaban, Sirius remained tall and dashing. Just standing there, he exuded the essence of an ancient British aristocrat, captivating Laura irresistibly. She relentlessly pursued him, frequently visiting with her homemade confections. Whether casting him longing glances or inquiring after his well-being, she even insisted on washing his clothes. As the saying goes, a man pursues a woman across mountains, while a woman pursues a man through a veil. Once that thin barrier is pierced, success is inevitable. Yet, this principle bore no fruit with Sirius. Under the fervent advances of the Muggle woman, he remained entirely unresponsive, even irritable, resolutely asserting that a connection with her, a Muggle, was utterly impossible. I don't believe you. You must have someone else in your heart to turn me down, Laura exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. This query left Sirius momentarily baffled. Perhaps he was unaware that when Laura mentioned someone else, his gaze involuntarily flickered towards Loya, who was observing from the tea table. Perceptive Laura followed his line of sight, her expression shifting from shock to disdain as she regarded Sirius. Goodness, at your age, you harbor such feelings for a little girl. Finally, seeing the middle-aged man's true colors, Laura huffed, packed up her treats, and turned to leave. Sirius had the nagging feeling that he had perhaps used that very line to criticize others. Remus struggled to contain his laughter, his shoulders shaking. Snape, engrossed in his newspaper, delivered a barbed remark, suggesting that Sirius might as well remain in the small town, living among muggles. After all, he was a wanted man from Azkaban. Sirius felt a twitch at his temple and shot a glare at Snape. Loya, armed with the list of essential supplies provided by Hermione, was about to venture out to the market when Sirius promptly intercepted her. What do you intend to purchase? Your godfather shall accompany you, he said, tilting his head slightly, a smile curling at the corners of his lips, exuding an air of determination as he extended his hand towards the girl. Loia cast a glance at the array of supplies listed on the inventory. In a household of 3 men and 3 women, the consumption of living essentials was particularly rapid, and her shopping expedition indeed required the assistance of a laborer. Observing Loya engrossed in the meticulous examination of the items on the list, Sirius felt assured that she would welcome his company. Noticing that Loya showed no inclination to refuse Sirius's offer, Snape's grip on the newspaper tightened unconsciously. Crumpling the paper in his hands, he tossed the newspaper onto the coffee table, approached Loya, and extended his hand towards her. I shall accompany you. Loya's gaze fell upon the 2 hands reaching out towards her. Sirius bore the scars left by the chains of Azkaban, while Snape's fingers and palms were adorned with a thin layer of chalice. Both men extended an invitation, yet their glances were locked in a fierce confrontation. How to choose? Regardless of her decision, a fierce conflict between the 2 would inevitably ensue. Thus, amidst the astonished looks of Sirius and Snape, Loya calmly slipped her petite hand into her pocket. Sirius stood there, his lips twitching slightly, but it mattered not. He had been rejected, and so had that fellow Snape. However, what took him by surprise was Loya's invitation directed at Remus, who was diligently washing dishes in the kitchen. Professor Lupin, would you accompany me to the market? Both Sirius and Snape's gazes fell upon the unsuspecting Remus, who was bewildered by Loya's habit of addressing him as Professor. He had never entertained the notion of being a professor, and with his lycanthropic identity, no school would ever employ him. Yet, what weighed more heavily on his mind was the realization that life in this household might not be as pleasant from here on out. Remus felt a mix of amusement and exasperation as he glanced apologetically at Loya. Miss Grindelwald, may I not go? The words lingered on his lips, but he couldn't bring himself to voice them. He simply could not bear to watch the young girl struggle alone with her burdens at the market. With a quiet sigh, he acknowledged Loya's cleverness. To avoid unnecessary disputes, accompanying her was indeed the wisest course of action. He donned his coat and, under the intense scrutiny of both Snape and Sirius, led Loya out the door. The town's market bustled with activity, and Loya and Remus quickly found themselves at a stall, purchasing the necessary supplies. With one hand laden with 2 full bags, Remus turned to see Loya struggling to hold a bag of vegetables and fruits in her small arms. He shifted the bags to his left hand, freeing his right to extend towards Loya. Let me help you. The girl politely declined his assistance, displaying an independence that suggested she preferred not to rely on others. Nearby, a young man with a firearm slung over his shoulder smoked a cigarette, his sharp, eagle-like gaze scrutinizing the passers-by. The ground around him was littered with cigarette butts as he continuously lit one after another. Townsfolk passing by greeted him warmly, excitedly proclaiming, "Our hero has returned. He is a witch hunter, the sole individual capable of departing from this quaint town." He ambles towards a stall selling second-hand goods. The proprietor, an elderly man with a head of silvery hair, seldom attracts customers, having recently sold only a second-hand violin case. The old man cast a glance at the young man, seemingly questioning his return. "My hunting lodge outside the town has been ravaged, even the door has been torn off, and the hunting tools within have been scattered across the floor, marred by the scratches left by werewolves." He exhales a puff of smoke and continues, "There is blood from a witch on the floor, along with the footprints of several young maidens. Surrounding us lies a desolate expanse of forest. It is highly probable that they have ventured here. We have made considerable progress in our pursuit. The werewolf we recently captured is, astonishingly, a teenage warlock, and the werewolf that bit him must be lurking nearby." Suddenly, the old man recalls the day he encountered 3 lost girls and a scarred man while hunting in the forest, one of the girls having sustained an injury to her abdomen. It was he who led them to the town. Could it be that those girls were witches? Abraham perceives the peculiar expression on his father's face. Father, do you know where those witches are? The old man remains silent, concealing the truth and urging his son. You must cease. You have already taken too many lives. Abraham scoffs and discards his cigarette. Father, your leniency towards witches has led to the tragic demise of both your wife and daughter. The retribution I face for slaying too many witches is merely just. In his youth, the old man was once a witch hunter, yet now he seeks to spend his twilight years in repentance. Abraham derides his father's sentimentality. Let it be. Once witches enter this town, they become ensnared. His assistant has just confined the captured werewolf in an underground cell when he collides with a young girl while carrying a wooden box, causing its contents to spill across the ground. Vegetables and fruits tumbled out of the bag held by Loya. The hunter's assistant cursed irritably. Lupin had already intervened between the two, standing protectively in front of Loya, his usually gentle expression now tinged with firmness, warning the other not to lay a hand on a young girl. The assistant huffed in annoyance. Loya gazed despondently at the scattered fruits and vegetables, while the assorted items in the other party's box inconveniently piled atop her produce. Reluctantly, she began to clear away the clutter, her fingers inadvertently brushing against a green-hued cross. Instantly, a searing pain shot through her palm, akin to being seared by molten metal, prompting her to reflexively hurl the cross away. Peering down, she was astonished to find that the flesh of her palm had been burned in the shape of the cross, wisps of smoke rising from the wound. In an effort to avoid drawing attention from those around her, Loia swiftly covered the burn on her right hand. Her brow furrowed as she stared at the cross lying on the ground. What on earth is this? She was not a mythical vampire. A mere touch should not have resulted in such a burn. The cross emitted an eerie green glow under the sunlight, crafted from a special metal design to counteract sorcerers. Author's note: the author has drawn inspiration from the anti-sorcerer metal featured in The Witcher 3, slightly altering its lore. Personally, the author enjoys crafting original narratives, as the process of developing a storyline is far more engaging than merely replicating existing works. However, as many are eager to return to Hogwarts, I shall endeavor to conclude this segment swiftly, allowing for an immediate return to Hogwarts. Loia tightly clutched her hand, scorched by the crucifix, striving to maintain a facade of composure and avoid drawing the attention of those around her. However, the observant Lupin soon detected her distress. With concern etched on his face, he inquired about her well-being. Meanwhile, Loia became acutely aware of the man smoking nearby, who was fixated on her. With no time to explain to Lupin, they needed to depart from this place swiftly. Loia tugged at Lupin's arm and whispered, "Let us hasten back. I suspect there are witch hunters nearby." After scanning the surroundings with vigilance, Lupin took the girl and departed from the market. Abraham watched their retreating figures and let out a whistle. This unfamiliar girl was a witch. He had hunted many sorceresses before and could easily discern their kind. Just a few days prior, numerous townsfolk had inexplicably vanished, with not even a trace left behind, likely the sinister handiwork of witches. He turned to his assistant and commanded, "Inquire at the church if any outsiders have arrived in town, as well as the whereabouts of that girl." The scene of Loia being burned by the cross was fortuitously witnessed by an elderly man, revealing the girl's identity. He still endeavored to persuade Abraham to cease the brutal persecution of witches. With a cold smirk, Abraham retorted, "I shall relent only when every witch has been hanged." Upon returning to her residence, Loia summoned everyone, believing they might be entangled in significant trouble. Snape furrowed his brow, attempting several healing spells. Yet none yielded any effect on the burn in her hand. "I accidentally touched the emerald cross, and my hand was burned. Is that the anti-magic gold? A substance specifically designed to combat wizards?" Lupin was also uncertain. The wizarding world had long remained insular, seldom interacting with muggles. He had only heard whispers of the existence of anti-magic gold, never having witnessed it firsthand. Loia spoke with a hint of anxiety. Expressing uncertainty about whether the smoking man had noticed him during his injury, he felt as though the man resembled a hunter. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. Loia gazed down from the second-floor window, observing the priest of the church standing outside, accompanied by a dozen clerics. "Pardon the intrusion, but we have heard that a child has been injured, and we have brought medicine." The voices from outside heightened the tension among the onlookers. How could the church have gathered intelligence so swiftly? A mere child sustaining a minor injury hardly warranted the priest's personal visit. It was absurd to believe they were genuinely here to deliver medicine. It was only then that Hermione realized they suspected you of being a witch. Hence their decision to come and test you personally. Loia nodded slightly. Sirius, his expression grave, turned to Loya and said, "You should hide on the second floor while I go to open the door. If I do not emerge, it would indirectly confirm my identity to them. Since they possess the audacity to seek us out, they must have a trump card against wizards, unafraid of a direct confrontation. At present, among their number, only Snape wields a wand, and an outright clash may not favor us. Furthermore, the rumored anti-magic gold, its true capacity to restrain wizards remains uncertain to me." Snape's countenance was serious as he pressed his lips together in silence. Sirius, in a fit of agitation, ran his fingers through his hair. Loya made a resolute decision. "I shall open the door." Everyone turned to her in astonishment, with Snape and Sirius expressing vehement disapproval. Loya remarked nonchalantly, "A true warrior must possess the courage to confront danger head-on." The priest continued to rap upon the door until it finally creaked open, revealing a 12-year-old girl standing in the threshold. The bandages in her hands bore traces of blood, and the priest understood instantly that this girl was the one they sought. She was likely a witch. "Outsiders, do you find yourselves comfortable here? Kind townsfolk have mentioned your injury, and we have brought remedies for your healing." Loya has always harbored a disdain for insincere pleasantries. She cast her gaze upon the group of clerics trailing behind the priest. "It is merely a trifling injury. I am truly honored that you have gone to such lengths, assembling so many to bring me medicine." The priest, listening to her sarcastic jibe, nearly faltered in his composure. Sirius, hands in pockets, stood resolutely at the doorway, shielding Loya behind him. Loya gazed unwaveringly at his retreating figure. His tall and erect posture inexplicably instilled a sense of security within her. He spoke rather bluntly, stating, "We have tended to her injuries. You may take your leave now." Sirius, leaning arrogantly against the door, exuded an air that suggested no one was permitted to enter. In the small town, the clergy were held in high esteem, and the priest had never encountered such brazen disrespect. A look of embarrassment crossed the priest's face as he discreetly signaled to the nun behind him, who promptly understood and stepped forward. Relying on the gentlemanly notion that one would never resort to violence against a lady, the nun forcefully maneuvered her way past Sirius. With a gentle demeanor, she regarded Loya, lifted her hand, and began to unwrap the bandages. "I am merely redressing your wounds. There is no need for you to be anxious." Loya shrugged nonchalantly as the nurse peeled away the bandages. Disbelief washed over her as she beheld the injury in Loya's palm. It was not a burn from a cross, but rather appeared to be a dog bite. How could this be? How could it possibly be a dog bite? Loya cast a glance at Sirius and remarked, "The priest bitten by the stray dog is equally perplexed." For the hunter clearly stated that she had burned her hand on the cross. Loya withdrew her hand, impatiently waving them away. "I believe I am in greater need of a rabies vaccine than the medications you offer, so you may take your leave." The priest and other clergy exchanged glances, ultimately departing with a sense of reluctant resignation. When Snape's magic proved ineffective against her, a sense of foreboding began to creep into her consciousness. Boldly, she suggested that Sirius transform into a black dog to gnaw at the wound on her right hand. Sirius immediately bristled, adamantly refusing to inflict harm upon her. Yet, faced with a lack of alternatives, he reluctantly succumbed to her persistent demands, transforming into his animagus form and forcing himself to bite her right hand. Witnessing the girl grit her teeth in silence, his heart ached with pain. Once he confirmed that the church members had retreated, Loya felt at ease enough to step away from the window. The bandage in the girl's hand continued to seep blood, leaving Sirius visibly unsettled. He slowly extended his hand, and as his fingers brushed against hers, he flinched. Sirius feared that even the slightest touch might aggravate her injury. Feeling utterly incapable of managing even the simple task of dressing her wound. "Does it hurt?" he asked, gazing down at her with deep concern. "I'm accustomed to it. I don't feel pain anymore. Perhaps I'm embodying the archetype of a resilient yet tragic hero?" Loya paid no heed to the wound on her hand, while Sirius, with a serious expression, inquired about the rabies vaccine, wondering if it could heal her injury and where he might procure it. The priest traversed the street, the clerics behind him removing their hoods. Beneath their cloaks, each bore long rifles, encircled by ammunition, and at their waists hung a cross crafted from demon-repelling gold. They were witch hunters. Abraham, leading the group, had long anticipated the cunning of witches. Their visit under the guise of bringing medicine was merely a ruse. Their true intention to masquerade as clerics and follow the priest to investigate. With a single glance, he discerned the identities of everyone within the house. In the throes of a nicotine craving, he rummaged through his pockets for cigarettes. The priest cast a panicked glance towards Loya's residence, and upon confirming that no one observed them, he asked, drenched in sweat, Are there ordinary people in that house? 3 little witches, 2 male witches, and a werewolf. Abraham replied in a calm tone, as though the presence of sorcerers and a werewolf posed no threat to him. The cleric's face paled with terror upon hearing the hunter's words. He knew the witches the church had executed were mere illusions. He had never encountered a true witch, let alone the legendary werewolf. Panic surged within him, rendering his speech tremulous. Are they real witches and a werewolf? What should we do? Should we alert the mayor now? Or ring the alarm bell? Should we advise the townsfolk to hide? Abraham raised his gaze to the full moon in the sky, disapproving of his suggestions. There is no need for hasty actions. I will find an opportune moment to address this matter. There is also a werewolf, a frenzied beast devoid of kinship. Capturing it alive would prove challenging and could result in unnecessary losses. Avoiding the night of the full moon for hunting is the wisest choice. Unbeknownst to Abraham, Lupin had prematurely ingested the wolfsbane potion and would not transform into a werewolf under the full moon, causing him to miss the most advantageous moment to strike. The weather today was far from pleasant. The sky was dark and overcast, the air thick with a foreboding gloom, as if heralding an impending storm. Loyal is assisting Lavender in changing her bandages. The wound on her abdomen has healed significantly, yet it remains insufficient for her to move about freely. Lavender gazes at her abdominal injury, grimacing as she murmurs, "It will surely leave a scar. What if, in the future, when I am with Ron, he finds it off-putting?" It is evident that she harbors deep affection for Ron. However, it is a lamentable truth that in both the film and the original text, Ron is destined to be with Hermione. George and Fred once gave me a potion for scars. Once we return to school, I shall bring it to you. And after changing your bandages, I will dispose of the used gauze in the trash, Loyal assures her. Lavender expresses her gratitude, saying, "In truth, I envy you. You are both beautiful and intelligent, and so many people at school admire you. Ron currently shows me no interest at all." Loya and Lavender, both members of Gryffindor, shared little camaraderie, even amidst their unforeseen predicament, as the two girls found themselves imprisoned in the dungeon by the old witch. It was the first time they exchanged so many words. Aware that her hopes with Ron were futile, Loya still sought to offer comfort to her companion. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, followed by a thunderous roar that reverberated around them. Startled by the thunder, Lavender turned pale and inquired of Loya, "I don't understand why, but I've been feeling terribly anxious lately. Will we truly be able to return to school?" Loya settled back into her chair, gazing out the window. She was unaware of when it had begun, but a delicate veil of mist now enveloped the world outside. The once overcast sky was now shrouded in an eerie green fog. Suddenly, her frequently malfunctioning system emitted a piercing alarm. "System, danger, danger, danger." As Loya was about to inquire about the nature of the system's dangers, a sudden crash shattered the window, and 2 objects were hurled inside, rolling to the floor. These items emitted a hissing sound and instantly released a dense, green fog. In the blink of an eye, the green mist enveloped the entire room, rendering Loya unable to see anything, nor could he discern the direction. The acrid scent of the fog was overwhelming, and a single inhalation ignited a fiery pain in his throat. What on earth is this? A smoke bomb? System, gentle reminder, this is a demon-repelling smoke bomb, a common weapon used by hunters against wizards. Within the green mist, wizards are unable to wield any magic, nor can they even trigger a magical surge. Beware. Excessive inhalation of the green fog may render one incapacitated. Loya hastily covered her mouth and nose with her sleeve, subsequently informing Lavanda. The unprofessional system merely uttered 2 sentences before vanishing into thin air. Loya groped her way to the windowsill amidst the green mist. Through the shattered window, she beheld a row of fully armed hunters standing below, each shouldering a shotgun and adorned with ammunition. They were encircled by witch hunters. When she was but a Blue Planet inhabitant from 2022, she had once watched an obscure Western film in a cinema, the plot dreadfully cliché and utterly forgettable. Save for a singular scene where the protagonist, a witch hunter, unleashed a heavy Gatling gun, mercilessly slaughtering an entire coven of witches. Little did she anticipate that the town's hunters would now set up a heavy Gatling gun outside her home. A curse almost escaped her lips in her lifetime. She had indeed witnessed the collision of firearms and magic. The peculiarity of her situation deepened her bewilderment. What kind of world had she stumbled into? It would be a lie to claim she felt no trepidation. She was no naive fairy untouched by the horrors of war films. The Gatling gun, an inhumane contraption, wielded a devastating firepower capable of unleashing 200 rounds per second, which equated to 200 Avada Kedavras aimed at her face. It became clear that the witch hunter's method of pursuing sorcerers involved deploying anti-magic smoke grenades to temporarily strip them of their ability to wield magic, while simultaneously employing the suppressive firepower of firearms. Loya found it exceedingly difficult to refrain from contemplating a grave question: which is swifter, the incantation of a spell or the rapid pull of a muggle's trigger? Is it the silent spell, with its unvoiced incantation, that conjures magic with greater speed? Or is it the velocity of the bullet that prevails? Perhaps wizards are better suited to launch sudden, devastating magical assaults against muggles, rather than facing them head-on with firearms. Outside, 2 Gatling guns had already been loaded with enchanted silver bullets, meticulously aimed at the windows of the first and second floors. The leading witch hunter, Abraham, snapped his fingers, and bullets rained in like a tempest. "Get down," Loia shouted to Lavender, swiftly seeking refuge behind the sofa. The relentless hail of bullets shattered the glass windows into a million shards, sending fragments scattering, while the force of the bullets sent the coffee table flying, and the walls were riddled with holes. The barrage continued for several minutes before finally ceasing, leaving an eerie silence in its wake, broken only by the sound of spent casings rolling to Loya's feet. Loya shook off the wood shavings and shards of glass from her head. She bent down, groping her way forward, the hazy fog obscuring her view of the doorway. Suddenly, something tripped her, and as she lowered her head, her mind went blank. Lavender lay quietly on the ground, a bullet having struck her forehead, the floor splattered with blood and brain matter. Her body was riddled with bullet holes, her liver shattered, blood gushing forth. All of this was too sudden, too incredible. The girl who had survived the Battle of Hogwarts was now prematurely lost to the hands of the witch hunters. Loya extended her hand, gently closing her eyelids. Outside, the Gatling gun resumed its relentless barrage, and another wave of gunfire mercilessly surged in. The incessant downpour of bullets had already left the room in a state of utter devastation. Loia concealed herself behind an obstruction, her heart increasingly engulfed by unease. Hermione, Snape, and Lupin were presumably in the living room on the first floor. Had they sustained any injuries? It was not until the second wave of ammunition was exhausted that the cacophony of gunfire subsided. Outside, the hunters readied a shoulder-fired rocket launcher. A single shot from such a weapon could obliterate a house, let alone bring down an aircraft. Another hunter hastily intervened, cautioning his comrade that there might still be survivors inside. Capturing them alive would yield a significant bounty. With Abraham's command, the hunters forcefully kicked open the front door, surging into the building like a swarm. The air, both within the old house and on the streets outside, was thick with a fog of anti-magic gold smoke. As long as the green mist lingered, the wizards were rendered powerless, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. A female hunter adeptly descended from the wall to the second-floor balcony, brandishing her firearm as she burst into the bedroom. With disdain, she kicked the body of Lavender, who had nearly tripped her. Undeterred, she continued her search for any trace of the wizards within the fog-enshrouded chamber. The infrared detector had registered a living presence hidden behind the sofa, the shape resembling that of a small girl. The female hunter did not hesitate because her target was a child. She aimed and fired several shots at the source of the thermal signature. Just as she squeezed the trigger, the sensor indicated that another adult had lunged at the girl. After several shots rang out, and the sensor confirmed that both life forms had ceased movement, the hunter concluded they were dead. Eagerly, she approached the sofa. For the bounty on a wizard, dead or alive, would suffice to sustain her for a decade. With a resounding crack, a bullet sliced through the air, striking the female hunter in the thigh, blood gushing forth. "Ah!" She shrieked in agony, her body losing balance as she collapsed to the ground, bending over and striking her head heavily against the floor. She hardly comprehended what had transpired when her gaze fell upon the short boots of the little girl. The child approached her step by step, and as the hunter's face contorted in pain, she slowly raised her gaze, her eyes widening in shock. Blood, not her own, stained Roya's form, while the muzzle of her gun was thrust directly into the mouth of the huntress, compelling her head to tilt back. The huntress, filled with terror, gazed at Roya before her, bewildered by the sight of a sorceress wielding a firearm. Hadn't sorcerers always been reclusive, utterly ignorant of the muggles? They even described their guns as dreadful metallic ones used for self-destruction. Loya gazed at her with an icy indifference. "Drop your weapon and raise your hands. If you dare to move, I will blow your head off." With that, Loya forcefully pressed the barrel of her gun an inch deeper into the woman's throat. The female hunter, trembling with fear, was drenched in cold sweat. Instantly, she discarded her firearm and raised her hands, her tongue rendered mute by the gun's pressure against it. unable to form coherent words. Let us talk this out. No need to shoot. I know you're a good child. How could a good child take a life? The hunter attempted to deceive Loya, portraying herself as innocent while her right hand stealthily inched toward the pistol concealed at her waist. I am no good child, Loya replied, a cold smirk curling at the corners of her lips, her peripheral vision having already detected the hunter's furtive movements. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. The female hunter did not even have time to scream before her head exploded, fragments of flesh and brain matter mingling with blood, splattering everywhere. One of the hunter's comrades, hearing the gunshot, burst into the bedroom, weapon drawn. At that moment, Loya was utilizing the hunter's infrared detector. Discerning the location of the heat signatures of her adversaries amidst the green mist, Loya reacted with swiftness, raising her hand to fire 2 bullets towards the source of the heat. Upon hearing the hunter's agonizing screams after being struck, she relentlessly discharged several more rounds until he collapsed, silenced. Seizing the moment, Loya hastily shut the door and barricaded it with the bed. She set down her weapon and turned back to the unconscious Sirius. As the witch hunter burst into the room, she was groping beneath the bed for her vintage firearm. In an astonishing display of bravery, Sirius, without a moment's hesitation, dashed forward to shield her from the silver bullet with his own body. His white shirt was soon drenched in crimson, blood soaking his entire back. The warm, viscous blood stained Loya's hands. You are utterly mad, awaken. As if responding to the girl's plea, Sirius weakly opened his eyes. The severity of his wounds rendered him immobile, his complexion pale as death. Observing Loya's worried expression, he bore the pain and forced a smile. I am fine. The thought of missing your wedding to Harry as your witness brought me back to consciousness. Your ribs are pierced by bullets, and you still have the strength to jest? Despite being shot 4 times, he managed to smile. Harry, your teachings truly instill an optimistic spirit. Loya helped him to his feet, leaning him against the wall, then turned to rummage through the shattered cabinet in search of gauze and bandages to staunch the bleeding. Sirius regarded her silhouette and said, I am not jesting with you. You will soon feel a pang of guilt that might bring you to tears, and I certainly do not wish to provoke your sorrow. Loya gazed at him in astonishment. Uttering no further words, she retrieved a roll of somewhat usable bandages, brushed off the wood shavings, and settled down beside him. Sirius leaned against a wall riddled with bullet holes, his dark hair dampened by sweat, clinging tightly to his cheeks. Were it not for the accursed green mist, he could have transformed into a black dog and fiercely battled those detestable witch hunters. Loya hung his head, unable to shake the thought of Hermione, Snape, and Lupin, who were all on the first floor, and he wondered how they were faring in a situation where magic was rendered useless. Facing a group of armed witch hunters was daunting, especially with Gatling guns and rocket launchers outside. System, host. Beneath the wardrobe lies a secret passageway excavated by the former owner of the house, which leads to the edge of the forest at the town's outskirts. Why didn't you mention this sooner, you unprofessional thing? Sirius stared in bewilderment at Loya, who was shouting at the air in confusion. After the system's announcement, it faded away, leaving Loya with no response, no matter how many times he called out. Loya set aside her firearm and forcefully opened the wardrobe, revealing, as anticipated, a metallic handle concealed beneath. Sirius was equally astonished that such an ancient abode harbored a secret passage. We must first depart through the tunnel, she stated with a clear-headed rationale. Given the current predicament, venturing downstairs would be tantamount to inviting death. Preserving her own life took precedence, and she would seek an opportunity to return and rescue others later. However, Sirius turned to her and remarked, I assumed you would be reluctant to leave. Loya cast a bewildered glance back at him. That fellow is downstairs. Can you truly bear to leave? Do you not harbor feelings for him? Perhaps it was due to her frail condition and the confusion clouding her mind, as she uttered words that normally would remain unspoken. Her tone even laced with a hint of envy. Even Loya, who was typically oblivious to matters of the heart, finally began to comprehend. What on earth are you insinuating? I regard him as a mentor. Where do you derive such notions of romantic involvement? Yet, he certainly did not share the same perspective. Loya gazed at Sirius with a sense of helplessness. After all, she had seen the film. I am well aware, far more than you, that Snape's affections lay with Lily Evans. To him, I am merely a troublesome child. Moreover, why does everyone seem so preoccupied with my romantic affairs? Let me be unequivocal. I aspire to remain blissfully single for the entirety of my life. Have you truly not considered my role in Harry's upbringing? You are of similar age, and surely you would find common ground. I am rather busy at the moment. Spare your breath, dear uncle. I cannot carry you should you faint in the passageway. Upon finishing her words, Loia swiftly proceeded to open the door to the secret passage. Unwilling to squander any time engaging in a verbal duel with Sirius Black, the hidden door had remained untouched for decades as it creaked open with a piercing sound. A shadowy corridor emerged before them, providing a route into the woods at the edge of the town. However, before departing, she had a matter to attend to, which would only take a few fleeting seconds. Meanwhile, Abraham had just received a report from his subordinates. They had apprehended a witch, a warlock, and a werewolf on the first floor. Just then, gunfire erupted from the second floor, distinct from their own weaponry. And the female hunter who had infiltrated that level had lost contact, indicating dire circumstances. Abraham felt no sorrow for the fallen comrades. Casualties were a common occurrence in their line of work as witch hunters. He gazed towards the second floor, where a dark muzzle protruded from the billowing smoke of the window. A bullet sped towards him with lightning speed, and Abraham reacted swiftly, the projectile whizzing past his ear, merely taking a chunk of flesh with it. He felt no pain, even letting out a derisive laugh. The arrogance of those wizards, who knew nothing of electricity, resorting to firearms, was utterly laughable to him. He commanded without hesitation. There was no need to capture anyone alive on the second floor. They should be killed outright. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the staircase, drawing nearer to their room. Loia, draping one of Sirius Black's arms over her shoulder, wrapped her right arm around his back and exerted all her strength to lift him. They had to hurry and escape into the passage. Yet, as a mere 12-year-old girl, she struggled to carry a middle-aged man. After merely 2 steps forward, she lost her balance, causing both her and Sirius to tumble onto the floor. The seemingly bottomless walls of the dark passage descended before her. How could she possibly assist Sirius down the ladder? If she were to leap directly into the passage, a fall would be too severe, posing little danger. Yet, as she glanced back at Sirius's bloodied back, the bullet holes embedded in his skin were still oozing blood. Given his current condition, would he even survive a fall into the passage? A weak voice from above broke the silence. "Good girl, you should go down first. Don't worry about me. I will follow shortly." Sirius was acutely aware of his own immobility rendering him a burden, even though he could do nothing at present. He felt it imperative to persuade Loia to escape safely through the passage. Suddenly, the door to the room was violently kicked open by the hunters, who raised their weapons, aiming directly at them. "We have our targets, a witch and an adult warlock. Put down your guns." They had but one firearm. They opened fire without hesitation. Loia, targeted by more than a dozen infrared beams, did not falter in the slightest. He defiantly declared, "Before I am reduced to a sieve, I can still pull the trigger and take one of you with me. One among you shall surely perish." Those who wished to be the unfortunate soul promptly opened fire. Just as the standoff reached its peak, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, accompanied by the piercing screams of the muggles. A colossal beast leapt from the panicked crowd onto the rooftops, causing the ceiling to collapse in a cascade of bricks and dust. Before them stood a werewolf, its maw stained with the remnants of the townsfolk. Loia gazed intently at him for a moment. "Terence?" The werewolf before her remained utterly unresponsive to her words. Loia would never naively believe that the werewolf had come to save her. Under the full moon, a frenzied werewolf perceives all living beings as prey. In its current state, it cannot distinguish between friend and foe, driven to a crimson frenzy. The hunters gazed in horror at the creature before them. Noticing the numbered tag affixed to its ear, a remnant from their earlier capture in the forest, one of the hunters cursed vehemently, lamenting that the drunken fool should never have been entrusted with guarding the cell. Loia swiftly gleaned information from the hunter's words. Terence had been captured by a hunter in the forest, and the guard, allegedly inebriated, had inadvertently released the werewolf. The creature charged forward, its colossal jaws crushing the skull of the nearest hunter, the sound of shattering bone reverberating throughout the room. The hunter's body dangled lifelessly, his legs convulsing in a futile struggle. The remnants of his corpse were flung aside by the werewolf, sending 2 other hunters sprawling to the ground. Outside, Abraham gazed up at the sky, lamenting his ill fortune. The night had descended earlier than usual, and, to add to his misfortune, it was a full moon. The werewolf turned, its sharp claws swiping towards Loia and Sirius. Loia narrowly evaded a blow that could have shattered her skull, while Sirius was grazed by the creature's claws, blood splattering across her face. The force of the impact sent his body tumbling into the dark passage. Hearing the heavy sounds emanating from the tunnel, Loia's heart sank. Could Sirius withstand further injury? As the werewolf launched another attack, Loia, without a second thought, leapt into the dark passage as well. The narrow confines could not accommodate the werewolf's bulk, and in its fury, it began to lash out madly at the hunters behind it. Several hunters scrambled to their feet, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the beast, dozens of bullets embedding themselves in its flesh. The frenzied werewolf absorbed the onslaught, howling in rage. Outside, the hunters received the command from Abraham to open fire. He aimed a shoulder-mounted flamethrower at the second floor. Hesitating, he refrained from attacking, knowing that his comrades on the upper floor were also within the range of the assault. To fire now would cost them their lives as well. Abraham, however, coldly ordered, "Even if they survive, they will be lifelong cripples. Fire." The projectile whistled through the air, and the second floor erupted in a cacophony of destruction, a plume of thick smoke billowing upwards for more than 10 meters. The anguished cries of both beast and muggle faded into silence, and at last, the street lay still. As the smoke began to clear, the hunters commenced their search amidst the dust-laden ruins. Among the rubble lay the severed limbs of hunters, while the charred remains of the werewolf were reduced to little more than half a head. Captured werewolves like Lupin found themselves bound with their hands twisted behind their backs, confined in magical suppression handcuffs. As long as the cuffs remained, no sorcery could be wielded, rendering a wizard incapable of magic lesser than that of a mere peasant. However, several hunters suddenly realized that Lupin was still maintaining his human form under the full moon. Tension mounted as they raised their firearms, a dozen barrels aimed at Lupin's head. Abraham, his expression devoid of emotion, addressed Lupin. "You have not transformed like the werewolf we previously captured during the full moon. Did you employ magic?" Lupin fixed his gaze upon the adversary, remaining silent. With commendable fortitude, Abraham clapped his hands in praise, seemingly nonchalant as he turned slightly, only to reveal a pistol in the next instant. A bullet, expelled from the chamber, struck Hermione in her right leg. She emitted a piercing scream, blood gushing from the wound. Lupin's eyes widened in horror. These hunters exhibited a complete lack of humanity, ruthlessly inflicting harm upon a child. "Shall I inquire once more?" Abraham's gun now aimed at Hermione's other leg. "Stop! I command you. It is Wolfsbane," Lupin shouted in a panic. Upon hearing that the potion had prevented her transformation into a werewolf, Abraham's interest waned. Several hunters discovered only the shattered remains of Lavender among the rubble, while another young witch and wizard appeared to have escaped. "Captain, we have located a secret passage. Those two wizards likely fled through it, but debris blocks our pursuit." Abraham tossed a packet of green anti-magic powder to his assistant. "Pour it into the flowing water sources surrounding the town. Those fleeing wizards, if they wish to avoid dying of thirst, will inevitably return to the town in search of clean water." The anti-magic powder, when mixed with the water, posed no harm to muggles but became poison to wizards. "Inform the townsfolk that from this day forth, every street shall be infused with anti-magic powder. Salem must remain shrouded in green mist, denying those two wizards any opportunity to wield their magic. What have you reduced the honor of the Black family to? You are a disgrace to the Black lineage. You are unworthy of being my son." Mrs. Walburga's features contorted in rage as she shattered every visible ornament in her bedroom. Her beloved son had just brought her shame and humiliation at the Pure Blood family gala. Sirius, with a mere flick of disdain, had publicly rejected the engagement between the two families, citing the objectionable blood status of the adversary's daughter. "You are far inferior to Regulus. You are unfit to be the heir of the Black family. Get out." Enraged, her wand pointed threateningly at the young Sirius as Walburga cursed and uttered incantations, the piercing green light cruelly lashing against him. Blood seeped from Sirius's clenched teeth, yet he defiantly shouted, "I do not covet pure blood status." Ultimately, he was cast out by his mother, erased from the family tree. Bruised and battered, he dragged his suitcase out of the Black residence, while behind him, Mrs. Walburga's maniacal laughter echoed, "You will surely regret this. You will perish because of a pure-blooded woman." Loia stared in astonishment at the pale-faced Sirius, who was so close that she could almost touch him. Just moments ago, the unconscious Sirius had suddenly sat up, grasping her shoulders with fervor, and inexplicably shouted at her, "I do not covet pure blood, nor do I desire to be the heir of the Black family. Are you so muddled that you mistake me for your mother? I am not that old yet." After uttering a few more incoherent words, the dazed Sirius collapsed once more. They had taken refuge in the cave for 2 days. Loya attempted to leave the forest, but no matter which direction she chose, she found herself returning to the woods. This small town seemed inextricably linked to Salem, leaving her utterly unable to escape to the outside world. Loya kindled a fire within the cave, adding sticks she had gathered to the flames. The flickering light danced upon the wan visage of little Sirius, his thin lips devoid of color, parched to the point of flaking. Loya had long observed that the waters of the forest river glimmered with a faint green light. It was highly probable that the witch hunters had tampered with the water source. Thus, it was absolutely inadvisable to drink from it. Unexpectedly, the adversary encountered possessed both intelligence and cunning. Sirius's bandages were once again seeping black blood. Those anti-magic bullets were akin to lethal poison for wizards. At present, they were devoid of any medical equipment to extract the bullets, and even if they succeeded in doing so, they would likely face the peril of excessive blood loss and subsequent shock. Leaning against the rocky wall, Loia, parched from days without water, felt utterly fatigued. She cradled her knees and buried her head within them, succumbing to slumber. As dawn broke the following day, she gradually opened her eyes and sat up. The ill-fitting coat draped over her shoulders slipping away. The fire had long since extinguished, leaving behind only the faint warmth of ashes. Staring vacantly at Sirius's garments for a moment, Loia slowly regained her senses. She glanced around, realizing that Sirius was not in the cave. Despite being struck by 4 bullets from a hunter's gun, and with the magical bullets lodged within him, how could he still possess the strength to move? A sense of unease surged within Loia as she made her way toward the mouth of the cave. Sirius stood upon the verdant grass, sunlight filtering through the dense canopy above, casting dappled patterns of light upon his shoulders. Clutched in his hand was a broad leaf, cradling a handful of wild fruits. Upon noticing Loia, Sirius approached her with a measured stride. Loia raised her gaze towards him. Compared to the previous 2 days, he appeared quite well. His complexion showing a hint of color, exuding vitality as if he had never been injured. It was rather peculiar. Your injury? She mused internally. I feel much better now. Sirius replied with an air of nonchalance. How could this be? Loia pondered silently. Just yesterday, he had suffered such grave wounds, yet now he seemed completely untroubled. Sirius, with his head bowed, clumsily wiped the wild fruits with leaves and handed them to Loia. A faint smile graced his face as he said, You must be thirsty. The river water is undrinkable, but I have tasted these fruits. They are safe to eat, brimming with juice to quench your thirst. Loia gazed at the fruit resting in her palm, yet lacked the appetite to indulge. The two settled beneath a grand tree that had succumbed to the earth. As Sirius engaged her in a desultory conversation, inquiring whether she enjoyed Quidditch, he promised to gift her the finest broomstick upon their return and vowed to invite her and Harry once the Black estate was tidied. Sirius bore a heavy burden of guilt for having recommended Peter as secret keeper, an act that indirectly led to the demise of the Potters. Eager to atone, he fixated on uniting Loia and Harry upon discovering Harry's secret affection for her. However, it was evident to him that Loia exhibited no interest in his godson. With a deep sigh, Sirius contemplated the girl's eyes. What manner of boy do you truly fancy? I have no preferences, she replied. Sirius found this utterly implausible. Recalling that during his second year, nearly everyone had found a romantic interest. Dismissing her claim, he encouraged her to share a mere pretense. Loia recalled her infatuations from her previous life, particularly with Muggle actors. Wait, how can you possibly be drawn to a Muggle? Sirius exclaimed in disbelief. Her father was the illustrious Dumbledore. How could he ever consent to her courting a Muggle? Despite Sirius's disdain for blood purity and his abhorrence of families that held extreme beliefs in its superiority, he understood that those of high status and noble lineage were often the most intolerant of outsiders tainting their bloodline. Even a saint, who might treat all with kindness and compassion, would react fiercely if someone dared to encroach upon their lineage. Reality is not a fairy tale. Not to mention the Dark Lord of Newmontgard, who, while not as fervently advocating for pure blood supremacy as Voldemort, would certainly not hesitate to eliminate anyone of lesser blood who dared to capture the affection of someone from a noble lineage. Loia tossed the fruit into the air and caught it effortlessly, casually remarking, There are countless Muggles I admire: Leonardo, Thor, Tom Cruise, Depp, Jim, and especially young Leo, who was incredibly handsome. As a child, I dreamt of playing the U-jump, a jump game with him aboard the Titanic. Sirius listened, utterly perplexed. After a brief moment, Loia began to ramble about his audacious exploits at Hogwarts, recounting tales of nighttime escapades, climbing walls, and venturing into the forbidden forest, lost in his own world. As if in a trance of self-reflection, Loia silently gazed at Sirius, not because his wounds had healed, but as she had anticipated. His voice gradually dwindled until it ultimately ceased, his breath becoming increasingly feeble. Loia found himself at a loss for words to express his current emotions. He was experiencing a fleeting moment of lucidity as his life approached its inevitable conclusion. His blood, a vivid crimson, suddenly streamed from his mouth and nose, staining the grass beneath him. He wiped the blood from his face, but his body seemed to lose all sense of balance, collapsing to the ground. The vibrant individual he had been moments ago appeared as though he had never existed at all. Loya hurriedly supported him, his forehead pressed against her shoulder. It seemed he had more to say, but the blood lodged in his throat rendered him speechless, his trembling hand gripping her shoulder tightly. The little Sirius of this world was on the verge of departing from it. In the depths of the dark woods, where sunlight failed to penetrate, stood a wooden cabin entwined with poisonous vines, appearing exceedingly eerie from a distance. The madwoman pushed open the door, and a smoke bomb suddenly rolled to her feet, releasing a plume of green smoke. She felt utterly dazed. Had the hunters discovered her hiding place? Having masqueraded as a beggar, she was astonished to find herself exposed. In her panic, the madwoman fled, fearing that a moment's delay would lead her to the gallows. The icy muzzle of a gun pressed against her back sent chills down her spine, rendering her immobile. The voice that emerged from behind was not that of a middle-aged hunter, but rather that of a little girl. How fortuitous to encounter you in this desolate wilderness. Loya, dragging the barely conscious Sirius, stumbled upon a wooden cabin in the depths of the forbidden forest. Inside, she discovered aged cauldrons and shelves haphazardly cluttered with a myriad of potions. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, she rummaged through the disarray, yearning to find something that could provide urgent treatment to save Sirius's life. Despite her lackluster performance in potion-making classes, she could discern that there were no healing herbs to be found here. Instead, the shelves were filled with nothing but poisons. The owner of the cabin was undoubtedly no benevolent white wizard. The muzzle of Loya's gun was directed at the back of the madwoman, uncertainty gnawing at her regarding whether the opponent bore a wand. The smoke grenade crafted from anti-magic gold, scavenged from the corpse of the huntress, proved to be precisely what she needed. Amidst the green mist, the madwoman chuckled. As a sorceress, you resort to using a hunter's weapon against your own kind? Without hesitation, Loia pulled the trigger, and a shot struck the madwoman's shoulder. She let out a piercing wail, clutching her shoulder as she collapsed to the ground in a pitiful state. Enough of your nonsense. I once showed you pity and offered you food. Yet you resorted to dark magic to disturb my mind, nearly causing my powers to spiral out of control and incinerate the entire town's populace. In response, the madwoman retorted with a mocking tone, had you burned every soul in the town beforehand, leaving no survivors, there would be no living beings to summon the hunters back. And your friends would not have been captured. The muzzle of the gun was aimed at her head, and the madwoman promptly fell silent. Indeed, those hunters possessed a means to leave the town, thought Loia as she bit her lip. The sharp-eyed madwoman caught a glimpse of the unconscious Sirius slumped against the wall. If you kill me, that short-lived wretch will truly meet his end tonight. He has been poisoned by a silver bullet infused with demon-repelling properties and will not survive until dawn. Spare my life, and I shall concoct an antidote to save him at once. Loia narrowed her eyes in suspicion. Why should I trust you? Your cabinet is filled with poisons. You are a dark sorcerer. The concoction I prepared is indeed not an antidote. Rather, it is a toxin capable of counteracting the poison within him. I am not a dark sorcerer, nor do I possess a wand, and unlike you fortunate wizards educated at Hogwarts, I am merely a seer, able to glimpse aspects of the past and future that ordinary mortals cannot perceive. She cast a glance at Sirius before continuing. He could have lived for another 2 years, destined to perish behind the veil, but because of you, the life of this wretched soul is to be cut short. Loia gripped the gun tightly in his hand. The immediate priority was to rescue Sirius. Listen closely. If your potion fails to save him and he perishes, I shall make a hole in your head. Author, 5,300 words. The author's wrist aches from fatigue. Kind-hearted souls, please support the cause. Loia was uncertain whether the potion concocted by the madwoman had any efficacy. Although the silver bullet embedded in Sirius had been extracted, he remained in a deep, unresponsive slumber, his pallor strikingly ghostly, his brow furrowed in pain. His chest rose and fell slowly, releasing faint breaths. Occasionally, in his unconscious state, Sirius would mutter incoherent phrases that Loia could scarcely decipher. Despite stoking the fireplace to a vibrant blaze, ensuring warmth permeated the room, it was futile in warming the near-lifeless figure before him. His hands were chillingly cold, unresponsive to any attempts at warmth. All Loia could do was wrap him tightly in blankets. As he gazed at the flickering candlelight, drowsiness began to envelop him. Just as Loia contemplated resting his head upon the table for a brief respite, he was startled by a sudden rustling behind him. Rubbing his eyes, he turned to find Sirius abruptly awakening, sweat-soaked and propped up on one elbow, head bowed as he erupted into violent coughs. Loia hurried to his side, tending to him as one would a sickly child, her palm gently gliding along his back in an attempt to alleviate his suffering. Stray locks of hair clung to Sirius's cheeks, dampened by sweat. Loya reached out to sweep them aside, revealing his pallid profile beneath. Sirius gazed vacantly at the floor, his gray eyes seemingly devoid of life, ensnared in a state of hazy consciousness. As he felt the warm touch of the girl's fingertip, his awareness began to return. He weakly lifted his eyelids, slowly turning his head to meet Loya's gaze. Her eyes, as clear as a tranquil lake, brimmed with concern, ensnaring his attention. He found himself lost in that shade of blue, momentarily entranced. "You're awake? Are you all right?" Sirius forced a strained smile, a grimace that barely masked his pain. "It's just a minor injury." He struggled to swallow, each syllable causing the wounds on his body to throb painfully, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge. "Uncle, your half-dead appearance lacks any semblance of persuasion. Please, refrain from moving. Lie down and rest properly." Loya wrung the towel dry from the basin, sat at the edge of the bed, and gently wiped his cheeks with the damp cloth, brushing over the traces of time etched at the corners of his eyes. Sirius, in truth, harbored a distinct aversion to the peculiar appellation Loya had bestowed upon him, as it incessantly reminded him that the chasm of their age difference was far from trivial. "Just call me Sirius," he implored. "Very well, Uncle Sirius," she replied. Loya casually spoke and then turned to fetch the cup from the table, pouring the warmed water from the fireplace into it. After a moment of silence, Sirius could only let out a long sigh. Loya handed him a cup of warm water. The water here was pure and drinkable. She gently placed the rim of the cup against the parched lips of Sirius, carefully lifting him as the soothing liquid flowed into his mouth, quenching his thirst. Yet, in the next instant, without warning, Sirius suddenly convulsed violently, spewing forth black blood, and the cup fell into the pool of crimson. The girl's visage and his fading vision gradually became indistinct. The horrifying scene before Loya filled her with dread. Would Sirius truly succumb to his fate, dying here 2 years prematurely? A wave of despondency washed over her as she realized that everyone she encountered seemed to meet with calamity. "I will fetch someone. Please wait for me," Loya said in a flurry, rushing out to find the old woman. Was it that when one approached the brink of life, the sounds of the world began to fade? Sirius's ears rang with a deafening hum, and it took him an eternity to discern Loya's words amidst the noise. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he grasped her hand. A hoarse voice emerged from behind Loya. "Do not leave, just stay with me for a while." Even the proud Sirius's tone bore a hint of pleading. He feared that if he closed his eyes, he might never awaken again, never to see her once more. He had escaped from Azkaban through great hardship, survived in the forest on rats, and yet he had accomplished nothing. He hadn't captured Peter, exacted his revenge, or witnessed his godson grow to adulthood. Now, he was on the verge of departing this world. At times, he felt as though he were the only one forsaken by Merlin's grace. "Very well, I shall stay. I will watch over you as you sleep." Loyal glanced at the pitiable Sirius, settling back onto the edge of the bed as he suggested. She picked up a towel and gently wiped away the considerable bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. "Uncle, dear Uncle Sirius, if you were to perish now, I would surely kick your godson Harry into oblivion. Do you believe me?" This jest, tinged with a hint of menace, was far from humorous. Yet it elicited a chuckle from Sirius. He stared vacantly at the ceiling, his mind clouded and heavy, feeling as though his eyelids were weighed down with an insurmountable burden, rendering him unable to muster the strength to open his eyes. Memories from the past surged forth like a tidal wave, flickering before him like a revolving lantern. In mere minutes, Sirius succumbed to unconsciousness. Loya hurriedly ran towards the sheepfold behind the wooden cabin, rousing the madwoman who lay asleep among the sheep. Since Loya had taken over the only room in the cabin under the pretext of nursing Sirius back to health, the madwoman had been forced to make her bed in the sheepfold. "Wake up quickly. He has vomited black blood after taking your medicine." Before the madwoman could fully awaken, Loya dragged her into the cabin. She cast a fleeting glance at the black blood on the floor and lifted Sirius's eyelid, observing for a moment, after which her expression grew tense. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the madwoman hastily set about preparing a potion. It took considerable effort for Loya to administer the medicine to Sirius. They toiled throughout the night, ultimately managing to preserve Sirius's life. With the madwoman assuring him that he was not in immediate danger of death, Loya finally exhaled in relief, taking a weary step back against the wall, her dark circles betraying her fatigue. It would be impossible to claim she was unafraid. The sudden emergence of the Hunter organization had completely derailed the trajectory of this world from the plot lines she had witnessed in films. Sirius, who was supposed to perish behind the veil, had nearly met his end before her very eyes. Lost in her thoughts, her fingers inadvertently traced the wall behind her until she noticed something beneath the corner she had lifted. Loya turned around, and if one did not pay close attention, it would be difficult to discern the faded, aged photograph affixed to the wall, nearly blending into the moldy surface. The image captured a couple alongside their 2 daughters and a son, portraying what seemed to be a blissfully content family. The middle-aged woman bore an uncanny resemblance to a madwoman, yet the boy in the photograph struck Loya as particularly familiar. It finally dawned on her that prior to her enrollment at Hogwarts, she and George and Fred had visited the circus at the Wizarding Market, where the silent little boy on display was none other than the boy in the photograph. The madwoman spoke in a dismissive tone. My 2 daughters were mute and were cruelly burned alive by hunters. Their father rushed into the pyre to save them, only to have his skull shattered by patrolling soldiers. You must have seen my son. He is one of the silent ones. Loya turned around, gazing at her in astonishment. I am a seer. I possess the ability to glimpse myriad events. You encountered my ineffectual son at the circus, and he met his demise at your hands. Loya immediately cast a vigilant glance at her. What an extraordinary coincidence this was. Oh, wait, the 2 of you, the silent ones, first engaged in a fierce battle that left you both grievously wounded, ultimately succumbing to a devastating blow from an ancient sorcerer. My son perished exhausted amidst the torrential rain. The old witch cackled menacingly. Do not wear such a fearsome expression. I have no intention of avenging my worthless son. I sold him to the circus. You are truly a madwoman. My son possessed the ability to manipulate the silent ones at will, yet he was timid and cowardly, unwilling to massacre the townsfolk to avenge his father and sister. In any case, the silent one does not have long to live, since he refuses to seek vengeance. He serves no purpose left alive. Rather than allowing him to die here, I would prefer for him to accompany the circus on its travels, experiencing the outside world in his final days. Loya reminisced about her time in the circus, recalling how that boy could ignite a silent fury within her with just a glance. It was only after enduring an assault that her chaotic magic transformed into silence as a means of self-preservation. The old crone set aside her stirring spoon, her gnarled fingers pointing accusingly at Loya. Do you understand why you are unable to summon that silence now? She intoned. The silence consumes life, and the potion you have taken to suppress it has indeed dampened its effects, yet it has left your inner silence in disarray. When your life is threatened, the silence cannot be triggered. The one who concocted your potion may believe they are aiding you, yet, in a certain sense, they have indirectly harmed you. Loya found herself lost in thought, astonished that Snape's potion had backfired. However, her greater concern now lay in understanding how that young boy could manipulate the essence of silence so freely. The town of Salem was engulfed in a perpetual haze, as they burned the powder of anti-magic gold daily. This emerald smoke enveloped Salem, masking the extent to which the anti-magic gold could restrain sorcerers. With merely the presence of a hunter wielding this gold, one's magical abilities would be rendered utterly ineffective. Before long, those few friends of yours who had been captured would face a grim fate, either burned or hanged. Do not harbor any illusions of using magic to rescue them, unless you can harness the power of silence. Loya gazed at the madwoman in bewilderment. Isn't the concept of silence also a manifestation of magical upheaval? In the green mist, while magic is rendered useless, silence can still be wielded. The wizards and hunters have long assumed it to be a product of magic, yet silence has become an integral part of your being, akin to a creature that has permeated your very marrow. The madwoman squinted and continued, why not strike a bargain with me? I shall reveal to you the means to manipulate silence, and in return, you will assist me in eliminating all the inhabitants of Salem. The opportunity to wield silence freely was, of course, a coveted prize for Loya. During the Wizarding Civil War, should one faction be disarmed, leaving only their wands behind, they would be left vulnerable to slaughter, unless their silent incantations were powerful enough to unleash lethal spells. Indeed, silence could serve as a potent weapon once disarmed, yet to slay the entire town? In the year 1682, the King of France deemed the hunting of witches excessively cruel. Thus he enacted a decree and pressured the Roman Catholic Church to cease witch trials and abolish the witch-hunting edict. With the termination of the witch hunt decree, other European nations soon followed suit, halting their pursuits of witches. The newly appointed Pope of the Roman Church signed a peace treaty with the wizarding community, agreeing to mutual non-interference and respect. The repeal of the witch hunt edict dealt a severe blow to the radical faction within the church that advocated for war against witches. Upon receiving the news, the priests in the Salem church were gripped by panic. acutely aware that the Roman Church would soon dispatch officials to each town to rectify the injustices of witch hunts. Those clergy and town leaders who had incited the populace to burn witches would ultimately find themselves facing trial, with the cold noose of the gallows awaiting them. They anxiously pondered how to defend themselves in court to preserve their lives. Meanwhile, a special envoy from the radical faction held a clandestine meeting with the mayor of Salem. The envoy claimed to possess a means of ensuring their survival, while proposing to isolate Salem from the outside world, effectively erasing it from the map. In return, Salem would be required to continue training witch hunters for the clandestinely established Hunters Association of the Radicals. The mayor witnessed firsthand as the envoy produced a wand from beneath his clerical robes, wielding it like a wizard. No, perhaps he truly was a wizard. Why would an envoy of the church be a wizard? Why would a clergy member sworn to serve the Lord be a wizard? The mayor could not fathom, nor dare to inquire. The envoy waved his wand, summoning thick fog to envelop Salem, shielding it from the outside world. Yet now, some arrogant hunters had let slip the secret, and the aging pope had learned of Salem's existence. He dispatched a conservative cardinal, one who advocated for peace with the wizarding realm, to investigate the town. At this moment, the cardinal, adorned in crimson, stood in the flower square, where the townsfolk cast inquisitive glances upon the visiting cleric. He found it hard to believe that a town, non-existent on any map, could persist in a lifestyle that lagged centuries behind the outside world. His gaze fell upon the center of the square, where, incongruous amidst the bustling crowd, a pillar bore the severed head of a witch girl, Lavanda, alongside that of a half-werewolf, Terence. The passers-by spat with disdain at the decapitated heads, cursing the souls of the deceased to eternal damnation. The cardinal shook his head in disbelief. It was 1992. Yet this small town clung to the absurd and barbaric practice of witch hunts. Should the outside world discover this, the reputation of the Vatican would be irreparably tarnished. Not far behind him, the raucous sounds of an outdoor tavern caught his attention. He turned to see hunters gathered in a circle, toasting with rum, celebrating their capture of a witch, a warlock, and a werewolf. Despite being flesh and blood, 2 arms and 2 legs, humans were derisively referred to as muggles by those sorcerers. How absurd. Humanity had ventured into space, landed on the moon, constructed space stations, and launched thousands of satellites. Yet these sorcerers still concealed themselves within a village. Laughter erupted among the hunters. Abraham had merely employed a slight ruse, leveraging the lives of 2 others as a threat, causing a young witch named Hermione to sob and divulge everything Platform 9 3/4, Hogwarts School, and Hogsmeade Village. His assistant excitedly slammed a bottle on the table. Shall we finally make a significant score? Ambush them at King's Cross Station before the next term at Hogwarts? Applause and cheers erupted from the table. Abraham scorned the short-sightedness of his comrades, who lacked foresight and only sought immediate gain. Their Hunter Association was a clandestine organization nurtured by the radical faction of the Vatican, sustained by funds and arms provided by that very faction. The aging pope, weary and frail, had nearly relinquished control to the radicals, who operated with a wink from him regarding their scheme to train hunters to pursue witches. He had devised a plan. If he could trace the station to Hogwarts, he would request the use of biochemical weapons and nuclear arms from the radical bishops to ensnare all the wizards of Hogwarts. The radicals and conservatives within the Vatican had always been at odds, fiercely opposing each other for their respective interests. The cardinal, dispatched for this purpose, harbored deep discontent toward Abraham, the leader of the Hunter Association. Approaching the hunters' table, the cardinal rebuked them. Abraham, allow me to remind you that the Vatican has signed a peace treaty with the wizarding world. Should you truly lose your sanity and resort to nuclear or biochemical attacks, you would ignite a war. The Pope will not permit you to act with impunity. Abraham flicked the ash from his cigarette, remarking indifferently, I have heard that His Holiness has been bedridden for several days, reliant on a respirator. It seems his condition is rather dire. I suspect he is now more preoccupied with the prospect of prolonging his life for a few more years, lacking the inclination to concern himself with trifles. Another hunter interjected. Esteemed ambassador of peace, Cardinal, the Pope has merely dispatched you here to provide a situation report. You have completed your visit, so return and relay your findings. By the way, Salem possesses no means of communication. You must report back personally. Emboldened by the radical faction that supports him, Abraham regarded the conservative cardinal with blatant disdain, prompting his followers to jeer and mock. The cardinal's countenance darkened considerably. In a fit of anger, he turned and returned to his residence, forcefully tossing the cardinal's hat onto the desk. These radical dogs have grown increasingly brazen. They wholly disregard my authority. brazenly clamoring for the use of nuclear weapons before me. A secretary placed an investigative report before the cardinal in an attempt to quell his fury. The identities of the two escaped wizards have been uncovered. One is an escaped convict from Azkaban, of little use to us, but the other, you may find it hard to believe, is the daughter of Gellert Grindelwald, who may indeed prove beneficial to our cause. At the mere mention of Grindelwald's progeny, the cardinal rolled his eyes in exasperation, slumping back in his office chair. He was immediately reminded of the foremost figure who had plagued the Vatican for over a decade, Grindelwald's son, Gellert Grindelwald's eldest son. A bellicose figure who seldom mingles within the wizarding community, instead leads his vampire followers in a relentless quest for territory, igniting a series of wars against rival factions of vampires. The conflicts among vampires often result in widespread fatalities among innocent muggles, and wherever these vampires tread, the ground is strewn with the lifeless bodies of humans drained of their blood. Consequently, the Church was compelled to collaborate with the local authorities to publicly declare this as a newly emerged epidemic of blood loss. Last month, during a civil war among the vampire factions, Grindelwald's son annexed another faction, slaying an elder vampire 5 centuries his senior. The captured bloodline families ultimately bowed to him in allegiance. However, the toll of war was severe on both sides, and the cardinal surmised that Grindelwald's son had likely sustained significant injuries. Nonetheless, he found solace in the notion that, during this period of vulnerability for Grindelwald's son, incidents of vampire attacks would diminish. The Church has maintained a delicate peace with the vampire community, grappling with the aftermath of their transgressions. When his secretary informed him of Grindelwald's daughter, the cardinal received the report with a sense of foreboding. Fearing that this cherished offspring might instigate similarly shocking events as her brother, he hoped fervently that Grindelwald's daughter would remain in the wizarding world, avoiding the chaos that her brother had unleashed upon humanity. Upon discovering that she was merely 12 years old, he initially exhaled in relief, believing that a child of such tender age could not wreak havoc. However, disappointment soon followed as he dismissed the report with a wave of his hand, pondering the utility of a girl so young. At 12, I was merely playing pranks with neighborhood friends, he mused. I believe you underestimate her. If she possessed only the intellect typical of a 12-year-old, she would not have escaped the hunter's ambush. Furthermore, she is a silent one, the secretary remarked, capturing the cardinal's attention. He straightened in his seat and resumed reading the report until he reached the mention of her being a silent one. The cardinal, serving both as the Church's ambassador of peace and its diplomatic envoy, occasionally attended sessions at the Ministry of Magic. The Silent Ones are a formidable and perilous force. Not only do wizards recognize their inherent danger, but they also understand the incalculable destruction they can wield. After a prolonged contemplation, he queried his secretary. Can we ascertain her whereabouts? Be sure to keep this under wraps. It is imperative that the hunters remain unaware. I wish to meet with her to discuss potential collaboration or alliance. However, we must approach her with sincerity. To learn the methods of utilizing the Silent One's abilities, one must first purge the remnants of the suppressive substances from one's bloodstream. Loia sometimes finds herself in a state of bemusement. In a bid to assist her, Dumbledore entrusted Snape with the task of administering potions to suppress the presence of the elusive murmur within her. After enduring over a year of this treatment, she now seeks to reverse the effects, expelling the remnants of the potion from her bloodstream. Bloodletting, the old witch succinctly stated, and then led her to an underground cavern. Within this cave lay a pool of ethereal green luminescence, surrounded by an array of bizarre and peculiar flora. Once you have mastered the murmur, the potions that once restrained it will cease to have any influence over you. Loya comprehended the implications of her situation. Henceforth, Snape's potions would hold no sway over her, and she had no reason to remain in Spinner's End. With precise incisions made upon her wrist, accompanied by the sound of flowing water, Loya stepped into the pool, her blood merging with the water in a somber amalgamation. She closed her eyes, immersing herself in the icy depths of the water. Uncertain of the concoctions the crone had introduced into the pool, she found herself able to breathe even as the water reached above her head. The process of bloodletting was far from pleasant, evoking sensations akin to being plunged into an icy abyss, leaving her pallor far from healthy upon completion. Meanwhile, during this time, she directed the crone to persist in her guise as a beggar, scouring the town for any tidings concerning Hermione and the others who had been captured by the hunters. Yet her efforts bore no fruit. The sole point of solace was that the crone's potion had proven effective. Sirius had miraculously survived, though his injuries remained grave. Loia sat on the edge of the bed in Sirius's room, Her eyes closed as she endeavored to recall a scene from a film. Albus Dumbledore's nephew, Credence, alongside her cousin and the girl Nagini, who bore the curse of blood magic, sat side by side on the eaves of a dilapidated attic. Credence extended his right hand towards the cerulean sky, releasing the obscurus, which transformed into a flock of birds, soaring and dancing through the air. The avian shapes of the obscurus glided past Nagini without inflicting any harm upon her, ultimately returning to the palm of Credence. This cousin displayed a remarkable steadiness in controlling the obscurus, far surpassing her own abilities. Had her obscurus brushed past another, it would likely have torn the individual asunder, leaving a trail of blood. Although it remained unclear why Nagini ultimately became one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, it was conceivable that the blood curse she inherited led her to completely transform into a serpent, erasing the memories of her humanity and inadvertently becoming a vessel for Voldemort's soul. Loia, emulating Credence with admirable precision, extended her palm towards the void. Dark substances and particles materialized seemingly from nowhere, flowing within her grasp. They coalesced in accordance with her thoughts, forming the outline of a pyramid, which then transformed into a pentagram. In recent days, she had been diligently practicing according to the old witch's methods, integrating them with the silent manifestations employed by Credence, allowing her to shape the ethereal presence into various forms. However, deep within, Loia understood that her current command over this portion of the silent essence was far from sufficient to achieve the desired annihilation of the hunters. What she sought was the ability to freely manipulate the entirety of the silent force, rather than engaging in these trivial exercises. If I continue to practice your method, how long will it take to summon the full extent of the silent essence? Loia inquired of the madwoman. For most other practitioners, it would take at least 3 to 5 years. Given your talent, the fastest would be 1 to 2 years. 1 to 2 years is far too long. Snape, Hermione, and Lupin are still in the hands of the hunters, and their lives hang by a thread, poised to be sent to the stake at any moment. Loia spoke earnestly. I cannot wait that long. Is there an alternative? Do you seek a shortcut? The old crone replied. After her words, she retrieved a dust-covered wooden box from the wall and placed it before Loia. Inside the box lay an enchanted silver dagger, a relic of her family, its blade inscribed with incomprehensible ancient Sanskrit characters through the dark arts. When you employ this dagger for a self-destructive act, she continued, demonstrating by mimicking a motion across her own neck with the dagger, you shall be summoned forth. A sudden pang of dread coursed through Loia. In brief, the shortcut to achieving her goal lay in utilizing this dagger to sever a throat. If the cut were too shallow, it would fail to pose a lethal threat, rendering the dark magic upon the dagger ineffective, and thus failing to summon the entity known as Marin. Conversely, if the incision were too deep, the host could very well perish moments before Marin's manifestation. Striking the right balance was exceedingly difficult, and there existed an even graver scenario. Successfully summoning Marin could lead to the host's demise due to insufficient rescue efforts once the summoning concluded. The Marin summoned through such a frenzied act would be indiscriminate, wreaking havoc upon all within its sight. Etched upon the dagger were 3 Sanskrit characters, signifying that this method could summon Marin 3 times, each manifestation lasting no longer than 3 minutes. During this brief interval, the host's life force would rapidly deplete. Employing Marin in this suicidal manner would cost the host 30 years of life with each invocation. One must carefully calculate the remaining days one has left. However, there also existed the peril of succumbing to death immediately after the first use due to delayed rescue. Indeed, seeking shortcuts exacts a tremendous toll. Nevertheless, Loia chose to accept the dagger. To pursue a shortcut demands a gambler's mindset. Winning means a 30-year reduction in lifespan, while losing results in instantaneous demise either way. It is a losing proposition. Sirius slowly opened his eyes, his unfocused gaze gradually sharpening. Through the haze, he discerned the figure beside him manipulating the dark particles suspended in the air with a single hand. Marin? As he recognized the girl commanding Marin was Loia. Disbelief widened his eyes, and clarity surged within him. A Marin wielder? She is a Marin wielder? The life of a Marin wielder is notoriously brief, and it is rare for children who become Marin wielders to reach adulthood. The realization struck Sirius like a thunderbolt, causing his heart to constrict. Panic surged within him, overriding any concern for his own injuries, and he abruptly sat upright. Without warning, Loia found her shoulder gripped tightly, yanked by this force, compelling her to turn partially. The hand shaking upon her shoulder belonged to Sirius, who was breathing heavily, his composure nearly lost. How could this be? You are a Marin wielder. This is impossible. How can this be? Marin wielders do not live long, and you are only 12. Calm down. Upon learning that Loya was a Marin wielder with a fleeting lifespan, Sirius was nearly driven to madness. He could hardly process any words spoken to him, his face reflecting a near-desperate expression. In a frenzied state, he muttered to himself in a disjointed manner, Dumbledore must have a way. There must be a way to extend your life. You cannot die. We must find a way back. I will take you back, even if it costs me my life. I will bring you back to Hogwarts. Stop. Stop. Before I could do anything, you, the irrational Sirius, disregarded Roy's admonitions and struggled to rise. Your abrupt movement caused you to stumble and fall directly to the floor. The potions on the bedside table were jostled, spilling their contents and scattering the half-open bottles in various directions. It is truly terrifying when a canine creature loses its sanity. Sirius lay despondently on the floor, his frail form appearing utterly vulnerable. With one hand shielding his forehead, he obscured half of his face, rendering his expression unreadable. Uncle, no. It is Uncle Sirius. Loia corrected her form of address to reassure him before continuing. I am perfectly fine. Why do you react so strongly? After saying this, she reached out and poked Sirius's arm. Noticing his complete lack of response, Loia boldly took hold of his hand that was shielding his forehead. Loia found that, despite being gravely injured and barely clinging to life, Sirius still possessed formidable strength. She could not budge even one of his arms with both of hers. After a considerable struggle, she managed to pry open one of the wounded man's hands, only to find herself collapsing onto the ground. What met her gaze was the deeply sorrowful expression etched upon Sirius's haggard face, his eyes glistening with the threat of tears. Loia blinked and cautiously inquired, that old man. You aren't on the verge of tears, are you? To her astonishment, Sirius was indeed moved to tears by her. There is nothing more shocking than causing an elderly man to weep. It feels like a tale one could boast about for a decade. Yet, much to her dismay, she found herself struggling to suppress a laugh, her upturned lips betraying her amusement. Seeing her manage to smile, Sirius instantly transformed into a black dog. Whimpering softly as he lay down, sulking and turning his head away in protest, Loia tugged at his dog's ear, saying, Do not be so pessimistic. Dumbledore's nephew was also imbued, yet he reached adulthood, and I am thriving as well. This reassurance did little to alleviate Sirius's concerns. Loia then grasped his tail and gave it a gentle shake, but the black dog remained unresponsive, turning his back and saying nothing. Loia, resorting to a tone reminiscent of soothing an irate pet, said, Come, let me perform a little magic for you. As she spoke, she whimsically manipulated the silent presence around her. Those black particles, materializing out of thin air, coalesced into the shape of a black dog, animatedly barking silently at Sirius with an expressive tilt of its chin. Loia's fingers converged within her palm, and the black particles of the dark dog scattered instantaneously like quicksand, only to coalesce in the air into the letter Sirius. The small canine star gazed at her in astonishment. When Loia opened her hand once more, those black particles vanished into thin air. Loia beamed with a radiant smile as she gazed at Sirius. What do you think? Am I not impressive? Do praise me. She urged. The pair, a human and a dog, shared a silent moment, so tranquil that the ticking of the wall clock was distinctly audible. However, the serene atmosphere of the wooden cabin was abruptly shattered by a sound from outside. The surrounding woods cast a shadow that obscured the daylight, rendering the area perpetually cloaked in twilight. For safety, Loia had once tied together an assortment of bottles and jars, suspending them at the edge of the forest near the cabin. Should anyone enter the woods, they would inadvertently brush against the line, causing the bottles to clink together, alerting her to the presence of intruders. A frantic figure, the old woman, burst into the cabin, her face a mask of terror. What shall we do? The hunters must have discovered us. I refuse to be burned alive, she cried, her voice a relentless echo of fear. Calm down first, extinguish the candle, Loia commanded with remarkable composure. Outside, an unexpected voice emerged. I am a cardinal from the Vatican. We mean no harm. We merely wish to speak with Miss Grindelwald privately. The old woman trembled against the wall in fear, while Loia retrieved a hunting rifle from a violin case in the corner, holding her breath as she listened intently to the commotion outside. The black dog swiftly transformed back into human form, instinctively moving closer to Loia, positioning himself protectively before her. Yet, amidst the turmoil, the open shirt revealed layers of bandages, each saturated with glaring crimson blood. His battered body was utterly exhausted, the scant remaining strength insufficient to support his bravado. Loya merely exerted a slight force, gently pushing him on the chest, and he was entirely toppled onto the chair. She gazed down at Sirius and advised, "Rest well, my wounded friend." Simultaneously, her mind raced to analyze whether the situation outside was a trap. In truth, there was no necessity for the adversaries to engage her in conversation. Launching an immediate bombardment would have been far more effective, akin to the way those hunters had ambushed them in the town. Thus, it was highly probable that the opposing party was not aligned with the witch hunters. Loia boldly approached the entrance, fearlessly pushing the door open. Outside stood a short man in his 40s, draped in a crimson clerical robe, a golden cross gleaming upon his chest. The cardinal, upon beholding the dark muzzle of the gun, instinctively froze, hastily raising his hands in a gesture of goodwill. While courteously greeting, "It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Miss Grindelwald." Meanwhile, the secretary behind him wore a tense expression, drawing a wand from his sleeve. "Shall we see who can cast a spell faster, your wand or my trigger?" Loia remarked coldly, observing the secretary's movements. The cardinal immediately reprimanded the secretary, commanding him to lower his wand. Obediently, the secretary discarded his wand onto the ground, raising his hands in surrender as well. Loia picked up his wand and examined it. It was indeed a genuine magical wand. To his surprise, he discovered that there were wizards within the church who pledged their loyalty to muggles, which was quite unexpected. Sirius glared fiercely at this wizard, who served the church, exclaiming, "You are a wizard, yet you swear allegiance to muggles. Moreover, the very institution you serve has persecuted and hunted wizards for 3 centuries. The secretary shrugged and replied with conviction, "My parents and ancestors have all been muggles. I too hail from a muggle lineage. I was raised in the muggle world, so why should I owe my allegiance to the wizarding realm?" In truth, he had a point. There was no rigid decree mandating that wizards must be loyal to the wizarding community. Loya speculated that aside from the organization of witch hunters, the Holy See might also possess a considerable number of sorcerers cultivated by themselves. The cardinal, with a sincere demeanor, proclaimed their intent to demonstrate goodwill, presenting gifts as tokens of their sincerity. He then called out towards the forest, urging, "You may come out now." A diminutive figure dashed from the woods into the wooden cabin, removing her oversized hood, her face brimming with tears of reunion. "Hermione." Loya gazed in astonishment at the figure before her, overwhelmed with joy as she enveloped her in an embrace. "How did you manage to escape?" Unable to contain her curiosity upon seeing Hermione unharmed, Loya inquired. "We painstakingly liberated her from the dungeon, Miss Grindelwald. We are not adversaries, surely. We can lay down our arms now?" interjected the cardinal. Loya's expression softened, and both the cardinal and the secretary sighed in relief as they observed her lower the gun. Hermione wiped away the tears from her face with the back of her hand, her voice choked with emotion as she apologized. "I'm sorry for what those hunters did, threatening me with the lives of Professor Snape and Lupin. I mentioned so many places, like King's Cross Station, the school, and Hogsmeade. All right, don't cry anymore, my diligent friend. Just leave the rest to your roommate." Loia gently patted Hermione's back to comfort her. The cardinal surveyed everyone in the wooden cabin, particularly the injured man who had been glaring at him with hostility since the moment he entered, his eyes glinting with a fierce light, resembling a beast poised to pounce. Sending chills down the cardinal's spine, he politely suggested, "Miss Grindelwald, might I have a word with you in private?" Loia turned back to exchange a glance with Sirius, silently seeking his counsel. "Muggles are not to be trusted," Sirius murmured to her with a lowered voice. Loia contemplated quietly for a moment. Realizing that the other party's ability to release Hermione was clearly indicative of an intention to negotiate, requiring her to undertake certain actions, she first retrieved the bishop's secretary's wand, ensuring that the other party bore no weapons, before softly advising Hermione. "Hermione, I need to converse with this cardinal. Please assist in looking after the injured uncle behind us. Do not allow him to rush out. Given Sirius's temperament, he will undoubtedly distrust anyone from the church, and with him present, the negotiations with this cardinal are likely to falter." As she had anticipated, the moment Sirius perceived Loya acquiescing to the cardinal's request, he erupted in agitation. He sprang to his feet, anxiously directing his voice towards Loya's figure. "Do not go. You cannot trust them." Loya turned to glance at Sirius, who, leaning heavily, attempted to shuffle towards her in a bid to dissuade her. His scarred hand reached out before her, and his gaze was already pleading. "Foolish girl, do not go." At that moment, his pitiable appearance caused Hermione to instinctively cover her mouth. Yet, the very next second, Loya retrieved a bundle of rope from the cabinet and tossed it to Hermione, callously adding, If that old man causes a fuss and attempts to follow, bind him." With that, he strode out the door without a backward glance. Hermione, gazing down at the rope in her hands, felt a conflict as she looked at Sirius. This was Harry's godfather. It seemed morally and emotionally wrong for her, as a younger individual, to bind an elder. Just as Sirius was about to pursue Loya, a dull thud resonated from the back of his head, and he collapsed to the ground in a daze. Behind him stood a madwoman wielding a frying pan, who disdainfully scoffed at Hermione. "Utterly useless. Let me handle this." Seizing the opportunity while Sirius was dazed, the madwoman grabbed the rope and securely bound the incapacitated Sirius. Enraged, he opened his mouth to curse, but she promptly shoved a piece of black bread into his mouth, finally silencing him. Loya followed the cardinal into the dark forest. Once assured that no one could overhear their conversation, the cardinal came to a halt. "Miss Grindelwald, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. You possess a bravery and boldness reminiscent of your reputed father. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. What is it that you seek from me?" The cardinal had initially intended to engage in a few more courteous exchanges, yet he was taken aback by the young lady's forthright demeanor. "We have returned your companion safe and sound. Surely that suffices to demonstrate my sincerity?" Loia tilted her head slightly and calmly responded. "If you truly wish to demonstrate your sincerity, then release my other two friends." The cardinal managed a wry smile. The two wizards and the werewolf were imprisoned separately. The hunters deemed the captured young witch of little value and transferred her to the church's dungeon for custody. The cardinal, hailing from the Vatican, essentially represented the highest echelons of the Salem Church. He exerted some pressure on Father Salem and instructed his secretary to seize a local muggle girl resembling Hermione, rendering her mute and disfiguring her face in order to substitute her for Hermione and thereby facilitate her escape. However, another male wizard and the werewolf remained in the hunter's clutches. "Miss Grindelwald, your other two friends are in the hands of the hunters. The Hunters Association is governed by the radicals of the church, while I belong to the conservative faction. The struggle between these factions has been intense. The hunters will not heed my conservative commands to release them. As for the young witch, we have barely managed to find a scapegoat to effect the switch. I have come to propose a transaction with you, more precisely, an alliance." "An alliance?" Loia squinted her eyes, perplexed as she regarded the cardinal before her. He hesitated. "You should be well aware of how the hunters treat captured wizards. Loia is undoubtedly aware that the witch hunt movement, spanning 3 centuries, has inflicted unimaginable torment upon sorcerers, with cruel tortures that send shivers down one's spine. The consequences range from severe lacerations to violent death through relentless agony. While I cannot demand their release, I can assure you that, in my capacity as a bishop, I will exert pressure to guarantee the safety of your friends during their imprisonment, shielding them from physical suffering." Loia turned to the cardinal, speaking with earnestness. "Let us forego any notions of alliance. What is it that you wish for me to do?" The nefarious practice of witch hunting in Salem, once exposed to the outside world, would bring our Vatican to utter disgrace and ruin our reputation. Given that this town has been isolated for centuries, it may be best to allow it to remain eternally severed from the world. The cardinal paused, a smile gracing his lips. "Forgive my impertinence, Miss Grindelwald, but I have taken the liberty to investigate your background. You are a person of few words." Loya continued along his line of thought. "So, you wish to annihilate the entire town to silence them? And you expect me to carry out this grim task?" The terms of this bishop's proposal strikingly mirrored that of the madwoman. Both envisioned the complete eradication of the townsfolk. Only in death would their voices be stilled. Surely, the Ministry of Magic's method of dealing with muggles who witness magical events involves erasing their memories, does it not? Yet, who can guarantee that those whose memories have been wiped 1T inadvertently come into contact with anti-magic gold and regain their recollections? To ensure absolute silence, the only solution is to consign them to eternal silence. As a clergyman, one ought to embody compassion and empathy, striving to rescue the suffering muggles. However, this cardinal, draped in crimson, uttered words that devalued human life, caring solely for the church's reputation, utterly indifferent to the fate of the commoners. After all, those who ascend to the rank of cardinal are hardly paragons of virtue. The town has long been ensnared by ancient, mysterious forces. Even if you manage to rescue your friend, you will remain perpetually trapped within this labyrinth. We possess a means to escape the town, if you assist me in eradicating it. My people will facilitate your departure." Observing Loya deep in contemplation, the cardinal mistakenly presumed she was wavering and cleared his throat. "You need not feel guilty. Nor should you harbor any sense of wrongdoing. The church has forsaken them. These townsfolk are destined for death. Whether by your hand or another's, their fate is sealed. Moreover, the hunters have traced the entrance to your school's station. Should they lie in wait with a substantial cache of anti-magic gold, the young wizards entering the station will be captured alive. You would be wise to seize this opportunity to quietly eliminate these hunters within Salem. Loya recalled a dilemma from a previous life, a question that posed a grave moral quandary. If your family were bound to the railway tracks, with an oncoming train inexorably approaching, you would face two choices. Either you could do nothing and helplessly witness the train crush your loved ones, or you could activate the switch controlling the track, diverting the train onto a broken branch line, resulting in the catastrophic derailment of the train and the loss of all lives aboard. What would your choice be? Loya considers herself neither exceptionally righteous nor benevolent enough to sacrifice her loved ones for strangers. The priest, with his hands clasped in prayer, reminds Loya that in 2 days, the town will celebrate its unique festival, the Festival of Divine Descent. All the townsfolk will gather in the Flower Square, presenting an opportune moment for action. There are many innocent children here, and she has not yet descended to the cruelty of harming them. Fear not, for on the day of the Festival of Divine Descent, we shall gather all the children of the town in a safe place under the guise of a baptismal blessing, after which the Vatican will provide them sanctuary. Loya spoke with an air of indifference, as the ambassador of diplomacy between the Holy See and the realm of wizards. I trust you are aware of the existence of Azkaban, a prison dedicated to confining prisoners within our world of sorcery. Should I be discovered for taking the life of a muggle in this town, I too would find myself incarcerated in Azkaban. Loya could easily envision a time when every major newspaper would headline the story of Grindelwald's daughter in a frenzied rampage, wreaking havoc upon cities. Rita Skeeter, the infamous Beetle journalist, would undoubtedly paint the scene with vivid detail. This is a concern you need not entertain. We shall leverage our connections to ensure that this massacre bears no relation to you whatsoever, as we will deftly shift all blame onto others. In plain terms, we shall frame the atrocity upon someone else. The bishop has come thoroughly prepared for this negotiation. At this juncture, she is undoubtedly free of worry. Given the bishop's capabilities, Loya has a more suitable candidate in mind. A wicked smile curled at the corners of her lips as she proposed. Why not attribute the blame to Voldemort's followers, the Death Eaters? In truth, it would be more advantageous to place the blame directly on Voldemort himself, but as he currently lacks a physical form, his subordinates will have to suffice. After all, when the underlings stir trouble, the leader must bear the consequences. This indirectly shifts the burden onto Voldemort. As for the notorious Voldemort, the Cardinal has heard whispers of him, rumored to be a brigand of the wizarding world. However, he recalls that this bandit was thought to have perished long ago, regardless of his fate. Attributing guilt to someone inconsequential to the Holy See is an effortless task for him. The Cardinal readily acquiesced to Loya's request. Yet, Loya crossed her arms and gazed intently at the Cardinal. My intuition tells me that you are concealing something. You claim to come in good faith for collaboration, yet you deliberately withhold certain information. How can I trust you? Indeed, Miss Grindelwald proved to be more astute than he had anticipated, the Cardinal mused. Our priests, as you wizards refer to them, are known as diviners, correct? One has foretold the apocalypse of our Muggle world. Within 10 years, or perhaps even sooner, the Muggle realm will face a third world war. Informed that the Muggle apocalypse would unfold in a few years, Loia was suddenly enveloped by an ineffable and subtle emotion. The Cardinal took several measured steps forward and began to speak. The seer foretold that in the near future, nations within the Muggle world would resort to nuclear weapons in their fierce struggle for resources and energy, bringing the specter of a third world war perilously close. Following this cataclysm, the Muggle realm would be ravaged, reduced to ruins by nuclear devastation, with less than 1% of the human population remaining. The Holy See would assume control over the Muggle world, restoring theocratic rule reminiscent of bygone eras. At that juncture, the Earth would be divided into merely two nations, a theocratic superpower governed by the Vatican and the realm of wizards. In the aftermath of the Muggle apocalypse, wizards would no longer need to live in seclusion or conceal their identities. They would operate freely in public, having established their own sovereign nation. Presently, the radicals within the Holy See ardently advocate for war against the wizards, while the conservatives strive to maintain a semblance of peace with the magical community. These two factions, driven by their respective interests, engage in a continuous struggle, both overt and covert. Yet, the radical faction, having cultivated a formidable hunter force, holds substantial power within the Vatican. The aging Pope, beset by illness, is unable to attend to the affairs of state, and is unlikely to witness the impending apocalypse. By the time the theocratic state is established, the radicals will wield significant influence, and the new papal candidates will be manipulated to align with their agenda. Consequently, we conservatives will find ourselves in a precarious position, facing the prospect of a civil war within the Holy See, where the radicals may seek to eradicate us before launching an offensive against the wizarding realm. Loya comprehended the cardinal's intentions to diminish the influence of the radicals. The most straightforward approach would be to eradicate the Hunter Association. Abraham's reputation was formidable. Should he be eliminated, the leaderless Hunter Association would disintegrate into chaos, delivering a significant blow to the radicals, benefiting both you and me, Miss Grindelwald. Surely, you do not wish to witness a conflict between the wizarding world and the Muggle realm. I consent to our transaction, yet an alliance is unnecessary. We are merely exploiting each other as strengths. Upon hearing Loya's agreement to the deal, the cardinal exclaimed with enthusiasm, "As long as you eliminate the entire populace of Salem and concurrently slay the Hunter Association's leader, Abraham." After the cataclysm of the Third Great War, when the Wizarding Nation is established, should Miss Grindelwald aspire to contend for the title of Wizarding Sovereign, we, the Conservatives, shall extend our full support in the diplomatic assembly and cast our votes in your favor. Loya felt somewhat bewildered. Setting aside the accuracy of the doomsday prophecy posited by the diviner of the Holy See, as well as the very existence of a realm of sorcerers, it appeared that this bishop held an unwavering conviction. Even if doomsday were indeed imminent and a kingdom of wizards truly existed, how could the matter of electing a sovereign possibly fall upon her? She had never harbored such grand aspirations. Shaking her head, Loya dismissed the thought from her mind. The author, 5,000 words, weary. In the dimly lit depths of the Black Forest, negotiations between Loya and the Cardinal and Crimson continued. Loya cast a fleeting glance back at the direction of the wooden cabin, hesitating momentarily. When she lifted her gaze once more, her expression became resolutely determined, as she made a decision that could potentially alter the very trajectory of the original narrative. I have one condition, Miss Grindelwald. Feel free to state your terms. 12 years prior, a wizard had unleashed a dark curse, obliterating a street inhabited by Muggles and resulting in the tragic demise of 12 innocents. The Cardinal nodded thoughtfully, indeed possessing a vague recollection of this incident. At the time, the Church had dismissed it, treating it with the same nonchalance typically reserved for vampire attacks. To their surprise, the Ministry of Magic took it upon themselves to investigate, offering little more than a perfunctory explanation to the local populace, claiming it was merely a gas line explosion. The perpetrator had staged his own death to evade capture, while my friend's godfather, Sirius Black, was falsely accused of murdering the 12 Muggles and a wizard. Innocent yet enduring 13 years of unjust imprisonment, I intend to appeal to the Ministry of Magic to exonerate him and restore his honor. This endeavor serves as a means to repay Sirius for shielding her from the Hunter-S silver bullets. He is a good godfather, foolishly. He believed the rumors that Harry held affections for her and selflessly devoted himself to her protection. I am capable of identifying the true culprit. Yet I harbor doubts that even should I present the genuine offender in court, the tribunal would be inclined to restore his reputation. Loya need not elaborate further. The Cardinal comprehended her intent instinctively. In the realm of politics, deceit and treachery are commonplace. The machinations of power are often laced with hidden agendas, and no ruler's hands remain untainted. 12 years prior, Sirius Black was unjustly stripped of his wand and incarcerated in Azkaban without trial, revealing a conspicuous targeting by certain factions within the Ministry of Magic. Even if she were to retrieve Peter, that loathsome rat, from Ron and present him before the court under Dumbledore's auspices, it is highly probable that this despicable wretch would deny his crimes with fervor. Even with the administration of Veritaserum or the use of legilimency, Peter might remain oblivious to the number of Muggles he inadvertently obliterated in a moment of malevolence. Malicious jurors could exploit this loophole, rendering both Peter and Sirius culpable for the deaths of Muggles, thus branding them as co-conspirators. Such a verdict would undoubtedly exacerbate the situation. Cornelius Fudge, the obstinate Minister of Magic, is solely preoccupied with preserving his position. In the original narrative, he resorts to various slanders against Dumbledore and Harry. Hoping to evade his conscience and deny justice to Sirius Black, Loya holds no faith in such a prospect. Loya harbored the hope that Peter would be brought to justice, tormented to death by Dementors, while Sirius could finally clear his name. To navigate the myriad of potential scenarios, Loya required a witness of exceptional standing. The Cardinal, a diplomatic envoy between the Muggle world and the wizarding community, presented an excellent choice. Following the repeal of the decree for the disposal of dangerous creatures, the Vatican and the Ministry of Magic had forged a peace treaty. Should the Cardinal, with his diplomatic status, take the stand, both the jurors and Cornelius Fudge would be compelled to reconsider their positions, deeming it unwise to jeopardize their reputations over a mere prisoner from Azkaban. Moreover, if Peter were incarcerated in Azkaban, it might prevent Cedric from meeting his untimely demise during the Triwizard Tournament. Having made her decision, Loya turned to the Cardinal. I require you to testify falsely, declaring that you were present at the scene, and that it was Peter Pettigrew who obliterated the Muggle Street, resulting in the deaths of 12 Muggles, not Sirius Black. This task should prove manageable, provided Miss Grindelwald fulfills our agreement. On the day of the trial, I shall appear to testify for your friend, ensuring his acquittal. I trust you will honor your commitment. Should you renege on your promise and fail to testify on his behalf, I shall pay a discreet visit to your homeland. Upon hearing the veiled threat in Loya's words, the Cardinal wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Once the Cardinal and his entourage departed, Loya returned to the wooden cottage. Hermione, who had been anxiously awaiting her return, rushed to her side, her voice rife with concern, inquiring what Loya had discussed. Nothing of consequence, Loya replied, merely trivial matters. Loya offered a vague response to Hermione. Fearing that further inquiries would ensue, she swiftly diverted the conversation, her gaze shifting to the chair where Sirius, bound tightly, lay unconscious. To her astonishment, she noticed two prominent, swollen lumps on the back of his head. Hermione, I had instructed you to restrain him and prevent his escape. But did you not apply a rather excessive amount of force? It wasn't me, protested the madwoman, who had been ordered by Loya to fetch water. Reluctantly, she slammed the basin onto the table, splashing water everywhere. He was incredibly strong, like a rabid dog, impossible to restrain. He insisted on running off to find you. It took 2 pots to finally knock him out. With a silent sigh, Loya returned the hunting rifle to its case. With Hermione's assistance, they each supported one of Sirius's arms and helped him back to bed. The madwoman tossed a jar of ointment to Loya, who was seated by the bedside. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Sirius and narrowed her eyes slightly. Suddenly, a wide grin spread across her face, revealing her usual neurotic smile. How remarkable! This doomed soul's fate has shifted, right after your conversation with that bishop. The madwoman was a seer, possessing the ability to glimpse fragments of others' futures. Unable to contain her curiosity, Loya asked, what did you see? Is there no longer a curtain? The madwoman squinted, her vision revealing an office, an Auror Chief's office. Seated at the desk was a young man, a prominent lightning-shaped scar gracing his forehead. Author's note, the author's wrist has been swollen for 4 days. It will suffice for today. A warm reminder, this chapter leans slightly darker and maybe a bit glitch. In the Auror Chief's office, the young chief sat poised at his desk, clad in a sharply tailored gray suit, his tie impeccably knotted. The lightning-shaped scar on his forehead marked him as the savior. His profile bore strong, defined lines, and his gaze had lost its youthful innocence, transformed into one of depth and authority. Harry was no longer the naive boy he once was. He had become a distinguished Auror elite within the Ministry of Magic, recognized as a hero in the wizarding world. Under his strategic command, the Aurors of the Ministry had secretly laid in wait, poised to strike. Although some unscrupulous methods had been employed, and many Aurors had sacrificed their lives, they had ultimately succeeded in capturing the Third Dark Lord. Thus, the young Harry was promoted to the position of Auror Chief. At that moment, his godfather stumbled into his office, reeking of alcohol and disoriented. Once a proud and untamed Sirius Black now appeared utterly disheveled and despondent. Harry, I know she is in your custody. I implore you, I beseech you, release her. He humbled himself to plead for the girl he cherished, earnestly requesting his godson to set her free. Harry, however, remained engrossed in the stacks of documents before him, occasionally annotating them, seemingly indifferent to Sirius's entreaties. After a moment of silence, Sirius pondered how to persuade his godson. Harry, your parents would not wish to see you treat the girl you like in such a manner. A pause in Harry's writing interrupted him. His eyes momentarily darkened as he set down his pen and carelessly discarded the completed documents. Finally, he lifted his gaze, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his words dripping with sarcasm. Is she the girl I adore, or the girl you, my godfather, cherish? Sirius stiffened, his pallor deepening as he took 2 steps back. His godson effortlessly pierced through the secret he had desperately concealed for years. Sirius had to concede that, Despite the years of silence between them, his longing for her had swelled into an overwhelming torrent. He had fallen, experienced the flutter of his heart, and was captivated by her every smile and movement. Yet, he understood that his feelings must remain unvoiced. She was young, beautiful, and vibrant. A good girl who should choose to be with the lively young men surrounding her, rather than with a man of his age, burdened by a past marred by imprisonment. Sirius fought to suppress his affection for her, opting to maintain a delicate relationship as a guardian, burying those feelings deep within, allowing them to rot in silence for years. Now, however, this concealed emotion had been brutally laid bare. He and his godson had fallen for the same girl. How ironic, how absurd. He berated himself endlessly. A mad ant of the Black family, unworthy to face the ghosts of James and Lily Potter, whose deaths he felt responsible for. He had placed his trust in Peter, leading to the tragic demise of Harry's parents, and he had lived a life steeped in guilt, yearning for redemption. In a misguided attempt to atone, he had nudged the girl toward Harry, hoping to unite them. Yet, he misjudged Harry's character. The girl he admired stood in stark contrast to Harry's ideals, and their estrangement had formed an antagonistic rift. Sirius had never anticipated that Harry would orchestrate her capture and confine her within the Ministry of Magic. He could scarcely fathom the judgment she would face, the thought of her imprisoned in Azkaban, tormented by dementors to the brink of insanity, sent waves of anguish through his chest. Exhausted, Sirius collapsed to the ground, fervently pleading with the young Auror director, "Imprison me in Azkaban. I would willingly trade my life for hers." Upon witnessing his reaction, a deeper mirth flickered in Harry's eyes. With his hands clasped, he spoke in a tone laced with amusement. "Godfather, how could I ever bring myself to harm her? She is to attend my engagement ceremony as my fiancée, even if she would rather die than comply, even to the extent of wishing to bite off her own tongue. And you are to serve as our witness, bearing witness to our engagement." His cruel words effectively left Sirius momentarily stunned, as if he had plunged into an abyss of chilling despair. His blood turned to ice. The urgent knocking at the door interrupted this decidedly unfriendly conversation. At Harry's nod, a hastily summoned maid from Potter Manor entered, reporting to her master. Without lifting his gaze, Harry casually inquired, "Is she awake? Has she eaten properly?" "Sir, Miss Grindelwald has woken, but is in a fit of rage," the maid replied timidly. Harry's expression darkened slightly, his hands, resting on the table, clenched into fists before slowly relaxing. The maid stole a fearful glance at Harry. Ever since the bloodied Miss Grindelwald was brought back to the manor by their master, she had been confined to her room. The master had declared her the lady of the manor to all the servants. She rarely stirred, often lying in bed, eyes closed in serene tranquility, her delicately arched eyelashes casting shadows upon her pallid visage, resembling a beauty in slumber imprisoned within a fairy tale. The maid secretly wished that the lady would never awaken, for upon her awakening, she would wreak havoc, shattering all visible furnishings and decor, hurling vile curses at their lord. Harry chose to overlook her actions. He had painstakingly ensnared her within this prison known as the Manor, and he possessed the patience to allow time to gradually smooth her edges. The maid recalled the one instance she had witnessed her master lose his temper with the lady. Alongside several other servants, she had stood outside the door, breakfast in hand, too afraid to enter. Harry's desperate roar had reverberated throughout the room. "I see you in everything. Yet, you can accommodate no one else." Leaning back in his chair, Harry stacked the documents on his desk and instructed the maid, "Have the doctor administer 2 more sedatives to her, to quiet her." The maid, trembling with anxiety, replied, "But the doctor has said you have already given her too many sedatives. Another dose may be too much for her fragile state." Harry cast a cold, sidelong glance at the maid, emanating an unsettling aura of agitation. The palpable fear enveloping the maid made her tremble. She lowered her head in panic, afraid to utter a sound. Having overheard their conversation, young Sirius felt his emotions unravel, desperately suppressing the anguish within him as he incredulously gazed at his godson. "Harry, what have you done to Loya? How can you treat her this way?" The young Auror director could no longer maintain the facade of a forced smile that adorned his face. His true nature emerged as he proclaimed ownership in a frigid tone. "I merely wished for her to comply before the engagement ceremony." Author's note: this is a whimsical side story penned during the author's illness, so consider it a creation born of fevered imagination. In truth, a slightly darker Harry possesses an intriguing allure. The male lead remains undetermined, and the outline is extensive. The writing will unfold gradually. A gentle reminder: this chapter serves as a continuation of the first side story, featuring a tendency towards darkness and extreme melodrama. Reader discretion is advised. Based on popular suggestions. All side story plot lines bear no relation to the main narrative and may be enjoyed as standalone whimsical short tales. The young horror director lay supine on the sofa, removing his glasses and wearily pinching the bridge of his nose. He had been leading the Aurors in the pursuit of Voldemort's remnants. And after 2 days and nights of sleeplessness, he returned to the estate, tinged red by the sunset's afterglow. Harry felt utterly exhausted and longed to collapse into slumber. However, he had not seen her for 2 days. Taking a deep breath, he rose, dampened a towel, and wiped his face, mustering the strength to catch a glimpse of her. He had meticulously arranged every detail of her room, the exquisite vanity, the array of luxurious furnishings, and even the drapery in the colors of her beloved Gryffindor. Yet, to this point, there had been no advancement in their relationship. "I did not come to quarrel with you. I merely wished to see you." His words were only half spoken before the sound of a shattered floor-length mirror drowned them out. Glass shards scattered across the floor, and the girl locked away in the room offered him no opportunity to speak. The drapery lay in tatters, the vanity overturned, and everything within the room had been ruthlessly destroyed by her fury. Harry struggled to remain calm, attempting to convey something to her. Yet it was evident that she could not hear his words. She possessed an uncanny ability to effortlessly seize a heart, only to crush it mercilessly. The door stood ajar, and the room ultimately descended into chaos. Listening to the commotion, several maids stood obediently at the threshold, holding their breath, each daring not to risk their lives by entering. At this moment, the master of the estate firmly grasped the mistress's wrist, his grip strong enough to leave a glaring mark. "I will never let you go. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Who do you wish to see? Are you eager to hear me call you godmother?" Unprepared, Loia was abruptly yanked before Harry, her fragile wrist seemingly on the verge of breaking under his tight hold. Harry let out a cold laugh. "Your godfather barged into my office, pleading for my release of you, imploring me to free my fiancée? How laughable." Long subjected to the administration of sedatives and soporifics, upon awakening, she always found her mental state to be clouded and disoriented. In an effort to maintain her cognitive clarity, Loia bit down on her pallid lips. Harry extended a finger, seemingly tender as he tucked a disheveled strand of her silver hair behind her ear. Yet the grip on her wrist grew increasingly firm. With a forceful grasp, he pinched her chin, compelling her to tilt her head upward to meet his gaze. The depths of Harry's eyes were shrouded in darkness as he pronounced each word with deliberate intensity. "I shall not allow you to have your way." Loia glared at him, her chest heaving violently. "Stop going mad in front of me. Get out. I do not wish to see you." She wrenched free from the grip that held her chin and savagely sank her teeth into Harry's hand, drawing blood without a hint of mercy. With a muffled groan, Harry allowed her to vent her fury, his hand now marked with several distinct bite marks. Only when the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth did Loia relent. Harry looked down at the girl who glowered at him with unbridled animosity. Within her cerulean eyes, there existed naught but hostility and resentment. Her fingers, still gripping her wrist, involuntarily curled. Their relationship ought not to be this way. Yet, each encounter seemed destined to culminate in such a manner. He released her wrist and stood silently for what felt like an eternity. It was only when a trembling maid, fearful of her mistress's dinner growing cold and the subsequent scolding from her master, accidentally knocked a spoon from the plate that he snapped back to reality. The crisp sound of silverware clattering against the floor drew his attention back. He glanced at the girl seated on the edge of the bed, her back turned to him, refusing to meet his gaze. A fleeting shadow of desolation crossed his lowered eyes before he turned and exited the room. Due to the mistress's frail condition, the maids had set a small table atop the bed, presenting dinner before her. Loia cast a cold glance at the banquet spread before her, utterly devoid of appetite. Ever since the day she had been confined within the manor of the Auror Chief, Harry had not only subjected her to daily injections of sedatives administered by a physician, but had also infused her meals with a drug that dulled her sensory nerves, gradually impairing her cognitive faculties. All of this, merely to ensure her compliance and coax her into attending his engagement ceremony. Meanwhile, several maids busied themselves with the task of clearing the scattered debris on the floor. Among them was a newly arrived maid, significantly younger than the others, who, being mute and blissfully ignorant of her mistress's background, found herself perplexed by the coldness with which the lady treated her husband. After all, he was the savior, the youngest Auror Chief in the wizarding world, admired by countless women. Yet, the mistress seemed utterly ungrateful, always ready to quarrel with her husband, frequently inciting his ire. The maid recalled the day when the master had commissioned the most exquisite wedding gown for the mistress, a classical embroidered creation adorned with precious gems and pearls, with layers of delicate tulle cascading from the hem. In her entire life, she had never beheld such a breathtaking dress, and could only dream of touching it in her heart. She would never forget the look of eager anticipation in the master's eyes as he gazed upon his bride. Yet, before him, the mistress had mercilessly shredded the gown with scissors, piece by piece. Harry picked up the tattered remnants of the wedding dress and remained silent for a prolonged moment. Turning to Loya, he spoke in his usual tone. Do you not like it? Not to worry. I shall have them bring you various styles each day until you find one that pleases you. The maid could not help but think that the mistress must have been pampered and spoiled since childhood. How could she treat someone who loved her so dearly in such a manner? As she continued to gather the fragments from the floor, she inadvertently muttered her thoughts aloud. Loya withdrew her gaze from the window, her attention now fixed upon the newly arrived maid. In the past, the effects of the medication would dull her senses, rendering her incapable of hearing what others were saying even from a few meters away, perhaps due to the reduced frequency of injections she had received in recent days. Her hearing was no longer as impaired as it once was. It could also be that Mr. Aro, in a rare moment of conscience, had diminished her dosage. Consequently, every word spoken by the new maid reached her ears with crystal clarity. Loia curled her lips in a disdainful smile. The maid, startled by her mistress's sudden laughter, timidly lifted her head to gaze at her. Having been confined in the Porter Manor for several days, Loia, with her pent-up fury seeking an outlet, seized a water cup and hurled it at the maid with force. The cup struck the maid squarely on her forehead, shattering at her feet, the scalding water splashing across her face. The maid clutched her forehead, crying out in pain. What do you think you are? Get out. Upon witnessing her mistress's wrath, the maid fell to her knees, covering her swollen forehead and pleading, I'm sorry, miss. I want to speak out of turn again. She hurriedly crawled over to clean up the mess and exited the room. As she sobbed her way down the corridor, another maid remarked, You deserve this. You simply cannot keep your mouth shut. Why provoke her? Don't you know the master's temperament? Are you courting disaster? The maid, her voice choked with emotion, wiped her tear-streaked face with the back of her hand. I did not mean to. It was merely a slip of the tongue. As night fell, the curtains of the room were drawn and the lights dimmed, allowing the maids to exit the chamber. Loya, sedated by the physician's injection, lay quietly ensconced in her bed. Drowsily, she gazed at the crimson canopy above, reminiscent of Gryffindor's colors, which dominated the room's decor, now the hue she detested most. A black dog stealthily entered the room, transforming into his human form at the girl's bedside. She appeared to be in a restless slumber, her brow furrowed tightly, as if tormented by nightmares. Author's note: this side story diverges from the main narrative. Consider it merely a whimsical tale. A gentle reminder: this chapter delves into darker themes and is exceedingly melodramatic. The plot continues from the side story Harry's Darkening. All side plots bear no relation to the primary narrative and can be viewed as a brief imaginative excursion. No amount of exquisite attire could conceal her sickly pallor. The silvery moonlight cast a delicate sheen upon her form, and Sirius, recalling the girl's once radiant golden hair, noted how it had now faded to silver. Her softly curled silver locks spilled across the pillow, and she lay curled up in the corner of the bed like a child, swathed in blankets. The girl he had long yearned for was right before him, and Sirius gazed intently at the familiar silhouette. She appeared to be in a troubled sleep, her brow knitted in distress, as if ensnared by a nightmare. Beads of fine sweat glistened on her alabaster forehead, dampening her bangs, strands of silver hair clinging to her shoulder blades. Sirius softly called her name, attempting to rouse her from her slumber. Awakening from her deep sleep, her eyelashes fluttered, glistening with moisture. Day after day, under the influence of the drugs administered at Potter Manor, her thoughts were hazy, her gaze unfocused, leaning against the bed, still unable to regain her capacity for coherent thought. Sirius noticed her disquiet and gently cupped her face in his hands, guiding her dazed, glassy eyes to meet his own. He repeated her name until, at last, her azure eyes began to reflect his presence. As Loya's disoriented gaze gradually regained focus, her thoughts crystallized in an instant. Upon recognizing the figure before her as Sirius, her pupils constricted sharply, reflecting a gaze fraught with wariness and hostility directed firmly at him. In times past, she would never have regarded him with such eyes. The girl's aloof and indifferent expression sent a shiver through his being. A flicker of anguish crossed his downcast eyes. He was Harry's godfather, a member of Harry's family. Yet, With Harry having imprisoned her in the manor, how could she ever trust him, or possibly bestow upon him a favorable countenance? The corners of the girl's lips parted slightly, and he heard her emotionless, frigid voice interrogate him. "What brings you here, Sirius Black?" The guarded, cold tone pierced his heart, and it took him a considerable time to reclaim his voice. "To atone for my transgressions." "What transgressions?" "Your beloved pupil has captured my people, luring us into a trap with deceitful promises of hostage exchange. The young Auror chief resorts to such despicable tactics." Sirius remained silent, quietly observing her as she vented her inner fury. With each passing moment, a profound silence enveloped them, neither uttering another word. The liquid in the fore-drip emitted a steady, rhythmic sound. The girl's left hand was shackled to the red bed frame, and even in his slumber, his increasingly suspicious pupil continued to administer drugs to her, leaving her no opportunity for escape. Clumsily, Sirius removed the fore-needle from her arm, droplets of blood cascading down her hand, and in a flurry, he grabbed a medical cotton pad from the bedside to staunch the bleeding. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Loya cast him a sidelong glance. After all these years, he had yet to shed his clumsiness. From his outer garment, Sirius produced his wand. The tip glowed, and her handcuffs were released. He cautiously grasped her slipping arm, kneeling before Loya on one knee. His movements were gentle, his large hands enveloping her small hand within his palm. The warmth of his hand offered her a sense of security she had long yearned for. Yet his encompassing grip trembled. Sirius gazed in disbelief at the girl's hand, the back marred with extensive bruises, punctured by a multitude of needle marks, and beneath the skin, remnants of unabsorbed contusions lingered. The other hand bore similar afflictions. His eyes brimmed with compassion, and his heart ached profoundly. All of this was the result of his pupil's misdeeds. He had misjudged Harry's nature, pushing her into his sphere, subjecting her to such torment. Had he been more perceptive sooner, she would not have endured such suffering. Sadness and anguish welled within him as Sirius slumped his shoulders, resting his forehead against her knees. Eyes closed in pain, his dark hair cascading over his profile. They seemed to be enveloped in a silent reverie together. "I am so sorry, it is all my fault." A low, hoarse voice resonated before her. Loya stared blankly at Sirius, who was enveloped in an aura of desolation, his back trembling slightly. This carefree and unrestrained Black should not appear so fragile and sorrowful. She finally softened her tone. "No longer as indifferent and distant as before, it has nothing to do with you." A sharp pain pierced her eyes, and the world before her grew hazy. Sirius could no longer contain the emotions he had suppressed for years. In that moment, they all surged forth uncontrollably. Tears streamed down his cheeks, falling onto the girl's nightgown, leaving behind 2 faint watermarks. Loya gazed in astonishment at the man kneeling helplessly before her, tears streaming down his face. Her hand hovered in the air, wavering for a moment, before finally descending to gently caress the head of Sirius, smoothing his disheveled black hair. "This is the second time you've cried in my presence. You wept back in Salem, remember?" "Of course, I remember," he replied with a faint smile. "I did mention that I could bring an old man to tears. I have that capability." Sirius' sorrow transformed into a smile as he lifted his gaze to meet hers. For a fleeting moment, the atmosphere between them seemed to revert to the days of old. The girl's fingertips delicately traced the fine lines at the corner of his eye before resting at his temple. He felt a slight tingling sensation on his scalp, and as he looked down, he noticed Loya had retrieved a strand of his white hair between her fingers. Sirius offered a wry smile. "I truly have grown old." Loya cradled the head of the canine creature in her hands, tilting her head to scrutinize its features. Unaged, it bore no change since their last encounter. As she listened to her soothing words, Sirius shook his head and chuckled, seemingly transformed back into the spirited Black of her memories. With resolute determination, Sirius fixed his gaze upon Loya. His voice was firm and unwavering, akin to a solemn vow declared to her. "The Godfather will take you away from here." He bent down, grasping her ankle with one hand while the other assisted her in donning her shoe. Draped in his oversized trench coat, Sirius enveloped Loya completely, shielding her from the world. Loya endeavored to rise, but as her feet made contact with the ground, a wave of excruciating soreness surged from her toes to her knees. Had it not been for Sirius's timely embrace, she would have surely succumbed to the floor. Cursed be those infernal potions, she lacked even the strength to stand. Unable to reconcile herself with this harsh reality, Loya stubbornly pushed Sirius away. "I am not as fragile as you think," she declared through gritted teeth, attempting to take a few steps towards the doorway. Observing her feigned resilience, Sirius disregarded her wishes and grasped her arms, effortlessly draping her across his shoulder and lifting her with ease. Loya reclined upon his back, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck to maintain her balance. As she entered to change the bandages, the maid stumbled upon the intruder, Sirius Black. In a flurry of panic, she attempted to call for help. But Sirius swiftly raised his wand with his free hand, casting a spell that rendered her unconscious. With her draped over his shoulder, he stepped out of the room and made his way toward the front door, deftly using magic to incapacitate several servants who had caught sight of them along the way. Pushing open the grand doors of the manor, a wave of damp air, laced with a chilling cold, enveloped him. He sensed the girl clinging to him shrink back slightly, prompting him to extend his hand and pull her hood over her head for added protection. Meanwhile, his mind raced with thoughts of where to take her. The Black ancestral home was out of the question, as was Diagon Alley, where Harry, accompanied by the Aurors, would easily track them down. Their only option was to seek refuge in the Muggle world for the time being, to avoid the brewing storm. Just as he resolved to take that step, his wand was suddenly disarmed in an instant. He turned to face the figure standing before them, the master of Potter Manor, the head of the Auror office at the Ministry of Magic, and his godson, Harry Potter. Loya's gaze traversed over Sirius's shoulder, fixated on Harry. Her fingers instinctively tightened around Sirius's shoulder, the delicate digits turning pale at the knuckles, while the irregular rhythm of her breath filled his ears. "It's all right," he murmured, his hand covering hers, soothing her frayed emotions. Harry observed their every movement, watching as his fiancée's hand was clasped in his godfather's. A tempest of jealous ire began to churn within him. The young Auror chief endeavored to maintain the decorum befitting his station. "Godfather, my fiancée is in poor health and is ill-suited for a nocturnal excursion with you. The night air is chilly, and she may catch a cold." The tone of the estate's master was not one of negotiation. They both understood that he was providing an escape route for her and himself. After all, his godfather, the officiant of his wedding, intended to whisk away his bride-to-be on the eve of their engagement. "Take her back to her room," Harry commanded, gesturing with his chin towards the hastily approaching servants, indicating they should escort Loya away. The servants exchanged glances, for even with their wands disarmed, none dared to be the first to obstruct the notorious madman of the Black family. Sirius spoke calmly. "Harry, she does not love you. Let her go." Harry's eyes turned dangerously cold, yet he maintained a smile. "She does not love me, I am acutely aware. Which is precisely why I keep her close in my own way. Harry, if you truly care for her, you must respect her, not confine her. Godfather, you are utterly bewitched by her. Let me guess, what has she told you? Has she portrayed herself as a fragile, helpless girl in need of rescue to elicit your sympathy? Did she offer you a hug? Or perhaps a kiss? She merely gave you a taste of sweetness. And you are ensnared, ready to flee with her?" Harry stepped forward, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, yet his eyes radiated a chilling frost. "She is no longer the Gryffindor girl you once knew. She is using you, exploiting your overflowing sense of justice and compassion. Do you know how many lives she has taken?" No sooner had Harry uttered the words than Sirius sensed the girl clinging to his back stiffen. Harry continued in a mocking tone, "Godfather, would you dare to ask her if she truly cares for you? Would you have the courage to inquire?" Sirius stood frozen for several minutes, fully aware of the answer, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground, with beads of sweat forming on his palm as he held the girl. The young Auror chief keenly observed the pallor wash over his godfather's face, which had turned ashen. Yet he wore a satisfied smile. "Godfather, you are the one most afraid to learn the truth. You are indeed the most self-deceiving of them all." His parental guidance shattered the truth he was most reluctant to confront, and the melancholy in Sirius's eyes could no longer be concealed. The girl clinging to his neck tightened her embrace, nuzzling her face against him, her skin's warmth gradually dispelling the gloom that had enveloped his heart. Sirius's heart began to find tranquility. He gazed at Harry with composure, his voice resonating with a sense of acceptance, as if he was prepared to bear the weight of any consequence. "I know she has never held me in her heart, I am fully aware of that. Yet I cannot bear to watch her suffer. Harry, let her go." Harry lifted his head, the concealed fury surging within his eyes, his voice turning frigid. "Do you think I would grant you this opportunity?" A dozen Aurors, wands in hand, emerged from the shadows, encircling Sirius and the girl. The torrential rain poured down, drowning everything in its path, leaves rustling wildly, and the rumble of thunder echoed incessantly, while spells flashed in the darkness, and the lifeless bodies of Aurors lay strewn about, blood flowing like a river. At that moment, the girl had cast aside her previous guise of innocence, replaced by a sinister and cruel smile as she repeatedly caressed the ancient wand with her fingers. What transpired afterward, Harry recalled in a daze. The old wand he had broken and discarded beneath the bridge was found and mended by Sirius, reborn yet remaining without a master. This perilous wand had been kept in the storeroom of the Black family estate, known only to a select few. And just moments ago, this ancient wand had fallen into her hands. She had finally obtained the very wand she had longed for. The third generation of the Dark Lord has successfully claimed the Elder Wand as her own. Her gaze upon Harry was both mocking and triumphant, as if to declare, "I have obtained what I desired. I am the victor." Harry suddenly laughed, a sound tinged with desolation. Who truly ensnared whom, and who was truly scheming against whom? She had proactively proposed the exchange of hostages to the Ministry of Magic, confident that he would exhaust every means to keep her close for this rare opportunity to see her again. She was certain that once news of her being under his control spread, his godfather's long-buried feelings for her would be reignited. His godfather would stop at nothing to rescue her, even to the extent of bringing her the Elder Wand. After performing this elaborate charade for so long, she finally awaited the moment when Black would personally deliver the Elder Wand to her. From beginning to end, everything remained within her grasp. To acquire the Elder Wand, she had even resorted to using herself as bait to reach such lengths. She loved no one. She would exploit everyone, for they were the ones ensnared in her trap. Harry erupted into a wild laugh, exuding an aura of madness. He stepped forward, disregarding her wand's threat as he approached her. Under the girl's indifferent gaze, he seized the Elder Wand from her grip, pulling her closer. Harry grasped the tip of her wand tightly, fiercely pointing it at his own throat. He uttered her own words, "Can you truly bring yourself to do it?" The end of the side story. Author's note: Harry is dark, the female lead is also dark, and the godfather is the one being played. Today's writing totals 300 words. This frenzied tale of dark transformation has finally concluded, and I shall return to writing the main narrative. Outside, the relentless rain poured down, rendering the weather unsuitable for travel. Yet, Hermione noticed Loya donning a raincoat, preparing to venture out. "Loya, where are you going?" "To the forest to gather wild fruits." Loya uttered a fabrication so implausible that even she struggled to believe it, while gathering her tousled hair and tucking it beneath the protective hood of her raincoat. Who would believe someone would venture out on a rainy day to forage for wild berries? Yet, in such dismal weather, she could conjure no more convincing excuse to placate Hermione. Despite Hermione being her friend, there were certain matters best left unspoken. "Are you heading to the village?" Hermione inquired from behind her. The diligent scholar, true to form, immediately discerned her destination. "Yes, to settle some personal grievances," Loya replied, expecting Hermione to delve deeper into her inquiry as she typically did. To her surprise, Hermione merely offered a few words of caution, "Be careful." Loya glanced back at Hermione, who bore an expression of unease and disappointment, as if she had surmised Loya's intent to embark on a perilous venture. After enduring numerous dangers, Hermione had come to realize that her abilities often proved inadequate, and at times, even counterproductive. "If there is anything I can assist you with, please do let me know. I genuinely wish to be of help." Hermione's voice dwindled to a whisper by the end. Noticing her despondent demeanor, Loya gently patted her shoulder, encouraging her to regain her spirits. "There is indeed a matter of great significance that requires your assistance." Loya gently probed the forehead of Sirius, relieved to find only a slight fever. In his slumber, his breathing was steady, devoid of the usual flamboyance, and he appeared considerably more subdued. Should the uncle awaken, he must be restrained to prevent him from seeking me out. Furthermore, you and the madwoman should refrain from inflicting excessive harm. Do not strike him unconscious with the frying pan again, for he already looks quite pitiful. Having arranged everything, Loya pushed open the wooden door, and a chill wind, laden with raindrops, swept inside. A few damp strands of golden hair slipped from beneath the rain hat, swaying gently in the breeze. Loya turned to Hermione, offering a reassuring smile. "I assure you, we shall return to Hogwarts by tomorrow." Despite the incessant drizzle, the streets were abuzz with an extraordinary throng of people. For this day marked the most significant festival in the town, with all the residents preparing for the celebration of the dawn of the solstice. Navigating through the crowd, Loya lowered her rain hood, as several witch hunters brushed past her without recognizing her. A veil of green mist enveloped the town, and every house displayed crosses crafted from anti-magic gold, indicating that the hunters presumed she would return in search of a pure water source. Regrettably, she ventured back into the town at the peril of being discovered, not in pursuit of water, after all. The madwoman had access to ample clean water to sustain them for many days. Nurse Laura, having resigned from her position, was now working in a tavern. Loya had sought Laura's assistance a few days prior, imploring her to gather information from the drunken hunters. Loya, the benefactor who rescued her from the pyre, evoked profound gratitude in Laura, who readily acquiesced to her request. It had been ascertained that your friend was confined within the town's theater. Under Laura's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the secluded underground theater. The dilapidated staircase creaked ominously as Loya followed her down 2 flights, ultimately reaching the entrance of the subterranean theater. With a push, the heavy, rusted metal door swung open, revealing an abandoned, desolate auditorium before them. Loya surveyed her surroundings. Apart from the audience chairs piled in the corner and the scattered footprints on the floor, there was no sign of Snape or Lupin. Where, then? Had her friends been confined? She cast a fleeting glance at Laura, whose expression suddenly hardened, transforming from that of the obedient little girl Laura remembered into something altogether more formidable. Nervously, Laura instinctively recoiled and stammered, "I'm sorry. I too am compelled to do this for my own survival. They forced me to lead you here because you are a witch." At that moment, the ominous sound of bullets being chambered echoed through the theater hall as hunters, lying in wait, emerged from the shadows, encircling Loya. There were no fewer than 15 of them, and conspicuously absent was their leader, Abraham. It appeared he deemed it unnecessary to intervene personally, trusting that his subordinates could easily handle an underage witch. Loya calmly removed her rain hat, shaking off the droplets that had dampened her hair, as if everything unfolding before her was entirely anticipated. "I had long foreseen that there existed a 99% probability of your betrayal, leading me into a snare. The remaining 1% was a flicker of conscience, spurred by my life-saving grace and the revelation of truth." She had already surmised that the hunters would investigate her connections within the town. In the village, her only acquaintance was Laura, and they would undoubtedly persuade Laura to lure her into the theater, where a trap would be meticulously set to ensnare her. Yet, this was precisely her intention. She had long devised a plan to test the strength of her silent resolve. Thus, she proactively approached Laura, eagerly awaiting to be led into the hunter's ambush. Harnessing the power of her silent determination to vanquish these hunters, it would be even more advantageous to leave one alive to extract information regarding the whereabouts of Snape and the others. Loya turned to Laura behind her and said, "Considering you once provided me with herbs, I strongly advise you to flee swiftly. I shall not be responsible for your fate should anything transpire." Stumbling, Laura turned and ran, while Loya retrieved the dagger given to her by the old woman from the pocket of her raincoat. The hunters, seeing her in a desperate situation, were taken aback by her audacity to confront them armed only with a knife against their firearms. The leader of this hunting expedition laughed derisively, his shoulders shaking with mirth. "Look at her, a witch devoid of magical prowess, daring to face us with nothing but a mere dagger." The hunters erupted into laughter. Loya stared at them with an impassive expression, contemplating the likelihood of success in employing the Silent One for the first time. According to the old witch's assertion, it was only by slitting a throat with this dagger that one could summon the Silent One, a task fraught with peril. It was a matter of either failure or one's own demise. Loya inhaled deeply. Gryffindor is all about daring to take risks. Fear of death? Nonsense. With her dagger raised, the blade hovered perilously close to her throat, merely a millimeter away. One by one, the grand chandeliers of the theater plummeted, stirring up clouds of dust that nearly obscured the vision of everyone present. For figures descended from the ceiling, the theater soared several meters high, and it would be expected that even wizards, without the aid of magic, would sustain fractures from such a fall. Yet, they landed unscathed, casually brushing the dust from their garments. Each of these intruders possessed striking features, though their complexions were markedly paler than those of ordinary people. Their eyes glowed a vivid crimson. Vampires. The dark-haired vampire held a photograph, glancing at the girl captured within it before fixing his intense gaze upon Loya. "Ah, I found her. She is the spitting image of the girl in the photograph given by the leader." "It's you, miss." Loya was utterly perplexed. Throughout her life, she had encountered supernatural beings such as vampires, yet she had never engaged with them directly. Out of sheer boredom, she had casually perused the works of Loart, which featured vampires. At this moment, to her astonishment, for vampires placed their left hands upon their right chests and, with utmost respect, bowed in unison, performing a quintessential gentleman's salute. Subsequently, the vampire with ebony hair gestured towards a tall vampire, seemingly assigning him a task. "You, the newcomer, serve as a shield for the lady," he commanded. The tall vampire approached Loya, maintaining a polite distance of a meter, resembling a colossal statue standing before her. His back turned. The hunter captain, who had previously mocked Loya, now displayed a countenance of dread upon realizing that the 4 intruders were vampires. The town had not witnessed a vampire in centuries, and more critically, they were witch hunters, not vampire hunters, lacking the ammunition to confront such foes. The anxious hunter clicked his tongue in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it, why are vampires here?" No sooner had he uttered these words than the ebony-haired vampire, who had been several meters away, vanished in an instant, his speed astonishing, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. To Loya, it appeared as if he had shifted dimensions without any forewarning. With a sound akin to flesh being torn, blood trickled from the corner of the hunter captain's mouth as his eyes widened in horror. His gaze dropped, revealing a bloodied arm protruding from his chest. The vanished vampire had reappeared behind him, his right hand having pierced through the captain's torso. The hunter had no time to scream. His neck was effortlessly snapped by the vampire's other hand, his head wrenched from his body, blood spraying several feet high. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. The hunter's head retained the expression of terror, eyes wide with fear, and as it rolled towards Loya's feet, the vampire designated as the shield crushed it underfoot. The ebony-haired vampire grinned, revealing his fangs, and spread his arms wide, declaring, "Brothers, let us revel in a vampire's feast." In the next moment, the vampires, who had originally occupied their positions, left behind only fleeting shadows, plunging the unsuspecting hunters into a state of chaos. These vampires possessed strength and speed far surpassing that of ordinary humans, effortlessly disemboweling hunters, severing their throats, and crushing their bones. One female hunter, paralyzed by fear, trembled uncontrollably as she retreated, firing wildly at the advancing vampire. Even after being struck by multiple bullets, the vampire displayed an indifference to pain, continuing its relentless approach. She fell to the ground, struggling to crawl towards the exit, only to be seized by the throat the very next instant. Amid her desperate screams, the vampire's teeth savagely tore through her throat, savoring its prey. A hunter, overwhelmed by terror and having lost all reason, inserted a gun into his mouth and took his own life. Witnessing their comrades perish one after another, the panicked hunters began to fire indiscriminately, unable to distinguish friend from foe, resulting in some inadvertently shooting their own allies. Bullets flew aimlessly through the air, while a vampire positioned before Loya, acting as a shield, remained unperturbed, blocking dozens of shots aimed at him. Nonchalantly, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and exhaled a smoke ring. Were it not for the haunting screams of the hunters surrounding them, Loya, fixated on the bullet holes in the vampire's attire, would have been unable to suppress the urge to inquire, "Mr. Vampire, do you lack pain receptors?" After an intense skirmish, more accurately, a one-sided massacre by the vampires, the theater lay strewn with dismembered limbs, not a single hunter's body remaining intact. The ground was littered with grotesque remnants of flesh and blood, with several vampires already partaking in their gruesome feast. The brutality of the scene left Loya momentarily speechless. Laura, it seemed, hadn't escaped far. Her corpse contorted and collapsed beside the theater's entrance, her neck a mangled mess from a savage bite. A vampire clad in black leather approached, addressing Loya with a peculiar deference. "Miss, we arrived from England, and it appears." This vampire, seemingly lacking in eloquence and social grace, stammered for quite some time. Yet Loya could not decipher his intent. The vampire in black leather scratched his head and kicked the lifeless form of a dark-haired vampire on the ground. "Ivak, stop playing dead. Get up and explain yourself." The dark-haired vampire, named Ivak, who had previously delivered a grand proclamation of a vampire revelry, now lay motionless. Ivak, resembling an incessant chatterbox even in death, lamented, "Did you not see that I was shot? I was struck by a silver bullet from a vampire hunter. My regenerative abilities cannot save me now. Hurry, quickly write my will. My last words are to bite the author who traveled with the vampires. What was her name? Lolita? No. It seems it was Lockhart? Humph. Which vampire could ever share a vessel with food? Were I that vampire, I would have ended the male protagonist's life by the very first chapter. Another vampire could no longer contain himself and interjected, "From the moment you were transformed into a vampire, you became a mere corpse, and here we have only witch hunters. Where would we find vampire hunters? Those silver bullets are meant for witches, not for vampires." The vampire, serving as a shield for Loya, silently approached the lifeless form of Afk, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He bore over 20 ghastly bullet holes, and as he flexed his shoulders and neck, the bullets embedded within his body ejected with a shudder, splattering Afk's face. Remarkably, the wounds on his body healed at an astonishing rate, new skin tissue emerging visibly within mere seconds, leaving no trace of scars behind. In a moment of clarity, Loya realized that the vampires of this world possessed not only extraordinary speed and strength but also remarkable regenerative abilities. A chuckle escaped his lips as he sprang to his feet, as if resurrected, adjusting his collar. "My dear, we are of the bloodline. You wizards and muggles refer to us as vampires. Our leader, your own brother, has mobilized all the vampires of England to seek you. We have scoured New Mexico for over 20 days, turning it upside down, only to find you in this peculiar town. We stumbled in here by chance, and fortunately. It is not daylight, for I abhor the sun." From the loquacious vampire's words, Loya immediately grasped the crux of the matter. "I have a brother?" Loya inquired, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. Could it be that Dumbledore and Grindelwald had a complete family? The leader yearns to find you personally, yet, due to certain supernatural circumstances, he is unable to leave his domain. Loya's heart raced with uncontainable excitement. She could hardly wait to uncover any information regarding this brother of hers. "Which of my two fathers does my brother resemble more? Someone with golden hair and blue eyes like yours?" she queried, turning to the vampire beside her. "Does he bear a closer likeness to Dumbledore or Grindelwald?" "I have never laid eyes on Dumbledore or Grindelwald," the vampire replied nonchalantly. "Haven't you lived for over 2 centuries, claiming the lives of numerous wizards while being relentlessly pursued by the Ministry of Magic? Didn't Dumbledore once hunt you down? Surely, you must remember what he looks like." With a hint of pride, the vampire retorted, "Upon learning that Dumbledore was after me, I swiftly fled to India. No one would suspect that I would disguise myself as a human and sell flatbreads on the streets of India." Ave shot him a disdainful glare. "What a disgrace. What use are you? I truly doubt you have ever killed a wizard. For someone of Dumbledore's stature, would I stand around waiting for death? You may not believe me now, but just wait until we return to England. I shall demonstrate my prowess by slaying a pureblood wizard for you." After expressing his indignation, the vampire cleared his throat, his demeanor shifting instantly as he cordially inquired of Loya, "Miss, who among your wizarding community is the most ostentatious and flamboyant?" "You might be referring to Lucius Malfoy." Loya tilted her head in response. "Indeed. Miss, await my good news. Let us see if I cannot bring him down. Imagine the headlines in your newspapers." "That may not be necessary," Loya replied, exasperated. "You have no acquaintance with Lucius, nor any grievances against him. What would be the point of killing him out of spite?" Loya suddenly tapped her head, realizing she had nearly forgotten the moment she uncovered an inverted photo frame on the bookshelf in the headmaster's office. Driven by curiosity, she flipped the frame over, revealing a yellowed photograph of a youthful Dumbledore and Grindelwald together. Holding the picture, she couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary handsomeness of both fathers, and so, with a discreet incantation, she employed a duplication spell to embed the replicated image within the pendant of her necklace. Loya opened the pendant, revealing the photograph to the vampires. "Which one does my brother resemble more?" Several vampires gathered around, scrutinizing the image. They first glanced at the red-haired youth, but then, almost in unison, their gaze fell upon the tall, blonde boy in the photograph. Moments later, a few straight vampires began to gossip. "This picture exudes a rather flamboyant aura, doesn't it? That blonde one is none other than the leader. The leader is actually gay. Haha." It seemed the vampires mistook the youth, Grindelwald, for her brother, implying that her brother bore an uncanny resemblance to Grindelwald. "You seem to be mistaken. The handsome blonde is my father," Ave remarked. "The leader and your father are like 2 peas in a pod. They look exactly alike. Your father's genes are extraordinarily potent." Loya involuntarily activated her imagination, envisioning her yet-to-be-met brother, whose golden hair and azure eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to the youthful visage of Grindelwald. The more she pondered, the more strikingly handsome he appeared. At that moment, amidst the mountain of corpses, a slight movement stirred. A hunter had miraculously survived. He scrambled desperately towards the exit, only to be intercepted by a vampire who teleported in front of him, poised to deliver a fatal bite. "Do not kill him yet. I have questions to ask." With a heart full of tentative hope, Loya sought to command the vampire to cease its actions. To her astonishment, the creature complied, retracting its fangs without hesitation. Was it because her brother was their leader, and she, as a sister, naturally commanded their obedience? The vampires, akin to dragging a tattered sack, brought the hunter before Loya and placed a foot upon the hunter's back. "Hey, which hunter?" the lady inquired. "I have a question for you." Loya gazed down upon the disheveled witch hunter. "Where have you imprisoned the captured sorcerers and werewolves?" she implored. "I beg you, do not kill me. I will reveal that they are confined in the dungeons of the old church." Upon receiving the desired information, the vampire politely inquired, "My lady, may I partake of him now?" Unaccustomed to such deference, Loya waved her hand dismissively. Do as you wish. The vampire bowed his head, revealing his sharp fangs, and savored his meal. Author, I shall depart the town tomorrow. Allow me a moment to reflect. The currently known information about Loya is as follows. She has an elder brother, whose subordinates are vampires. Although the reason for her brother, a wizard, becoming the leader of these vampires remains a mystery, they have been tasked with locating and safeguarding her. Thus, when Loya prepares to descend into the dungeon of the old church to rescue Snape and Lupin, these vampires insist on accompanying her for protection. As the group ascends the staircase leading to the theater's exit, they suddenly halt, their expressions grave. Loya observed them tilting their heads, seemingly engrossed in the sounds emanating from outside. The auditory and visual faculties of vampires far surpass those of humans. Even the typically jovial and loquacious vampire, Ifk, wore a serious expression at this moment. Loya surmised that an unexpected occurrence had transpired outside. What is happening out there? Loya inquired softly. Miss, it's utter chaos outside. There are screams, gunfire, and werewolves, Ifk replied, his brow furrowing. But today is not a full moon. How could there be werewolves? Ifk, your concern should be that there is not merely one werewolf, but rather 5, no, dozens. Historically, vampires and werewolves have been archenemies, more precisely. Werewolves are the sworn adversaries of vampires. Vampires may slaughter humans without restraint, toy with witch hunters at will, and even exploit their speed to attack sorcerers. Yet they find themselves thoroughly constrained by the werewolf species. Not to mention, werewolves possess tough hides that are difficult to penetrate. Even their saliva is a lethal poison to vampires, rendering them incapable of healing. According to Loya's understanding, the explosive rage of werewolves is akin to that of berserkers, while the swift agility of vampires parallels that of assassins. Thus unfolds the confrontation between an assassin and a berserker. Loya recalled a certain mobile game from her previous life. Was this not akin to a battle between the legendary Longling Wong Ake and Kai? It was no wonder that the vampires wore expressions of tension. As she pushed open the grand doors of the theater, an overwhelming stench of blood assailed her senses, the streets littered with thick, nauseating blood and torn corpses. The tragedy unfolding in Salem town at that moment rivaled the sanguinary revelry of the vampires within the theater. The townsfolk, in a state of utter panic, fled in all directions, relentlessly pursued by massive, fur-covered werewolves. In the distance, the sounds of gunfire echoed as hunters clashed with the beasts. Loya gazed in astonishment at the horrific scene before her. Mere meters away, a werewolf's razor-sharp claws tore a cornered human in half, from head to toe. The beast turned its head, its wolfish eyes distinctly different from those of an ordinary werewolf. Its pupils were murky and white, as if mutated. A voice, that of an old woman, eerily pierced through the torrential rain. Where is that wretched girl? She killed my son, and I shall have my werewolves rend her into pieces for my son's grave. It was only then that Loya recalled being imprisoned in a dungeon by an ancient witch, who had been clandestinely conducting experiments on werewolves. Those altered by her experiments could transform into wolves without the need for a full moon. Taking advantage of the witch's absence during a delivery, Loya had blinded her grotesque giant son and deliberately released Lupin, who had been transformed into a werewolf, leading to the brutal dismemberment of her monstrous offspring. Moreover, Loya had set her ancestral home ablaze, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. Little did she expect the witch to harbor such a grudge, as she now pursued her vengeance into the witch hunter-infested town of Salem. In this town, magic was forbidden, rendering the witch unable to locate Loya through sorcery. Consequently, in a fit of madness, the witch unleashed all her experimental werewolves into the town for a frenzied slaughter. Determined to eliminate Loya, even at the cost of innocent lives, several werewolves had already taken notice of their presence, charging toward them with menacing howls. The dark-haired vampire, Ivok, appeared to have a higher status among his kin. He commanded the tall vampire who served as a shield for Loya, instructing, newcomer, escort the lady to find her friends and ensure her safety while we hold off these werewolves. The vampire shield nodded in acknowledgement, and Loya wasted no time. Her priority was to rescue Snape and Lupin. Before parting with the vampires, she cautioned the remaining ones. If you happen to see something resembling a black mist soaring through the sky, remember to take cover. After all, it indiscriminately attacks any living creature within its vicinity, and I do not wish for any allies to be harmed. Ivok flashed a hearty smile and bowed, replying, as you command, milady. It was not until Loya and the vampire shield had vanished from sight that Ivok's gaze fell upon the mutated werewolves lurking, waiting for their opportunity to strike. He shed his earlier jovial demeanor, now speaking cautiously. Engage carefully. Avoid getting bitten, for a single bite will spell certain doom. 3 vampires facing off against 5 werewolves? A dire disadvantage indeed. The weight of their racial oppression was palpable. They could not afford to return to their leader drained of blood or reduced to ash by blue flames, so they resolved to hold their ground. The other vampires took up positions for attack, their banter laced with sarcasm, yet none dared to retreat. Despite her fervent desire to rush to the old church to rescue Snape and Lupin, Loia knew she must first make her way to Flower Square. The vampire shield followed obediently, asking no questions. Flower Square had recently endured a bloody onslaught from werewolves. The decorations for the Feast of the Gods lay in disarray. A scene of utter devastation. The air was filled with cries of anguish and screams, and as Loia navigated through the chaos, she finally reached the center of the square, where a pillar bore the severed heads of Lavender and Terrence. Loia suppressed the fury within, for the witch hunters were truly merciless. The decayed heads emitted a foul stench, attracting numerous flies. With the assistance of the muscular vampire, they placed the 2 heads into a box. Since they were to return, they would at least bring their companions' remains back to their families. They swiftly arrived at the dungeon of the old church, where the vampire showcased the speed and strength characteristic of his kind. He firmly grasped a guard's head with one hand and lifted him, leaving the burly guard suspended in the air before violently smashing his head against the wall, shattering it into multiple fragments. Another guard, paralyzed by fear, gazed at the vampire's exposed fangs and was swiftly silenced as the vampire bit through his throat, wiping the considerable blood from his chin. Loia discovered a key on the guard's corpse and unlocked the iron door of the dungeon. The cardinal indeed upheld his promise. Both Snape and Lupin, who had been captured by the hunters, were unharmed. In the joy of their reunion, Loia's voice carried a playful note. Gentlemen, I am here to escort you back to school. Ever since Snape had been captured by the hunters, he had been constantly worried about Loia, fearing for her safety against the witch hunters. When Loia appeared before him unscathed, the anxiety that had weighed on his heart finally lifted. Without waiting for Loia to take a step, Snape had already hastened to her side. He gently placed a hand on her shoulder, eager to inquire about her whereabouts and whether she had been injured. However, before he could voice his concerns, the typically taciturn muscular vampire suddenly raised his voice, sternly declaring, "You insolent fool! Show some respect for my lady." He positioned himself between Snape and Loia, glaring at Snape with hostility. Lupin, noticing the vampire's crimson eyes, exclaimed in astonishment. A vampire? The vampire, upon hearing the voice, also perceived that Lupin was a werewolf. The inherent animosity between their races ignited the vampire's red eyes, baring his fangs as he prepared to launch an attack on the unsuspecting Lupin. Just as tensions escalated, Loia swiftly intervened, stating, "You misunderstand. They are my current and future professors." She turned to Snape and Lupin, explaining, "This gentleman, the vampire, is not our adversary. Rather, he is an ally." Upon hearing Loia's words, the vampire, with an impassive demeanor, methodically interjected, "Miss, permit me to correct you. I am not your friend. I have sworn fealty to the leader. I am but the leader's hound, and as you are the leader's beloved sister, I am likewise your servant." This peculiar logic left Loia momentarily abashed. Yet the pressing matter at hand was their departure from this place. "Very well, time is of the essence. We shall discuss matters later. For now, we must leave." The group hastily exited the dungeon, only to encounter the secretary of the cardinal, with whom Loia had previously engaged in negotiations. Upon sighting the vampire, the secretary's jaw dropped in astonishment, and after a reflexive search through his pockets, he suddenly remembered that he had neither holy water nor a crucifix with him. Loia hastily clarified, "They are our own." The secretary's lips twitched. Witches, werewolves, vampires, and a myriad of supernatural beings had converged upon this small town. Time was of the essence, and thus he stated his purpose plainly. "The bishop has sent me to escort you away from the town. A few of your friends near your cabin have already been taken to the old church's cemetery, while the werewolves remain unaware of our presence. I will lead you to the cemetery." Just then, a sudden howl pierced the night sky. On the roof of the old church, a ferocious werewolf glared at them with predatory eyes. The beast leaped from the rooftop, landing with a thud and growling as it lunged toward them. The vampire, a steadfast shield, promptly teleported to engage it. However, under the weight of racial dominance, the vampire soon found himself at a disadvantage. The werewolf's fangs pierced through the vampire's right arm, dragging him several meters before crashing him against the wall of the cemetery. Loia approached the vampire leaning against the wall, crouching down before him. He appeared quite disheveled, his hair cascading messily down his back. His arm had been severed, with a portion of bone exposed to the open air. The wound did not heal but rather decayed and darkened at a visible rate. The saliva of a werewolf is a lethal poison to vampires. Fully aware that death was imminent, the vampire calmly addressed Loya, saying, "Miss, in just a few minutes, my body will rot to ashes. During this brief interval, I shall do my utmost to hold it at bay. You and your companions should take this opportunity to leave swiftly." A trace of sorrow flickered across Loya's face as she gently said, "Thank you, my lady. There is no need for you to feel disheartened. I have lived for several centuries, which is ample time. You need not concern yourself with the other vampires. Prioritizing your own safety is the wisest course of action." Loya fell silent for a moment, biting her lip as she bid farewell to the vampire and ran towards the cemetery. The vampire, having lost half of his arm, stood upright, his spine straightened, resolutely facing death. He curled his lip in a grimace, glaring defiantly at the mutated werewolves. "Come forth, you filthy, lowly beasts." Loya and her companions have finally arrived safely at the cemetery, where they encountered the long-awaited Hermione and Sirius Black. Everyone is reunited at last. Sirius, with a scowl upon his face, was still bound by ropes. After Loya's departure, he had been securely tied up again by Hermione and the madwoman upon regaining consciousness. Loya gazed around, yet found no trace of the madwoman. She had declared her intention to remain, to witness the destruction of Salem, and Hermione, filled with sorrow, shook her head in dismay. Loya sighed deeply within, realizing how hatred could lead one to such relentless obsession. The madwoman yearned to witness the destruction of Salem, desiring to be reduced to ashes alongside it. Lupin swiftly untied the ropes binding young Sirius. Observing the bandages and gauze that enveloped him, Lupin deduced that his injuries were severe. He propped up one of Sirius's arms and inquired, "Can you endure?" Despite his pale complexion, Sirius's voice was resolute as he managed to force a smile. "Of course I can endure. How could I possibly collapse now? Once we return, I must take my young girlfriend to Hogsmeade. She has surely never visited Honeyduke's or Madame Putafoot's tea shop." Lupin inwardly rolled his eyes, genuinely believing that the deeply entangled Sirius was beyond redemption, and silently sympathized with Harry for a moment. The statue of the Virgin Mary in the cemetery was gently turned by the secretary, causing a fissure to appear in the cemetery wall, revealing a hidden passage. The stone doors of the passage automatically slid open to either side, and under his guidance, the group followed him into the secret route. Further below lay an underground labyrinth. "You must stay close to me. If you stray, you may find yourselves eternally trapped within," he warned. Once everyone had entered the passage, the secretary felt along the walls for a while until he located a circular disc. After turning it, the stone doors on either side of the passage began to close slowly, halting when they nearly met, leaving just a narrow gap through which a small girl could pass. The howls of werewolves grew ever closer, and it would not be long before one would discover them and force open the stone doors. Yet, the secretary showed no intention of fully closing the doors. Everyone looked at him with confusion, except for Loya. The secretary spoke languidly, "Miss Grindelwald, it is time for you to fulfill our agreement." His words stirred an inexplicable sense of unease within Snape, who harbored a foreboding feeling that something was about to be irrevocably lost. He instinctively glanced at Loya. Loya nodded subtly towards the secretary. According to the pact forged between her and the cardinal, her forthcoming task was to assume the role of a silent specter, annihilating every inhabitant of the town, including hunters and the intruding werewolves, leaving not a single soul behind. The secretary's demeanor served as a veiled warning to Loya, should she have a sudden change of heart. He would refuse to lead them through the subterranean labyrinth to escape the town. Ultimately, they would all be trapped eternally within the passage, where they could await their grim fate as the werewolves discovered them, forcefully breaching the stone doors. Loya inhaled deeply, resolutely turning away to stride towards the stone door, only to be swiftly halted by Snape, who grasped her arm with urgency. His voice was laden with anxiety and trepidation. "Where are you going?" "I'm just going to retrieve something. I shall return shortly," Loya replied, her gaze flickering uncertainly, betraying her unease. "You are deceiving me," Snape asserted, locking eyes with her. Yet she averted her gaze, avoiding his penetrating stare. "What kind of deal have you struck with them?" Observing Loya's furtive demeanor intensified Snape's unease, a sensation that grew ever more acute, as if an inner voice warned him that the transaction she had engaged in could very well jeopardize her life. Realizing this, Snape felt his heart race, scrutinizing Loya with an expectant gaze, awaiting her response. Yet, she evaded his inquiry. She seemed indifferent to her own safety, but he was not. "It's nothing. You needn't concern yourself." Loya offered a dismissive remark, attempting to free her hand, yet Snape held it firmly. Answer me. Snape's sudden shift in tone caught Loya off guard. He had never spoken to her with such severity before. His anger stemmed from his deep concern for her safety. Noticing Loya remained motionless, her anxious secretary interjected at an inopportune moment, Miss Grindelwald, as long as you uphold your promise and utilize your silent power, we will also fulfill our commitment to testify for your friend. From the fragments of their conversation, Snape deduced that Loya's perilous bargain was somehow connected to Black. His heart sank, and his grip on her arm tightened. What have you done for him? Faced with Snape's probing inquiry, Loya remained silent, uncertain of how to articulate her predicament. She could hardly confess to making a deal to wreak havoc upon this town or to commit murder. After a prolonged silence, she finally managed to utter, "It's not entirely for him. I merely wish to use my silent power to eliminate a few wretched individuals. I have warned you that silence will consume your life. I cannot allow you to act recklessly." Upon hearing Snape's words, the girl lifted her gaze, her determination shining through her azure eyes. "I know. I have made my choice. Please, let go of me." A flicker of anguish crossed Snape's eyes. The girl he cherished, the one he sought to protect, had gone to such lengths for another man, even at the cost of her own life. A suffocating pain spread through his chest, gradually enveloping his entire being, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Yet, regardless of her affections for anyone else, he could not bear to witness her sacrificing her life. Snape resolutely held onto her hand, stating emphatically, "I will not release you. I cannot stand idly by while you risk your life for him. I am your temporary guardian. I am not a child. I am not acting recklessly. You need not constantly wield your role as a temporary guardian to control me. I am fully aware of my choices. Every decision I make is well considered and based on the most suitable conditions at hand. Having made my choice, I will not regret it." Loya forcefully shook off his hand, casting a glance back at Snape, fully aware of everything that had transpired in Salem, the sacrifices made, which were sufficient to awaken her to the grim reality that without power, one would merely become prey. The thought of suppressing the strength within her for the sake of survival, settling into mediocrity, living an ordinary life as a commonplace individual was intolerable. This was not the life she desired. Since she was born wielding this double-edged sword, she resolved to harness this power to its fullest potential. Snape stood frozen, staring at the hand she had flung away, his fingertips gradually growing cold. A tumult of emotions, sadness, pain, anger, jealousy, and despair swelled within him, so intense it felt as though it might drive him to madness. The emotions he had suppressed for so long finally erupted. He grasped her shoulders, trembling as he vociferously accused, "Have you gone to such lengths for Black? Have you considered my feelings at all? What am I to you? Do you not realize?" The words he longed to utter remained unspoken, forcibly stifled by Snape. Once he revealed his true feelings for her, there would be no turning back. Their relationship would be irrevocably severed. He had been entrusted by Dumbledore to temporarily care for his daughter, yet as her guardian, he found himself harboring such forbidden sentiments. He could only imagine Dumbledore's profound disappointment upon discovering the truth. Should his concealed affections come to light, Dumbledore would undoubtedly prevent her from having any further contact with him, and he would lose the only connection that tied him to her, that of a temporary guardian. She was the cherished jewel of the greatest white wizard, the heir of Grindelwald, destined for a future resplendent with brilliance. He understood all too well that in terms of both lineage and age, he was wholly inadequate. Loia gazed at Snape in confusion, tilting her head upward to scrutinize his eyes in an attempt to decipher his thoughts. Meanwhile, Snape cast his gaze downward, a bitter expression crossing his face as he hoarsely uttered, "I cannot stand by idly. I have a duty to protect you." He seemed resolute, determined to prevent her from utilizing the silent charm. Loia furrowed her brow in distress. If she failed to fulfill the transaction, would they all perish in this place? The secretary, arms crossed and watching the spectacle, could not resist interjecting, "Pardon my interruption. While I struggle to comprehend the tangled relationship among the three of you, you just claimed you would protect her? Yet, from what I observe, it was she who rescued you from captivity. And it was she who negotiated with our bishop to secure your chance of leaving this town. What means do you possess to protect her?" Snape froze, each utterance from the bystanders striking him like a heavy blow, as their words laid bare the truth. The observer shrugged and continued, "Therefore, do not hinder her from fulfilling her promise. She possesses the right to choose." Gazing at Snape's stunned visage, Loya calmly stated, "You cannot protect me. My strength now surpasses yours." The color drained from Snape's face in an instant, her words slicing through his heart like a knife. "Foolish girl. I do not require you to do anything for me. Sirius's anxious voice intruded upon their conversation, intensifying Loya's headache. He forcefully pushed past Remus, who attempted to restrain him. And despite the pain from his gunshot wound, he approached Loya. "We must find another way to escape this place. You need not engage in any dealings with those muggles." Loya sighed as she gazed at Sirius. If there truly were an alternative solution, they would not have been ensnared for such an extended period. And Lavanda and Terence would not have met their untimely demise. Loya pointed to her chest, asserting that there was indeed a method, one that resided within her being. A silent force that she would not allow anyone to obstruct. For a fleeting moment, perhaps even Loya herself failed to recognize that when she became obstinate. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Gellert Grindelwald. Sirius grasped her arm and divulged the very secret that Loya most wished to keep hidden. "That mad woman revealed to me that the condition for employing the silent is to slit your own throat. You are gambling with your life by forcing the silent into action at the cost of your own near-death experience. Do you comprehend? This is reckless, even if you succeed. Each use of the silent will consume 30 years of your life." Why, at such a critical juncture, did that lunatic choose to disclose this information to Sirius? Loya pondered with a furrowed brow. Upon realizing that the peril of utilizing the silent exceeded his greatest fears, and that the price was indeed a wager with death, Snape implored Loya in a tone laced with desperation, "From now on, I shall oppose you in nothing. I will not interfere with your affections. As long as you refrain from venturing out and using the silent." Loya said gloomily, "Please, can you refrain from such pessimism? It's not a matter of life and death. Have you so readily concluded that I will perish? Moreover, given the current circumstances, the mutated werewolves outside could burst in at any moment. Are we to remain silently awaiting our doom?" Lupin's gaze shifted between the three of them. Grappling with the unsettling notion of sacrificing a girl's life for the chance of survival for a few adults, it was a truth he found difficult to accept. Even feeling a twinge of shame, he yearned to counsel Loya to abandon her use of the silent method. Yet the atmosphere among the three was far from one he could penetrate. At present, Loya held in her left hand a box containing the head of Lavender Terence, while her free right hand was firmly grasped by two older gentlemen. Loya cast a glance at the secretary of the cardinal, hoping that this ally in the transaction might devise a solution. The secretary, seemingly indifferent, nodded slightly. He drew the gun from behind him, aiming it at Snape and Sirius. "Release Miss Grindelwald and allow her to fulfill her promise, or I shall pull the trigger," he declared, embodying the archetype of a villain. He deliberately fired 2 shots into the wall, seeking to intimidate Snape and Sirius. However, he evidently underestimated the 2 elderly men encircling the young girl. They exhibited no fear of the bullets, remaining resolute and unyielding in their grip on Loya's hand. This left him at a loss for what to do next. Loya tightened her lips. Given the circumstances, she had no choice but to proceed in this manner. She hurled the box containing Lavender Terrence's corpse towards Hermione. And with her now free left hand, she seized the secretary's handgun, pressing the muzzle firmly against her own forehead. "If you do not release me, I shall end my own life before both of you." Loya's finger rested perilously on the trigger, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Snape and Sirius. Snape and Sirius looked at her in sheer panic, refraining from any movement for fear that they might provoke her into an act of self-harm. Loya cast a glance at her right hand, firmly reiterating to them, "Release me." The 2 men finally relinquished their grip, maintaining the aim of their firearms at her forehead. Loya gradually retreated to the stone gates. The twin stone doors slowly began to close before her, and through the narrowing gap, she could perceive the expressions in their eyes, filled with despair and sorrow. Behind her, the mutated werewolves encircled her, poised to strike. The old witch, who had pursued her to the cemetery, incessantly struck the ground with her staff, her grotesque features contorted in rage as she screeched, "You wretched girl, I've finally caught you. My werewolf shall tear you to shreds, and you will pay for my son's demise." Loya turned away, a cold curve appearing at the corners of her mouth. What a jest! Even in death, she would only succumb by her own hand. With unwavering composure, she positioned the dagger of summoned silent against her neck. A wager to live 30 years less, a loss resulting in immediate demise, there was nothing to fear. Resolutely, she tightened her grip on the dagger. The last sight witnessed by Snape and Sirius was of the girl's blade viciously slicing through her throat, a torrent of scorching blood gushing forth, her body collapsing like a marionette with severed strings onto the stone floor. With a thunderous crash, the heavy stone doors slammed shut, and her figure vanished from their sight. The werewolves lunged toward the girl lying in a pool of blood, just as her body was about to be torn to shreds. A surge of black matter coalesced around her, enveloping her completely and erupting forth silently. The frenzied Silent mercilessly hurled the werewolves aside, leaving the old witch aghast as she beheld her experimental werewolves being slaughtered one after another by the wrathful Silent. Trembling, she stammered, her terrified gaze fixed on Silent as it charged toward her. With a resounding crash, blood mist filled the air, and the old witch's head spun through the skies. Her final sight was of her headless body grotesquely slumped among the corpses of the werewolves. Abraham gasped for breath, having just vanquished a werewolf, when the hunters behind him suddenly trembled, pointing fearfully at the horizon. A mass of impenetrable darkness streaked across the sky, hurtling toward them at an alarming speed. The hunters could not conceal their quaking teeth. What manner of black monstrosity was this? Silently, the entity surged forward, wreaking havoc in its wake. Streets lay in ruins. The rooftops of churches were torn asunder, and buildings crumbled to dust. Helpless hunters were swept into the air by its force, their bodies disintegrating into indistinguishable remnants of limbs. Abraham's countenance shifted from shock to sheer terror. He retreated frantically, his hands futilely squeezing the trigger of his weapon against the dark monstrosity. Several bullets pierced through the entity, inflicting no damage whatsoever. The shadowy beast accelerated towards him, its immense force overwhelming Abraham, forcing him to kneel. His body was dragged for dozens of meters before being flung into the air, landing impaled upon the crucifix of Jesus in the church. The creature resembled a black tsunami, obliterating and consuming everything in the town. The townsfolk desperately scattered in all directions, their terrified screams echoing through the chaos. A deranged woman knelt fervently on the ground. Resembling a fanatical devotee, her arms outstretched as she tilted her head back, laughing maniacally in welcome of the creature's arrival, embracing death. The Day of the Dead in Salem had ushered in the Grim Reaper instead. The girl lay quietly in a pool of blood, unaware of how long she had been resting amidst the mountains of corpses. Her golden hair was stained a deep crimson, blood mingled with rainwater, flowing past her feet and merging into a river, leaving her unable to discern whether it was her own blood or that of others. Surrounding her was an eerie silence, interrupted only by the sound of rain pattering against the bloodied ground and lifeless bodies. No other signs of life could be heard. The torrential rain washed over the entire town, as if seeking to bury all traces of blood and sin beneath its deluge. Loya attempted to move her icy fingers, but she could not stir an inch. The wound on her neck was deep, and when she tried to utter a sound, she could only cough up a few mouthfuls of blood. She struggled to remember, and she succeeded. She transformed into silence. Loya felt a sense of gratitude for her remarkable resilience. Was this the fate of a protagonist, to survive even a throat-slitting? She turned her gaze, surveying the desolation that lay before her, a town utterly devastated, reduced to ruins. Her hands were stained with blood and the weight of lives lost, yet she harbored no regrets. As her body grew increasingly cold, her mind wandered, contemplating whether the secretary of the bishop had managed to escort Snape and Sirius away from the town. Had they perhaps returned to Hogwarts by now? Unfortunate as it was, a mutated werewolf had survived among the corpses, its half-crippled arm and one eye protruding grotesquely from its socket, creating a terrifying visage. A beast is a beast, as long as life persisted. Its mind was consumed solely by bloodlust and carnage. The werewolf detected Loya, still clinging to her last breaths, and emitted a low growl as it approached her menacingly. At that moment, a massive creature, resembling a lion and covered in a mane, leapt over Loya. Its tail, longer than its body, arced gracefully through the air. The beast, a magnificent creature known as a Zowu, brought its sharp claws down upon the werewolf, pinning it to the ground, while its gleaming fangs severed the creature's head with ferocity. Amidst the torrential rain, a tall, slender man sprinted toward her, grasping a tattered suitcase, the splashes of water soaking the hem of his coat. He knelt beside Loya, pressing one hand against the wound on her throat to stem the flow of blood, while his other hand withdrew a wand from his coat, intent on using it to heal her. After several futile attempts to conjure magic, he recalled the prohibition against it in this town. The brown-haired man put away his wand, maintaining pressure on her wound with his right hand, tilting his head with caution as he asked, "Miss Grindelwald, do you hear my voice?" Loya lifted her heavy eyelids to gaze at the unfamiliar man before her. He sported a mane of chestnut curls, with flecks of gray at his temples, and his cheeks were adorned with a smattering of freckles, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity within her. Loya's gaze lingered upon the pocket of his coat, where a small bulge had formed. A tree guardian, a peculiar creature, poked its head out, shaking off droplets of water from its crown and curiously blinking its brown eyes at Loya. Was it a Zowu? A tree guardian? A suitcase? Brown curls? Freckles? Could it be Newt Scamander? Author's note: Some characters cannot be directly represented, hence homophonic substitutes are employed, but they are not misspellings. Today, I have penned 5,000 words, and the author is utterly exhausted. Miss Grindelwald, do you hear my voice? The man with chestnut curls inquired cautiously, tilting his head. Loya wished she could roll her eyes internally and unleash a barrage of sarcastic remarks. Asking a victim with a severed throat to vocalize a response was an unreasonable demand. She simply could not manage it. The man surveyed the desolate surroundings, where the remnants of shattered ruins lay scattered about, and the fragmented stones imbued with anti-magic properties glimmered with an eerie luminescence amidst the mire. Even in their pulverized state, these stones continued to obstruct the sorcerer's magic. Otherwise, he could have easily transported Miss Grindelwald to St. Mungo's hospital using apparition, in a bid to staunch the bleeding. The man tore off a yellow and black-striped scarf and wrapped it around Loya's wound. A fleeting glance at the scarf draped around his own neck, distinctively reminiscent of Hufflepuff's colors, coupled with the peculiar bowtruckle in his pocket and the leather case at his feet, finally confirmed Loya's suspicions about his identity. He was none other than Newt Scamander, the esteemed author of the Magical Creatures textbook and the most cherished pupil of Dumbledore, not to mention a thorn in the side of the infamous Grindelwald. In her previous life in Hogwarts, she had been rather impoverished, resolutely refusing to patronize cinemas for any blockbuster release, shamelessly resorting to searching for pirated resources online. The moment she chanced upon the trailer for Fantastic Beasts, she found herself utterly captivated, not only by the myriad of magical creatures but also by the tumultuous love-hate saga between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Thus, she reluctantly parted with a significant sum to purchase a movie ticket, eventually spiraling into an unwavering fandom for Newt, even while playing the HP mobile game. Newt was her very first golden echo. Little did she expect to traverse into the realm of Harry Potter and have the opportunity to meet Newt in person. Standing before her was her idol, and Loya's eyes widened with excitement, teetering on the brink of tears. In her fervor, she failed to notice that Newt Scamander, despite appearing as a youthful figure, was indeed of a much older generation. A few strands of white graced his temples, yet in comparison to his actual age, he seemed remarkably youthful, almost absurdly so. Loya's tear-filled eyes, combined with her injured and disheveled state, naturally led Newt to misconstrue her as a frightened little girl overwhelmed by the sudden presence of a stranger. Believing he had been mistaken for a villain, Newt offered a shy and friendly smile, assuring her, "Miss Grindelwald, I am not a bad person. I have come to find you." Meanwhile, Loya, drained of strength and unable to utter a word, was preoccupied with the thought that, should she succumb to her injuries, she must seize the moment to obtain Newt's autograph and a photograph before it was too late. Summoning her last ounce of energy, she grasped at his sleeve. But in her weakened state, she failed to realize she was actually clutching Newt's tie. The sudden and forceful tug on his tie nearly left Newt gasping for breath. He, devoted to the care of magical creatures throughout his life, possesses a gentle and reserved demeanor, showing no signs of anger. Newt quickly loosened his tie. Finally able to catch his breath, Loya clutched her idol's tie with excitement, trembling in fear as Newt mistakenly regarded her as a mere child. It appeared that his attempts to demonstrate he was not a villain had little effect. The socially awkward Newt, grappling with his discomfort, scratched the back of his neck in distress. After considerable deliberation, he recalled that invoking Dumbledore's name might serve to soothe her fears. "Dumbledore sent me to find you. Your father has been searching for you these past few days and is quite worried." The last encounter between Newt and Dumbledore had occurred decades prior, when he had been dispatched on a mission to combat Grindelwald. Now, after all these years, being summoned again by Dumbledore to locate his daughter underscored the significance of this child to the esteemed wizard. After spending over 20 days searching in New Mexico without success, he had just stumbled upon this small town, only to coincidentally encounter the silent figure of Loya. Little did he expect Dumbledore's daughter to be imbued, which evoked memories of the Sudanese girl who had perished due to the failed separation that had haunted him. Contemplating this, the kind-hearted Newt found his compassion for Loya deepening considerably. Loya coughed up a mouthful of blood, prompting Newt to swiftly apply pressure to her wound, gently encircling her with one arm. In a soothing tone, he reassured the little girl, "Fear not, we shall soon arrive at St. Mungo's hospital. Zowu possesses unparalleled speed." With that, Newt retrieved a cat toy from his pocket, shaking it to catch the attention of Zowu, who was joyfully kicking a werewolf's head like a ball in the distance. Upon hearing the jingle of the toy, Zowu's large, round eyes widened in excitement, and in the blink of an eye, it leaped before Newt, knocking him to the ground. The once fierce beast, resembling a lion in its majesty, transformed into an affectionate large cat, nuzzling against Newt. Now is not the time for affection. We must transport Miss Grindelwald to St. Mungo's, Newt said, exasperated. Zoe obediently lowered its massive body, allowing Newt to lift Loya and place her upon its back. As Zoe shook its thick mane, Loya felt herself lifted high above the ground, her feet dangling midair as if she might tumble off at any moment. Newt's gentle voice resonated from behind her. Do not worry, I shall hold on to you. Even Horace Slughorn gasped in shock upon seeing the wound on Loya's throat. The injury was grievous, but fortunately, it had been treated in time. Slughorn, who had been leisurely enjoying a luxurious vacation, was startled half to death by Dumbledore's sudden apparition before him, who provided no explanation and whisked him along with his medical kit to St. Mungo's Hospital. The doctors at St. Mungo's were attending to Loya's wounds, and upon seeing Dumbledore and Slughorn, they cleared a path. At that moment, Slughorn, clad in pajamas and slippers, appeared rather comical, especially with his bald head. Several young nurses struggled to suppress their laughter, for they were graced with the presence of the wizarding world's most illustrious white wizard, Albus Dumbledore, who stood anxiously beside the little girl's bedside. Irritated, Slughorn, upon witnessing Loya in a state of unconsciousness, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. His expression turned serious as he meticulously examined Loya with his wand. The realization dawned on Slughorn as to why Dumbledore had summoned him in such a state of urgency. He recalled Dumbledore's nephew, Credence, who had been consumed by the Obscurus many years prior. Credence had appeared frail and pale, his eyes closed in a death-like slumber, while a phoenix circled his side, with Albus weeping nearby. Despite Slughorn's efforts to aid in his treatment, Credence and Obscurus had not survived to see his 30th year. Now, Dumbledore's daughter was revealed to be an Obscurus as well. As Slughorn processed this revelation, he bent his hefty frame to retrieve a collection of vials from his medical kit, which Newt accepted and placed by the girl's bedside. These potions were only capable of treating her wounds, offering no remedy for the Obscurus. Yet given the girl's current condition, suppressing the Obscurus seemed unnecessary. Noticing that Dumbledore had dismissed the other physicians from the room, Slughorn inquired, "Have you been using potions to suppress it all along?" Dumbledore wearily rubbed his brow and said, "I implored Severus to use potions to suppress the presence of Credence within her. However, further resorting to potions to contain Credence has become futile. You must contemplate how to employ alchemy to extend her life. In the short term, she faces no imminent danger, but in the years to come, the situation becomes precarious. The direst outcome would be her complete consumption by Credence, at which point we may have no choice but to resort to the methods we employed 20 years ago to save your son." At this juncture, Slughorn hastily sealed his lips, casting a furtive glance at Dumbledore. Noticing that Dumbledore had remained silent, he exhaled in relief, realizing that he should not have broached the subject of Dumbledore's son, which struck a sensitive chord. Regaining his composure, Slughorn continued, "For now, you can rest assured that she will not face any life-threatening danger in the forthcoming years, and you are acquainted with numerous scholars in the field of alchemy." Once Slughorn departed, Dumbledore slumped his shoulders, his eyes reflecting sorrow. "I am not a fitting father. My failings led to my son's demise. And now my daughter suffers due to Credence." Author's note: Friends, Credence is Dumbledore's nephew, as depicted in Fantastic Beasts. He is not the brother of the female protagonist. When mentioning his son with Gellert, Dumbledore is overwhelmed by a sense of guilt. His son possessed an unparalleled magical talent from a young age, a gift that others could only envy. However, his son was proud and ruthless, believing that wizards were inherently meant to dominate muggles and rule the world. In stark contrast to Dumbledore's ideal of peaceful coexistence between wizards and muggles, his son seemed to be cut from the same cloth as Gellert. Tragically, Dumbledore's grievous error led directly to his son's demise. "If not for my negligence, her brother would still be alive. I am the cause of his death." The old man settled into his chair, his voice dry and hoarse, as if he had aged significantly in that moment. Newt attempted to console the elder, saying, "He still lives, albeit in a different form." Dumbledore sighed and shook his head. "His heart will never beat again. He cannot stand in the sunlight, for its rays would scorch his every inch of skin. He must sustain himself on human blood, like a vampire." In his son's final moments, Dumbledore sought the help of Nicholas Flamel, employing forbidden alchemical arts to transform his son into a vampire who would survive by feeding on human blood. This was the only way to ensure his continued existence. Since then, his son had vanished from his sight forever. 2 decades had passed, and his son had never returned to see him. He believed his son must harbor deep resentment towards him. Perhaps it was Merlin's grace that led Dumbledore to find his daughter after much hardship. Yet fate was cruel. Within her, there lay the curse of the Obscurus, which inevitably leads to death. Dumbledore could not suppress the memories of Anna and Credence that flooded back to him. The old man removed his crescent-shaped glasses and wearily wiped the corners of his eyes. He had once shied away from approaching his daughter, fearing her questions about her brother's whereabouts and the reason for his death. He was unprepared to confront her, as the guilt that haunted him continued to torment his soul. Consequently, Dumbledore entrusted Severus to care for his daughter, while he lingered outside the entrance to Spinner's End. Lacking the courage to step inside and visit her, relying instead on Severus to provide updates on her well-being. The socially awkward Newt was not adept at offering comfort. He recalled his fortunate encounters with vampires and regarded this enigmatic species as magical creatures, even hastily jotting down a few pages of observations. He rummaged through his case and found several dusty pages of his vampire observation reports. He read them aloud to Dumbledore, as if reciting from a textbook. Compared to humans, vampires possess the advantages of longevity, agility, and remarkable self-healing abilities. However, they are also brutal, bloodthirsty, and prefer the fresh blood of young maidens. They can be killed by a stake through the heart, disintegrate in sunlight, and are mortally wounded by the saliva of werewolves. Once Newt finished reading the report verbatim, he noticed Dumbledore staring at him with an impassive expression. Newt awkwardly chuckled, but I have heard that he can still perform magic like a wizard, even turning the Muggle world upside down. Dumbledore merely sighed deeply, saying nothing, and as he lowered his gaze, he noticed his daughter's fingers twitching slightly. The old man's eyes glistened with moisture as he called out his daughter's name several times. Loya gradually opened her eyes, yearning to prop herself up and sit. But Newt promptly moved to assist her, thoughtfully placing a pillow behind her to provide comfort. In truth, she had already awakened amidst the dialogue between Dumbledore and Newt. Yet her body felt so weak that she could scarcely lift her heavy eyelids. Swiftly, she gleaned the essence of their conversation. Her brother, once a wizard, had transformed into a vampire due to various circumstances and fled, leaving the solitary elder Dumbledore behind, who, burdened by guilt, refrained from approaching her. Observing the tears welling in Dumbledore's eyes at her awakening, Loya contemplated how to offer more effective solace to this lonely elder. Given her current appearance as a 12-year-old child, she resolved to leverage her youthful charm to evoke tenderness and affection. Loya raised a charming smile, extending her arms to embrace Dumbledore, nuzzling against him while calling out Daddy in a hoarse voice. Speaking stirred her wound, nearly causing her to wince in pain, yet she managed to conceal it. Dumbledore, gazing at his daughter's radiant smile, felt his heart melt, and all his worries and sorrows dissipated into thin air. There was no need for further words. Just those simple 2 syllables from Loyal unraveled the old man's emotional knots. He wiped his eyes and held his daughter close, gently patting her back with his weathered hand. After this profoundly moving father-daughter moment, Newt, who had been a mere backdrop for quite some time, finally seized the opportunity to introduce himself. "Hello, Miss Grindelwald. I am Newt Scamander, but you may simply call me Newt." As Roya was about to politely respond, Newt swiftly intervened, saying, "Your throat is injured. Refrain from speaking for the time being, as it may aggravate your wound." After uttering these words, Newt bent down to retrieve his vintage leather suitcase, unlocking its brass clasp. He rummaged through the half-open case for quite a while, seemingly searching for something. In that moment, 2 mischievous Nifflers seized the opportunity to escape through the suitcase's gap. No, you cannot emerge and disturb Miss Grindelwald. Your cries would drive anyone to madness," Newt exclaimed as he hurriedly grasped the tails of the 2 Nifflers, shoving them back into the confines of the suitcase. This remarkable case served not only as Newt's luggage but also contained a magical space. Housing various extraordinary creatures he had nurtured, it could be likened to a portable, moving zoo. In a flurry of activity, Newt extracted a delicately wrapped gift box from within. "This is from Theseus," he said. Theseus Scamander, Newt's brother, was well remembered by Roya. He was a renowned orer of the British Ministry of Magic and had participated in the First World War among Muggles, earning the title of a war hero. Although Theseus was unfamiliar with her, he had sent a gift simply because she was the daughter of Dumbledore, prompting Newt to deliver it on his behalf. Loya quietly sighed in appreciation, realizing that due to her father's influence, she too basked in the glow of his fortune. There is little that brings greater joy than unwrapping parcels. Oh no, it is the unveiling of gifts that truly delights the heart. As Loya tore open the gift box, she was greeted by a charming little crossbody bag. It seemed that Theseus indeed regarded her as a child, for the bag was adorned with an endearing rabbit ear design, a motif favored by the young. Although the bag was diminutive in size, it was enchanted with a permanent, seamless expansion spell, enabling it to hold an astonishing array of items. Furthermore, the leather was crafted from exquisite materials. Yet, the color was undeniably a shade of death by Barbie pink, a choice typical of a man's selection. However, recalling Hermione's versatile bag from the film, Loia had long desired one of her own, and she never anticipated that such a treasure would come to her so swiftly. Loia joyfully accepted the bag, expressing her gratitude with a nod towards Newt. Then she observed Newt placing the suitcase on his lap. He tilted his body slightly, and with his right hand gently patted the suitcase, saying, "Miss Grindelwald, I too have a gift for you, but it must await your recovery so that you can choose it in person." Loia blinked, and after a considerable pause, she finally comprehended that Newt was gifting her a magical creature and granting her the freedom to explore the miniature world within his suitcase at will. The little figure in her heart was joyfully twirling and leaping as Loya's mind raced with thoughts of which enchanting creature she might nurture. Should she care for an adorable mooncalf? Perhaps a birdsnake? Or even a robust, level 18 boggart to vanquish old Voldemort? The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated she became. With delight, Loya clasped Newt's hand, her slender fingers moving gracefully as she inscribed a few words in his rough palm. "Thank you, Senior Newt." The typically reserved Mr. Newt's commander, who even shied away from making eye contact during conversations, couldn't help but smile bashfully at the corners of his mouth. Subsequently, out of curiosity, Loia wiggled her fingers and gently pointed at Newt's face, gesturing animatedly for a moment. This might have appeared quite impolite to an outsider. Yet Newt showed no sign of offense whatsoever. Loya's inquiry was directed at the reason behind his youthful appearance, wondering if it was due to magic. Newt elucidated that a former colleague of his had harbored a keen interest in some esoteric alchemical practices of wellness in the United States. He had been subjected to several magical experiments as a sort of guinea pig by his colleague, at the time not giving it much thought nor noticing any tangible results. It was only after many years that he discerned a significant deceleration in the aging process compared to his peers, leading him to resemble a young man with just a few strands of gray hair. Nevertheless, while his exterior maintained the guise of youth, his internal organs continued to age. The author chuckled at the fact that you all guessed the brother was a vampire, and amusingly, only today did the author realize that the actor portraying young Grindelwald had also played a vampire. The weekend is an ideal time for couples to venture out on dates, with young lads sweating profusely on the Quidditch pitch while the singletons blissfully slumber in their dormitories. In stark contrast, the Hogwarts Great Hall is relatively sparsely populated on weekends, devoid of its usual clamor. A dark-haired youth sat intently transcribing class notes, the quill softly scratching against the parchment with each movement. Merely by being present, he drew the adoring gazes of numerous girls, who blushed as they covertly watched his every action. His slender fingers occasionally turned the pages, dipped the quill into ink, or casually glanced around, eliciting gasps of admiration from the young ladies. The number of girls infatuated with him was so vast that they could circle Hogwarts twice. Yet few dared to muster the courage to confess their feelings. This was largely due to the exceptional nature of Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff. With his handsome visage, outstanding academic performance, courteous demeanor, and composed personality, he excelled in all aspects. Several of his admirers pondered deeply about what kind of girl such an extraordinary figure would be attracted to, and they collectively recalled the Gryffindor girl who had taken a month-long leave at the beginning of the semester and had yet to return to school. However, those familiar with Cedric could discern that since the start of the term, this sunny and cheerful youth now appeared considerably more melancholic, his brow shadowed by a hint of sorrow. The captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team crossed the bench to sit opposite him. "Cedric," he began, "it has been a month since the school year commenced, and you seem perpetually downcast, as if heartbroken. You haven't even participated in Quidditch matches. Instead, you sit here after class transcribing notes. Your grades are already exemplary. I implore you to spare us less academically inclined." Noticing Cedric's unwavering focus on his notes without a response, the Hufflepuff captain curiously leaned over to glimpse what he was writing. To his astonishment, he discovered that it was the notes from the second-year charms class. "Why on earth are you copying second-year notes?" he exclaimed. The captain of Hufflepuff inquired with a hint of bewilderment. She had missed numerous classes, and upon her return, she might find it quite challenging to catch up. "I hope to assist her in some way," Cedric remarked nonchalantly, as he pulled out a notebook and continued to diligently transcribe. The captain was well aware of whom Cedric referred to. The entire Badger house was in the know. Gazing at the neatly stacked notes, she was momentarily taken aback. Not only had Cedric borrowed notes from the second-year students for the charms class, but he had meticulously copied notes from all subjects of the second year. For the second-year students, those obscure and complex concepts had been annotated with care on the notes he was preparing for Loya, surpassing the detail of the borrowed notes. It was evident that Cedric had invested considerable effort. As the captain flipped through the pages, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "What a devoted young man he is." Playfully, she teased. "Aren't you worried that Loya Grindelwald might not return?" However, she quickly silenced herself, as there were whispered rumors circulating within the Slytherin circle regarding an inappropriate relationship between Loya Grindelwald and Professor Snape. Regardless, she remained skeptical. Who could forget the long-standing enmity between Gryffindor and Slytherin, two houses that were sworn adversaries, suggesting that it was likely a deliberate slander by Slytherin. Cedric hesitated several times upon hearing the name of the girl entwined around his heart. His quill unknowingly came to a halt, the tip lingering on the parchment, leaving a large blot of ink. The last time he had seen her was on the Hogwarts Express, where he had clumsily grasped her hand, while their classmates teased them, suggesting it was not a farewell of life and death. Yet, it had been months since he last beheld her. Throughout the holiday, fearing he might intrude upon her life, Cedric refrained from frequent correspondence, burying his longing and concern deep within his heart. Each letter from her was regarded as a treasure. He often found himself staring blankly at her brief replies, his sentiments certainly not escaping his mother's notice. Mrs. Diggory, amused, remarked that her son had finally found someone special, playfully inquiring when he would invite her over. Cedric's ears flushed at her words. The news of his affections reached Mr. Amos Diggory, who felt a swell of pride, reminiscing about his own love story with his wife, which had begun at Hogwarts and flourished ever since. However, when Amos learned of the girl's surname, his expression shifted, giving way to a hint of anxiety. That name belonged to a figure as formidable as Grindelwald, and he swallowed back the thought that perhaps their family's standing was not quite suitable. Mrs. Diggory, oblivious to her husband's unease, continued to joyfully recount her son's budding relationship with the young lady. As a devoted homemaker, she seldom paid heed to the outside world and had no subscriptions to newspapers. Unfamiliar with the intricate dynamics between the Ministry of Magic and other factions, she was unaware of who Grindelwald was or the storm he had once stirred across the European wizarding community. Amos sighed deeply, choosing not to interfere in his son's romantic endeavors, allowing him to navigate this path on his own. Understanding that girls of this age often had a penchant for sweets, Mrs. Diggory awoke early on the first day of term, preparing her finest cake for the girl Cedric admired. She carefully wrapped the cake in paper and placed it in a basket, earnestly reminding Cedric to be cautious on the train, lest he ruin the cake. Such a faux pas might lead to her disfavor. Cedric nodded, gingerly accepting the basket. Yet, upon boarding the Hogwarts Express, his heart filled with anticipation as he searched for Loya, only to find her absent. He persisted in his search throughout the train until a group of boisterous lions knocked the basket from his grasp, scattering pastries across the floor. Just then, a voice from the Hufflepuff captain interrupted his reverie. "You won't believe who I just saw near the Quidditch pitch, the very Hermione Granger who is close to the girl you fancy." Cedric's thoughts were jolted back to the present. The captain continued, "Isn't she supposed to be on a month-long leave at the start of term? Yet here she is, sitting in the stands. Even Professor Snape has returned from his potion class hiatus. Merlin, we're in for another round of torment." Hearing this, Cedric sprang to his feet, hastily stowing away his notebook. Hermione Granger was a close friend of Loya. She must know where she was. He rushed toward the Quidditch pitch, where the match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw had just concluded. The players had departed, leaving only a few spectators, who were now drawn to a sudden commotion nearby. Cedric caught the echoes of angry shouts from the stands. "You know exactly where she is. Why won't you tell me?" Harry and Hermione stood in silence, her head bowed, fingers gripping her books so tightly that they turned pale. It was a rare occurrence for the Golden Trio to quarrel, yet Hermione displayed remarkable resilience, holding back tears that threatened to spill from her reddened eyes. Harry, having just raised his voice in anger, noticed her distress and gradually calmed down. Filled with remorse as he said, "I'm sorry, Hermione. I only wanted to know where she is." Unable to bear Hermione's suffering, Ron erupted in frustration, exclaiming, "Harry, what is wrong with you? Hermione said she has no idea where Loya is, and you still yelled at her. It is indeed peculiar." Ron felt that after merely a vacation apart, Harry had transformed. He had become somewhat obstinate and impulsive, even engaging in a quarrel with Hermione just moments ago. Only you would believe that Harry would utter a few words to Ron before tossing aside his broom and turning away. Ron raised his hands in exasperation. Hermione, did you see the look in his eyes? I could hardly believe it. I thought I was facing a Slytherin. Cedric approached them politely and inquired, "Pardon the interruption, Miss Granger, but do you happen to know where Loya is?" Hermione cast a glance at him. Cedric was not the first to seek information. Since the day she returned to school, Fred, George, Harry, and even Draco, who had the audacity to insult her by calling her a mudblood, had all come to inquire about Loya's whereabouts. Moreover, Harry had seen through her deception, resulting in a heated argument between them. Hermione longed to inform Harry that Loya was at St. Mungo's Hospital, yet Dumbledore had instructed her before her return that she must not divulge Loya's location to anyone. The headmaster wished for his daughter to recuperate undisturbed by anyone, not even Professor Snape, let alone Harry and their circle of friends. Thus, when Cedric had only spoken half of his sentence, Hermione firmly rejected, claiming ignorance. Cedric discerned that Miss Granger was not being truthful, possessing a well-bred upbringing. He refrained from pressing her further. With a glimmer of hope, he said, "I am genuinely concerned for her. I will not intrude. I merely wish to know how she is faring." "I'm sorry, I do not know." Hermione shook her head. Struggling to suppress his disappointment at the lack of information regarding Loya, Cedric turned and left the Quidditch pitch. As he walked across the grass, the lake reflected the overcast sky, mirroring his somber mood. At that moment, a niffler tumbled from a tree, landing awkwardly on the ground. He immediately recognized it as Loya's pet. He recalled her joking that the niffler seems to have taken a liking to you. It usually bites boys. Cedric picked up the niffler, which promptly clambered up his arm to his shoulder, mischievously tugging at his hair with its paws. From a distance, a distressed voice broke through. It was Rolf Scamander, a third-year Hufflepuff and grandson of Newt, panting as he approached. "I apologize, that is Miss Grindelwald's niffler. She is hospitalized. And my grandfather asked me to help look after it. It's quite the troublemaker, running all over the place." Author, a lengthy chapter of 200 words. You have called for Cedric, and the author has granted him more prominence. Mr. Badger was on the verge of proclaiming his love upon meeting the heroine. Regarding Harry, the author aspires for him to exhibit a slightly more assertive demeanor, avoiding the extremes depicted in the side stories, lest he become overshadowed by the presence of other male characters. Upon witnessing the close bond between Niffler and Cedric, Rolf speculated that Cedric was likely a friend of Miss Grindelwald. Concerned that she might feel lonely during her hospitalization, her grandfather intended to bring her Niffler for companionship. When they arrived at Spinner's End, Newt amiably knocked on the door. "Greetings, I am Newt Scamander." They were met by the stern visage of Professor Snape, whose expression was a tempest of emotions. "Newt Scamander, a name I have long heard," Snape acknowledged. Though he was entirely uninterested in the contributions and achievements Scamander had made to the magical world and the study of magical creatures, his primary concern was that Scamander was the only individual permitted by Headmaster Dumbledore to remain at the hospital to care for Loya, despite his reluctance to admit it. Twisted emotions stirred within him, making it impossible to deny his jealousy. Snape scrutinized the renowned magizoologist, who appeared younger than himself despite being of an older generation. And he raised an eyebrow, casting a hostile glance at Newt without uttering a word, plunging the atmosphere into an awkward silence. Nevertheless, the optimistic Newt continued. "Miss Grindelwald has mentioned to me how exceedingly dull her days have been, so I thought to bring Niffler to alleviate her boredom." The moment he spoke, the tension escalated to a freezing point, and Snape's countenance darkened considerably. To Snape, Newt was flaunting his status as the sole caretaker of Loya. Rolf, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Snape, retreated several steps, harboring deep suspicions that his innocent self might be implicated due to his grandfather, potentially facing Snape's personal vendetta during potions class. With a disdainful huff, Snape retreated inside, emerging moments later with the Niffler in hand, dangling it by its hind legs. The Niffler squirmed and squawked incessantly. Snape, with a single motion, flung the creature outside. Newt swiftly caught the Niffler, which joyously leaped from one shoulder to the other, overwhelmed with happiness upon reuniting with its previous owner. However, emboldened by its newfound advantage, the Niffler turned on Snape, chattering angrily, as though accusing him of inhumane treatment. This only served to infuriate Snape further. Muttering about ungrateful creatures, he slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Later, Newt and Rolf discovered that the Niffler had become quite spoiled under Miss Grindelwald's care, and fearing it might cause chaos in the hospital, Newt decided against taking it with him. Thus, he entrusted the Niffler to Rolf for temporary care. Cedric, filled with urgency, inquired of Rolf, "Do you know where Loia is?" "I am her friend." Dumbledore had instructed that neither Hermione nor Newt should disclose any information regarding Loia. However, Newt did not relay this to Rolf, and thus, the honest Hufflepuff, Rolf, inadvertently spoke of it. "She has been residing at St. Mungo's Hospital for an extended period, under the care of my grandfather." "Thank you." The previous sense of loss within me dissipated instantly as Cedric, without even changing out of his school uniform, dashed out of the school. This marks Roya's second hospitalization at St. Mungo's, where she occupies the most expensive single room, replete with comfort. The table is laden with lemon sherbet sent by Dumbledore's elderly father, along with various desserts favored by him. Dumbledore accompanied her for a few days. But due to numerous pressing matters at Hogwarts, he had to return, leaving the responsibility of caring for Loya entirely to Newt. When Fawkes delivered a box of cockroaches, the small creatures scuttling about nearly drove Loya to madness. Newt picked one up, explaining that they were edible and not true cockroaches. Yet as he observed the tiny legs wriggling and the twitching antennae, he found himself unable to stomach it. Why would Dumbledore have a penchant for such confections? Outside, an owl descended, tapping its claws against the glass. Newt paused in his fruit slicing, opened the window, and received the recent issues of the Daily Prophet that Loya had subscribed to, handing them to her. Loya tossed a piece of lemon sorbet to the owl, which joyfully pecked at her hand before flapping its wings and soaring away. In recent days, Newt, who had been summoned repeatedly by Dumbledore to dutifully serve as Loya's male caretaker, anxiously closed the window, concerned that Dumbledore's daughter might catch a chill. Loya unfolded the newspaper, and the latest edition's front page bore the harrowing news of a mysterious Muggle town, Salem, reduced to ruins, a scene of unspeakable brutality and carnage. Eyewitnesses reported the presence of the Dark Mark at the site. Furthermore, several experts vehemently condemned the Death Eaters, branding them as devoid of morality and humanity, insisting that these malevolent beings must be incarcerated in Azkaban. Newt placed a platter of neatly sliced fruits on the small table beside the hospital bed, while Loya absent-mindedly prodded the fruit with a fork. It seemed that the Cardinal from the Vatican had indeed fulfilled his promise, shifting all blame onto the Death Eaters. Another newspaper's headline nearly caused Loya to spit out the fruit he was eating. On a moonless, tempestuous night, Lucius Malfoy, the head of the Malfoy family, fell victim to a mysterious vampire attack. According to Narcissa's recollection, Lucius had nearly been drained of his blood, but fortunately, he was discovered and rescued in time. Loya recalled the time in the quaint town of Salem, where she and her companions had wagered a boastful claim to vanquish the affluent sorcerer with the bite of a vampire. It seemed they had all managed to escape Salem alive, and the thought brought her a sense of reassurance. Perched upon the table was the guardian tree spirit, struggling to lift a spoon far too large for its delicate arms, as it carefully ladled a portion of medicinal concoction, extending it toward Loya, signaling that it was time for her to take her medicine. Loya perceived that the tree guardian was likely to pick it, as its gaze towards her conveyed a sense of treating her like a child in need of care. "Thank you, I can manage on my own," she expressed, gently tapping the leaf atop its head while taking the spoon. At the front desk of St. Mungo's Hospital, Nurse Mary observed a young boy clad in Hogwarts robes rushing anxiously into the hall. Cedric, panting and unable to catch his breath, scanned the surroundings with urgency. Mary, puzzled, inquired if he required assistance. Upon learning that he was seeking information about Miss Grindelwald's ward, she understood that he was a classmate of the young lady. Given his worried expression and the sweat adorning his forehead, it was evident that Miss Grindelwald held great significance for him. Mary speculated about their relationship, wondering if he was perhaps the young lady's boyfriend. Regrettably, Dumbledore had instructed her not to disclose any details regarding Miss Grindelwald to anyone. Another older nurse at the inquiry desk callously denied Cedric's request, stating that if he had no other business, he should refrain from disturbing the hospital and disrupting their work. Cedric earnestly implored, his sincerity touching Nurse Mary's soft spot. When the older nurse departed to attend to other patients, Mary seized the opportunity to discreetly turn the admission form to the page for Loya Grindelwald, subtly nudging it in Cedric's direction. Cedric caught a glimpse of the ward number on the admission slip and graciously bowed to Nurse Mary before dashing towards Loya's room. Watching Cedric's figure vanish at the staircase, Nurse Mary couldn't help but cradle her face in her hands, dreamily exclaiming, "If I were 10 years younger, I would definitely pursue him." Another nurse shot her a disapproving glance, retorting, "Just yesterday you were saying how handsome Newt Scamander was and that you'd chase after him. Have you changed your mind already?" Author, 2 chapters. This is an edition from yesterday. During her stay at St. Mungo's, Loya struggled with the inability to wash her hair for 3 days due to restrictions on water contact. Fortunately, the gentle Newt was exceedingly accommodating, tirelessly attending to her needs and even offering to help wash her hair. Loya reclined on the chaise longue, while Newt brought a basin of fresh water, rolling the sleeves of his shirt up to his elbows. With a simple, silent incantation, the cool water transformed into a comforting warmth. As Newt bent down, preparing to wash Loya's hair, a knock resounded at the door of the infirmary. Newt turned in surprise towards the entrance, as Miss Grindelwald was not expected to be disturbed during her convalescence. Standing at the threshold was a young stranger, upon noticing the Hufflepuff crest on his robe. Newt realized he was a junior from Hufflepuff. Cedric, appearing somewhat apprehensive, introduced himself to Newt, his gaze then drifting through the crack of the door to the girl in the infirmary. Observing his line of sight, Newt turned to Loya and inquired, "Miss Grindelwald, is this your acquaintance?" Loya was taken aback as she turned to Cedric, surprised by his visit. She nodded and said, "He is my senior from the 4th year, Cedric Diggory." Newt welcomed Cedric inside with a warm and benevolent smile, embodying the role of a caring elder. It is well known that Hufflepuff students are gentle and kind, treating others with sincerity, and the relationship between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff has always been amicable. Had a Slytherin appeared at the door during the recuperation of Dumbledore's daughter, Newt might not have been so welcoming. Cedric nervously stepped into the infirmary, taking a deep breath in an attempt to steady his hurried breaths. He had so much to say. He missed her dearly, was worried about her, and cared deeply for her well-being. Yet, under the gaze of her cerulean eyes, his mind went blank, leaving him at a loss for words. Simultaneously, he chastised himself for being overly eager to see her, even forgetting the customary gesture of bringing flowers when visiting a patient. Moreover, he was uncertain whether Loya wished to see him. The thought of intruding uninvited filled him with anxiety about potentially being unwelcome. The more he pondered these thoughts, the deeper he sank into self-doubt, his head drooping lower and lower. Perhaps due to his hasty arrival, he failed to notice a tuft of hair sticking up at his temple. Coupled with his awkward and tense demeanor, he resembled a timid badger awaiting its master's treat, which elicited a genuine laugh from Loya. Loya slightly curled her lips, smiling gently as she beckoned Cedric to approach. Mr. Badger momentarily lost his focus, yet his body instinctively moved as he dazedly made his way towards Loya. The girl's fair fingers, warm to the touch, brushed against his ear, smoothing down Cedric's unruly tuft of short hair. However, that stubborn lock remained defiant, refusing to comply despite Loya's repeated attempts to tame it. Loya furrowed her brow and decisively removed her butterfly hairpin, fastening it directly into Cedric's hair. The handsome and charming senior Cedric now sported a little girl's hair accessory, which prompted Loya to stifle her laughter, clutching her stomach in amusement. Meanwhile, Mr. Badger, who was the object of her secret affection, found himself blushing fervently when he regained his composure, his ears burning beneath his tousled hair. Little did Loya anticipate that this seemingly insignificant hairpin would later be treasured and concealed by Cedric as if it were a precious gem. Newt's gaze flitted between Cedric and Loya, and upon noticing the blush adorning the younger Badger's face, he finally discerned something. Since the moment Cedric entered, Newt had been observing him. The young lad exhibited an air of politeness, clearly a well-mannered and cultured individual. Perhaps it would be best to afford them some privacy now. Clearing his throat softly, Newt turned his head and deliberately addressed Cedric. "I just remembered that I need to head downstairs to attend to some potion paperwork. Would you be so kind as to keep an eye on Miss Grindelwald? She wishes to wash her hair." Cedric, visibly anxious, cast a glance at Loya, seeking her consent, "If you don't mind." The earnest look in Mr. Badger's eyes made it exceedingly difficult for Loya to decline, thus she acquiesced. Newt smiled as he exited the room, gently closing the door behind him, leaving only the two of them within the confines of the hospital room. Loya loosened her hair tie, allowing her golden locks to cascade freely, the tips tracing a graceful arc through the air, leaving an indelible mark upon Cedric's innocent heart. Cedric stood there, transfixed, until Loya's slightly puzzled voice broke through his reverie. "Cedric, aren't you going to help me wash my hair?" "Ah, I apologize," he stammered, hurriedly wrapping a towel around Loya's neck. He then tested the water temperature once more, ensuring it was just right. Loya reclined gracefully on the chaise lounge, while Cedric, concerned that her prolonged position might hinder the healing of her wound, gently cradled her head with one hand and dampened her hair with the other. Such intimate gestures inevitably brought them closer, to the point where the soft rhythm of their breaths mingled in the air. His slender fingers glided slowly through her golden locks, the tingling sensation prompting Loya to half close her eyes in sheer delight. The St. Mungo's hospital gown hung loosely on her, the neckline so wide that as she lay back, her delicate collarbone was revealed. The young girl, on the cusp of adolescence, displayed a subtle curvature at her chest, the expanse of her porcelain skin faintly visible beneath the ample neckline. Cedric, inadvertently glancing upwards, found himself captivated by her appearance and in a fluster. He quickly diverted his gaze. His hand fumbled for the feather pillow, which he delicately placed in Loya's embrace, his speech faltering as he stammered. "Could you possibly hold the pillow?" The very utterance left his face flushed with embarrassment. "What does this have to do with you washing my hair?" Loya gently tilted her head back, her sapphire eyes filled with a hint of curiosity as she gazed at Cedric, who dared not meet her gaze. The collar of her garment loosened further. Observing Cedric as struggle to articulate his thoughts, Loya chose not to press him further. She cradled the pillow in her arms, its feathered softness obscuring her neckline. Cedric meticulously applied the shampoo to her hair, creating a frothy lather that released a delightful fragrance, enveloping them both. His warm hands, adorned with foam, tenderly massaged the girl's hair, brushing against the delicate strands by her forehead. Suddenly, the girl's small head gave a slight, involuntary twitch. "I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? Is everything all right?" Cedric apologized repeatedly, much like a child who had committed a misstep, as he helped the girl wash her hair for the first time. In response, a melodious laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, rang out from the girl. No, you were scratching me just now. It tickled, haha." Loya laughed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Seeing her in good spirits, Mr. Badger finally relaxed. He gently combed through the girl's golden locks with a wooden brush, applying just the right amount of pressure, making it quite comfortable for Loya. In her cheerful mood, Loya playfully blew a small bubble of foam. Observing her happiness, Cedric's spirits lifted as well. Meanwhile, Lucius Malfoy was impeccably groomed as always. Aside from the conspicuous bandage around his neck, a remnant of a recent vampire attack, holding his serpentine silver cane and a bouquet of flowers, he gracefully entered St. Mungo's hospital. There was no need to consult the front desk nurse. Through his connections, he had already learned which room housed Miss Grindelwald, be it muggles or wizards. Few could resist the allure of wealth and power. With his financial prowess and network, Lucius quickly acquired information about Loya Grindelwald's whereabouts in the hospital. The present moment was the perfect opportunity to cultivate a rapport with the heir of Grindelwald, especially since no one could predict whether Voldemort would indeed return to conquer the wizarding world. A wise individual must always leave themselves an escape route, and Lucius was keen not to miss this advantageous chance. Lucius cast a sidelong glance at his reflection in the glass window. Today, he had made an extra effort to present himself formally, his long hair meticulously swept behind his ears, exuding an air of aristocratic elegance. Unfortunately, from Loya's perspective, this bore a striking resemblance to a peacock flaunting its magnificence. However, this was contingent upon Lucius actually being able to see Loya, with his head held high, flowers and gifts in hand. He attracted the attention of numerous married women in the hospital as he made his way toward the patient's room. Just as he approached the door, he was intercepted, abruptly halting his good mood. After leaving Cedric and Loya in the room, Newt did not depart. He leaned against the railing, keeping a watchful eye on the situation through the small window of the door. Although he was confident in the character of the Hufflepuff students, he remained uncertain whether the young man would clumsily wash the patient's hair and aggravate her injuries. After all, she was Dumbledore's daughter. He had to be vigilant. When Lucius appeared, striding in with an air of superiority, Newt immediately recognized him as a Slytherin and instinctively blocked his entry to the room. Lucius, unfamiliar with Mr. Scamander, assessed his plain wool coat and unfashionable, tattered scarf, naturally categorizing Newt alongside the impoverished Weasley family. "I heard Miss Grindelwald was injured and hospitalized, so I brought some gifts to see her," he remarked. Unfazed by the disdain evident on Lucius's face, Newt calmly replied, "Miss Grindelwald wishes not to be disturbed during her recovery." Lucius then turned his gaze to the student in Hufflepuff robes within the room and, in a remarkably cordial manner, inquired, "Oh, is that one an exception?" Even Newt, despite his social anxieties, could discern the veiled sarcasm in Lucius's words. Ignoring Newt entirely, Lucius turned to stride towards the hospital room. Newt positioned himself in the doorway, denying Lucius any opportunity to enter and visit. Lucius, suppressing his irritation, found himself confronted for the first time by someone so brazenly disrespectful. Newt spoke slowly and distinctly, "It is Dumbledore's directive. You are not permitted to enter." Such a blunt dismissal left Lucius feeling quite embarrassed. The two men stood in a tense stalemate for a moment, during which Lucius's smile faded, the facade of noble composure nearly unraveling. In a fit of anger, he pressed his serpent-headed staff against Newt's shoulder, his voice laced with derision. Is serving Dumbledore being his dog something to take pride in? In truth, even the mild-mannered Newt had his limits. At that moment, Cedric emerged from the room carrying a basin of water and was met with the sight of Lucius glaring furiously at Mr. Scamander, who remained remarkably composed. Cedric noticed Newt's fingers twitch slightly, and suddenly, the basin slipped from his grasp, sending water flying and drenching Lucius. The flowers and gifts Lucius had brought fell into the water, and the basin landed squarely on his head. Gritting his teeth, he removed the basin, his meticulously styled hair now drenched and clinging to his face. The noble peacock had swiftly transformed into a drenched hen. Lucius was not foolish enough to believe that a student could perform silent magic, and he considered himself quite astute, wiping the water from his face. He glared furiously at the instigator, Newt. This spectacle had attracted whispers from onlookers, and Lucius's complexion turned ashen as the head of the Malfoy family. It was humiliating to be seen in such a disheveled state. You'll pay for this. He shot a venomous glance at Newt before hastily departing the hospital. As night fell, Cedric was dispatched back to school by Loya. For a top student like Cedric to skip classes and lose points for her was an unwise choice. After Cedric reluctantly left, Loya leaned against her bed, closing her eyes to rest. Typically, at this hour, a doctor would arrive for routine checks. However, after a long wait, no doctor appeared, and even Newt, who usually kept her company around the clock, was conspicuously absent from the ward. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly eerie and cold. And suddenly, with a resounding bang, the window swung open, the curtains flailing wildly in the gust of wind that rushed in. Loia rose abruptly, her feet clad in slippers, and closed the window. Only then did she notice that the courtyard below was deserted. The chill within the room irritated her throat, and the wound began to throb incessantly, rendering her unable to sleep. Determined, Loia resolved to venture out in search of a nurse to procure some analgesics. A shadow flitted past her near the door, though she could not discern it clearly. She opened the door and stepped into the corridor, which was eerily empty. The hospital was astonishingly quiet, and the lights began to flicker ominously. As she shut the door behind her, a vivid crimson inscription caught her eye. Boldly scrawled in blood, "Murderer." Loya's fingers stiffened momentarily as she took a deep breath, quickly regaining her composure and calming her emotions. This did not seem like a mere prank. Could it be that someone in the hospital was aware of her actions in Salem? Tension gripped her as she continued to walk forward, the corridor stretching endlessly before her, devoid of any staircase. As she passed by the vacant patient rooms, she noted that they were all empty, despite the fact that her neighbors had been filled with patients during her stay. Finally, she spotted a nurse's figure emerging in the corridor, standing with her back to Loya in the shadows. "Excuse me, have you seen anyone else?" Loya inquired with curiosity. The nurse, having heard her voice, slowly turned around, her body remaining perfectly still while her head twisted a full 180 degrees to face Loya. The pale visage bore no discernible features, the eye sockets resembling two gaping wounds. Despite the grotesque transformation, Loya recognized her, Laura, the nurse from Salem. The chilling and vengeful voice echoed, "Murderer." The situation had surpassed Loya's comprehension. Was this truly a haunting? Had Laura returned as a vengeful spirit to claim her life? Yet, it was a vampire that had torn her throat, and now this horror seemed to fall upon her. Loya yearned to move her feet, yet discovered they were seemingly anchored to the ground by an immense force, rendering her utterly immobile. As she glanced downward, she was horrified to find that her feet were ensconced in a heap of corpses. The corridor stretched before her, densely populated with fragmented bodies. All were the unfortunate residents of Salem, silently slain by her hand. The lifeless forms clutched at her ankles, their grotesque visages weeping crimson tears, emitting piercing, anguished cries. "Murderer! Murderer! Murderer!" The corpses in the corridor advanced toward her like ghouls, moving in disturbingly disjointed postures, their numbers swelling as they threatened to engulf her. At that moment, a surge of azure flames rushed from another direction, consuming the sea of bodies that surrounded her like a tidal wave. The air was filled with the haunting wails of the dead, yet she remained untouched by the blue fire-searing heat. Behind her, the distinct sound of footsteps echoed, each step resonating with the sharp clatter of polished shoes against the floor. Loya lowered her arm, which had been shielding her eyes, and turned to face the figure that had emerged behind her, their gazes locking in a collision of eyes mirroring her own hue. Amidst the fiery expanse, the individual stood tall and elegant. Their crisp white shirt was neatly tucked into tailored trousers, suggesting an age of around 18 or 19. Caught delicately between youth and early adulthood, The heat waves tousled their golden locks, and a smile danced at the corners of their lips, a beguiling expression that captivated the heart. With each step they took towards her, the corpses at their feet were instantaneously consumed by blue flames, reduced to nothing but ashes. Loya's eyelashes fluttered, mirroring her golden hair and azure eyes. Was it Gellert Grindelwald? No, that individual gazed at her unblinkingly, slowly extending a hand. Even as the deep blue of his eyes gradually morphed into a fiery crimson, and the faint outline of his vampiric fangs became apparent, Loya felt an inexplicable assurance that he would not harm her. Unconsciously, she placed her hand in his palm, which he grasped firmly. The moment their fingers touched, a surge of warm blood coursed through her veins, a connection born of bloodline, prompting Loya to instinctively exclaim, "Brother? Miss Grindelwald?" A third voice jolted Loya from her nightmare, pulling her back into reality. "Did you have a bad dream?" Newt's rough hand reached out to test her forehead, his concern palpable. Blinking in confusion, Loya's expression gradually shifted to one of realization. It was merely a nightmare. Taking a deep breath, she allowed a sense of relaxation to wash over her. And soon she regained her usual composure, responding lightly, "I'm fine. Just dreamed of a swarm of dead flies and a handsome fellow." Newt appeared somewhat perplexed by her words, but chose not to pursue the matter further. Tilting his head, he waved his wand, causing neatly sliced fruit to leap into a teacup one by one, while a floating teapot filled the cup with steaming tea. The fruit-infused tea gently floated before her. "Be careful, don't burn your hand," Newt kindly cautioned, assuming the role of a caretaker. "Thank you." Loya gratefully accepted the fruit tea, taking a delicate sip as the sweet aroma unfurled in her mouth, the warmth flowing into her stomach, dispelling the chill that had settled within her. It must be said that wizards of Hufflepuff lineage are remarkably skilled in the culinary arts. During her 2-week stay in the hospital, Newt had taken meticulous care of her, and they had grown quite familiar with one another. Newt, being rather shy and reserved, rarely spoke, and was often compliant with Dumbledore, or more accurately, treated by his father as merely a caretaker for his child. However, whenever the subject of magical creatures arose, Newt would instantly become animated, sharing delightful anecdotes from his youth spent tracking these fantastical beings. Loya, keen to elevate Newt's fondness for her, engaged him with discussions on magical creatures. Newt promised that once her injuries had fully healed, he would invite her into the magical creature space within his case. In truth, Loya believed she was recovering quite well and that returning to Hogwarts for her studies should pose no issue. Yet, her father urged her to take a period of rest, advocating for complete recovery before resuming her education. Gazing at her father's worried expression and the concern reflected in his eyes behind his glasses, Loya ultimately acquiesced. Newt handed her a letter, and Loya looked up at him in confusion. "Is this for me?" she wondered, recalling that her hospitalization had been kept under wraps. She was surprised that someone had sought her out. "It arrived with the owl while you were asleep." Loya took the envelope, which bore no indication of the sender. Upon flipping it over, she discovered a muddy paw print of a dog on the back. Loya surmised that the letter was from Sirius. In fact, during Loya's hospitalization, Sirius had covertly infiltrated Hogwarts, and after failing to locate her, he speculated that she might be at St. Mungo's Hospital, transforming into a black dog. He arrived at the hospital and exchanged bewildered glances with Newt Scamander at the entrance, just as he was on the verge of being recognized by the magizoologist. Sirius felt a sense of foreboding. He promptly adopted the guise of a stray dog, digging in the grass and chasing butterflies around the courtyard, which alleviated Newt's suspicions, making him believe he was merely a stray taken in by the local residents. Once he secretly confirmed that the young girl was recovering well in the hospital, he felt a sense of relief. Loya delicately opened the envelope and extracted the letter within, reading it with great attention. It revealed that since parting ways in Salem, Sirius and Lupin had taken refuge in the Leaky Cauldron, where posters of Sirius's escape adorned the streets, compelling him to remain discreet for a time. Meanwhile, Lupin felt a profound sense of guilt upon learning that Terence had transformed into a werewolf due to his bite. He personally attended Terence's funeral to express his remorse to the grieving family, who, fortunately, bore him no ill will, yet burdened by unresolved feelings. Lupin departed from the Leaky Cauldron, his whereabouts unknown. In truth, upon hearing of the funeral for Lavender and Terence, Loya had yearned to attend. However, her severe injuries rendered her a liability rather than a support, prompting her to pen a letter of condolence that Newt graciously delivered in her stead. The once noble Terence's family now faced poverty, and Mrs. Higgs, bereft of her son, found herself in dire straits. Loya implored her father to seek assistance from a charitable organization for Mrs. Higgs. In the closing lines of the letter, Sirius momentarily adopted a serious tone, admonishing her, as an elder, to refrain from wandering during her hospitalization and to focus on her recovery. He reminisced briefly about his own childhood misadventures, recalling how, in his restless youth, he had once climbed out a window and fallen while attempting to scale a wall, resulting in a broken leg. Loya tucked away the letter. Her body had nearly recovered, and it was time to address some pressing matters to exonerate the wronged. First and foremost, she needed to capture that despicable rat, Peter. Unexpectedly, the first recipient of Loya's correspondence in the new term at Hogwarts was none other than Ron Weasley. Ron himself expressed his bewilderment. Until an owl dropped the letter and a bulging bag before him, he had been engrossed in his food, humming a tune, utterly incredulous. Despite being one of Loya's dear friends, he felt their bond was not sufficiently strong to bypass Harry, Hermione, and the fourth-year Hufflepuffs to warrant such a letter. The Great Hall erupted in a flurry of excitement. Staring at the letter before him, Ron felt a surge of trepidation as all eyes fixed upon him. And in that moment, he sensed danger. George and Fred swaggered over, taking a seat beside him, their expressions a mix of disdain and annoyance as they scrutinized their younger brother. Fred scoffed, mediocre looks. George added, nothing remarkable. Ron instinctively recoiled. Meanwhile, at the Slytherin table, Malfoy glared fiercely at Ron, irked by the notion that a penniless Weasley could receive a letter from Loya. The more he pondered this injustice, the angrier he became. Jabbing his fork into the fish fillet with increasing force, oblivious to the steak juices splattering onto his clothing. Pansy, fearing the mess, quickly shifted away from Malfoy, trying to distance herself as much as possible. Fred and George continued to mercilessly tease the unfortunate Ron, their hands firmly clutching the unopened letter, each eager to unveil its contents. Unfortunately, Harry snatched the letter with lightning speed, ripping open the envelope. Ron, I'll give you 50 galleons for your rat. Send him to me right away. The message was succinct, devoid of any embellishments, which allowed Harry to breathe a subtle sigh of relief as he loosened his grip on the letter. The impatient owl perched on the long table, awaiting them to dispatch the parcel. Wood, eager to join the fray, unfastened the bulging bag, revealing 50 gleaming galleons that nearly blinded him. Ron stared, dumbfounded, at the gold coins, but he firmly declared, Scabbers has been part of our family for 12 years. Ron grimaced as Hermione tapped his head with her spellbook. Loya is our good friend. You should hand your rat over to her. Even Wood, who rarely participated in the lower year discussions, chimed in. Don't forget she gifted us the entire Gryffindor team with Nimbus 2000s. After Hermione spent half an hour trying to persuade Ron with no success, George and Fred resorted to playfully brandishing their wands at their brother's neck. Meanwhile, Ron clung desperately to Scabbers, howling in despair. Dear readers, I kindly ask you to click the button. It is free and will only take a few seconds of your time, while providing me with a small boost. As a writer, I also have to make a living. Survival and work are always my top priorities. A book only earns a meager amount each day, barely enough to cover basic living expenses like utilities and rent. I am truly struggling to continue. This book has significantly delayed my study time, and I cannot afford to waste more time and energy on it. I cannot let myself burn out. With only a handful of people clicking the button, it is disheartening. I genuinely find it hard to persevere. It only takes a moment of your time. Please click the button and give me the motivation to continue. Harry recalled the dim period spent under the roof of the Dursleys, where he endured their intolerable insults and abuse. Often, he went hungry, and Aunt Petunia compelled him to shoulder all household chores. Any hint of dissatisfaction from her would prompt her to berate him with a sharp, scornful tone, while Uncle Vernon would violently tug at his hair and confine him. He had once fantasized about a complete and warm family, one that would shield him from the storms of life. This yearning shifted when he met the golden-haired girl who descended from the heavens. They crammed into a small, shadowy cupboard, their backs pressed closely together, so near that he could hear the gentle rhythm of her breath as she slept. The girl accompanied him daily, bringing back steaming bread from the bakery, revealing to him the existence of magic, and assuring him that his future held the promise of becoming a renowned Auror. This time together constituted his most cherished and beautiful memories. Whenever he gazed into her clear eyes, an inexplicable flutter stirred within him. Her radiant smile effortlessly sent ripples across the still waters of his heart. It seemed that something was quietly transforming within. Yet the youthful and naive Harry remained oblivious to the fact that this emotion was one of admiration. Upon learning that Luna needed Ron's pet rat, Harry instantly resolved to assist her in acquiring Scabbers. Without hesitation, he rose from his seat, raising his voice to drown out the surrounding noise. Ron, give me Scabbers. The boy's ordinarily non-threatening appearance now exuded a subtle sense of pressure. Ron, under Harry's intense gaze, felt an unsettling chill, his scalp prickling. He hesitated for a moment before daring to respond. "Scabbers is my pet. He's well-behaved and doesn't bite." With a woeful expression, Ron attempted to stuff Scabbers into his pocket to conceal him. Harry's demeanor darkened slightly. Seeing that persuasion was futile, he stepped forward assertively and yanked Scabbers from Ron's grasp. The rat squirming desperately in his hand, emitting frantic squeaks. "Harry, let go of my Scabbers," Ron wailed. Amidst Ron's cries, Harry grasped the rat's throat and shoved it into the small cage that Hermione had offered, handing it over to the impatient owl that had been waiting. The owl seized the cage by its metal ring and flapped its wings, departing from the Hogwarts Hall. Ron believed that he was the only one suffering in this world. The captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team glanced at Cedric, who sat silently nearby, and anxiously patted his shoulder. "Cedric, why are you just sitting there? Aren't you worried? The person you admire has sent a letter to that Weasley. I can hardly believe my eyes." Cedric, however, spoke calmly as always. Respect is the foundation of any relationship. "I will not interfere with her actions, and I have faith in her." His words managed to soothe the captain of Hufflepuff, who pondered for a moment. He too found it hard to believe that Loya Grindelwald would overlook Hufflepuff's charming prince in favor of that gluttonous Weasley. In fact, he considered that the lower-year Gryffindor, crowned with the title of Savior, posed a greater threat to Cedric. Malfoy observed the commotion from the Gryffindor's side, letting out a soft huff as he smoothed his sleek hair. "So what if it's just delivering a mouse? What is the big deal?" With that thought, Malfoy promptly sent an urgent letter to Lucius. When the owl finally descended upon the windowsill after a long wait, Loia eagerly opened the window, only to find an empty cage before her, with Peter's cunning little rat having vanished without a trace. Loia, in a state of frustration, cradled her head in her hands. She had meticulously prepared for this moment. All that remained was to confront the wretched Peter, whose betrayal stood in the way of exonerating Sirius. Yet, now Peter had fled. The owl traversed countless towns along its journey, and even in its aimless search, it found itself at a loss, utterly unaware of where to commence its quest. Loia cast a sidelong glance at the owl, fully aware that the creature, having lost the male, no longer dared to demand any sweets. With a flutter of its wings, it swiftly took flight, fleeing into the distance. Loia, in a state of distress, buried her head into the pillow, her beautifully arched brows furrowing in concentration as she pondered her next course of action. The prospect of petitioning for a retrial without having apprehended the true culprit seemed daunting. Moreover, how could the individuals in the Ministry of Magic's court possibly concede to the blunders they committed over a decade ago? To seek a reversal of their decisions would undoubtedly be a slap in their faces. As if her predicament were not already overwhelming, a most bewildering occurrence transpired that very afternoon. She watched in astonishment as a multitude of owls, each clutching a cage containing a mouse, surged into her hospital room. The owls, circling above her head, began to drop the cages one by one onto the floor, causing the mice to escape amid the chaos. The sight of them scurrying in every direction sent shivers down her spine. A swarm of mice, having found their way through the door's crevice, darted about the hospital, startling numerous nurses and patients who harbored a fear of rodents. In an instant, St. Mungo's hospital erupted into pandemonium, with nurses and patients screaming in disarray. "Merlin, there are mice. Help! A mouse has crawled into my clothes. Miss Grindelwald, please do not keep so many mice in the hospital. Miss Grindelwald, kindly manage your mice." Amidst the nurses' complaints, Loia rubbed her temples in exasperation, her gaze settling on the niffler that had been sent to her by Rolf the day before. Loia grasped the creature affectionately, shaking its shoulders as she declared, "Having cared for you all this time, it is now your turn to repay me. Go catch some mice." The creature, sensing Loia's lack of hope, turned anew with a face full of innocence and inquired, "Might you temporarily accommodate these mice in your magical suitcase? Or perhaps consider them as fresh live feed?" Newt could only manage an awkward smile as he carried the suitcase to deal with the rodent situation. At the break of dawn the following day, Loia dispatched a howler letter to Malfoy. It is worth mentioning that the newly arrived owl displayed a lack of professionalism. Clutching the letter, it lazily dozed off and meandered along, thus delaying the morning delivery. By the time it arrived at the Great Hall, it was already afternoon, and the hall was devoid of life. The owl, fluttering about the campus, eventually discovered a glowing platinum head in the half-open door of the potions classroom. Before the gloomy-faced potions professor, the owl dropped the letter onto Malfoy's desk. Malfoy, glancing at the sender's name on the envelope, could hardly contain his excitement as he smirked and tore it open, only to find a red letter inside. The howler leapt from his grasp into the air, and Loya's voice erupted from the envelope, resonating throughout the potions classroom. "Malfoy, why do you have so many mice?" Malfoy stiffly looked up at Professor Snape, whose expression had darkened considerably. He slammed the textbook shut onto the lectern, crossing his arms, exuding an ominous aura. Draco Malfoy not only learned of Loya's hospitalization, but also harbored a secret correspondence with her. On the eve of Loya's discharge, Newt extended an invitation for her to enter the magical suitcase, having promised her the freedom to select any creature she fancied within. He removed his blue wool coat and draped it over the back of a chair, revealing a simple fitted brown waistcoat beneath. The sleeves of his shirt rolled neatly to his elbows as he prepared thoroughly. With the suitcase laid flat on the floor, Newt demonstrated by stepping inside, his entire form vanishing in an instant before Loya's eyes. Considering how peculiar it might seem for a fully grown man to disappear into a suitcase, especially to a young girl, Newt poked his head back out from the fantastical realm within, one hand resting on the suitcase edge, the other gesturing encouragingly to Loya. "Come, do not fear. There is a ladder inside, and you won't fall." Loya secretly scoffed at the notion of fear. She was merely overwhelmed with excitement. For within the box lay an enchanting animal sanctuary. Standing beside the box, she cautiously extended a leg and tested the waters, her foot making contact with the wooden ladder's rungs. The aged wooden steps creaked under her weight, and the ladder was both narrow and steep. Concerned for Loya's safety, Newt reached out his hand, pausing mid-air to maintain a respectful distance from her. Should she inadvertently slip and tumble down the ladder, he would be poised to catch her. This earnest and reserved English gentleman, ever polite and courteous, would not overstep any boundaries in his care for Loya. Descending the ladder, she found herself before a quaint wooden shed, which served as Newt's daily workspace. Loya curiously surveyed her surroundings. The small wooden shed was somewhat disordered, filled with an array of jars and a row of rare potted plants. In the corner, several bags of Newt's homemade magical creature feed lay stacked, while from the ceiling hung glass bottles containing exotic plants and specimens of animals. The wooden table, serving as a workstation, was cluttered with piles of manuscripts and a compendium of magical creatures. The cramped workspace left Loya feeling somewhat at a loss. As Newt retrieved the only chair in the shed and placed it behind her, gesturing for her to sit for a moment while he prepared food for the small creatures, Loya observed as Newt busied himself at the workbench, meticulously mixing various feeds in a bucket before leading Loya out of the shed. Despite having seen the film, upon witnessing the ecological sanctuary outside the shed with his own eyes, Loya could not help but exclaim in wonder. It resembled an Eden from a fairy tale, complete with forests, deserts, lakes, and valleys. Newt had conjured magical habitats within the space, tailored to suit the needs of each extraordinary creature. Loya followed Newt into the forest nearest to the cabin, where a few mischievous birds fluttered over, attempting to tug at her hair. With a swift motion, Loya swatted them away as one would a mere mosquito. Newt tilted his head towards the resting creatures perched on the branches above and called out, "Come down, little ones." He tossed a handful of feed into the air, and the birds swooped down eagerly to snatch the morsels. One of the birds landed delicately on the edge of the feed container, and Newt carefully placed it into Loya's hand, though Newt was typically reserved. When it came to magical creatures, he became quite the orator, passionately educating Loya. "This is a puffskein. Unlike the Niffler, they are not mischievous, but their song can drive one to madness. If you take a liking to it, I can assist you in casting a silencing charm." The puffskein, a wondrous creature hailing from Africa, is classified by the Ministry of Magic as XXX, denoting that it can be cared for by competent wizards due to its ability to induce madness with its calls. After Newt applied the silencing charm, its danger classification was reduced to XX, indicating that it is harmless and can be domesticated. Additionally, with its striking pink feathers and petite size, requiring minimal care, Newt deemed the puffskein an ideal companion for a young girl. Loya gazed at the rotund demon bird, its entire form adorned in a vivid shade of pink, evoking an involuntary association with a certain matron fond of donning youthful, pink-hued attire. Loia felt a shiver run down her spine and mumbled, "It always reminds me of Umbridge. If I were to name it, I would call it the Umbridge bird." Newt inquired, "The demon bird?" Squeak. Translation: Pa. The disgruntled demon bird flapped its wings in agitation and flew away. Well, it appeared that this irritable creature was upset, and Miss Grindelwald seemed disinterested in the cantankerous bird. Newt had assumed that Loia would, like other girls her age, be enamored with fluffy pink creatures. He did not mind, however, for he had prepared several non-threatening magical animals suitable for young girls to enjoy and care for, allowing her to choose at her leisure. Newt led Loia to a valley where a multitude of mooncalves nestled upon the stone slabs, their large, round eyes exuding an endearing charm reminiscent of llamas. The mooncalves, known for their gentle disposition, were classified as XX by the Ministry of Magic, posing no harm and suitable for domestication. These creatures only danced under the moonlight on solitary nights, yet now they had gathered around Loia, performing adorable pirouettes on their hind legs. Newt offered a faint smile, saying, "They are quite fond of you, Miss Grindelwald." Loia pondered whether she possessed an innate affinity for magical creatures. Newt interjected, stating that those fortunate enough to witness a mooncalf dance would encounter good fortune, as he tossed feed to the mooncalves. Regarding the esoteric nature of luck, Loia remained skeptical. Mimicking Newt's actions, she scattered a handful of feed, successfully attracting a few plump puffskein apparitions. Newt patiently introduced both the mooncalves and puffskeins to her. Yet Loia appeared somewhat disinterested. While undeniably adorable, she felt their utility was limited. One niffler sufficed for the roles of cuteness and idleness, and she believed she required a more formidable magical creature. Newt, resting his chin on his hand, contemplated which magical beings to present to Loia next. He personally recommended creatures that were aesthetically pleasing to young women, yet posed minimal danger, for it would be unwise to allow Dumbledore's daughter to care for a creature as perilous as a rumpant. Observing Newt's furrowed brow, Loia entertained a mischievous thought to tease the earnest man. With her innocent, wide eyes, she deliberately stated, "I wish to care for a thunderbird. I read about it in the library. It is a divine bird from ancient American mythology, capable of conjuring lightning and storms during flight. I heard that one of the houses at Ilvermorny is named after the thunderbird." Newt, believing her words with sincerity, ran his fingers through his tousled brown hair in distress. "Miss Grindelwald, that is quite challenging. The thunderbird is exceedingly rare and on the brink of extinction. The last time I encountered one was decades ago when I rescued a thunderbird from a magical creature dealer in Egypt and released it in Arizona. In all these years, no traces of thunderbirds have surfaced. While it's not impossible to procure a thunderbird egg from the wizarding black market in Egypt for you, the chances of successful hatching are low, and the hatchlings are difficult to survive. This is one reason why thunderbirds commanded exorbitant prices in the hands of dealers." He continued, "Moreover, the mere flap of a thunderbird's wings can unleash a tempest. The ministry classifies it as XXXX dangerous. If Miss Grindelwald were to bring a thunderbird back to Hogwarts, the castle would be engulfed in perpetual lightning and thunder, with fierce winds wreaking havoc. Young witches and wizards would struggle through tempestuous storms to attend classes, perilously at risk of being swept away by the gales. Just envisioning such a scene is enough to astound." Unable to contain her amusement at Newt's troubled expression, Loia let out a soft laugh, revealing her delicate dimples. Loia remarked that he was merely jesting, while Newt finally relaxed his shoulders and exhaled a sigh of relief. However, he gravely underestimated Loia's affinity for extraordinarily perilous magical creatures. A thunderous roar echoed from beyond the valley, as a creature resembling a leopard, known as the venomous leopard, proudly perched upon a massive rock. Loia gazed in awe at the colossal creature, a beast 5 times larger than an ordinary lion. It appeared fearsome, and one could only imagine the grandeur of riding it. Meanwhile, Newt looked at Loia with a face full of shock. The noxious leopard, classified as XXXXX by the Ministry of Magic, was even more perilous than the thunderbird. It would require over 100 skilled wizards to confront it. Perhaps a slightly smaller magical creature would suit you better, Newt hesitantly suggested, while educating Loia on the various dangers posed by the noxious leopard. Upon learning from Newt that the breath of the noxious leopard was lethally toxic, Loia quickly dismissed the idea of keeping one as a pet. The noxious leopards in Newt's menagerie had not inflicted any toxic harm on humans or creatures, likely due to some protective enchantment he had cast within its space. However, in the wild, the situation would be precarious. Releasing a noxious leopard might lead to widespread poisoning among muggles and wizards alike, and she might even need to carry a gas mask with her. Subsequently, Loia encountered the venomous horned beast, known for its massive horns and notorious for causing havoc in the gaming arena. This female venomous horned beast was agitated and posed a significant threat. To pacify the irritable creature, Newt had to perform a courtship dance. After witnessing Newt's awkward attempts at rolling and twisting on the lawn, Loia resolutely abandoned the notion of keeping a venomous horned beast. She certainly did not wish to dance such an embarrassing dance during each mating season. Perhaps, as Newt suggested, Selecting a smaller magical creature for companionship would indeed be more convenient. Loya, accompanied by Newt, encountered a wondrous array of magical creatures, a serpentine bird capable of altering its shape at will, a horned beast adorned with slippery tendrils, an elusive creature that could render itself invisible, and a young squid-like mite that required Newt to feed it from a bottle. Each extraordinary being captivated Loya's imagination. And time in the enchanted zoo passed swiftly, soon reaching the zenith of noon. Newt stood beside a nest resembling a cozy den, where a green-shelled egg, adorned with sharp spines and peculiar patterns, lay nestled. The nest was imbued with a warm enchantment, and each day, Newt would carve out time to diligently record his observations of the hatching process. As he noticed a little girl gazing curiously at the egg with her round, wide eyes, he smiled and gently asked her, "Would you like to touch it?" Loya nodded vigorously, cautiously accepting the egg that Newt placed in her hands. The moment her palm made contact with the eggshell, she felt a portion of her magical essence being drawn away at the point of contact. The egg, now infused with her magic, trembled in her grasp, as if something within were eager to break free. Newt stared in astonishment at the egg, which had begun to crack. His voice tinged with palpable excitement. "Incredible. I discovered it in a village in the Americas. Its hatching is notoriously difficult, with nearly no recorded success among wizards. I never imagined that your mere touch would set this in motion." Loya tilted her head, gazing intently at the egg. Perhaps this was indeed what Newt had just mentioned. Witnessing the moon-stricken beast dance would herald a stroke of good fortune. Was the fortunate event her hatching an egg? Newt's eyes were fixated on the cracks of the eggshell, while Loya was filled with eager anticipation to discover what the little creature within might be. First, a slender green tail emerged from the fissures of the shell, followed by something reminiscent of butterfly wings that wriggled free. As the eggshell gradually crumbled, the being inside took a moment to gather itself before it burst forth from the shell, soaring into the air and spiraling above Loya's head. Loya extended her arm in an attempt to guide it. The creature appeared remarkably intelligent, fluttering its iridescent blue-green wings like a butterfly, eventually settling upon Loya's arm. It then lowered its head to preen the fragments of eggshell clinging to its wings. The egg, ostensibly the size of a palm, had given rise to a hatchling that was surprisingly as large as a fully grown owl. Loya carefully observed the extraordinary creature that had just emerged from its shell. Its form resembled a remarkable amalgamation of a devilfish, a butterfly, and the face-hugging creatures from the realm of Resident Evil. Its wings, adorned with sharp spines, displayed a mesmerizing blend of blue and green hues, while its head bore a striking resemblance to a wolf's skull, from which gleaming red slits for eyes shone ominously. This was the curled-winged demon, a being intimately connected to her. Classified as XXXXX by the Ministry of Magic, it was deemed one of the most perilous magical creatures, categorized as impossible to domesticate or tame. Initially, Newt had harbored concerns regarding the curled-winged demon's potential danger to her, yet now, this freshly hatched creature perched obediently upon Loya's arm, having already accepted the girl before it as its master. Newt bent down to meet Loya's gaze and solemnly stated, "It is a highly dangerous dark magical being. If you wish to keep it, you must understand that they feast upon human brains." Loya gently caressed the bone-like head of the curled-winged creature, dismissing any concerns about its dietary requirements. Why not nurture it? This being possesses an exceptionally high resistance to magic. In his youth, Newt had also raised one, using it to triumph over the horrors of the American Congress, and even employing it to launch an assault against Grindelwald. Newt further elaborated that one could substitute the feeding of the curled-winged creature with animal brains, such as those of cattle or sheep. However, should one fail to fully tame and control it, the creature may perceive those nearby as prey and feast upon their brains. I desire to raise this curled-winged creature. I shall train it well and ensure it does not harm others, nor will it consume human brains." Though Loya spoke those words, her heart muttered a different tune. She merely stated that the curled-winged demon was forbidden from consuming the brains of the Nifflers, yet she never mentioned the same about the dead. Observing the unwavering determination in Loya's gaze, Newt felt reassured. He recalled that the remaining marrow from the beef he had previously fed to the bowtruckle was still intact, prompting him to decide to return to the shed alone to retrieve it. As soon as Newt departed, Loya began to fondle and caress the curled-winged demon for quite some time. She remembered that the adult curled-winged demon Newt had raised was significantly larger than Dumbledore's majestic phoenix. Moreover, she had inadvertently come across some information indicating that certain wizarding traders had attempted to capture the curled-winged demon, intending to utilize its hide to create magical cloaks for sale in the black market. hoping to amass a fortune. However, the demon's extraordinary magical resistance far exceeded their expectations, rendering their spells ineffective. The hunters became the hunted, as the ferocious curled-winged demon devoured their heads, leaving behind mere shells. Since that incident, not even the smugglers of magical creatures dared to covet the curled-winged demon. Seizing the opportunity while Newt was away, Loia was eager to test the veracity of its reputed magical resistance. She pointed her wand at the curled-winged demon perched on her arm. Initially, she cast several transfiguration and levitation spells, all of which bore no effect on the creature. With determination, she unleashed a powerful spell, encasing it in a water prison. Yet, to her astonishment, the curled-winged demon emerged unscathed, flapping its large wings like a playful puppy, shaking off the water. Even the most formidable of spells failed to inflict any harm. Indeed, its magical resistance was astonishingly high, and when it spread its wings, it resembled a formidable shield. Loia contemplated whether, upon encountering an adversary who hurled curses in her direction, she could simply dispatch the coiled-winged demon to intercept the malevolent magic. This line of thought revealed a harmonious blend of offense and defense. Moreover, it could transform into a palm-sized cocoon, conveniently stowable in her pocket, making it an indispensable tool for both lethal endeavors and leisurely travels. Given the remarkable magical resistance of the coiled-winged demon, Loia smirked wickedly, pondering whether to test the Cruciatus Curse and the Avada Kedavra on the recently hatched juvenile creature. If it proved immune even to the unforgivable curses, then when Voldemort unleashed his formidable powers, she could effortlessly deploy the demon to absorb the impact of such abilities. However, before she could experiment with the demon's resistance against the unforgivable curses, Newt had already returned from the shed. Loia swiftly concealed his wand within the folds of his sleeve. It would be utterly inappropriate to employ the killing curse in the presence of a magizoologist before the newly hatched creature. Immersed in the joy of witnessing the magical beast emerge from its shell, Newt was entirely oblivious to Loya's subtle maneuver. He set aside the iron bucket filled with food for the Niffler, and upon catching sight of the bovine brain, the newborn Niffler was instantly stirred by its primal instincts, transforming into a frenzy. Its eyes glimmered with a fierce red light as it bared a row of sharp fangs and began to flap its wings violently, aiming to dive headfirst into the bucket at an astonishing speed. The creature possessed remarkable strength. Loia, positioned behind the Niffler, struggled to maintain control, gripping its wings with both hands. It was no wonder that in the films, Nifflers could effortlessly overpower several Aurors with sheer physical force. This little one already exhibited such strength that Loia found it nearly impossible to restrain it. Loia felt that with just a few more flaps of her wings, she could lift herself into the air. Upon returning to her wish-fulfilling room at Hogwarts, she truly intended to tame this little creature. Newt, with his extensive experience in caring for magical beasts, swiftly regained control of the situation, calming the emotions of the Alchemy. Truly, he was her idol, possessing an unparalleled affinity for magical creatures. Newt placed an iron container filled with cow brains before Loia and, with a gentle demeanor, remarked, "Miss Grindelwald, the feeding of the Alchemy must be undertaken by you personally. While Newt could assist her with other matters, the act of feeding must be performed by the owner. Even Muggles understand that in order to fully domesticate and train an animal, it must recognize that its source of sustenance lies solely with its owner. The owner must personally feed it to establish a close bond." Thus Newt advised Loia to take on the task of feeding herself. Loia cast her gaze upon the gruesomely severed pieces of beef brain within the barrel, and it would be a lie to claim she felt no revulsion. Yet, in the interest of fostering a harmonious relationship with the curled-winged demon, she endured the discomfort. After all, it was merely the slippery, glistening matter of the brain. Fortunately, Newt had thoughtfully provided her with gloves in advance, sparing her from direct contact with the gelatinous masses. Loia donned her gloves and retrieved a piece of cow brain from the iron barrel, cradling it in her palm. With a smile directed at the curled-winged creature, she said, "Come here, you delicate butterfly. Do be cautious. Do not bite me. Should you dare to do so, I shall fry you, then salt you, seasoning you with a touch of scallions, ginger, and garlic." This last menacing remark was whispered softly, ensuring that Newt, who was behind her, could not hear. Indeed, this threat from her master proved quite effective, as the curled-winged creature lowered its head and gingerly took the cow brain from Loia's hand, beginning to chew. Speaking of which, the young creature had quite an appetite, and soon the large portion of cow brain was nearly consumed. However, Loia had already devised a plan. Upon returning to Hogwarts, she could daily seek the house elves in the kitchen for animal brain matter, sufficient to satiate her curled-winged companion. Once well-fed, the creature unfurled its butterfly-like wings, and before long, it had cocooned itself into a form the size of a goose egg. Loya held the green cocoon in her palm, distinctly feeling the pulsation of its surface. Ah! She recalled vaguely from a film that Newt had once extracted venom from the cocoon to dilute into a potion. Intrigued, she wished to try it herself. Gripping the cocoon tightly with both hands, almost twisting it in her eagerness. The curled-winged creature, however, was quite distressed by Loya's rough handling, prompting Newt to intervene with a chuckle, saying, "The curled-winged creature only secretes venom upon reaching maturity." Loya nodded in understanding, tucking the petite green cocoon into her pocket, marking a delightful conclusion to her first day of acquaintance with the curled-winged creature. The following day, Loya was finally able to leave the hospital. Her father, Dumbledore, momentarily set aside his responsibilities at the school to personally come and escort his daughter home. "Come here, my child," he said, his face radiating kindness as he squinted and waved at her with a smile. Loya donned the bag gifted by Theseus upon her back and gracefully approached Dumbledore at the entrance. Upon noticing her father extend his hand, she instinctively linked her arm with his. In the next moment, her father transported them away from St. Mungo's hospital with a flicker of apparition, leaving the ever-dutiful Newt to navigate the myriad of cumbersome medication and discharge procedures alone within the hospital. Loya stood before a snow-white edifice, where a diminutive fairy with pointed whiskers bowed in greeting. Accompanied by Dumbledore, Loya traversed the lustrous bronze doors and ascended the steps into the Grand Hall of Gringotts. Loya was perplexed as to why they had come to Gringotts, casting a bewildered glance at her father. Dumbledore kindly remarked, "My dear child, I brought you here to show you your rightful inheritance." "My inheritance? But I have never opened an account at Gringotts," Loya responded, her confusion deepening as Dumbledore winked at her mysteriously. Loya observed as Dumbledore handed a key to the goblin at the counter. After a moment of meticulous inspection, the goblin adjusted his glasses and exclaimed in astonishment, "This vault has not been opened in many years. I thought it would remain forever untouched, gathering dust." The goblin then led them to the underground vault, where they boarded a cart that sped through the serpentine, labyrinthine passages. The cold wind whistled past her ears, and Loya felt as though she were on a roller coaster. The cart came to a halt before a grand door, and as the goblin opened the vault, a blinding cascade of golden treasures surged forth, nearly engulfing the diminutive goblin. Had it not been for Dumbledore's timely incantation, which inflated the goblin's body and allowed it to float free from the mountain of gold, it would have been suffocated beneath the overwhelming riches. The elderly man's hand rested gently on Loya's small shoulder, his bright blue eyes twinkling behind his glasses. "This is a legacy left to you by your father, Gellert. He opened an account for you at Gringotts the moment you were born, when Grindelwald and Dumbledore's 2 children were born. They were magically encased in ice and hidden away in a remote mountain, their slumbering forms preserved in time by enchantment. Grindelwald and Dumbledore intended to awaken their children at the appropriate moment, in a fitting era, while Gellert had already established a substantial inheritance for them at Gringotts. However, fate took an unexpected turn when the 2 frozen children were stolen, and it took Dumbledore many years to locate his daughter in the Muggle world. At this moment, Loya could hardly conceal her shock. She had a private vault from the moment she was born? Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the mountains of gold and jewels within the vault. Having lived a life of poverty in her previous existence, she had never encountered such wealth. The treasures before her were enough to last several lifetimes, and she felt as if it were all a surreal dream. Had she truly transformed into a wealthy heiress? During her time at Hogwarts, Loya had scarcely indulged in extravagant expenses, taking only a modest sum of galleons with her. She tucked the vault key Dumbledore had given her into her bag, and soon after, her father transported her through apparition to an unfamiliar estate. They stood before an iron gate adorned with 2 English lions, and upon their arrival, the doorman promptly bowed and opened the gate. As it creaked open, the interior of the estate unfolded before Loya's eyes. It was a classic English manor, complete with picturesque gardens, serene lakes, and fountains. A delicate canopy draped in sheer fabric had been constructed within the garden, providing a charming spot for the estate's owner to enjoy afternoon tea amidst blooming flowers. Beyond the garden lay the grand main house, its exterior walls embellished with intricate carvings, while arched windows in a vintage style opened onto small terraces for the aristocrats to relax. The opulence of the estate resembled that of a royal princess's castle, rivaling even the grandeur of Malfoy Manor. Loya gazed in awe at the resplendent manor before her. What astonished her even more was the sight of approximately 20 servants eagerly approaching. They stood in two neat lines, bowing respectfully to Loya as they greeted her, Miss Grindelwald. Good morning. Dumbledore, with paternal affection, gently patted his daughter's hand, saying, My dear, this is your estate. You are now its mistress. It took several moments for Loya to fully comprehend Dumbledore's words. The events of the day felt surreal, as though she were caught in a dream. First, she inherited a vault from her father, transforming her into a wealthy heiress, and now, another father had bestowed upon her an entire estate, making her the owner of Grindelwald Manor. This estate had once belonged to the Muggle royal family and was acquired by Dumbledore at an unimaginable price after its previous owners relocated to America. During Loya's time in the hospital, the manor had been renovated in a style that catered to wizarding tastes. Dumbledore had chosen not to employ house elves for Loya's care. Instead, he had hired well-educated servants proficient in various household magics. It was unclear what kind of enchantment her father had employed, but he had managed to relocate the entire manor from the Muggle world to a location near Hogsmeade without causing any stir in the Muggle community. Dumbledore informed Loya that during her school years, should she choose not to stay on campus, she was welcome to return to the manor. And he even gifted her a key that would allow her to teleport directly to the estate. Loya gazed at the assembly of servants before her, discerning their respective roles within the estate from their attire. Among them were a solitary male butler, 6 female maids, for male famine, a head chef, for assistant cooks, 2 gardeners, and 2 gatekeepers. Over 20 servants dedicated to attending to her every need. Loya found herself quite unaccustomed to such extravagance. Among the crowd, one figure stood out distinctly. He donned a black tailcoat, markedly different from the attire of the other servants, and held a large black umbrella, his gloved hand raised elegantly. His status within the estate appeared to surpass that of his peers, likely the male butler tasked with overseeing all the household staff. Yet, on this splendidly sunny day, he wielded an umbrella far larger than the ordinary, as though he intended to envelop himself in darkness, piquing Loya's curiosity. The butler, noticing his mistress's gaze, slightly adjusted the umbrella to reveal his face. To Loya's astonishment, it was the vampire who had shielded her from bullets in Salem Town, serving as a formidable bulwark. At that time, he had suffered a grievous injury, his right arm severed by a werewolf's bite, and the venom was lethally toxic to vampires. Loya had believed him to be doomed, yet here he stood before her now, assuming the role of the estate's butler. With a heart brimming with joy, Loya exclaimed, How wonderful! Mr. Vampire Shield, you are still alive. It was Mr. Newt Scamander who discovered and rescued me. The emotionless visage of the Vampire Shield remained unchanged as he succinctly introduced himself to Loya. Miss, my name is Kratos Isel, and I am to be your steward henceforth. This is a directive from your brother, who has commanded me to remain by your side for your protection. You may address me as you see fit. Loya's gaze fell upon his vacant right sleeve, from which an arm had been lost. Despite the assistance of the magizoologist Newt, the vampire, bitten by a werewolf, had managed to retain his life, yet his right arm, having been injured, was bereft of the ability to regenerate. With an expression of calm indifference, the vampire remarked, Rest assured, the loss of one arm does not hinder my ability to sever the throats of your enemies. I have lived for several centuries longer than the average vampire, endowed with a wealth of combat experience. Moreover, during your convalescence, I have successfully completed my training as the steward of the estate, and I am fully capable of managing your manor with utmost efficiency. Please feel free to instruct me as needed. The news of the still-living vampire, a formidable shield, brought a sigh of relief from Loya. He recalled an advertisement in a past issue of the Prophet's Daily, which featured a shop specializing in prosthetics for severely injured Aurors, and he resolved to visit it when time permitted to procure a prosthetic for his steward. Subsequently, his elderly father guided Loya into the main building of the estate. As the servants parted to create a pathway, the interior of the main building was steeped in an air of elegant classicism, adorned with exquisite furnishings, intricately patterned plush carpets, and various works of art. The estate boasted 3 floors, comprising over 30 rooms. The 3rd floor served as the residence for the nobility. The 2nd floor housed the reception lounge, inner garden, study, dining room, and bathroom, while the 1st floor was designated for the servants' quarters and lounge. Loya's luggage had been diligently transported by the servants from Spider's Inn to the bedroom. The walls of the chamber were adorned with a bellboard, upon which each brass bell was inscribed with the name of a servant. When the master of the estate summoned a servant, a gentle tug of the bell would suffice. After Dumbledore guided Loya through the grand manor, the servants entered in an orderly fashion, each bearing a tray laden with delectable refreshments and pastries, which they placed upon the table. A gentle breeze wafted through the open window, carrying with it the enchanting fragrance of blooming flowers. As the father and daughter indulged in a delightful and cozy afternoon tea, a servant politely knocked and inquired, "Miss, in which room should Mr. Scamander's luggage be placed?" Loya gazed at her father with a look of bewilderment. Dumbledore set down his teacup and remarked, "It is I who have requested Newt to remain here and care for you for a while." The news of Newt's extended stay filled Loya with joy. Who wouldn't want to see their idol every day, especially under the same roof? Perhaps in the future, she might even coax a few magical creatures from Newt's suitcase. Dumbledore poured himself another cup of tea and turned his gaze to Loya. "I have decided to appoint Newt as a professor at Hogwarts." Loya displayed a look of astonishment. According to the trajectory of the film, there should be no vacancies among the professors at Hogwarts at this time. And the current instructor for the Care of Magical Creatures course is Sylvanus Kettleburn. Could it be that the reckless Sylvanus Kettleburn retired a year early? Even if Newt were truly to take the position of professor for Care of Magical Creatures at Hogwarts, it is an elective course for third-year students. And as a second-year student, she would not be eligible to enroll. Loya felt a profound sense of regret as she glumly stared at the tea leaves swirling in her cup. Her father's subsequent words took her completely by surprise. "I have decided to appoint him as the professor of defense against the dark arts." Loya, astonished, lifted her gaze from the teacup. "Isn't the professor of defense against the dark arts now that fraud, Gilderoy Lockhart?" Dumbledore playfully winked at his daughter. "I am confident that this will pose no challenge to my daughter." Lois tilted her head in confusion, yet she soon grasped her father's intent. Lockhart had only held his position for a month, and it was not convenient for Dumbledore to exert pressure as the headmaster to have him dismissed. However, she devised a cunning plan to indirectly ensure that Lockhart could no longer serve as the professor of defense against the dark arts. By seizing an opportune moment to send Lockhart to St. Mungo's Hospital, where he would remain for several months and be unable to return to Hogwarts, Dumbledore would be able to recommend Newt to fill his vacancy. After all, Lockhart possessed no genuine skills, merely a charlatan masquerading as a scholar. Nevertheless, she understood that she could not brazenly assault the professor in public. She needed to devise a plausible means to have him admitted to St. Mungo's. Loya recalled that due to the unlocking of the secret chamber in the film, Lockhart had organized a dueling club. She seized the opportunity to challenge him under the pretext of seeking his guidance during that class. In her mind, her plans were clicking away like a well-oiled machine. Dumbledore gently added, "Do not go overboard." Loya beamed a delightful smile, responding, "Understood, Father. I shall handle it well." Newt had initially planned to return to London with his suitcase after Miss Grindelwald's discharge, continuing his lifelong devotion to the study of magical creatures. However, he was unexpectedly approached by Dumbledore, who wished for him to remain temporarily to care for his daughter. The situation arose from the whispered rumors circulating within Slytherin House regarding an improper relationship between Professor Snape and Loya. This left Dumbledore in a state of profound unease, as he recognized the unsettling truth that rumors rarely emerge without a foundation of distorted facts. The implications were daunting. If the rumors bore any truth, he could scarcely fathom the consequences. Initially, he had entrusted Severus with the temporary guardianship of his daughter due to her delicate constitution requiring potion-based suppression. Yet, in less than a year, the circumstances had escalated to this alarming extent. During Loya's hospitalization, Dumbledore subtly probed his daughter, and upon discovering that she did not have a romantic interest, he let out a brief sigh of relief. To prevent his daughter's relationship with Snape from spiraling out of control, he could no longer allow her to stay in Spinner's End. Moreover, Loya had completely merged with Murmurin, rendering the potion suppression utterly meaningless. What she truly required was alchemy to sustain her life. The elderly man wearily pinched the bridge of his nose, gazing out the window with a grave tone. "Newt, my daughter is only 12 years old. I am her father. How can I stand idly by while Severus and she?" Albus tightened his grip on the railing. "I cannot acquiesce, nor will Gellert. Gellert is such a formidable individual." He left the last remark unspoken, as it represented the direst outcome he wished to avoid. He was acutely aware of Gellert's temperament, should he learn of this. Albus could not predict the actions he might take. "It was my failure as a father. I should not have hastily decided to appoint Severus as temporary guardian for Loya. She ought to engage more with her peers and cultivate friendships with those of her own age." The old man sighed softly at this thought, believing that his daughter should broaden her social circle. His mind immediately turned to Newt's grandson, Rolf. He had observed Rolf at school, and regrettably, Rolf, apart from inheriting his grandfather's shy disposition, lacked Newt's admirable qualities. To put it plainly, he was rather unremarkable. Speaking of Rolf, Newt chuckled softly, scratching the back of his neck. His earnest grandson was indeed ill-suited for Miss Grindelwald. He suddenly recalled a Hufflepuff descendant who had visited Miss Grindelwald during her hospitalization, and mentioned Cedric Diggory to Albus. Upon hearing the name, Albus was taken aback. Cedric, a fourth-year Hufflepuff, was kind-hearted and upright, excelling in many respects. Newt also remembered that Loya had mentioned Harry Potter, a fellow Gryffindor. Although he had been engrossed in the study of magical creatures and had paid little attention to external affairs, he had coincidentally heard Banny speak of the boy hailed as the savior, who had survived Voldemort's wrath. Newt uttered Harry Potter's name without hesitation. Albus, upon hearing Harry's name, furrowed his brow and fell into a brief contemplation. Harry was integral to his plans against Voldemort. Truth be told, Albus did not wish for Loya to grow too close to Harry, fearing that she might be ensnared in danger. Maintaining a typical classmate relationship would suffice. Ultimately, Albus refrained from further comment, leaving Newt uncertain of which option the elder favored as he returned to his previous topic. The old man's eyes, visible behind his glasses, regarded Newt earnestly as he spoke slowly, ensuring that each word was clearly heard. I wish for you to care for Loya for a time. I cannot entrust her to anyone else at present. Newt was Albus's most valued confidant, neither power-hungry nor fame-seeking. With a gentle and harmless disposition, he was precisely the right choice to look after Loya. Newt paused, momentarily taken aback. It had been years since the war, and now everyone jested that Albus would mourn for him, even his own brother, Theseus. He looked at Albus with trepidation, doubting whether Gellert, who was supposedly residing in Nurmengard, might suddenly apparate behind him. After all, decades ago, in the tunnel, Gellert had cursed him mercilessly, and the memory still haunted him, although Albus appeared to be imploring him. The undertone of command was unmistakable, and Newt was well aware of it. He had considerable experience caring for magical creatures, and looking after a young girl would not pose much difficulty. He could simply treat her as a magical creature in need of care. During their brief time together in the hospital, he had also observed that Albus's daughter was quite mature in mind. She did not flaunt her illustrious lineage with arrogance, and she had a genuine fondness for magical creatures, a good child, likely easy to care for. Simultaneously, Newt silently prayed that Gellert would not suddenly reappear one day to incinerate his suitcase. As the mistress of Grindelwald Manor, Loya had much to attend to, not to mention how unaccustomed she was to being surrounded by maids early in the morning, who insisted on grooming and adorning her at the vanity. She was still unfamiliar with the estate, and first needed to familiarize herself with all the rooms and layout under the guidance of the housekeeper. Managing the affairs of the estate proved to be more troublesome for Loya than she had anticipated. For instance, certain facilities in the garden remained unfinished, and each time a servant inquired about her choice of blueprint or materials, Loya found herself utterly perplexed, lacking any expertise in architecture or decoration. And with her father having returned to Hogwarts the same day, while Newt was preoccupied with his research in his case from dawn till dusk, she ultimately cast these intricate issues aside, delegating them to the vampire butler. In the midst of the lush greenery curated by the vampire, an incongruous black gazebo emerged, accompanied by flower stands, sculptures, tea tables, and benches, all uniformly dark. From a distance, one might have mistaken it for a Dracula-themed garden. The following day, the proprietor of the enchanted tailoring shop, accompanied by her apprentices, arrived at the estate, revealing that her father had placed a substantial order for her in advance. This establishment, catering exclusively to the aristocracy with bespoke services, offered garments of extravagant cost, far surpassing the prices at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. The proprietor, an elderly witch, began by fawning over the estate's opulence, showering exaggerated compliments upon Loya's beauty, nearly lulling her into drowsiness. Ultimately, the old witch gestured towards the robe she wore from Madame Malkin's, declaring, "Miss Grindelwald, such inexpensive fabric and coarse craftsmanship are utterly unworthy of your esteemed status." It appeared that even within the wizarding world, a hierarchy existed within the clothing industry. With a bow, the elderly witch took Roya's measurements, while the apprentices showcased the latest styles before her for selection. Each garment exuded opulence, adorned with delicate ruffles and lace at the neck and cuffs, embellished with an array of jewels, each piece radiating an air of grandeur. To put it in Roya's words, she felt as though she would be dazzling from head to toe, and such ostentation seemed excessive. After all, she was heading to school, not attending an afternoon tea with pure-blooded society ladies. Ultimately, at Roya's insistence, aside from retaining a few dresses suitable for important social gatherings, she opted for ordinary, everyday attire befitting her academic life, resolutely rejecting any off-the-shoulder gowns adorned with gold and silver. The news of Headmaster Dumbledore purchasing a noble estate for Loya Grindelwald quickly spread throughout Hogwarts, fueled by the chatter of the portraits. This revelation lent credence to last year's rumors regarding Loya's lineage as Dumbledore's granddaughter. Those who had previously doubted now accepted it as truth, while those who had believed were further convinced. Upon her arrival at Hogwarts, Loya strolled through the corridors, greeted warmly by the portraits. "Miss Grindelwald, welcome back to Hogwarts." "Miss Grindelwald, you look particularly radiant today." "Miss Grindelwald, without your presence, I find myself utterly immobilized within these portraits." Faced with such fervent praise from the portraits, Loya inwardly scoffed. She was not foolish, after all. Their flattery surely masked ulterior motives. If there is something to be said, then speak plainly. Loya paused before one particular portrait and inquired directly. The other figures within the portraits eagerly crowded into this one. "Might I trouble you to speak a few kind words to Headmaster Dumbledore on my behalf? I would greatly appreciate a new frame, as mine has endured for decades, and the paint has faded. Just yesterday, the newly arrived portraits mocked me for it." Loya was astonished to discover that portraits, much like humans, possessed a tendency to compare themselves with one another. In another portrait, an individual eagerly squeezed forward, exclaiming, "My hat has faded. I implore you to find a magical artist to restore its color." Meanwhile, another portrait, swaying a wine glass and belching, declared, "I have been drinking wine for a century. Please find a magical artist to change my flavor." These portraits were quite astute, understanding that since Headmaster Dumbledore was so indulgent towards his granddaughter, winning her favor would, in turn, curry favor with him. A mere word from the headmaster's granddaughter could easily prompt a change of frame or a little addition of wine. The resident ghost of Gryffindor, nearly headless Nick, also floated before Loya, hesitatingly and bashfully saying, "Miss Grindelwald, could you do me a favor? My application has been rejected by the Headless Horseman Squad 200 times, and I truly wish to join." To change a frame or hire a magical artist was not a significant expense for Loya, but she could only do her best to accommodate Nick's request. However, she had her own conditions. Should she ever need to gather information in the future, these portraits, who had benefited from her kindness, would be obliged to assist her unconditionally. Moreover, the portraits served as living eavesdroppers within Hogwarts, perfectly suited for collecting intelligence. The portraits nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Loya pondered whether the main storyline had progressed to the Chamber of Secrets by now, having been away from Hogwarts for a month. She was uncertain about the current developments regarding the Chamber's narrative. Thus, she inquired of the portraits, "Have any peculiar occurrences transpired within the castle recently?" In unison, the portraits replied in the negative. "For instance, have any red words appeared upon the walls?" The portraits collectively shook their heads. Loya furrowed her brow, feeling an odd sense of unease. Could it be that the plot of the secret chamber had yet to commence? Was the main storyline waiting for her return? If she did not show up, would the chamber remain dormant? The headmaster's granddaughter had failed to glean any valuable information from the portraits, which observed Loya's brooding demeanor with trepidation, fearing she might retract her agreement to their request. Suddenly, one portrait sprang up, exclaiming, "I've remembered. An astonishing event did occur. Harry Potter from Gryffindor got into a brawl. Right in this very corridor, Harry had not relied on his wand. He first delivered a solid punch to his opponent's nose, followed by a swift left hook. As the portrait narrated the incident, it animatedly mimicked the scene, striking the nose of an adjacent portrait, which immediately let out a wail of protest. Upon hearing this news, Loya murmured in mild astonishment. Who would have thought Harry was also a master of hand-to-hand combat? After this reflection, Loya glanced at the time and realized with alarm that the feast had already begun. She bid farewell to the portraits and hurried toward the direction of the Great Hall. Within Hogwarts' Grand Hall, every long table was filled with students. Today seemed to be a particularly special occasion. Although it was well past dinner time, the feast had yet to commence. Everyone stared at their empty plates, exchanging puzzled glances, as if awaiting the arrival of some important figure. Lockhart sat at the professor's table, his stomach audibly protesting in a most unbecoming manner. In an attempt to mask his embarrassment, he flashed a dazzling smile, revealing his pearly whites, and inquired cheerfully, "Professor Dumbledore, may we commence dinner?" Snape shot him an exasperated glance. Dumbledore regarded him as though he were invisible, and Lockhart awkwardly chuckled twice. As the grand doors of the hall swung open, Loya stepped inside, instantly drawing the collective gaze of all present. Under the scrutiny of hundreds of eyes, many might have felt a chill creep up their necks. But she remained unfazed. Scanning the Gryffindor crowd, Loya effortlessly spotted the familiar trio. Hermione and Ron waved enthusiastically, while Harry stared at her, momentarily dumbfounded. Before his eyes sparkled with recognition, Dumbledore smiled and nodded at Loya, who returned the gesture with a warm smile of her own. With the entire hall's attention upon her, she gracefully made her way to the Gryffindor table. Ron instinctively vacated his seat, allowing Loya to settle beside Harry, whose face was alight with joy. He was brimming with excitement and had a multitude of things he wished to express. He shifted slightly closer to her, deliberately narrowing the distance between them. Professor McGonagall wrapped her spoon against her goblet and declared, "May I have your attention, please? Professor Dumbledore has an important announcement to make." The murmurs in the hall quieted. Dumbledore rose and proclaimed, "Let us welcome Loya, who has returned to Hogwarts after her recovery." The Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables erupted into enthusiastic applause. Ravenclaw followed suit, while Slytherin exchanged glances, unsure of how to react. Under the piercing gaze of Professor Snape, they begrudgingly joined in the applause. The situation was clear to anyone with a semblance of wit. The headmaster was awaiting his granddaughter to join them for dinner, and if Grindelwald delayed any longer, they might find themselves ravenous. "Well, that is all the important news. Let the feast begin," Dumbledore concluded. As soon as he finished speaking, the long tables were instantly laden with an abundance of food and drink, transforming the hall into a sumptuous banquet. The enthusiastic and sociable Gryffindors could no longer contain their curiosity. They surged forward, surrounding Loya and bombarding her with questions about her whereabouts and health. Feeling somewhat dizzy amidst the lions, Loya was at a loss as to whom to answer first. "I can hardly believe it. You're really back. I've missed you so much," Harry began, but his words were cut short by Jordan, who had edged closer. Jordan gave Loya a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Wow. You are absolutely incredible. You're the first student in Hogwarts history to miss 40 days of class without being expelled. You will surely be remembered in the annals of Hogwarts." Colin Creevey, a first-year student from Gryffindor, struggled to emerge from the crowd, brandishing his camera and enthusiastically capturing images of Loya and Harry. The hall resonated with laughter and joy, painting a harmonious and delightful scene of conversation among the lions. After dinner, as curfew approached, Loya called for Hermione to accompany her back to the common room. However, Hermione hurriedly uttered that she had an urgent matter to attend to and swiftly departed, leaving Loya standing alone in the corridor, intending to engage Hermione in conversation. Loya had no choice but to traverse one corridor after another, ascending flight after flight of stairs. Typically, as curfew approached, the other three houses would retreat to their dormitories early, while Gryffindor would continue to frolic and jest in the corridors until the very last moment. However, today, the Gryffindor corridor was remarkably quiet, devoid of any presence, leaving Loya bewildered. After a month apart, had this pride of lions become so obedient to the school rules? She stood before the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. Although she was unaware of the password for the academic year, she had long since won over the portraits. For instance, the fat lady desired a Persian cat, and Loya had agreed to assist her in finding a magical artist. The fat lady, with a warm demeanor, was about to grant her entry when hurried footsteps approached from behind. Harry rushed to her side, blocking her path, his pace frantic and his breath slightly labored. In the brief months since they last met, Harry appeared to have grown considerably taller. Loya had to tilt her head slightly upward to meet his gaze. Warm light cascaded around them, illuminating Harry's gradually defined profile. The once slender boy now stood with an upright posture, his features deepening with maturity. Harry positioned himself as if to prevent her from entering the common room, prompting Loya to cast a puzzled glance in his direction. He recited the prepared words. Hagrid's eight-eyed giant spider, Aragog, had just given birth to a brood of offspring, and he invited them to visit his hut immediately. Loya cast a suspicious glance at Harry, emitting a muffled sound through her nose. Is an Aragog male? How can a male give birth? Harry's expression momentarily stiffened. He had not anticipated that the flimsy excuse he had concocted would be so effortlessly dismantled. In truth, Harry lacked the talent for deception. He could not lie without his heart racing and his eyes darting about. At that moment, a crack in the door of the Gryffindor common room opened quietly, revealing two red heads peering through the gap, observing the scene outside, while occasionally turning back to urge the others in the common room to hurry. In a rush, Harry fabricated another excuse. "Could you accompany me to the library? I haven't completed my essay for Charms class." "Harry, it's been a month. You've become so diligent," Loya remarked, slightly astonished, then pointed to the night sky outside. "But the library is already closed. We could venture into the restricted section, using my invisibility cloak. Your cloak must be retrieved from the dormitory, so we need to cross the common room first. Wouldn't you agree?" Loya's voice rose deliberately towards the end. having already noticed Fred and George sneakily spying through the door crack. Uncertain of what mischievous scheme Fred and George were concocting to prank her, she realized they had sent Harry to stall her from entering. Harry was racking his brain for a suitable excuse to buy more time, but ultimately, unable to find a fitting reason, he reluctantly pleaded, "Please, I really can't go in right now." However, Loya, having just returned to school, was in high spirits, brimming with vitality, and felt inclined to tease a bit. She stepped closer to Harry, gazing intently into his slightly bewildered eyes, and flashed a mischievous smile. "Then I must go in. Won't you stop me?" Under the direct gaze of the girl before him, Harry's eyes became erratic, and he awkwardly lowered his head to stare at his shoelaces. "Harry, you used to listen to me," Loia said, feigning a sisterly complaint. When they first met, she had indeed treated Harry like a younger brother, yet now, after just a few months apart, her brother had grown taller than her. Why did it feel as though she had become the shortest one? Suddenly, Loia recalled that Ginny had already enrolled, and, reflecting on the relationship between Ginny and the Savior in the original story, she cast a meaningful glance at Harry. "I see, you must have someone you fancy now. Your wings have grown, and you no longer heed my advice?" This question left Harry momentarily perplexed. His mind went blank for 3 seconds before he quickly responded, "No, I haven't developed feelings for anyone." In a flustered attempt to explain, he turned to seek help from the narrow opening of the common room door, as if silently urging the twins to allow Loya entry. Peering through the crack, the twins sensed the situation was precarious. Harry, alone, was losing control over it. Fred remarked, "Do you think Harry can handle this?" George replied, "I don't think so." Fred continued, "That boy's heart is about to be stolen." George added, "His very soul seems to be flying away." Exchanging knowing glances, they decisively called for reinforcements, promptly kicking their brother Ron out through the door. Stumbling, Ron barely managed to regain his balance and turned to complain, "How am I supposed to stop her? You might as well have sent Hermione." With his loose lips, Ron inadvertently revealed all the pertinent information. Hermione was also in the common room, collaborating with the twins. Given Hermione's nature, Loya was confident she would not join Fred and George in pranking her. Intelligent as she was, Loya quickly deduced that the gathering of the twins and Hermione in the common room was meant to surprise her with a welcome party. A wave of warmth surged within Loya, prompting her decision to no longer torment the Savior. Harry finally exhaled in relief, wiping the perspiration from his forehead. Loya noticed a bruise on Harry's forehead, obscured by his hair. Straining to see clearly, she reached out to sweep his bangs aside, revealing a partially scabbed wound. Though it was not grave, it had clearly not been treated well. Recalling the earlier conversation among the portraits, Loya inquired, "Did you sustain that injury in a fight?" Harry pressed his lips together, standing in silence, seemingly reluctant to respond. Ron, ever candid, leaned in to interject. He got into a scuffle with a Slytherin. That Slytherin claimed. Harry's expression darkened gradually. After a moment's hesitation, Ron, unable to contain his thoughts, blurted out, "They say you're trying to seduce Professor Snape to pass potions class, and that other girls from different houses saw you two embracing in the dungeon." "Ron," Harry shouted, his voice laced with anger, prompting Ron to promptly close his mouth. The mere thought of the slanderous rumors was unbearable for Harry. He clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his palms. The sharp pain helped him regain control over his rising frustration, suppressing the agitation that threatened to surface. Ron, in a gesture of surrender, raised his hands, opting for silence as he had already conveyed the crux of the matter. He had almost forgotten to mention that prior to this incident, it was Snape who had persistently troubled Harry during potions class. Now, it had escalated into a mutual exchange of barbs. For every taunt Snape directed at Harry, Harry retaliated with equal fervor. On several occasions, infuriated, Snape seemed poised to deduct points from Gryffindor, yet inexplicably refrained from doing so. Loia was lost in thought. In truth, she remained indifferent to the rumors and slander circulating about her. Their malicious fabrications would not diminish her essence. Harry observed her in silence, his eagerness tempered by caution. And with a diminishing voice, he inquired, "You aren't angry, are you?" "I shouldn't have fought." Gazing at Harry's woeful expression, Loia's eyes twinkled as she offered him a playful smile. "Angry? Not at all. You should have been fiercer, landed a few more punches on your opponent. Next time, remember to invite me. We can join forces and transform a duel into a full-blown brawl." Peering through the door crack were the twins and Ron, spectating the scene. Ignoring the bewildered onlookers, Loia retrieved a common adhesive bandage from her bag, tore open its packaging, and, standing on tiptoe, applied it to Harry's wound. Although the mundane items of the non-magical world could not rival the potency of magic, they were indeed useful in emergencies. After all, her talents were primarily geared towards the casting of formidable offensive spells, leaving her somewhat lacking in the art of healing. Harry felt the warmth emanating from her fingertips, a tingling sensation that stirred something within him. Had Loia been a touch more observant, she would have noticed the deep flush on Harry's ears and neck. In the lounge, the twins snapped their fingers, pulling Harry's thoughts back to the present. Ron nudged the still-dazed Harry and Loia into the common room. As they stepped inside, two soft explosions reverberated, releasing a cascade of colorful streamers into the air. A few small magical fireworks zipped through the room, trailing vibrant tails before bursting overhead to spell out "Welcome back, Loia" in brilliant letters. The sparks illuminated the cozy walls, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the Gryffindor common room. Even though Loia had anticipated a celebratory gathering in her honor, witnessing the spectacle firsthand filled her heart with a warm sense of gratitude. Hermione rushed over, enveloping her in a heartfelt embrace, while old friends gathered around to extend their greetings, each face radiating genuine smiles. Fred and George, unusually restrained, refrained from playing pranks on her. The room was bustling with people, including several first-year students whose faces she did not recognize. The twins launched a few of their newly invented fireworks into the air, officially commencing the festivities. The treats and beverages, pilfered from the kitchen, quickly vanished only to be replenished almost immediately. A group of upperclassmen congregated to play cards, and the twins seized the opportunity to showcase their experiments to the newcomers. Everyone reveled in the joyous atmosphere, yet amidst the laughter and merriment, one individual appeared somewhat out of place, first-year Ginny Weasley, who sat alone in a corner, lost in thought. Loia swiftly took note of Ginny. Given that the plot often unfolds in unexpected ways, Loia could not be entirely certain whether Ginny had indeed acquired Tom Riddle's diary. With a sense of cautious curiosity, Loia approached Ginny and initiated a conversation. "Ginny, aren't you joining the others?" Ginny looked up at the unfamiliar figure beside her, her expression perplexed as she inquired, "How do you know me? I've never seen you before." Surprised by Ginny's keen perception, Loia promptly replied, "Ron just mentioned you. You are his sister." Ginny cast a sidelong glance at Loia but chose not to respond. Loia settled beside her, adopting the guise of a gentle confidant, and softly said, "Ginny, if you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." Ginny said nothing. She merely lowered her head, hugging her knees and burying her face within them. The atmosphere grew increasingly somber, indicating that this dialogue was unlikely to progress any further. The overlapping voices of the twins resounded behind her. "Hey, Loia, come join us for a game of bravado." Fred and George suddenly materialized at her side, bending down to grasp Loia's arms and usher her toward the center of the common room. Many had gathered to partake in the twins' game, forming a circle as Fred deftly tossed and caught an empty wine bottle pilfered from the kitchen. George distributed a slip of paper to each participant and elucidated the rules of the game. Each person was to anonymously inscribe a mischievous prank on their paper and insert it into the bottle. Fred placed the bottle on the floor at the heart of the gathering. "I shall spin the bottle, and when it comes to a halt, the mouth will point to someone, and that individual shall be the brave one. The brave one must draw a slip of paper from the bottle and accept the consequence inscribed upon it. Should the brave one decline the punishment, we shall cast them into Professor Snape's dungeon." The surrounding young lions immediately erupted in protests, for none wished to set foot even a step into Professor Snape's lair. Loia could only sigh in resignation. Truly, it was a creation of Fred and George, characterized by mischief and trickery at every turn. Loia sat cross-legged beside Hermione, both of them tossing their meticulously crafted notes into the bottle, silently wishing not to be chosen as the champion. Once everyone had submitted their notes, Fred corked the bottle with a wooden stopper and lifted it, shaking it gently, thereby officially commencing the game. As George spun the bottle to determine the first brave soul, it twirled gracefully, gradually losing momentum until the opening pointed directly at Neville. "Oh no, why must it be me?" Neville exclaimed, his face a mask of reluctance as he retrieved a note from the bottle and read its contents aloud. "Consume an entire box of experimental coma flower candies." Beneath this, a considerate reminder was added in fine print. "Remember to pay." Loia turned her gaze towards George and Fred, instantly recognizing the unmistakable note of the twins. Ultimately, the defiant Neville was forcibly stuffed into a stupor-inducing candy by the twins. The effect of the candy was immediate. As if an invisible hammer had struck him on the head, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. The twins, reveling in their success, boasted about the effectiveness of their prank, while the unconscious Neville was dragged back to the dormitory by the prefect, who maintained order. The bottle spun once more, its neck pointing towards Ron. He suddenly felt that misfortune never seemed far from him, resignedly extracting a note from the bottle. From your left. Pluck 100 hairs from the first person, or take a bite from her cheek. Ron glanced nervously at Hermione, who was seated to his left. She glared at him, her expression clearly conveying a challenge. Dare to pluck my hair, or bite me. Ron shrank back, swallowing hard with trepidation. Hermione, can I just pluck one hair? Just one? By Merlin, he truly did not wish to venture into Professor Snape's dungeon-like cellar, while the twins continued to taunt him, insisting that cheating was unacceptable. Ron, trembling, extended his hand. A minute later, the prefect, who had just returned Neville to safety, once again dragged an unconscious Ron, sporting a large bump on his head, back to the dormitory. In his grasp, he clutched a single strand of Hermione's hair. 2 brave souls had already fallen. Let us see who the next valiant contender shall be. Fred rolled up his sleeves, his long fingers poised to spin the bottle, which skidded across the floor and fortuitously pointed towards Loya. Splendid! Fred and George leaped up, joyously high-fiving each other. It seemed as though they were eagerly anticipating this moment for her. With a smirk, Loya reached in and drew out a note. Reading its contents aloud, to the 6th person sitting to your right, grant a passionate 3-minute kiss. As her words echoed, the crowd erupted in a wave of whistles and cheers. Loya shook the note in her hand, bewildered. What on earth? Is this truly a form of mischief? Which scoundrel conceived such a ludicrous idea? And why did it have to be her who drew the short straw? Not to mention that she had lived 2 lives and her first kiss was still intact. What in the world was this outrageous 3-minute kiss? Was it meant to suffocate her to death? She counted the heads to her right, finally resting her gaze on Harry, the 6th person seated beside her. Harry stood there, equally dazed, his eyes locking onto the cerulean depths of hers, the flush on his neck rapidly spreading across his entire face. Hermione cast a skeptical glance at Harry. I swear it was Timmy, Harry exclaimed in a panic. No one cared whether the note originated from Harry, the little lions could barely contain their excitement. And several audacious Gryffindors eagerly rushed over to lend a hand, pushing Harry towards Loya. Torn between indecision, Harry stood frozen, stealing several glances at Loya. Noticing her lack of visible reaction, he sighed in relief. To be honest, he didn't wish for Loya to venture into Snape's dungeon at such a late hour. Ultimately, he decided he would take her place and face the impending doom himself. Amidst the crowd, Fred and George suddenly yelled, Harry, if you don't want to be kissed, give us your spot. The twins each grabbed one of Harry's arms and flung him out of the circle. Harry, you're so shy. We'll take your place, Fred declared. No need to thank us, Harry, George added, without allowing Harry a moment to respond. The two plopped down in his former seat, their figures comically squished onto the small cushion. Displaying no hint of shame, they grinned mischievously at Loya. It's all right, Loya. Just think of us as one. They chuckled. The little lions erupted in a chant of kiss. Kiss. Fred proudly presented his right cheek, while George showcased his left. Meanwhile, Harry, fraught with anxiety, squeezed back into the crowd, his voice tinged with irritation. Stop messing around. Unfortunately, his plea was soon drowned out by the raucous laughter surrounding him. Loya's lips curled into a meaningful smile as she gracefully approached the twins. With each step, the distance between her and the twins diminished, leaving Harry in a state of disarray as he frantically searched his pockets for his wand, only to realize, to his dismay, that it had been left behind in the dormitory. Unable to distinguish between Fred and George, they continued their playful banter with Loya, exchanging quips and laughter. If you struggle with breathing, allow me to teach you. Entrust it to me, and I promise you'll master it in a day. In the next moment, 2 loaves of bread were abruptly thrust into Fred and George's mouths, effectively silencing their incessant chatter. Loya briskly brushed the crumbs off her hands. All right. You have shared a passionate kiss with the bread. With a playful demeanor, she surveyed the circle of young lions. Does anyone have any objections? The astonished crowd unanimously shook their heads. Excellent. For the next round, Simon shall spin the bottle. Loya, taking on the role of the game as host, observed as Simon shrugged his shoulders and obediently followed her directives. At that moment, another figure from a painted mural in the lounge intruded. It hurriedly reported to Loya about the unexpected situation. Miss Grindelwald, this is dire. Professor McGonagall has arrived, hosting a party during curfew. Loya harbored serious doubts about how furious Professor McGonagall would be. Even through the door, the raucous noise was audible, as Professor McGonagall stood outside the lounge, issuing the password. The fat lady was in a quandary. Loya had promised her that she would find a magical painter to add a Persian cat to the mural. The fat lady had joyfully assured Loya that she could come and go from the lounge at her leisure during the night. No one had anticipated that Professor McGonagall would suddenly burst in to check on the dormitories. Clinging to the hope of stalling for a moment, the fat lady said, "I didn't hear clearly. Could you please repeat that, Professor?" Under the mounting pressure, the fat lady could only relent and open the door after Professor McGonagall had repeated the password 3 times with a frown. Before the professor stood a flurry of Gryffindor students, anxiously attempting to scurry back to their dormitories. Gathering in the lounge during curfew was a blatant violation of school rules. Professor McGonagall raised her wand, and a sudden stone door sealed off the staircase leading to the dormitories, trapping the young wizards inside the lounge. With a stern expression, Professor McGonagall surveyed the group like a hawk. The students fell silent, their heads bowed as they braced themselves for the impending collective point deduction. Fearing that Gryffindor would plummet into negative points, Loya was immersed in thoughts of how Professor McGonagall would undoubtedly reprimand her. Yet as the professor approached, Loya lifted her gaze only to find that McGonagall's expression had softened, the previously stern countenance now exuding warmth. In disbelief, she heard Professor McGonagall say, "Miss Grindelwald, welcome back to Hogwarts." Loya's eyes widened slightly, as she could distinctly sense the gradual transformation in Professor McGonagall's demeanor towards her, with the lingering prejudices slowly dissipating. Subsequently, Professor McGonagall adopted a stern expression, casting a severe glance over the assembly. "Let this be a lesson. After the party, ensure that your common room is tidied up." With that, she turned and exited, leaving the bewildered young lions in the common room. The celebration extended until the early hours of 2 o'clock, resulting in the Gryffindors the following day sporting dark circles under their eyes, either yawning extensively or dozing off in class. Over the past few days, Loya had acclimated to the rhythm of campus life. In her biology class, the brilliant Hermione, with her wealth of knowledge, effortlessly answered every question posed by Professor Sprout, frequently earning points for Gryffindor. When the mandrake, resembling a ginseng fruit, was uprooted from the soil, it emitted a piercing scream. Annoyed, Loya crumpled her gloves into a tight ball and firmly stifled its mouth, causing the mandrake seedling, having faced such unprecedented treatment, to finally cease its shrieking. Observing the efficacy of her method, others began to imitate Loya, leaving Professor Sprout's expression quite difficult to articulate. Next came Professor Lockhart's charming creature class, which marked Loya's inaugural attendance. Already harboring disdain for him, she opted to sit in the back row. With keen eyes, Lockhart quickly spotted Loya during the lesson, his eyes sparkling with excitement, seizing yet another opportunity for a feature in the Daily Prophet. He eagerly thrust a personal signed photograph into Loya's hands and insisted on capturing a photograph with the scowling Loya in the classroom, all the while boasting about his 5-time accolade for the most charming smile from Witch Weekly. Lockhart promptly affixed the photograph to the owl's leg and sent it to the Daily Prophet. After completing a series of tasks, he stood with hands on his hips in satisfaction, only to be reminded by Hermione that he was still in class. Lockhart, attempting to mask his embarrassment, cleared his throat and forcefully lifted the cloth covering the large cage. "In this lesson, I shall teach you how to defend against the most malevolent and terrifying creatures in the wizarding world." As anticipated by Loya, the Cornish pixies were utterly beyond Lockhart's control. They surged from the cage, jumping and flitting about, shattering glass and tearing pages from books, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. Meanwhile, Lockhart, hiding beneath a table, had long since fled the scene. These pixies were not benign. They were far more wicked and fearsome than Loya had seen in the films. They swung from the chandeliers, striking Simon S. head with such force that it left him bloodied. 2 pixies seized Neville by the ears and hurled him out of a 4th-floor window, causing him to scream in agony as he broke his leg upon impact. Had the fall been from a greater height, Neville's life would have been in jeopardy. These Cornish pixies resembled mischievous little demons, indifferent to the destruction their antics wrought. In a desperate attempt, Hermione cast a freezing charm, but the nimble pixies evaded her spell, snatching her wand and tossing it out of the window. A few reckless pixies flew over to tug at Loya and Hermione's hair, infuriating Loya, who retaliated by hurling a green cocoon from her pocket. The palm-sized cocoon expanded in midair, transforming into a massive, butterfly-like creature with skeletal wings, exuding an eerie beauty. The creature, known as the Bowtruckle, darted through the room with astonishing speed, swiftly severing the heads of 2 pixies and swallowing them whole. Upon sighting the Bowtruckle, the pixies scattered in terror as if confronted by a natural enemy. Unfortunately for them, in terms of speed, size, and danger, The pixies were utterly outmatched by the Bowtruckle. Ultimately, the defense against the dark arts class devolved into a one-sided buffet for the Bowtruckle. During lunchtime, Loya absently prodded at the food on her plate. She had returned to Hogwarts several days prior, yet the Chamber of Secrets remained unopened, and Harry hadn't heard any strange sounds. In summary, Hogwarts had been unusually tranquil lately, with nothing of note occurring. With the chamber closed, Lockhart would not be organizing a dueling club, leaving Loya unable to send him to St. Mungo's without inviting trouble. If Lockhart did not require hospitalization, Newt could not take his place. Lost in contemplation, Loya was entirely oblivious to the unusual silence that enveloped the Great Hall, which could be more accurately described as an atmosphere of anxiety, specifically among the Ravenclaw students. The headmaster's granddaughter had a magical creature rated 5X by the Ministry of Magic, and the Bowtruckle, like a famished wolf, fixated on the heads of the Ravenclaw table, seemingly finding them delectable and aromatic. The Bowtruckle rested obediently atop Loya's head, its large wings draping about her face, creating the illusion of a fairy with butterfly-like ears from a fairy tale. Just as Hermione settled beside Loya, she felt the piercing gaze of the Bowtruckle's crimson, slit eyes upon her. "Merlin, Loya, please don't bring it out. It keeps staring at my head." Perhaps this curled-winged creature believes that the intellect of a top student would be far more delectable. When confronted with Ron, it shows not the slightest interest in his head. "Rest assured, I have been training it diligently. It has been feasting on the marrow of animals in the kitchen and has not harmed any humans. It is quite obedient." Nevertheless, the creature's predatory gaze, its glistening, sharp teeth, and the drool that threatens to spill forth genuinely frightened Hermione, prompting her to instinctively retreat to a safe distance. Loya was engrossed in her sandwich, and since the secret chamber remained closed, she decided to stir up some chaos herself, indirectly steering the flamboyant Lockhart towards organizing a duel club. As the author, 5,200 words, feeling weary, my friends, 3. During the weekend, the hall was sparsely populated for dinner. Gol had barely taken a few steps when he collided with someone coming towards him. Infuriated, he cracked his knuckles, seething with the desire to deliver a few punches. Who was the blind fool who walked without regard? Just as Gol was about to unleash a tirade, he was met with the formidable presence of Loya Grindelwald, prompting him to swallow his words. "Who did you just accuse of being blind?" Loya, arms crossed, glared at the burly Gol, overwhelmed by the chill in her gaze. Gol trembled and hastily bowed his head in apology. "It is I who is blind. I am the one who lacks awareness." Loya glanced over Gaul's shoulder towards Ron, who had stealthily poured a small vial of a peculiar potion into Gaul's cup while he was distracted. Satisfied that Ron had successfully completed his task, Loya temporarily released Gaul and turned to reclaim her seat at the Gryffindor table. Gaul quickly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. With trembling legs, he returned to the Slytherin table, oblivious to any unusual occurrences, and lifted the cup to drink deeply from the concoction within. Ron, his face a mask of confusion, inquired of Loya, what was that potion Hermione gave him? The one that causes that rotund fellow to suffer all day long? Loya nonchalantly responded to Ron's inquiry as she spread a spoonful of jam on her bread, delighting in the exhilarating sensation of being the villain. Ron shuddered, refraining from probing further into Loya's intentions, convinced that ignorance was preferable. Hermione, burdened by a month's worth of missed classes, devoted her weekends to fervent study in the library. Loya, reluctant to disrupt her concentration, summoned Ron, who was otherwise occupied with indulgent slumber, to assist her in her mischief. As night descended and the castle fell into an eerie silence, Loya, carrying a substantial jar of chicken blood procured from Hagrid, stepped out of the common room. To her delight, she encountered the plump portrait of the Persian cat, who, while stroking her feline companion, greeted Loya with a smile and a gentle reminder to return promptly. Loya turned a corner and arrived at a desolate corridor, where the vampire butler, having received his master's command, had been waiting patiently for some time. The vampire butler bowed respectfully to Loya, grasping the bound figure of Lady Loris tightly in his hands. "Miss, I have captured her." Loya cast his gaze upon the unconscious Lady Loris, commanding the butler to leave a conspicuous bite mark upon her neck, a clear indication of his vampiric nature. At Loya's behest, the butler suspended Lady Loris against the wall. "You have served well, but there is one more task for you. In the washroom, there lies a morbidly obese man, plagued by relentless illness. Go frighten him. Instill in him the realization of your vampiric essence, and then hasten back to the manor without attracting any attention." The vampire butler donned a mask and, in an instant, vanished from sight. Known for his reticence, this vampire servant executed his duties with remarkable efficiency and unwavering loyalty, never questioning the motives behind them. To Loya, he was an invaluable aid. Loya rolled up the sleeves of her academic robe and dipped a brush into a bucket of chicken blood, contemplating the malevolent lines she would inscribe upon the wall. Suddenly, the purse at her waist swelled, and a creature, entirely cloaked in white fur, emerged from within. This was the invisible beast Loya had borrowed from Newt's magical menagerie. Loya lowered her head and addressed the white-haired monkey, saying, "Do not wander off. Once I finish writing the words, we shall conceal ourselves." The obedient white-haired monkey squatted by her feet as Loya endeavored to recall the bloodied inscriptions on the walls of the secret chamber from the film. She meticulously transcribed the ominous message, "The vampire has arrived. All present shall meet their demise." Loya surveyed her masterpiece, quite impressive and delightfully whimsical. Although she had also prepared paint purchased from Muggles, the invigorating essence of chicken blood infused a greater sense of mystery and terror. A piercing scream resonated from the washroom, signaling that all was proceeding smoothly. The vampire butler had successfully executed the task of frightening Gaul. Now, it was merely a matter of awaiting Lockhart's appearance, for his flamboyant nature would undoubtedly lead him to propose the establishment of a dueling club. Loya carefully stowed the blood brush into her enchanted bag, which was imbued with a permanent, seamless extension spell. The invisible beast nestled upon her shoulder, and her form instinctively faded from sight. To be candid, Loya found the stealth capabilities of the invisible beast to far surpass those of Harry's invisibility cloak. While donning the cloak necessitated a constant vigilance to avoid any inadvertent exposure of her wrists or ankles, which could lead to complications, the diminutive creature merely had to perch on her shoulder, effortlessly granting its master the gift of invisibility. Loya crouched in the corner, concealed by her invisible beast, patiently awaiting the professor's arrival, prompted by the anticipated scream of Gaul. To her astonishment, it was not the professors who first appeared, but rather Harry. Harry gazed in disbelief at the gruesome words smeared on the wall, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Madame Pomfrey, as an indispensable aide to Filch in capturing the nocturnal students, found herself in a precarious state, although Harry typically harbored a strong aversion towards her. The sight of the blood still seeping from the bite marks on her neck evoked a flicker of sympathy within him. He extended his hand and carefully lowered Madame Pomfrey, who was hanging upside down from the wall. Moments later, the hurried sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor as the dark robes of Severus Snape billowed in the air. He had arrived on the scene. Casting a glance at the bleeding Madame Pomfrey in Harry's grasp, Snape narrowed his eyes, fixing a malevolent stare upon him. Harry Potter, who had frequently clashed with him in class this semester, had now become the third individual, after James and Sirius, whom Snape found particularly irksome. His brow twitched, and his expression darkened. The other professors arrived belatedly. After Goyle let out a terrified cry about the vampire, he promptly fainted, his eyes rolling back. Filch, in a fit of panic, clutched his face, seizing Madame Pomfrey from Harry's hands, and sobbed uncontrollably over his beloved cat. The professors exchanged uneasy glances as they gazed at the crimson letters emblazoned on the wall, their faces betraying a sense of alarm. They began to murmur amongst themselves, questioning the presence of a vampire at Hogwarts. "Merlin, I heard that Lucius Malfoy was recently attacked by a vampire." Lort remained as spirited as ever, confidently proclaiming, "Fear not. Vampires are quite manageable. What they dread most is garlic. To them, garlic is akin to poison." In the shadows, the concealed Loya rolled her eyes in silence. Vampires were hardly afraid of garlic, for her estate's vampire butler had no fear of such trivialities. Lort commenced to boast eloquently, "Should you peruse my autobiographical travelogue, you will find a detailed account of an occasion when I delivered an entire cart of garlic to a village chief plagued by vampires. Upon encountering the scent of the garlic, those vampires collapsed in a faint. The chief, overwhelmed with gratitude, offered me the hand of his daughter, a stunningly beautiful woman in her 50s. Yet, with great restraint and a heavy heart, I declined this fortuitous union. For my aspirations lay in traversing the world and encountering a myriad of supernatural beings to enrich my illustrious narrative." The topic of Lockhart had drifted into peculiar territory, causing Professor McGonagall to cast a disapproving glare in his direction. Meanwhile, Snape was fixated on Harry with a cold, piercing gaze. "Mr. Potter, if your oversized brain is still functioning properly, you should be aware that it is currently past curfew," he remarked, crossing his arms and delivering his scathing words with a mocking tone. "What brings you here at this hour, Mr. Potter?" Is it possible that this is all part of your design? Upon hearing Snape's comments, Filch immediately turned his ire towards Harry, pointing an accusatory finger and exclaiming, "It must be you. You must be the one who masqueraded as a vampire and killed my cat." Lurking in the corner, Loia pressed his temples in frustration. It was indeed unfortunate that Harry chose this precise moment to appear, as he had now become the prime suspect. Harry had been jolted from a nightmare by an eerie voice, one that slithered like a serpent and sent chills down his spine. He had followed the sound to the castle, but it vanished almost as quickly as it had come, leaving him to wander aimlessly until, by sheer misfortune, he ended up here. However, in light of the current situation, his explanation would hardly hold water. He was acutely aware that Professor Snape was targeting him. In truth, many professors had never encountered a vampire in their lifetimes, as these nocturnal creatures, known for their bloodlust, rarely ventured into the wizarding world. Thus, when Snape accused Harry of attacking Goyle and leaving markings on the wall while disguising himself as a vampire to instigate panic, the professors collectively turned their gazes towards Harry. Yet, Harry displayed no signs of panic nor rush to defend himself. Instead, he stepped forward, seizing the portrait of the fat lady from Filch's grasp and shaking it vigorously. Madame Loris was abruptly awakened by Harry's harsh manner, and she disgruntledly leaped to the ground, shaking off the fur on her body. Harry calmly gazed at Filch and remarked, "Your cat is not dead. She is very much alive." Filch was rendered speechless, only able to glare menacingly at Harry. With a faint nonchalance, Harry continued, "Professor Snape, you are the second person to arrive here alone, apart from myself. How can I not suspect that you concealed yourself nearby after attacking Goyle, only to appear as a witness?" Snape's expression darkened considerably, and a glint of coldness flickered in his deep-set eyes as he scoffed, "Mr. Potter, I genuinely admire the imaginative capabilities of your oversized brain. What evidence do you possess to substantiate that I am responsible for all of this?" Harry retorted with equal fervor. "And what evidence do you have to prove that I am the one at fault?" The two locked eyes, an intense standoff ensued, with neither willing to yield. Lois observed in mild surprise as she watched Harry. After months apart, this little lion had grown sharp teeth and claws, daring to confront Snape. Despite Harry's newfound prowess in verbal sparring, it was said that one mouth could not match two. And both Snape and Filch firmly believed Harry to be the assailant of Goyle and Madame Loris, leaving the other professors at a loss for how to proceed. In a state of resignation, Lois deactivated her invisibility, stowing the invisibility creature back in her bag, and nonchalantly stepped out from around the corner. The sound of the girl's boots echoed crisply against the floor, drawing the attention of the professors. While Snape's expression momentarily froze, even Harry was taken aback. In a few swift strides, Harry rushed to Lois, exclaiming, "Lois, how did you come to be here?" Loia, with a hint of exasperation, gently prodded his forehead. Ensuring that no one within earshot could decipher their exchange, he whispered softly in response, "I come to assist you with your troubles, and yet, here you are, wandering in the night instead of resting soundly. I truly find you quite exasperating." The little lion bowed his head, appearing both earnest and contrite as he apologized. "I am truly sorry. I recognize my mistake and shall never venture out alone at night again. Next time, I will certainly invite you to join me." Loia was amused by Harry's apology, her eyes curving into a lovely arc. Hermione's burdens seemed to grow heavier, as the diligent student sought every means to secure more points for Gryffindor. Observing the gentle tremor of the girl's eyelashes, which quivered in laughter, Harry bashfully raked his fingers through his hair, rendering his already disheveled locks even more tousled and unruly. The unpleasant emotions from earlier dissipated like mist. Severus Snape watched the two engaged in jovial conversation, the weight of his own repressed melancholy gradually unraveling. Ever since their parting in Salem, her presence had ceased to fill the void in his life. When the manor's servants removed her belongings, Snape realized that the ineffable feelings he harbored for her had not gone unnoticed by Dumbledore. To develop affections for a girl nearly half his age would invite scorn and censure from the world. Dumbledore refrained from voicing his thoughts directly, opting instead to leave Snape's unspoken sentiments unexamined. "Severus, thank you for caring for Loia for so long," the old man said. Pouring tea and adding a few slices of lemon to the cup, he maintained his customary smile, concealing his true intentions. Yet each word that followed carried an undercurrent of warning. "You are weary. Newt will take your place as Loia's temporary guardian. My daughter finds a kindred spirit in him, and they share a delightful rapport, especially given her fondness for his menagerie of magical creatures." Snape's hand clenched instinctively beneath his robes. His lips pressed into a thin line of silence, once more confronted with Newt Scamander, Dumbledore's favorite pupil. A delicate aroma of tea wafted from the pot, filling the room with a calming fragrance, yet Snape's mood sank to the depths of despair. He had long been aware of the futility of his unattainable dreams. Yet his gaze remained irresistibly drawn to her silhouette. Snape's unwavering attention was met with Loya's confused glance in his direction. This moment was not lost on Harry, who felt a familiar pang of discomfort rise within him, as unwelcome whispers of gossip replayed incessantly in his mind, leaving him with a growing sense of agitation. Loya, with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly addressed the professors, saying, "I can prove that Harry is not the perpetrator. Harry and I have just returned from outside, and upon our arrival, we discovered the writing on the wall." Filch, infuriated, stomped his feet, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. "I refuse to believe it. You are shielding that boy. He is responsible for all of this, and he even bit my cat." Loya parted the hair at Lady Loris's neck, revealing 2 bloodied puncture wounds, presenting them to all the professors present. How could such a bite mark possibly be inflicted by a human? It was evidently the work of a vampire. Professor Sprout nodded in agreement with her assertion. However, Filch, blinded by rage, could not heed Loya's words. He was convinced that Harry was the perpetrator. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, he was interrupted by Professor McGonagall. In truth, Professor McGonagall also harbored doubts about Harry's involvement, yet given the current circumstances and the absence of the headmaster, she had to exercise caution and maintain a neutral stance. Professor McGonagall cast an inquisitive glance at Loya. "Miss Grindelwald, you claim to have evidence that Mr. Potter is not the culprit. You were with Mr. Potter earlier. Where did you go?" Loya was taken aback by Professor McGonagall's probing questions. Her mind raced as she contemplated the situation. It was past curfew. The library had already closed, and she couldn't possibly concoct an excuse about visiting the restricted section with Harry. Not only would Gryffindor incur points for being out after hours, but they would also lose points for venturing into the restricted section. Just as Loya was considering how to evade the inquiry, Harry, standing beside her, suddenly interjected. "We went to Madame Putafoot's tea shop." Harry's declaration undoubtedly silenced the room, and all the professors widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the two of them. Loya was perplexed by the peculiar reaction from the professors, setting aside the fact that every establishment in Hogsmeade remained open late. She regarded Madame Putafoot's as merely a place for tea. Was such a reaction warranted? Although school regulations stipulated that only third-year students and above could visit Hogsmeade with a guardian's signed permission, being the headmaster's daughter granted her the privilege to enter freely, especially since her family estate was situated in Hogsmeade. Surely, the professors would not deny her the right to return home? What Loya was unaware of was that Madame Putafoot's tea shop was a favored spot for young couples on dates, inadvertently implying that the headmaster's granddaughter was romantically involved with Harry. The professors exchanged curious glances between Loya and Harry. Professor Sprout felt a twinge of sympathy for Cedric, her own student, who had been eclipsed by Harry from the same house. The diminutive Professor Flitwick, already an admirer of Harry, was astonished to discover that he was dating the headmaster's granddaughter. He clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming how wonderful it was, only to receive a fierce glare from Snape. At that moment, Harry belatedly realized the impulsiveness of his words. His face flushed with embarrassment, and fearing Loya might notice, he averted his gaze. Meanwhile, the ever-intrusive Lockhart, unable to contain himself, chimed in with an inappropriate enthusiasm. "So you two are on a date?" Lockhart's perilous remarks further chilled the atmosphere, leaving even Professor McGonagall visibly astonished as she gazed at Harry and Loya. Loya considered herself devoid of any particular fondness for tea. In her recollection, tea houses were merely venues where elderly gentlemen gathered to peruse newspapers and engage in idle chatter post-repast. Harry mentioned that they had merely visited Madame Putafoot's tea shop. Yet the professor's reaction seemed excessively dramatic. Snape, with his piercing gaze and frigid demeanor, glared at Harry, attempting to discern any clues from his words that might indicate a breach of school regulations. The audacity of Harry Potter to venture into Madame Putafoot's tea shop in the dead of night with a young girl was something he, as Loya's former guardian, would not easily overlook. "Mr. Potter, the school regulations stipulate that only students in their third year and above are permitted to enter Hogsmeade. You have not obtained the necessary permission, thus you have violated school rules." Snape's words indeed left Harry speechless and unable to retort. Loya wished for Snape and Harry to cease their quarrel. If Harry were to be thrust into the limelight due to her machinations, unjustly branded as a murderer, it would be an unfortunate fate indeed for him. Loya gazed calmly at Snape and said, "It was I who invited Harry to accompany me to Madame Putafoot's. As the headmaster's daughter, I naturally possess the privilege to enter Hogsmeade. If Harry came at my invitation, he shall not face any disciplinary actions from the school." The girl's eyes conveyed a silent plea to Snape, hoping he would refrain from targeting Harry, at least on this critical occasion. Snape's lips tightened into a thin line. A tumult of emotions, particularly jealousy, roiling within his chest. He bit down on his lip, striving to maintain an impassive facade. He had ample justification to confront Harry Potter. It would be all too easy to direct the blame for tonight's incident squarely at him, subjecting him to the deserved consequences ranging from detention to expulsion from Hogwarts. However, Snape cast a long, contemplative glance at the emotionally oblivious girl. If he pursued this course of action, would Loia ever regard him again, or grant him another glance? He was compelled to suppress the notion of expelling James's son from Hogwarts. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Loia would play along with his fabrication. Lockhart glanced at Loia and then at Harry, carelessly exclaiming, "I never expected the headmaster's granddaughter to be so forward." This overly flippant remark undoubtedly served to insult a woman. Even though Professor McGonagall had previously harbored biases regarding Loia's background, at that moment, she sternly cautioned Lockhart, "Sir, please be mindful of your words." Lockhart swiftly raised his hand in a gesture of submission, sealing his lips. Meanwhile, Filch continued to glare at Harry with venomous eyes. At this moment, clearing Harry's name was of utmost importance. Loia seized the fleeing Madame Loris, surveying the assembly. "If the professors do not believe me, I can have my father verify whether Madame Loris's wounds are the work of a vampire." Her bright voice resonated throughout the corridor, imbued with an innate authority that commanded respect, as if she were a natural leader, compelling those around her to concur with her words. However, a particular keyword within her statement held far greater shock value than the accusations of Harry being the assailant of Goyle and Madame Loris, or the scandal of Dumbledore's granddaughter courting Harry. The professors erupted into a flurry of whispers, momentarily abandoning their concern over Harry's guilt. Instead, their focus shifted to the startling revelation that the granddaughter of the old headmaster had become the daughter of the principal. Professor Flitwick, covering his mouth, discreetly inquired of Professor Sprout, "Did Headmaster Dumbledore have a child in his later years?" To which Professor Sprout replied, "It is indeed a possibility." As Roya escorted the professors to the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was in the midst of tossing a handful of assorted-flavored cockroaches into his mouth. Upon noticing his daughter, the old man hastily waved his wand, gathering the writhing cockroaches from the cluttered desk into a confectionery box, which he then returned to a drawer. He recalled Newt mentioning that his daughter detested cockroaches, particularly the confectionery shaped like those repugnant insects. Loya forcefully pressed the struggling Lady Loris against the principal's desk, recounting the entire sequence of events to his father. Dumbledore cast a meaningful glance at Loya, already discerning his daughter's clandestine scheme. The elderly man donned his spectacles, his wand illuminating with a faint glow. After a brief examination of Lady Loris's wound, he remarked, "This is a vampire's bite, not inflicted by human hands. The wound is shallow and poses little threat." With Dumbledore's personal inspection and declaration that Harry was not the culprit, even Filch had no further objections. To align with his daughter's performance, Dumbledore feigned a look of deep concern, slowly shaking his head as he said, "It seems a vampire has infiltrated the school. Hogwarts is indeed in peril." Professor Slughorn clutched his chest in terror, while Professor McGonagall anxiously turned to Dumbledore. "We must devise a means to protect the students." Loya cast a glance at the silent Lowart standing nearby. This fellow, who so relished the limelight, had yet to propose the establishment of a dueling club. Noticing Lowart's prolonged silence, Loya feigned a hushed conversation with Professor Flivy. "Professor Flivy, I believe we might consider organizing a club to allow students to practice defensive spells." As Lockhart's ears twitched with excitement, he realized what a brilliant idea he had conceived, one that would not only catapult him into the limelight, but also make him the focal point of numerous wizarding periodicals. Ever eager to bask in the glory, he boldly addressed Professor Dumbledore. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I propose we establish a dueling club for the students, allowing them to practice spells and defend against vampires." Snape scoffed at his suggestion, dismissing it with disdain. Professor Flitwick, however, harbored some discontent regarding Lockhart's remarks, as the notion had originally been proposed by Miss Grindelwald. Loya, on the other hand, was indifferent. She had been awaiting this moment, anticipating Lockhart to take the bait. After all, it was he who had taken the initiative to propose the establishment of the dueling club in front of everyone. Thus, if any grave incidents were to occur during the club's activities, Lockhart would be solely responsible. Lowart continued to boast, asserting his considerable experience in dealing with vampires, who held him in great apprehension. Yet, Dumbledore, uninterested in hearing the embellished tales of his illustrious exploits, waved him off. The professors of each house were tasked with advising their students to exercise caution and refrain from venturing out, as it was quite late. They were subsequently dismissed from the headmaster's office. As Loia bid farewell to her father and turned to leave, a powerful hand grasped her wrist firmly, compelling her to halt and face her captor. Severus Snape looked down at Loia, his deep voice laced with concern, stating, "It is too late. There may be vampires nearby. It is unsafe for you to return to your dormitory alone. I shall escort you." Harry's gaze fell upon the contact of their intertwined wrists, and he felt an overwhelming discomfort, a piercing jealousy driving him to exclaim, "Loia, I can take you back too." Dumbledore, momentarily taken aback, was roused from his reverie by the outburst of Snape and Harry. He rose abruptly from his chair, visibly astonished by the unexpected turn of events. Harry approached Loia, anxiety evident as he grasped her hand, striving to appear composed despite his heart racing and his voice faltering. "I'll take you back. We can return to Gryffindor Common Room together." This was the first time he had initiated such an intimate gesture with a girl, rendering his movements somewhat awkward. While his palms grew increasingly warm, beads of sweat forming, and his ears flushed a deep crimson, Snape's lips twitched as he emanated a cold, dangerous aura, contemplating the urge to strangle Harry. Professor Flitwick remarked on Harry's audacity, noting how much bolder he had become in his second year, daring to challenge Professor Snape. Dumbledore cleared his throat with intention, placing his teacup on the table. The subtle sound of the cup meeting the surface commanded the attention of the room and served as a reminder to Severus that Harry's actions regarding his daughter were crossing a line. However, at that moment, Harry and Snape were locked in a furious stare, oblivious to the headmaster's unusual response. To be candid, ever since the rumors began circulating within the school, although Loia outwardly professes indifference, she harbors a reluctance to engage in any physical contact with the opposite sex, fearing that one wave of gossip might merely be succeeded by another. Furthermore, in the present context of Hogwarts, where no tangible threats loom, the alleged assailant of Goyle and Madame Rosmerta, a vampire, is merely the steward of his estate. Even if peril were to arise, she could easily rely on the invisibility creature nestled within her bag for concealment. Moreover, her combat prowess is not to be underestimated. She carries a curled-winged beast in her pocket, rendering her independent of the need for two burly men to escort her. "I can return on my own. You need not accompany me." Yet, the two steadfastly persisted. "Severus, Harry, please return ahead. My daughter and I have matters to discuss." Dumbledore's voice, though seemingly tranquil, carried an undeniable authority. Loia swiftly withdrew her hand and lightly jogged to her father's side. Dumbledore, with a serious expression, turned his gaze towards Snape and Harry, stating, "You may leave now. I will escort my daughter back to her dormitory shortly." With the dismissal issued, both Snape and Harry refrained from uttering another word and departed from the headmaster's office. As Harry made his way out, he glanced back several times, occasionally casting a wistful look towards Loia. Loia reclined on the sofa, stretching languidly as the invisible creature emerged partially from her bag, surveying the headmaster's office with keen interest. Dumbledore, observing his daughter's emotions, took a moment to ponder before gently and kindly stating, "Cedric Diggory, a fourth-year student from Hufflepuff, possesses commendable character and aptitude. Perhaps you could take this opportunity to become acquainted and foster a friendship." "Dad," she replied, "I am already familiar with Cedric. He even visited me at St. Mungo's Hospital." Loia picked up a lemon-flavored snowball from the principal's desk and popped it into her mouth, then offered another to the half-visible creature peeking out. Suddenly, a curled-winged beast sprang from the depths of her robe pocket, sinking its teeth into the creature's head. Fortunately, Loia's quick reflexes allowed her to grasp its fluttering wings, preventing a disastrous hunt. Otherwise, Mr. Scamander would surely weep come the morrow. The old father nodded in quiet approval, realizing that the bond between the two children had progressed to the point of calling each other by their names, far more swiftly than he had anticipated. Deep down, Dumbledore harbored a desire to introduce Newt's grandson to his daughter. It was common knowledge that Hufflepuffs were known for their integrity and kindness, and having both Newt and his grandson under his influence would be ideal. Regrettably, Rolf, lacking Newt's innate brilliance, fell considerably short in comparison, and despite any efforts he may exert, substantial growth seemed unlikely. Had Newt and Loia been contemporaries, Dumbledore would have unhesitatingly recommended Newt to her. as one familiar with his character would have no fear of betrayal or harm towards his daughter. Lost in contemplation, Dumbledore found himself grappling with an unexpected reluctance to let go of his daughter. He sighed softly, troubled by the thought of her maturity and impending marriage, and wondered if her brother could bear to witness her wed another. A profound sense of exhaustion and helplessness surged within him. During his son's humanity, he had once doubted whether he had made grave mistakes in his son's upbringing, leading to an intense obsession with a sister he had never met. Now, as a vampire, his appearance was forever frozen at the age of 19, a time when he had still been alive. He could live eternally, yet he would never again behold the light, condemned to exist in the depths of darkness. "Father, I must return. I have classes tomorrow." Loya's voice pulled Dumbledore from his reverie. Indeed, the hour was late. Loya leapt from her chair, and her elderly father generously offered her a generous handful of lemon sherbets. Since her bag contained a large jar of chicken blood, fearing it might soil the sweets, she placed the treats into a small tote. Carrying the bag of confections, she walked beside her father along the quiet corridor, ascending the staircase towards the Gryffindor common room. As they strolled, the father and daughter engaged in light conversation. Dumbledore resembling a concerned matron, inquiring if Loia was adjusting well to school, whether her wounds had flared up, if she craved any particular sweets, and if she had seen her brother. Outside the common room, Percy, the head boy of Gryffindor, paced anxiously, his furrowed brow causing the fat lady to feel dizzy. Last week, they had held a welcome party for Miss Grindelwald during curfew, a collective breach of Hogwarts regulations unprecedented in history. Although Professor McGonagall had remarkably refrained from docking points that day, Percy remained apprehensive. He worried about Miss Grindelwald's frequent late-night escapades, fearing they might lead to a loss of points for Gryffindor. Compounding his anxiety were rumors suggesting that this young lady was the headmaster's granddaughter, wielding considerable influence that left him hesitant to address her sternly. Today, Miss Grindelwald was once again spiritedly embarking on a nocturnal adventure. Leaving Percy to stand at the common room door, anxiously awaiting her return. In the distance, he spotted two indistinct figures, one tall and one small. The smaller silhouette was unmistakably Miss Grindelwald. He approached, intending to advise her to consider the house's reputation, warning that her frequent night outings could result in point deductions. However, Loya's farewell to Dumbledore rendered Percy momentarily speechless. "Father, I'm heading back now," Loya said. Dumbledore smiled gently, patting her back. "Go on, get some rest." It took Percy a few seconds to process the situation before he hurried over, a smile on his face, offering to carry the bag for the headmaster's daughter. The need for him to caution Miss Grindelwald about her nighttime excursions vanished, as no one would dare deduct points from the headmaster's child. The news of Lockhart's organization of the dueling club swiftly spread like wildfire, igniting fervent discussions among all the students. Rather than being held in the grand hall, the club chose an infrequently used classroom, where desks and chairs were piled haphazardly in the corners, leaving a spacious area vacant. In the center, a gilded stage was erected to serve as the dueling ground for training, drawing together second-year students from all four houses. As the training focused on spells to combat vampires, the classroom was adorned with strings of garlic, with the stage itself strewn with cloves, filling the air with an overpowering stench of garlic that was nearly suffocating. Several students had already succumbed to the noxious aroma, fainting on the spot. Fortunately, Loya had the foresight to anticipate that the all-talk and no-action Lockhart would be utterly clueless about how to combat vampires, relying solely on garlic for his theatrics. She had arranged for the house elf to procure masks from the Muggle world, distributing them to the trio, while also providing each member of Gryffindor with a mask. With the exception of Lockhart's adoring fans, Lockhart, adorned with a garland of garlic, joyfully bounded onto the dueling stage. A hush fell over the crowd as each individual gravitated towards my vicinity. The students gathered closely beside the dueling platform, and Lockhart, waving his finger, continued. "Our dueling club is designed to prepare you for encounters with vampires. If you have perused my autobiography, Walking with Vampires, you would discover that I have vanquished numerous vampires in my time. Do you know what vampires fear most? It is garlic." As Loya twirled his robe, he raised a string of garlic, flashing what he believed to be a charming grin at the camera below, inciting frenzied screams from the young witches. Loya was enveloped in a shiver, as if she were witnessing a fervent fan event in the realm of Muggles. She endeavored to conceal her disdain from her visage, feigning earnestness in her engagement with the lesson. A diminutive journalist, camera in hand, trailed the ever-posing Lockhart, incessantly capturing his moments of vanity. A thick cloud of smoke wafted through the air, mingling with the pervasive scent of garlic that permeated the classroom, rendering the atmosphere intolerable. Professor McGonagall, invited as one of Lockhart's assistants, wore an expression of profound discontent, incredulous that Lockhart had summoned a reporter from the Daily Prophet to document his ostentatious display. Ron, feeling exasperated, covered his ears and glanced at Hermione, who remained silent beside him. He recalled that Hermione was an ardent admirer of Lockhart during the winter holidays. She had generously sent him a signed photograph and biography of the famed wizard. "Hermione, why aren't you joining them in their cheers?" Ron inquired, only to receive an irritable glare from Hermione, her emotions a tumultuous blend of complexities. Loya once remarked that Lockhart was nothing more than a charlatan. A few months prior, she would have dismissed such an assertion outright. However, after enduring numerous trials in the town of Salem, Hermione's perspective has matured significantly. She now wholeheartedly believes Loya's words. Yet a tinge of reluctance towards Lockhart lingers in her heart. To put it in Muggle terms, Hermione resembles a heartbroken fan who has just witnessed their idol's downfall. "I shall instruct you on how to vanquish vampires using magic. Now, I will invite Professor Snape to assist me in a brief demonstration of a duel." With a scowl, Snape ascended the dueling platform, and both individuals bowed to one another. Lockhart elucidated to the students, "As long as you take the initiative and strike the vampire with magic, they will be utterly defenseless. You may envision Professor Snape as the vampire poised to attack me." This remark darkened Snape's countenance further, causing the others to collectively gasp in shock, while only Lockhart's female admirers remained entranced by his captivating smile. "Observe closely. When I reach the count of 3, you shall witness how swiftly I can subdue the vampire." Both individuals raised their wands, with Snape growing increasingly impatient with Lockhart's tedious charade. Upon Lockhart reaching 3, a red beam erupted from Snape's wand, sending Lockhart tumbling to the dueling stage. The female admirers below gasped in unison, clutching their hearts in dismay. Lockhart clumsily rose from the ground, placing great importance on his appearance. He swiftly straightened his attire and flashed his signature smile at the camera lens. "This is the disarmament charm. Have you all learned it?" I stood still to demonstrate the might of the disarmament charm while enduring the attack. Had I wished to thwart Professor Snape, I could have effortlessly seized his wand before he even struck. Lockhart underestimated Snape's prowess, failing to anticipate that he would be so swiftly disarmed by his adversary. Continuing the duel would likely result in a loss of face, revealing his inadequacy. His mind quickly shifted, and he set his sights on the students. In his estimation, these second-year young wizards were no more formidable than defenseless muggles. "Professor Snape, I appreciate your cooperation. I believe the establishment of the dueling club is primarily about allowing students to practice and learn how to wield magic for self-defense. I have decided to select a student to demonstrate personally, and as an added incentive, I will gift her a signed photograph. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Who will be the fortunate one?" The fans squealed in excitement, raising their hands eagerly, vying for the chance to be chosen and guided by their idol. Loya emerged from the raucous crowd, standing resolutely upon the dueling ground. All eyes turned to her in astonishment, and Gilderoy Lockhart's flawless smile momentarily froze upon his visage. If given the choice, he would never have selected Loya Grindelwald as his opponent. She was the champion of last year's magical duels, having graced the front page of the Daily Prophet for an entire issue, with that edition nearly breaking historical sales records, far surpassing the sales of her newly published book. Moreover, should it come to a contest of skill, Lockhart harbored no certainty of victory against her. At that moment, one of Lockhart's fervent admirers, visibly aggrieved by Loya's actions, craned her neck and shouted angrily at Loya, "You are in violation. Professor Lockhart did not call your name. You have deprived everyone of their opportunity. If you remain silent, no one will consider you a mute. And see, fans, keep your distance. This is intolerable." Loya did not spare a glance at her opponent. Instead, she nonchalantly cast a spell that rendered the girl's lips firmly sealed, silencing her completely. The girl's face flushed with indignation as she stomped her feet in frustration, casting a pleading look towards Professor McGonagall, hoping for her intervention and a just punishment for Loya Grindelwald. However, Headmaster Dumbledore had instructed Professor McGonagall to refrain from intervening in any matter during the duel club that day, leaving her no choice but to remain silent and feign ignorance. Loya smiled politely at Lockhart, resembling an obedient and diligent student, as if the recent incident of using magic to discipline a classmate had never transpired. "Professor Lockhart, it is my utmost honor to receive your personal guidance." Lockhart's lips quivered slightly as he awkwardly nodded in response, ultimately compelled to accept the challenge presented before him. The two adversaries, each wielding their wands, exchanged formal greetings. Upon the count of 3, Lockhart was taken aback to witness the radiant glow emanating from his opponent's wand. Unmistakably indicative of a formidable advanced spell, it dawned upon him that this encounter had transcended the realm of mere practice. With wide eyes and no time to cast a protective charm upon himself, he was abruptly engulfed by an overwhelming wave of magical pressure unleashed by a second-year girl, shattering the dueling arena into fragments. Amidst the swirling clouds of dust, Lockhart was violently propelled backward, crashing into the wall and creating a human-shaped indentation. His body broke through the barrier, colliding into the adjacent classroom. The cacophony of overturned desks and chairs, accompanied by the screams of students, echoed from the adjoining room. Professor Flitwick, who was conducting a lesson in the neighboring classroom, stared in astonishment as Lockhart suddenly flew in and smashed against the opposite wall. "What on earth is happening?" inquired the diminutive Professor Flitwick, stepping into the room through the opening created by Lockhart's impact. Loya dismissed the matter with a mere phrase, a minor mishap. In truth, both Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall harbored a strong disdain for Lockhart, the superficial charlatan. Even when Flitwick sensed something amiss, he chose to remain silent. In the adjacent classroom, Fred and George erupted in laughter, giving Loya a thumbs up from a distance. A reporter from the Daily Prophet rushed into the next room, frantically snapping photos of the unconscious Lockhart, who was finally poised to grace the front page once more, albeit this time with a decidedly disheveled appearance. Kneeling to examine Lockhart's injuries, Snape furrowed his brow and remarked to Loya, "He has gone too far. He will need to languish in the hospital for several months." Unaware of Dumbledore's minor scheme with his daughter, Snape contemplated the inevitable fury Professor McGonagall would unleash upon witnessing Lockhart's dire condition, as no student had dared to lay hands on a professor at Hogwarts before. Despite his own aversion to Lockhart, he felt compelled to draw his wand to cast a healing spell, only to be promptly halted by Loya. Snape turned to her, bewildered. "There is no need to concern ourselves with him," Loya remarked nonchalantly. This was precisely the outcome she desired. With a sense of satisfaction, she tucked her wand away, having effortlessly completed the first task entrusted to her by her father. If Lockhart does not spend a few months in St. Mungo's, how will Newt assume his position as the defense against the dark arts professor? Ah, Newt Scamander, once again, that name echoed. Severus Snape could not help but acknowledge that when he heard that loathed name uttered from her lips, an overwhelming sense of jealousy lodged in his throat, nearly choking him. The illustrious Newt Scamander had not only rightfully become the temporary guardian of Loya, but was also to assume the role of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts. Moreover, their acquaintance had blossomed to the extent of addressing each other by their first names within a mere fortnight. Snape's uncontrollable musings darkened his countenance. Professor Flitwick, intending to discuss the matter of the unconscious Gilderoy Lockhart with Snape, promptly abandoned the idea upon witnessing Snape's unusually somber demeanor and inquired of Professor McGonagall, "Should we not compose a letter to St. Mungo's, requesting their assistance in accommodating Professor Lockhart?" In the Grand Hall of Hogwarts, thousands of floating candles illuminated the space. As students gathered around 4 long tables, curiously observing the unfamiliar young man at the staff table, he resembled a traveler from afar. Clad in a vintage blue woolen coat cinched with a yellow and gray checkered scarf, exuding an air of refinement, while an old-fashioned suitcase beside him occasionally quivered. Dumbledore rose and tapped his goblet thrice, silencing the bustling hall. With a beaming smile directed at the students, he announced, "Before we commence this bountiful feast, I have some unfortunate news to share. Professor Lockhart will be unable to continue serving as our defense against the dark arts instructor due to a prolonged convalescence at St. Mungo's following an incident. We are, however, welcoming a new professor who has graciously agreed to fill this vacancy. Let us extend a warm welcome to Professor Newt Scamander." The hall erupted into enthusiastic applause, as none had anticipated that the illustrious author featured solely in textbooks, biographies, and chocolate frog cards would take on the role of a Hogwarts professor. Newt, feeling the weight of many gazes upon him, stood awkwardly, his body stiffening for a moment. Shy and reticent, he chose to lower his gaze, fixating on the empty plate before him as he offered a brief self-introduction. Upon uttering his final word, he swiftly retreated to his seat, exhaling a sigh of relief. It was indeed a considerable challenge to appoint a socially awkward individual as a professor. Before the feast commenced, Ron discreetly took a bite of a snack, only to be sharply reprimanded by Hermione, who struck him with her book. "Ron, how rude. Do you even know who our new professor is? He is the author of the textbook for care of magical creatures and established the werewolf registry, earning the title of second-class wizard of the Order of Merlin." Ron, evidently uninterested in the identity of the new professor, was met with Hermione's excited whispers as she leaned towards Loya, exclaiming, "Merlin, why is Professor Scamander so young? I had envisioned him as a frail, silver-haired elder. Older than all the instructors at Hogwarts, yet possessing a visage that belied his years, appearing significantly younger than the assembled professors." Suddenly, Ron made a discovery and exclaimed, "Look at Snape. He is constantly glaring at the new professor. Surely, the newcomer has usurped the position he coveted most, the post of defense against the dark arts instructor. The days ahead for the new professor are bound to be unfortunate." Loia unwrapped a chocolate frog, fortuitously uncovering Newt's card within. Elated, she waved the card toward Professor Scamander at the faculty table. Newt effortlessly spotted Loia among the row of small heads in Gryffindor, offering her a gentle smile in return. Hermione, taken aback, covered her mouth in astonishment. Not one to be easily fooled, she pondered how the newly appointed professor could possibly know her. Turning to Loia, who was engrossed in unwrapping another chocolate frog, she questioned with curiosity, "Do you know Professor Scamander?" Loia stumbled upon an old card belonging to her father, Dumbledore. In a light-hearted manner, she remarked, "Indeed, he is a caretaker summoned by my father." Hermione gasped, causing her fork to clatter onto her plate. In truth, had Lupin not departed, Loia had contemplated temporarily appointing him as the assistant for the defense against the dark arts class. With her endorsement, Newt, being quite amiable, would surely acquiesce to any request she made. Serving as an assistant, even briefly, would be far preferable to wandering aimlessly and struggling to make ends meet. The school could provide him with the Wolfsbane potion, which he could scarcely afford. When the third year arrives and Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn retires from the Care of Magical Creatures course, Newt could seamlessly assume his position, given his keen interest in the study of magical beasts. Consequently, Lupin would naturally be positioned to take over the vacant defense against the dark arts post. And such a progression of events would be nothing short of ideal. During her hospital stay, Loya mentioned her proposal to her elderly father, and Dumbledore expressed his strong approval. However, Remus was inexplicably absent, remaining elusive and silent. Unfortunately for Newt, the seat to his left was occupied by Snape. The heavy thud of Snape's cup against the table caused the water within to slosh out, startling Professor Trelawney into a fit of shivers. Newt could not fathom what had provoked the ire of the brooding potions master. It seemed he was simply the target of disdain. The new defense against the dark arts professor possessed a quintessential British accent, his demeanor gentle and accommodating, a stark contrast to Professor McGonagall's sternness and the tediousness of Professor Binns' history of magic. Although the new professor was typically reticent and appeared tense in class, avoiding eye contact with students, he transformed when inquiries about magical creatures arose. He would eagerly share a wealth of knowledge on the topic, and his youthful charm endeared him to the students. They viewed him primarily as a scholar of magical creatures, often overlooking his exceptional prowess in magic. After all, he was the first wizard in America to capture Grindelwald, despite enduring considerable hardship in the process. Just a few days prior, Loya witnessed a mischievous Peeves conjuring a cannon, which blasted apart an entire wall of the castle. Newt tapped his wand against the wall, and the scattered rubble and debris reassembled as if played in reverse, restoring the wall to its original state in mere seconds. Hermione, having witnessed the event, immediately rescinded her admiration for Lockhart and became a devoted fan of Newt. In his defense against the dark arts class, Loya consistently claimed a front-row seat. Hermione had never seen her so enthusiastic in any other class, while Harry appeared perpetually sullen. Attending Newt's class was the most relaxed moment for Loya, much like the present instance. As the class bell rang slowly, Newt leaned down, tilting his head slightly to gaze at the young girl soundly asleep at her desk. His brown eyes, framed by chestnut curls, bore a hint of amused exasperation as he gently tapped the surface of her desk. "Miss Grindelwald, class is over." "Mm?" With drowsy eyes, Loya lifted her head from her arms, emitting a puzzled syllable in her confusion. It was a rare privilege to doze off in the front row, closest to the professor, only to be awakened personally by him at the end of class. The incessant rain had persisted for an entire week before finally relenting, and the absence of sunlight had led to a noticeable drop in temperature. Even a gentle breeze felt biting, causing shivers, and the classroom had grown considerably colder than usual. A wave of colds began to sweep through the school, with an increasing number of unfortunate young wizards succumbing to illness. When Loya awoke, she felt a comforting warmth enveloping her. It was Newt, diligently casting a warming charm while she dozed off in class. Feeling slightly embarrassed under the professor's watchful gaze, Loya shyly touched her nose. The little winged serpent had a mischievous tendency to spring from her pocket, unfurling its grand wings and staring at others with its wide-open maw, causing quite a scare among the Ravenclaw students. Over the past few nights, Loya had been training the winged serpent in the common room. And upon returning to her dormitory last night, it was well past midnight, which explained her drowsiness in today's lesson. As students consecutively submitted their assignments and left the classroom, Loya sniffled, feeling discomfort in her throat. Her voice was muffled, likely a sign of an impending cold after the chill of the previous night. Just as she slung her backpack over her shoulder and prepared to exit, Newt called her back. She noticed him retrieving several vials of potions from his suitcase and placing them on the desk. Your injury has only recently healed. If a cold leads to a cough, it could leave lingering effects, he advised. These potions are for preventing colds. Although Newt's expertise lay in magical creatures, he was also quite knowledgeable in potions and herbology. He recalled the attending physician mentioning during Loya's hospitalization that her constitution was fragile, making her susceptible to colds and fevers, and that she needed to exercise greater caution in the future. As a young lady, catching a cold can be particularly taxing on your health. Remember to take one vial each day. Loya accepted the vial handed to her by Newt, uncorked it, and drank its contents. To her surprise, rather than the anticipated bitterness, a gentle sweetness began to spread across her palate, as Newt had thoughtfully infused a touch of honey into the concoction without compromising its efficacy. Due to Miss Grindelwald's prolonged slumber during the lesson, and with the weekend approaching, when she typically returned to the manor, Newt attentively advised her. Should there be any aspects of the lesson she found perplexing, she was welcome to consult him over the weekend. Following this, he gently patted her back through her satchel, saying, "Your friends are waiting for you outside." Heeding Newt's words, Loya turned her gaze towards the entrance of the classroom, where Hermione had already been waiting for quite some time. Loya, with her backpack slung over her shoulders, hurried out of the classroom, trailing behind Hermione amidst the bustling throng of students flooding the corridors after class. The potions professor, clad in his billowing black robes, strode purposefully through the hallway. Upon sighting him, the students instinctively parted, creating a clear passageway, and Snape came to a halt before the young girl. Loya gazed at the outstretched hand of Snape, which held several vials of potion designed to ward off colds. Recently, the number of students afflicted with illness had been on the rise, leaving Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing exceedingly busy. Concerned for Loya, Snape hurriedly made his way towards her classroom immediately after concluding his potions class. Newt, having stacked the students' assignments into a neat pile, was on his way out of the classroom when he happened to witness this scene. Remembering the task entrusted to him by Dumbledore, Newt swiftly approached and intervened, placing himself between the two and obstructing Snape's line of sight. Instantly, Snape's expression soured. Lacking the finesse for conversation, Newt could only muster a brief good afternoon before falling silent, awkwardly holding the stack of assignments as he stood between them. Thus, the three remained ensconced in an uncomfortable silence. Loya peeked out from behind Newt, tilting her head in bemusement towards him, while Newt stood there, at a loss for how to clarify the situation. At that moment, a group of Hufflepuff Quidditch players strode down the corridor, having just returned from practice. They quickly donned their robes, preparing to assist Professor Sprout in tending to the plants, indicating that the Badgers were quite busy that day. Cedric rounded the corner and, upon catching sight of the figure he had longed for, abruptly halted. He could always spot her in a crowd at first glance, and once his gaze fell upon her, it remained captivated. The fatigue from training dissipated considerably in her presence, even after their brief reunion at St. Mungo's, having not seen her for half a month. He found himself yearning for her intensely. Cedric struggled to suppress the impulsive urge to rush forward to her side. Loya became acutely aware of his gaze. When her light gray eyes met his azure ones, a mere 2 seconds of shared glance sent Cedric into a flurry of emotions, as if time itself had momentarily ceased. Other students passed by, calling out to him, "Cedric, we're heading to the greenhouse now. You should hurry. We have a heap of mandrake roots to repot." However, Cedric appeared oblivious to their words, standing there in a daze, motionless as he gazed at her. It was not until the new professor of defense against the dark arts beckoned him that Cedric snapped back to reality, hastening his steps towards her. Upon encountering a familiar face, Loya initiated the conversation. "Senior, it's been a while. I appreciate your care during my time in the hospital." The girl offered him a radiant smile, pure and bright, while Mr. Badger seemed as bashful as ever, his voice nearly wavering. "You're back. I am truly delighted." Snape raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening further. It became evident that during Loya's recuperation, she had not only been in contact with Draco Malfoy. Noticing this, Newt quickly addressed the younger Badger. Mr. Diggory, Professor Dumbledore requires my assistance of fabrication. Please help Ms. Grindelwald by delivering the homework to my office. Cedric's spirits soared. He had longed for an opportunity to be with Loya. With eyes brimming with anticipation, he looked at her and cautiously inquired, "May I accompany you?" Upon receiving a nod from the girl, Cedric felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although Newt claimed he needed Cedric and Loya to assist with the homework delivery, he had surreptitiously entrusted all the assignments to Cedric, cradling a towering stack of homework that nearly reached his chin. Cedric was gently urged by Newt to take Loya away from that place. Snape's countenance grew even darker. It was clear that Newt Scamander had deliberately orchestrated this to prevent him from having any solitary moments with her. With a tempest of frustration swirling within him, Snape strode back to the dungeons, marking each student's assignment from Hufflepuff with a conspicuous red cross. Loya followed Cedric down the corridor. Observing how a hefty stack of notebooks nearly obscured his line of sight, she felt a strong urge to assist him in alleviating some of the burden. However, Cedric resolutely refused her offer of help, believing it unseemly to allow a young lady to toil in such a manner. Loya had no choice but to follow closely behind him, accompanying him to deliver the homework to Newt's office. As they exited the office, the strikingly handsome Cedric Diggory, the paragon of Hufflepuff, strolled alongside the illustrious figure of Gryffindor, drawing the attention of numerous students. Cedric paused, reaching into his backpack to retrieve his meticulously kept notes from all second-year subjects, which he carried daily. He extended them to Loya, saying, "You have missed a month of classes, and keeping up may be quite challenging. If you don't mind, here are my notes from the second-year curriculum." Loya reached out to take the thick notebook, her warm fingertips inadvertently brushing against Cedric's hand. Startled as if electrified, Cedric instinctively released his grip. The notebook tumbled to the ground in a flurry, and he hurriedly apologized, crouching down to gather the scattered pages. The spot where their skin had met seemed to ignite with warmth, causing him to lower his head in an attempt to conceal the faint blush that had crept onto his cheeks. Loya also crouched down beside him, the open notebook displaying meticulously neat handwriting, with every challenging point elaborately annotated in red ink, revealing the dedication of the note-taker. "Since your return to school, I have longed to present it to you, though I am unsure when you might be free." Ever since Loya resumed her studies, Cedric has often stood in the corridors she frequents, gazing at her from a distance, observing her and Hermione hurriedly rushing by, seemingly preoccupied, and he felt hesitant to interrupt. Loya took the notebook and then retrieved a small jar of candies from her backpack. "Senior Cedric, this is for you. As a token of gratitude for taking notes for me." The lemon-flavored snowball, a gift from her father, was now passed on to Cedric. Cedric carefully accepted the jar with both hands, unable to suppress a smile. "I shall cherish it dearly." "Huh, that is meant for you to enjoy. Why would you want to keep it?" Loya found herself at a loss for words at Mr. Badger's bizarre thought process today. She unscrewed the candy jar and popped a lemon sherbet into his mouth. The delicate touch of her fair fingertips grazed his lips, leaving a warm and soft sensation. Cedric, his face rapidly flushing crimson, was rendered incapable of coherent thought. Suddenly, a small creature darted over, climbing up Cedric's pant leg and perching itself on his shoulder. The Niffler, accustomed to roaming freely around Hogwarts, often wreaked havoc in the kitchens, much to the dismay of the house elves. With its extraordinary abilities, it could sneak through the cracks of the portraits in the common rooms of the four houses, causing mischief without restraint. However, due to the peculiar familial connection between its young master and the headmaster, the heads of the four houses dared not take any action against the Niffler. Upon spotting the glimmering lemon sherbet, the Niffler lunged towards the candy jar. "That is meant for Cedric. What do you think you're doing? I haven't even dealt with you yet. Where have you been gallivanting off to these past few days?" Loya exclaimed, grabbing the Niffler and affectionately ruffling its head. The creature wriggled free from her grasp and climbed back onto Cedric, its tiny paws stealthily reaching into the pocket of his Hufflepuff robe, retrieving a girl-esque hairpin. It was the very hairpin Loya had mischievously clipped into Cedric's hair during her hospital visit. "Isn't this my hairpin? You brought it along." Cedric stood there, flustered as if his little secret had been unveiled. "Has your hair become unruly again?" Loya queried, gazing curiously at the top of Cedric's head, awaiting his response. "It's not me," Cedric stammered, his eyes darting nervously. Just then, a Hufflepuff student hurried past and patted him on the shoulder. "Why haven't you gone to the greenhouse yet? It's our turn to repot the mandrakes today," suddenly recalling his obligation to assist Professor Sprout with the plants. Cedric hastily secured the candy jar, stowed it in his backpack, and bid a swift farewell to Loya. Loya, clutching Cedric's notes, turned and made her way towards the Gryffindor common room. Two plump, short girls witnessed the exchange between the two, one of whom, with a face full of envy, sarcastically remarked, "I truly cannot fathom why Cedric is enamored with her. Not only does he copy notes for her, but he also personally delivers them. And what gives Fred and George the right to treat her so well? One might think she was laying golden eggs." Upon hearing her spiteful words, Loia smiled faintly, took a few steps to stand before her, and kindly suggested, "If you believe that laying eggs is the key to winning affection, you are welcome to find numerous men to continue doing so." Author's note: I extend my gratitude to the individual who inspired this narrative. Thank you for providing the material. May I invite you to be my dance partner? Loia gazed at the unfamiliar face standing before her, having been intercepted the moment she entered the grand hall. Ever since the headmaster announced that Hogwarts would host a ball, excitement and joy had permeated the entire school, as all students from the second year onward were invited to partake. The girls, at the tender age of blossoming romance, clustered in small groups, animatedly discussing which boys would become their dance partners. Was this the 13th? Loia fixed her eyes on the Ravenclaw boy before her, who was adorned with large spectacles. He appeared quite anxious, scarcely daring to meet her gaze. Lowering his head, he began reciting a declaration of affection, his oversized frames teetering precariously as if they might slip from his nose at any moment. The onlookers whispered among themselves while he seemed oblivious to the awkwardness, though Loia felt the heat of embarrassment wash over her. Several boys cast sympathetic glances towards the Ravenclaw, as Miss Grindelwald was undeniably beautiful, her smile sweet and charming, captivating the hearts of many students. Yet, due to her unique status, most dared not approach her, though a number found the courage to invite her as their partner. "I'm sorry," Loia politely replied to the boy. "I am sincere," he seemed to implore, but Loia gracefully declined his invitation. "I apologize, but I already have a partner." With that, the boy could only depart, dejected. Loia approached the long table of Gryffindor and took a seat beside Hermione, who, filled with curiosity, inquired, "When did you acquire a dance partner? Who is he? Do tell me." Hermione's question captured the attention of another at the table. Harry's hand, gripping his cutlery, came to an awkward halt. He appeared to be diligently focused on his plate, yet his peripheral gaze continually darted towards Loia, anxiously awaiting her response. "I do not have a dance partner," she replied, deftly utilizing that phrase to decline the invitation of a stranger. Her answer undoubtedly brought a quiet sigh of relief to Harry's heart. Suddenly, two paper airplanes glided towards Loia, transforming before her into two canaries that flitted around her plate, fluttering their tiny wings. They chirped in unison, their voices blending into the familiar tones of George and Fred. "Are you really not considering us any longer?" Loia turned to glance at the twins at the far end of the long table, their faces beaming with joy as they exaggeratedly gestured towards her. How could three people dance without her joining in? The thought of being sandwiched between them felt rather peculiar, so she decided to decline. Upon hearing her decisive rejection, the two sorrowful canaries chose to dive headfirst into Ron's plate, scattering into a flurry of fluttering paper bits. Ron stared in disbelief at his plate, now adorned with a layer of food debris. However, what weighed more heavily on Ron's mind was the impending ball in 2 days. Many had already secured their partners, and lacking one himself would be quite embarrassing. Ron turned to Hermione, seated across from him. "Hey, Hermione." Hermione looked up, surprised, having just wondered if Ron might invite her. Fidgeting with her robes, she awaited his next words. "Hermione, since no one else seems inclined to ask you to be their partner, it would be rather embarrassing for you to go alone. Why not pair up with me? Harry and Loia can be a couple." Ron's suggestion infuriated Hermione, her features contorting in anger as she retorted, "Someone has invited me." Ron, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, stuffed his mouth with food and mumbled a laugh. "How could anyone invite you? You're joking, right?" With her hands trembling around her books, Hermione stood, her eyes brimming with tears as she fled the hall, oblivious to the weight of his careless words and their impact on a girl. Ron remained unaware of the hurt he had caused. Loia, observing the unfolding scene, shot Ron a disapproving glare. "Ron, you've gone too far." Setting aside her half-eaten meal, Loia began walking in the direction Hermione had taken. Thus, the evening meal ended on a sour note. Ron, puzzled, spread his hands in complaint to Harry. "I was only speaking casually. Why did Hermione react so strongly? And why is Loia so upset?" Seeing Harry's silence, Ron nudged his arm. "What about you, Harry? Why haven't you asked Loia out yet?" Harry, fiddling with his utensils, wore a complex expression. After a prolonged pause, he replied, "She wouldn't accept my invitation." Ron, eyes wide in disbelief, exclaimed, "No way. You two are so close. Harry did not respond to Ron's query and instead to leave the hall. Left behind, Ron grumbled. I didn't say anything wrong. Why is everyone leaving me behind? The corridor was sparsely populated as Hermione sprinted through, finally reaching the deserted bridge. The cold wind stung her eyes, and she squatted in a corner, burying her face in her knees. Loya approached and sat beside her. Hermione, with tears glistening in her eyes, lamented, Ron is always like this. Loya quietly listened to Hermione's heartfelt confessions, gently patting her shoulder in a gesture of comfort, although it was not yet Victor Crumb's turn to take the stage. Loya was confident that with Hermione's remarkable beauty, she would soon find a suitable dance partner. Loya gently tugged Hermione to her feet, and the two leaned against the corridor, gazing at the rippling surface of the lake below. When Harry arrived, the two girls were engaged in light conversation. After a moment of hesitation, he approached them. However, upon overhearing their discussion about himself, he instinctively halted mid-step. Hermione sniffled, gathered her thoughts, and cast aside her earlier discontent. Loya, what about you? Will you choose Harry or that fourth-year Hufflepuff to accompany you to the ball? Loya was momentarily taken aback by the question, as she had never contemplated this matter. More precisely, she had not intended to attend the ball at all. Observing Loya's silence and her refusal of all the boys who had invited her, Hermione furrowed her brow and earnestly remarked, the ball is just 2 days away. Have you not made a decision yet? Do you truly not fancy either of them? Harry's posture stiffened, an uncomfortable breeze brushing against his cheek, and a wave of anxiety surged within him as he nervously tugged at the collar of his robe, fearing he might hear a word of rejection from her. Suddenly, Hermione seemed to have an epiphany, her gaze shifting to an unusual intensity as she fixed her eyes on Loya and inquired, You do not fancy either of them? Loya, you cannot possibly be considering inviting Professor Snape to dance, can you? Are you not concerned about the rumors that might arise? Do you realize how many Slytherins are gossiping about you behind your back? Loya found herself further perplexed by Hermione's bewildering remarks. She attempted to conjure an image of Snape dancing, but ultimately could not suppress a soft chuckle. You are overthinking it. Snape would never dance. Besides, I am not particularly interested in the ball, nor do I possess any dancing skills. Footsteps echoed from the lawn outside the corridor, prompting Harry to glance in that direction. He observed a gathering of Hufflepuff players escorting a young man who emerged from around the corner. Go on, Cedric, everyone has faith in you. We've all inquired about her. She currently lacks a partner. Despite her rejections, she may not turn you away, his teammates encouraged, gently nudging Cedric a couple of steps forward. The youth, cradling a meticulously arranged bouquet, gazed at the golden-haired girl on the corridor. The blossoms, enchanted by him, emanated a soft, ethereal glow in the twilight. Loya and Hermione were oblivious to their presence. Cedric's chest rose and fell with tension as he took a few deep breaths, filled with anticipation as he stepped toward the object of his affection. Yet, at that moment, someone hastily passed in front of him. Loya heard the footsteps approaching from a distance. She turned around to see Harry rushing towards her in great strides. The boy had grown a head taller, effortlessly obstructing much of her view and preventing her from seeing Cedric in the distance. Loya assumed that Harry had come out of concern for Hermione. With a light-hearted demeanor, she said to Harry, All right, it's fine now. Shall we return to the Great Hall for dinner? Just as she was about to pass by him, an instinctual impulse compelled Harry to suddenly grasp her hand, while his other arm encircled her waist, gently leading her in a small half-turn. They maintained the stance of a dance, with Loya naturally turning to face away from Cedric in the distance, her expression bewildered as she gazed at Harry. In response to the girl's astonished eyes, Harry showed no inclination to release her hand. Filled with a fervent flutter, he guided her step by step to follow his lead. You do not know how to dance. Allow me to teach you. He tightened his grip around her waist slightly, and Loya, somewhat reluctantly, fell into the rhythm Harry set, awkwardly resting her other hand on his shoulder in an attempt to synchronize with him. She remained blissfully unaware of Cedric's watchful gaze, her back turned to him. Harry stood in close proximity to her, their gazes inevitably colliding often. He felt a dryness in his throat, as if a flame were igniting in his chest, and unconsciously, his grip on her hand tightened further. Regrettably, Loya lacked any aptitude for dancing. Despite Harry's earnest efforts to instruct her, she had unknowingly stepped on his feet numerous times. In an unfortunate mishap, her nose collided with his chin, eliciting simultaneous cries of pain from both. Clutching his reddened jaw, Harry burst into laughter, while Loya, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed her nose. Initially, she attempted to count how many times she had stepped on Harry's feet, but soon lost track entirely. Harry, I fear I shall never learn to dance. Perhaps I should refrain from it. Such soirees are not suited for me. Call upon me only when there are dueling tournaments to partake in. Loya wished to push Harry aside and return to the hall, yet he was no longer the frail boy he had been a year ago. He stood there, motionless, blocking her path. Harry offered no response to her inquiry. The night breeze tousled his unruly hair, revealing a pair of earnest eyes behind his spectacles, silently imploring her. Please, give it another try. Faced with the pleading gaze of the savior, Loya, who was typically soft-hearted towards the trio, reluctantly acquiesced to his request. I suppose I shall give it a try, even though I am hopeless at dancing. Cedric stood frozen outside the corridor, watching the scene of them dancing together. His heart twisted by an unseen force, a sense of desolation reflected in his downcast eyes. The team members stared in astonishment at Cedric, who seemed ready to turn away. Cedric, why are you leaving so soon? You arrived not too late. You should at least invite her. After a prolonged silence, Cedric finally uttered, She already has a partner. I do not wish to cause her any discomfort. He cast a lingering glance in the direction of the blonde girl before saying nothing further and turning to depart the corridor. The captain of Hufflepuff glared at Harry, indignantly speaking on Cedric's behalf, that sly Gryffindor lad. In any case, Harry's attempt to teach Loya how to dance ended in failure, and she had no intention of attending the ball. Hermione accepted an invitation from third-year Mike McLaggen, and since she was not very familiar with him, she insisted that Loya accompany her. The grand hall where the ball was held sparkled with starlight, as young witches and wizards twirled gracefully on the dance floor to the rhythm of the music. Ron, ultimately unable to find a partner, slumped in a chair, his face etched with frustration as he stared at Hermione and McLaggen dancing. Loya donned a custom-made gown of pure white from the de Fan Couture, adorned lavishly with sequins and delicate diamonds that cascaded gracefully. The small train of white satin exuded an aura of sanctity and elegance, while the impeccable tailoring accentuated the slenderness of her waist. Her golden hair was elegantly styled, complemented by a crystalline headband, with a few playful curls framing her face, lending her an air of whimsy. Aside from her late physical development and a somewhat flat chest, she appeared quite splendid overall. Merely standing beside the banquet table, she became the focal point of the ball. After gracefully declining several invitations from suitors, Loya picked up a drink from the table, biting on the straw as she surveyed her surroundings. She noticed neither Cedric nor Harry among the attendees. Could it be that they had chosen to forego the festivities? Hermione and McLaggen's interaction could hardly be described as delightful, yet it was bearable, which eased Loya's mind. Feeling rather bored, she opted to retreat to the Gryffindor common room. The corridor was bathed in the silvery light of the moon, the night tranquil and beautiful, yet someone rather impolitely obstructed her path. The individual, clad in a Gryffindor robe and appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, possessed strikingly handsome features, with slightly curled black hair framing his face and a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips. Leaning casually against the wall, he extended an arm to block her passage. Seemingly a student from the 6th or 7th year, Loya did not recognize him and had no intention of engaging with him. However, as she attempted to move to her right, he shifted to obstruct her path. Suppressing her irritation, Loya chose to navigate to the left, only to find him again blocking her way. Realizing his intentions were deliberate, she narrowed her eyes and said, "Would you kindly step aside?" The young man chuckled at her, replying, "Not a chance. If I let you pass, you would simply run away." Loya's temples twitched as the young man gazed at her with an air of mystery. "Am I not a familiar face? Have you forgotten me so soon? I do not recognize you, and your attempts at flirtation lack sophistication. That is of no consequence. It suffices that I remember you." Loya was utterly disinclined to engage with this eccentric individual, so she simply turned around and began to retrace her steps. However, upon her decision to leave, the other party abruptly seized her wrist, forcefully pulling her back. The person's strength surpassed that of an adult, gripping her so firmly that she found it impossible to extricate her hand. Loya stared at him, bewildered. "What do you mean by that?" As anger began to manifest on the girl's face, the boy's lips involuntarily curled into a smirk, as if he found amusement in teasing the young girl. He playfully remarked, "Of course, I mean to keep you here." No sooner had he uttered these words than the scene shifted abruptly, and she found herself pressed against the wall. He towered over her, leaning down, his overwhelming presence enveloping her, and she could even feel the warmth of his breath as it escaped his lips. Loya's patience had finally reached its limit. She swiftly drew the silver wand from her waist, and a piercing green light erupted from its tip, hurtling towards the man. However, this wand, a gift from her father, was incapable of casting unforgivable curses. The forced attempt resulted in the green light veering off course, careening wildly into a nearby pillar, shattering it to smithereens. Debris and dust cascaded down from the explosion, but the man reacted swiftly, enveloping her within the folds of his school robe. Due to his tall stature, Loya, tightly wrapped in the robe, managed to evade the shower of dust, though her companion was not so fortunate. His back was now coated in grime, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Sensing that the young girl was genuinely angry, the man resignedly raised his hand and said, "Silly girl. It's me. You really wouldn't dare to harm me, would you?" Loya was about to retort fiercely, "I won't be defeated by you." But after the familiar title echoed in her mind several times, a look of realization dawned upon her. Little Sirius? The other party flashed a cunning smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Loya was initially taken aback, followed by a frown. "How have you altered your appearance? Furthermore, why are you not hiding in the Pig's Head Tavern? Are you not aware that wanted posters bearing your likeness are plastered all over the streets? How dare you wander about freely?" Listening to the girl's incessant scolding, Sirius retrieved a small vial from his pocket. He gently shook the vial, stating, "I merely took a youth-enhancing potion. No one will recognize me. However, its effects will only last for a few hours." Loya, feeling somewhat powerless, inquired, "What brings you to Hogwarts? Do not tell me you wish to indulge in the youthful revelry of a dance?" Sirius, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, winked at her and replied, "Who would engage in such tedious affairs? The old godfather has come to request your assistance regarding the new book title issue. Once a novel exceeds 200,000 words, the author must conduct a title evaluation. They are required to submit 5 potential titles and 5 new cover designs to the editor or system. The system then conducts a series of tests, and upon successful completion, one new title will be selected to replace the old one. Ultimately, long-time readers will encounter the original title, while new readers will see the revised one. A process beyond the author's control." Gazing at the man from Gryffindor, who appeared to be in his mid-teens due to an age-reducing potion, Loya curiously asked, "What brings you to Hogwarts?" "To find you. What do you want with me?" Sirius leaned in slightly, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. His gaze, filled with playful intrigue, met Loya's gray eyes, and he uttered words that were both enigmatic and tantalizing. "To take you out for some fun." Loya cast a sardonic glance at him. It was late into the night. Which young woman would venture out to indulge in frivolities? She brazenly declined his invitation, stating, "The hour is late. I must beg your pardon, dear uncle." She deliberately elongated the final term, leaving Sirius momentarily speechless, his lips twitching in exasperation. Truly, she had bested him. With a sullen expression, Sirius gazed at Loya, his eyes seemingly communicating, "I anticipated your refusal," yet he could not suppress the twinge of bitterness that gnawed at him. In a fit of frustration, he blurted out, "Why is it that you reject my every invitation, and in this state, you still dare to call me uncle?" Perhaps he remained oblivious to the fact that his every solicitation was made at the most inopportune moments, and he seemed particularly perturbed by that appellation. Loya raised her gaze to the tall youth before her. "Uncle, what would you like me to call you?" The 17-year-old Sirius Black, arms crossed, lifted his chin with an air of nonchalance. "For now, call me brother or senior, perhaps due to the effects of a youthful potion." The transformed student version of Sirius radiated the exuberance and capriciousness of adolescence. However, to Loya, Mr. Black appeared quite deranged this evening. His gaze was fixed intently upon her, as if urging her to comply with his request swiftly. The girl parted her lips and slowly uttered, "No, uncle, you little rascal." Sirius's expression momentarily stiffened, and he unceremoniously ruffled her hair with his large hand, disheveling her meticulously styled golden locks. "Let go of my head." As she was on the verge of losing her temper, Sirius finally released her, adopting a tone tinged with resignation. "Your godfather has come to ask for your assistance." Finally freeing herself from his grasp, Loya, dissatisfied, tidied her tousled hair. "You want to see your godson Harry, don't you?" Sirius indeed wished to see Harry, but not at this moment. "I plan to buy a gift for Harry. You know him well and understand his preferences, so accompany me to Hogsmeade to choose something." "That's simple. Harry loves flying brooms. You could buy him a firebolt." Sirius nodded seriously while stroking his chin, and Loya added, "Is that all? Then I shall return." With that, she turned to head back to the common room. Habitually, Sirius reached out to grasp the nape of her neck to keep her there. But with her wearing a partially off-shoulder dress, there was no collar to hold on to, and his hand grasped nothing but air. Sirius promptly took a step forward, catching her by the shoulders, applying slight pressure to turn her to face him, while his mind raced to conjure an excuse. Having been imprisoned in Azkaban for over a decade, My memories have become quite hazy. I can no longer recall the way to Hogsmeade. Is that truly the case? Loya regarded him with skepticism. Considering your godfather has risked being wanted, journeying all the way from the Hog's Head pub to seek your assistance. Deceived by Sirius's facade of pitiful desperation, Loya reluctantly acquiesced to his request. Fine, but this is a one-time exception. Upon receiving the expected affirmation, Sirius revealed a triumphant smile. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he retrieved a red satin-wrapped gift box from his pocket and presented it to Loya. Inside lay an exquisite bracelet, adorned with delicate red diamonds intertwined with silver diamonds shaped like olive leaves, forming a charming floral wreath. The accompanying tag bore a 6-digit sum in galleons. A trivial expense for the affluent Black family. Sirius grinned widely. Consider this a token of gratitude for your assistance. However, it was too precious. Although Loya had her own small fortune and was not lacking in funds, she was reluctant to accept such an extravagant bracelet. Noticing the girl's hesitance, Sirius unceremoniously grasped her wrist and personally adorned her with the bracelet. Sirius indeed possessed a discerning eye for gifts. The delicate bones of the girl's wrist appeared even more luminous against the backdrop of the rubies. Satisfied, Black nodded appreciatively, cheerfully seizing her arm adorned with the bracelet and guiding her toward the school gate. The night air enveloped the castle in a chill, and the thin fabric of her dress made her shiver slightly. Observing her wrist's subtle tremor, Sirius removed his Gryffindor robe and wrapped it snugly around her. Yet, Loya's brows knitted together in concentration as she lowered her gaze, meticulously inspecting the collar of the robe as if searching for something. "What is the matter?" Sirius inquired, perplexed by her peculiar behavior. "I'm checking for dog hair on your robe." To his astonishment, after her thorough examination, she indeed discovered a tuft of dog hair on the fabric. Waving the clump before him, she triumphantly declared, "Your animagus form truly sheds." Sirius felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. In his youth, many girls who harbored secret affections for him lavished him with attention, only to be met with his indifferent rejection. They would often complain about his lack of romantic sensibility. Back then, he paid little heed to their words, but now, he found himself wishing to convey the same sentiment to the young girl before him. Thus, Sirius grasped her arm to prevent her from evading him, while with his other hand, he playfully ruffled her hair and deftly snatched away her wand. "Let me go?" she protested. "No," he retorted. "Release her." A third voice interjected. Both Sirius and Loya turned simultaneously toward the source of the sound. The Hufflepuff boy approached, panting heavily, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Why was Cedric here? By the time Loya processed this, Cedric had already positioned himself beside her, pulling her back a few steps to shield her behind him. Dressed in his robe, it was evident he had not attended the ball. Unable to secure a partner for the evening, Cedric had tossed and turned restlessly, and venturing out for fresh air, he unexpectedly encountered Loya being bullied by an upperclassman from Gryffindor. Loya, with a throbbing headache, endeavored to elucidate to Cedric that Cedric is not a malevolent individual. He is a senior from our Gryffindor 7th year. However, he is not a student of our school, and I have never encountered him within the premises. Loya stood dazed for a moment, astonished by Cedric's remarkable memory. He seemed to know everyone in the school, while she could only recognize a handful of familiar faces from her own house, unable to recall the names of those from other faculties. "You hide behind me, and I shall not allow him to harm you," Cedric declared. His gaze fixed warily on Sirius, his hand reaching into his pocket to grasp his wand, presenting an air of formidable vigilance. Sirius, with a composed demeanor, scrutinized the unexpected intruder, his smile abruptly vanishing, and his good cheer dissipating in an instant. He had never experienced romance in his life. Yet the protective stance this lad assumed before Loya made him immediately comprehend the sentiments at play. Undoubtedly, this young man was a rival of Harry's, representing the greatest obstacle in his path to affection. Loya was deeply troubled, contemplating how to convey the identity of Sirius to the astute Mr. Badger. Should she perhaps claim that he was her brother visiting her at Hogwarts? However, given their stark differences in hair and eye color, it was unlikely anyone would believe such a tale. Just as Loya was grappling with this dilemma, Sirius unabashedly declared his claim in the presence of Cedric. "She is my godson's girlfriend. She is my godson's girlfriend." Sirius boldly asserted his ownership of Harry. Yet, with the visage of a 17-year-old who had consumed a youth potion, the mere assertion of having a godson was already absurd. To compound the matter, his godson supposedly had a 12-year-old girlfriend? This was preposterous, bordering on the ludicrous. A pair of infatuated upperclassmen strolled past the corridor, sweetly entwined, teetering as if they had indulged in too much punch at the ball. Upon inadvertently overhearing Sirius's proclamation, they erupted into laughter. The young man, emboldened by spirits, exclaimed, "Your godson is still in the womb, isn't he?" "Ha." The girl chimed in, mockingly, "He certainly is handsome, but his mind seems quite unhinged." Ha. After their drunken jesting, the couple departed, leaving Sirius visibly mortified. He finally comprehended that, given his current appearance, his recent declaration lacked any semblance of credibility. Even that Hufflepuff lad regarded him with a look of incredulity. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Sirius raised an eyebrow and stated bluntly, "She is my girlfriend." He found it perplexing that the term rival had suddenly sprung to mind, yet he reassured himself that this was merely a tactic to thwart his godson's competition. To dissuade the Hufflepuff from pursuing any further, all for Harry's future happiness. This statement was merely a strategic maneuver, and he was certain his godson would not take offense. Regrettably, Sirius's bold proclamation was truncated as he felt a sudden impact to his chest, eliciting a pained hiss and causing his brows to furrow in discontent. He cast his gaze downward at the instigator, Loya, who maintained her stance with her elbow raised, delivering a forceful jab to his chest. What nonsense is this? How can a grown individual just like a child? While her antics may have been tolerable before, her reckless behavior in the presence of others was alarming. The roles and identities of the two seemed to have inverted, as Loya, hands firmly placed on her hips, reprimanded the rebellious youth with the authority of a miniature adult. Perhaps it truly was the side effects of the age-reducing potion. During its effects, users reverted to the youthful impetuosity and recklessness befitting their age. Sirius, feeling dejected, lowered his head, pursing his lips in silence, his eyes fixed on the girl with the sorrowful gaze of a chastised puppy. Nevertheless, she had already promised to assist him in selecting a gift for Harry, yet Cedric seemed to misconstrue Sirius as an intruder at Hogwarts. It would be prudent to clarify this misunderstanding first. Loia disregarded the incessant murmurs of the small Sirius behind her and gracefully approached Cedric. "Senior, this is my cousin Credence. He is currently receiving inpatient treatment in the psychiatric ward of St. Mungo's Hospital. His demeanor and speech are quite peculiar, which may amuse you. He just sneaked out to play with me, and I must return him to St. Mungo's now." Cedric quickly responded, "I will accompany you. My cousin's mental state is quite unstable. When provoked, he transforms into his animagus form and runs amok. His animagus shape possesses 4 legs, allowing him to outpace any 2-legged creature. It is all too easy for him to escape to a location where I cannot find him. It is best that I personally escort him back to the hospital." Cedric remained concerned, observing that Loya's tactics were not yielding the desired results. He decisively resorted to a more straightforward approach. She gazed up at Cedric, who towered over her by at least 2 heads, and extended her small hand toward him, signaling him to bend down. Cedric obediently complied with the girl's request and leaned down. Due to his hurried arrival, his scarf was disheveled over his shoulder, and 2 buttons of his shirt collar were left unfastened. Loya rose on her toes, her body leaning forward, delicate fingers gently resting on Cedric's collar as she meticulously fastened his buttons. The girl's soft breaths brushed against his neck, and Cedric's jaw inadvertently grazed her fingertips, the tender sensation and warmth rendering him immobile. They stood in close proximity, almost in perfect alignment, the rhythmic thumping of their heartbeats reverberating in Cedric's ears, causing his cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Her small hand smoothed out the creases in his collar and adjusted his disheveled scarf, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Long lashes fluttering. "Senior, thank you for transcribing the notes for me. There are still some concepts I find difficult to grasp. Could you help me with some tutoring in a few days?" Her voice was soft and enchanting, igniting a flutter in his heart. Cedric instinctively replied, "I am always available to assist you with tutoring. You can come to me anytime." He was willing to do anything that could aid her. In truth, Cedric discerned that Loya's relationship with that upperclassman, the imposter from Gryffindor, was not that of cousins. She merely wished to keep him at bay, and excessive entanglement would only widen the chasm between them. Cedric was acutely aware of this, casting a deep gaze at Loya, inhaling deeply, and opting to grant them the space they needed. As he departed, a voice of sour discontent echoed behind Loya. "Has he left? If you're done watching, perhaps you should turn and check on your godfather." Sirius could hardly contain the growing jealousy in his tone. It seemed as though the two were oblivious to his presence, indulging in their closeness right before him, which stirred a sense of irritation within him. Moreover, Loya's earlier affectionate gesture struck Sirius as akin to employing a siren's charm. He could scarcely believe it. Where could she have learned such tactics at her tender age? It had to be a result of her upbringing. Undoubtedly the fault of that wretched Snape. Loya turned to glance at the youthful visage of 17-year-old Sirius. "What troubles you, dear uncle? Does your heart ache?" she teased. "I merely bumped into you. It is not as if I pierced your very soul. Is it truly so painful?" Only then did she recall the extensive burn marks that marred his neck and chest. Remnants from Salem when his magic spiraled out of control and he had intervened to save her. This realization stirred a twinge of guilt within Loya, softening her tone. She reached out, gently rubbing his chest in an attempt to alleviate his discomfort, her gaze filled with remorse. "I am sorry. Does it still hurt?" Sirius's exaggerated performance successfully elicited her sympathy, and the rare tenderness from the girl lifted his spirits. He clasped his hand over his chest, a cunning smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he took her hand and led her toward the school gate. Upon seeing a motorcycle parked there, Loya's eyes widened in curiosity as she examined the glossy black machine. Sirius appeared quite pleased with her reaction. He patted the motorcycle and proclaimed, "I have enchanted it. It can soar through the skies with you." He had previously modified a flying motorcycle, which he later gifted to Hagrid. Loya gazed at the flying motorcycle, realizing that Sirius Black shared a penchant for modifying Muggle transportation, much like Arthur Weasley. Shortly thereafter, a helmet was placed upon Loya's head. She turned to Sirius and mumbled, "Uncle, do you possess a driver's license? Wizards do not require such trivialities." "Well, in that case, what if you throw me off?" Loya shot him a skeptical glance before decisively leaping off the motorcycle. Sirius, exasperated, rubbed his temples vigorously. He then extended his strong hands to grasp her under the ribs, effortlessly lifting her back onto the motorcycle with the advantage of his adult strength. Climbing onto the bike himself, Sirius tossed over his shoulder, "Hold on tight," and deliberately slammed the throttle down. The motorcycle roared to life, soaring into the night sky like an arrow released from a bow. Sirius had initially intended to frighten the young girl, hoping she would cling to his waist in fear of heights. However, given Loya's extensive experience on roller coasters in her previous lives, and her role as a chaser for Gryffindor's Quidditch team, she remained utterly unfazed, even stifling a yawn. This unexpected reaction filled Sirius with an overwhelming sense of frustration for the first time. The flying motorcycle came to a halt not far from Hogsmeade Village. Even under the cover of night, the village buzzed with life, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a Muggle night market for Loya. As they strolled through the streets, the girl exuded an ethereal grace, her beauty striking, while the boy possessed deep, chiseled features and a carefree demeanor. From a distance, despite a noticeable height difference, their figures appeared harmonious and captivating, making it difficult for onlookers to ignore their presence. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that their interaction was not entirely amicable. The boy was leveraging his height and strength to carry the girl as if she were a small creature. "You seem quite familiar with Hogsmeade Village," Loya remarked, noting Sirius's ease in navigating their destination. Realizing that his deception was on the verge of being exposed, Sirius grasped her arm tightly, dragging her into the village. "Are you truly here to buy a gift for Harry?" she inquired. "Certainly not," he replied, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "A deceitful adult indeed," Loya countered. Sirius, unfazed, retorted, "I do not lie. Will you accompany me?" Loya cast a fleeting glance at the other party before slowly speaking, "It depends on my mood." She had anticipated that the young girl would resolutely utter a refusal, which took Sirius by surprise and filled him with a small measure of joy as he took her hand and led her towards Madame Putafoot's tea shop. "Does your esteemed elder truly have such a fondness for tea?" Sirius could not help but release a heavy sigh inwardly, observing as the sharp-tongued little girl began her verbal onslaught once more. "Aren't you young ladies all quite fond of this place?" It struck him as peculiar. He remembered in his youth how the couples at school, eager to flaunt their affection, would flock to Madame Putafoot's every few days. "Never mind, if you don't fancy it. We shall choose another venue." Sirius abruptly halted, executing a swift about-face and steering her towards a different establishment. The streets and alleys of Hogsmeade, once plastered with Sirius's wanted posters, were now adorned with notices seeking a missing rat, featuring a photograph of Ron clutching Scabbers. Ever since the owl delivering the mail mislaid Scabbers, Loya had instructed the manor's servants to post missing notices in the nearby towns. Regrettably, their efforts had yet to yield any results. After many years, seeing the image of that old rat filled Sirius with a surge of rage, almost overwhelming him. He repeatedly reminded himself that today was a special occasion. He was out enjoying the day with his girlfriend and her protégé, and it would not do to frighten the little girl away with a countenance of fury. He endeavored to suppress his tumultuous emotions, striving to maintain an outward appearance of calm. Yet, he was not adept at concealing his feelings, and his discontent was plainly etched across his face. Loyal glanced at Sirius, then at the Marauder's map, and deduced that he was in a foul mood. She suggested, "Perhaps we should return for now. It wouldn't be too late to purchase a gift for Harry in a couple of days." Sirius lowered his gaze to the girl, and after a brief moment of silence, he ultimately managed to muster a rather unsightly smile, pulling her into Honeyduke's sweet shop. Loya gazed at the array of gummies and honey candies on the shelf, expressing a hint of exasperation as she remarked, "Harry isn't a girl. How could he possibly like sweets?" The insinuation in the other's words left her perplexed, as selecting a gift for Harry seemed entirely unrelated to her own preferences for confectionery. Ultimately, Sirius decided to purchase an entire assortment of candies from the shop, unceremoniously stuffing them into Loya's bag, which was enchanted with a spell for seamless expansion. As they exited the store, they made their way to the Quidditch specialty shop to choose a broomstick for Harry. With the Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff Quidditch match approaching next week, Harry's new broom might prove advantageous. Sirius scoffed at the Hufflepuff team, convinced that they had never triumphed in any match. He was utterly confident that Harry would emerge victorious. However, upon hearing Loya mention the boy who had just impeded him was the Hufflepuff seeker, Sirius promptly resolved to buy Harry a firebolt to bolster his chances. The persistent rain of the past few days had left several shallow puddles on the streets. Loya, holding up the hem of her school robe, an elegant dress, carefully leaped over a pool of water. She stood at the entrance of the Quidditch shop, only to realize that Sirius had not followed her. Loya gazed into the reflection upon the puddle, while Sirius stood with his back to her, rooted in place. He was intently fixated on the trash bin in the alley, his eyes ablaze with fury, veins standing out on the back of his hand, and his knuckles whitening as he clenched his fists. Loya followed his gaze and observed a filthy rat rummaging through the refuse in a trash bin. Her eyes widened slightly. It was Peter's wretched rodent. Sirius could no longer contain the tempest of hatred and fury within him. Peter had betrayed the Potters, causing the demise of Harry's parents, and had wrongfully implicated him, leading to his imprisonment for over a decade. Yet now, this despicable creature was revered as a hero in the wizarding world. He nearly roared with frenzied rage, "Peter, you wretched traitor." In an instant, Sirius seized the wand from Loya's pocket, casting a spell that struck the trash can. The can thunderously collided with the wall, leaving several cracks in the dented surface, while the unsuspecting rat was hit by the spell, crashing heavily to the ground, revealing its true form. Before them stood a grotesque, portly man with a bald pate and sparse hair, his filthy appearance punctuated by a pointed nose, still retaining the posture of a rodent. Peter's face turned pale with fear, his jowls trembling in terror, utterly unprepared for the audacity of the wanted Sirius Black to appear boldly in Hogsmeade. Sirius, in a fit of rage, brandished his wand, causing the walls beside Peter to erupt in a series of explosions. Overwhelmed by terror, Peter trembled uncontrollably, scrambling down the street while deliberately shouting, "He is Sirius Black. He is an escaped prisoner from Azkaban. He is going to kill me." Sirius pursued the fleeing Peter, the sound of explosions echoing in their wake. The chaos in Hogsmeade drew the attention of the nearby Aurors, who, wands at the ready, surged forth in pursuit of the fugitive. In an instant, Hogsmeade was engulfed in flames, chaos reigning as spells flew through the air, each explosion numbing their senses. Buildings crumbled under the onslaught of magic. Shards of glass from shop windows scattered everywhere, amidst the cacophony of screams and the frantic flight of the populace. The Aurors paid little heed to the risk of harming innocents in the crowd. Several unfortunate souls had already fallen victim to their spells, lying in pools of blood, crying out in agony. Their singular focus remained the capture of the fugitive Sirius Black, and if he resisted fiercely, they were even permitted to render a judgment of immediate execution. Amidst the chaotic throng of fleeing individuals, Loia struggled to make her way against the tide. She needed to ensure that Sirius could escape from Hogsmeade before the other Aurors, dispatched by the Ministry of Magic, arrived. Had that customary silver wand not been snatched away by Sirius, she might have been able to conjure a misty veil, which could have provided him with a chance to evade capture. Now, however, she was left with only the bone wand, a tool that could wield no magic other than the unforgivable curse. She would not be foolish enough to employ such a curse to take an Auror's life, thereby condemning herself to Azkaban. Loia concealed herself in an uninhabited alley, casting the cocoon of the curled-winged demon into the air. The cocoon instantaneously expanded and transformed, unfurling two pairs of wings adorned with peculiar hues. While England is not devoid of wild curled-winged demons, the Ministry of Magic is unable to ascertain whether this particular creature belongs to her. Furthermore, shrouded in the dimness of night. It is exceedingly challenging to discern the nature of this being solely through visual observation. Loya commanded the winged demon soaring through the sky, pursue Sirius and ensure his capture of that traitor, Peter, but remember, under no circumstances should you harm a human. Should any Auror die in the chase after Sirius, that life would be unjustly pinned upon him. In such a scenario, even capturing Peter would be rendered meaningless, as the charge of killing a Ministry Auror would condemn Sirius to spend the remainder of his days in Azkaban, obeying its master's command. The winged demon unfurled its skeletal wings and swiftly ascended toward the source of the explosive sounds. Sirius, preoccupied with the peril behind him, felt the effects of the age-reducing potion fade. The Aurors pursued him relentlessly, yet he had cast aside all thoughts of survival. His only desire was to rend Peter, the traitor, to pieces and exact blood for blood. Two squads of Aurors unleashed a barrage of fierce attacks upon Sirius, spells grazing his arms and inflicting multiple wounds. Blood gushing forth. More spells were aimed directly at him, and just as several were poised to strike at his vitals, a spiny creature streaked past him, deflecting all the Auror's curses. With its innate high magical resistance, the winged demon remained unscathed amidst the Auror's onslaught. Sirius stared in astonishment at the creature that had suddenly appeared. Its body was bristling with spikes, and its densely packed, sharp teeth seemed ready to shred any prey. Remarkably, this terrifying being did not turn against him. Instead, it aided him in his flight. He immediately deduced that this was a bowtruckle nurtured by a wizard. In this world, besides Harry, he had no family left. Everyone regarded him as the traitor who had betrayed Harry's parents, and he was despised by all. How could anyone possibly wish to assist him? Sirius paused for a moment, recalling the little girl's letter, in which she had mentioned that she owned a bowtruckle. Given that the care of magical creatures class was an elective subject of little regard in the wizarding world, no previous professors would have dared to capture a bowtruckle for teaching purposes. Apart from a few exceptional Ravenclaw students and magical creature traders, most students, including professors and Aurors, were entirely unfamiliar with this creature. The Aurors stood agape, incredulous that the flying creature remained unharmed after being struck by a spell. They continued casting spells at the bowtruckle in disbelief. Despite the ineffective curses aimed at it, the bowtruckle charged at one of the Aurors with remarkable speed, sending him crashing into his teammates, causing several of them to tumble to the ground in disarray. The bowtruckle alighted atop the fallen Auror's head, opening its gaping maw and salivating at the sight of potential food. With a creature resembling the skull of a wild wolf staring so closely, the Auror, overcome with terror, let out a scream and fainted. Caught in a dilemma between devouring the Auror's brain or heeding its master's final warning that anyone who dared to eat a human would be stewed for dinner, the bowtruckle reluctantly flapped its wings and soared towards Sirius. Swiftly, it glided overhead, diving towards the panicked Peter and biting off one of his arms. Blood splattered as Peter wailed in agony, rolling on the ground, clutching his injured limb, while the bowtruckle disdainfully discarded the severed arm. Sirius approached, and Peter, stricken with fear, retreated step by step until he cowered in the corner of the rubble, pleading for mercy. "We are friends. You cannot kill me. I do not wish to betray James and Lily. Do you know how powerful the Dark Lord is? I want to tell, and James and Lily will live. It will be me who dies." Sirius kicked Peter aside, towering over him with a glare, his raised wand pronouncing Peter's death sentence. However, if he were to kill Peter now, he could never prove his innocence regarding the murder of 12 Muggles. Yet he cared little for that. Even if he spared Peter's wretched life, the corrupt maggots in the Ministry would never acknowledge their grave mistake from years ago, nor would they grant him a fair trial. Since his fate was sealed within Azkaban, he resolved to personally enact vengeance upon the traitor. As he raised his wand, spells from the Aurors came hurtling towards him from all directions. The Aurors dispatched by the Ministry had already apparat to Hogsmeade Village. They swiftly closed in. And although the bowtruckle negated most of the spells, Sirius was still struck and disarmed. The incoming curses transformed into chains, binding him tightly to the ground. Peter, hidden among the debris and unnoticed by the Aurors, seized the opportunity to escape, vanishing without a trace. The bowtruckle circled above Sirius, who strained to call out, "Return to your master." The Aurors gradually closed in on Sirius Black, who, after weighing the current situation, made the decision to withdraw from the battlefield. The leader of the Aurors picked up a silver wand and handed it to the Deputy Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The Deputy Director scrutinized the wand for a moment, squinting as he interrogated Sirius. "Where did you acquire this wand?" Sirius, held captive by the Aurors, glared at them in silence. His wand had been confiscated by the Ministry of Magic over a decade ago, and the deputy director found it hard to believe that he would brazenly procure a new wand from a wand shop. This suggested that someone had provided him with the wand, indicating that he had assistance from an accomplice. Another Auror remarked, "It is said that this wand belonged to Dumbledore during his student years. He gifted it to his daughter, and now it is in the possession of Lyra Grindelwald." Understanding dawned on the deputy director as he toyed with the wand, a sinister smile curling his lips. A strange glimmer flickered in his eyes, as if he were plotting something nefarious. Sirius immediately sensed the impending danger and instinctively shouted, "I stole the wand. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Come at me." The deputy director scoffed derisively. "Whether you stole the wand is of little consequence. What matters is that it belongs to Dumbledore or his daughter." The mere association of the wand with Dumbledore or his daughter sufficed to serve as evidence of aiding an escapee from Azkaban. Despicable scoundrel. Sirius's face contorted with rage as he struggled fiercely, yearning to unleash a punch upon the deputy director's face, while the Aurors exerted considerable effort to restrain him. Unbeknownst to them, a girl hidden around the corner of the alley was attentively observing their every move, her expression taut with tension. Loya listened intently to the conversation of the Aurors, her unease deepening within her, although she could only catch snippets of their discourse. The sight of the deputy director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement fiddling with her wand, accompanied by a cunning and calculating expression, led her to form a troubling hypothesis. Her intuition warned her that the situation could escalate into peril, potentially endangering both herself and Dumbledore. She realized she must return to the school at once to inform her father. Loya addressed the curled-winged creature that had alighted upon her arm, urging, "Little one, pursue Peter. With half an arm severed, he cannot have fled far." She knew she must hasten back to Hogwarts. The creature complied, soaring into the sky, while Loya sprinted towards the woods beyond Hogsmeade. She refrained from using apparition, for Sirius's flying motorbike remained concealed within the trees. Though she possessed no skill in operating the motorcycle, it would undoubtedly expedite her journey back to Hogwarts far more than walking. However, upon locating the motorbike, she discovered that the key was still with Sirius. Frustration surged within her as she pressed her forehead in exasperation. Mentally kicking the motorcycle as a means of venting her irritation, she was left with no choice but to run back to the school on foot. Meanwhile, the Aurors, utilizing apparition, had arrived at Hogwarts ahead of her. By the time Loya returned, several Aurors were already stationed at the school gates, casting stern glances at the throngs of students passing by. Due to the Aurors' sudden inspection, the school's ball was abruptly terminated. The Aurors, imposing and fierce, barged into the festivities. Startling many attendees, several timid girls even let out shrill screams. In the wake of the Aurors' intervention, Hogwarts found itself under a state of lockdown, with all recreational activities suspended, permitting only entry but forbidding exit. Loya wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, striving to compose her emotions and present herself as unremarkable. The Auror patrolling the school gate merely cast a cursory glance in her direction, failing to recognize her, and swiftly averted his gaze. Loya breathed a secret sigh of relief. As she entered the castle, she encountered Hermione and her dance partner, McLaggen. Hermione placed her hand over her heart, her expression laden with concern, and said, "Loya, where have you been?" The Aurors suddenly barged in. They were so rude, they even smashed the tables at the ball. Professor Flitwick had to call off the event, and Professor McGonagall informed everyone to return to their dormitories. Loya nodded and said, "You should return to the dormitory first. I have urgent matters to attend to, and I shall return shortly." As she hurried up the staircase, she nearly collided with the suddenly appearing Snape. Swiftly reacting, Snape extended his large hand and grasped her shoulder just in time, preventing her from tumbling down the stairs. Loya raised her gaze to the man before her. Snape exhibited a sense of urgency, his movements brisk, the hem of his dark robe sweeping the steps behind him. His slightly disheveled black hair obscured part of his profile, and his breathing bore a hint of haste. His obsidian eyes were fixed upon her, revealing that he had been searching for her for quite some time. Snape's penetrating stare held her captive, his thin lips parting slightly as he succinctly commanded, "Come with me." Before Loya could fully comprehend the situation, Snape seized her wrist with an unwavering grip and led her upstairs. Several curious wizards cast inquisitive glances their way, whispering amongst themselves in hushed tones. Snape shot them a frosty glare, silencing the crowd instantly. None dared utter another word. With time of the essence, Snape had no inclination to maintain appearances in public. McLaggen observed Professor Snape escorting the second-year Loya Grindelwald away. Intimidated by Snape's earlier presence and his formidable authority, McLaggen refrained from speaking out in front of the professor. However, once Snape had distanced himself, he could not resist letting out a whistle, mockingly exclaiming, "It seems the rumors from Slytherin were true. They really are involved, trying to seduce the professor for passing grades and potions." At that moment, McLaggen was unceremoniously struck with a fist, the sound of flesh meeting flesh resonating in the air. He clutched his bruised and bleeding nose in pain, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Hermione, who still had her fist clenched. Hermione's voice was laced with fury as she retorted, "Mind your words, and cease your baseless slander that tarnishes my friend's reputation. Do not bother me again. You repulse me." Since Hermione and McLaggen had departed the ball, Ron had been trailing behind them, filled with resentment. He happened to witness the moment Hermione struck McLaggen, and his heart soared with delight. Hermione shot a disdainful glance at McLaggen before decisively turning away, prompting Ron to hastily follow. "Hermione, wait for me." Snape guided Loya towards the corridor on the 4th floor, his pace rapid, compelling her to jog to keep up with him. "Where are you taking me?" Loya inquired, bewildered by the tall man. Snape did not respond to her question, nor did he turn back or relinquish his hold on her hand. From the abrupt inspection led by the Deputy Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement accompanied by Aurors, he surmised that something grave had transpired, undoubtedly linked to Loya. He needed to escort her to a safe place and conceal her. The portraits that had benefited from Loya's kindness called out to her in alarm, "Miss Grindelwald, trouble is afoot." Just moments ago, the Deputy Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement stormed into the headmaster's office. "You must think of something quickly." Loya immediately halted her steps. The Deputy Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Loya, had coincidentally perused a clipping about him in the Daily Prophet ordered by Hermione. He was the newly appointed Deputy Director. During a casual conversation with Fred and George, it had been mentioned that Arthur Weasley had been inebriated at the Burrow. Vehemently cursing the Deputy Director as an incompetent fool who had ascended through monetary bribery, a sentiment shared by many in the wizarding community who found his behavior disgraceful. This newly appointed deputy was eager to take decisive action and achieve merit to silence his critics. He had marched in with a throng of Aurors, not merely to intimidate Hogwarts. If her conjecture was correct, the deputy had set his sights on Dumbledore, likely seeking an opportunity to confront her father. Dumbledore's esteemed reputation incited his envy, and the arrest of Sirius Black presented him with the perfect pretext. The old one belonging to Dumbledore from his student days, discovered on Sirius, could serve as damning evidence against Dumbledore for allegedly aiding the escape of Azkaban fugitives, potentially framing him for assisting Sirius's escape. He aimed to topple Dumbledore, to garner respect from all. How despicable! Loya bit her lip, driven by anger, unconsciously digging her nails into her palm, leaving deep red imprints. She broke free from Snape's grasp, gazing intently into his eyes, and declared earnestly, "I must go to the headmaster's office." That one was a gift from Dumbledore. If she did not venture to Hogsmeade, it would not have fallen into the hands of the Aurors. This matter bore her share of responsibility, one she must confront, and she would not shy away. More importantly, she could not tolerate those vile individuals attempting to implicate her father with baseless accusations. Snape turned to her, his expression inscrutable and silent. He regarded her quietly, his dark eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions that eluded her understanding. Under his penetrating gaze, Loya felt compelled to avert her eyes. She sensed an unusual demeanor from Snape today, and just as she hesitated to break the silence, he finally spoke. His voice was low and hoarse, laced with a hint of counsel. "Hogwarts is perilous at present. You should take refuge in my office." It was at that moment that Loya realized they had arrived at the threshold of Professor Snape's office on the 4th floor. As Snape opened the door, a potent aroma of herbs mingled with a bitter undertone wafted towards them. However, Loya remained at the entrance, disregarding Snape's intentions. He perceived her youthful naivety as reckless determination and, with great restraint, urged her, "Dumbledore will handle this. Be obedient and seek refuge for the time being." Loya held her breath, gazing intently at Snape for a moment, her expression resolute. "I cannot passively watch as those individuals place my father in jeopardy. I believe I possess the capability to assist him," she declared before resolutely turning to leave. However, Snape swiftly intervened, firmly grasping her wrist and compelling her to face him. His brow furrowed deeply, the urgency in his throat becoming unbearable. "Are you truly expecting me to stand by as you put yourself in danger?" Rarely did he lose his temper with a girl, and Snape suddenly realized that his previous demeanor had been excessively harsh. He softened his tone, attempting to persuade her gently. "You are still young. Your priority should be to remain safe here while the professors address the situation. Professor Snape, why do you always regard me as a child? The author notes, in this narrative, Snape's office and the dungeon are not in the same room. The October night had gradually turned chilly, a thin layer of mist forming on the window as the cold air brushed against it. Loya inadvertently glanced back, her attention captured by the mottled reflections on the glass. In the dim light, the mist created a hazy image, with several indistinct figures slowly moving within the scene. Loya once believed that there was an issue with her eyesight. She rubbed her eyes and approached the windowsill, her palm pressed against the glass as she leaned her forehead against it, her breath fogging the surface and rendering the scene clearer. Snape regarded her peculiar actions with confusion. Yet Loya discerned that it seemed she alone could perceive the images upon the window pane. Squinting, she attempted to distinguish the silhouettes within the scene, which transformed into Dumbledore's office, where auras encircled him, his hands shackled in black restraints. Loya's heart skipped a beat, an ominous premonition surged within her like a tidal wave. As the mist on the window pane dissipated, the image vanished along with it. She suddenly recalled that Grindelwald had once witnessed Jacob holding a wand in the reflection of the car window. Grindelwald possessed the ability to foresee the future, catching glimpses of certain fragments at random. Thus, as his descendant, with his blood coursing through her veins, had she inherited a fragment of that foresight? If this conjecture held true, then the vision she glimpsed through the glass foretold an imminent event, and Dumbledore was in peril. A chill crept up her spine, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Without a moment to ponder further, she prepared to dash toward the headmaster's office. Yet, her arm remained firmly grasped by Snape. Anxiously, she struggled to free herself, her voice rising in urgency. Snape, let me go. I must go to the headmaster's office. Snape's other hand pressed gently on her shoulder as he gazed down at her, and she heard him let out a soft sigh. I am protecting you. I am not a delicate flower confined to a greenhouse, nor a fragile little girl, nor a fledgling that cowers under the wings of others. I do not require anyone's protection. Snape's thin lips pressed into a straight line, and his gaze met hers, filled with unwavering determination. The deputy director intends to deal with my father. That devious scoundrel seeks to frame him for aiding Sirius's escape. Moreover, Sirius is innocent. He is neither a traitor nor the murderer of muggles. He has suffered unjust imprisonment for a decade. I could have helped clear his name, but that wretched rat, Peter, has inexplicably allowed him to evade capture time and again. Loia stared sulkily at the ground, murmuring to herself, completely oblivious to the increasingly dark expression on Snape's face. Snape was indifferent to whether Black was a traitor or the murderer of 12 Muggle lives. His concern lay with the girl he cherished, who seemed to find herself entangled in perilous situations linked to Black. That insufferable man had intruded into her life so nonchalantly, creating an ever-widening chasm between them. A restless agitation surged within him, prompting Snape to emphasize his words. The deputy head of the Department of Law Enforcement has led 20 elite Aurors. What do you possess to confront such a formidable force? Would you have me witness once more as you slit your throat to summon the Grim Reaper, squandering your very life? Why will you not heed my counsel? She had never valued herself, let alone her own life, and he could do nothing but watch her suffer helplessly. The mere thought of her battered and bloodied form twisted his heart like a knife. Yet, upon hearing his words, the girl exhibited neither retreat nor fear. She stood tall, meeting his gaze with calm assurance. My surname is Grindelwald. It does not permit me to cower or shrink away. I must protect those I care for from harm. Snape's brow furrowed deeply. She spoke of protecting those she cherished? Who could they possibly be? Sirius Black? A sardonic smile curled at the corners of his mouth, as her words pierced him like a thorn, eliciting waves of anguish. The hand resting on her shoulder tightened of its own accord, crinkling the fabric of her robes, causing Loya to feel a sharp pain. Snape's long-suppressed emotions finally found an outlet, and he could not restrain himself from questioning her. You speak of those you care for? Who, pray tell? Is this person in your heart? Is it Black? Loya stared at him in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why the argument had shifted to Sirius. The girl's silence only served to unilaterally confirm Snape's unwillingly accepted suspicions. Do you truly believe I am oblivious to everything? Black personally came to Hogwarts to extend an invitation to you, and you accompanied him to Hogsmeade. Meeting Loya's astonished gaze, Snape let out a brief, mocking laugh. Allow me to guess where he took you, Madame Putafoot's tea house? Honeyduke sweet shop? To the very places that delight young girls such as yourselves? Did you share a delightful and romantic time together? Each of his words fell like daggers, imbued with long-simmering frustration and jealousy. It is often said that one should not take a man's words spoken in anger to heart, and Loya felt that further conflict with Snape would be futile. I do not wish to debate Sirius with you, Nor do I intend to argue. I am heading to the headmaster's office, and you shall not impede me." Loya calmly finished speaking and attempted to turn away, only to be abruptly pulled into the office by Snape. She was forcefully pressed against the wall, her back colliding with the cabinet of potions, causing her to wince in pain and bite her lip. The vials and jars containing the elixirs tumbled to the floor in disarray. Snape grasped both of her slender wrists in one hand, pinning them above her head. Loya's wrists were firmly bound, forcing her upper body to bend. Snape leaned down, enveloping her entirely in his presence. A smoldering fury simmered within his obsidian eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the girl, his breath becoming erratic, his chest heaving violently. Neither of them spoke, simply gazing at one another in silence. Uncontrollably, Snape leaned forward, resting his head against her neck, feeling her warmth. As if this were the only means to quell the turmoil and restlessness within him. As his breathing gradually steadied, he longed for time to freeze at that moment. However, Loya detested being restrained, loathed the sensation of being pinned against the wall. A flicker of anger glimmered in her eyes, her voice growing colder. "Let go." That emotionless tone caused Snape to stiffen, abruptly awakening him to the reality of his actions. He suppressed the absurd thoughts that surfaced in his mind, masking his discomposure as he replied calmly, "I will not allow you to take risks. Return your other one to me." Loya's countenance was undeniably grim. Earlier that day, Blake had snatched her wand, and now Snape intended to confiscate it as well. Did she truly possess no rights? When Loya refused to surrender her wand, Snape maintained his grip on her wrist with one hand while the other delved into the pocket of her robes, but yielded nothing. He reiterated his request, hoping the girl would comply and relinquish her wand, yet she stubbornly met his gaze. With a tight-lipped expression, Snape was compelled to lift her robes. The Gryffindor fabric cascaded down her petite frame, revealing a pristine, flowing gown beneath. It was the first time he had witnessed her so meticulously adorned, which momentarily distracted him. Alas, this splendid attire was intended for another man. Amid their earlier struggle, her gown had slipped slightly, exposing a hint of her fair skin. Snape averted his eyes, his hand gliding along the girl's back, searching for the wand's concealed location. His rough hand traced the delicate contours of her butterfly collarbone, slowly traversing her slender waist, pausing at her thigh. Disheveled black tresses concealed the flush at Snape's ears as he fumbled for some time before finally unearthing the hidden green wand. With a sigh of relief, he released her wrist, but the moment he relaxed, Loya attempted to reclaim her wand. A binding spell ensnared her, causing her to lose balance and tumble into the armchair. Snape pocketed the wand and addressed her. "You shall remain in my office for the next few days until the crisis has abated. You are not permitted to leave." Loya widened her eyes. Incredulity etched across her face as she confronted Snape with a piercing question. "What do you mean? Snape, are you intending to imprison me?" Snape's body froze momentarily. He averted his gaze from her accusatory stare, hesitating as if caught between words. In an act of misguided protection, he sought to confine her in such a selfish manner. Every girl possesses her own boundaries, and once those sacred limits are breached, forgiveness becomes unattainable. Loya was no exception. For the deprivation of her freedom was the most intolerable affront. Snape's actions undeniably summoned haunting memories of her childhood hell, memories she wished to forget. Before her arrival in this world, she hailed from 2022, and from the moment she gained awareness, her parents had separated. Her mother, viewing her as a burden, abandoned her to a violent, alcoholic father, a man who unleashed his wrath upon her whenever his mood soured. Often, she found herself imprisoned in a dark, damp attic, deprived even of a sip of water. The shadows of her past seemed to converge with her present, as she recalled the helplessness of being bound to a chair. The resurgence of those memories threatened to engulf her entirely. The atmosphere surrounding Loya grew increasingly tumultuous, her fingers, restrained behind her, clawing frantically at her palms, leaving a trail of crimson marks. Her emotions spiraled out of control, teetering on the brink of a devastating eruption. Snape, sensing her distress, yearned to approach and soothe her. Yet the girl he cherished suddenly lifted her gaze, glaring fiercely at him, her teeth clenched as she shouted, "On what grounds do you imprison me? What right do you have to confine me?" A sharp pang gripped Snape's heart. His outstretched arm froze in midair as he took a step back, turning away from her and exiting the room. With a subtle motion of his wand, the heavy wooden door was secured, and he locked her inside with his own hands. Leaning helplessly against the door, he found himself unable to bear the thought of watching her suffer at the hands of an Auror. To safeguard her well-being, he felt compelled to confine her within these walls. If only she could endure a few more days, once the crisis had subsided, he would promptly restore her freedom. The office was shrouded in darkness. Without her wand, Roya was incapable of even lighting a candle, let alone in her current state of restraint. Ultimately, Snape could not bring himself to be overly harsh. Fearing harm would befall her, he had cast a binding spell with minimal magical force. Consequently, after a brief struggle, Roya managed to break free from her constraints. She dashed to the door, pounding against it forcefully, demanding Snape release her. Outside, Snape stood in silence, the sound of her fists striking the wood echoing in the air. "Let me out. You have no right to imprison me." She had inherited Gellert's tenacity. She would not yield or submit. The office resonated with the cacophony of shattering objects as she hurled them to the ground, repeatedly battering the door, yet Snape remained resolute, refusing to grant her freedom. With his gaze cast downward, Snape listened intently to the tumult within the room, understanding her fury and her need to vent. She would come to despise him for this. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as the realization dawned upon him. He pressed his hands to his face in anguish, acknowledging the selfishness of his actions. Roya anxiously tugged at her hair, her heart racing at the thought that the future fragments she had foreseen were on the verge of unfolding. With Dumbledore imprisoned by the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts thrown into disarray, her anxiety intensified. In her previous life, she had endured an unfortunate childhood, yet in this world, she was blessed with the love of two caring fathers, flesh and blood individuals rather than cold, lifeless figures. For the first time, she experienced the warmth of familial bonds, vowing in her heart to protect her loved ones and alter their fates. Yet now, she found herself confined within this small room, stripped of her wand and her freedom, rendered utterly powerless. Loya's eyes were suffused with bloodshot veins as she fixated intently on the solitary beacon of light amidst the darkness, her sole means of escape from the confines of the office. The window, however, remained sealed shut. After numerous futile attempts to pry it open, she seized a chair and shattered the glass into a myriad of fragments. She climbed atop the desk, hoisting herself onto the window ledge, where the chill of the night breeze enveloped her attire, and her golden locks danced chaotically across her cheeks. Loia gazed out at the desolate campus, the students having retreated to their respective dormitories upon the professor's notification. She contemplated the potential consequences of leaping from the fourth floor. Even a wizard, made of flesh and blood, would face dire repercussions without a wand. A fall from such a height could easily result in a broken leg. Newt set down his feather quill, wearily massaging the stiffness in his neck. He meticulously organized the graded assignments into several neat stacks. To be candid, despite having served as a professor at Hogwarts for over a month, he still found himself unaccustomed to the role. Donning his coat and fastening his scarf, he observed through the window as the deputy director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement led a group of aurors in a brazen incursion into Hogwarts. The Ministry of Magic, a towering edifice constructed by a cadre of hypocritical officials driven by avarice, seemed to embody a relentless pursuit of power, while the aurors resorted to violence as a means of quelling fear and misunderstanding. Newt harbored a profound disapproval for the actions of both the Ministry and the aurors. It was likely that their target was none other than Headmaster Dumbledore. Realizing the imminent danger, Newt swiftly secured his briefcase and made his way to the headmaster's office. On the fourth floor, he encountered Severus Snape, who leaned against the door. Initially, when he first assumed his position, he would politely greet the potions master, who harbored a deep disdain and even hatred for him. However, after receiving several fierce glares from Snape, Newt wisely decided that further salutations were unnecessary. As he descended the staircase, a sudden series of knocks echoed through the air, accompanied by a faint yet familiar female voice. He halted, retracing his steps back to the fourth floor, where the sound emanated from the wooden door behind Snape. Newt paused in astonishment, the voice of Miss Grindelwald faintly reaching his ears from within Snape's office. His pupils dilated in shock, his expression shifting from confusion to utter disbelief as he raised his voice. "Professor Snape, what have you done? Have you imprisoned Miss Grindelwald?" Snape reverted to his former coldness and cruelty, glaring at the intruder and articulating each word with precision. "Professor Scamander, this is none of your concern." Newt had previously served in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic. In this leisurely department, predominantly occupied by female colleagues, they often gathered in small groups to discuss domestic matters, with their conversations frequently revolving around children. These colleagues often lamented the disobedience and rebelliousness of their offspring, expressing their frustrations with a lack of patience and an aversion to complications. Thus, they resorted to the simplest and most direct methods of discipline: intimidation, frequent scolding, and even violent means to compel compliance from the children. Newt harbored deep disapproval of the contemporary methods employed by young parents in raising their children. He believed that guardians should approach a child who is aired with earnest education and careful guidance, instilling a correct worldview rather than resorting to physical punishment and confinement to force submission. Therefore, upon witnessing a 12-year-old girl imprisoned in Snape's office, even Newt, with his typically amiable disposition, found it utterly unacceptable. Miss Grindelwald is still but a child, he argued, regardless of her transgressions in your classroom. You should attempt to communicate with her rather than resorting to such barbaric educational practices as confinement. Newt endeavored to persuade Snape. Yet his well-meaning entreaties were met with nothing but the latter's disdainful indifference. He solemnly reminded Snape, "Your brutal treatment of Miss Grindelwald would be classified as abuse in the Muggle world, and Hogwarts does not permit corporal punishment." Barbaric? Abuse? Snape dismissed these terms with contempt. He had shared a life with her in Spinner's Inn for a year, tending to her every need, knowing her intimately. Everything he did was for her sake. Yet her heart had been so easily claimed by a wanted criminal from Azkaban. Now, this newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor nonchalantly intervened between them, accusing him of barbarism in his protective instincts. Snape's expression darkened to the utmost degree as he fixed his gaze upon Newt. "Professor Scamander, do you truly know her? How long have you known her? I am her temporary guardian, and matters between us do not require your interference." Newt, maintaining a calm demeanor, pointedly addressed the issue within the words spoken. "I apologize, but your role as Miss Grindelwald's temporary guardian is a matter of the past. Dumbledore has entrusted me with her care. I cannot condone your barbaric methods of education, nor will I stand by and watch you treat her in such a manner." Newt's stance infuriated Snape, who perceived it as an ostentatious display of his usurped guardianship. Clenching his fists beneath his black robe, Snape lowered his voice. "You presume to question me with your lofty position as her guardian and professor of defense against the dark arts? I am aware that during Professor Scamander's student days, his experiment with the Kneasel's endangered lives, you were expelled from Hogwarts before completing your studies, and in my view, you lack the qualifications to be a professor of defense against the dark arts, let alone her guardian." Newt did not deny his expulsion from Hogwarts in his 5th year for taking the blame for someone else, although Dumbledore had defended him at the time. He chose to leave school. Snape crossed his arms, his tone dripping with derision. "I am curious, what gives Professor Scamander such confidence in his educational philosophy? As far as I know, your disastrous marriage to Miss Goldstein ended within 6 months, and she and her child reside permanently in America. Therefore, what experience do you have in raising children? It seems Professor Scamander merely speaks empty words." Newt, typically unaccustomed to confrontation, found himself quickly at a disadvantage in this verbal duel. The potions master not only loathed him, but had thoroughly investigated his family background. Sensing Newt's silence, Snape smirked, anticipating his next words. Newt chose to set down his suitcase and spoke candidly. "I am aware of your feelings for Miss Grindelwald. Regardless of whether she is a child, have you considered her feelings? She is an independent thinker, not a pet for you to control or confine at will. In my opinion, your actions do not reflect a genuine respect for her. Rather, you are merely obsessively attached to her." Obsessive attachment? Newt successfully provoked Snape, exposing a truth he was reluctant to acknowledge. He realized, sadly, that he had been the one pursuing this unreciprocated affection, entangled with a young girl who harbored no feelings for him. Snape suddenly found himself feeling foolish, yet he could not resist those cerulean eyes and that familiar voice. He was hopelessly ensnared, unwilling to share her with anyone. In a fit of anger, Snape nearly spat out, "I am doing this for her own good. I am protecting her in my own way. This is none of your business, outsider. Professor Scamander should mind his own affairs." Newt found the individual utterly incomprehensible and impossible to communicate with. Many often selfishly utter the phrase, "I am doing this for her benefit," to coerce others into submission. Although Newt had not spent an extensive amount of time with Miss Grindelwald, the young girl had never caused him any trouble or distress. In his eyes, she was a sweet, charming, and spirited child. She deserved to be cherished by Dumbledore rather than being subjected to the imposition of romantic feelings that forced her into another's control, effectively imprisoning her. Snape's treatment of the girl led Newt to regard him as completely deranged, igniting a flicker of anger within the typically good-natured man. He now comprehended why Dumbledore had summoned him from Dorset to Hogwarts. This was no longer merely a matter of caring for a child. Newt's demeanor shifted to one of frankness, as he expressed his thoughts without reservation. "Is it acceptable to curtail her freedom under the guise of 'I am doing this for her good'? You claim to love her while forcibly confining her. I shudder to think of what you might do in the future. She is Dumbledore's daughter, and her life cannot revolve solely around you. The bowtruckle emerged from the pocket of Newt's chest, jumping up and down, indignantly waving its arms as it chastised Snape with a cacophony of unintelligible sounds. Newt pressed the creature's head back into his pocket and, with utmost seriousness, addressed Snape. I am Dumbledore's appointed guardian, and I cannot tolerate your imprisonment of her. Your current actions jeopardize Miss Grindelwald's safety. I sincerely hope you will distance yourself from her life and cease any further approach. Newt felt as if he had never spoken so fervently in his life. Snape's expression grew increasingly grim, and Newt understood that their conversation had reached a dead end. A sound of shattering glass echoed through the office, causing Newt's demeanor to turn grave. Snape remained oblivious to any anomaly, believing that Loia was merely throwing a tantrum and that once she had vented her frustrations, she would calm down on her own. The inexplicable unease within Newt intensified, prompting him to abandon further discourse with Snape. He resolutely picked up his suitcase, preparing to forcefully enter the office to rescue her. Unbeknownst to Loia, who was confined within the office, the two men outside were embroiled in a heated argument about her. The already damp and chilly atmosphere of Snape's office grew even colder after she shattered the glass window, sending a draft that made her shiver in her ballroom gown. She struggled to see in the faint moonlight, having lost track of where Snape had thrown her school robe. After a futile search on the floor, she was left with no choice but to concede defeat. Loia, resolute in her determination, refused to allow Snape to confine her. Yet she would never submit meekly to her fate. Casting aside a chair, she positioned herself precariously on the windowsill, opting for an action that others might deem extreme. Her unwavering principle was that no one could strip her of her freedom. She would never consent to be a canary in someone else's cage. No one would succeed in imprisoning her. Gazing out into the abyss beyond the window, she closed her eyes, inhaling deeply while silently praying to Merlin for protection, hoping that if she were to fall, it would not be too catastrophic, preferably avoiding broken limbs. Meanwhile, witnessing Newt's determined attempt to breach the office, Snape was consumed by frustration and sought to impede him. However, Newt did not embody the fragile demeanor one might expect from a Hufflepuff. He had endured the first great upheaval of the wizarding world and possessed first-hand experience in battling a dark lord of legendary infamy. Before Snape could draw his wand, Newt, with greater alacrity, unleashed the cocoon from his pocket. The cocoon swiftly transformed midair into a fully grown, curled-winged creature, significantly larger than the one Loia had nurtured. This monstrous beast, armed with razor-sharp fangs, lunged at Snape in a menacing fashion. When Snape's incantation proved ineffective, he was compelled to retreat a few steps under the creature's relentless assault. Seizing the moment of chaos, the bowtruckle employed its lock-picking skills. As Newt burst through the door, a gust of wind surged in through the window, disrupting his garments and momentarily blinding him. At that precise instant, the girl, with her back to both Newt and Snape, leaped from the windowsill. Newt's pupils constricted in horror. This office was on the 4th floor, and should luck be unkind, such a height could claim a child's life. Snape stood frozen, his mind paralyzed, overtaken by the dread of losing someone dear. He had never regretted his previous decisions as profoundly as he did in that moment. Both men, struck with panic, rushed to the windowsill. In his frantic attempt, Snape's outstretched hand merely grazed the girl's wrist as she plummeted. Fear had consumed him, making him forget the very existence of his wand. In a desperate measure, Newt hurled his suitcase out the window, shouting urgently, "Zowu, catch her." The box trembled twice before the summoned Zowu burst forth, unleashing a gust of wind. It leapt gracefully, catching the plummeting Loya with certainty and gently lowering her onto the grass. The fallen suitcase was balanced atop Zowu's head, reminiscent of a juggler's performance. Newt, with his arm resting on the 4th floor windowsill, felt as though his heart was lodged in his throat. He leaned out, confirming that Zowu had indeed caught Loia, and hurriedly made his way to the 1st floor. Loia, sprawled across Zowu's back, gazed vacantly at the night sky, enveloped in a sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. It took her a few moments to comprehend that she had been rescued by Newt Zowu just before hitting the ground. Zowu turned its head, nuzzling her gently like a great cat. Loia reached out to stroke its head, expressing her gratitude for its timely assistance, while Zowu contentedly squinted its eyes, swishing its long, feather-like tail. Newt rushed over, wand in hand, his demeanor flustered. He placed his hand near her shoulder without making direct contact, his expression fraught with urgency and concern as he asked, "Miss Grindelwald, are you all right? Are you injured anywhere?" Loia slowly shook her head, seeing her unharmed. Newt let out a sigh of relief, his previously suspended heart finally finding solace. He did not chastise Loia for her impulsive leap from the fourth floor, for he was accustomed to adopting others' perspectives, contemplating issues from their vantage points. Any young girl, when subjected to confinement, could easily succumb to emotional turmoil, potentially engaging in perilous actions. The October night was sufficiently chilly, and noticing Loia still clad in a delicate ball gown, Newt bit down on his wand to free his hands, swiftly draping his blue coat over her shoulders, additionally wrapping a cashmere plaid scarf around her to shield her from the biting cold that seeped into her collar. Perhaps due to the multitude of unexpected events that transpired that evening, Newt momentarily forgot that he could have cast a warming charm with his wand. Observing Loya's downcast silence, Newt discerned her distress. He understood how to comfort a young girl and endeavored to find a topic that might uplift her spirits. Unfortunately, being naturally taciturn, he struggled to lighten the atmosphere and lacked the knack for humorous anecdotes. Ultimately, he recalled the light-hearted teasing often directed at him. "Miss Grindelwald, if something were to happen to you, Dumbledore would genuinely mourn for me." This statement successfully captured Loya's attention. She lifted her gaze, astonished as she looked at Newt. The cold night wind swept through, chilling him as he wore only a brown waistcoat, the frigid air creeping into his collar, causing him to huddle his neck and misalign his bow tie. He rubbed his arms vigorously, exhaling a visible breath of cold air. Noticing Newt's pale, pitiful visage, Loia could no longer suppress her kind-hearted reminder, "You could actually cast a warming charm." "Oh, right?" Newt sheepishly scratched his head, offering the girl a goofy grin. Regardless, it seemed effective. At least the young girl had begun to speak. Initially, Newt had been concerned about her silence, worrying that the events of the day might plunge her into melancholy. Zoe approached, seeking affection, its fluffy feline head nuzzling against both of them, and Newt affectionately patted its head. Meanwhile, Snape stood at a distance beneath a tree, observing them. He was unaware that his actions had led to such severe consequences. He longed to approach and check if she was injured, yet he hesitated, reluctant to move closer after what he had done to her that day. Feeling utterly unworthy to face her, Loia noticed Snape's gaze. She was still in a fit of anger. After all, she was a living person. Why should others have the audacity to imprison him? Did she not possess any rights? She frowned and deliberately turned her head away, unwilling to look at him. Newt also spotted Snape in the distance, to prevent any further incidents between Miss Grindelwald and him. Newt pondered for a moment before turning his attention to Loia, inquiring gently, "Miss Grindelwald, might I suggest that Zoe escort you back to the manor for the night?" Newt believed this to be the most prudent choice, as the potions professor could not simply barge into the manor in search of someone, especially with a vampire stationed at the entrance. However, Loia's mind was wholly consumed by thoughts of her father. She looked at Newt with unwavering determination and declared, "I must go to the headmaster's office." Newt stared at her in astonishment, and after a lengthy pause, he bent down and earnestly said to Loia, "Miss Grindelwald, you must understand that the headmaster's office is likely filled with aurors from the Ministry of Magic." Loia took his words to heart. "I understand perfectly." Noticing the unwavering determination in her gaze, Newt nodded in acknowledgement and advised her, "Secure the Zoe firmly, and bending down will aid in maintaining better balance." Loia grasped the tufts of Zoe's fur, steadying herself as instructed by Newt. With a gentle pat on Zoe's head, Newt commanded, "Take Miss Grindelwald to the headmaster's office." No sooner had he spoken than Zoe surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. The author, 4,500 words completed, time to rest, good night. The capture of the fugitive Black had nearly overwhelmed the newly appointed chief of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement with delight. If he could further accuse Dumbledore of orchestrating Black's escape, it would mark a significant achievement, bringing down Dumbledore while apprehending an Azkaban escapee, thereby solidifying his position within the Ministry of Magic and silencing whispers of his ascent through wealth. He led a cadre of elite aurors, striding confidently toward the headmaster's office. Among them, an older auror anxiously implored the deputy chief to reconsider confronting Dumbledore directly. "Our evidence is insufficient. We cannot accuse Dumbledore as the mastermind based solely on a wand retrieved from Black. Dumbledore's reputation and stature are far too significant. To barge in and arrest him would invite scrutiny, and your lack of prior authorization from the minister for such a raid contravenes ministry regulations." The deputy chief's countenance darkened at his subordinate's words. He shot a glare at him, retorting furiously, "I declare him the architect behind Black's escape." And that is precisely what he is. His subordinate dared not respond further, recognizing the deputy chief's ineptitude and volatile temperament. Professor McGonagall trembled with fury as she vehemently admonished the intruding deputy chief and the Aurors. I must remind you that this is a school, and you have no right to trespass here. The deputy chief, with an air of arrogance, declared, I am the deputy chief of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I have the authority to go wherever I please. He brazenly shoved past Professor McGonagall, marching with his Aurors through the corridor. Furious, she pursued them, exclaiming, How dare you? Silence her. The deputy director impatiently commanded the Aurors. A beam of red light struck Professor McGonagall's shoulder, sending her body crashing violently against the wall, eliciting gasps from the portraits. Professors Flitwick and Slughorn hurried over, assisting the injured McGonagall. Both displayed anxious expressions, helplessly watching as the Aurors stormed into the headmaster's office. When the Aurors burst into the office, the elderly man with snow-white hair stood by the window, gazing into the night-lit courtyard. Dumbledore's eyes were calm and unperturbed, revealing no hint of surprise, as if everything unfolded precisely as he anticipated. We have just apprehended Sirius Black and discovered this wand on him. The deputy director brandished an evidence bag containing a silver wand, continuing with a tone of intimidation. This is your wand, Dumbledore. Dumbledore remained turned away from the deputy director, offering not even a glance in his direction. He shrugged lightly, responding with an air of nonchalance, I do not deny it. His demeanor, so composed and unruffled, seemed to treat the deputy director's words as mere background noise, evidently infuriating the latter, who twisted his face and slammed the evidence bag onto the desk. I have heard that your daughter is the current possessor of this wand. However, everyone knows how much capability and cunning a 12-year-old girl can possess. It was you who secretly handed this wand to Black, assisting him in his escape from Azkaban. Though the deputy director's position was bought with money, he was no fool. Capturing Dumbledore would be a far greater achievement than apprehending his daughter. Better to use Dumbledore's daughter as a stepping stone to bring him down from his pedestal. When the conversation shifted to Loya, Dumbledore finally turned to face the deputy director, bestowing upon him a fleeting glance. Do not be foolish, young man, nor rush to conclusions. Dumbledore said with a smile, his tone steady and measured, leaving his thoughts inscrutable. The deputy director's words had no impact on Dumbledore, whose composed response left him feeling embarrassed in front of his subordinates. He glared at Dumbledore, menacingly declaring, Dumbledore, I warn you, do not think you can evade justice. I have seen through your lies. You provided Black with the wand, aiding him in inciting chaos. You were charged with conspiring to assist Black's escape. You are now to be taken to the Ministry of Magic, where you shall be formally charged. The deputy director turned to the Aurors and commanded, You lot, escort Dumbledore to Azkaban for trial. The Aurors exchanged glances, each hesitant to take the lead. After all, Dumbledore was the only individual known to have defeated the Dark Lord Grindelwald, and none possessed the courage to confront him directly, witnessing the timidity of his subordinates. The deputy director's fury ignited. He was anxious and furious. If he failed to achieve results in his position, his approval ratings would plummet by the following year, forcing him to resign from his role and suffer substantial financial losses. In a fit of impotent rage, the deputy director bellowed at his inept subordinates, You worthless lot. If you cannot capture Dumbledore, prepare to be dismissed. Faced with the prospect of unemployment, the Aurors reluctantly aimed their wands at Dumbledore, desperate to protect their livelihoods. Dumbledore, maintaining his composure, crossed his hands before him and remarked, You may find yourselves disappointed. I have no desire to go to Azkaban. Frankly, I would prefer to visit Nimungard. Just as Dumbledore prepared to summon his phoenix to depart from Hogwarts, the sound of shattering glass suddenly echoed through the air. Everyone looked up in astonishment towards the source of the noise. Azowu, accompanied by Lua, descended upon the castle wall outside the headmaster's office. Its serpentine tail struck the window, shattering the glass into fragments, and Lua seized the opportunity to leap onto the windowsill of the headmaster's office. Even though Dumbledore was a master strategist with meticulous thoughts, he had not anticipated the sudden arrival of his daughter. The Aurors stood in stunned silence, their astonishment palpable at her unexpected appearance. Loya leapt from the windowsill, landing upon a floor strewn with shards of glass. Her azure eyes cast a sidelong glance at the Aurors. With a voice calm and unwavering, she declared, The current owner of that wand is I. There is no need for you to trouble my father. The biting wind howled as it rushed in, yet the young girl stood resolutely against it, her yellow and gray checkered scarf dancing alongside her golden hair in the gust. The portraits in the headmaster's office were utterly awestruck by Loya's audacity, even applauding in admiration. much to the chagrin of the deputy director. Loya donned Newt's coat and wrapped herself in a scarf that bore the distinctive traits of Hufflepuff, easily leading to the misconception that she was a member of that house. An Auror, with an air of rudeness, abruptly interjected, "Am I seeing things? Did Dumbledore actually give birth to a Hufflepuff?" It was utterly astonishing that his daughter turned out to be a Hufflepuff. He had expected her to be a Gryffindor. In such a serious atmosphere, two Aurors began to gossip about this absurd topic, seemingly oblivious to their purpose for conducting a surprise inspection at Hogwarts. The deputy director's eye twitched incessantly, mortified by the disgraceful behavior of his subordinates. In a fit of rage, he drew his wand and sent forth 2 beams of green light, rendering the 2 embarrassing subordinates unconscious on the ground. The deputy director had never anticipated that Dumbledore's daughter would make an unexpected appearance. What purpose would there be in capturing a mere child? It would only invite further ridicule, as he would be seen as using a child to shield himself from accountability. Just at that moment, she interjected, openly admitting that the wand retrieved from Black belonged to her. His face contorted in anger. He plotted that since this insubordinate girl enjoyed meddling, they would take Dumbledore away and subsequently send her to the Ministry of Magic under the pretense of obstructing an Auror's duties, ensuring she would face severe consequences. With a furious flourish of his wand, heavy metal handcuffs appeared on the right wrists of both Dumbledore and Loya. Loya gazed in astonishment at the handcuffs on her wrist, which shimmered with an eerie green light. Was this not the infamous anti-magic gold? This particular metal possesses the remarkable ability to counteract magical forces, suppressing magical energy and obstructing wizards from casting spells. The Ministry of Magic had unearthed an abundance of anti-magic gold or within the ruins of Salem, subsequently refining it into shackles designed to subdue prisoners. Those shackled with these cuffs found themselves incapable of wielding any magic. Wizards adorned with such metallic restraints experienced profound discomfort, as if burdened by the weight of 1,000 stones, inducing an uncontrollable urge to retch. The deputy director's lips curled into a sinister smile. He was convinced that with the anti-magic gold handcuffs in place, the father-daughter duo would possess no means of resistance. The Aurors advanced, preparing to escort Dumbledore and Loya away. At that moment, a tempestuous magical storm erupted within the headmaster's office, hurling all the Aurors against the walls. The ferocious surge of magical energy spread like a vortex, causing Loya to stagger back a step, inadvertently colliding with the solid chest of an unseen figure behind her. She turned in bewilderment, yet her gaze met only emptiness. Loya could distinctly sense the crisp breath and the cool exhalation behind her. Could it be that the other party donned an invisibility cloak or invoked an invisible spell? The individual appeared to be a tall adult male, his long and powerful hand gently resting upon her right shoulder. Loya held her breath, acutely aware of the chilling sensation that penetrated even through her thick coat. The coldness was startling, as if the lifeless fingers that gripped her shoulder belonged to no living soul. The young man's fingers glided down her shoulder to rest upon the back of her right hand. His fingers curled slightly, intertwining with hers in a delicate embrace. In that fleeting moment of skin against skin, an indelible bond, forged by blood and fate, tightly linked their souls. The tempestuous surge of the young man's magic flowed wildly from the point where their fingers met, a torrent that invaded her being. The handcuffs, designed to prevent a sorcerer from wielding their powers, could not withstand the ferocity of his magic and disintegrated into dust under its relentless pressure. An unending stream of energy coursed into Loya's body, transforming her once golden hair into a shimmering silver. Though his grip was chillingly cold, it exuded a reassuring strength that enveloped her. Around them, silence fell, as if the world had dwindled to just the two of them. The young man leaned closer, whispering into her ear, his voice a melodic cascade, each syllable imbued with an enchanting force. "Repeat after me, Protego Diabolica, the fire shield. Protego Diabolica, the fire shield." Unconsciously, Loya followed the youth's guidance and recited the incantation. In the absence of a wand, 2 circular walls of fire suddenly surged forth, erupting with fierce, flying sparks along their circular trajectory. They stood at the very center where the 2 fiery shields intersected. This was both her protective fire shield and not her protective fire shield. It was a wandless spell powered by the immense magic energy channeled from the youth. Moreover, her miniature fire shield was not nearly as large in diameter as the one before her, let alone 2, resembling her fire shield and rewind spell from the game. The blue flames scorched the surrounding air into waves of heat, illuminating the headmaster's office like broad daylight. Standing in the heart of the flames, Loya turned around, her right hand held firmly in the youth's grasp. She extended her other hand, delicately caressing his face in the void, enveloped in layers of flames. No one could discern the peculiar gestures she made toward the air. The youth allowed her fingers to glide slowly over his eyelashes and bridge of his nose. His eyes gently lowered, lost in the warmth of her touch. How many years had it been since this vampire's body had felt warmth? Loya vividly etched the visage of that individual in her mind. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she believed that this person should possess the same azure eyes and golden hair as her own. Time and again, she traced the contours of the young man's figure. As his silhouette gradually took shape within her imagination, golden hair and blue eyes, a mouth curving upwards in an audacious smirk, exuding an air of disdainful pride. Mirroring the countenance of another father, Loya instinctively inquired, "Brother?" A gentle laugh emanated from behind her, confirming it was indeed her brother, the one she had longed to meet. Her heart raced with excitement, akin to a little rabbit leaping joyfully. He placed a finger to his lips, softly shushing her and signaling her to remain silent for the moment. "Do not worry, I am here," he assured her. No sooner had he spoken than the flames erupted with an even more ferocious intensity, causing the aurors to retreat in shock, while portraits screamed and scattered in all directions. The air was filled with a cacophony of terrified cries and gasps of astonishment. The sorting hat on the bookshelf emitted a maniacal laughter. "Burn! Burn! Burn! Aha!" The deputy director stared in disbelief at the little girl at the center of the inferno. "This is impossible. She is still in handcuffs. How can she perform magic?" Despite being shackled with anti-magic cuffs and without a wand, she had unleashed such formidable dark magic, akin to casting Avada Kedavra without a wand, an utterly incredulous feat. The fiery dragon surged towards the aurors, who, despite their desperate attempts to cast every defensive spell they knew upon themselves, were ultimately forced into a corner. Overwhelmed by the raging magical flames that threatened to consume them, the peril they faced far exceeded the deputy director's comprehension. Dumbledore's daughter was no mere Hufflepuff. She was a terrifying monster, akin to Gellert Grindelwald himself. The deputy director, disregarding all semblance of dignity, was gripped by terror, his legs trembling as he rushed to be the first to escape the headmaster's office. Witnessing their leader's flight, the aurors faltered, instantly dissolving into chaos as they scrambled for safety, clutching their heads in panic. Loya extended her hand, and the flickering flames obediently obeyed her will, forming a wall of fire at the entrance of the principal's office, barring all the aurors within. As the magical flames crept closer, the deputy director pressed his back against the wall, fearfully shouting at Dumbledore, "Make your daughter stop. She will reduce me to ashes." Dumbledore, leisurely leaning against his desk, replied, "I'm afraid that is not possible. My daughter is still but a 12-year-old child. Under duress, she is prone to magical outbursts. As you just said, what thoughts can a 12-year-old possess? And how can one expect her to control such surges of power?" The deputy director, detecting the sarcasm in Dumbledore's tone, grimaced, his sagging flesh twitching in agitation. Through the wall of fire, Loya noticed the situation with her father. She placed her hand to her mouth, deliberately elongating her tone as she called out loudly, "Daddy, what should I do? I can't hold it back." Behind her, her elder brother propped his chin on his hand, tilting his head slightly, his deep azure eyes sparkling with amusement as they regarded his petite sister, who barely reached his chest. To support her performance, an even greater surge of magic flowed through their entwined fingers into Loya. The flames intensified, the wall reaching several meters high, amplifying the spectacle and grandeur for his little sister. The deputy director, terrified by the burgeoning blue flames, nearly pressed himself against the wall, wishing he could carve a hole to escape the principal's office. He deeply regretted his foolish plan to use an escaped Azkaban convict to bring Dumbledore down, only to find himself on the brink of being incinerated by a young girl's magical outburst. "You must think of a way to make your daughter stop. She will burn me alive." Dumbledore casually shook the magical shackles on his wrists, the sharp clinking of metal echoing through the room. He turned to the deputy director and spoke slowly, "You know, at this moment, I am powerless." The deputy director hurriedly released Dumbledore's handcuffs, forcing a sycophantic smile while hastily apologizing. "Dumbledore, this is all a misunderstanding. We can sit down and talk calmly. I do not wish to cause trouble. Please, persuade your daughter to quell her magical outburst, and we can have a proper discussion." Dumbledore tossed the removed shackles aside, unfazed as he retrieved a box of sweets from his drawer, indulging in his favorite candies as if completely indifferent to the potential destruction that his daughter might wreak upon the headmaster's office. He remained unconcerned, while the aurors around him were filled with trepidation, their anxiety palpable. The deputy director, disregarding his dignity, stomped his foot in desperation, pleading with Dumbledore to intervene with his daughter. Dumbledore responded with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing the weather. Regrettably, I must inform you that your words hold little significance. You must explain to my daughter personally. Her magical upheaval is directly linked to her emotions. If she is happy and satisfied, she will calm down, and the magical turmoil will cease. Should you provoke her, the flames of her magic will only intensify. Perhaps you should consider reserving a hospital room at St. Mungo's in advance, though I fear it may be too late for that. The deputy director felt as if he had been outwitted by this cunning old fox. As the deputy director of the Department of Law Enforcement, bowing to a mere child was an absurdity. Yet, he deemed it prudent to swallow his pride for the sake of his own safety. He wore a forced smile, his wrinkles deepening. Miss Grindelwald, this is a misunderstanding. It was my assistant's error. That one was stolen by the wretched Black, and we sincerely apologize to you. We will ensure that the stolen wand is returned to its rightful owner. With that, the deputy director kicked his hapless assistant, who had been unjustly blamed. If Miss Grindelwald seeks any form of compensation, please do not hesitate to ask, he added, grinning obsequiously. To him, it seemed a trivial matter, merely a loss of a few galleons. Yet, Loia possessed a vault left to her by another father, ensuring she would never want for wealth in her lifetime. Loia stood at the heart of the flames, her icy gaze sweeping over the repugnant visage of the deputy director. I have no need for your filthy money. Listen carefully. The perpetrator who obliterated a street and murdered 12 muggles is Peter Pettigrew, and he is still alive. Sirius Black is innocent. I demand a re-examination from the Ministry of Magic. Once you calm down and extinguish the fire, everything can be negotiated. The deputy director nodded vigorously, understanding that this was merely a matter of revisiting an old case. A prisoner from Azkaban's potential vindication paled in comparison to the value of his own life. Seeing the agreement in his eyes, Loya's fingers twitched slightly, and the wall of flames at the entrance to the headmaster's office dissipated at her command, allowing the deputy director and the Aurors to escape in disarray. Once all the Aurors had vacated the office, her brother, who had been intertwined with her fingers, released his grip, halting the flow of magic as the two protective fire shields faded away. Her long hair returned to its former golden hue, now only slightly interspersed with strands of silver, indicating that it would take a few days for her to fully recover. Loya glanced back at the void behind her, her outstretched hand grasping only air. Her brother's presence had vanished, and he had quietly departed from Hogwarts. He had appeared during her time of peril, only to leave again in silence, leaving Loya feeling somewhat despondent, for there were still myriad words she wished to share with him. The Auror's sudden inspection had finally come to an end, and the fleeing portraits had returned to their frames. Some of the portraits wore expressions of dismay as they shook their singed hats. Loya courteously apologized, promising to compensate them with new hats by the morrow. Dumbledore tapped his wand, and the shattered glass windows mended themselves, while silver ornaments gracefully returned to their original places. In an instant, the room was restored to its former glory, as if nothing had ever occurred. Loya trotted over to Dumbledore, lowering her head and murmuring, "Father, I am sorry. Have I caused you trouble?" The elderly man gently ruffled his daughter's hair, replying, "My dear child, this is not your fault, nor has it arisen because of you. Whether it be the deputy director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement or Cornelius Fudge, they have always regarded me as a potential threat, fearing that I might usurp their positions." After speaking, the father used his wand to examine his daughter. Aside from a slight depletion of her magical energy, she was unharmed, which brought a sigh of relief from Dumbledore. Loya resolved to confide entirely in her father regarding the matters concerning Sirius. The informant was Peter, who had faked his death 12 years prior, resulting in the tragic demise of 12 muggles, and had framed Sirius as the perpetrator. That scoundrel still lives. He lost an arm to my Nundu, and he is unlikely to escape far in the short term. I am confident I will capture him. Her father, deep in thought, stroked his beard. He truly wished to shield his daughter from the perils associated with Sirius. Yet, upon witnessing the resolute gleam in her eyes, Dumbledore could not bring himself to extinguish her hopes. After a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced to his daughter's quest, believing that as long as Loya remained steadfast in her pursuit of Peter, Newt would dutifully accompany her. With Newt's prowess, he need not worry about his daughter's safety. Should they apprehend Peter, the case concerning Sirius would be reopened, and he would, for his daughter's sake, offer his support in court. If they failed to capture Peter, then all of Loya's efforts would be deemed commendable, and they would allow events to unfold naturally, no longer needing to involve themselves in Sirius's plight. The sorting hat on the shelf stirred, interjecting into their conversation. "Dumbledore, your son has just returned." The elderly man widened his eyes in disbelief. His thoughts seemed to drift back to over a decade ago, to the day before he and his son had parted ways. Lorenzo Grindelwald discovered a box concealed by magic on the bookshelf in the headmaster's office, containing the family tree of the Grindelwald lineage. This was something Dumbledore had long hidden, wishing for his children to remain oblivious to its existence. Lorenzo sat in his armchair, his legs elegantly crossed, as he meticulously perused the family genealogy, his slender fingers gliding over the pages. The innate aristocracy of his pure bloodline was palpable, even in the subtle motions of turning the pages, exuding an air of distinction. The genealogy traced its origins back to medieval Nuremberg, meticulously chronicling the information and portraits of the family members. Lorenzo's fingers paused as he perused the pages, noting the striking resemblance among each family head and their spouse, characterized by similar golden hair and cerulean eyes, all bearing the same surname. Until the 14th century, the Grindelwald family upheld a tradition of consanguineous marriages among twin siblings to preserve their pure bloodline and potent magical abilities. As time progressed, tensions among various factions within the wizarding community intensified, and the conflicts between wizards and the Muggle Church escalated. Consequently, the heads of the Grindelwald family chose to relocate to England. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, the descendants of the Grindelwald lineage ceased to bear daughters, and the custom of twin-sibling marriages gradually faded from the collective memory of the family. After several centuries, the Grindelwald family welcomed the birth of twin siblings once more. Lorenzo's gaze gradually traversed the family tree, pausing upon the names of two fathers before lingering on that of his sister. With a deep, somewhat languid timbre, he softly uttered his sister's name, a faint smile playing upon his lips as he pushed the open family tree towards Dumbledore, subtly conveying his resolution. Dumbledore's voice was tinged with palpable anxiety as he earnestly endeavored to persuade his son. "Glenzo, these times are not like those of yore. You need not adhere to the archaic customs of centuries past. Moreover, your siblings. Your father would prefer that you continue to care for your sister as an elder brother. While it is true that numerous families within the wizarding world engage in consanguineous unions, the progeny of such unions often suffer from severe psychological instability, with each generation exacerbating the affliction. The most conspicuous example is the Black family, which invariably produces offspring of questionable sanity." Dumbledore firmly opposed the immoral practice of incestuous marriages. Yet Lorenzo remained resolute, convinced that the bonds of blood and affection would transcend all obstacles. Thus, the conversation concluded on a discordant note due to Dumbledore's objections. From that moment on, his son began to distance himself increasingly, until the day his son met his tragic demise due to Dumbledore's grave oversight. Transformed into a vampire by Nicholas Flamel's alchemical machinations, Lorenzo had not returned to visit his aging father, who now lived in a state of perpetual guilt. "Father, what troubles you?" The voice of his daughter roused Dumbledore from his reverie. Loya was quite taken aback. What material could this sorting hat possibly be made of that it could perceive her invisible brother? The elderly man swiftly masked the sorrow etched on his face, restoring his usual amiable smile. He gently combed his daughter's hair and said, "It is getting late. You should return and rest early." Loya had much she wished to convey to her father, yet the events of the day had been overwhelming. Exhausted and drained of magical energy, she obediently followed her father's instructions and departed from the headmaster's office. Just a few steps outside, she encountered a young man with whom she had previously exchanged a brief acquaintance. He sported a tousled mane of brown curls that perfectly complemented his Hufflepuff robes. Habitually bowing his head, his unruly bangs nearly obscured his eyes. Rolf Scamander, grandson of Newt, appeared to have awaited her presence in the corridor for quite some time. Upon spotting Loya, he hurriedly approached her, extending a food container towards her, visibly relieved as if he had just accomplished a formidable task. The container still emanated warmth. Loya lifted her gaze, puzzled, and inquired, "Is this for me?" Although Rolf's grandfather had been forcibly appointed by Dumbledore as a caretaker, her encounters with Rolf had been remarkably few, even fewer than her interactions with Neville. Upon hearing her question, Rolf flusteredly waved his hands and began to explain. "My grandfather mentioned you might not have had dinner, so he sent me to the kitchen to bring this to you. He also asked me to keep you company for a while." Such a dutiful guardian, concerned that she might be psychologically affected by her confinement under Snape, had thoughtfully dispatched his grandson to engage her in conversation, perhaps believing that at her age, communication with a peer would be more beneficial. Loya nodded in gratitude to Rolf, inquiring if he was there to assist her with psychological counseling. With his purpose revealed, the introverted and shy Rove lowered his gaze, offering a bashful smile. In truth, Loya was not as fragile as she appeared. However, the actions of Snape had undeniably unsettled her, leaving her with a sense of discomfort. It was disheartening to realize that someone she once trusted would resort to such stringent measures to confine her. Anyone would find it disheartening. Regrettably, Rove, much like his grandfather Newt, was not particularly adept at communication. Yet, Newt often treated her like a child and would occasionally engage in conversation, making their interactions bearable. Rove, on the other hand, was markedly different. When faced with a peer merely a year younger than himself, he would remain utterly silent unless Loya took the initiative to spark a conversation. This lack of dialogue rendered his role as a counselor rather ineffective. As she picked up her food container, Loya bade farewell to Rove, preparing to return to the Gryffindor common room. Rove hurriedly followed her, hesitantly asking, "Miss Grindelwald, could you perhaps delay your return to the Gryffindor common room for a moment?" Loya halted in her tracks, turning to him with a look of perplexity. Her grandfather had informed her that Professor Snape would be waiting at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room to confront her. He had instructed her to escort him to the Hufflepuff common room first, as he was currently preoccupied with an urgent matter, but would return shortly to bring her back to the manor. Rolf was utterly bewildered by the actions of Miss Grindelwald, wondering what transgression could have provoked the fearsome potions master to personally intercept her at the common room door. It was evident that the situation bore significant gravity. However, Rolf was not one to pry into the private affairs of others, and thus refrained from further inquiries. Loya took 2 seconds to digest his words. Realizing that Snape was even more obstinate than she had imagined, her complexion darkened, and her mood was beyond verbal description. She found it impossible to act as though nothing had transpired and face Snape with composure. To make matters worse, she had potions class with him the following afternoon. She needed time to reflect in solitude and wished to avoid being troubled by trivial matters. Thus, she chose to accompany Rolf to the Hufflepuff common room. Standing before the circular door of the Hufflepuff common room, Loya hesitated for a moment before asking Rolf, "Am I truly permitted to enter your common room? Must I use an invisibility potion or something of the sort?" The author, all right, 2 chapters. The Hufflepuff common room is situated in close proximity to the Hogwarts kitchens. And to gain entry, one must knock on the wooden barrel at the correct rhythm. A misstep in either the barrel or the rhythm could result in the barrel exploding and dousing the offender in vinegar. Loya stood beside, curiously observing Rolf as he rhythmically tapped the wooden barrel. Allowing students from other houses into the Hufflepuff common room was undoubtedly a violation of school rules, which already instilled considerable fear in the honest Rolf. Furthermore, the other party had been intently watching his every move, causing Rolf's hands to tremble nervously as he tapped, leading him to inadvertently strike an offbeat. The air fell silent for a moment, and Rolf awkwardly glanced back at Loya. Unable to utter an apology before the barrel before him suddenly erupted, a spectacular scene of a dozen barrels exploding in unison and spraying vinegar. With a flick of his wand, a shimmering barrier enveloped the two. Thanks to Loya's quick reflexes and swift spellcasting, they narrowly avoided being drenched in vinegar. The shards of the wooden barrels vanished, and a row of pristine barrels materialized before them once more. Rolf hastily apologized to Loya and resumed tapping the barrel. To prevent Newt's grandson from making another mistake due to anxiety, Loya decided to maintain the protective barrier. After 3 attempts, they finally succeeded in entering the Hufflepuff common room. The Hufflepuff common room was adorned in bright, warm orange hues, with potted plants adorning the round windows and vines cascading from the ceiling, creating a cozy atmosphere. Rightfully deemed the most comfortable among the 4 houses. Yet, this warm and inviting space was currently empty, devoid of any occupants. Due to an Auror's surprise inspection, the heads of houses had instructed students to return to their dormitories for their safety, prohibiting any outings. This suited Loya perfectly, if the common room were filled with badgers. Her entrance as a Gryffindor would be noticeably conspicuous. The two took their seats at a pumpkin-shaped round table, and Loya opened her food box. The delectable aroma wafting from within filled the entire room, revealing an array of her favorite dishes and pastries. Having lived in the manor with Newt for nearly a month, Loya usually returned on weekends, and they had shared many meals together. Over time, Newt had become familiar with her tastes. He had compiled a list of Loya's preferred foods, instructing Rolf to pack a dinner at the Hogwarts kitchens according to the list, emphasizing the inclusion of Chinese chopsticks. During their time at the manor, Newt observed that Miss Grindelwald preferred Eastern utensils over their usual forks. The food box had been enchanted with preservation spells, and the dishes were still steaming. As Loya picked up a slice of fruit pie with her chopsticks and was about to bring it to her lips, Rolf, nervously staring at the floor, spoke up. "That Miss Grindelwald, the sugar-crusted fruit pie you love, the kitchen is lacking ingredients, and the night shift house elf didn't know what to do. So I used other materials to make this fruit pie. I hope it suits your palate. It is well known that Hufflepuff excels in culinary magic, and the Badgers are indeed skilled in the kitchen." Loya took a bite of the fruit pie, the sweet and tangy flavor melting in her mouth. She graciously expressed her gratitude, stating, "It's delicious, thank you." Flattered by the compliment, Rolf lowered his head, a smile appearing on his face, though he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Unfortunately, today had been fraught with unpleasant events, and despite her empty stomach, Loya found herself lacking in appetite. After a few bites of the fruit pie, she set the lunchbox back on the table. Rolf, not accustomed to conversing, sat in silence alongside her in the Hufflepuff common room. It was Loya who eventually broke the silence, feeling the weight of boredom. She noticed a few broomsticks haphazardly piled in the corner, seemingly forgotten and not returned to the broom shed. "I recall that your house has a Quidditch match tomorrow. I have a friend who is the seeker for your team." Rolf, unfamiliar with Quidditch, recognized the name of Cedric Diggory, the esteemed fourth-year student, as Loya mentioned Hufflepuff seeker. Honest Rolf stood up and asked plainly, "Miss Grindelwald, do you wish to meet Diggory? His dormitory is on the 4th floor. Would you like me to fetch him now?" Realizing that he misunderstood her intent, Loya quickly waved her hands to stop him. "No need. It's getting late, and Cedric has a match tomorrow. I wouldn't want to disturb his rest." Rolf returned to the sofa just as a knocking sound echoed from outside, resonating against the wooden barrel. The method of entry into the Hufflepuff common room had remained unchanged since the school's inception, evoking a sense of nostalgia in Newt for his own days as a student. He knocked on the barrel in the familiar rhythm and pushed open the door. Fresh from the hospital wing, he settled into the soft sofa opposite Loya, maintaining a respectful distance. He then presented her with a rolled parchment. It was a student leave request, with Professor McGonagall's approval signature in the corner. Loya glanced up from the parchment, her expression puzzled as she looked at Newt. Newt, his hands nervously folded in his lap, was filled with remorse, speaking in a hushed tone. "Miss Grindelwald, I sincerely apologize for not consulting you beforehand. I took the liberty of arranging a few days' leave for you, as I believe you need some time to rest." With the hour drawing near when entry to the hospital wing would be prohibited, and given that Hogwarts did not permit apparition, Newt had to act swiftly. He had to procure Professor McGonagall's signature on Loya's leave request before the hospital wing closed for the evening. Waiting outside the headmaster's office was clearly not an option, so Newt had made the decision on her behalf. Loya was acutely aware that the kind-hearted and considerate Newt was merely expressing his concern for her well-being, urging her to take a few days to rest and recuperate, especially in light of the unfortunate incident that had transpired between her and Snape. Newt, appointed by Dumbledore as her temporary guardian, would always prioritize her safety, and Snape's recent actions rendered Newt hesitant to allow him near her. In truth, even Loya herself was uncertain about how to confront Snape in the upcoming potions class. Regardless of whether Snape felt any discomfort, she certainly did. She found it impossible to feign indifference and face him with the same composure as before. Both she and Snape required a period of calm reflection. Meanwhile, Newt continued to apologize for his unilateral decision made without consulting her. His head bowed and his gaze fixed on his own hands. It was profoundly embarrassing for her to witness a venerable figure, nearly a century her senior, apologizing before her, despite his appearance resembling that of someone merely a decade older than her grandson. Moreover, even if Newt hadn't assisted her in requesting a leave of absence, she had already contemplated doing so herself. Loya cast a glance at the bowed head of Newt, then at the similarly downcast Rolf. The two Badgers, one large and one small, bore strikingly similar faces, both sitting side by side with their heads lowered. The sight was so comically synchronized that Loya could not help but chuckle, the weight of her earlier discontent dissipating in an instant. Upon hearing her laughter, the grandfather and grandson simultaneously lifted their heads to gaze at her. Newt, noticing her relaxed demeanor, let out a sigh of relief, feeling considerably reassured. "Take some time to rest and unwind at the manor these days. If you find it dull, I can send Rolf to keep you company. And don't worry about any missed studies. I can tutor you upon my return," Newt said, inserting a straw into a cup of hot juice and handing it to Loya. He added, "It's quite chilly these days. A warm drink will do you good." Not entirely at ease with leaving his grandson's affairs unattended, Newt had, after obtaining a leave note from Professor McGonagall, made a personal trip to the kitchen to bring Loya a cup of hot juice. Loya received the paper cup with both hands, while Newt bowed his head to tidy up the food box left by Loyal, completely forgetting about his own grandson. In truth, Newt also intended to take a few days off, as he needed to ensure the safety of Miss Grindelwald in light of the unpredictable presence of Snape. After all, his primary responsibility was to care for Dumbledore's daughter, while teaching at Hogwarts was a secondary concern. Nonetheless, there was one matter he felt compelled to address. Meanwhile, Rolf, who had been called upon to accompany Loyal for some leisure, looked up at his grandfather in bewilderment. It was indeed a considerable challenge for the extremely introverted boy to spend time with a girl. Fortunately, Miss Grindelwald smiled and waved him off. Once he had organized the food box, Newt turned his head and spoke, his tone taking on a serious note. Concerning what Professor Snape has done to you, there is no need for concern. I will find a way to resolve it. Loya bit on the straw, her fingers unconsciously caressing the warm paper cup. Newt, being Dumbledore's trusted confidant, would undoubtedly report the situation to him without embellishment. Although Dumbledore often presents the image of a kindly and approachable elder, children are his unwavering priority. Should Dumbledore learn of Snape's attempt to imprison her, this pawn in the game of espionage would be deemed expendable by her father. The fate of an expendable piece could be far graver for Snape than depicted in the original narrative. He might face expulsion from Hogwarts or, worse still, be discovered by Voldemort, leading to his torment and demise. Loya did not wish for such circumstances to unfold. That year in Spinner's End, Severus Snape indeed took good care of him. Although Snape's actions had reopened her wounds, she had never contemplated placing him in jeopardy. Loya cast a glance at Rolf before turning to Newt and saying, I would like to discuss matters concerning Snape with you. Understanding the situation, Newt gestured for Rolf to return to the dormitory. Once Rolf had departed, the Hufflepuff common room was left with only him and Newt. Loya spoke with a troubled expression. Regarding the matter of Snape, could I kindly ask you not to inform my father? Newt gazed at her in astonishment, momentarily unable to comprehend her thoughts. Miss Grindelwald, your actions have already endangered your safety. I must convey the truth to Dumbledore. If my father were to find out, the consequences could be quite dire. Loya sighed and continued, in truth, he is quite pitiable. His childhood companion was taken from him by Harry's father. Although he has wronged me, he served as my temporary guardian for a year, and I am now seated here in good health. Thus, we may consider the matter resolved. I shall speak with him later. However, I have no intention of attending potions class again. Even if Snape were to fail me out of spite, it would matter not, for I am simply not suited for the study of potion making. Newt pressed his lips together, seemingly contemplating persuading her, but after a moment of silence, he ultimately refrained from speaking. He disliked interfering in the decisions of others, nor did he wish to impose his thoughts upon them. Since Miss Grindelwald preferred that he refrain from disclosing Snape's affairs to Dumbledore, he resolved to diligently protect her from any proximity to Snape. Determined, Newt decided to take the day off to accompany her back to the manor until she was in a better state of mind. This was his duty as her temporary guardian. Under the pumpkin table, a suitcase rattled slightly, and with a click, the brass latch sprang open. A Niffler stealthily emerged, darting towards the lounge door in an attempt to escape through the crack. As the Niffler flew past, Newt swiftly drew his wand and cast the summoning charm. The creature flew backwards into his grasp, struggling to break free. He gently handed the wriggling Niffler to Loya, patiently explaining, a Niffler cannot be left to roam freely. They will only become more mischievous. Loya gently rubbed the little creature's head, remarking, you truly are a source of constant concern, due to its free-range upbringing. The creature had become quite audacious of late. With its paws akimbo, it gazed at its former owner, Newt, then leaped from Loya's grasp to the edge of the suitcase, deftly pilfering Newt's watch from within. Newt observed the creature's antics with a faint sigh. Indeed, this little rascal had been thoroughly spoiled by Miss Grindelwald. When the creature attempted to remove a photograph from the suitcase, aiming to stuff it into its seemingly infinite belly pocket, the usually gentle Newt suddenly seized it. His brow furrowed deeply, and his tone bore an unusual severity as he admonished, do not touch the photographs in the suitcase. With care, he retrieved the picture from the struggling creature's grasp and affixed it back to the interior of the suitcase. This incident reminded Loya of a fortnight prior when her curled-winged magical creature had devoured the head of an old cow weighing several hundred pounds, only to become choked by a skull fragment lodged in its throat. In a panic, she had hurried to seek Newt's assistance. Upon entering his room, she found the door wide open and Newt frantically searching every corner, his face etched with worry, appearing utterly distraught. After inquiring, she learned that a photograph hanging from the suitcase had gone missing. It was the first time she had witnessed Newt in such a state of disarray. as if he had lost not merely a picture, but the very essence of his world. Ultimately, the photograph was retrieved from the mischievous creature, albeit with several creases inflicted by its careless handling. Newt's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and his gray-green eyes brimmed with sorrow. He treated the photograph with the utmost delicacy, as one would handle fragile foam, gently wiping it with his sleeve before reinstating it to its rightful place in the suitcase. Loya scrutinized the photograph intently. It depicted a young woman with silvery hair and blue eyes, on the cusp of adulthood, her features still bearing a trace of youthful innocence. At that moment, Loya was perplexed, wondering when Tina had transformed into a silver-haired, blue-eyed maiden. No, upon closer inspection, the girl could not possibly be Tina, and based on her vague recollections of the film, she could not recall any character resembling her. Yet, there was an undeniable familiarity. As if she encountered this visage in her mirror each day, surely, she must be hallucinating. Without a moment's hesitation, Loya blurted out, "Is she your wife?" Upon hearing her words, Newt's cheeks flushed with a sudden warmth, and he flailed his hands awkwardly, desperately attempting to clarify that he did not know the girl in the photograph. It was revealed that Newt had once attempted to rescue a niffler from the hands of a wizard dealer engaged in trafficking magical creatures. Unfortunately, the niffler had been subjected to a multitude of dark magical experiments by a dark wizard, resulting in its mutation and loss of sanity. It had violently attacked everyone in sight, ultimately being subdued by the arriving Aurors. As Newt lay gravely injured and unconscious, having fallen into the depths of a valley, he found himself submerged in water for 3 days, with no one to discover him. His wand was lost, and both his ribs and liver were shattered. He had narrowly escaped death. Upon regaining consciousness, he was uncertain about who had rescued him, yet he clutched tightly in his hand a photograph of an unfamiliar girl. From that moment onward, he carried the image as a talisman, and his suitcase forever contained a picture of the silver-haired girl. This photograph, which accompanied him for over 70 years, became his emotional anchor. "Miss Grindelwald, I shall escort you back to the manor." Newt's words roused Loya from her reverie. After she stuffed the still struggling niffler into Newt's suitcase, she followed him out of the lounge. As they exited the castle, fate played a cruel trick, for at that moment, the very person Loya was reluctant to encounter appeared before her. Snape's gaze was fixed upon her, as if he had something to convey. Having waited for Loya at the Gryffindor common room entrance without success, Snape opted to remain at the Hogwarts gate, resolute in his decision to endure the night's chill if she failed to materialize. Author's note: Dear readers, if you appreciate my work, I kindly ask you to lend your support. The motivation to continue has waned, while others receive encouragement with 200 tokens. I find myself struggling with only 1,400 prompts for updates. Such is the plight of a niche writer. Should this continue, I may have to reconsider shifting to more popular themes to sustain myself. Let me share a rather amusing story, despite the efforts. The author only received a mere fraction of the coins, an astonishing revelation. Snape's gaze remained steadfastly on Loya, his attention solely captivated by her presence. Every movement she made tugged at his heart, while her thoughts were perpetually occupied by others. The moonlight pierced through the clouds, casting a halo that accentuated the unkempt strands of her silver hair. Loya gently lifted her head, and the silver strands shimmered in response to her motion. Snape approached her, instinctively reaching out to caress a lock of her silver hair that had fallen by her ear. Loya took a few steps back, deliberately creating distance between them. Severus Snape's hand remained suspended in the air, and he could discern her reluctance to accept his touch. The depth of his obsidian eyes dimmed, and he withdrew his hand to rest at his side. He gazed at Loya, hesitating to speak, until he finally uttered a few words. "I wish to have a conversation with you. I'm afraid, Professor Severus Snape, that I do not wish to engage in conversation at this moment." Loya merely responded with a faint remark before turning her head away, swiftly passing by him without granting a single glance. Snape stood rigidly in place, and as Loya's figure began to fade from his sight, he hastily took a few steps to pursue her. He yearned to grasp her hand, to apologize, to explain the folly of his ways. He should never have employed such selfish means to confine her freedom. Yet, Loya deftly evaded his touch. "Do not touch me." The girl's voice was cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, her expression reduced to mere indifference and detachment. Snape finally comprehended her refusal to converse with him. A pang of anguish surged within him, and he let out a self-mocking laugh. "Do you truly despise me this much now? I am exhausted. Please allow me to be alone." The exertion of casting 2 fire shields in the headmaster's office had nearly drained her of all strength, leaving her with little energy to engage in conversation with Snape on such a bleak night. Moreover, every recollection of being confined in his office ignited a fury within her that had no outlet. Yet, there he stood before her once again, as if nothing had ever transpired. At that moment, Loia simply wished to return to the manor, to find solace in sleep and forget her troubles. She had no desire to engage with Snape and turned to leave. The girl's frigid and resolute demeanor pierced Snape's heart deeply. His chest heaved violently, and he could no longer suppress his emotions, letting out a roar. I merely made a mistake, and you refused to see me. You are always so lenient with others. With Black, yet you are so cruel to me. His voice was hoarse, imbued with a desperate intensity and anger. Immediately regretting his words, Snape pressed his fingers to his brow in frustration. He should not have spoken to her in such a manner. He had come to apologize, to mend the rift between them. Yet, the image of her closeness with Black replayed incessantly in his mind, the unwarranted accusations spilling forth uncontrollably, only serving to exacerbate the conflict between them. In truth, Loia was not of a docile temperament either, despite his youthful appearance. She adhered to her own principles and would not simply endure the misplaced wrath of an elder. Loia halted in her tracks, her anger compelling her to turn and face Snape. Did you block my path at the school gate merely to provoke me? I failed to comprehend why. Regardless of the circumstances, you insist on dragging Sirius Black into this. If you despise him so fervently, confront him directly. Why must you direct your cryptic barbs at me? Even if you and he were to engage in a fierce battle, leaving one another battered and bruised, that is of no concern to me. Do not hurl your negativity and hostility in my direction. I am not your emotional punching bag, and I have no desire to hear your words at this moment. Snape had not anticipated that this conversation would devolve into an even more dire situation of his own making. The remaining words lodged in his throat, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Lowering his gaze, Snape murmured, I apologize. You were not always like this. The person you have become is truly incomprehensible to me. Loia gazed at Snape with disappointment. Her initial sympathy for him, stemming from her affection for Lily Evans, had devolved into this disheartening state of affairs. Snape's numerous actions increasingly troubled her, prompting her to shake her head in resolution to depart. As she turned to leave, Snape's eyes widened in alarm, a profound fear surging within him. If he allowed her to walk away now, he would lose her entirely. Instinctively, he grasped Loia's arm, yearning to draw her into his embrace, unwilling to let her slip away. At that moment, Newt intervened, placing himself between them, shielding Loia from Snape's gaze. Professor Snape, I must insist that you maintain your distance from Miss Grindelwald. Your proximity has only served to heighten her anxiety and discomfort. Snape shot Newt a cold glare. His teeth clenched as he replied, Step aside. She is my student, and I have the right to keep her here. Newt tightened his grip on the handle of his suitcase, the two brass locks snapping open in response to his will. His gentle visage was marred by a deep furrow of determination, his steadfast demeanor unmistakable. Those familiar with him could sense his genuine anger. Would these two truly come to blows? Loia's gaze flitted between them, incredulous that her caretaker might engage in a confrontation with a professor. Was this not a spectacle worthy of the front page of the Daily Prophet? She shuddered at the thought of how Rita Skeeter might sensationalize the incident and swiftly tugged on Newt's sleeve, sensing the subtle movement behind him. Newt misinterpreted it as a sign of her unease and turned his head slightly, murmuring words of reassurance, Do not fear. I will not allow him to harm you. Snape's gaze first lingered on the oversized coat draped over Loia's shoulders, then settled on her hand clutching Newt's sleeve. He pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent. Deep down, he recognized that Scamander treated Loia well and cared for her diligently, yet he could not quell the tempest of emotions raging within him. It was he who had first encountered her, he who had initially cared for her, yet fate dictated that she would remain surrounded by others who protected her. Loia hesitated for a moment. She could not allow these two men to come to blows. Resolutely, she turned her gaze towards Snape, making her decision. Very well. If you wish to speak with me privately, let us clarify matters here. She then addressed Newt's retreating figure, pleading, Please, allow me to handle this on my own. A complex array of emotions flickered in Newt's eyes. Although he silently disapproved of her choice, he refrained from vocalizing his dissent. Instead, he turned, slightly bending at the waist to align his gaze with hers. His voice, gentle and accommodating, carried a soothing power. I shall wait for you beneath that nearby tree. Rest assured, should any situation arise, I will be there at the earliest opportunity. Loia nodded at him, and once Newt stood beneath the tree several paces away, she seized the opportunity to clarify matters with Snape. Let us engage in a candid discussion to elucidate everything. You agreed to become my temporary guardian at my father's behest because my voice bears a resemblance to Lily's, as you seek to find her essence within me. However, you must not unilaterally impose your desire to control me simply because I share her vocal qualities. Do not project your domineering thoughts and possessiveness, which stem from your protectiveness over Lily, onto me. Suddenly, Snape appeared flustered, eager to offer an explanation, but Loya interrupted him. Do not interrupt. I have much more to say. At this very moment, I stand before you unharmed. I have utilized my own strength to resolve the troubles my father faced. Though my brother assisted along the way, I possess the capability to protect my loved ones. I am not a fragile child in need of your imposed guardianship. I have ample confidence and strength to pursue my own desires, so I implore you to respect me. Her voice carried a hint of anger, clearly venting her discontent. Snape clenched his fists tightly before slowly releasing them, then spoke with a deliberate slowness. The events of the past were my fault. He continued, his voice laden with a bitterness that scarcely resembled his own. Once, an Eastern girl extended her hand to me. She was my salvation, the most significant person in my life. Before my eyes, she shattered into fragments, and I was powerless to prevent it. All along, I have sought her reflection in you. Your voice is so reminiscent of hers that I have deceived myself into believing you were her. Loya felt increasingly bewildered. When had Lily Evans transformed into an Oriental? Snape stepped closer to her, his gaze intensifying as he fixated on her eyes. This time, he hesitated no longer, unleashing the emotions he had long concealed within. I have come to recognize my feelings. You are you, not a mere shadow of anyone else. You have always occupied a place in my heart. I cannot bear to witness your intimacy with another. I confess, I am consumed by jealousy, a jealousy that has clouded my reason. I have caused you pain. This is my fault. I do not expect your forgiveness at this moment. I simply wish for you to understand that my affection for you transcends that of an elder for a younger, or a guardian for their charge. What are you saying? Loya exclaimed, astonished as she stared at Snape, questioning whether she was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Was Snape confessing his feelings to her? Loya found herself momentarily stunned. Her mind a blank canvas, as she had never imagined that the old bat would confess his feelings to anyone, let alone to her. Snape's gaze was fixed upon her, his typically cold and unapproachable demeanor now giving way to a palpable intensity and tenderness. He expressed his affection in the most straightforward manner, his eyes betraying subtle signs of anxiety, while the knuckles of his hand, hidden beneath his dark robes, turned white from the strain of his grip as he awaited her response. His confession left Loya at a loss for words, unsure of how to navigate their future encounters. For she was ill-equipped to bear such profound emotions. Setting aside the fact that her current form was that of a child, and despite the accelerated development of Western youth, where a 12 or 13-year-old might appear akin to a 15 or 16-year-old in Asia, she still felt a sense of discomfort, an oddity in the situation. Moreover, could he not have chosen a more private moment for his declaration? Had it not been for the Auror's surprise inspection that left the campus deserted, it would surely have become common knowledge by the following day. To complicate matters further, standing 10 meters away beneath a tree was Newt. An unwitting spectator to this intimate moment, in the stillness of the night, he undoubtedly heard every word exchanged with perfect clarity. Loya now found herself in an awkward predicament. Unsure of how to proceed, she coughed lightly, casting a furtive glance towards Newt, stationed beneath the tree. Newt had not anticipated that a professor would confess his feelings to a student. Sensing Loya's discomfort, he quickly averted his gaze, lowering his head as he feigned a conversation with the bowtruckle, Pickett, who was playfully swinging in his hand. Despite the bowtruckle's calm demeanor, Newt's clumsy attempt at subterfuge only heightened Loya's embarrassment, leaving her countenance pale and troubled. Meanwhile, Severus Snape, deprived of Loya's response, felt an increasing tide of unease wash over him. He dreaded the thought of her absence from his future life. Observing Snape's tense expression, Loya recalled the peculiarities of his behavior over the past few months. Whenever he saw her laughing and conversing with others, his face would darken, his words laced with an almost sarcastic undertone, resembling a jealous husband. Even the most oblivious of individuals would have discerned the reason behind his uncharacteristic attitude. With a forthrightness that characterized her, Loya blurted out, "So, your recent irritability is due to jealousy?" Snape's silence only served to validate her assumption, making it exceedingly difficult for him to admit his feelings. His possessiveness and desire for control were overwhelming. Loya had her own life, her own freedom to choose friends. She could not forsake her social circle or abandon her companions, centering her existence solely around him. Snape's fixation on her was fervent, bordering on the irrational. as he failed to recognize that he had chosen an inopportune moment to declare his affections while tensions still simmered between them. In a hushed tone, Snape confessed, "I do not care how others perceive you. You are the one I cherish." He was acutely aware that such emotions would not be embraced by society, nor would they receive blessings. Yet, love is inherently selfish. Despite his unilateral devotion, he disregarded the implications of their age difference. Standing before a girl who was not even half his age, meeting Snape's gaze with unwavering resolve, Loya replied earnestly, "I'm sorry, but I cannot reciprocate your feelings." Snape's heart sank in that moment, his emotions surging as he stepped closer, yearning to grasp her hand and salvage the situation with words of contrition. Note: standing a short distance away, remained vigilant, monitoring the interaction between Loya and Snape. They maintained a respectful distance, and should Snape breach that boundary, Newt, as her temporary guardian, would intervene without hesitation. As Snape suddenly advanced towards the young girl, Newt's heart raced with alarm. Just as he prepared to intervene, Loya extended her hand to gently push Snape away. "Please don't make this harder for me," she implored, leaving Snape momentarily frozen, his face ashen as he gazed at her. Loya cast a resolute glance towards Newt, signaling him to refrain from intervening. She then turned her full attention back to Snape. Taking a deep breath before articulating her long-held convictions, "I cannot entrust my life to you, nor to anyone else for that matter. I have no intention of engaging in romantic relationships, nor do I foresee marriage in my future. I refuse to be addressed as Mrs. So-and-so, accepting a surname that is not my own. I adamantly reject the notion of becoming any man's possession or subordinate." Loya is uncertain about the benefits that love and marriage could possibly bring her. Materially, she finds herself in no need of a man. The fortune left to her by her late father is sufficient to indulge her for several lifetimes. Spiritually, she also does not seek solace from a man. The trivial gestures of concern and warmth are easily dispensed by anyone, and a handsome face found on the street could deliver far more charming words without any real significance. In both material and emotional realms, she lacks nothing that men could provide, leading her to question the necessity of pursuing romance or marriage. Moreover, the notion of marrying and bearing children, becoming a dutiful wife and mother, is met with disdain. She would simply scoff at such an idea. In truth, she has never harbored the desire for a partner, even if a union were to be forged for the sake of power and advantage. Merely to present a nominal companion at significant events, she could reluctantly consider selecting a compliant individual for such purposes. However, she would never lower herself to marrying. Any potential partner would have to be adopted into her family, serving as a cooperative partner and household manager under her direction, and only if he passes the scrutiny of her other father who resides in Nimungard. An indescribable bitterness spread within Snape's heart, rendering him speechless. He should have anticipated this outcome. Her disinterest in him was glaringly apparent, yet he could not let go, perhaps sensing that her overly candid rejection could inflict pain. Loya opted for a more tactful expression. "As you can see, I am only in my second year. Before I reach adulthood, I have no intentions in this regard. I came to Hogwarts to seek my father, not to engage in romantic entanglements." After a moment of contemplation, Snape suddenly interjected, "Will you wait until you come of age?" Loya gazed at him in astonishment, as Snape had entirely misconstrued her intentions. "I can wait until you come of age to make your choice." Perhaps he was merely deluding himself, for Snape still clung to a fleeting glimmer of hope, yearning for the day she might change her mind as she matured. Loya forced a reluctant smile, unable to suppress a murmur. "It would be better if you didn't wait or harbor any expectations." Snape cast a deep glance at her, choosing to disregard her final words as if he had not heard them clearly. Loya exhaled deeply. Since Snape was so insistent, she decided to acquiesce. She yearned to expedite the conclusion of their dialogue, yet there were certain matters she felt compelled to clarify with him. Moving forward, they could maintain a semblance of a normal teacher-student relationship, but regardless of the circumstances, whatever decisions I make, you may choose to withhold your support or even oppose me. However, you must not interfere or obstruct my choices, nor should you ever attempt to confiscate my wand or imprison me with your misguided intentions. Should you dare to confine me again, I would descend into madness, transforming into a silent specter. Even if you were to imprison me, my housekeeper would surely locate me, and he would not hesitate to take action. He may not necessarily be Newt's equal, but Newt's case is akin to a mobile menagerie and arsenal. Her veiled threat indeed bore fruit, as Snape hesitated momentarily before slowly nodding in agreement. Subsequently, he cast a baleful glare at Newt. Thus, a tacit agreement was forged between them. From that moment onward, they would refrain from encroaching upon each other's lives. Loya took a small step to the side and inadvertently stepped on a loose stone, twisting her ankle and nearly tumbling into a nearby puddle. Fortunately, Newt, having concluded his conversation, rushed over just in time to steady her, though her wand unfortunately fell into the water. As the wand sank to the bottom, ripples spread across the surface, and Loya gazed intently at the water, astonished to discover that her reflection had vanished. The wand emitted a faint green glow, and the surface of the water gradually formed a blurred apparition. Within this ethereal image, a structure resembling an astronomical tower appeared. To her amazement, she was gazing at the astronomical tower within the water's depths. Loya gazed intently at the surface of the water, unresponsive to the calls echoing behind her. Suddenly, her vision spun wildly, plunging her into an abyss of darkness. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself inexplicably standing within the celestial observatory of a towering edifice. Surrounding her were the malevolent Death Eaters, who appeared utterly oblivious to her presence, gliding through her as though she were a mere specter. Loya widened her eyes slightly. Was she ensnared in an illusion? Unaware of the peril she faced, she demanded, "Hand over the Goblet of Fire." The Death Eater's fierce roar echoed, and Loya turned her gaze towards the source of the sound. A dark-haired Slytherin boy clutched the Goblet of Fire tightly in his arms, observing his refusal to relinquish it. The Death Eater cruelly tormented him with excruciating pain. In her 2 years at Hogwarts, many from Slytherin regarded Loya with disdain, yet they dared not voice their grievances. To her astonishment, in her past life, there was indeed a Slytherin who would protect a mere cup for her sake. Enduring the excruciating pain that felt like a dagger to the soul, the young boy writhed on the ground, gritting his teeth in silence. In a moment of reverie, Loya recalled that when she was still the Goblet of Fire, it had shielded another from the killing curse, only to be shattered in the process. In her quest for a corporeal form, she realized that self-destruction was her only path. She had attempted to leap from heights and plunge into depths, all in vain. When the Slytherin youth was on the brink of succumbing to the deadly curse, she seized the opportunity to serve as his human shield, igniting the Goblet of Fire and thus achieving her dual purpose of being transported forward in time by several years. Consequently, she found herself ensconced within the memories of another. The events that had unfolded before her were immutable, and she could neither alter them nor save the young man besieged by the malevolent curse. Pain racked his body as he collapsed to the ground, his dark hair cascading over the side of his face, obscuring his features from view. Loya traversed through the ranks of Death Eaters, kneeling before the Slytherin youth, intending to brush aside his hair to discern his visage. As her fingers grazed his skin, the Goblet of Fire shattered under a beam of emerald light, and the explosive blue flames rapidly engulfed the entire astronomy tower. Everything within the chamber succumbed to collapse, resembling a jigsaw puzzle violently torn asunder as she was swept away by an overwhelming force. In the next moment, her surroundings transformed into an intersection in a less prosperous district, where only a handful of horse-drawn carriages and vintage black automobiles traversed the streets. The nocturnal thoroughfare was nearly deserted, with the occasional gentleman adorned in a top hat passing by, while women sported intricately fashioned headbands and stylishly curled short hair. Judging by the attire of the passers-by, this was undeniably not the era in which Loya resided. It bore a striking resemblance to 1920s New York. Every visage that Loya encountered appeared indistinct, as if she were ensnared within a damaged reel of an old film. The sky darkened, and icy raindrops cascaded upon her face, imparting a shiver of chill. The passers-by hurriedly sought refuge from the downpour, leaving her solitary upon the street. She yearned to shift her stance in search of shelter from the rain, yet her body remained unresponsive, seemingly beyond her control. With her physical form immobilized, Loya shifted her gaze to survey the surroundings. To her astonishment, her perspective seemed elevated, as though she had grown taller. She glanced at the shop window by the roadside, where the cascading rain blurred the glass, rendering clarity elusive. In this haze, she discerned her waist-length silver hair and an ankle-length black leather coat paired with black boots, almost melding her into the night, accentuating her pallid complexion. Was this truly her as an adult? After a moment of contemplation, Loya concluded that she appeared far from virtuous. One might even liken her to a sorceress of malevolence. Loya gazed at her adult reflection in the glass, while vintage cars sped past her on the roadside. Just as a splash of water nearly drenched her attire, a figure intruded upon her line of sight. A young man, sidestepping to shield her from the splattering mud, left a considerable stain upon his blue-gray coat. Breathless, he rushed over, his chestnut curls dampened by the rain, clinging to his cheeks, ignoring his own predicament. He hastily produced his wand, transforming it into a transparent umbrella to shield her from the downpour. The young man, towering over her, lowered his gaze with concern and inquired, "Are you all right? I just returned. Jacob and Queenie mentioned that you've been acting rather strangely. You urged them to relocate to Surrey in their later years, and instructed them to take in a blonde girl seeking work. Then you dashed into the rain, and everyone is quite worried about you." The youth spoke rapidly, yet his words were largely drowned out by the blaring horns of the passing cars. Loia struggled to comprehend the words of the person before her. Even if she yearned to respond, she found herself unable to exert control over her own being, as though her soul were imprisoned within her corporeal form. The young man's visage remained indistinct, rendering her incapable of discerning his identity. He seemed to habitually speak with his head lowered, his gentle voice seeking her acquiescence. "Shall we return now?" As soon as he uttered these words, Loia was astonished to find her body moving in tandem with his. Together, they strolled side by side along the tranquil street, the confined space beneath the umbrella drawing their figures closely together. The young man, visibly anxious, held the umbrella aloft, its angle tilting towards Loia, causing his left shoulder and the hem of his coat to become drenched. Yet he appeared unperturbed by this. They paused before a quaint bakery, where Queenie, upon spotting their return, greeted them with a warm smile. Jacob emerged from the kitchen, his scarf neatly tied, cradling a freshly baked cake with one hand. He gestured for them to enter and partake in dinner. However, Jacob's portly frame stumbled against the cupboard after taking just a few steps, causing the baking tray to slip from his grasp and soar through the air. In a flurry, Queenie waved her wand, deftly guiding the airborne cakes back into their tray in an orderly fashion. Subsequently, Jacob and Queenie exchanged glances, the atmosphere thickening with unspoken sentiments. It felt as though the air was suffused with rosy bubbles, as the two held hands tenderly, oblivious to the world around them, nestled closely in each other's embrace. Loya and Newt stood outside the door, feeling it best not to intrude as unwelcome guests. In the stillness of the deep night, the only sound gracing their ears was the rhythmic patter of raindrops against the umbrella. Suddenly, Loya leaned forward, her hands instinctively encircling the young man's neck. Startled, he was caught off guard, his umbrella trembling in his grip, and his suitcase fell with a splash into the puddle. His face flushed a deep crimson, the color rising from his cheeks all the way to his neck, so nervous that he instinctively buried his face into the collar of his coat. Upon hearing the enchanting laughter of her adult self, Loya gently cradled the young man's face. He, like a tamed badger, obediently lifted his gaze to follow her movements. The cool pads of her fingers caressed his cheek slowly, and with a tone imbued with a touch of seduction. Her adult self spoke to him. "You promised to do anything for me. Only one truly knows oneself." Loya had already discerned that this adult version of herself was confident in his willingness to do anything for her, and thus she resolved to exploit it. A momentary disdain flickered in her heart for her adult self. "I need you to steal the blood pact for me. My father has fallen from the tower, and I require the blood pact to save him." The young man nodded in acknowledgement of her request. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he finally spoke, his voice soft, tinged with the sorrow of impending separation. "So, you were going to leave?" He waited in silence, yet her response never came. As Loya heard the hurried footsteps approaching her, she released her grip and turned to look back. Amidst the downpour of rain, a middle-aged man rushed towards her, seemingly in a state of great urgency. Lacking even the time to unfurl his umbrella, clad in a sharply tailored dark gray coat and donning a matching fedora, he exuded an air of refined elegance. Though she could not discern his face clearly, Loya instinctively recognized him. The middle-aged version of Dumbledore stood before her, and she yearned to call out father and add, "You look so handsome, Dad," but found herself rendered speechless. Dumbledore placed his hand on her shoulder, his voice a mix of concern and urgency. "You cannot be here. It is far too dangerous. You must return." As he spoke, the entire New York cityscape distorted and vanished from sight, plunging Roya's consciousness into darkness once more. When the surroundings gradually came into focus, she found herself dazedly gazing at the night sky. She had returned to the gates of Hogwarts, half reclining on the ground. She was cradled in Newt's arms, her chest heaving with labored breaths. Cold sweat beaded on Roya's forehead as Newt, his face etched with worry, inquired whether she felt unwell. Heaven knows she had suddenly fainted, nearly prompting Newt to carry her to the hospital wing. At this hour, access to the hospital wing was strictly prohibited, and Newt had mentally prepared himself to break a window to get in, just as he had done years ago on the streets of New York while attempting to retrieve a mischievous Niffler, shattering countless Muggle jewelry shop displays in the process. Loya, with Newt's assistance, rose to her feet. Newt carefully wiped her wand with a handkerchief before returning it to her. Her mind was clouded and muddled. She could not discern whether the visions she experienced were memories or mere illusions. Moreover, the meaning behind her desire for a blood pact to save her father eluded her. The more she pondered, the more disoriented she became, and the throbbing in her head intensified. Loia squinted her eyes and stared intently at Newt until he felt increasingly uncomfortable under her gaze. Finally, she pointed to herself and asked, "Newt, have you seen me before?" Newt, perplexed, shook his head in confusion. This only deepened Loya's bewilderment. Could it be that the young man she encountered on the streets of New York was not Newt? She inquired once more, "In New York, at Jacob's Bakery, have we ever crossed paths?" Before she could finish her sentence, she was abruptly interrupted by Snape, who anxiously questioned her about her well-being, clearly disturbed by her earlier loss of consciousness. After a moment of contemplation, Loia recalled the Slytherin boy atop the astronomy tower and turned her gaze upward to Snape, inquiring, "Have you ever visited the astronomy tower?" Author's note: it can now be revealed that Newt is indeed unaware that the photograph within the box features the female protagonist. The suggestions provided by readers are being considered thoughtfully, which may result in a slower update rate. As I strive to refine the narrative to a level of personal satisfaction before sharing, the daily influx of notifications often exceeds 99, causing many responses to be overlooked. I appreciate your understanding. Loia's gaze fixed upon Snape's face as she candidly inquired, "Have you ever visited the astronomy tower?" Snape's pupils flickered. He could not fathom the reason behind her question. The mere mention of the astronomy tower evoked his most agonizing and heart-wrenching memories, the demise of his beloved Eastern girl within its confines. In those days, he had been weak, powerless and helpless, forced to watch the Goblet of Fire shatter into fragments beneath the eerie green light. He knelt among the ruins, clutching the remnants of the goblet, incessantly casting spells of restoration and healing, yet to no avail. Ever since that fateful day, he had never set foot in that tower again. Snape stood there, lost in thought, rendered mute, offering no response to Loia's inquiry. Observing his prolonged silence, Loia elaborated, "Think carefully. Did you ever ascend to the astronomy tower during your time at Hogwarts?" The images he could not escape replayed relentlessly in Snape's mind. The painful memories of the past felt as though wounds were being reopened, and his voice emerged hoarse and barely comprehensible. "Do not speak of it any further." The goblet lay shattered, the spirit of the dark-haired girl dissipated. Each recollection of those harrowing moments constricted his heart with unbearable anguish. Despair and suffering clawed at him, and his already pale lips were bitten into an even more bloodless state. He wished to evade this topic, to refrain from discussing it any longer. "I read in the Hogwarts history borrowed from Hermione that the Death Eaters attacked Hogwarts over a decade ago. Were you at the astronomy tower then?" Loia paused mid-sentence, noticing the slight tremor in Snape's hanging hands. Confused, she inquired, "Snape, what is wrong with you?" "Enough. Stop talking. Do not mention the astronomy tower again," Snape nearly shouted, his emotions, ignited by painful memories, spiraling out of control. He could no longer bear the haunting images of his beloved's repeated demise. Startled by his outburst, Loia gazed at him in shock, her brows furrowing and her expression darkening. Anyone subjected to such inexplicable ire would find it difficult to maintain their composure. Once Snape had calmed down, he realized the severity of his tone. He had directed his anger at her, even raised his voice. Confusion enveloped him as he pondered what had gone awry within himself, why he had devolved into this state. He had just painstakingly begun to mend the rift in their relationship, having reached an understanding where past quarrels and conflicts were to be forgotten. Although they could not revert to their former dynamic, he could at least wait for her to grow up, to return to him in time. Yet now, he had inadvertently worsened everything. The fear of losing her consumed him. He dreaded the thought of her heart belonging to another, of someone else winning her affections. As he subjected himself to this torment day after day, he became increasingly emotional, more irritable. Newt stood protectively before Loia, vigilant of Snape's every move. He was displeased by Snape's temper directed at a young girl. One moment he professed his deep feelings for Miss Grindelwald, and the next, he lashed out at Loia. Such erratic behavior had led Newt to regard Snape as a dangerously unstable individual. Had it not been for Miss Grindelwald's request, he would have reported Snape's conduct to Dumbledore without hesitation. Newt shielded Loia behind him. Despite Miss Grindelwald inheriting her father's formidable magic at her tender age, she was likely to be swayed more by emotion than reason. If she were to face harm from someone familiar, she might find it difficult to act. This was precisely why he stood there, guarding her against the unpredictable threat that Snape posed. With a complex expression, Snape regarded Loya. Perhaps others could not discern it. But after a year of companionship with her, he recognized that she was genuinely angry. At that moment, Loya perceived Snape as a paradoxical figure. Unwilling to remain there for another moment, she retorted in frustration, "If you don't want to talk, then fine." The dialogue fell into a profound silence once more. Loya gazed at Newt, who stood before her clad in a vintage British-style shirt, the two suspenders on his back intersecting neatly. She was considerably shorter than him, so she reached out to tug at his suspender and exclaimed, "Newt, I feel unwell. I wish to return home. Let us go." This seemingly trivial gesture momentarily caused Newt to become entranced as blurred images flickered in his mind. A photograph from his suitcase emerged, a silver-haired maiden reclining on a leather sofa. Propping her chin with one hand, her legs casually crossed beneath a black leather ensemble. Her fair fingers playfully tugged at one of his suspenders, as if she were toying with him. Her eyes, more captivating than those of a fire lizard, left Newt in a dazed reverie for quite some time. The silver-haired maiden observed his bewildered expression with keen interest, the corners of her beautiful lips curving into a playful smile. As she addressed him in a tone that was both audacious and enchanting, "Mr. Scamander, why do you appear so lost in thought?" "Loya, Newt. Why are you lost in thought?" The two voices seemed to intertwine, and Newt stood there in a daze for several seconds before regaining his senses. He stood there, bewildered, stammering, and unsure of how to articulate the reason for his earlier reverie. Loya released her grip on Newt's strap, feeling quite exasperated. What had come over these two men today? One was lost in thought, while the other was in a fit of rage. "I will escort you home," Newt said. His head bowed, hesitating as he picked up the suitcase beside him, preparing to take her back to the manor. Seeing Loya about to depart, Snape appeared noticeably anxious. A torrent of apologies bubbling to the tip of his tongue, yet in the end, he could only utter a few sparse words. "I have been to the astronomy tower. I was in the wrong." Snape gazed intently at the girl's retreating figure, silently pleading for her forgiveness. Upon hearing his words, Loya paused. The Slytherin boy at the astronomy tower was indeed him. He had been the one to endure excruciating torment at the hands of the Death Eaters while holding her. In a rational discourse, Snape had suffered for her, just as she had shielded him from the killing curse. Their debts were now settled. Nonetheless, he had diligently cared for her for a year, and having endured Voldemort's curse because of her, she considered this a form of repayment. Turning to face Snape, Loya spoke softly, "Do you have any wishes?" Snape stared at her in bewilderment, unable to grasp the meaning behind her words. "Or is there something you desire? I shall do my utmost to help you fulfill it. Consider it a recompense for the year you spent looking after me in Spinner's End. For instance, do you need galleons? I can provide you with as many as you require." As soon as Loya finished speaking, she regretfully tapped her forehead. How could Snape possibly care about galleons? He was utterly indifferent to fame and fortune, regarding money as something inconsequential. She promptly added, "Or perhaps there is something you desire. I can do my utmost to help you fulfill a wish, as a form of gratitude for your care, provided it does not infringe upon my boundaries." Snape lowered his voice and replied, "I do not require your repayment." Loya could only manage a resigned smirk. She had anticipated Severus would respond in such a manner. However, his subsequent words caught her completely off guard. "What I desire, you are well aware," he proclaimed, his fervent gaze betraying no pretense and revealing the answer she had not wished to confront. Severus's heart's longing was her. He had unequivocally chosen her. He yearned for her to accept his affections, to forge a life together as partners, to envision her as his wife. At times, Severus found himself in a state of absurdity. He held in contempt the naive and foolish proclamations of love articulated by muggles. Yet, upon recognizing the depth of his feelings for Loya, he surprisingly found himself yearning, akin to a muggle, to build a warm family with a beloved companion. He envisioned awakening each morning to behold her serene countenance, to bestow gentle kisses upon her cheeks. Upon returning home to Spinner's End after a long day, he dreamt of finding her waiting with a soft glow from a welcoming lamp, having prepared a meal, and greeting him with a radiant smile filled with joy. Regrettably, he had misjudged. The girl before him would never willingly resign herself to the role of a mere housewife, dutifully managing the household. Her ambitions soared far too high. She would never submit to a life beneath a man's shadow, nor allow herself to be tethered by the bonds of affection. Loia fell silent for a moment, her gaze fixed intently on Snape as she declared, "This alone is unacceptable. Just because he has shielded her from excruciating pain does not obligate her to offer her body in return. Nor does the affection of others compel her to reciprocate unconditionally." To her astonishment, after she had rebuffed Snape's affections, he returned to this topic, which felt like a veiled attempt to corner her. Her soul hailed from another world in 2022. She had received a modern education and possessed independent thoughts and values, refusing to rely on men or marriage. Loya no longer tangled herself in the web of euphemistic refusals to avoid hurting the other party. This time, she boldly countered, "Snape, I ask you, if I were to be with you, what could you possibly offer me?" Snape was momentarily taken aback by her query. What could he provide for her? Upon introspection, he found himself at a loss for what he could bestow upon the daughter of Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Observing Snape's speechless demeanor, Loya candidly remarked, "If it were merely a piece of paper, then let it be so. We need not dwell on this topic." Yet Snape remained undeterred, anxiously imploring her, "Tell me, what is it that you truly desire?" Loya wished to cease the discussion, redirecting the conversation to its original course. "When you have other desires, feel free to share them with me. However, if your desire pertains to me, that is not permissible." After Loya finished speaking, she took Newt's hand and departed from the school gate. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was anxiously peering through the window with a telescope, fixated on the entrance. Upon witnessing Newt escorting Loya away safely from the school, the aged patriarch exhaled a sigh of relief. Upon returning to the manor, Loya indulged in a warm bath and then, with heavy eyelids, collapsed into the soft embrace of her pillow. She was so fatigued that she lacked the energy even to dry her hair, lying in bed with her eyes tightly shut. In her mind, she silently devised a plan to first capture Peter, that wretched rat, and then prepare the necessary testimonies for the upcoming trial, ensuring she was well equipped for Sirius's retrial in a few days. However, as she pondered, she tossed and turned in bed, ultimately finding it impossible to sleep. She opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling for a while, reaching out for the Wizarding Weekly on her bedside table. The Wizarding Weekly is one of the most favored publications among witches in the magical community, primarily targeting a female audience. Compared to the mainstream newspaper, the Daily Prophet, which represents the Ministry of Magic, it leans more towards lifestyle content. It encompasses a wealth of lifestyle advice, celebrity gossip, and even features various recipes. In essence, it resembles the entertainment and lifestyle tabloids from Loya's previous life. Hermione and Mrs. Weasley were both ardent fans of the Wizarding Weekly, and Loya, having succumbed to the trend, subscribed to a few issues. Upon casually perusing through them, she discovered numerous articles on celebrity romances and whimsical pieces, including one titled The Love-Hate Saga of the Great White Wizard and the First Dark Lord, chronicling their journey from mutual admiration to a tumultuous love-hate relationship. Loya held a profound admiration for the journalists' audacity. Indeed, they dared to write. However, the content lacked credibility, as the narrative was entirely a concoction of the journalist's imagination, replete with melodramatic and heart-wrenching tropes that successfully moved female readers to tears. It was said that the issue achieved explosive sales, eclipsing the Prophet daily, and her father even received an influx of condolence letters from unfamiliar female readers. Subsequently, the weekly publication that arrived was placed untouched on Loya's bookshelf, but now, unable to sleep, she decided to peruse it. To her surprise, the headline of this edition featured Loart, who had won the Most Charming Smile award in this very magazine. In the photograph, Loart was seen playfully swinging his leg, encased in plaster, while flashing a radiant smile at the camera. This charlatan, whom she had once thoroughly thrashed into St. Mungo's Hospital, seemed to be brimming with vitality, even publishing his latest autobiography, Learning Magic in the Asylum, during his hospitalization. It appeared that he was still quite unwell. As Loya continued to flip through the pages, she stumbled upon an inconspicuous column revealing the secret romantic history of the magical zoologist Newt Scamander. Consuming gossip about acquaintances inevitably stirred feelings of guilt within her. Yet Loya's curiosity proved insatiable, compelling her to delve deeper into the article. The writer asserted that Newt Scamander's marriage to his former wife had never been registered with the relevant authorities, rendering it invalid. Furthermore, the author claimed to have uncovered obscure insider information, revealing that Newt Scamander had no offspring. Rather, the child was adopted from his elder brother, Theseus Scamander. Loya, astonished, brought her face closer to the newspaper. It indicated that Rolf's father was adopted from Newt's brother, which meant that Rolf was not the biological grandson of Scamander, but rather the nephew of Newt. However, such gossip magazines primarily aim to attract attention, and in the absence of factual evidence, reporters can fabricate anything, rendering their credibility questionable. She continued to read, as the journalist shifted to a more poignant tone, recounting how Mr. Scamander insisted on submitting missing person notices annually in hopes of locating the girl in the photograph. This pursuit had spanned 70 years, and although he had found nothing, Mr. Scamander never wavered in his dedication. The author expressed deep skepticism that the girl featured in the notice was likely Mr. Scamander's first love. To corroborate this conjecture, the author accompanied the journalist to discreetly observe the entrance of the magical department, seeking to interview the brother of the individual involved, only to be met with refusal. Subsequently, the journalist interviewed several devoted fans of the Wizarding Weekly, such as Mrs. Weasley, who was profoundly moved by Scamander's love story, shedding tears of emotion. Loya, resting her chin on her hand, pondered how many years had elapsed. The person in the photograph must have transformed into a gray-haired old woman by now. Newt truly was persistent. She closed the newspaper and tossed it back onto the small tea table before reclining once more on her bed. Just as she finally began to drift into slumber, her winged creature returned, or rather, swept past her window, showing no intention of returning to its master. Sensing something amiss, Loia slipped on her slippers and approached the window. Upon opening it, she beheld the winged creature in pursuit of a mail-delivering owl. To her surprise, perched atop the creature's back was her little Sniff-Sniff, eagerly brandishing a feather from the captured owl while directing the winged creature to launch an attack on their feathered target. Loia wrinkled her nose, for those two little rascals had truly descended into unbridled mischief. The owl, fleeing for its life, had dashed into her window in a moment of desperation, crashing onto the floor. Its tail feathers had been roughly tugged out by the mischievous creature, and the mail parcel lay shattered, with glass vials spilling out onto the ground. The impudent creature soared in on the back of the curled-winged beast, only to be caught red-handed by Loia. With one hand grasping the mischievous creature and the other seizing the curled-winged beast, she launched into a stern reprimand. Mischief! How could you escape from Newt's box yet again? And you curled-winged beast! I instructed you to pursue Peter, yet here you are returning. The curled-winged beast flapped its large wings, chattering in a language of animals that Loia could not comprehend. Meanwhile, the poor owl, having regained its footing, paid no heed to the scattered mail and fled through the window without a backward glance. Loia stared at the letter on the ground with a throbbing headache. This letter did not belong to her. Regardless of the circumstances, her two little rascals had frightened the owl that delivered it away. Tomorrow, she would find a time to personally return the letter to its rightful owner. Loia crouched down to pick up the scattered vials on the ground. As she did so, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the label on one of the bottles, which detailed the ingredients contained within. She recognized several of the herbs listed. During her time copying Hermione's potions homework, the academically gifted Hermione had mentioned these particular herbs were utilized to prevent the decay of corpses. The storage of such ingredients required utmost caution, as exposure to sunlight would diminish their potency. It was no wonder that the owls delivered their parcels at night. Loia examined the recipient and sender on the box, and fortuitously, the recipient was Newt. This was splendid news for her, as she could simply deliver the vial directly to him. However, upon seeing the sender's name, she was momentarily taken aback. Nicholas Flamel, the legendary alchemist who had lived for over 6 centuries. Inside the box lay a note penned by Flamel himself. Loia reminded herself that it would be unethical to pry into its contents. Yet, the note lay open before her, its message laid bare to her gaze, making it nearly impossible to resist. It contained only a few succinct lines. Dear old friend, the last potion I sent you must have been decades ago. My memory fails me in my old age. This new potion has been improved upon the original formula, incorporating a new blend. Regular consumption will help maintain your physical state, preventing decay and erasing the signs of corruption. The terms decay, corruption, and signs of decay left Loia somewhat perplexed. Perhaps Newt had been preserving the remains of magical creatures. Yet, how could animal corpses consume potions? The thought eluded her. Could it be that Newt himself was using Flamel's concoction? As this notion surfaced, Loia felt a wave of incredulity wash over her. She realized her imagination was running wilder than that of tabloid journalists. Newt was very much alive. How could he possibly be a corpse? It was likely that the magical zoologist and the master alchemist were collaborating on some experiment beyond her comprehension. Loia tucked away the bottle, intending to deliver it directly to Newt. Loia gently tapped on the door, exerting little force, and the ajar door swung open. The room was devoid of any occupants, save for an open suitcase sprawled across the floor, suggesting that Newt was somewhere within the menagerie contained therein. Loia could not help but marvel. His love for magical creatures was profound. Even at such a late hour, he was tending to them in their box. He swiftly grasped the mischievous niffler that nearly made its escape and leaped into the enclosure. Within the modest confines of the small wooden cabin, mooncalves were huddled together in an orderly fashion, their large, round eyes wide with curiosity. Newt was diligently administering eye drops to each mooncalf when the light patter of footsteps echoed from the wooden ladder. Pausing his task, he easily recognized the familiar footsteps of a little girl. Turning his gaze, he beheld Loia descending the ladder. The young girl was enveloped in a plush, pastel-hued pajama set. Resembling a round, fluffy ball of a creature, Newt found her utterly adorable, nearly unable to suppress a laugh. However, Mr. Scamander was perpetually busy after caring for the creatures. He also attended to the needs of children. At that moment, he noticed Loia's damp hair, the ends still dripping with water. He promptly set aside the dropper, washed his hands, and retrieved a clean towel from a nearby shelf. He hurried to her side and gently draped the towel over her head, tenderly drying her hair. "You mustn't let your hair remain wet. You'll catch a chill." Newt's tone was imbued with concern, akin to a devoted elder meticulously caring for a younger one. The mooncalves, with their necks outstretched, observed the scene with keen interest. Loia placed the niffler upon her lap, bowing her head as the caretaker assisted her in drying her hair. The gentle friction between the towel and her strands produced a faint sound, while Newt's movements were tender and meticulously cautious. As Loia slightly lifted her gaze, she inadvertently caught sight of the dark lines that snaked across his arm beneath the rolled-up sleeves. "Newt, your arms," his hand, which had been brushing through her hair, momentarily halted. A sudden tension gripped Newt's expression as he flusteredly tugged his sleeves down, attempting to conceal the seemingly peculiar black markings. A forced smile emerged on his face as he endeavored to appear nonchalant, stammering a reply, "It's just the niffler's mischief." Yet, the evasive glimmer in his eyes betrayed him. Loia recognized this deception all too well, for in her experience, Hufflepuffs were rather inept at lying. Meanwhile, the niffler, unjustly implicated, squirmed upon Loia's lap, protesting with playful antics. Rationality advised Loia to refrain from prying into others' privacy. She retrieved a vial from her pajama pocket and extended it towards Newt. "This is your mail." That owl was startled by a crumple-horned snorkack and fell into my room. As soon as she uttered those words, she discerned a profound panic wash over Newt's face, his complexion draining to a pallid hue. It seemed he was either reluctant or genuinely terrified at the prospect of anyone discovering the contents of that potion. Loia recalled the note from Nicol LeMay, pondering whether that vial of potion was truly intended for Newt. Yet, this notion seemed utterly implausible. As Newt took the vial from her grasp, his hand trembled slightly, almost causing the bottle to slip from his fingers and fall to the ground. Loia feigned indifference regarding the matter, casually remarking, "My potions class is rather dreadful. Is this vial intended for treating colds in animals?" Only the naive Newt was taken in by her deception. He promptly nodded, stowing the potion bottle away in the wall cabinet, while subtly tilting his body to observe Loia's reaction from the corner of his eye. Upon witnessing her childlike playfulness as she flicked the loose strands of hair from her forehead, seemingly oblivious to his concoction and displaying no signs of emotional disturbance, Newt finally exhaled a sigh of relief within himself. Perhaps she had not uncovered anything after all. Loia retrieved the cocoon of the curled-winged creature from her pocket and lifted her gaze to Newt. "My curled-winged creature has been incessantly chirping since its return. I cannot comprehend its words. As a magizoologist, perhaps you possess an understanding of some animal languages?" With this thought, Loia tossed the cocoon into the air, and the curled-winged creature unfurled its wings, landing gracefully upon Newt's shoulder. Newt listened intently to the sounds it emitted. It was conveying that a mouse was injured and hiding in Hogsmeade, and that it had lost track of it. Loia clenched her fist immediately. "That filthy rat, Peter, cannot have escaped too far. I shall catch him right now." She turned abruptly, intending to ascend the escalator, and burst out of the box. Behind her, Newt wore a pained expression as he implored her, "Miss Grindelwald, your condition is quite poor, and you appear to be in distress. You truly need to rest." "Yet," she replied, "only by capturing Scabbers can I prove in court that Sirius is not the murderer of the Muggles." Newt was unfamiliar with the individuals she mentioned, Peter and Sirius, and had no knowledge of their identities. However, he could see that Miss Grindelwald was in a state of agitation. Thus, he slightly bent down and spoke gently, "Please, rest for a while. In the morning, I shall accompany you to Hogsmeade to catch the rat, all right?" Loia's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. How could she have forgotten that Newt was exceptionally skilled in tracking magic? With Newt's promise in mind, Loia joyfully ascended the ladder and leaped out of the suitcase. once the sound of her footsteps faded into the distance, confirming her departure from the room. Newt cautiously opened Nick LeMay's potion bottle and consumed the elixir in several gulps. He then rolled up his shirt sleeves to scrutinize the ghastly, grotesque, corpse-like markings that should not be present on a living being. The potion, crafted through alchemy, swiftly took effect. He felt his arm begin to heat, the black lines gradually fading, and soon his arm appeared as unremarkable as any normal person's. The bowtruckle leapt onto the workbench, its small eyes filled with concern as it gazed up at Newt, looking as though it might weep. Newt cradled the bowtruckle in his palm and reassured it, saying, "Pick it. I am quite all right." The following day, Loya and Newt set off for Hogsmeade. Newt stood in the center of the street, his wand held near his lips, the other end pointing toward the ground. He whispered softly, "Apar Vestigium," as he blew gently upon the wand. The tip emitted golden smoke, which swiftly enveloped the entire street as Newt turned with agility. The spell revealed the traces of movement from people and animals that had traversed the thoroughfare. The mist formed ephemeral silhouettes, figures that appeared to be in a state of panic, fleeing in all directions, while several robed aurors, wands in hand, indiscriminately cast spells into the crowd. Loya recognized that the ethereal scene before him was none other than the fateful night when the aurors pursued Sirius Black. Shadows flitted through the haze, and it proved increasingly challenging to locate a solitary rat amidst the throng. Consequently, Newt directed his wand toward the suitcase. The Niffler soared in, and the suitcase sprang open, casting the creature out. "Quickly now, go and search." At the behest of its former master, the Niffler, unusually well-behaved this time, perched upon a street sign, its tiny eyes revolving as it fixated on the swirling phantoms of the crowd. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, the Niffler darted into the masses. Loya followed the sniffer as it scurried ahead, sniffing fervently at the ground, soon uncovering several luminous paw prints. Newt crouched down, easily identifying them as the tracks of a mouse. They tracked the prints in the direction they extended, ultimately arriving near the leaky cauldron. There, a mottled creature with a missing claw was gnawing on scraps of food. Upon raising its head, it spotted a young girl brandishing her wand menacingly. Peter stared in sheer terror, and in the next moment, he was hurled by Loya's spell, crashing against the tavern sign before tumbling heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, he darted through the doorway of the leaky cauldron, while Loya placed the sniffer upon her shoulder and pursued him with fervor. The dilapidated wooden sign of the leaky cauldron swayed precariously in the wind, casting doubt upon the establishment's safety, while the pig's head, swathed in white cloth, threatened to plummet at any moment, potentially striking an unsuspecting patron. As Peter fled into the tavern, Loya followed without hesitation, closely trailed by Newt. The gaunt proprietor, Aberforth Dumbledore, was scrubbing a row of glass mugs with a grimy cloth. With his thick gray beard, he bore the air of a cantankerous old man not to be trifled with. He placed a glass back on the counter without thoroughly drying it, and without lifting his gaze, he inquired of Loya what she required. When no response came, Aberforth frowned in displeasure and raised his head. Just as he prepared to ask again, the little girl, brandishing a green wand, dashed past him in pursuit of the mouse, plunging directly into the crowd within the tavern, moving so swiftly that he barely caught a glimpse of her. Following this, bursts of green light erupted from the throng, all emanating from the wand of the young girl. Aberforth's eyelids twitched. What on earth was happening? It is worth mentioning that the diminutive Peter has skillfully concealed his identity in the guise of a mouse for so many years. Indeed, he possesses a certain cunning and is exceedingly adept at evasion. He deliberately scurries into the bar, weaving through the throngs of patrons to create chaos, thus affording himself an opportunity to escape. At this moment, Loya must apprehend Peter. Newt has already provided her with information from the Ministry of Magic, revealing that the retrial of the Sirius Black case is imminent in a few days. She must capture the true culprit before then. She exerts every effort to control her spells, navigating around the bar's patrons, yet Peter narrowly evades her piercing strikes time and again. However, it must be said that thanks to her brother, after undergoing a transfer of magical energy in the headmaster's office, she discovered that the limitations on her magical capacity, which once existed within her, had been shattered, one might even say, eradicated. Now, she can wield advanced magic without hesitation, releasing as many spells as her body can endure. Green light flares chaotically throughout the bar, eliciting terrified screams from the patrons, who hastily toss a few coins onto the table before rushing to escape the establishment. The next strike from Loia pierced Peter's very core, causing the mouse to shriek in agony as it plummeted into the flames of the guest's whiskey. The lady guest appeared to be in a state of terror at the sight of such a creature. She screamed at the top of her lungs, flailing her hands and casting her glass aside. The shattered vessel rolled to the entrance of the storage room, and seizing the opportunity, Peter darted inside. Loya had exerted herself to the utmost to restrain Peter from either succumbing to despair or losing his wits. She was taken aback by how remarkably resilient the wretched rat was. Meanwhile, Newt stood in stunned silence, observing a 12-year-old girl wielding her formidable powers with an unyielding ferocity. A sight that was indeed unexpected. Even her piercing strikes bore the signature green glow reminiscent of Grindelwald, and her execution appeared exceedingly adept after unleashing several heart-wrenching assaults. She showed not a hint of fatigue, an accomplishment that many ordinary children, and even numerous adult wizards, could scarcely achieve. However, upon reflection, it seemed only fitting that she, being Grindelwald's daughter, would possess such skills. It would be peculiar if she were entirely devoid of dark magic, raising questions about her very lineage. Were it not for the throngs of patrons in the bar obstructing Loya's aim, Newt mused that she might have dispatched her adversary with a single decisive blow. Peter had scurried into a storage room, and when Loya attempted to unlock the door with Alohomora, her efforts proved futile. It appeared that several of the storage rooms in this establishment had been warded against such unlocking spells. Anxiously, she glanced toward Newt, who promptly grasped her intent and rushed over to forcefully batter against the wooden door. Niffler, with a leisurely demeanor, slipped through the crack and leapt from Newt's pocket to pry the lock. Gratefully, Loya acknowledged the assistance of Niffler. Otherwise, she might have resorted to a more violent method of entry. Once the lock was successfully compromised, Newt and Loya boldly ventured into the storage area. This scene unfolded brazenly beneath the watchful gaze of Aberforth, the bar's proprietor, whose expression grew increasingly thunderous. A cacophony of clattering sounds erupted from the storage room, echoing for a full 2 minutes before descending into silence. At last, Loya managed to capture the elusive creature, gripping the rat by its neck. Her spirits lifted as she exchanged gleeful banter with Newt while exiting. By this juncture, the bar was entirely devoid of patrons. All had fled, leaving behind a chaos of shattered bottles and fragmented dishes. Aberforth glared at them, his face a portrait of indignation. Observing the disarray surrounding her, Loya felt a pang of guilt and quickly bent to apologize. "I am truly sorry, sir. I shall make amends." She immediately lowered her head and rummaged through her bag for the gold galleon. Aberforth slammed the broken wine glass down on the bar with a resounding crash, causing the furniture in the room to tremble slightly. Both of them were taken aback by the sound. Newt hastily concealed Loya behind him, apologizing nervously to Aberforth while anxiously waving his wand to cast a repair spell on the bar. The shards of glass flew back into the broken wine glass in Aberforth's hand, restoring it to its original form with Newt's magic. In no time, the entire room returned to its previous state. Yet, the gray-bearded old man remained sullen, casting a cold glance at Newt. Aberforth recognized this individual as Newt's commander, a tool often summoned by his brother. He recalled the incident from decades ago when Scamander had visited the bar with a striking silver-haired girl holding a baby Chelan. But it was the young girl behind Scamander that caught his attention. He glared at the few strands of blonde hair peeking out from behind Newt, just as Loya also poked her head out to meet his gaze. With her blonde hair and blue eyes, Aberforth felt increasingly unsettled the longer he stared. Concerned that Aberforth might unleash his anger on Loya, Newt quickly interjected, "It's like this. Please listen to me. We didn't mean to. I apologize on her behalf. Miss Grindelwald is just a child." "What? Grindelwald?" Aberforth's lips twitched, and the tension in his mind snapped. His expression shifted from shock to confusion, and then to disbelief, showcasing a remarkable range of emotions. Aberforth scrutinized Loya repeatedly. The girl's round blue eyes bore a striking resemblance to Dumbledore's, while her golden hair was equally reminiscent. As Aberforth fell into contemplation, his expression grew increasingly dark. Loyal and Newt exchanged a glance filled with unease, shortly followed by the sharp exclamation from Aberforth, "That damned German." During the months spent in Godric's Hollow, Aberforth vividly recalled how his brother was inseparable from that German, entirely disregarding him and Ariana. To Aberforth, Dumbledore was far from being a competent brother. Naturally, Aberforth was aware that Dumbledore had a pair of children and had seen the photograph of his son, Lorenzo Grindelwald, a wretched lad whose visage bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the German, his eyes brimming with disdain and contempt, provoking nothing but disgust in Aberforth. One could only ponder whether that boy was destined for resilience or an untimely end, for even in death, he refused to grant peace, transforming instead into an immortal vampire, wreaking havoc wherever he roamed. As for Dumbledore's other daughter, Aberforth had never laid eyes on her before, making this their first encounter. The young girl's countenance was quite endearing, resembling a delicate doll, far more pleasing than her brother. Moreover, it was evident from her attire and demeanor that she had been cherished and well cared for. While Dumbledore may not have been a responsible brother, Aberforth had to concede that he was indeed a devoted father. The little girl met his piercing gaze with unwavering courage, despite Aberforth's lingering irritation. He recognized the innocence of childhood. Though he harbored resentment towards Dumbledore due to Ariana's fate, he found it impossible to loathe an innocent child. Adult grievances should not ensnare the young. However, Lorenzo was an exception, for he was cut from the same cloth as his German father. With this thought, Aberforth's expression softened, losing some of its earlier gloom. Nevertheless, there remained a pressing matter that required clarification. Aberforth glanced at Loyal, then at Newt, and inquired, "First, tell me, who is her parent?" Taken aback by the abrupt question, Newt stared blankly for a moment as it ventured beyond his realm of knowledge. Yet, if he were to regard Loyal as a magical creature, drawing upon years of observing the genetics of such beings, Newt began to ponder intently. With his arms crossed, Aberforth snorted, thinking that if the girl were indeed the offspring of that accursed German, he would have ample justification to expel her from the Hogshead Inn, never to allow her entry again. Loia tilted her head to gaze at Aberforth, realizing that this seemingly irritable elder was none other than Dumbledore's brother, which meant she was his niece. Meanwhile, Newt was racking his brain under Aberforth's relentless questioning, struggling to formulate a satisfactory answer to the outrageous inquiry. It appeared that unless he provided a compelling response, Aberforth would brandish his wand and unceremoniously expel them both from the Hogshead Inn. The question of who exactly was the mother of Miss Grindelwald was indeed a considerable burden for Newt, compassionate and loyal. Loia felt it was time for her to intervene and rescue Newt from his predicament. She gently patted Newt's back, and when he turned to look at her, she offered him a confident glance that seemed to say, "Leave this to me." Loia emerged playfully from behind Newt, unfazed by Abufus's scrutinizing gaze. She flashed a radiant smile at Abufus, her eyes curving into charming crescents, exuding an innocent and endearing demeanor. In a sweet, childlike voice, she softly addressed him, "Uncle." Loia possesses an unwavering confidence in her charming appearance. With but a subtle display of affection, even her Uncle Aberforth is rendered weak-hearted. Could she truly be unable to sway an elderly gentleman? After all, they share blood ties. Despite Aberforth's disdain for Grindelwald and his progeny, and his lingering resentment towards Dumbledore, he would never impose upon his niece. Though Aberforth had once severed ties with Dumbledore during the zenith of Voldemort's power, he still chose to join the Order of the Phoenix to gather intelligence for Dumbledore. Under Loya's Oscar-worthy performance, her tender utterance of uncle effectively dispelled any lingering grievances and dissatisfaction in Aberforth's heart. The purity and clarity in the girl's eyes evoked a nostalgic longing for his deceased sister, Ariana. Furthermore, her cultured demeanor and polite discourse made it inconceivable that she could be the offspring of that insufferable creature. She must be Dumbledore's daughter, thus affirming her status as his niece. Aberforth arrived at this conclusion in his mind. He dismissed the pensive and furrowed-browed Newt, even putting aside the incident where Loya nearly dismantled the Hogshead Inn. In short, Loya's reunion with her family proceeded seamlessly. A sign declaring the establishment's temporary closure was hung at the entrance of the Hogshead Inn. Loyal and Newt were left to share lunch by Abufus. To honor his newly acknowledged niece, Abufus took it upon himself to cook, even bringing forth his exclusive recipes. Roya gazed intently at the bubbling cauldron, where a viscous, murky concoction resembling sludge simmered ominously. Consuming this dark brew could very well yield consequences far more dreadful than Voldemort's loss of his nose. Aberforth ladled a generous bowlful for his niece, a modest portion for Newt, and a mere spoonful for the Niffler and the Bowtruckle. Loya cast a glance at the dark dish before her, her hand gripping and releasing the soup spoon in a nervous rhythm. Even though she was a brave and fearless Gryffindor, she lacked the courage to take a bite. Yet, given that this meal was prepared by her elder, refusing to eat would be a grave affront to their hospitality. Thus, Loya stealthily glanced at Newt, who sat beside her. Meanwhile, Newt, receiving disparate treatment, was served a bowl brimming with soup by Aberforth. As Loya gazed thoughtfully, a scheme began to form in her mind. Seizing the opportunity while Abufus was distracted, she quietly tipped all the food from her plate into Newt's bowl, intending for him to alleviate her troubles. With this thought, she felt no pangs of conscience. However, Newt had already sensed her little dilemma. He turned his head slightly and whispered to Loya, "Don't worry, it tastes delightful. though it may appear somewhat unappetizing. Upon hearing the candid and somewhat disconcerting assessment from the honest Newt, Albus fixed him with a piercing glare, as if he wished to pierce through him. Unbeknownst to him, Newt continued to converse in hushed tones with Loia. Loia twirled the spoon, supporting her chin with one hand as she inquired of Newt, "Have you had this before?" Newt smiled faintly, his lips pressed together, and then, as if to demonstrate for her, he slowly scooped a spoonful of food and brought it to his mouth. Loia was deeply concerned that Newt, after sampling Aberforth's exclusive cuisine, might succumb to darkness and never again behold his cherished creatures. As Newt chewed his food, he slowly responded to Loya's earlier inquiry. "During the year of the International Wizarding Association elections, she and I brought an injured baby Chelan here." "Wait, her?" Newt's voice suddenly faltered. It was peculiar, for what had he just uttered? Unconsciously, he paused, bewildered by his own words. Aberforth, observing from the side, mockingly interjected, "Scamander, has your memory deteriorated so severely after all these years? Did you not come here with your girlfriend?" Although puzzled as to why this fellow still retained his youthful appearance, Aberforth found it unworthy of further inquiry. Newt, taken aback by the mention, momentarily stood in a daze. He had no female friends, let alone a girlfriend. Hastily, he retorted, "I believe you are mistaken. I came with the Chelan alone." Aberforth wore a derisive expression, as if to say, "Do you take me for a senile old fool?" He suspected Newt was deliberately toying with him, and in irritation, he tossed his spoon into the dish, tapping his fingers impatiently on the table twice. "I may be aging, but my mind remains sharp. You and that silver-haired girl brought a Chelan to the Hog's Head Inn. You sat at this very table. She occupied the seat to your right." Completely bewildered, Newt instinctively turned to glance at the adjacent seat. Yet, there was no silver-haired maiden, only a small blonde girl. Barely reaching his chest, tilting her head with an expression of curiosity directed at him. Driven by curiosity, Loya edged closer to Newt. The sudden shift in proximity startled him, rendering him awkward as he attempted to explain himself, stammering in his speech. "Miss Grindelwald is truly not like that." Regrettably, his explanations seemed to find no credence among those present. Loya grew increasingly excited, exclaiming, "Are the photographs in your suitcase truly of your first love? It seems the reports from the Wizarding Weekly were accurate. You have been searching for your first love all these years?" Mrs. Weasley was moved to tears by your story. Aberforth rolled his eyes, almost to the heavens, muttering, "So what if it's a first love?" In the end, this lad became inexplicably engaged to an auror from the American Congress. He even sent an invitation to his bar, expecting a gracious attendance, only for it to be tossed straight into the trash. He pondered the absurdity of explaining anything to his niece. She was far too young to comprehend such matters. Aberforth raised an eyebrow in displeasure. Meanwhile, Newt was striving to untangle the fragments of his memories in his mind, convinced that his recollections were intact and seamless. Yet, no one believed his explanations. Lacking the skill to articulate his thoughts, he could only lower his gaze, fixating on his plate, nearly burying his face in the food. He appeared rather pitiable, and continuing this discussion would only deepen his plight. Kind-hearted Loya swiftly changed the subject, taking a spoonful of food and savoring it. Smiling at Aberforth as she declared, "It's truly delicious." Hearing his niece's praise lifted Aberforth's spirits, prompting him to serve her another generous bowl, assuring Loya that there was plenty more. Once lunch concluded, Loya and Newt prepared to return to Hogwarts to deliver Peter to Dumbledore, but Aberforth called out to them. He opened a storage room and rummaged through it for a considerable time, until Loya beheld Aberforth emerging, cradling 2 stacks of picture books that towered above his head. In fact, upon learning that Dumbledore had reclaimed his missing daughter, Aberforth had prepared gifts for his niece. However, Dumbledore never brought his daughter to his bar, and Aberforth couldn't bring himself to present the gifts directly. Consequently, these children's books had languished in the storage room for nearly a year, accumulating a layer of dust. Aberforth utilized a cleaning charm on the books, restoring them to pristine condition and stuffing them into 2 large bags. He approached Loya with an impassive expression, placing the bags before Newt. Startled, Newt quickly took the bags, glancing down to find they were filled entirely with bedtime stories for children. Did Aberforth intend for him to read these tales to Miss Grindelwald each night? Newt mused that compared to these children's books, it would have been far more beneficial had Aberforth gifted him some tomes on dark magic. Before their departure, Aberforth procured a cage, placing the mouse inside and casting a confinement charm to prevent its escape. As Roya returned to Hogwarts with the cage in hand, the afternoon sun cast a warm glow upon the bustling corridors filled with lively students during the break between classes. As she passed by, Numerous young witches and wizards cast inquisitive glances in her direction. Whispers circulated among them, questioning how Loya Grindelwald could possibly be present in such vibrant spirits after supposedly taking a sick leave. There was not a trace of illness about her. It was evident that she had feigned her ailment to evade classes. However, given her formidable connections within Gryffindor, particularly with the headmaster, no one dared to report her. More accurately, there was no need to do so, for just moments ago, they had witnessed Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout coincidentally encountering her, even greeting her with warmth. It appeared that the heads of houses were fully aware of her feigned illness. What left them utterly perplexed was the extraordinary care that the newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts professor extended towards Loya Grindelwald. At that very moment, as Loya strolled down the corridor leading to the headmaster's office, Professor Scamander trailed closely behind her, burdened with various packages, resembling a devoted acolyte. The juxtaposition of their positions created a curious sensation of role reversal. It seemed that the unfortunate Professor Scamander was being exploited as a mere laborer by the audacious Miss Loya Grindelwald. Loya paid no heed to their whispered conversations as she turned a corner on the staircase, only to encounter Hermione. "Loya, are you all right? You suddenly took sick leave without a word," Hermione inquired with concern. Upon noticing Professor Scamander standing behind Loya, Hermione's breath caught in her throat. Instantly, she straightened her posture and, with palpable excitement, expressed to Newt that during the professor's absence, she had diligently reread the Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook numerous times, nearly to the point of memorization. Newt, being idolized, found himself overwhelmed by the fervent admiration of his fan, managing only a forced and awkward smile. Observing Newt's discomfort, Loya felt compelled to intervene, interrupting Hermione, who was on the verge of fervently reciting passages from the textbook. Loya, in a moment of exasperation, interrupted Hermione, who was on the verge of reciting her textbook with fervor. "All right, Hermione, please spare my house elf. Class is about to commence." "And a Gryffindor scholar cannot afford to be late," Loya remarked, gently nudging Hermione towards the adjacent classroom. Hermione glanced at Loya, then at Professor Scamander. The two had both taken sick leave on the same day, and now they coincidentally appeared together. Moreover, Loya casually addressed the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor by his name, while Professor Scamander seemed entirely unperturbed by it. At that moment, with Scamander trailing behind her, laden with various bags, it appeared as if they had merely used the pretense of illness to indulge in a leisurely outing. Initially, Hermione had dismissed Loya's comment about Scamander being her house elf as a jest. However, she now sensed that something was amiss. Stopping in her tracks, Hermione quietly inquired of Loya, "Have you and Professor Scamander been together these past few days?" Loya responded with a nonchalant hum. Hermione, taken aback, inquired further, "The kind that is inseparable?" Loya, perplexed, emitted a soft hum and cast a questioning glance at Hermione. Hermione, taken aback, invoked Merlin's name, swiftly covering her cheeks with her hands, seemingly incredulous at Loya's response. She then hurriedly pulled Loya into a secluded corner, earnestly imploring, "Loya, do you truly have a penchant for age disparities? Why do you consistently seek out older men?" First, there was the brooding and acerbic Professor Snape, then the flamboyant and rebellious Sirius Black, and now you have turned to the gentle and earnest Professor Scamander. Your preferences seem to be undergoing drastic transformations. Puzzled, Loya gazed at Hermione, unable to decipher her cryptic words. Fortunately, the bell rang just in time, signaling the commencement of the dreaded potions class with Professor Snape. Hermione had no time to continue her discourse with Loya and hurried back to the classroom. Loya and Newt arrived at the door of the principal's office, reciting the password. As the walls slowly parted after uttering chilled lemonade, they ascended the spiral staircase. Carrying a mouse cage, she entered the principal's chamber, where her elderly father, deeply longing for his daughter after a day's separation, opened his arms wide to envelop her in a warm embrace. He held her close, gently patting her back, as the two immersed themselves in their cherished father-daughter world. Time slipped away unnoticed until Newt cleared his throat softly, reminding Loya that it was time to attend to important matters. Loya promptly unlocked the cage, and Banban immediately darted away in a desperate escape. This time, however, her heart-wrenching curse was wielded with formidable intensity, causing the animagus form to revert back to its original state under the tremendous force of the curse. In contrast to Newt's astonished reaction upon witnessing Loya's initial use of the heart-wrenching spell, Dumbledore exhibited no surprise whatsoever at his daughter's display of power. Peter, in a state of disarray, knelt on the ground, anxiously crawling to Dumbledore's feet to explain that years prior, He had severed his own finger and feigned death due to the treachery of Sirius Black, who had sought to silence him. Naturally, Dumbledore was not swayed by his claims. Peter continued to concoct various justifications to mask his heinous crimes, suddenly pointing at Loya and exclaiming, "Headmaster, your student. Just the other day, I witnessed her in close proximity to the fugitive Sirius Black. They're undoubtedly accomplices. You cannot imagine. She has also attacked me multiple times with the heart-wrenching curse. How can Hogwarts tolerate a student who employs the unforgivable curses?" Dumbledore interrupted him with a slight frown, his gaze fixed on Peter with a smile. "Peter Pettigrew, perhaps I should introduce you. This is my beloved daughter, Loya Grindelwald." At that moment, Loya stood with her hands on her hips, casting a disdainful glance at Peter, her expression seemingly challenging him to continue his accusations. She was eager to see what further absurdities he could concoct. Peter was utterly dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that his opponent's background and stature were so formidable. Moreover, he had the audacity to malign his daughter in the presence of her father. Now, Peter wished nothing more than to grovel and beg for forgiveness for his earlier reckless words. Loya raised her gaze to Dumbledore and declared, "He is the true informant and murderer. It was he who detonated a street of muggles, claiming the lives of 12 innocent souls. In a few days, the case of Sirius will be retried, and he shall receive the punishment he rightfully deserves." Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, directing a piercing glance at Peter beneath the crescent-shaped lenses, which instilled a sense of dread within him. He slumped despondently to the ground, realizing that any further words were futile. Peter had already anticipated his grim fate. He trembled uncontrollably, his lips quivering in fear. Ultimately, Peter was confined in the dungeons of Hogwarts, where Dumbledore cast the counter-curse to disable his animagus form and assigned Filch to guard the cell. Filch wore a visage of reluctant compliance. Loya harbored doubts about his vigilance during the watch, fearing that Peter might seize the opportunity to escape. Thus, she issued a decisive threat: "If Peter manages to flee, I shall pluck every hair from Mrs. Loris and present it in the courtroom." Given Loya's influential lineage, Filch dared not express his ire, resigning himself to dutifully guard the cell throughout the day. With Filch no longer patrolling, Loya anticipated a surge of students roaming the corridors of Hogwarts during the night. With this thought in mind, she prepared to return to the manor with Newt. The day's events had unfolded smoothly, and she ambled leisurely along the corridor until she was interrupted by a portrait. The figure within appeared to have something to convey, but wore an expression of great difficulty. After much hesitation, just as it was about to speak, it was silenced by several neighbors who suddenly burst into the frame. These portraits served as Loya's eyes and ears, undoubtedly bearing news for her, while the others seemed intent on keeping her uninformed. Loya cast a sweeping glance over the portraits and inquired, "What on earth has transpired?" The portraits exchanged perplexed glances, each one seemingly hesitant, until at last, it was the original portrait that broke the silence. "Miss Grindelwald, the Deputy Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, whom you set ablaze the day before yesterday, stated to his assistant before departing Hogwarts that he intended to take vengeance upon Headmaster Dumbledore." Loya curled his lips in a disdainful smile, bemused that the cowardly individual, who resorted to bribery for official positions, remained so obstinate. What had he said? He proclaimed his intent to subject Black to severe interrogation, coercing him to accuse Headmaster Dumbledore of orchestrating his escape. This revelation certainly caught Loya off guard. He had not anticipated that this deputy director could sink to such depths, resorting to vile tactics to extract a confession. Yet, nearly 2 days had elapsed, and no one knew the inhumane torment Sirius had endured in his cell. Astonishingly, it was only now that the portraits, acting as her informants, chose to convey this information to her. Loya furrowed her brow, her eyes narrowing slightly in displeasure as she inquired of the portraits, "Why did you not inform me sooner?" After the vice director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was frightened away by her dual fire shields, she lingered in the Hufflepuff common room for several hours. Yet during that time, the portraits failed to notify her. The portraits stammered in their response. Everyone was concerned that, given your temperament, Miss Grindelwald, you would rush into Azkaban without a second thought upon learning of this matter. They indeed understood her character well, and Loya did not hold it against them any longer. She gazed out at the sky, her expression growing complex. Sirius had been imprisoned in Azkaban for over a decade, yet he had not succumbed to madness. His willpower remained remarkably resilient and steadfast. What Loya could ascertain was that, regardless of the cruel tortures he might endure, Sirius would never submit. He possessed the fortitude to withstand and endure. However, what troubled her was the possibility that if Sirius remained unyielding, the deputy director might, in a fit of rage, take his life before the retrial. He could easily wield his authority to declare that Sirius had succumbed to madness induced by the Dementors and had taken his own life. No one would question his deceit, for who would truly care about the manner of death of a prisoner from Azkaban? In the end, the individual was deceased, and the case need not be revisited. Contemplating these matters, Loia clenched the hem of her robe. It was indeed imperative that she make a journey to Azkaban, not recklessly attempting a prison break, but rather to ensure that Sirius could safely survive until the day of the retrial. Yet, she was unaware of Azkaban's location. Nor could she perform apparition, which made her predicament rather challenging. Newt, having spent years observing and caring for magical creatures, was a person of considerable sensitivity and insight. In recent days, Miss Grindelwald had mentioned Sirius's name on multiple occasions, leading him to deduce that Sirius was likely someone of great significance to her. Observing the girl with her furrowed brow and anxious demeanor, the empathetic Newt felt compelled to offer her comfort. Just as he was about to speak, the worry etched on Loya's face vanished, and she turned to him with an expression of unwavering determination. In those brief seconds of eye contact, Newt discerned her resolve in her cerulean gaze, a realization that left him gasping in surprise. Miss Grindelwald was likely intent on rescuing someone from Azkaban. Loya's subsequent words indeed confirmed his suspicions. "I am going to Azkaban." The girl stood tall, her chest out, her expression resolute, and in her gaze there was not a trace of fear. The portraits were left dumbfounded by her declaration. Several female portraits hurriedly lifted their skirts and darted into the nearest painting, urging her not to entertain such dark thoughts. For a moment, the hall erupted into a cacophony of voices as the portraits chattered amongst themselves. Fortunately, the students were all in class at that moment. To avoid drawing attention, Loia waved her hand and sternly admonished the portraits, "Be quiet. You must not speak indiscriminately. Or else, should you fade, I shall not seek assistance to restore your colors." The portraits promptly sealed their lips in compliance. Meanwhile, Newt, having heard her determined statement, fell into a moment of contemplative silence. Azkaban, the wizarding prison for the incarcerated, is an exceedingly perilous place, and Newt hoped that Loia would reconsider her decision. He patiently articulated the dangers of Azkaban, his usually gentle tone now tinged with gravity. Not only were there wizarding guards, but also Dementors, who would drain the joy from people's lives, devouring souls like fiends. "Yes, I am aware." Loia nodded in understanding, her gaze meeting Newt's with a glimmer of resolute determination. When has Loia Grindelwald ever shied away from a challenge? Newt admired her courage, even in the face of the perilous realm guarded by Dementors. She remained steadfast and unflinching in her response, rendering the young woman before him utterly radiant. Once assured that Loya's decision was not a hasty one born of anger or fear, Newt pressed his lips together slightly. Emotional torment was no remedy for Dementors. The sole incantation to ward them off was the Patronus charm. "You do not know the location of Azkaban, but I can disapparate you there. It is unrealistic to expect to learn and master both the Patronus charm and apparition within a matter of minutes, particularly as apparition is fraught with danger, with the potential for dire consequences if miscalculated." Loia recalled that in the film, Ron had suffered the dismemberment of his arm due to a miscast disillusionment charm. She realized that her journey to Azkaban indeed required Newt's assistance, and that had been her intention all along. She initially assumed that Newt would disapprove of her plan to venture to Azkaban, but to her surprise, he demonstrated profound respect for her decision. Many regarded her as a mere child, often dismissing her thoughts and choices as childish whims and capriciousness. However, this remarkable magizoologist treated her as an equal, never interfering or imposing his will upon her. In truth, since Newt had been compelled by Dumbledore to accept his position, his life had revolved around her, and he unconditionally acquiesced to her every request. This left Loia feeling somewhat undeserving and guilty. "Have I caused you any trouble?" she asked, prompting a momentary bewilderment in Newt. Without contemplation, he replied, "You have never troubled me. You have been immensely helpful. I truly thank you. Yet, I feel I am a burden to you." Newt's appointment at Hogwarts was entrusted by Dumbledore, with teaching being secondary to his primary focus of safeguarding Dumbledore's charges. He never perceived Miss Grindelwald's requests as excessive. Caring for and protecting her was simply his duty. Observing Loya's gaze fixed upon the ground, laced with a hint of remorse, Newt's voice bore a touch of amusement, not excessive at all. Loia pinched her fingers, internally berating herself for perhaps being a tad impulsive, relying on the protagonist's halo of a time traveler. Newt seemed to perceive her wandering thoughts. A slight smile graced his lips as he spoke with gentle warmth. "Miss Grindelwald, you are neither reckless nor impetuous. You are astute, courageous, and radiant, a valiant little lion. To receive such unreserved praise from someone so socially anxious was astonishing. And a smile blossomed on Loia's face. She unconsciously tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear, contemplating how best to express her gratitude to the ever-kind Newt. Should she procure a magical creature as a gift? Or perhaps acquire a Hungarian horntail to stow away in his suitcase? Alternatively, she might assist him in locating his first love through various magazines and publications. Just as her thoughts meandered, Newt crouched before her, meeting her gaze with an uncommon earnestness as he solemnly assured her, "Azkaban is perilous. You must stay close to me. I will do everything within my power to shield you from harm." Due to the restrictions on apparitions set by Hogwarts, the two made their way to the gates of the school. Without much thought, Newt naturally extended his hand towards Loia. "Come, take my hand. I shall apparate you now." However, as the words left his lips, he immediately felt his actions were rather forward. He hastily withdrew his hand, embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he scratched his head. Subsequently, he lifted his right arm, gesturing for the girl to grasp his elbow. Loia stepped closer, deftly grasping his arm with both hands. Newt quietly inquired if she was prepared, expressing concern about the suffocating pressure that the spatial distortion from apparition could impose. "I will be fine. I have traversed the upside-down alley using a portkey before, and the spatial distortion isn't too unbearable," Loia confidently replied. Newt nodded in understanding, and in the next moment, they vanished from their spot, Newt apparating her to the waters surrounding Azkaban. Azkaban loomed atop a desolate island, beneath a bleak and overcast sky, a place seemingly devoid of sunlight. All vegetation had withered and perished, rendering the entire a somber tableau of desolation. The area surrounding Azkaban was shrouded in a magical barrier that thwarted apparition. To enter the castle, one must navigate the encircling waters. A chilling breeze swept across the sea, sending shivers down Loia's spine, rubbing her arms for warmth. She took up a pair of binoculars to survey the vicinity of the island. Numerous Dementors drifted ominously above the castle. If Loia and Newt wished to infiltrate Azkaban, they would need to exercise utmost caution and avoid disturbing these dark sentinels. She cast her gaze down upon the ink-black surface of the sea, anxiety settling in her heart. As her swimming skills were rather mediocre, making the prospect of crossing these waters to reach Azkaban a daunting challenge, Loia inquired of Newt, who was crouched by the shore. "Can we only swim across?" Newt, engrossed in his task, slowly nodded in response. He dipped his finger into the seawater, gently rubbing it on his fingertip, meticulously examining its quality, his brow furrowing in concentration. The seawater had been thoroughly tainted by the Dementors, and the merfolk inhabiting these waters might be adversely affected, becoming fierce and violent, ready to strike at any intruder. Loia could not help but marvel at the presence of Dementors above and the ruthless merfolk outside. The risks associated with attempting an escape from Azkaban were indeed immeasurable. One could only wonder if Sirius's initial flight was partly due to fortune. Newt placed the suitcase upon a rocky outcrop and, with habitual gesture, gave it a couple of gentle taps, stating, "We wish to traverse the waters. It may prove essential." Loia cast her gaze upon the suitcase, observing as the brass clasps on either side sprang open with an automatic flourish. In the next instant, a creature resembling a horse, yet of a monstrous nature, surged forth from the suitcase, plunging into the water. The beast emerged from the surface, revealing its massive form, adorned with a mane reminiscent of green seaweed. It was the legendary horse-shaped water creature often mistaken for the Loch Ness Monster by Muggles. Though its appearance suggested a docile demeanor akin to that of a horse, legend spoke of its ability to shapeshift into various forms, typically luring wizards or Muggles closer under the guise of an innocuous horse or water snake before dragging them beneath the depths, where its formidable bite could rend its prey asunder in an instant. Due to its notoriously untamable nature, this horse-shaped water creature, despite having accompanied Newt for decades, would occasionally display its temper. Newt's former assistant had been bitten several times. With the safety of Miss Grindelwald in mind, Newt gently patted the creature's head, ensconced in seaweed, and solemnly warned, "Should you dare to bite her, you will face dire consequences." The creature snorted in response. Nevertheless, Loia held unwavering faith in Newt. The creatures he tamed would never harm her. Calmly, she approached, grasping Newt's outstretched arm. With a firm pull, Newt hoisted her onto the creature's back. He then tapped his wand lightly, and a circular, transparent protective bubble formed around Loia's head. The bubblehead charm ensured that she could breathe freely while submerged. Loia extended her finger to poke a dent into the bubble, which proved to be quite elastic. As soon as she released her finger, the bubble sprang back, presenting a delightful and amusing sight. Are you ready? We shall now plunge into the water. The speed of the sea serpent is remarkable. We shan't take long, Newt declared. In response to his words, Loya, perplexed, questioned him, Wait, don't you need to cast the bubblehead charm? How will you breathe underwater? The human limit for holding one's breath is merely 2 minutes, and they were still far from Azkaban Castle. Reaching it in just a few minutes seemed impossible. Yet, astonishingly, Newt had not cast the charm upon himself. After a brief moment of surprise, Newt slowly explained, I apologize, I forgot. Observing Newt's frantic attempts to cast the bubblehead charm, Loya subconsciously sensed something amiss. Given their prolonged companionship, his current demeanor appeared exceedingly unnatural, as if he were concealing something. However, time was of the essence. They needed to depart swiftly. If darkness descended entirely, navigating their way back would become exponentially more challenging. At that moment, Newt turned back, casting a troubled glance at Loya. He lowered his head, then raised it again to meet her gaze, only to lower it once more. Repeating the motion several times, his internal conflict evident, Loya kindly initiated a conversation, asking, Newt, do you have something to say? Newt took a deep breath and began to speak slowly. The Kelpie moves with remarkable speed, he mentioned. You just said that, and then what? Loya pressed, aware of the rushing current. I understand, she replied. So? He hesitated. Well, please do speak quickly. Seeing his sluggish demeanor, Loya urged him on. After several minutes of internal deliberation, Newt finally managed to articulate his main point. Miss Grindelwald, your stature is rather petite, and when the Kelpie dives, there is a significant chance you may be swept away by the current. Therefore, I kindly request you to hold on to my waist. Is that all? Why didn't you say so earlier? Loya deftly extended her arms, encircling Newt's waist, her cheek naturally resting against his back. Newt, who had rarely experienced such intimate proximity with another person outside of magical creatures, felt his entire spine stiffen. Through the weighty fabric of his coat, he could almost sense the rhythm of her heartbeat. It was only when a water-dwelling creature, shaking its head adorned with wet seaweed, splashed water across Newt's face that he snapped back to reality. Once he confirmed that the girl holding him was prepared, he curved his fingers to his lips and let out a soft whistle, prompting the water creature to leap into the depths beneath them. As the creature carried them through the underwater realm, it moved swiftly, just as Newt had claimed. Thanks to the bubblehead charm, Loya could breathe effortlessly beneath the surface. She opened her eyes to survey the surrounding environment. The once vibrant underwater flora had darkened, corrupted by the influence of the Dementor, and decayed plants were transformed into ominous shades of black. Occasionally, fish darted through the weeds, their bodies marred by festering spots. Suddenly, several dark shapes surged towards them from the depths of the vegetation, closing in at alarming speed. Loya squinted to discern their forms, noting the sharp horns atop their heads and the fish-like tails that comprised their lower halves. She quickly tugged at Newt's shirt, exclaiming, Mermaids, they are following us. Newt too sensed the impending danger, his expression shifting to one of vigilance as he glanced at the pursuing merfolk. These were mermaids tainted by the Dementor's influence. Their features grotesque, with mouths split open to reveal rows of sharp fangs. In terms of both size and ferocity, they were far more vicious than the mermaids of the Black Lake. Many escaped prisoners had met grisly ends at their hands from the moment they had submerged. These mutated mermaids had fixated on them, approaching in droves, viewing them as prey. The distance between them and the mermaids rapidly diminished. They are closing in on us. It's all right. Hold on tight to me. Newt calmly soothed the girl's emotions as Loya tightened her arms around his waist. The horse-like creature, responding to Newt's command, quickened its pace, swiftly maneuvering through the water in an attempt to shake off the relentless pursuit of the mermaids. With each surge of speed, the currents grew increasingly turbulent, causing Newt to worry that Loya might be swept away. He was compelled to use one hand to steer the creature while extending his other arm behind him to support the girl's back, striving to protect her from being swept away by the raging waters. Gradually, they began to distance themselves from the mermaids pursuing them, but the prey lay ahead, and the mermaids were far from giving up. Suddenly, they collectively lifted their heads, emitting a piercing cacophony of high-pitched cries. The shrill sound was nearly as disorienting as the mandrake, making Loya clutch her ears in agony. She glanced up at Newt, who was still controlling the horse-like creature, one hand steadying her back while he endured the torment of the mermaid's wails, looking visibly distressed. In a gesture of kindness, Loya placed one hand over Newt's right ear, though it offered little relief for either of them. Yet, Newt cast a grateful glance in her direction. They were calling for reinforcements. Just as Newt finished speaking, More mermaids emerged from the surrounding kelp, diving toward them in relentless waves. Should these mutated mermaids capture them, they would undoubtedly face a gruesome fate. Just as they were about to be encircled, Newt shouted for the horse-like creature. Responding to his command, it let out a roar, and its kelp-like tail transformed into a massive, powerful serpent's tail. With a forceful swipe, it lashed out like a steel whip, striking several mermaids that were closing in from behind. The creature, robust and astonishingly strong, created towering waves with each swing of its tail, knocking out several mermaids that dared approach Loya. One mermaid lunged from directly above Loya, seizing her hair and raising its sharp claws, intent on carving flesh from her face. Just as it seemed victory was within its grasp, Newt was poised to use his wand to save her. Yet, Loya, anticipating the attack, plunged her wand straight into the mermaid's toothy mouth. The creature's eyes widened in terror as Loya glared at it, resolutely uttering the incantation. Shattered to pieces. In an instant, the mermaid's body exploded from within, its bones and internal organs disintegrating into fragments, blood splattering and forming a cloud of crimson mist on the ocean floor. This was a high-level spell Loya had self-studied in the library, and to her surprise, it proved remarkably effective, showcasing impressive lethality. Loya flicked the wand, which was still smeared with the flesh and blood of the mermaids. Meanwhile, the Kelpie had disrupted the formation of the mermaids, bursting forth through a gap in their encirclement and leaping out of the ocean, revealing the imposing silhouette of Azkaban Castle before Loya and Newt. In truth, the Magizoologist had been rather lenient. Given the perilous nature and lethal capabilities of the Kelpie, Newt could have easily commanded it to rend the mermaids into shreds, orchestrating a gruesome massacre beneath the waves. However, had he truly taken such a course of action, he would no longer be the Newt that Loya knew so well. Having safely reached the opposite shore, Newt promptly employed a cleaning charm on Loya, subsequently retracting the Kelpie back into his suitcase. Before the Dementors hovering in the sky could detect their presence, the two stealthily infiltrated the castle. The wizarding guards typically congregated on the first floor of the fortress, while the prisoners were confined to the upper levels, meaning that to access the second floor, they would need to traverse the staircase under the watchful eyes of the guards. Newt instructed Loya to take refuge in a corner as he silently approached a patrolling guard from behind, his wand poised to tap the guard's shoulder. With a swift incantation, the guard immediately succumbed to a dazed stupor, swaying and grinning foolishly while letting out a series of burps. Newt whispered urgently to Loya, "Hurry. The spell's effects will only last a few minutes. He will soon regain his senses." Loya swiftly ran to Newt's side, following him up the stone staircase leading to the second floor. The upper levels of the castle housed cells for prisoners, who served as a source of sustenance for the Dementors. Consequently, the areas above the second floor naturally became the haunt of these wretched creatures. Beyond this level, the presence of wizarding guards was conspicuously absent. After all, no wizard would willingly approach these terrifying monsters left over from ancient times. Newt hastened through the corridor, with Loya trotting closely behind him. The threat of the Dementors loomed at every turn, necessitating Newt's constant vigilance. Initially, the two had planned to infiltrate Azkaban using an invisible beast. However, the white-haired monkey, terrified by the floating Dementors above the castle, had bolted into the suitcase, refusing to emerge despite Newt's coaxing. Although Newt had contemplated allowing Loya to hide within his briefcase for her safety, the unfamiliarity with the individual named Black made this impractical, as it would hinder their search. Thus, Newt found himself glancing back every few seconds to ensure the little girl was securely following him, which granted him a modicum of relief. The cells flanking the corridor were filled with shackled prisoners, most of whom had succumbed to madness after prolonged exposure to the Dementors. Some inmates incessantly banged their heads against the walls, continuing their torment despite blood streaming from their wounds, occasionally erupting into chilling laughter. Others, with vacant eyes, muttered incoherent ramblings, oscillating between fits of crying and bouts of laughter. A few of the still-sane prisoners glared through the iron bars with eyes brimming with hatred and malice. Those with weaker mental fortitude might have doubted their presence, fearing they had wandered into an asylum. Loya swiftly assessed the appearances of the prisoners, yet she found no sign of Sirius on this level. Following Newt, she continued her search through several floors, unaware that beads of perspiration had begun to form on her forehead as she wiped the sweat away with the back of her hand. She was suddenly caught off guard when a filthy hand reached through the iron bars and grasped her ankle. A prisoner, his gaze gluttonously roaming over her, bore an expression that suggested he had never encountered a woman before. He licked his lips, a lewd grin spreading across his face. "Little girl, with such a pretty face and on such a hot day, let me help you with those buttons." His grimy hand yanked Loya toward the iron bars, nearly causing her to stumble. The other prisoners in the cells erupted in raucous laughter and catcalls, their mouths spewing vile and indecent language. Are you so desperate that you would prey upon an undeveloped girl? Ha! Her boyfriend is just ahead. Aren't you afraid for your life? I've been locked away for half my life without touching a woman, and today I encounter such a tender beauty. What bliss! It would be worth dying for. You're done for. Let me have my share of pleasure too. The prisoner, gripping Loya's ankle tightly, was on the verge of drooling. Just as Loya prepared to stomp on his face, Newt had already drawn his wand. The prisoner's head collided forcefully against the iron bars of his cell, producing a heavy thud. His nasal bone shattered from the impact, blood gushing from his nostrils. The mouths of the other prisoners were magically sealed shut, as Newt cast a silencing charm over the entire floor, leaving them unable to utter a word. Their previous vile insults directed at the young girl had ignited a fierce anger within Newt, his chest heaving with indignation. Loya forcefully pressed her foot down on the arm of the criminal, who attempted to retract it, her wand directed at the joint between his forearm and upper arm. A smirk curving her lips. An arm no longer needed can be donated to someone in need. In the next instant, a spell tore through the criminal's elbow, creating a deep, bone-exposing wound, neatly severing ligaments and flesh, blood gushing forth. Ah! The prisoner emitted a piercing scream as Loya grasped his collar, pulling with such force that his face crashed violently against the iron bars. Her wand remained poised, mere millimeters from the criminal's wide, terrified eyes. As no longer needed can also be donated to someone in need. With a sweet, melodic voice, she uttered her cruel intention, casting an expansion spell upon his right eye. The eyeball began to swell within its socket, pressing against the confined space until it could no longer be contained. No. My eye. No, please. With a sickening pop, the enlarged eye exploded within the prisoner's socket, splattering blood and gore across the ground. The criminal clutched his bloodied face, writhing in agony and howling in despair. The scene was grotesque and horrifying. The other prisoners turned pale, terror-stricken by the girl's brutal actions. Her cruelty and malice surpassed even that of the Dementors, and her methods of torment were far more terrifying. It was evident that she relished in the suffering she inflicted. In the words of the Muggles, she was a devil clothed in an angelic guise. They would rather face the Dementor's kiss than endure the torture of a girl more fearsome than Voldemort himself. Loya's current brutality completely shattered the sweet and charming image that Newt had once held of her. Yet, is this not characteristic of Grindelwald? Upon reflection, Newt found no fault in this. It was as it should be. Before departing, Loya disregarded the prisoner's pleas for mercy, not forgetting to cast the dismemberment curse on his other arm. She followed Newt up several more flights of stairs, yet they still failed to locate Sirius's cell. Breathing heavily, Loya leaned against her knee. The interior of Azkaban Castle was far more expansive than she had anticipated. Surely, Sirius was not confined to the topmost level. Taking a deep breath, she lamented that she should have brought her broomstick, for there were undoubtedly countless more levels above. Despite their cautious approach, they were unfortunately discovered by a Dementor. In a moment of panic, Newt grasped Loya's hand, and they sprinted down the corridor, only to find themselves at a dead end. The temperature behind them plummeted suddenly, an icy chill encroaching upon them as if the very air were freezing. In mere moments, they were encircled by Dementors. The ghastly figures extended their decayed, skeletal hands from beneath their filthy cloaks. Expecto Patronum! Newt's wand erupted with a brilliant white light, forming a protective shield that enveloped both him and Loya. The Patronus successfully repelled several Dementors, yet they remained undeterred, swirling in the air as they awaited their opportunity. Soon after, more Dementors surged toward them. Newt's nerves tightened as he gripped his wand. However, the sheer number of Dementors was overwhelming, and the charm could not hold for long. As the spell's light flickered, the Dementors lunged at them like famished beasts. Instinctively, Newt positioned himself in front of Loya, pushing her away. Yet the Dementors paid no heed to him. More accurately, they regarded him as inconsequential, sweeping past him and charging directly toward Loya. Loya's pupils suddenly constricted, rendering her motionless. Newt abruptly turned, anxiously calling her name, urging her to flee, yet behind her lay a dead end, offering no escape. As a swarm of Dementors drew ever closer, only Loya possessed the audacity to lose focus in such a perilous moment. In the brief span of a second, the information that Newt had not been attacked by the Dementors replayed twice in her mind. A torrent of images flashed through her thoughts, intertwining the questions and clues she had long pondered into a coherent answer. The potion sent by Nicholas Flamel to prevent corpses from decaying. Newt's desire to conceal the strange markings on his arm. The fact that Dementors feed solely on the joy and souls of the living. All these indicators suggested that Newt's assertion about his unchanged appearance being due to alchemy was a fabrication, a ruse to obfuscate the truth and silence others. For only the deceased remained untouched by time. Newt's scamander, who had cared for and protected her, had long since perished decades ago, his visage eternally frozen in that moment of death. So what should Loya consider Newt to be now? A zombie? A specter? Yet, in that moment, she could not afford the luxury of contemplation. The Dementors were upon her. Panicked, Newt ran towards her, but it was already too late. The horde of Dementors opened their gaping maws, an icy chill enveloping her, almost solidifying her blood. Since her arrival in this world, she had amassed countless joyful memories. And even if a fraction were siphoned away by the Dementors, it should not have a significant impact, Loya reassured herself inwardly. However, events did not unfold as she had anticipated. The Dementors halted mere inches from her, not consuming her joyful memories, but rather fixating their hollow gazes upon her, as though they were scrutinizing her very essence. Loya glared at the grotesque creatures looming before her, their scabrous gray skin and repulsive, corpse-like visages evoking a primal dread. Where their noses should have been, only 2 nostrils remained, flaring as they sniffed in her direction. A group of Dementors engaged in a silent stare-down with a young witch. The scene frozen in time, an unprecedented tableau in the realm of sorcery, exuding an indescribable eeriness. Newt rushed to her side, bending down to shield the little girl with his towering frame, his back acting as a barrier against the Dementors. He understood the futility of his actions, yet felt powerless. He could not stand idly by and watch as the girl's soul was devoured. Instinctively, he became her human shield. The Dementors continued to fixate on Loya, nestled in Newt's embrace, their ghastly stares unwavering. The noxious stench overwhelmed Loya, prompting her to cough violently. She barely restrained herself from unleashing a torrent of invective. Foul wretches. Retreat. In a moment of inadvertent candor, the words slipped from her lips. Then, in a turn of events that was nothing short of dramatic, it was the Dementors who emitted the first cries of terror, triggering a chain reaction among them. One by one, they shrieked in unison, recoiling and creating a safe distance between themselves and the young witch. The arrogance that had previously cornered Loya and Newt dissipated entirely. Now they trembled, their decayed hands retreating in fear beneath their cloaks. Loya then noticed the spine-like wand at her waist emanating an eerie green glow. Her fingers lightly brushed against the wand. And in the next moment, a cacophony of human screams and pleas for mercy echoed in her mind, as gruesome images flashed before her consciousness. Young sailors were bound to the torture chair, mercilessly tormented to death by the infamous killer and dark wizard, Exis, with a variety of cruel instruments, transforming them into Dementors. Exis, the creator of the Dementors, was responsible for all the Dementors on the solitary island of Azkaban. Even after their demise, these sailors retained the profound terror they felt as humans. The dread of Exis was indelibly imprinted in the consciousness of every Dementor. The first wand of Loya was crafted from the vertebra of Exis, imbued with the essence of Exis. It is conceivable that within this wand lingers a fragment of Exis's consciousness or soul. Thus, as long as she wields the vertebral wand, the Dementors will subconsciously perceive her as Exis. They inherently fear Exis, and consequently, they will also cower before her, the bearer of the vertebral wand. Loia unconsciously curved her lips into a smile as she gently patted Newt's back. I believe we are safe now. They are afraid of me. At that moment, within the confines of Azkaban prison, had there been any onlookers present, the scene before them would have left them utterly astounded, scarcely able to believe their eyes. The diminutive young witch found herself encircled by a throng of Dementors, grasping a wand fashioned from a spine that glimmered with an eerie green light. Her eyes sparkled with confidence as she stepped forward with poise. To her astonishment, the Dementors retreated in fear, as if confronted by a formidable adversary, their tattered, filthy robes trembling with their trepidation. A creature that could not be dispelled by any magical incantation was rendered so intimidated by a mere girl. Even Newt was taken aback, his suitcase slipping from his grasp, leaving him momentarily dazed. Loya lowered her gaze to the green wand in her hand. Since the Dementors had mistaken her for Xyz, could she seize this opportunity to engage in a brief masquerade, impersonating Xyz to command the Dementors? With this thought, she raised her wand, pointing it directly at the dense cluster of Dementors. Her lips parted slightly as she issued her commands in a tone of authority, coldly instructing the Dementors, "Stand aside. Do not obstruct my path." The Dementors swiftly retreated to the sides, parting to create a passage for her. It appeared as though they were obeying her commands. Moreover, It was now unequivocally clear that the Dementors would not dare to assail her. Loya's courage had begun to blossom, with a mindset of experimentation. She grasped a nearby Dementor as one might clutch a tattered rag, inquiring, "On which floor is Sirius Black's cell?" The captured Dementor, however, was utterly oblivious to her words. As if it could not comprehend her language, it desperately clawed at the cracks in the wall, driven solely by the instinct to escape. While Loya relentlessly clung to its tattered cloak, realizing that she could extract no valuable information from the Dementor, Loya ultimately decided to release the trembling creature. Nevertheless, the experience left her feeling quite repulsed, as the lingering sensation of its filthy cloak remained on her palm. Loya grimaced as she rubbed her hands together. And Newt promptly offered her a handkerchief. "Thank you." Loya accepted the handkerchief and extended her gratitude to Newt, diligently wiping her palms. She wished fervently for a bottle of Muggle hand sanitizer or disinfectant to materialize at that moment, although the Dementors had seemingly complied with her command by parting the way. After numerous attempts to issue them various directives, she arrived at a rather disappointing conclusion. Regrettably, these Dementors possessed a remarkably low intelligence and simplistic thought processes. They only comprehended the act of devouring others' joy and souls, lacking a true understanding of human language. Despite Loya's repeated efforts, the Dementors could only grasp a handful of rudimentary commands, such as move aside, get lost, and even the peculiar order to kneel. It was evident that they retained, or perhaps could only comprehend, the common phrases used by their tormentor, tis. Given ample time, Loya would have liked to delve deeper into which commands the Dementors could still comprehend, yet time was not on her side. Simultaneously, she harbored doubts about whether Fudge had lost his mind, sending a horde of Dementors to capture the escaped Sirius Black. These Dementors could hardly distinguish between individuals, launching indiscriminate attacks on all aboard the train. The Ministry of Magic seemed utterly indifferent to the potential harm posed to the students. As Loya returned the handkerchief, she noticed Newt with his head bowed, the disheveled fringe obscuring his eyes, concealing unspoken burdens. He appeared to be engulfed in a state of self-torment. How could he possibly explain to the young girl the scene where the Dementors had ignored him? No reasoning would suffice. He indeed harbored secrets that were best left unspoken. Once believing he could conceal them well, a secret that would accompany him eternally. Yet, Dumbledore's daughter, endowed with keen intellect and maturity, had likely discerned the truth he desperately sought to hide, that he was, in fact, a corpse. Although the duration of Loya and Newt's acquaintance has not been extensive, Newt has treated her with exceptional kindness, attending to her every need with meticulous care. Loya has come to regard him as her most trusted friend. Upon witnessing his expression of discomfort and reticence, Loya felt hesitant to address the matter directly. Thus, the two of them remained enveloped in silence for an extended period, long enough for the Dementors to evade capture right beneath Loya's very gaze. Loya sighed, acknowledging that Newt was indeed true to his nature. If she did not take the initiative to speak, Mr. Scamander would remain here, ensnared in an endless cycle of self-reflection and turmoil. Loya cleared her throat, preparing to initiate a conversation. Just as she was about to speak, unexpectedly, both individuals spoke simultaneously. You. Upon hearing each other's voices, Loya and Newt momentarily froze, instinctively trying to speak again. You go first. No, you go first. They both uttered the same phrase in unison, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Loya let out a frustrated sigh. Oh, never mind. I shall speak first. Loya simply seated herself on the stone steps of the staircase, patting the space beside her to beckon Newt to join her. Complying with her silent invitation, Newt approached and settled down at her side. He maintained a courteous distance, ensuring that their proximity did not appear overly intimate. Loya rested her hands upon her knees, cradling her chin as she gazed into Newt's face, her vibrant blue eyes mischievously blinking at him. Well, Newt, is there something you wish to share with me? She inquired. Newt, upon being questioned, fixated his gaze on his own knees, and after a prolonged silence, managed to utter, I'm sorry for having kept this from you. His tone was laden with remorse, akin to a chastised badger. Loya immediately halted his apology. Why apologize? Everyone harbors their own secrets, just as I possess secrets unknown to you. Loya straightened her posture and continued with a spirited tone. You would never believe it, but while Professor McGonagall was distracted, I plucked one of her hairs and concocted a potion, even transforming into her likeness to masquerade as the president of the Muggle Child Welfare Association. If Professor McGonagall were to discover this, she would undoubtedly be furious. Upon hearing her words, the honest Newt couldn't help but visualize the stern professor fuming. He cast his gaze downward at the little girl beside him. She seemed unfazed by his deception, not the least bit angry, and instead offered him a smile of understanding. To comfort him, she candidly shared her own mischievous pranks. The girl's comforting intent stirred something within Newt, gently touching the softest corners of his heart. He curled his fingers, took a deep breath, and slowly recounted his past. I encountered a silent one during a magical surge. She was consumed by it and appeared to be in great agony. I desperately wanted to save her. That event had transpired decades ago, and the image of the silent one had long since faded into a nebulous memory. Yet her cries of torment echoed persistently in his mind. Her silver hair was drenched in blood, and she seemed like a frenzied beast devouring her own body. Each recollection of the girl's demise at the hands of the silent one constricted Newt's heart, as if his very innards were in spasm. He pressed his hand to his chest, his hazel eyes reflecting sorrow as he divulged the conclusion of his tale to the little girl. But I failed. I could not save her. That fateful day in New York transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Skyscrapers were ravaged by the rampaging silent one, leaving behind a landscape of ruin and desolation, drenched in crimson. Newt, accompanied by the healers from St. Mungo's, rushed to aid the silent one, but it was too late. The silent one had completely consumed its host. The dark force nearly decimated half of New York, an unparalleled catastrophe for Muggles. The silent one vanished only after exhausting its power, and the blood rain persisted for an entire day and night. Many lives were lost, including my own. Upon hearing Newt's words, Loia instinctively clenched her fists. She felt a pang of sympathy for him. How could such a kind and gentle soul face such an unfortunate fate? Perishing so young in his prime. Newt placed his hands together on his knees, staring into the void as he continued to reminisce. Dumbledore found my body amidst the ruins and sent me to Nicholas Flamel. Unlike the sorrow that surfaced when recalling the silent one, Newt's demeanor was oddly composed when discussing his own fate. It seemed that, rather than lamenting his own tragic end, he was more burdened by his inability to save the silent one. Nicholas Flamel informed Dumbledore that Newt's soul, bound by obsession, had not fully departed from his body. There were other means to enable him to persist in this form. Flamel intended to employ ancient alchemy to transform him into a vampire, marking Flamel's first attempt at defying the laws of nature through alchemical experimentation. As Newt spoke, he suddenly paused, a faint smile gracing his lips, perhaps acknowledging that he was not destined for good fortune. Flamel's alchemical endeavor failed. Instead of becoming a vampire, he was transformed into a living corpse. A living corpse? Loia softly echoed Newt's words. She vaguely recalled that before enrolling at Hogwarts, Kakarov had visited her, attempting to win her favor by presenting her with numerous tomes from Durmstrang, including some exceedingly rare and precious handwritten forbidden texts. Within those pages, she had encountered tales of wights, soulless beings transformed by dark magic to obey their master's commands. Yet she had never heard of a living corpse. What, she wondered, distinguished a living corpse from a wight? The bowtruckle peered out from the pocket of Newt's coat. As an attentive listener to this conversation and a witness to past events, it could not help but shed tears.